I crossed over into the world of Naruto to become a Uchiha. I initially thought that while I was still young, I could escape from Konoha and hide away to slack off, but after 2.5 years, the system finally booted up successfully, loading the strongest power system. Your boot speed has surpassed 99% of systems worldwide, which made us Naruto players who had been bending over for 2 years stand up straight that day. As the saying goes, when poor, one slacks off and lies down, when rich, one rises from the coffin. I directly challenged the third Hokage, laughing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's lack of strategy and Shimura Danzo's lack of ambition. After completing 1,999 missions and killing the last enemy with a wave of fireball jutsu, I planned to rest outside for a night, but the system that had been frozen for a year finally loaded. Ding! The 2000th mission is complete. The strongest power system is loaded. Initial mission, rescue Uchiha Shursui. Mission requirement, the target must be alive. Reward, Mangekyo Sharingan Ocular Power. Remaining time for the mission, 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 60 seconds. Seeing this, I hurriedly led my team back to the village, while the teammate who was left behind cried out, "Captain, slow down, I'm about to break." I didn't pay any attention to that. As soon as I crossed over, I desperately took on missions. After half a year of narrowly escaping death multiple times, it was all to have some self-protection on the night of the massacre. Now, Shursui's death is related to the system reward, which is the Mangekyo Sharingan. How could I dare to delay? It wasn't until I returned to the gate of Konoha that I opened the new player gift pack from the system. Ding! The new player gift pack is issued, rewarding the position of Uchiha Elder. As I rushed to the clan grounds, I looked at this new player gift pack and thought to myself, is this it? This is so stingy. Not to mention a Rinnegan sage body. At least give me a Mangekyo directly. What use is the identity of an elder? Even the system isn't intelligent. This is a bad review. I want to complain. Complaining aside, having something is better than having nothing. It has been more than 4 years since the Ninetales incident, and during these years, the village's suspicion towards the Uchiha clan has intensified, leading to oppression in various aspects. The police department is the most likely place to offend people, and the proud Uchiha members often get into disputes, resulting in constant complaints from the villagers. The Uchiha situation is precarious. The most powerful member of the clan, Uchiha Shursui, has been brainwashed by Konoha and is about to naively commit suicide, putting pressure on Itachi and causing him to become extreme. What follows is Uchiha Itachi, the terminator of the Uchiha clan, performing the madman with a telephone pole act, sharpening his knives against his own clan members. However, according to the timeline, Shursui should currently be on the run from the root organization. If Shursui cannot be saved, not only his life will be on a countdown, but mine will also enter a countdown. After all, apart from the Hokage faction, Obito and others do not want the Uchiha to survive. At this moment in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also received news of the Uchiha gathering. He was smoking a pipe and waved his hand to dismiss the Umbu who had just reported. As a legendary ninja, he could not withstand the test of time. He could feel that his body was already on the decline. There was no other choice, with the fourth Hokage's sudden death. Only he could return to stabilize the situation in Konoha. He looked towards the Uchiha direction and murmured, "Fugaku, I hope you won't let me down." When I stepped into the shrine, it was indeed already in an uproar. The fourth elder said to the closed-eyed Fugaku, "The complaints against the police department are increasing, and various clans have opinions about us. If this continues, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha will only worsen." The fourth elder is a standard Dove faction member, and he is the one handling the complaints against the police department, so he has the most say. Fujitake remains silent, and the third elder took over the conversation. "It's getting worse." "So what? Since the Ninetales incident, we have been marginalized, with people monitoring us Uchiha everywhere, and it has become increasingly severe in recent years. Isn't the tall tower outside our clan land built just to monitor us Uchiha?" "Clan leader, it's time to make a decision," the fourth elder said sternly. "Uchiha Takuya, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want a coup?" The third elder sneered. "A coup? Konoha was established by us Uchiha and Senju, and now, not to mention the Hokage, there isn't even one Uchiha in the Elder Council. What do we have besides that broken police force?" Others agreed with the third elder. "Yeah, we need a voice. We need power. Clan leader, give the order." The fourth elder was anxious. His biggest supporter usually was Uchiha Shursui, but Shursui was not present today. Fujitake also didn't know what was going on and hesitated to speak. It wasn't until Fujitake suddenly opened his eyes that everyone followed his gaze and realized I had arrived at the shrine. I didn't know how the identity system of the acting elder was implanted, but since I was back, for the sake of my own life, I still steeled myself and walked up to Fujitake. Fujitake said, "Shamu, you are now the acting elder, and you also have a voice. I want to hear your opinion." I was taken aback, thinking, what else is there to say? Shursui is currently being hunted. And you are still holding a meeting, I said in a fit of anger. The knife is already at my throat, and you're still hesitating. Fuyue's pupils trembled. Shamu, are you serious? I waved my hand vigorously. There's no time to explain. Yuta, you take your team and come with me. Quan, you come along too, we might need your healing later. Jishuei had a gentle temperament, and there were quite a few friends in the clan. I picked those who had a good relationship with Jishuei. They suddenly got up and ran outside with me. Fujikage sat at the forefront, his expression grim, slowly exhaling a breath, and suddenly shouted, Uchiha Takuya. The third elder shivered. This was his name, and he was of a higher generation than Fujikage. At other times, he would definitely be called the third elder, but once Fujikage called him by name, it meant that Fujikage was going to act in the capacity of clan leader. You need to mobilize all Uchiha combat members and prepare for battle. The third elder's expression stiffened, as if he could already smell the scent of blood. At this moment, in the South He River, Uchiha Shursui, after escaping the pursuit of the root, leaped into the river. The cold river water brought a moment of clarity to Uchiha Shursui, but he was too severely injured. With a heart as dead as ashes, he still thought of his family, unsure if his death could change anything, and whether Itachi could fulfill his request. Before long, I arrived with the clan members from upstream and found Shursui. At that moment, a commotion arose, and two Uchiha jumped into the water, pulling the unconscious Shursui out. I had long anticipated that the elder Shursui's eyes had been gouged out. Izumi immediately began to treat and examine Shursui, saying, we must ensure Shursui survives. Uchiha Izumi was greatly shocked to see Shursui, who was covered in injuries. He was a master of the clan, and to be hurt like this, with his Sharingan gouged out, was truly in Konoha village. Under Uchiha Izumi's treatment, Shursui stabilized his vital signs, until a prompt sounded in my mind, ding, rescue of Shursui is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan's power, and unlocking Susanoo in advance. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief, considering my life to be saved. After clicking to receive the kaleidoscope, I felt a cold, sinister aura flowing into my eyes. Is this the Yin release chakra? Suddenly, a wave of manic laughter surged within me, but I managed to suppress it. Now I am also someone with a Gundam, Susanoo, but I don't know what my ocular technique is. The Uchiha who came to rescue Shursui behind me erupted in anger upon seeing Shursui's hollow eye sockets. Damn it, how dare they steal our Uchiha's eyes and injure Shursui like this? I will never let him go. As my ocular power increased, my perception also began to rise. Suddenly, I turned my head sharply to look at the woods behind me, and the sound of hurried movement through the trees rang out. In an instant, 4 Umbu members dressed in white and wearing various animal masks burst out of the woods. As one white-clad Umbu member rushed out, he saw a large group of Uchiha standing beside Shursui, who was lying on the ground being treated. That person made a tactical gesture, signaling the 3 Umbu behind him to stop. The Uchiha present also stiffened at the sight of them. They knew this was Root, an organization that some prominent clans were well aware of. I almost instantly guessed that Shursui was being hunted by Root. Regardless of the consequences, they all drew their weapons and charged towards the Root members. The Root squad leader, wearing a white bear mask, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Among the more than 10 Uchiha clan members, 3 were elite with 3 Tomo Sharingan. It seemed unlikely they would last until reinforcements arrived. Lord Danzo's orders must be carried out. The Root captain signaled, and the team behind him also wore determined expressions as the 4 of them advanced towards the Uchiha. The 4 continuously changed their formation, making it hard to discern their intentions. 2 Uchiha quickly formed hand seals, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Before they engaged in close combat, they launched a Great Fireball as a feint, using the flames to quickly close the distance. The other Uchiha also threw shurikens, Earth style, Earth Wall. The Root members quickly joined forces to raise a dirt wall, blocking the Great Fireball Jutsu and the shurikens. Then, the 4 hid behind the wall and, when they jumped out again, threw 10 explosive tags. Boom boom boom. Such close-range explosions would likely injure 1,000 enemies while harming themselves 800. The Uchiha clan members awkwardly scattered from the smoke and dust, not expecting the Root to be so reckless. Several Root members were also not in good shape, as they were closer and suffered more from the explosion. 4 people burst out with bloody wounds, almost entangling themselves in a suicidal manner. At this moment, the Root team's captain was slashed into smoke by Uchiha Kaito, and Kaito's expression changed. Oh no, it's a shadow clone. The ground exploded, and the Root team captain jumped out from inside, covered in explosive tags that crackled as he lunged at Shursui, who was lying on the ground. Let's die together. At this time, only Izumi and I were standing beside Shursui, while the other Uchiha were unable to come to his aid in time. Boom! The huge explosion sent all the other Uchiha clan members flying. As the smoke cleared, a golden skeletal frame was seen firmly protecting Shursui and Izumi behind it, with a surging chakra swirling outwards like a whirlwind. Natsuki stood in the midst of it with his hands clasped to his chest. the kaleidoscope sharing will eyes in his eyes slowly rotating. What is this? Suzanenahu. Could this be our Uchiha's legendary god power? The elder is a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Gundam is really handsome. Natsuki nodded with satisfaction. If only it was an eternal kaleidoscope that didn't go blind. For the pupil power Natsuki is still very precious. Seeing that the danger is lifted, immediately closed the kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes. His pupil power had just been raised, and he hadn't had time to learn about his pupil technique, so it was fortunate that he had unlocked his Susanoo ahead of time. At that moment, the Uchiha combat members in the clan land gradually gathered. The hawkish Uchiha were all frenzied, running around each other, bringing their own gear and putting on their combat suits. Fourth Elder Uchiha Yohei's mouth is a little dry. I wonder how many Uchiha clansmen will be sacrificed tonight. Can we really succeed? The Uchiha of the Pigeon faction were all a bit distracted, still jittery at the thought of a possible fight with the village. The third elder, Uchiha Takuya, could hardly suppress the excitement on his face. Patriarch, the combat members have been assembled. Please give the order. Futsuki clasped his hands together. Let's wait for Elder Natsuki to return first. By this time, Kiba should have made a move, right? Chapter 3 using rebellion as a code. As Uchiha Futsuki had expected, news had spread out just as the Uchiha had begun to mobilize. Not to mention the tall buildings surrounding the Uchiha compound were full of dark sectors. The third Naruto silently put down his pipe. What's the situation now? The darkness reported with his head bowed. All combatants of the Uchiha clan are assembling. Uchiha Natsuki is leading 13 clansmen who are nowhere to be found. Uchiha Stopper is missing and Uchiha Weasel is missing. Mishio was silent. He really didn't want to go this far. It seemed that Stopper had failed. Sighing, Mishio made up his mind and his expression became resolute, tugging off his Naruto robe. Inside it was clearly the combat uniform he was already wearing. Pass the word down. The entire Konoha is in a state of emergency. Notify all the shinobi clan chiefs, and gather all the shinobi, the elite shinobi. Surround the Uchiha's clan lands for me. Tap tap tap. Intense footsteps came from the rooftops as ninja after ninja swept over the residential houses. In normal times this would be a very rude thing to do. But just now Naruto had just issued an order that the entire Konoha was in a state of emergency. That's why the roofs of Kiba village are littered with leaping ninjas, and civilians are taking cover in their homes. Another of Konoha's great clans, the Hinata family's strongest combatants, Hinata and Hijikata, lead the clan's elite toward the Uchiha clan lands. Hinata couldn't help but ask Hinata, brother, did the Uchiha clan really rebel? Hinata's brow furrowed. Call me matriarch outside. Hinata was silent for a moment. Yes, matriarch. Hinata paused for a moment, her tone easing a bit. The third generation has asked us to gather and surround the Uchiha. Tonight could be a nasty battle. Hinatsu was full of worry. Whenever there is civil unrest, people die. Besides, it's the Uchiha, the #1 clan in the shinobi world. And every Uchiha is a full-fledged hand, and most of them are crazy. Hinatsuki looked back at the 20 or so upperclassmen who had followed him. I wonder how much of it I can go back to after tonight. It's a family legacy. Hinata, if we fight later, you hold down the clan and don't hit the head. What about the Sandaime side? Hinata waved her hand. If the Uchiha perish, next, it might be our turn. Creeped out, Hinata looked around, then nodded silently. Lord Suzu, the third Naruto has declared a state of emergency in Konoha and has issued a summoning order for all upper ninjas and above to gather and prepare for war. Do we join the war? Oh, having just changed his eyes and done his exams, Reunion had just come to his senses. What happened? All Uchiha combatants are assembling. Reunion stood up and touched his right eye, which had just been replaced. It looks like we'll be able to completely destroy the Uchiha tonight. How many Uchiha eyes can we harvest tonight? Nichiju, I told you a long time ago, Uchiha can't be trusted. Fortunately I made the first move and abolished Uchiha stabilizer. Take our men and get to the Uchiha clan lands immediately. Yes. The entrance to the Uchiha clan's gate was already lit up, and countless Kiba elites had already surrounded the Uchiha. Standing in front of them were the third-generation Naruto Sarutobi Hizuru, Turner Koharu, and Mito Mengen. Behind them were the patriarchs of the various powerful ninja clans as well as the elites. Fuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, etc. People from all the big families were there. All of Konoha's dark sect and elite upper ninja were basically assembled here, surrounding the Uchiha with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Everyone's face was glazed over. The major matriarchs, on the other hand, were each in their own way. Creaking, the huge wooden door of the Uchiha clan opened. Hundreds of Uchiha clansmen, heavily armed, slowly walked out of the door, led by Futsuki. In an instant everyone's eyes moved to Tomoyuki's face, with different expressions, but all of them felt surprised. What's wrong with Tomoyuki, who's usually making peace with the situation? Today, The clansmen behind Futsuki let out a commotion when they saw that they were already surrounded by so many Konoha elites outside the main gate. But the voice faded away as he watched his matriarch not speak. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. At this time, a messenger bird flew from the sky. Fuyue took the message above and took a look. Infinite killing opportunities erupted in his eyes before he collected himself again. Tomoyuki was calm and collected under Michio's gaze, his eyes still searching from side to side, narrowing his eyes slightly when he saw that Reizo hadn't arrived. Naruto-sama, I wonder why the siege of our Uchiha clan lands. The third Naruto frowned. Futsuki, you've gathered so many Uchiha clansmen and you're still asking us? What do you want? Uchiha Futsuki's expression was uncharacteristic of the past, and there was a total lack of respect for the third Naruto. What do I want? Uchiha Sesshomaru disappeared after going out today, and we're going out to look for Sesshomaru now. What's the problem? The third Naruto frowned. He had thought of countless excuses for Futsuki, but he never thought that Futsuki would actually say this. And as far as he knew, Stopper was indeed missing, and the third Naruto didn't know what to go back to for a while. At this time, Mito Mengyan beside the third generation spoke. Nonsense! You're going to gather the entire clan when your Uchiha Sesshomaru is missing? Don't you think we're just little cuties? Tomoyuki didn't say anything. At that moment, the Kibaside crowd disperses, and it's Shimura Gunzo arriving. As usual, his forehead, right eye, right shoulder and right hand were all wrapped in bandages. Uchiha Futsuki, I think you Uchiha just want a rebel tonight. Tomoyuki's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent when he saw Tuanzu appear. In a deep voice, he said, Shimura Gunzo, you still dare to appear in front of me? The skunk reported to me that Uchiha Sesshomaru was nowhere to be found after you recruited him this afternoon. Do you dare say that this matter has nothing to do with you? The skunk in the hidden crowd frowned. He hadn't reported it to his father. Ryunzo grimaced. Sure enough, the skunk wasn't reliable either. Then he angrily rebuked. A bunch of nonsense. Lao Fu has not seen stop water at all this afternoon. This is all slander on your part. Fuyue smiled coldly. Really? Fuyue's chakras surged all over his body, and his eyes grew colder and colder. The surrounding ninja clans were all tense for a moment. While the crowd was still stirring, a path parted behind them and Uchiha Natsuki walked in with a group of Uchiha clansmen. Ding! The mission has been updated with the end of the coup. Mission requirement, preserve all Uchiha from dying in the coup. Mission reward, pupil amplifier X1 Uchiha Vice Clan Chief. It was too late to look at the rewards, and since the mission requirement was to preserve all the clans, there would be no movement tonight. Natsuki was alone in front, his eyes sharp. The Uchiha in the back didn't say a word, occasionally looking up at Natsuki with a look of fervor and adoration. Two of them were carrying a stretcher, and the one lying on top of it was clearly Uchiha Sesshomaru. A few others were dragging the bodies of several root members in their hands. Several of the bodies were scarred and had many breaks. The third Naruto grimaced. Tomoyuki, what exactly do you mean? Uchiha Natsuki brought the man back to the clan and turned his head to the third Naruto, holding the Futsuki patriarch directly behind him. Natsuki let out a snort. Third generation. At a time like this you're still playing dumb. Suzu summoned Sesshomaru away this afternoon and plotted to take his Sharingan eye. What's wrong with us sending out our entire clan to find Stopper because he's missing? Afterward, he possessed himself and whispered something in Stopper's ear, and Stopper struggled to get up. The countless injuries on his body were obvious to the discerning eye. The worst thing about his eyes is that they are two empty holes, and his sharing will eyes have been gouged out. There was a commotion coming from the surrounding ninja clans. Junzo plotted to take Stabilizer's Sharingan? Shut up. Don't talk nonsense when Junzo is a Naruto auxiliary. Stopper spoke up somewhat weakly. I received a message from Junzo this evening asking me to meet him. I didn't realize that he coveted our Uchiha clan's Sharingan and took my Sharingan while I was off guard. The third Naruto was particularly familiar with Stopper, and had reported to him this afternoon that he wanted to stop the Uchiha coup with the other heavenly god. I didn't realize that a goodbye would actually turn into this. Tuanzo grimaced as Stopper got up, not saying a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Everyone in the room was in an uproar, and they all looked at Suzu with skeptical eyes. In the shinobi world, to take its blood succession limit is a life and death feud, let alone the same village personnel, known as Instant Stopper. Stopper was a genius of the Uchiha who did countless feats for the Konoha in the Third Shinobi World War. Uchiha Sensui's reputation has always been good, and what he says is highly credible. Chapter 4 Countermeasures. Above, Michio's brow furrowed. Stopper's character he knew. For the sake of peace, even if you come across something like this, you won't say it in public. What's wrong with Stopper? It's really just Natsuki whispering in Stopper's ear telling him that if Stopper lies, the Uchiha clan will immediately rebel. If Stopper told the truth, he promised, there would be no rebellion tonight. Junzo's face changed slightly, then he spoke calmly. I didn't want to stir up strife between the Uchiha and the village, but things have come to this. It is true that the old man summoned Stopper this evening, but Stopper tried to assassinate me today, and as a result, I recognized him, and I was forced to fight back only. Natsuki looked at Suzu with a scoffing face. Are you preparing to fool a ghost with such words? Tuanzu burst into a rage. You're just a generation elder. What qualifications do you have to speak to Lao Fu here? Futake listened to the members of the Uchiha in the back and reported that Elder Natsuki had opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and there was shock and joy in his eyes as well. The clan hadn't produced a strong kaleidoscope Sharingan in many years. Besides, Natsuki was so young. Futake looked up and said aloud, Elder Tuanzu, Elder Natsuki has been credited with saving Stopper today. The clan has already elected him to be the vice chief of the clan. Are you qualified now? The Uchiha behind them all stirred. How Elder Natsuki was suddenly the vice patriarch. Then he felt that the matriarch was backing up Elder Natsuki, so he quieted down again. Junzo snorted coldly as he assumed Futsuki's remark. It's a fact that Stopper tried to stab me today, and my roots can testify to that. Which one of the people present was not a human being, who didn't know what Tuanzu was like? If it was really Stopper stabbing him, he would have reported it to Michio already, and would have been playing dumb there as soon as he arrived? Natsuki laughed. It's a fact that Elder Junzo tried to assassinate the third Naruto today, and all the Uchiha can testify to that. The Uchiha in the back erupted into roaring laughter. Yes, I testify. I testify too. I testify too. The surrounding shinobi all held back their laughter and turned their heads. Michio's expression shifted, and in his mind he realized what was probably going on, but he coughed anyway. Since the stopping water has been found, Natsuki, Vice Patriarch, this is a misunderstanding. Let everyone disperse. Misunderstanding. Uchiha Natsuki flip-flopped faster than a book. Third Naruto, Sesshomaru's Sharingan eye is still with Junzo. You're telling me about a misunderstanding. Rizo snorted coldly. Stopper failed to assassinate. Now he switched to planting evidence? Natsuki didn't even look at Tuzo and turned back to give Tomoyuki a wink. Then in a stern voice, he said, Third Naruto, are you from the Naruto lineage going to openly plot to take our Uchiha clan's Sharingan eye? Uchiha Futsuki read Natsuki's eyes and said in a deep voice, Sarutobi Hinata, Stopper's Sharingan eyes will not be returned. I, the Uchiha clan, will not rest until it is returned. The Uchiha clansmen who went into battle behind Tomoyuki all silently opened their Sharingan eyes. For a moment, countless blood-colored eyes looked towards the third Naruto. The third Naruto's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and in his heart, he cursed the whole family of Tuanzu. What you did, now you want the whole of Kiba to pay for it. Suzu, hand over Sesshomaru's Sharingan eye right now. Reunion huffed. He hadn't expected things to go this far at all, but he was still making a final struggle. It's true that Old Man had a conflict with Stopper, but it really wasn't Old Man who took his Sharingan eye. Natsuki narrowed her eyes slightly before taking out her bitterness. The third Naruto said in a deep voice, Natsuki, calm down. But Natsuki slowly put the bitterness on top of his Kiba forehead protector. If the bitterness paddled down, then he would be a Konoha rebel. Natsuki shouted to all the shinobi, all of Konoha watch. This is how the Konoha hierarchy will oppress our shinobi. They will plot to take your bloodline, secret arts, property. Hinata, you're next. All of the ninja clans present, who were the elites and pillars of their clans. Some of them were simply the clan heads. All of them had rather ugly faces. The Hyuga clan even caused a commotion. After all, their white eyes were also known throughout the shinobi world for their bloodline. Both Hinata and Hijikata had sullen faces and coldly watched how Michio handled the situation. The third generation Naruto burst into flames. If he forced a shinobi clan to turn against him like this, the entire shinobi world would look at Naruto's jokes. All the clans won't trust the Naruto line anymore. This is digging up the Naruto line's roots. Sarutobi Hinata, you listen. Now, immediately, hand over Stopper's Sharingan eye right now, or else we Uchiha and Kiba will die. This is what you Kiba forced us Uchiha to do. Uchiha Natsuki's expression was hideous, and his entire body was hysterical. Like a madman, the third generation Naruto was cold. The Uchiha clan could rebel, but it could never be forced to rebel. If he had ordered the strike today, the Uchiha clan would have been wiped out, and Konoha would have fallen apart just the same. No shinobi clan would serve under someone who coveted their property. All of the ninja clans that now surrounded the Uchiha were all without the will to fight, and were looking at Tuanzu and Sarutobi Hizuru with icy eyes, especially the Hyuga clan, because if the Uchiha clan fell, then the Hyuga clan would definitely be next. The other ninja clans didn't have Sharingan or white eyes, but they more or less had some of the family's possessions and secret techniques. Since the Uchiha Sharingan eyes would be plotted against, theirs would be just as unprotectable. Naruto the third side, in light of Suzu's misdeeds, dismiss Shimura Suzu from his position as Naruto auxiliary. Suzu, hand over Stopper's Sharingan immediately. There was some incredulity in Tuanzu. His eyes clouded as if he were a viper. Sarutobi, The Uchiha clan cannot be trusted at all. Stopper's Sharingan is too harmful, and I will never hand over my Sharingan. Enough! Gunzo! I'm the Naruto. Juzu gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll go back and hand over my Sharingan ice right away. Naruto the third turned his head. Natsuki, is that okay? Natsuki let out a snort. You're still playing mind games with me even now, Suzu. Stopper's eyes are clearly on you. What are you going back for? Raizo blushed and was about to defend himself. Natsuki waved his hand. Don't be sophomoric. Our Uchiha family has a secret technique. Stopper's eye is in your right eye. Tuanzo looked ugly. He really didn't know that the Uchiha family would have this secret technique. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. Now his whole being was completely clueless. With everyone watching intently, Juzu had to grit his teeth and undo the bandage that was tied around his right eye. And inside was a Sharingan eye. The ninja clans were in an uproar. The senior member of their own village, Naruto Auxiliary, actually plotted to take the Uchiha Sharingan eye, and it immediately mounted to his eyes. The Uchiha clan certainly didn't have such a secret technique, but Natsuki expected that after getting Stopper's right eye, Junzo would definitely put it directly on his eye. Even if it wasn't Stopper's eye, then Tuzo's right eye was a Sharingan eye. Tuanzo was now hateful and angry, but he had already violated the wrath of the crowd, and all the shinobi were looking at him with scowls of displeasure. Who knows if it's your own family that the regimental hideout will assassinate next time? Chapter 5 Countermeasures. Below, under Uchiha Natsuki's cold gaze, the third Naruto quickly dispatched a medical ninja to remove the sharpening wheel from Junzo's eye. Futsuki waved his hand and sent someone, who took over Stopper's right eye and took it back to Azumi, who was next to Stopper. Let her give Stopper confirmation that it wasn't his eyes. At that moment the Uchiha walked out of the crowd silently and stood next to Stopper. He had returned from when the clan began to assemble, but he hadn't stepped forward when Tomoyuki had spoken earlier. He wanted to see what his father was planning to do, blocking the way straight to Naruto's side. Was he trying to get himself back into the clan? Is the family really going to rebel tonight? Just when he doesn't know what to do, the story goes completely off the rails. I didn't expect my father to be a mere accompaniment this time, leaving Elder Summerwood with full authority to handle it, but now it seems father was right, and Elder Summerwood is handling it well. Natsuki glanced at the skunk, then turned to Suza. Where's Stopper's left eye? The Uchiha stood by and moved the corners of his mouth, but didn't say anything, and even pressed Stopper, who tried to speak. Juzu was furious. Natsuki, don't go too far. Old me only got Stopper's right eye. His left eye I don't know where it is. Both Tomoyuki and Natsuki looked at the third Naruto, meaning, you watch. The third Naruto sighed. Gunzo, hand over Stopper's left eye. The old man said Tuanzu that was trembling with anger. But things have come to a head. Yellow mud falls into the crotch of the pants. It's not. It's still awe. Who'd believe you when you say you didn't gouge Stopper's left eye? The left eye is not in the old man's body. There is no way to do it, and Tuanzu had to pinch his nose and admit it. Of course Uchiha Natsuki knew that Stopper's left eye was in Weasel's hands. He did this originally to gain some favor for the Uchiha clan. At this point, Stopper sensed it with his chakra and determined that it was his right eye, so he transplanted it back. After much fighting, eye gouging, eye fitting, and surgery, Stopper drifted off to sleep. The Uchiha Weasel was silent beside him. Stopper kept running for the peace of the clan and the village, but was sneaked up on by Gumiho. And it's amazing that his father, who hasn't always been a strong man, would go so far as to openly break with the village for the sake of Stopper. In his opinion, Elder Natsuki was the microphone that was pushed out, and his father must not have wanted to tear the village apart, so he let Elder Natsuki handle it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing Uchiha Weasel's mind and drastically changing Weasel's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Pupil, Tsukiyomi X1, Pupil, Amaterasu X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing Uchiha Futsuki's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Pupil Art, Illusion X2. Oh, changing lives gets you their skills? Too bad it only works one time. Tomoyuki actually has both eyes as illusion eyes? That's why you can use them twice? That's the same thing as stopping water, but it's not as effective as the other gods. Ding! The end of the coup is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Pupil Amplifier X1. It can greatly enhance the power of pupil magic. What kind of system is this? How come it's all one time and when it runs out, it's gone? System, can you do it? Natsuki spat in his heart. But the system, like a machine, continued broadcasting without any reaction. The host gains the position of Uchiha Vice Clan Chief. Uchiha Vice Patriarch. All Uchiha clan members identify as your Vice Patriarch. Ouch, looks like the title of my Vice Patriarch has been changed? No, surely the title of Vice Clan Chief wasn't something Tomoyuki came up with on the spur of the moment? Ding! The host has gained Power Leader status. Power Template loading. Ding! Development mission. Freedom from Kiba's control. autonomy and self-improvement. Rewards will be given depending on the results of completion. Forget it, it's not like you can change it, just use it for now. Natsuki accepted the reality. A series of dings rang through his head, and Natsuki looked at the rewards and new quests and thought. The third Naruto assured that he would send Stopper's left eye as soon as Gumiho returned. Natsuki turned her gaze to Futsuki at this time, and Futsuki felt a pang of depression in her heart. Why does it seem like I've become the one taking the blame? However, outsiders were present, and Tomoyuki said cooperatively, if that's the case, then I'll wait for good news in the clanlands. Before dawn, I want to see Stopper's left eye. With a cold snort, Futsuki waved his hand and told all the Uchiha to disband. Numerous Uchiha murmured with indignation on their faces. Gathering the entire clan and ending it with so much thunder and so little rain? But in the way of many outsiders being present, the elites of the various shinobi clans were also outside watching intently. All of the Uchiha just whispered and did nothing else. They all followed Futsuki back. As the Uchiha's thick door closed with a bang, the third Naruto was able to exhale. Somewhat tiredly, he waved his hand. Thank you all for your support. The village is lifting the state of emergency. Everyone disperse. The major shinobi clans looked at each other, and they all saw some otherworldly meaning in their eyes. They all took their leave, and their words were not so respectful to the third Naruto. With the swish, swish, swish sound, the people from the other shinobi clans quickly left. The Naruto clan was the only one left on the scene. Sarutobi Hinata didn't care to say anything else. Today's events had completely disgraced the Naruto line, and it has created a great deal of animosity between many in the village and the leadership of the Naruto line. Everyone was on guard against Tuzo. Besides, everyone knows that Junzo and Sarutobi wear the same pants. Maybe Sarutobi Hizuru authorized this time. Who in the shinobi world does not know that the Uchiha's sharpening eye is a treasure? But no one dares to stroke a tiger's whisker over the Uchiha's head. But he didn't realize that the top management of his village was actually coveting his family's treasures. It was unbelievable. The third Naruto was also heartily tired of the fact that Suza was usually doing his dirty work for him. But today's events were entirely of Junzo's own making, and had nothing to do with him at all. Not only Tuanzu, but the entire Naruto lineage is disgraced and trust is at its lowest point. Hyuga clan land. Hinata, who had just returned to the clan, hastily summoned the patriarch of the clan. Elders, what do you think about what happened to the Uchiha today? Hinata, sitting in the main seat, looked to the elders. The patriarchal elders all looked around from side to side. Then the eldest spoke first. Hinata, I think we need to take more precautions with the Naruto line. The second elder also picked up. Naruto has long been displeased with our system of splitting the Hinata family clan. This incident with Uchiha Stopper has also been a wake-up call for us. Because of the Hyuga family's clan family division system, it made the combatants essentially all division members. And because of the caged bird, all the subfamilies only follow the orders of the clan family. That's why Naruto's lineage has very little control over the Hyuga family, which is ostensibly all Kiba family. But it was clear to anyone with eyes to see that if anything happened, the Hyuga branch would only follow the orders of the clan. Hinatsuki nodded. Tuanzu has been hiding behind Sarutobi over the years, and there is no telling how many people he has developed in the shadows. But his ambitions are getting bigger by the day, and it's hard to tell if this incident was self-initiated or authorized by Michio. The Grand Elder said lightly. This is not really important. What is important is that the strong counterattack of the Uchiha this time shows a shift in Futsuki's mindset. May have fallen to the hawks. It's good for him to roll out a microphone and keep himself out of the way. Deputy Patriarch. Interesting. The second elder took over. Tomorrow, the Uchiha should be fighting for more rights. I think we should give our support. Hinata nodded. Tomorrow, I'll talk to Tomoyuki. Chapter 6, A Glimpse of the Eye of the Future. After closing the gates of the clanland, Futsuki dismissed the indignant multitude of Uchiha, leaving the top brass behind. Third elder Takuya, fourth elder Yohei, Natsuki, Weasel, and Stopper, who was still lying on a stretcher. Unlike the other indignant Uchiha, the third elder was appreciative of Tomoyuki's performance today. Push Natsuki up there as a rash and strategize behind the scenes yourself. Although he was a hawk, he would never be a brainless commodity if he was able to sit in the position of elder. Just now after being surrounded to death, surrounded by Kiba elites, with his own clan's master, Stopper, still badly injured, it would not have been the best time for a coup. At the very least, it would be appropriate to wait until the Stopper had recovered. Fuyue felt a headache when he saw the third elder, Takuya, with an admiring look on his face. Do you believe me when I say that I didn't arrange it? Fuyue didn't pay too much attention to the third elder. He wanted to make sure of one thing now. That is, Natsuki, you opened your kaleidoscope Sharingan? Several people were taken aback. Natsuki had opened a kaleidoscope. Natsuki nodded, the three hooks of his eyes, instantly changing their pattern. His pattern was different from everyone else's. It was an outer blade with an inner flower. The raging pupil power made even Fuyue feel oppressed. How? Fuyue couldn't hide his shock. Natsuki's natural talent was outstanding. By the age of 19, already an elite 3-hook Jade Shuriken, good in every way except for very poor illusions. Later, because of a bet, he let Natsuki go to complete a very difficult task, promising to give you the position of acting elder when you return from the task. I didn't realize that Natsuki had actually opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ha ha ha, good. Fuyue was so excited that he could hardly hold himself. He was also a kaleidoscope Sharingan. He knew how difficult it really was to awaken to the kaleidoscope. He had been walking on thin ice all these years, and had kept his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes well hidden, just to add an additional card to the family. I didn't realize that among the new generation of young people, there was actually another person who had awakened the kaleidoscope. Tomoyuki excitedly patted Natsuki's shoulder. What I said before counts. You are now the deputy clan leader, and in a few years, when you are familiar with the government, the clan leader will be you. Tomoyuki's excitement was not without reason. The bloody Third Shinobi World War had seen the major shinobi villages beaten to a pulp. Kiba sits on the richest land, fighting Cloud hidden, Rock hidden, and Mist hidden respectively, and has already lost troops, and the Uchiha has lost a great deal of talent. The clan is in dire need of such a young shadow class powerhouse to sit in on right now. Inside, there was a lot of pressure on the Naruto lineage, and by the looks of Natsuki, he was a very thoughtful man. The way Natsuki had used him as a gun before had instead made Tomoyuki feel that Natsuki had guts intact. You know, if the line is wrong, a civil unrest down the Uchiha may be extinguished. However, Natsuki uses the matter of stopping the water to lash out at reunion, siding with the greater good. It's both a defeat for Junzo and a loss of trust in the Naruto line. Tomoyuki really is getting more and more comfortable with Natsuki, but he was unaware. Natsuki acted this way because he was certain that there would be no fight. In itself this matter, if Stopper had stabbed out, then the Uchiha are the victims, and it's unlikely that the other shinobi clans will fall in line. Furthermore, if a fight breaks out, then Futsuki, Stopper, Skunk, himself, a total of 4 pairs of kaleidoscopic riding wheels, completely sweeping the major ninja clans where people are united in heart and mind. Natsuki looked at Tomoyuki so happy that she really wanted to throw up. What's wrong with a pair of kaleidoscopes? You don't know your son and Stopper. Both are kaleidoscopes. The mission is still to be done for the sake of your own little life. Natsuki put away her kaleidoscope and cleared her throat. Then he said to everyone, now that I, Uchiha, am in a storm, since the clan leader thinks so highly of me, then I won't push back. I have a few small thoughts about the development of the Uchiha. A few people collected the laughter in their eyes, wanting to hear what Natsuki was going to say. First of all, let me talk about the kaleidoscope pupil technique that I awakened. The name is Gap of Heaven, and it allows you to peer into the future. Natsuki's words were like cold water in a frying pan, causing the few people below to widen their eyes, peering into the future. He opened his mouth and started babbling. After all, when you go out, you give yourself an identity and you can make up your own abilities. In fact, his kaleidoscope's pupils hadn't even awakened yet. If we rebel tonight, our Uchiha clan will surely perish. The 2 elders burst into tears, and the 4th elder, Yang Ping, wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xiaomu. The peace you want, 4th elder, can't be done either, because in 10 years, the entire Kanova will be destroyed. What? Weasel, the cold-faced man, also widened his eyes. Vice Patriarch, what you said, is it true? The 4th elder opened his mouth somewhat dryly. Natsuki nodded. 4th elder, 3rd elder, clan chief, don't resist. I'll take you to see the future world. His kaleidoscope turned sharply. A ripple rolled, and it was as if several people had entered the middle of a painting. Various clips appeared in it, with images of Tomoyuki controlling the 9 tails with his Sharingan eyes. But in the end, the coup de grace failed. There are images of the entire Uchiha clan being destroyed. There's an image of a huge shockwave destroying the entire Kiba village. Natsuki picked out some future footage and played it for a few people to see. His kaleidoscope was certainly not a peek into the future, but rather he used Tomoyuki's pupil technique, illusion. This one is its own conjecture and not necessarily true, but Natsuki is aware of the plot, and there's no problem with using that to pass off as future footage. It's the best way to use this to gain credibility with others. Natsuki realized that launching a system skill ignored the conditions of use without any consumption, and you can increase your chakra on your own, or the skills of the pupil strengthening system. If you look at it from this perspective, the skills given by the system are slightly more useful. He stopped the kaleidoscope, and although the images were few, the 3 were still very much shaken. Is the patriarch actually a kaleidoscope writer's eye as well? Both elders looked at Futsuki, who gently nodded his head. The reason why we're skimming over Stopper and Skunk is because the things that Skunk did are not appropriate to show to other people. After all, the Skunk, right now, has no thoughts of destroying the family. Seeing Futsuki and the two elders, they came back from the illusion. Natsuki said, the two elders and the clan leader want the Uchiha to be strong, but the previous paths were, without a doubt, all wrong. The three fell silent. From the images they had seen, it seemed that the position of Naruto wasn't all that important anymore. In between a few thoughts, Natsuki turned his head to Stopper and Skunk. Stopper, you really are too naive. What you did was simply stupid. Stopper opened his mouth and was interrupted by Natsuki before he could speak. Weasel, how old is Sasuke? The Skunk was a little puzzled, but bowed his head and replied, Sasuke is 5 years old. Vice Clan Chief, look at me, all of you. Skunk and Stopper looked up and sure enough Natsuki opened his kaleidoscope. The two did not resist and instantly entered the scroll. After Stopper's death, the entire Uchiha clan was destroyed by Weasel, and even Weasel's childhood friend, Izumi, died on the night of the destruction. The village simply just gave Sasuke a free pass and hijacked most of the family's property before Sasuke defected. Because of Weasel's death, the whole person became dark and twisted, bent on avenging Weasel's death, and then died in the Council of Five Shadows. Natsuki purposely only put in the 5 Shadow Talks to make Weasel and Stopper think that Sasuke died at the 5 Shadow Talks. Seeing Weasel kill his parents and destroy his family, and in the end, he is rewarded with Kiba's cold-blooded ruthlessness, and Sasuke's death and the destruction of his clan. Both Stopper and Weasel looked shocked for a long time. The Skunk had already been greatly disappointed in the Konoha hierarchy after what happened to Stopper, to the point where he now sees a picture of the future without the stress that Stopper's death gave him. His mind had completely fallen to the side of the family. It was at this point that Stopper felt ridiculously naive and cowardly enough to commit suicide. Natsuki watched his attribute bar inside the pupil art illusion slowly disappeared. Sure enough, used up the number of times is gone. Natsuki said slowly, the Uchiha are first and foremost our clan, and secondly a part of Konoha. Without the Uchiha, what does Konoha have to do with us? We've always wanted the Naruto position for no other reason than we need an approval. But a strong man doesn't need an approval. Where is the name of the Uchiha when our entire clan is destroyed? A few people chewed on Natsuki's words. Yes, where is the glory of the Uchiha when all of them are dead? The shinobi world has had countless powerful shinobi clans over the years, but as soon as the clan is extinguished, no matter how powerful and prestigious it was back then, it will dissipate into the wind with time. Chapter 7 The Plan. Weasel, I know you've been providing information to the third generation. The Skunk was silent for a moment. I'm sorry, there is nothing wrong with your desire for peace. It's just the wrong way. Weasel, a lot of things need to be taken care of in the clan next, so resign your position in the dark side immediately and return to the clan to help out. When you enter the dark side, you can't just leave when you say you want to. After all, the dark side would have access to many secrets. The identity of the dark sect won't change easily without Naruto's consent. But the Skunk had his heart set on the family now, and he could always find a way. Of course, even if the Skunk doesn't leave his job, he certainly won't be trusted by Michio anymore. The Skunk agreed. Futsuki was beside himself with relief. Both Stopper and Weasel had looked away from him when he was the patriarch. Futake also asked Weasel to go undercover in the dark sector, not realizing that Weasel would in turn provide information to Mashiro. Thankfully everything is going in the right direction now. Thanks to Natsuki, Tomoyuki was already thinking about the point at which he, the clan leader, would give up to Natsuki. Ding, power template loading complete. Natsuki clicked on it, and at the top was Uchiha Futsuki and himself. Below are the names and avatars of the various personnel of the Uchiha clan. Natsuki tapped on the Skunk's icon. Uchiha Weasel. Loyalty, high. Specialization, combat, infiltration. Tap on battle, which also details the physical arts, ninjutsu, and illusions that Weasel specializes in, and so on. Lurking. Oh, this goes without saying. Next to it is a separate column of Kaleidoscope Sharingan and related pupil arts. Natsuki clicked on Tomoyuki again, and instead of loyalty, Tomoyuki had a closeness here, which was also high. Everything else is pretty much the same as the Skunk. Now it's good. I can know the specialties of everyone in the clan, so it's convenient to use people in the future. Tapping on the pages of the two elders, specializing in the aspect of the fourth elder is internal affairs and the third elder is administration. Natsuki was polite. There is a lot to look up to the two elders for the next plan. Both elders bowed their heads and bent down. You're welcome, Vice Patriarch. Please feel free to do as you please. Natsuki formed a preliminary idea in his mind at this time. What does a clan need to thrive? Money. And the other shinobi clans have their own lucrative businesses. Aikido Grill, Nara Pharmaceuticals, and maintaining the healthcare system. With the exception of the Uchiha's weapons, which were self-sufficient in the cat's country, Tenten's family practically monopolized the entire Konoha's ninjutsu. All the other clans, too, had businesses to make a living. or else they could only feed themselves by just doing missions, and development would be out of the question. The Uchiha clan just doesn't do anything productive, and the assets laid down during the warring states dwindle. The reason for this is because of talents. Without suitable talents, there is naturally no way to do the corresponding work. The Uchiha had been battle-crazed since the beginning of time, and no one had bothered to study that. You were able to grab it during the warring states period, but now that the five powers have stabilized, you're liable to cause a war if you go back to grabbing it. Income has decreased a lot in recent years, and while it's richer than the average ninja, it's not easy to grow. Now one's power template allows one to see the talents of each individual, then it's a good road after that. Natsuki said in a deep voice, after I awakened the kaleidoscope, I've seen fragments of the future many times. The entire Konoha isn't too much longer in peace, to the point that countless disasters will strike the Konoha afterward. That's why we have to plan early, and the emotions of the clan need to be voiced. We can't keep this place of the police force any longer, because it's certainly not inviting to be a law enforcer. Relaxing and tightening will not be popular and will increase the discontent of our Uchiha clan. Tomoyuki tapped on his hand. Natsuki, just speak boldly. We'll cooperate fully. Tomoyuki's words were tantamount to completely delegating power to Natsuki. The other few people didn't have any opinions. After all, Natsuki's strength was high and he was still shrewd. Natsuki pointed to her eyes. My kaleidoscope sees snippets of the future that are more than just about fighting. There's also a lot of successful business in the future. We just need to pick some people now, vigorously develop the economy, and slowly get rid of Kiba's control. Oh, the few people here hadn't really thought that foretelling the future could be used in this way. If there was an abundance of funds, then the clan's development would be completely self-sufficient, without having to be subject to Kiba. Based on the disasters that have befallen the Kiba village since then, it is important to have economic autonomy. Several people nodded in agreement. Natsuki continued, of course, this is a rather lengthy endeavor, and fortunately we have some time. In this time, we need to give up all of the Uchiha's rights and make the Uchiha threat theory a dead letter. Seeing the doubts on the faces of several people, Natsuki made it a point to briefly introduce the meaning of threat theory. Everyone reveals a dawning realization, and is more admiring to Xiaomu. This brain, you don't say it, you really don't say it. Natsuki waved a hand. The current Kiba guard is no longer harmful to us, and our first step is to relinquish our rights to the guard. Fourth Elder, after taking such a big loss, Junzo will surely look for trouble tomorrow within the duties of the vigilantes. You suspend all of our Uchiha who have had complaints filed against them and recall them to the clan. If any of them come to cross-examine us, you delay, and delay again. The fourth elder had already admired Xiaomu, patting his chest and stating, don't worry, Vice Patriarch, I'm good at this. Third elder, you've always been committed to fighting for Naruto's position by force. What do you have to say after seeing those future clips? The third elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was indeed committed to fighting for the position of Naruto by force, but in the future footage, the fact that even after controlling the Nine Tails with the Sharingan, the coup still fails is seen, as well as the destructive jutsu, Super Shinra Tensho, that followed, had put his mind down. Since Kiba is afraid of us gaining power, we can throw it all away. Matriarch Tomigatake, you will also have to resign as head of the police department at the right time. We've offended too many people for these powers before, making many of the populace completely forget how good we Uchiha are and take everything for granted. Now we'll just back away from it. Third elder, for the next few moments, you'll be needed to gather all those disgruntled radicals. The third elder frowned. What do you have in mind, Natsuki? Not everyone could hold their tongue, and backing down was simply out of the question for some Uchiha. That's why the hawkish Uchiha were created. We Uchiha need a rebellion and a genocide. Natsuki smiled sinisterly. How else are we going to dispel the Uchiha threat theory? And where is anyone going to go out and develop? The two elders and Fuyue both looked at each other. But these people aren't so easy to convince. The three of them had been unaware that Stopper had opened the kaleidoscope sharing will eyes, as well as the pupil art bet Tianjin. By now, Natsuki was passing a wink directly to Stopper. Stopper, however, understood that Vice Patriarch Natsuki was trying to utilize his own Baitenjin. With that, he talked to the Patriarch and the two elders, explaining his other heavenly god ability. Another pair of kaleidoscopes? The two elders are numb. The kaleidoscope sharpening will eyes that did not come out for many years in the past have actually come out with two pairs at once. Tomoyuki's heart was even more turned over with shocking waves. Natsuki, Setsuna and him, there were now 3 pairs of kaleidoscope sharing will eyes in the clan. If it wasn't for trying to get Kiba out of the top tank, a direct rebellion would have been a big win. No wonder Gumiho wanted to gouge Stopper's eyes out. If Futake knew at this time that his son, Uchiha Weasel, had also opened the kaleidoscope, I wonder if he would just faint with joy. After the two elders went down, Natsuki spoke up and asked, Skunk, you have Stopper's left eye, right? The skunk responded, It's true that nothing gets past the Vice Patriarch. He summoned the shinobi raven and then took out the bottle containing the Sharingan. Stop her. We need to screw the Uchiha clan together next, so you need to get better as soon as possible. Yes, water stops are deeply aware of the weight of their responsibilities. Now that there was a way to keep the family and not have to get into conflict with the village, he had to do his best to do it. Vice Clan Chief, I suspect there are others spying on our Uchiha. Natsuki nodded. You mean the one who's investigating the shrine's secret stone, right? The skunk froze, not realizing that the Vice Patriarch had already known. This person will make huge waves in the shinobi world in the future, but I'm not quite sure of his current identity. He has lingered over the secret stone of the shrine many times, and I suspect that the writing on the top of the secret stone has been tampered with, so don't believe it. Natsuki went straight to the precaution first. Yes, Vice Patriarch, I know. It was late at night, and the skunk, who had finished conferring, walked out to see Uchiha Izumi on the bench next to him. Uchiha Izumi had leaned back in her chair and dozed off. The skunk remembers Izumi's death in the vision. Inside, he jerked hard. The skunk went up and tapped Izumi on the shoulder. What are you doing here? Izumi looked up a little confused. Weasel? And then came to his senses. No, it's fine. I'm going back. A blush flew to Izumi's cheeks, and she got up, somewhat flustered, to leave. Izumi, skunk called out to Izumi. Izumi looked back, playful and cute in the dim light. The skunk was silent for a moment. Let's go eat tricolor balls tomorrow. Put. The sound of Izumi's heartbeat was somewhat noticeable in the stillness of the night. The sudden happiness made Izumi's brain smolder with heat. Good. Izumi covered her face and fled. See you at the river tomorrow. The skunk saw the distant Izumi and a rare, gentle smile appeared on his face. Chapter 8 Organization. Root Headquarters. My lord. Nishio sighed, sent for Stopper's left eye. Juzu gritted his teeth. Go to the collection room and take a Sharingan over there. Negi member below. But we only have 4 Sharingan eyes left. Tuanzo slapped the armrest heavily. Doesn't the old man know that? I can't get by on Hinata's side without handing over a Sharingan eye. Yes. The more he thought about it, the more furious Suzu became. Bastard. It's a disgrace. Reunion's face was grim. He had never been counted out like this before. It's such a big loss today. It's like stealing a chicken. I didn't realize that Tomoyuki, who had always been soft, was actually sheepish. Launching an elder as a talking head and going so far as to make a blatant break with the village over Stopper's Sharingan. How about some eye candy with them? As the day dawned, the 4th elder, Uchiha Yohei, who had only rested for a few hours, arrived at the Konoha Police Department early. Every morning the police department reports here for their shifts. If there's something going on, there's a small meeting. Walking up to his office location, there was a huge pile of complaints in front of him. Most of them are complaints about violent law enforcement by the Uchiha, and he dealt with it each time by rotating and switching the Uchiha member who had been complained about to another part of the village. This way the complaint is also resolved and the Uchiha member who was complained about is not punished. But not today. He picked up the feedback stamp inscribed with suspension from duty and stamped it with a thud on the complaint form. For the sake of efficiency, the 4th elder had also purposely separated a few shadow doppelgangers to be busy together. If you don't say that shadow doppelganger is a divine skill. Not long ago, all the complaint slips were all processed. Yang Ping took a closer look. According to the way he handled it, almost 80% of the members of the police force had been removed from their positions. All hawkish Uchiha. After all, they have much stronger personalities and it's not unusual for them to offend anyone. And there are doves who have been similarly dispensed with. When everyone was assembled, Yohei took a list of names and read. Yuta, Yodo, Naoto, Yu, Kai. All of the people I just read. You are all suspended from work and reflection because of the complaints. Before Yang Ping's words fell, the following had already clamored. 4th elder, is there any mistake? We've been suspended? When Yang Ping glared, the people below immediately shut their mouths. Stupid. Yell what? You have other arrangements. Now all of you report to the Vice Clan Chief. Then gave a special look to the people below. All of these people were Eagle faction clansmen who usually looked up to the 3rd elder. After last night's incident where Natsuki forcefully asked for her Stopper Sharingan back, all of these people saw that obvious hawkishness of Summerwood style, and we all knew it in our hearts. So one look from the 4th elder made the crowd below float. Thinking that the Vice Patriarch would do something, they all left without a word. When all the Eagle faction people had left, the hall of the police department was instantly empty. The rest are all dovish members close to themselves, or the kind of members who don't lean on either side of the aisle. Yohei arranged. All the rest of you, the areas you patrol today, all change to our Uchiha clan's properties. No one is allowed to go over there if anything happens elsewhere. Protecting our Uchiha's property is the #1 priority. Is that clear? The following people were all doves and more sensible Uchiha. but they were usually subjected to a lot of cross-examination from the villagers. Hearing that they didn't need to patrol other places, but only needed to watch over the Uchiha's properties, they happily responded. Energized, they assigned patrol routes and went out on patrol. Unsurprisingly for Michio, in the morning Uchiha Futsuki proposed a high-level meeting. The participants in the meeting were Sanjo, Hyuga Hinata, and Uchiha Tomoyuki, and Uchiha Natsuki. Tuanzo lost his big face, but he shrunk back to his roots and didn't come over. Seeing that Futsuki had brought Natsuki here again today, several people secretly murmured, "Is Futsuki really cultivating this guy?" Today's Futsuki had become the same as before again. Respectfully speaking to Michio, "Please forgive me, Naruto-sama. I was in a hurry last night and I came up with this plan." The three delegates were amiable on their faces, but their hearts were flooded with mutterings. "Shouldn't this Tomoyuki be here today to raise hell?" "You're welcome, Futsuki." It's impossible for any shinobi clan to be calm when something like this happens. Tomoyuki nodded and stepped aside, allowing Natsuki to step forward and speak. Natsuki, however, had a calm tone today. "My clan leader is well aware that there is quite a bit of friction between our police force and the villagers, and that this is not good for our security in Kiba in the long run. Our clan chief has committed to reforming the police force. Those officers who were complained by the villagers about the violent law enforcement team have been suspended by the clan chief." "Well," responded Michio, "what the hell was in this Uchiha scored? How many Uchiha have been complained about violent law enforcement by villagers? How many would that be? And who an Uchiha hasn't been complained about? That percentage is afraid to occupy 80%. These are all suspended?" Natsuki continued. "Most of the Uchiha are suspended, leaving a number of positions vacant in our police force. I invited the Hyuga clan chief here today because I wanted to ask the Hyuga clan for their help in arranging for some manpower to be placed into the police force to keep it functioning properly." What? Michio and Hinata couldn't control the expressions on their faces at all and both froze. Keep in mind that the vigilante has always been an Uchiha enclave. 99% of the team members were served by people from the Uchiha's own clan, and outsiders could not intervene at all. It also led to the power tentacles of the Uchiha clan being on this side. Tomoyuki's kind of inviting outside help into the vigilante will undoubtedly reduce the vigilante's control considerably. Having less influence over the village as a whole was undoubtedly a sign that he was getting farther and farther away from Naruto's position. Could it be? Is Tomoyuki trying to use this to show that he's not into power and wants to use it as a way to get preferential treatment from the village? Or are the Uchiha and Hyuga families working together? Michio thought so, but wasn't sure yet. With an official tone in his mouth, "I'm relieved that you, Vice Patriarch Natsuki, have begun to consider the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. I have no problem with that. You can talk it over with Hinata." Hinatsuki wasn't dazed by the pie that fell from the sky. His first thought was that Futsuki was up to something, but the meat is in the mouth. Whether it is bait or not, the Hyuga family also want to try. After all, now that the Hyuga family was declining, the power hierarchy in Kiba was slipping. If we can gradually take control of the police force. Hinata threw a friendly smile at Tomoyuki and Natsuki. Natsuki smiled back. "We Uchihas have had enough thunder tops. Now it's time for you Hyugas to try." Chapter 9 The Happy Fourth Elder. Kiba 3rd Street, which is a busy shopping street. Izakaya, restaurants, hot springs, and gambling parlors are all available. But where there are a lot of people, there are likely to be disputes, especially on such commercial streets. Normally this street is patrolled by a squad of Uchiha guards, and today is not seen. At that moment a man fell out of the izakaya, a man who smelled of alcohol, but was a drunkard. The owner of the izakaya stood out. "How dare you make a scene after a few drinks, and you want to eat a king's dinner?" The drunk hiccuped. "What's the big deal? Don't I owe you a drink? How dare you be so cross if you don't pay? Give me a beating." The owner greeted his two fellows and punched and kicked the drunk. It took a while to beat the drunken man before he stopped with a swollen nose. The drunk was beaten and bruised, and there was a crowd of watchers around him. Usually the police force came quickly whenever there was a fight, and today it was a rare day when there was no police force, so it was kind of a good show. It took the drunk a while for him to get up from the ground, annoyed as hell to see so many villagers pointing at him. With a couple of hateful curses, he parted the crowd and walked away. The crowd slowly dispersed when they saw there was no action to be had. I didn't realize that in just over 10 minutes, the drunken man had gone and returned. There was also a jug in his hand, and needless to say, it was wine again, but he was a little dull in his demeanor, and his actions were mechanically stilted. Instead of taking a drink, the drunken man stuffed the mouth of the jug with a cloth, lit it and slammed it right up against the door of the izakaya. With a bang, the flames followed the spirits and in a short time set fire to the curtains of the izakaya, which had been a small fire, but in the shadows nearby, a masked-faced, white-suited member of the Roots secretly made a seal. Wind transportation. Big break. He controlled the amount of chakra and opened his mouth to spit out a A gust of wind blew right along with the flames. Since it was all wooden, the fire took advantage of the wind, and the scope of the fire was suddenly so great that there was a sudden flurry of chickens beside it. It burned for a while, but it was only when an Akanabu passed by and used a water escape that the fire was extinguished. In that short time, the front door of the izakaya had been burned black, and the doorway was all but destroyed. There were no casualties, but the izakaya will definitely be out of business for a few days. The drunk guy was suddenly waking up after smashing the bottle, but he didn't know what was wrong with him. But it happened, so it was just a matter of sneaking away in the confusion. The izakaya owner cursed under his breath. Damn the police force. Usually when there's nothing going on I see them wandering around. Now something's wrong, instead they can't be found. I'm going to complain about him. The izakaya's front door was burned down and the owner had no way to do business, so he quickly ran to the Kiba police building. There were still a lot of people going over in the direction of the complaints room, but they all walked out quickly and looked a little strange. The line quickly moves to the izakaya owner's turn and he pushes his way inside. What was seen was leisurely sitting in his seat, the fourth elder of the Uchiha. Yo-hei, Elder Yang Ping, I'm coming to complain. Uchiha Yohei took out the complaint sheet and placed it in front of him. What are you complaining about? The owner of the izakaya said. I'm going to complain that when there is a security problem at my place, no member of the police force comes to take care of it. Oh, what part of town are you in? What's the name of the store? I'll be at Kiba 3rd Street, Shimizu Izakaya. Let's see. Yang Ping took a stack of complaint sheets and flipped through them. Found it. Yohei pulled out a complaint sheet. The squad in charge of law and order at your place is the 9th Vigilante Squad, headed by Uchiha Yoki, Aura, and Rukuto. They've been suspended, so you don't have a vigilante team in charge of policing there for now. What? Why have you been suspended? Ha? The izakaya owner was dumbfounded as to how any Uchiha could be suspended. I'll have to ask you about that. A week ago, there was a disturbance at your izakaya. You beat up the troublemakers, and the 9th Constabulary arrested all of you. You complained about their violent enforcement of the law. Did you forget? The izakaya owner suddenly remembered that there had been such a thing, when because he had called several fellows to surround and beat up that troublemaker, the Uchiha police force had come and stopped it with direct action. Feeling angry, he filed a complaint against those Uchiha. I think they're actually quite nice. Can I withdraw my report? Fourth Elder Yang Ping waved his hand. How can that be? Our vice clan chief has enacted new clan rules. All Uchiha need to live in harmony with the villagers, and since our Uchiha clan made a mistake, a suspension is in order. The izakaya owner was a bitter mouth. In the past, when someone made trouble, the Uchiha came, not to mention how fast, why his own hand was cheap. So, when's the new vigilantes transferring over? Elder Yang Ping comforted. You don't have to worry about this at all. We'll draw in manpower as soon as possible to complete the deployment of the police force. Walking away from the Kiba police force, the izakaya owner always felt that something was wrong. Usually he came out refreshed after a complaint, but today, after a trip to the complaint room, he instead had the feeling of a punch to the cotton, and there were needles hidden inside the cotton. The izakaya owner left depressed. The fourth elder, Elder Yang Ping, only felt refreshed after a day of dealing with complaints, and he had vaguely understood the vice patriarch's intentions in doing so. He usually dealt with these complaints, which often made him so angry that he would lose half his life in a day's work. Today was different. Everywhere came as a relief. Those people came in angry and complained, and left in disgrace. The fourth elder couldn't help but laugh out loud. What the hell is Uchiha up to? Wearing a mask, Bandito appeared in the clan grounds of the Uchiha clan. He had seen last night's events from the beginning to the end, and hadn't understood what exactly was the point of Tomoyuki doing this? Just for a clan member's Sharingan eye? In the end, he asked for his Sharingan back and suspended so many people from his police department. Could it be to show goodwill to the third Naruto? Has Fuyukoku fallen to the doves? However, there were usually so many more people in the clanland, so you needed to be more careful next time you came. Have Misty come over and see what's going on. Seeing that no useful message could be detected, Space Twisted and Bandit left the area. Misty, Ao had been shamed after he had been scared off by Uchiha Stopper the last time. Now the Great Elder's orders come down for Green to explore Konoha one more time and capture the nine-tailed human pillar power back if he has the chance. Most of the Uchiha Vigilante Uchiha in Konoha have now been replaced. Stopper was attacked and robbed of his Sharingan eye by the village's elder Junzo, though afterward, Junzo returned the Sharingan. But the Stopper and the village should have been a complete break. The news of these occurrences in Kiba, however, reached Misty Hidden in a very short period of time. You know that Misty Hidden and Konoha are across several villages, and are also alone on the sea, which is an extremely long way to travel. The people of Misty Hidden were accustomed to such timely news, as the current Grand Elder had risen to the top because of particularly excellent intelligence. The people of Misty Hidden believe that the Great Elder holds a secret force that specializes in probing the shinobi world. which is why the Great Elder is so prestigious. Ching received the order from the Grand Elder and also felt that this was a great opportunity. Pointing out all the members of the team quickly set off. Chapter 10 Identification. The Roots organization of the Dumplings is out on the streets today, fanning the flames of all sorts of things, or create conflict and chaos and never see the vigilante Uchiha to deal with it. And those traitors who suffered losses ran to the vigilance building to complain, but as it turned out, the Uchiha clan didn't seem to be impressed. The uniform wording was all that these people were suspended after complaints and there was no extra manpower. The stores where the Uchiha clan's own clansmen were located, on the other hand, didn't have the chance to mess up at all, because several Uchiha police squads were milling back and forth while ignoring the various clashes taking place on the other adjacent streets. Many of the merchants even complained directly to Sanjo. Michio looked at the thick list of complaints in front of him, squeezing his brow. So, the Uchiha is suspending 80% of his squad in one day? The dark part below returned. Yes, this morning the Uchiha dealt with the personnel who had received complaints before. All of them were suspended for reflection. Now that the police force is scarce, there are all sorts of law and order incidents on the streets outside, and there is no one to take care of them at all. What the hell is Natsuki up to? Or rather, what the hell is Tomoyuki up to? The third generation couldn't figure out what the Uchiha was doing right now at all, and it wasn't at all like they were retaliating against the Konoha for this kind of small law and order matter. After all, if things got out of hand there were people from the dark side who would step in to stop it, and Natsuki had already greeted and contacted the Hyuga family early enough to have a Hyuga family member fill in. Michio picked up his pipe and took a drag. How did the Hyuga family's talks with Natsuki go? Uchiha Natsuki gave the Hinata family all the guard deployment routes, the daily patrol routes, and didn't hide anything. It's just that the Hyuga family needs to be fully deployed and familiarized with the route, and it will take a week. The deployment and patrol routes of the police force. This had always been in the hands of the Uchiha clan, and it did take time for the Hyuga family to draw on their manpower. Michio knocked on his pipe. Then send someone from the dark side to keep an eye on things this week. And if something gets too big, you guys will just step in. When the Hyuga family takes over, you'll pull back. Yes, Uchiha clanland, practice field. The fourth elder had restrained all of the members of the vigilante to their clanlands since he had suspended most of them. And most of the members of the vigilantes come to the practice field to practice on their own initiative when they have nothing else to do. Hey, Yojimbo, Uchiha Yoiki, who was practicing his shuriken, stopped, but it was his teammates, Aura and Rukuto. What's going on? The two team members had worked with him for a long time and were personal friends. Aura laughed. You didn't go out, you don't know that Shimizu Izakaya burned down today? Yuzuki raised an eyebrow. That Izakaya on 3rd Street? Yeah, he got into it with the drunk again today. And the drunk didn't take it well after he got beat up and came back and burned down his front door. So he can't even open his business for the next few days. The Lu people bloated a bit. No one stopped it? Yang Shu wondered. Aura shook his head. Where is anyone left? Next to the 1st through 7th streets. All of our Uchiha are suspended. So they're still not complaining? Lu Rin laughed. Vote ah. How not to complain la. But complaint also useless ah. Now we police force no one ah. Usually those shopping street bosses jumped happily, either saying that we are not strict in law enforcement, or complaining about our violent law enforcement. Today we Uchiha do not serve, but also bashful over, really cheap bones. I heard that the fourth elder is so happy today that he's humming as he walks. Yuzuki smiled back at his words. We Uchiha usually take so much heat. We deserve those people. Aura asked. The fourth elder suspended us and didn't say what the mission was. Do you know what the vice patriarch is planning to have us do? Yuzuki? Yang Shu shook his head. I'm not really sure, but the vice clan chief said that we all worked hard during our time in the vigilantes, and gave us a week's vacation, and that there would be a mission for us in a week's time. Nightfall. Uchiha Natsuki had been practicing at the clan's practice field. He had just acquired the kaleidoscope Sharingan, giving him a quantum leap in his abilities. Whether it was insight or illusions, physical skills, they had all improved greatly, but his kaleidoscope had not awakened the pupil skill other than opening the Susanoo. It made Natsuki very puzzled, but Natsuki wasn't in a big hurry. Anyway, he couldn't use it now. Natsuki could clearly feel that his pupil power was far superior to several others. While practicing on his own, he was also checking inside the power template to see which people in the clan were talented in business. But most of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan were only good at fighting, and very few had a talent for business and management. There's a Uchiha Kame teenager who shines, and although he's 17 years old before he opens his double hooks, his other talents are interesting, business, research, and logistics. And Chiming is still Natsuki's former teammate. This kid is still an all-around didn't realize it before need to cultivate it. In addition to the ninja of the Uchiha, the ordinary villagers of the Uchiha clan were also inside the template of power. And most of these ordinary villagers run small businesses in Kiba village. There are some that are somewhat talented, and Natsuki had memorized them all, sort of filling in the last piece of the puzzle of his plan. Next to Natsuki were all the Uchiha clansmen who were practicing in 2s and 3s. He could more or less hear all sorts of things going on outside. Tired from practicing, Natsuki walked over to sit down and rest with a drink of water. And at this time, Fuyua happened to be listening to the reports of the 3rd and 4th elders. Matriarch, I've already taught the Hyuga family today about the deployment configuration of our police force and our patrol routes. It is estimated that it will take a week for the Hyuga family to go from drawing their personnel to being fully on duty. Tomoyuki nodded. Did those people make any trouble when they came back? Fuyua asked. The 3rd elder shook his head. No, those pricks came back today and practiced in the practice field or hit the piles and chatted. There was no disturbance. The 4th elder took over. Of course they won't make a scene. They're all looking at those people's jokes today. What joke? The 3rd elder had been inside the clan land the entire day and hadn't paid much attention to the news from the outside world. The 4th elder said with a spring in his step, those merchants on the streets. Before, when we Uchiha were around, we came to complain every day. Either the enforcement was lax, too slow, or at most, violent. Today, all of them are asking where the police force has gone. You don't know. They're asking when we'll be able to move them over. And they're looking forward to it. The 4th elder said, slurping and smacking his lips in amusement. Now that you remember us Uchiha, hey, we Uchiha don't serve. He kind of understood now what Natsuki meant by doing that. The 3rd elder also tasted something and looked at Fuyue. Futsuki nodded. I can also see that Natsuki is using this as a way to give the clan an outlet. Natsuki said that this is just the beginning and that there's more where the Uchiha are needed after this. Uchiha is actually the best person to be a vigilante because Uchiha are basically versatile. He can subdue troublemakers in an instant with his illusionist skills, and has an observant eye that can spot problems wherever they arise. Physical prowess and quick stance to get to the scene quickly. But because of historical issues, the people of Kiba selectively ignored all of that, and the Uchiha's clan has always wanted the villagers to identify with them. Actually, Uchiha never needed anyone's approval, because the strong don't need approval. Chapter 11, Hyuga of the Guard. As Natsuki thought, the security situation in Kiba these days is not too good. There are no major conflicts, and no one cares about minor frictions. It's a good thing Michio ordered the dark side to watch, or else there really could have been a big mess. There were no more complaints from the police force side, but people were coming in every day to ask when they were going to deploy their manpower there. But the Uchiha didn't have the manpower right now either. There was no choice but for those merchants to go to Naruto's side to reflect on the situation. Not everyone gets to meet Naruto though, but these villagers have been living in Kiba for a long time. How are they also related to each other? The number of people is large. There are still a lot of opinions fed back to the 3rd generation. Michio had no choice but to do his best to urge the Hyuga family to take over. The Hyuga family, at the urging of the 3rd generation, had moved up 2 days, and on the 6th day, the members of the various local vigilantes were finally in place. The squad configuration is a little less than the Uchiha eye though. The Hyuga family has white eyes for observation and soft fist for sealing chakra, which makes them good vigilantes. As expected, once the Hyuga family took office, the security environment instantly improved. The person in charge of the police force was Hyuga Hinata, and the police force was full of people from the Hyuga branch. Hinata had learned the lesson of the Uchiha, so he told all the members of Hinata's police force to make sure that the law was enforced gently, and that the villagers could not make any complaints. The Hyuga fraction would have been fighting on the front lines and had caged birds carved into their heads. Despite being born a Hinata, there is nothing noble about it, but instead it is plain and simple. That's why residential disputes are mostly about exhortation. The residents complimented the noble Hinata family when they saw that they were also so good at talking to each other. The Hyuga family is really reliable. Much gentler than the Uchihas. If you ask me, it's long overdue for the Hinata family to be the vigilantes. The two of them, Natsuki and Skunk, were walking down the street. Skunk having resigned his position in the dark side from Michio, Natsuki was ready to get in touch with the Skunk more. The Skunk was a very powerful combatant in the future. It was his illness that needed to be figured out. And while Tomoyuki wants Skunk to get closer to Natsuki, and Skunk is impressed with Natsuki's brains, both want to see how the villagers react when the Uchiha gradually withdraws from the police force. Skunk, what do you think our people need? Natsuki was talking to the Skunk while observing the streets of Kiba. Kiba was said to be a village, but this size was outrageous. Judging from the prosperity of the streets, the resident population was at least several 100,000 people, so it was no wonder that the Uchiha heart wanted to seize power before. Unfortunately, the changes in the shinobi world in the future were not something that could be changed by these few 100,000 ordinary people. After all, with the lack of high-end combatants, Kiba is already on the outside looking in, and the oppressive policies that have been in place have caused the Naruto line to not trust the Uchiha clan at all. Let's not even talk about the Naruto position. Not even an advisory elder position for the Uchiha. No wonder the Uchiha was so resentful. The more Naruto's line refused to decentralize before, the tighter the Uchiha gripped the vigilantes, and it was clearly an order from the top to keep the Uchiha out of the fight at the time of the Nine Tails. In the end, it became a reason for the villagers to be suspicious. It's hard to tell if the winds of public opinion are blowing in this direction, and it's just hard to tell if it's someone from Naruto's lineage that's pulling the strings. It's just hard to know if that person is Junzo or Miyabi. The skunk pondered seriously. Vice Patriarch, I think it's identification. Natsuki waved his hand. Just call me senior. Sense of identity. How many upper shinobi do we have in the Uchiha, and how many in Konoha? In Konoha, the total number of registered upper shinobi was only about 200. An upper shinobi, normally, was able to lead 3 to 5 four-man squads, and more in times of war, so the weight of an upper shinobi was particularly heavy. But inside the vigilante, an Uchiha who was an upper ninja was just a junior captain. There are more than 30 of these Uenabu junior captains in the vigilantes. We, the Uchiha, clearly have more upper ninja than any other shinobi clan, but they're all cooped up in the acreage of the guard. The Uchiha cannot be recognized as long as they are in the police force. It can only wear down its sharpness in the daily chicken scratch. We Uchiha are strong in our own right. Do we need others to agree with us? The skunk nodded thoughtfully. I've heard that the Hyuga family is doing quite well now, with very few complaints. What do you think, senpai? The skunk thought for a while before looking down the street. Hearing that the skunk had simply changed his title to senpai made Natsuki much more comfortable. Tomoyuki gave him the position of vice clan leader on a whim, making Natsuki sound old and weird. Natsuki followed the gaze. There were 2 members of the Hinata family's police force over there, dealing with a dispute. A few moments later, are there fewer complaints? The corners of his mouth ticked up. Vigilante work isn't that good. Sure enough, the conflict escalated over there. The voices of the 2 being moderated both got louder. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? My wife is from the Yamanaka clan. So what if it's the Yamanaka clan? My last name is Shimura. Get it? The clan of the advisor elder Shimura Tuso. The 2 Hyuga family members, caught in the middle, inside and out, were neither caught nor not caught. This, sir, it's clear that you were in the wrong in the first place. Others were just forced to fight back. Hyuga Hapagawa was still patiently explaining. After all, the day officer had instructed not to make any arrests if the situation was not particularly serious. You're nothing but a member of the Hyuga branch, a dog of the guardian household, and you have the audacity to meddle in my affairs here. The man was drunk, punching and kicking Hinata Hapagawa, who was controlling him, and the words coming out of his mouth were execrable. Hinata Hapagawa burst into color. This is a curse to reveal the shortcomings. For the split family, the most taboo is this. So with both fingers together, he pointed both hands directly at the drunkard. The drunkard's acupoints were knotted, and he instantly fell to the ground. His face smashed on the ground, his nose bleeding furiously, crying, "You violently enforce the law. I'm going to file a complaint against you." Hinata Hapagawa grimaced as he watched the villagers next to him all point at him. Hurriedly, he pulled his teammates and took the drunk away. Uchiha Weasel was watching this scene from the side and only felt déjà vu, because he had often seen Stopper encounter this kind of thing, and Stopper had taken the initiative to apologize and reconcile every time. The result is that there are some people within the clan who are disgruntled with Stopper. Most of the merchants here are related to the big families. After every conflict, backstage threats are raised. That's why the Uchiha are also often caught in the middle and have a hard time doing their job. You can only make peace with it, but a lot of Uchiha are very emotional. It's impossible to make peace with the fact that it's a straight-up fight at the drop of a hat. Now all these things are thrown to the Hyuga family. It seems that the Hyuga family is not doing as well as our Uchiha. The skunk admired Natsuki even more. Natsuki laughed a little at the skunk's expression. Too many people in the Uchiha had had this happen to them, but the Uchiha never spoiled these people, because of the condescension of the Uchiha, never bothering to make false pretenses with you guys, and always enforcing the law impartially, arresting and shutting down what should be arrested and shutting down. After so many years, the Uchiha were also used to this kind of business process. That's why Uchiha can't be Naruto at all. Otherwise, according to Futake's contribution in the Third Shinobi World War, there was no way that he wouldn't even have an advisor elder. Not to mention Naruto. Chapter 12, White Eye Visual Field. Although the areas patrolled by the vigilantes have been replaced, but the Hyuga clan handles these things significantly worse than the Uchiha. At least the Uchiha never cared what kind of backstage you had. It was time to arrest and lock up. The Hyuga branch is too severely clamped down by the clan family to do anything with their hands tied, so they're busy as hell. And at this time, Natsuki quietly set off within the Uchiha's clan, identifying those civilians who had a talent for business within them. Kiba is strict about entering and exiting, and if you're a civilian leaving the village, you basically won't be questioned. The Uchiha also still have a large portion of civilians that are not ninja talented, and many of them will never open their eyes in their lives. Other than the fact that his last name is Uchiha, he's no different from a normal person. Natsuki was a caterer in her previous life, and these days were spent writing some food recipes, as well as plans. All of these delicacies should not be available in this world, outside the Kiba boundary. Ching led 7 Misty Hidden Elite and was approaching Kiba at a rapid pace. White eyes. The veins in Ao's right eye bulged, and in his probing, Kiba's vigilantes were not actually from the Uchiha clan. Instead, it's the Hyuga clan. It seems that the Uchiha clan and Kiba have had a disagreement, so here's our chance. Go! Chang's heart was ecstatic. Although the Hyuga family was also a Hitomi clan, the threat could be much smaller than the Uchiha clan. The visible distance of the white eye is related to the purity and exercise and strength of the eye. Ching exercised day and night after acquiring his white eye, and with the high purity of this Zongjia's white eye, he could see very far. And Ching has learned from years of use that if you are looking at a 360-degree range, then the visual distance will be closer. If you look in one direction, the visual distance will be very far. Human attention is generally accustomed to the front 180 degrees. The habit of observation would also be to use the white eye front farther away, though he had a much smaller range in one white eye. But the visual distance is further than these guys are trained for. As long as the patrolling Hyuga didn't use his white eyes to watch the direction behind him before he closed in on his form, they'll have a chance. You guys follow my lead. There are Hinata's men patrolling ahead. Lord Chung. White eyes. Unable to use ninjutsu, Green had been leading the Misty Hidden squad around. Hinata Morisuke was patrolling with his teammates while firing blank stares at intervals. Everything is normal and nothing out of the ordinary in the distance. Unbeknownst to him, there was a line of people circling the direction behind him. As he turned his body, Misty followed suit. Though Ao wondered why this Hinata didn't just observe the rear with her white eyes, but seeing Morisuke turn his body, it was clear that his attention was on the front position. Closer, the Misty Hidden's men quickly burst forward. All it takes is to get to attack range when White Eyes isn't watching the side and back. Hinata Morisuke's expression tightened. Look out! From behind Hinata Morisuke, the light of the sword came. The target was none other than Kobayashi Yusuke. Bared. Morisuke was a step too slow, and by the time Soft Fist stepped forward, Kobayashi Yusuke was already down with his neck covered. Damn it! A ninja with a large sword and bandages around his face and neck appeared in the fog. It's Zabuza. Silent killing technique. Hinata Morisuke now opened his white eyes again for a full view, spotting several chakra reactions in the fog around them. Fiercely swooping down on his squad, the 2 remaining Nakanabu fell in a pool of blood before they could fire their flares. The remaining few showed themselves, all dressed as the Misty Hidden Assassination Force, led by Green, who had an eye patch over his right eye. I didn't expect it to be you. How dare you come to Konoha and spread your wildness? Hinata Morisuke set up a soft fist stance, but his heart sank to the bottom. Ao acquired a white eye during the Third Shinobi World War, and this man is considered a life and death enemy by the Hyuga family. Boarded Kiba's most wanted in gold. Not so good with each other. Ao stepped on a branch. Too bad it's a Hinata splitter, or you'd be reaping another pair of blank stares. Hinata Morisuke was wooden and speechless. How could the clan come to patrol the outskirts of Kiba? Seeing the 8 mist ninjas surrounding him, all of them were upper ninja in terms of chakra amount. The one with the lowest amount of chakra is Zabuza, and it looks like it's hard to escape death today. Hinata Morisuke postures up in the soft boxing stance. Zabuza's muffled voice came through the bandages. Let me try him out for success. Green nodded. Hurry up. Hinata Morisuke was furious that he was actually trying a trick on himself. Zabuza unleashed the silent killing technique and stealthily disappeared into the fog once again. Unfortunately, Hinata Morisuke had turned his white eyes on, and his eyes stayed locked on Zabuza. Seeing that he couldn't get the upper hand, Zabuza charged at Morisuke with his sword. With Hinata Morisuke's solid base of soft fists and Zabuza's fierce swordplay, the two quickly got into a heated fight. As a tradition of the Hyuga family, Morisuke was used to posturing up and then ruling from behind, responding calmly to Zabuza's strong attacks on his moves. Zabuza seemed to be confident in his sword skills, and without any fear of physical combat, he swung his sword and fought Morisuke to a standstill. Zabuza is now a minor celebrity, though not yet promoted to the Ninja Sword 7, but in the Mist Hidden is also the best of his generation. The cultivation of physical arts is also a bit of fire. Unfortunately, he met the Hinata family who restrained him. Hinata Morisuke had several opportunities to finish off Zabuza, but he held back. He was well aware of his duty. He needed to get the intelligence alert out, or else the Hyuga clan could not afford to be harshly criticized for his mistakes when it was so hard to get into the police force. The two exchanged quick movements of their bodies, and finally they fought their way to a corner, where Hinata Morisuke found a good break and slapped his palm on the side of the Zabuza's blade, bouncing, with a toothy sound. Zenith did not expect the other party to use so much force, and the knife flew straight out. and Hinata Morisuke, dragging his broken hand, swept back, his hand already pulling warning fireworks from his pocket. Never! A few misty cane were already skimming alongside, when a few shuriken instantly sealed off Hyuga Morisuke's alignment, but Hinata Morisuke reverses the slam. With his own flesh and blood, he crashed into the top of the shuriken. The warning fireworks in his hand also fired off with a bang. That's when the approaching Misty kicked, kicking Hinata Morisuke in the waist, sending him rolling to the ground several times. Blood was coming out of Hyuga Senyuke's mouth in a heap, the same shuriken that had been stuck in his chest, neck, and head earlier. In a very short time, Hinata Morisuke gulped, and the caged bird on his forehead emitted a shimmering light, and his white eyes were destroyed as if they had lost their color. The forest next door quickly picked up the emergency signal from this side. Several consecutive flares exploded in the sky. Ao gave Hinata Morisuke a hateful look and then glared at Zabuza. It is not to be done. Retreat! Several people quickly left the scene. There was a sharp scuttling sound, and 3 darkies jumped onto the field. One of them with a fox mask, silver broomstick head, and a sword behind his back was none other than Kakashi Hagi. Kakashi came down and quickly peeled his forehead protector upwards, revealing his Sharingan eyes, probing around slightly before gesturing to his other 2 colleagues. The other 2 dark sectors quickly examined the bodies of several people afterward. To Kakashi, he said, body art, dense fog, knife wounds, assassination techniques, and the odds of Misty Hollow. Kakashi nodded. Now that the people have retreated, I can't rule out that they'll go and return. I'll go report it to the 3rd generation now. Misty Hidden had been sending people to mess with Kiba one after another since the 3rd Shinobi World War, but they had all been repelled by the Uchiha before. I didn't realize that 4 Konoha ninja had actually died here this time, and among them was the Hinata family, who had the strongest scouting power. Now there's big trouble. Chapter 13, Shortage of Staff. Naruto's office. After hearing Kakashi's report, the 3rd generation frowned and said, go invite the Hinata over. It was unbelievable that White Eyes, who had the strongest detecting power, had been sneaked up on. In the past, the outskirts of Kiba had been guarded by the Uchiha, and they had never suffered such a big loss. I didn't expect Misty to come over just after I changed into Hinata. It was fortunate that the warning fireworks were set off, or else the group of fog caches would have slipped into the village, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kakashi went down, with the sound of a cane on the ground. Hinata, I've said for a long time that Kiba's co-defense is a top priority, and that these giants can't be relied on at all, and that I should have my roots join the vigilantes. The person who came was none other than Shimura Tuzo, who had been stripped of his position. It wasn't surprising that the 3rd Naruto saw Junzo. After all, Junzo was still an advisor elder even if he was stripped of his Naruto auxiliary position. Assistant Naruto was nothing more than a name to him. After all, the 3rd Naruto had many things that were not convenient for him to do on his own, and still needed to rely on Junzo. The 3rd Naruto picked up his pipe and took a drag. You're the one who's been causing all the law and order problems lately, aren't you, Suza? Humph, don't know what you're talking about. The Uchiha are now fully out of the police force, and the few remaining Uchiha are only guarding their stores. You just give me a break. Reunion he did mess up for 2 days, then realized that the Uchiha pressed on and didn't pick up on it, and what he did was a joke. He didn't pick up on that, but continued with the offer he had just made. Each of the roots is loyal and well suited to the vigilantes. The 3rd Naruto knew in his heart what Tuanzo had in mind, and waved his hand in some annoyance. We'll talk about this later. I'll ask the Hinata about the situation first. Hinata, think about it. Raizo didn't dwell on it either. He knew that Michio wouldn't allow it, and that he had extended his roots tentacles to the vigilantes, so slowly crutches away. During this time, the vigilantes were attacked, and the news that a squad and a Hinata clan member had died had reached the Uchiha's clan. At this point Natsuki is visiting Stopper, who has both eyes attached, and I have to say that replacing the eyes was really easy, even if you don't have a special physique. A procedure like eye replacement is considered a particularly easy minor surgery here. Look at that Noara Rin on the battlefield. She was able to change Kakashi's Sharingan eyes. Just know how widespread medical techniques in this area are in this world. Of course, the most remarkable of them all was Tsunade, with the palm senjutsu that she had passed down. The ability to repair various wounds extremely quickly greatly reduces the mortality rate. Stopper wouldn't have been in bed for a week just changing his eyes if he didn't have other injuries on his body. Elder, I'm no longer in any serious trouble. Why do you have to make me stay at home for so long? Stopper was going to call the vice clan chief as well, but was stopped by Natsuki, pulling him closer and telling him to just call him senpai. The Konoha is in an eventful time right now. So many people are watching us Uchiha. I want you to rest at home, partly so you can fully recover, and partly because I want to let things fester for a while. In Natsuki's heart, although Stopper's brain was not good, his ability was really strong, and Stopper is not too old now and has a lot of room to grow. The Sharingan is a very big burden for the current Stopper, and Suzaku can't use it indiscriminately, but Don't Heavenly God is a great help when used properly. Deputy Patriarch, there you are. How is your recovery going, Stopper? The person who came was called Uchiha Yo-Yo, and was considered a slightly more obedient person within the Hawk faction. Yo-Yo had always admired Natsuki after she had upset the Naruto lineage a week ago, and it's interesting to note that his brother is Uchiha Kame. One has a big grin and the other has a brilliant mind, so I really don't know why two people like that would be brothers. The third elder had simply thrown him at Natsuki's beck and call, and he had come now to tell Natsuki the news of the attack on the police force. That's what happened. And the strange thing is that there were clansmen from Hinata who actually almost didn't set off warning fireworks. It's true that Hyuga's clan can't compare to our Uchiha. The guards were attacked right away without our Uchiha stationed there. Natsuki didn't care about Yo-Yo's boasting. He did know in his heart why he was attacked even with white eyes. White eyes do have hyperopia, not 360-degree hyperopia. The visual distance is different when looking in one direction than when looking 360 degrees. It is customary for people of the Hyuga branch to turn their bodies to observe when they look into the distance with their white eyes. It is because of the 1 degree of visual dead space spread posteriorly in their first thoracic vertebrae, and they are accustomed to using the immediate perspective when looking away. If someone's sight distance could overpower them, they could see how Hinata's body was turning, and the sight distance of Hinata's white eyes is based on the purity of the white eyes, as well as their strength. The only ones that could suppress Hinata Morisoke above the range of vision were the eyes of the clan with the strength of an upper ninja level. Since there was a shadow of the Misty Shadow, then this matter, in all likelihood, was the work of the Misty Shadow's Ching, because the Hyuga family alone lost one of the clan's white eyes during the Third Shinobi World War. Last time, Ao wanted to come to Kiba to cause trouble, but was scared off by a single illusion spell from Sansui, a very cautious person. Now that Hinata has gone to the third generation to report, Vice Patriarch, do you think Hinata will come to ask for our Uchiha's assistance? Natsuki looked at Yo-Yo with some amusement, though it was said that she was already a 3-hooked upper shinobi, which would certainly be considered a commanding class in any other shinobi clan. But Yo-Yo is a bit simple-minded, and although he was promoted to upper shinobi during the war, he fought his way up with his own strength, and basically never commanded another squad. In his consciousness, what the Uchiha could do well, the other shinobi could not do well. Then the other shinobi would surely come over and ask for help, because Uchiha is just the best. It's coming for sure, but we're not going to get into this mess again. Unite, go and invite the matriarch to the conference room and tell him I'll be waiting for him there. Vice Clan Chief, guessing that the Vice Clan Chief might have made a move. Unite was excited. Looking at Yo-Yo's windy back, Natsuki waved her hand. Stop, get ready, you'll be needed in a few days. Stopper touched his eyes and nodded with a determined look. When Natsuki arrived at the conference room, Tomoyuki was already there waiting for him. Natsuki, what do you think about this? It was Tomoyuki who had the message passed on earlier. The Hyuga clan is certainly qualified as a vigilante perimeter, and this attack was an accident, because the white eye, which they parted with, was defective, and that defect led to problems in their habits of use. Natsuki next explained to Futsuki about the white-eyed caged bird, the visual dead zone it created, and the white-eyed purity strength that affected the detection range and sight distance. There was also the speculation of incoming personnel told together. Fuyua realized at this time, no wonder the Hyuga family was attacked, so the Hyuga branch's white eyes had this flaw. Is an eye for the future that strong? Tomoyuki automatically brainstormed into Natsuki's kaleidoscope ability. Otherwise there was no way for outsiders to know about this kind of hidden secret. Natsuki Futsuki said with some seriousness, the kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil technique cannot be abused, or soon you'll go blind. Natsuki nodded. It seemed that Futsuki really trusted himself. Don't worry, matriarch, I know what's in my heart. Thank you for your concern, matriarch. Seeing the way Natsuki's heart was in the right place, Futsuki nodded reassuringly. What will Hinata do about this? Hyuga can completely make up for this problem by simply sending out 2 subclans to form a squad. But the Hyuga family has a fatal problem, and that's that they don't have enough people. The number of ninjas in the Uchiha clan is less than the Hyuga clan. Since everyone in the Hyuga family can turn on their white eyes, it's basically universal. The number of people is naturally quite large, but the Hyuga clan does not go out of the clan lands, and the clan's guards are all divided. That's half the available staff. Besides, external patrols require at least Nakanobu strength. Hinata, who had thinned out most of the manpower for policing the village, was definitely stretched thin on external patrols. Now that you're still the head of the guard, matriarch, the Hyuga family is bound to come to you for advice. In time we can. Chapter 14, the old man's roots are full of people. Hinata is questioned by the third generation and just flat out says that the attacker must have been Ao of the Misty Hidden. Why the blank stare didn't work is incoherent. With flashing words, the third Naruto did not pursue the inside story. After all, it was not the first time that Misty Hidden had come to violate the law. Just tell the day's messenger to tighten up his defenses so there's no next time, because lately, Michio was busy negotiating with Cloud Crypt about signing a peace agreement. With all the pulling back and forth, Michio was also too ed up to care about it anymore. After returning to the clan land and discussing with Hinata, Hinata did come to the Uchiha clan land at night to ask for an audience with Futsuki. Captain Tamagotake, the police force is now short on manpower above the arming. See if you don't recall some of your suspended Uchiha. Fuyue waved his hand. Those clansmen of mine aren't too obedient, and I'm afraid it won't be easy to get them to go back now. Besides, the mobilization of this clan is not that easy. Tomoikiake made it clear that he no longer wanted to get into this mess. Nichija smiled bitterly and said, Captain Futsuki, now I realize the aggravation that your police force usually suffers. I'm now being complained about by the clan every day. Just doing my share of the work is subject to cross-examination. Captain Tamagotake, you do have to help in this matter, or else we, Fuga, won't be able to sit still in this police force. Futsuki sipped his tea. Hinata, you don't understand that the reason why you're all being cross-examined is because of the contrast. Comparison? Hinata queried. That's right, because you're not doing as well as us Uchiha, that's why the villagers are upset with you. Hinata was lost in thought. I have to say that Futake has a point. The Uchiha as the #1 ninja clan in the shinobi world. Of course they are all sky bosses and I'm the oldest. No matter how you are backstage, you should be arrested and shut down. The Hyuga family isn't bad in terms of ability, to put it mildly, but the Hyuga branch is in an awkward position of looking at the clan's face at every turn. And everyone knew in their hearts what kind of people the Zone family was all about. That's why split families are always wary of doing things. Now it's out that the Vigilantes' outer patrols have been attacked and killed outside of Kiba village. The Zone family is furious and wants to split up the family no matter what to fix the problem. Although Hinata had thought of the strategy of having two subfamilies together, the subfamily had only so many men. If the patrols are added, then the Vigilantes will have to be understaffed. That's why the Hijikata came begging to Tamagotake. Don't have any good ideas. Tomoyuki sort of balked. Hinata had just been a little disappointed when Tomoyuki's words changed. But you can ask Natsuki, he's got a lot of ghost ideas. Oh, Hinata glanced at Tomoikiake, who had his usual poker face. Hinata suspects that it's Tomoikiake who has something up his sleeve, but he can't say anything in his position, so he can only speak out under the guise of Natsuki's mouth. Okay, then where is Vice Patriarch Natsuki? I'll go pay a visit. Fuyue got up and said, we've at least worked together on the battlefield before. There's no need to be so formal. I'll just call him here. You wait here for a while. With that, Tomoyuki got up and left the conference room, and just a few moments after he stepped out of the conference room, Natsuki wandered in. Sure enough, Hinata saw Natsumi come in, and was even more certain of what she was thinking within herself. Natsuki came in and was very enthusiastic. Hinata-sama, right, I'm Uchiha Natsuki. I've long heard of your reputation. I'll be sure to get closer sometime in the future. He still had a good opinion of Hinata, and although Hinata was foolishly loyal, after all, he couldn't think outside the box of this era. To be able to die in place of an older brother is just beyond the reach of normal people. Moreover, he was also Ninji's father, and within the general population, Ninji's natural talent was already considered rare. If you get the chance, it's all good to get closer. And the Third Shinobi World War had just ended, and the kidnapping of Daisy on the Cloud Hidden side hadn't happened yet. Natsuki was trying to pull a Hijikata. It would be a shame to die like that. Hinata was a bit surprised by this Natsuki's enthusiasm, but the reach was not a good idea. Natsuki was so nice to talk to, and he was happy to see it. You're welcome, Vice Patriarch Natsuki. I can't afford to be called a lord. Ha ha, let's all be polite then. Just call me Natsuki, and I'll call you Hijikata as well. Hinata couldn't help but lose her smile. This Natsuki was really a wonderful person. He was also impressed with Natsuki and agreed. With that, Hinata repeated to Natsuki what he had said at Tomoikiake's place. Natsuki really did have a plan in mind. Hinata, this is a simple matter. Since the villagers have a comparison, then you'll pull one. Surely you'll do worse than you, and fill in as cannon fodder and be done with it. Surely it's worse than what we do in Hinata? Hinata went through his head and couldn't think of a suitable shinobi clan. I didn't think for a moment which shinobi clan would be appropriate. Hinata shook his head. Natsuki looked at it and simply said it explicitly. You can ask for someone from Tuzu. Tuzu has always wanted to put someone on the police force. Hinata was startled. Wasn't it Negi, the man from the group? How can that work? How can those murderous guys at Roots do that? Hey, by the way, killing people is just fine. Natsuki's expression was playful. It's just that we need people who kill like hell to manage the security, so you guys can't free up your hands to go on patrol. Well, Hinata responded. This route can't kill civilians any more than he kills people. In the case of a person like Junzo, he would never let go of his power when he had the chance to grab it. And can Roots do a good job of policing this? It seems like a no-brainer. Hinata doesn't get along with Suza anyway. Hinata soon left the Uchiha's clan lands and returned to the clan to confer with his older brother, Hyuga Hinata. Nico is also screaming about the idea. He patted Hinata's shoulder and said, "This Uchiha Natsuki is a bit interesting. Maybe Futsuki sent him out to deal with you in order to train him. We were able to get in this time with the police force because Natsuki mentioned it to Tomoyuki. You should get closer to him in the future. There might be other places we can work together in the future." The dayman nodded his head in agreement. Then quickly, he handed Shimura Gumiho his obeisance. Everyone knows about the roots of the Toho, but Toho doesn't usually let outsiders go there. It's all about receiving guests inside the Shimura clan land. This time, when Hinata went to deliver the invitation to pay his respects, Tuanzo was also a bit surprised. Because the Hyuga clan has always been closed, they rarely interact with outsiders. They have even less of a personal relationship in private. However, Hinata was at least the head of the Hyuga branch family, and it was impossible for Guanzo to not give this face. So soon afterward, he received Hinata. Hinata came in and exchanged pleasantries and got right down to business. Elder Tuzo, you are aware that we, the Hyuga family, have recently taken over many of the Uchiha Vigilantes' assignments. Well, but after yesterday's attack on a patrol on the outskirts of Konoha, I realized that our Hyuga clan is short on personnel. I've heard that the Roots are well staffed, so I'd like to borrow some men here at Tuanza to add to the guard. I wonder if, Juanzo's heart was joyful. He had always wanted to be in the police force, and the third Naruto had always pressed him. Now that the Hijikata is begging him, he can't be blamed for this, can he? Humph, a bunch of losers, but they can't even do patrol duty well. No problem, Hinata. I have plenty of men in the old Roots. I wonder how many you'd like to borrow. Hinata thought for a moment. How about 30 men? Lord Junzo, we have to agree up front that your men will be under my command once they are in the police force. Otherwise, Futake's side won't agree. Naturally, Suzu agreed wholeheartedly. No problem, since it's all on loan to you, I'm sure I'll obey your orders. The two men quickly talked it over, and the dayman excused himself and left. Ruben looked at Hinata's departing back and sneered darkly. When my Roots go in, then it's not up to you. Nichiju's blank stare was naturally visible, and as Tuanzu looked behind him, Nichiju grunted mentally. You'll take the top of this thunder. Chapter 15, Undercurrents. Raizo quickly arrived at Negi and gathered his men together. After selecting the right people, he said to Kanzuya Nakamura, who was at the head of the group, Kanzuya, your mission is to take control of the power as quickly as possible once you enter the police force. And remember, don't clash with anyone at first, especially Uchiha Futsuki. Don't give him a reason to dismiss you guys back. Got it? Yes. The Hyuga family, Japanese surname and place name. The day messenger is redeploying the team. Takuma, you pull out everyone from 1st Street to 4th Street and join inside the perimeter patrols. Each squad must be staffed with 2 of our clan for White-Eye Crosswatch. Hyuga Takuma is a particularly calm, collected and mature Hyuga clan member, and Hyuga leaves a lot of things to him. Tomorrow Elder Tuzo will send over a group of men, and they will be given 1st through 4th Streets, leaving the rest of 5th through 7th Streets unchanged in your personnel. Hinata-sama, why did you let Elder Junzo's men in? Aren't those all Negi? Hinata smiled and patted Takuma's shoulder. You'll see after a while. The following day, Police Department, Daily Morning Assembly. Kanzuya Nakamura had already led the Good Roots crew to the scene early. Kanzuya Nakamura was still thinking about how to deal with Hinata, but found that the Uchiha Futsuki who had not seen for a long time actually arrived at the scene, and Hinata stood directly behind Futsuki, making it clear that he wanted Futsuki to make the arrangements. Kanzuya Nakamura's face darkened as if things were going a bit beyond his expectations. It wasn't long before all the men were assembled. Futsuki first said to the only remaining Uchiha, all Uchiha will keep the same patrol range and deployment for today. Futake nodded to Hinata, who stepped forward. All of the Hinata, I gave Takuma the new arrangements. Go down and listen to Takuma's assignments. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan quickly left, leaving the Negi, led by Kanzuya Nakamura, in the arena. Fuyue yards a face and arranges to Nakamura Kanzuya, your patrol position, which is Kiba Village's 1st Street to the 4th Street, is mainly responsible for law and order issues. Kanzuya Nakamura said, Captain, Elder Tuanza seconded us here to participate in patrol duty, so how come we're being asked to run the security? Fuyue had a cold face. The patrols have been arranged, and your duty is to police the streets from the 1st to the 4th. But, Tomoyuki waved his hand and interrupted Kanzuya Nakamura's words. No buts, this is the Vigilante. I'm the captain of the Vigilante, and if you don't comply, I'll send you back. Kanzuya Nakamura gritted his teeth. we obey the arrangement. The idea was to get a foothold in the police force first, and then figure out what to do after that. Tomoyuki nodded and said to Hinata, you arrange it next. Then it paced off. What's Tomoyuki doing? The third Naruto, who had received the report from the dark side, pondered for a moment. Futsuki hadn't been on speaking terms with Negi before, and then there was the matter of the water stopper. How could Tamagatake allow Negi to be in the police force? Solely because there weren't too many people. Nishio was also prepared to see what Tomoyuki's intentions were, from voluntarily withdrawing from the power hierarchy and reaching out to the Hyuga clan on his own initiative. His own power has been virtually hollowed out, to the point where they are now giving up their position of power in the vigilantes and admitting members of the Roots. Uchiha's series of maneuvers were completely unreadable. Vigilance Complaints Room. On Kiba 3rd Street, the owner of Shimizu Izakaya was here again, and he had been coming in almost every other day for the last few days. From complaining about no one before, to thinking that the Hyuga clan is not as good as the Uchiha afterward. It comes almost every day. Yohei didn't say anything about it. He had a reason to send him away every time he came. You don't have to worry about that. Because of your previous complaint, we've already transferred the Hyuga clan. Now it's been replaced with more capable, direct troops from the elders. We are now looking out for the residents of Kiba village with all our heart. Really? The izakaya owner was a bit half-hearted. Being a tavern in itself, there were a lot of rowdy people. Before, when the Uchiha were around, it was no good for anyone to come and arrest them all, and their own fellows as well. Then it was replaced by Hinata, who was nice enough. It's just that he's wary of doing things, and he's dragging his feet in dealing with accidents, and he's not at all as efficient as the Uchiha. And now it's changed? Fourth Elder Yang Ping smiled and said, just rest assured that personnel are on the job today. There will be no procrastination on the part of the personnel this time around. The izakaya owner walked away in disbelief. After the izakaya owner walked out, Elder Yang Ping directly laughed out loud. Negis don't do things with any fear. They're braver than us Uchiha. Kiba 3rd Street, Shimizu Izakaya. The owner was now putting a heart into it. He'd seen it when he came over. The new sheriff's patrolman, walking back and forth. Both squads were cold-faced and unsmiling, just looking like they had never seen each other before and were unfamiliar. I don't know which elder's immediate unit. Burp. Boss, why does this wine of yours taste wrong? Did you water it down? A drunken man yells from the inside of an izakaya. The two men who had just come in at the door hesitated and backed out. The izakaya owner's face darkened. There were always drunks like this, who got drunk in the back and said they blended water. Although you did water it down yourself, but haven't you always drunk watered down water? Isn't it bad for business to make a scene now? The owner gave a wink to the clerk, and the two taller clerks went up and grabbed the drunk and dragged him outside. This gentleman, please don't make trouble and disturb our business. Damn it, you're selling watered down liquor and kicking people out. The drunken man was furious and immediately started a fight with the two store clerks. The drunken man was no match for the two men and was soon shoved out the door. The izakaya owner was used to this sort of thing, and he didn't expect the screams of his own clerk to come from outside anytime soon. The owner rushed out and found 4 members of the police force, blocking his doorway, and his store clerk and the drunk had been knocked to the ground. The 3 vigilantes were getting cold feet and pinning them all to the ground. The force was so great that several people let out pig-killing screams. One of the vigilantes stepped forward. Your clerk and this drunken man had a confrontation in the street, and are now in the custody of our police force under penalty of 3 days imprisonment, to be collected from the police force in 3 days. The izakaya owner only felt a black eye. He was trying to do business. Straight up 2 store clerks just got taken? Then how can you open your own store? Although the Law and Order Ordinance does have the punishment of 3 days imprisonment for street fighting, but this kind of thing is very flexible. Isn't it still up to you vigilantes to decide on incarceration or not? Rin izakaya owner said all the nice things, but the Roots officers ignored him and just took the man away. The izakaya owner is literally in tears. This wave is worse than the previous Hinata family. Something similar is happening from 1st Street to 4th Street in Kiba. There were so many arrests that the police detention house was overcrowded for a while. Kanzuya Nakamura didn't see anything wrong with it. He was following the rules and should be arrested if he made a mistake. Now that the troublemakers have been arrested, the law and order situation is instantly better, isn't it? Chapter 16 The Needed Uchiha. Kiba 8th Street, a street above which was almost entirely small stores run by the Uchiha clan. Many Uchiha civilians with no ninja talent do business here. Since last week, the number of Uchiha patrolling 8th Street had tripled. Many of the Uchiha members patrolled back and forth, arriving very quickly if there was a law and order problem anywhere. And in recent days all the merchants have noticed that business on 8th Street is much better than usual. There was more foot traffic than usual, especially today. Many people have flocked to 8th Street, leaving these businesses somewhat overwhelmed. The merchant inquires and learns that the members of the police force from the 1st to the 4th streets have been completely changed, not by the Hyuga clan, and that the new appointees are cold-blooded and ruthless. No matter what your cause, when there's a conflict, most of them are just arrested, and the methods are vicious and heavy-handed, with broken hands and feet abounding. Personnel on 1st through 4th streets were silenced, and civilians simply went to 5th through 8th streets to purchase needed supplies. This is because 5th through 7th streets are the responsibility of Hinata, while 8th street is the responsibility of the Uchiha. Today, Uchiha Yojimbo received an order from the vice-clan chief for all suspended Uchiha to go and stroll around the streets they were formerly in charge of. Although the directive was a bit confusing, the previously suspended Uchiha were stifled in the clanlands and wanted to relax, so they took to the streets anyway. But to the surprise of all the Uchiha, the street shopkeeper who had previously looked at them like they were flies, was actually looking at them with eagerness. It's like seeing a loved one. Before, when I saw them not spit on two mouths is to take the initiative to go around, and now I actually take the initiative to go up and climb. When Uchiha Yumi walked near the Shimizu Izakaya, he was warmly greeted by its owner, Captain Yuzuki. Is it your turn to patrol? Yang Shu was a little unsure, but patiently explained. I've been suspended. I won't even be a vigilante anymore. I'm just hanging out now. The Izakaya owner took his hand. Hey, you can't be suspended. You Uchiha are the only ones doing the best job on the police force. Yogi cried a little. He had dealt with this Izakaya owner quite a bit. He used to be all high and mighty, moving to complain every day, saying that the Uchiha's police force is a mixed bag of food and drink every day. Now how did it become like this? Saying that we Uchiha are the best now. Hey, you let go. I've really been suspended. I've been complained about too many times before, and the deputy patriarch no longer lets me do my job as a vigilante. I'm going to withdraw my complaint. Will you Uchiha come back on duty? Yuzuki helplessly made a seal and used a double jutsu before leaving the jaws of the Izakaya owner and fleeing 3rd Street in some distress. But Yang Shu's heart suddenly became much more comfortable. The previous grievances, now all dissipated. Similar things happened in various streets previously patrolled by the Uchiha. Many of the former Uchiha vigilantes were warmly welcomed by those owners. There was a great deal of disappointment in learning that they were not back on patrol, saying a bunch of nice things, just hoping that these Uchiha clansmen would come back to work. If it weren't for the fact that each of these Uchiha were athletic, they would have been trapped in the streets and unable to get out. These Uchiha were all members of the Hawk faction, and they used to do things the hard way, and didn't offend many people. But now one by one they were being dragged by the shopkeeper, begging to be let back in. Let their repressed hearts, long ago irradiated into a light, dispersed all the indignation and bloom. There are still people who need us Uchiha, and when we're not around, we realize how good we are. Some of them were even moved to go back and beg the patriarch to put them all back on the job again. After all, the captain of the police force was Uchiha Futsuki, and it wasn't a matter of whether or not he could get on the job. When they had returned, a few of these suspended Uchiha had actually gone to seek an audience with the patriarch. What they said made Tomoyuki wonder if he was under an illusion when he heard it. He didn't agree or disagree. He just told the men to go ahead and take their vacations. Gathered Natsuki, Stopper and Skunk. Natsuki had spent the last few days at the practice facility, practicing hard every day, skunking in with his chaperone, and after recovering from his injury, Stopper is doing recovery training. Several people quickly linked arms. Sit down, Stopper, how's the recovery going? Tomoyuki nodded at Natsuki and Weasel before asking Stopper. Thank you for your concern, matriarch. I have basically recovered and am now in recovery training. Stopper was never meticulous. Even when he had just recovered from his injuries, he sat up straight and answered seriously. Natsuki, you sent out all those personnel? Tomoyuki inquired. Natsuki hemmed and hawed. They're not making a scene now? Fuyue nodded. That's quite a trick you've got there. They used to be looked at coldly everywhere they went. Now they're being dragged everywhere they go, trying to get them to go back. Natsuki asked as she turned her head to Stopper and Skunk. Stopper, Skunk, what have you found out through the last few days? Stopper and Weasel, too, have been very concerned about these for the past 2 days, having been suspended and returned to the Uchiha. I was afraid that they would make trouble, but apart from the first 2 days, the way things developed after that surprised both of them. The Skunk said. Senpai highlighted the irreplaceability of our Uchiha clan. Stopper said. Senpai, I think it's us Uchiha who are needed. Natsuki nodded. These two silly boys have some brains. After all, the two of them were only in their teens, and in their previous life they were middle schoolers. It's the time period when minds change drastically, and without proper guidance, geniuses can become fools. People have a bad habit of habitually ignoring things around them. That's why no matter how much we Uchiha do, we'll be ignored, and that neglect can be accentuated by loss and contrast. We Uchiha have been vigilantes for so long, No one will be better suited or do a better job than us. But there are conspirators in the village who always think that we Uchiha will plot to take over everything and try to suppress us in every way possible. So we back off and eliminate the threat of the Uchiha. And when these villagers realize that their previous speculation was all in their own heads, they'll remember how good we are. Several people listened in silence. These were just very basic knowledge. But they didn't have it, after all. How much education could they get in this cruel world where battlefields abounded before the age of 10? Genius. That's all in terms of fighting ability. And otherwise, too juvenile. 2 or 3 times, he was fooled into limping by Tuanzu. Or else they've been brainwashed by the third Naruto's will of fire. Tomoyuki opened his mouth and asked, "There are already clansmen who want to rejoin the police force. What do you think, Natsuki?" Natsuki rolled her eyes and said in a nonchalant voice, "Not good." Stopper hesitated a bit, but many of the villagers are desperate for us Uchiha to go back. Only the skunk sat obediently, knowing that Natsuki would explain it to them. Natsuki slapped Stopper on the head, rubbing Stopper's hair into a cocktail. "Oh Stopper, you've really gotten over it. Have you forgotten how you got your eyes gouged out? People are forgetful creatures, and for the current Uchiha to go back and resume duty is just repeating the same mistake. Though the merchant civilians will rejoice in the beginning, they will return to their old ways as time goes by. Nothing you say is valid until the fundamentals of the matter are resolved." As Tomoyuki watched Natsuki speak eloquently, he sometimes felt that his head was too simple, and that it was really too hard to maintain a clan. Luckily, there's Natsuki, the skunk hesitantly asked. "And what is the root of senpai?" Chapter 17 Uchiha needs rebellion. At all. Patting the skunk on the shoulder, Natsuki clenched his fists. "This is fundamental. Elder is talking about strength?" Natsuki shook her head. "Yes and no. Yes, it's because strength is everything in the shinobi world, and when we, the Uchiha, can completely overpower the Konoha later on, then we can be Naruto to whoever we want to be. No, it's because even if we overpower Kiba, there's still cloud hidden, rock hidden, mist hidden, and sand hidden." Back in the days of Zeb and Juma's strength was such that he could completely overpower all the shinobi villages, which is why he was Naruto. And the current Naruto is just a product of some shinobi clans, compromising each other out. Without going to strengthen yourself, the title of Naruto is simply not worthy of virtue. Inside my kaleidoscope, you have seen so many catastrophes, and you still don't take the long view. I suspended the Uchiha just so they could see things clearly and not be blinded by the injustice in front of them. What we need is to be strong in ourselves, and when we, the strongest of the Uchiha, are each able to stand on our own, Kiba will be begging us to be this Naruto. Futsuki was listening out of his mind, and he squeezed Natsuki's shoulder. "Natsuki, you should be the head of this clan." Natsuki laughed and slapped Futsuki's hand away. "The clan leader is joking. As long as the Uchiha is rich and strong, it's the same whoever is the clan leader. If the Uchiha is destroyed, then what difference does it make who is the patriarch?" Several people fell silent. Ding! Stop the water. Yes, Uchiha Stopper nodded heavily. "It's almost time. Now that the numerous Uchiha's psychological problems have been channeled, it's time for us to jump through the hoops. It's time to prepare for a rebellion." Tomoyuki was silent for a moment. "Inform those people as previously planned." Natsuki pulled out a sealed scroll and handed it to Weasel. "Weasel, this is some of the family's accumulations, and inside are some business plans I wrote. You guys are going to have a tough time getting out there, and it's all on you." They had set it up before, with Uchiha Weasel and Stopper leading a portion of their clan out of Uchiha. Natsuki and Tomoyuki stay in Kiba. Originally Tomoyuki wanted Natsuki to lead the team, but Kiba still has a lot of talent right now. Only later will you be able to control your own destiny. The skunk took the sealing scroll, and his heart sank. In recent times, his psyche has changed dramatically, as if new horizons have opened up, and before, his vision that was just limited to the Kiba village was just too shallow. He couldn't let go of Sasuke, but Stopper was too soft to be used as a warrior, and could only be used as a warrior, and could only be led by Weasel, aided by the third elder to do these things. Luckily, he was relieved that Natsuki Senpai was there. "Don't worry father. Senpai, I'll try my best. Senpai, Sasuke is counting on you." Natsuki waved her hand. "Don't make it a life and death thing. Your father is still in the clan and will teach Sasuke well." Matriarch Futsuki, you gather them. Shrine. I know that all of you here expect our Uchiha clan to get better and better. Natsuki sat at the head of the table and everyone else sat next to him. The Uchiha below were basically hawkish radicals and many former members of the vigilantes. But for too long Kiba's oppression has kept us from getting our due. For so long in Konoha, we of the Uchiha clan have not had a single Naruto position. Even the position of advisor elder has no part for us Uchiha. Hearing Natsuki's words, the Uchiha below breathed raggedly. Most of the Uchiha are emotional people, and are highly inflammable. I had the fourth elder suspend all of you from your positions a few days ago, just to show you, Kiba, in fact, cannot be separated from us Uchiha. We Uchiha should get the rights we deserve. Uchiha Yoyo asked from below, but Vice Clan Chief, what should we do to gain rights? Natsuki sneaked a gesture at Stopper, and the Sharingan inside Stopper's eyes began to spin wildly. Natsuki, on the other hand, had secretly used the pupil amplifier to enhance the coverage area of the other heavenly god. The necessary process to gain power is that we are strong enough, and what we, the Uchiha clan, lack is autonomy. You'll never be able to overstay your Naruto in the easily offended police force by guarding it forever. We, Uchiha, can't be mercenaries forever. We need our own industry. We need to be strong. So strong that Kiba can't ignore us. Why is it that we, the land of fire, are always attacked by other nations, or the strongest? Because we are the richest and wealthiest in the land of fire. There are countless lives in our fire country that we can fill in. The fire country can die countless deaths, while other countries die some deaths and decline. We need to grow the economy, grow the population, make Kiba beg us to be Naruto. Natsuki's voice threw out, and the pupil power fell down like mercury in the Stopper kaleidoscope sharing will eyes. There were already a lot of pupil power to activate the other heavenly gods, let alone so many people. Just inciting these people, beside the stop water eyes even more on the flow of blood tears. Fortunately there is a pupil amplifier. Third Elder Takuya was beside him, and when he saw that Stopper was already barely able to hold on, he immediately raised his arms, developed the economy, revitalized the Uchiha. Seeing the atmosphere of the clansmen below, Stopper collapsed after giving the order in the Betsunagami, to be loyal to Uchiha Natsuki. Naruto's office, there is a shadowy member who is reporting in. Reporting to the third generation, the Uchiha had an unexplained gathering today. The partygoers are mainly radicalized Uchiha. The party is unclear, but shortly after the party started, slogans of revitalize the Uchiha came from inside in a rather frenzied voice. Michio pinched his forehead a little wearily. The Uchiha hadn't taken the initiative to show good, and the vigilantes had quit so many Uchiha. What the hell is Tomoiki up to? Boom! A huge boom came from the distance, and a huge chakra pressure spread over. Michio looked aghast. It was the Uchiha's clan land. The smoke and dust rushing into the sky on the other side of the Uchiha's clan's land. And on this side, the dark side quickly received a message from the summoning psychic beast. Lord Sanjo, there's been a battle within the Uchiha clan. It's spreading very widely, and the ones who did it were Uchiha Weasel and Tomoyuki. The pressure of the jutsu used by Uchiha Weasel and Futsuki was too great for our scouts to lean forward. Suspected to be the legendary Susanoo. Susanoo, Michio's hands squeezed tight. Gather the men of the dark sector and go to the Uchiha clan lands immediately. With an instantaneous jutsu, the third Naruto leapt out of the window. Chapter 18, Uchiha only goes away. Boom, boom, boom. The third Naruto heard countless booms on the way. When he arrived in front of the Uchiha clan land, he even watched as pieces of the Uchiha's buildings were smashed into rubble. Underneath the rushing smoke was a huge orange-red Susanoo, and another purple and black Susanoo. The two giants crashed together fiercely, and a huge shockwave carried a sky of smoke and dust radiating in all directions. How can, said the third generation with a dumbfounded look on his face, why is Susanoo so scary? For Susanoo Noha of course Maio knew, and the second generation Naruto Chikuma had taught him in detail. This is a powerful jutsu only possessed by the Uchiha who have opened their kaleidoscope Sharingan, known as God's power. Tomoyuki and Weasel are actually both kaleidoscope Rider Eye powerhouses? It's amazing that Fuyuki never revealed it after all these years. Weasel is only how old? I can't believe he's a kaleidoscope Sharingan powerhouse too. There's also a Stopper. The Uchiha clan has 3 kaleidoscope Sharingan now. Seeing almost half of the Uchiha's clan land leveled to the ground, the third generation has no idea what's going on in his mind. The fourth generation has been accidentally killed. Orochimaru has defected, and both Tsunade and Jiraiya are away from the village. Expecting the other shinobi clans to fight the Uchiha? There was too much smoke and the chakra pressure was too strong for anyone to get close enough to understand what was going on. The skunk's voice came vaguely from inside. Father, what's left of this kind of Kiba? They dared to gouge out Stopper's eyes. So the next target will definitely be you. Tomoyuki shouted. Shut up. We Uchiha have been part of Konoha since the founding of the village. What happened to Stopper was just an accident, and the third generation will return us. The latter sound was no longer audible, but immediately there was another loud roar from the field. Outside of the Uchiha's clan grounds, the crowd surrounding them was growing, and one of the earlier arrivals was from the Hyuga clan. Hinata opened her white eyes and saw 2 huge coalescences of chakra. It's impossible to see what's going on in there, and no one else could even come close. After a long time, the 2 Susanoo disappeared. Of the smoke came the skunk's voice. Forgive me, father. Then gradually there was no sound. Michio waved his hand at that moment, and everyone rushed into the field, seeing Tomoyuki sitting on the ground very weakly, beads of false sweat on his forehead, his face pale. At first glance, it looks like chakra exhaustion is excessive. Michio jumped into the field and quickly surrounded himself with medical ninjas to heal. Medical ninjas are able to be informed of a lot of information as soon as their chakra enters a ninja's body. That's why medical ninjas who are outsiders are usually not allowed to treat themselves. But Tomoyuki was cooperative. Opening his mouth weakly, he said, "It's a bad luck for the family. Naruto III, Inuyasha and Stopper, defected." At that moment, the medical ninja handed Michio a look that meant that it was just a transition of chakra consumption and that there was no injury. Michio was silently calculating in his mind. At that moment a figure leapt into the field. Fixing his eyes turned out to be Uchiha Natsuki, Lord Clan Chief. "I moved the clan to safety while you fought the skunk. Only a few minor injuries, the others are fine." The third generation's eyes flickered before saying, "What Futake said, there are plenty of ninjas who go out to train, and it's not a problem for the skunk to want to go out to train now." Natsuki seemed to freeze as if he too had frozen, then helped out from the side as if he suddenly realized. "Ah yes, the skunk is just out practicing with Stopper. Don't think too much." Matriarch Fuyue didn't seem to have regained his senses from the series of blows, and looked somewhat dumbfounded at the clan buildings that had been largely destroyed. Natsuki supported Futsuki and said to the third generation, "Third generation Sama, we, the Uchiha, are very sorry for the commotion we caused this time, but now that the patriarch is badly injured and needs medical attention, we will take our leave first." Michio nodded and allowed Natsuki to lead Futsuki away from the scene. The other ninja clans were now arriving in the field one after another. Seeing the destroyed earth around them, they couldn't believe their eyes. And everyone believed it when they said it was a tailed beast attack. But I didn't realize it was two Uchiha that were so deadly. Everyone watched as the third Naruto pondered, waiting for him to make a decision. After a long time, the third Naruto looked around at the surrounding ninja clans, and from their eyes, he did not see the slightest intention to fight. Instead, it's the flickering eyes, and the retreating body. Michio took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled slowly. "Tonight, there is only an exodus from the Uchiha, not a rebellion." Michio finalized the night. The surrounding ninjas' lifted hearts also relaxed, and then began to survey the half-destroyed Uchiha clan land. Because the Uchiha clan land is expanding every year, and with the Uchiha dying in battle every year. In fact, the use of the clan lands is actually vacant a lot. I don't know, and it seems that Uchiha Natsuki evacuated early, so Uchiha just had some injured ones and no death cases. Was it an accident, or was it an act? Tomoyuki was helped back to his residence by Natsuki. He really wasn't faking being so weak. He had opened his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes years ago, after his eyesight declined to a certain point and was found to be irreversible. He never used his Sharingan eyes. Up until now there was still pupil power, but not much, and Susanoo needed huge amounts of chakra to catalyze it. Just now, Futsuki had consumed a large amount of his chakra by maintaining his huge first form of Susanoo. Even though it only destroyed some of the buildings in the clan's land, it nearly drained Futsuki to maintain his huge Suzaku form. As for the weasel, it was the same. The current weasel had just recently awakened the kaleidoscope sharing will eye. Even Susanoo was taught on sight by Futsuki, and the destruction of most of the clan's land also caused the skunk to nearly pass out. After all, Weasel was also only 11 years old, and his body wasn't strong enough to load such a powerful chakra skill. Futsuki touched the corner of his blurry eyes. It seemed that his eyesight had gone down again. "Natsuki, can Michio see through this charade?" Natsuki shrugged somewhat indifferently. "Of course we'll see through it. This isn't a conspiracy, it's a young conspiracy. Even if the third generation sees through it, he wouldn't dare to tear his face off now. 1. Because the Uchiha have voluntarily surrendered their rights. 2. Because we Uchiha, well, have 3 kaleidoscopic writing eyes. Now is the juncture when Yunin comes to peace talks. If we Uchiha 3, Kaleidoscope Sharingan rebel against Kiba, Kiba will have to suffer heavy casualties even if they can win. When that happens, Cloud Crypt won't be here for peace talks, but for the destruction of the village. Now we just have to go with the plan." Tomoyuki forced himself to endure the discomfort in his eyes and discussed the plan afterward with Natsuki again. Then after leaving the job of pacifying the clan to the fourth elder, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 19, Aftermath. Root Base. Juzo looked over the report in his hand. The top of the report states the damage done to the Uchiha clan this time. Are you saying that such extensive damage was only done by Futsuki and Weasel? The root below identifies the tract. Yes, Lord Suzu. The buildings of the clan lands were largely destroyed. The scene is as if several Shadow Class masters fought. How is Kaleidoscope so strong? Juzu paced back and forth. Before Stopper had just told him about the other Tenjin. And even if you were being chased down and flashed your Susanoo, you wouldn't have this kind of power. Naturally, He didn't know that the Uchiha Susanoo had several stages, and Stopper wasn't in a good place at the time, and didn't have a strong will to fight. That's why Stopper's sousaphone is used conservatively. How many people did the skunk take? Back to your excellency, the exact figures are not yet available, and the Uchiha side is not cooperating. The preliminary estimate is that there are hundreds of people. What did the third generation say? Ryunzo lowered his eyes, his entire being unreadable in the shadows. Negi replied back. The third Naruto said there would only be an exodus tonight. No rebellion. Reunion sniffed and gave a hard thump on the ground with his cane. Humph, you're getting old after all. Michio, a wolfish thing like Uchiha, and you're defending him like this. Send out our men to spread the message in the village tomorrow that because of the third generation's incompetence, the Uchiha Weasel and Uchiha Sesshomaru have defected with their men. Yes, wait for the men to go down. Tuanzu walked towards the darkness, a greedy glint hidden in his eyes. Kaleidoscope, the Hyuga family, Hinata and Nichiba and the other elders, also looking at the survey in his hand. The Uchiha clan lands were destroyed as if they had suffered a tailed beast rampage. Can we, the Hyuga family, do it? As the only other powerful family in Konoha, the Hyuga family can always be compared to the Uchiha family. It was also indistinguishable from it during the Third Shinobi World War. Though at a bit of a disadvantage above the numbers, White Eye's scouting ability is also very much in the eye of the beholder. Haven't you seen Misty Hidden get a White Eye and hate to bang on it? That's why White Eyes are also very strong. But now it seems that the Uchiha family has actually produced two kaleidoscope powerhouses, and one of them is also the head of the family, Uchiha Futsuki. The other is even more impressive. The skunk, at the age of 11. The growth in the future is unlimited. Matriarch, the Uchiha sent a copy of this morning. Hinatsuki opens it up and it's a letter of recommendation from Tomoikiake. Presumably, this means that he, Tamagatake, was unable to handle the affairs of the police force due to his injury and illness, and elected Hinata as the leader of the police force. What remains is some of Futsuki's suggestions, plans for the development of the vigilantes. It looks like it was prepared a long time ago. After Hinata read it, Nichiba as well as the rest of the clan elders passed it around. Everyone understood what Futsuki meant. He was indicating his complete withdrawal from the power hierarchy of Konoha. Although Tomoyuki had hinted at it before, he didn't expect it to come so suddenly, and in such a determined way. The destruction of the Uchiha clan lands was obvious to the discerning eye that it was intentional, because those houses were basically empty. Casualties were almost non-existent. In a real fight, how could you be allowed to pull your personnel out first? I feel as if Uchiha Futsuki has changed since Uchiha Natsuki came back, Hinata said. The rest of the few people are all human beings. What kind of Futsuki was in the past, and what Futsuki did after Natsuki came back? Everyone saw it in their eyes. Everyone agreed that Natsuki had a good head on his shoulders. Hinata finally spoke. In any case, the Uchiha, now, are completely giving up the rights they once had, and with the skunk having taken a sizable group of people with him, there's no reason to target them within the village anymore. Futake gave us such a great gift on his way out, so we, the Hyuga family, cannot afford to lose our manners. Hinata paused. There are still a handful of Uchiha on the police force. Let them still manage their own neighborhoods and double their pay. Then his tone changed. Hinata, who else besides Daisuke is in this group attending the ninja school? Wasn't Ninji there as well? Hinata pondered briefly. Yes, Lord Clan Chief. In addition to Hinata, there's Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Whirlpool, Kagome Nara, and Tuji Akimichi. He read the group of children from the great shinobi clans and added Naruto. In Ninji's case, it's going to be one term older than Daisuke. As a big clan, all of them would have investigated in advance the backgrounds of those who went to school in the same batch as their children. Make a good relationship ahead of time to pave the way for the future. Hinata nodded. It doesn't matter if it's 1 year older. They're all in the same school anyway. Let's get Ninji and Sasuke on good terms. Yes. Oh, Sarutobi. Sarutobi, I wonder if you'll regret it. Say you regret it. Michio was already regretting it a bit. The devastation of that scene has been seen for itself. Only then did I realize that Uchiha destructive power is so strong. In the back of his mind, while he was glad that he hadn't fought before, he was also annoyed at why he hadn't been nicer to the Uchiha. Now the Uchiha was no longer playing with him. Early in the morning, Uchiha Futsuki handed in his resignation, and a letter of recommendation. Inside the letter of resignation, he states that he has failed in his job as patriarch, resulting in the skunk's philosophical disagreement with himself and his departure from Konoha. He resigned, and recommended the day officer to take over his job as a police officer. And it says that no one else can do it well except for the day job. The other thing is, it's the Uchiha outward bound note. Because of the damage to the clan's land, the Uchiha decided to move the entire clan 5 kilometers outside of Kiba's village to rebuild it. The distance of 5 kilometers would be interesting to know why. because the range of the probing boundary outside of Kiba's village was as far as 5 kilometers. What Uchiha means is that you don't need to use the probing boundary to say that you're protecting us either. We're responsible for our own safety. But then, you guys don't come to spy on us. We play with ourselves. Since you didn't even define the skunk as a rebel ninja, we Uchiha still belong to the Konoha village. We just live a little farther away. Sarutobi looked at the pile of papers in front of him, feeling more tired than even doing a day's worth of government, in which Futake not only resigned himself, but several other high-ranking officers inside the police force also resigned at the same time. Among them were Takuya Uchiha, the third eldest who had followed the skunk out of the village, and Yohei Uchiha, the fourth eldest, and none of the management's Uchiha were left. Only a few dovish Uchiha remain, at the bottom of the hierarchy, and they are few in number. I guess the Uchiha stayed behind on purpose to watch over their own business. In the past, the third Naruto had tried everything he could to keep the Uchiha clan pinned down in the vigilante, and they also circulated public opinion campaigns to make the villagers at large suspicious of them. It's the fear that the Uchiha will one day sit up and gain more power to run for Naruto. But now well, the Uchiha just straight up stopped playing with them. You Naruto won't allow us Uchiha to be in power, so we won't fight this. None of us. And it's hard to tell if Uchiha Weasel's departure was authorized by Tomoikiake or if it was Natsuki's idea, because the stab was completely in Kiba's waist and eye. First, what the Uchiha claimed to the outside world was that someone was plotting to take their Uchiha Sharingan eyes, and that's why they ran away. Secondly, to show his muscles, to show the kaleidoscope's might completely to the shinobi, to make everyone weigh the cost of targeting the Uchiha. Third, eliminate the threat. The skunk's exodus took away a large number of the Uchiha elite, and there aren't that many Uchiha left. You want to make the Uchiha again, they can all use the lack of manpower to excuse. Fourth, if you take on the Uchiha, then at least the Uchiha has 3 pairs of kaleidoscopic shuriken eyes capable of combat. The point is that you don't know where and when the skunk is going to show up. Lastly, the timing. Right now Kiba is signing a peace agreement with Cloud Crypt precisely at this juncture above. If the third generation sends the dark sect after the Uchiha, then his own regime is in jeopardy. Right now the Uchiha are just going out. If you push the Uchiha against them, Cloud Hidden won't be here to sign a peace agreement. They'll be here to go to war. It's all Gumiho's fault. If he hadn't taken it upon himself to gouge Stopper's eyes, how could things have gotten to this point? You know Skunk and Stopper are both close to the village. Chapter 20, Recruitment of the Beltane. In the forest of the Land of Fire, tap tap tap, more than 100 Uchiha clansmen, walking through the woods. At the front of the line was the third elder, Takuya Uchiha. After seeing the future in Natsuki's vision, he was convinced by Natsuki and volunteered to assist the Uchiha who ran away. Although Skunk is a strong fighter, he's too young and inexperienced in many things, and it's safer to have him as a sidekick. Most of these 100 or so Uchiha clan members were members of the Hawk faction. Some of the other Uchiha who have, more or less, some special talent in them. All of them were screened out by Natsuki, who had previously been unified by the other heavenly god who had changed his mind. Now it would only be to faithfully embrace Uchiha Natsuki and fight for the future of the Uchiha. These Uchiha were all ninjas, with a majority of middle ninjas and very few upper and lower ninjas. And these 100 or so were already half the fighting force of the entire clan. The other nearly 1,000 civilians, and their families, did not follow them out. They need to lay the groundwork out there before deciding whether or not to move their families. Whether it's the Uchiha who stayed in the village or the Uchiha who ran away, it's the same on both sides. There are difficulties of their own. A figure leapt to the skunk's side and handed the skunk a string of 3 colored pills. The skunk took it with a grimace. You didn't have to come along. Although his tone was icy, he still brought the 3 colored pill to his mouth. Uchiha Izumi had a light smile on her face. If you leave, there'll be no one to eat 3 colored balls by the river with me. Ever since the skunk opened his mouth and invited Izumi that night, it's only then that Izumi finally understands the skunk and ends up leaving everything behind to follow him until the truth is known. The Uchiha next to them acted as if they were deaf, and even spread out a bit to allow the two to speak. The skunk didn't say anything for a long time, but his face changed slightly. After a long time, he let out a light laugh. Senior Natsuki's planner has many new delicacies in it, so when it's made, I'll treat you to them. Izumi smiled sweetly, only the skunk's figure remaining in her eyes. It was a hard drive along the way, and the skunk's destination was a small country on the edge of Konoha, the land of the Tenno, where there was a small shinobi village, the village of the Sound Ninja. The others, who had been selected by Natsuki earlier, didn't have their footing and had to go over by other means. At that moment, the skunk seemed to sense something. Stop, Uchiha! He reached up and clenched his fist. The clansmen behind them all came to a full stop. In the open space in front of them, space distorted. A vortex appeared, and a masked ninja appeared out of nowhere. The skunk looked at him with a wary expression. You're the one wandering around the shrine, aren't you? Bandito smiled softly. I didn't realize you were so perceptive. Had you already noticed me then? The skunk's tone was icy, neither enthusiastic nor alarmed, cold and detached. He waved his hand behind him, and without a word, the other Uchiha all crossed over and continued on their way towards the two of them. Only the skunk and the bandito were left standing in place. Bandito didn't stop the others from leaving either. The purpose of his trip was the skunk. Recruit the skunk to your side. That would make things a lot easier on yourself. I've heard about Stopper. Kiba has long since decayed, and it is not a good choice for you to stay in Kiba village. The skunk was silent and seemed to have no desire to speak. Bandito was a bit surprised by the skunk's reaction, but continued. Join our organization. The future of the shinobi world. Yuki Hazen. Skunk bellowed. Bandito was creeped out as to why the skunk suddenly yelled. Bandito looked at the skunk for a split second. Moon reading. There was no trial and error, and the moment he struck out, it was with his full strength. Raging pupil power surged out, with a blossoming of his divine color. Bandito had arrived at the black, white, and red world of Tsukuyami. Skunk, how did you know about me? The tied-up bandito asked the question with a cold expression, seemingly not surprised that he had been hit by an illusion. Instead, he was amused a bit by the fact that the skunk had recognized him as Spot. The skunk stood before him without a word, holding his blade ready to stab down. Humph! Bandito snorted coldly. The pupil power of the kaleidoscope sharing will eyes erupted with full force. However, the illusion only shifted for a moment and then returned to normal, much to the surprise of Bandito. A knife stabbed into his body and Bandito felt a sharp pain, but the illusion didn't break. He opened his eyes and went back on top of the stake. Once again the knife stabbed down. This is the pupil technique of the skunk's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Snort. Another stab. Bandito stifled a grunt as his mental energy drained with it. It had to be said that Bandito's mental strength was strong enough that he was still able to stand firm after being abused for 7 days in the world of illusions. But his Sharingan eyes had already exited the kaleidoscope state and changed to the three-hook jade form due to the depletion of his mental energy. It fell downward from the three hooks form again, exiting the Sharingan state. Bandito had just come out of the moon reading world, and before his spirit could slow down, a bitter blade had been plunged into his throat. Ambitionist. Bandito's body disappeared in a puff of vapor. The skunk didn't look surprised as he watched the disappearing body of Bandito. The skunk covered his eyes, unable to even stand. Hastily, he took 2 steps back and leaned against a tree. Tick, tick, tears of blood dripped from his eyes to his body. The sharp stabbing pain lasted until the Uchiha crowd turned back to him. Izumi healed the weasel with a heartfelt look on her face while the others stood guard nearby. A few moments later, Izumi's treatment had more or less done the trick, and at least the skunk was able to stand up properly. We can't stay here for long. Hurry up! Natsuki had already told the skunk all about the bottom line of the belt. That's why the skunk directly used all the pupil power he could use to maintain the moon reading, bound to make Bandu exit the Sharingan state. The skunk knew that this man was the one responsible for controlling the 9 tails and keeping Kiba suspicious of the Uchiha, so he hated this man with a passion. Sasuke's death in the future picture counts against Bandit. The skunk had put all the pupil power he could use into the moon reading, and it could be said that it was a completely desperate attack. Fortunately, it worked. Since Bandito likes to pretend to be Uchiha Zen, let him pretend. Today was kind of a profound education for Beltane. At least it keeps Bandito from thinking about the skunk all the time. Instead of being alone, the skunk now had over 100 followers. And Izumi, God's mighty space. In a blur, Bandito covered his face and stood up. It looks like you've suffered a loss. Ha! A figure like an aloe leaf spread out from side to side as Black Jedi slowly spoke. The mask was uncovered, and Bandito's left Sharingan eye had turned gray and lost its effectiveness. Black Jedi was shocked. You actually even used Izanagi? Is the skunk that strong? Izanagi, the power of the Uchiha to reverse fate. All unfavorable rewrites, except that the price of this jutsu is the loss of light in the Sharingan eyes. Originally, Banda's time and space ninjutsu Kamui was able to take a huge advantage in almost every kind of ninjutsu battle and physical battle, but he had a huge disadvantage, not being able to defend against illusions. So in the original time, Pre-Bandit had been afraid to fool around outside. That is, until the Uchiha Weasel is crippled by the fact that Junzo snubbed him and wiped out the Uchiha clan, and Futsuki is dead, and both Stopper and Weasel are dead. It's only with reckless abandon that Bandito comes out to make waves. It was because, without the kaleidoscope's Sharingan eyes, it was impossible to pose a threat to him in terms of illusions. As for Sasuke, he's a typical jutsu-type ninja who doesn't specialize in illusions. I didn't realize that he had just met with the ferret today, and before he could even finish his words of solicitation, the ferret had given him a hard blow. The skunk had an element of sneak attack, but it had to be said that the skunk's illusions were too much of a restraint for him. Just a momentary lapse. Bandito stood up. It's a good thing the ferret doesn't know about Izanagi, or it would have been dangerous. Bandito removed the Sharingan eye that was blinding him in his own eye. He won't accept your solicitation? Black Jedi asked curiously. I don't know. I thought the skunk was a special person, but I didn't realize that like the other Uchiha, he was also a madman, and he went right out and sneaked up on me. There was irritation in Bandito's tone. Without having gone through the night of the extermination, he didn't, in fact, have that many Sharingan eyes in stock, and was now using one less than the other. Aren't you also a crazy person? Black Jedi was silent for a moment. More shots at the skunk? Bandu shook his head. Let him leave. It's good that Uchiha Weasel, such a powerful combatant, left Konoha. It'll be more convenient for us to capture the Nine Tails in the future. The Belterith should be grateful, if it has not stopped water because before, pupil power consumption overdose did not recover. High and Low have to give him the whole of the other Sky God. Chapter 21, The Unsuspecting Yunin. Yunin Village, place name, Kairabi and Yakido, who were about to leave, were called back by the fourth Raikage. Elder brother, why are you calling us back again? Yo, you guy, stupid guy. It was Kairabi who spoke. He has a strange accent every time he speaks, whether he is good or bad at rapping talent aside, but he had a real love for rap, even though everyone thought it was shady. M had become immune to this righteous brother's way of speaking. As an eight-tailed human pillar power, he had suffered enough in the village that a little hobby was trivial. We have received word that the Uchiha Weasel has led half of the Uchiha elite out of Konoha. Did those Uchiha crazies finally get fed up with it too? Yo, stupid guy. Several major ninja villages have undercover agents in each other's villages. After all, villages are so big that undercover agents can't be avoided. That's why they learned about Kiba Gunko gouging Stopper's eyes 2 days ago. Because of this incident, Kiba had become the laughingstock of almost the entire shinobi world. Kairabi doesn't have any political talent, not to mention that he's not very old now, and will still be a political idiot in a few decades, so can't read the twists and turns in it. But Yakido was much smarter than Kairabi, and she got the point right away. Has Kiba been weakened again? Should we change our target to the Uchiha this time then? M shook his head. Things are getting more complicated. He then handed the intelligence information to Yakido, and Kairabi poked his head over one and noticed the picture of the mighty and powerful Susanoo. Is this the Susanoo? Yo, stupid guy. Yakido read the information over before realizing that while the Uchiha had gone out over 100 of their elite, but the entire clan suffered no human losses, except for buildings. And it's also revealed that both Tomoyuki and Weasel are Kaleidoscope Sharingan Eye powerhouses. The current Uchiha and the Konoha village are only seemingly separated, but there is no proper break. And it's hard to tell if the skunk's exodus was some kind of deal with Mishio. If it's really a renewed war, it's not clear if the skunks and Futsuki help Kiba or not, but it certainly wouldn't help Cloud Cuculander. At least not right now. After all, Cloud Crypt's finances had been completely dragging before they took the initiative to talk peace. Now something like this happens. Raikage-sama, your thoughts? Raikage's hand nudged the Uchiha on the information. Our original plan remains unchanged, but we must pay attention to the attitude of the Uchiha, who are now very strong. Although the nominal leader of the mission is Kairabi, Kairabi is just a mascot. He is Ai's brother, after all, and the real head is Yakido. The Uchiha breaks with the Konoha, and the third generation ages. 2 human pillars, now go to Kiba. Self-protection is not a problem, and whether they go to peace talks this time, or for some other purpose, depends on what state the other side is in. The drastic change in the Uchiha clan caused many villagers to talk about it, and a lot of rumors have trickled out. It says that back in the Nine Tails Rebellion, it was reunion that kept the Uchiha from going to war to protect the villagers, and that they were still being targeted all these years. It says that the young Uchiha matriarch's exodus was due to the fact that Junzo gouged out Uchiha Sensui's eyes. But the third Naruto only verbally disciplined Gumiho, and Gumiho's Naruto assistants or not was just a name. Isn't he still an advisory elder now as usual? The other stream of rumors is interesting. It says that the Uchiha had long been disgruntled with the village, and that the third generation's incompetence led to the rebellion of the Uchiha Weasel and Sesshomaru. And now Mishio is being merciful and just saying that Weasel is out of the picture and Mishio doesn't deserve to be Naruto at all. Originally, these rumors would have been supported in the usual way, but after experiencing before, Uchiha Sesshomaru didn't rebel even when he had his eyes gouged out. Everyone was scoffing at the rumors of the Black Uchiha. Other people would have rebelled long ago and waited for today. And it's the villagers who are most sensitive to everyday life. There were only so many commercial streets in Konoha, and where the Uchiha clan was on duty, security just had to be better. Intensive patrols, efficient and experienced in accident management. The next best thing is where the Hyuga family is in charge. That also treats people gently and has a white eye. Accidents in very faraway places cannot escape the eyes of the Hyuga clan. There was a slight delay in dealing with the accident, but it was acceptable to everyone. The worst of the worst belongs to the 1st to 4th streets, and I've heard that it's Junzo's men. When it comes to things without asking questions, it's all about incarceration and imprisonment. The henchmen were all cold and ruthless, and it was common for them to break their hands and feet. People aren't happy to go to 1st to 4th streets now, which has led to a lot of depression over there. Originally, people didn't remember much about Shimura's elders, but now we all know in our hearts what this one is. You want to be Naruto, you make accomplishments. Every day you either frame the Uchiha or throw dirt on the 3rd generation. But where Tuanzo isn't an advisory elder of Kiba, the villagers are so high and low they have to spit outside his door. Though, Raizo also realizes the problem and tells all of the police forces Negi to enforce the law gently. But some habitual things are not so easy to change. Besides, after the villagers at large have formed a fixed impression, it will be difficult for them to look favorably on your roots. And now the Uchiha are all busy hiring construction crews for the rebuilding of the clan lands. The distance, though, would be farther from Kiba. Of course, the Uchiha, in the first place, also built a road to make it easier for the Uchiha civilians who set up store in the Konoha village to get to and from. It's a bit of a hassle, but business is much better now than it was before. Those other villagers, too, didn't look at them differently anymore, so the Uchiha civilians still accepted it, and the road was paved with good stone, which cost a lot of money. Many people thought the Uchiha were burning through money to build such a nice road. On the contrary, the Uchiha's own clan lands didn't feel like much of an endeavor, and the materials used in the construction could only be described as average. It's just an ordinary level, with none of the high-class feel of a large clan. Decoration is also very sparse, and the new building reveals 2 words: simple. All of this was discussed between Natsuki and Futsuki, and after that there was a guy that would come to Kiba to carry the rice. If the antimeter had been more extensive, it would have been nothing more than a pile of rubble, even if it had been fixed nicely now. If the outside develops, this side is going to be abandoned sooner or later, so what's the point of fixing it up so beautifully? And Natsuki had been investigating Fire Country food, snacks, before. After learning about the food situation in this world, on top of the planner, replicated all kinds of Chinese cuisine, all mainframes. Of course, Natsuki was doing restaurant training in his previous life, and inside his brain were all kinds of food recipes. It's just that here, the details and the selection of materials and the final product require the skunks to keep trying on their own. Besides the fact that the world is different with different raw materials, there's also the bias of the tastes of the people in this world and how they are. Luckily, though, the Uchiha still had quite a bit of money accumulated over the years, enough for them to toss around for a long time. Weasel and Stopper can also make cameo appearances as bounty ninjas if they run out of funds. After all, it's a shame not to use the 2 high-end fighters. There are bounties on top of the black market, and as long as you can afford it, that's the fastest way to get rich. Don't you see that's how Hiyu got rich? Though it was all squandered by that loser Minami afterward. Chapter 22 Dreamland Cultivation. It had been some time since the skunk's exodus, and with the passage of time, there's been a drop in the heat about the Uchiha. Natsuki, who had cared about public opinion earlier, was actually busy, because there was a new feature in his power template. Inside the power template, the avatars of those with high loyalty or intimacy to Natsuki will be highlighted. When you tap it, there is a dream button inside. The current personnel are Tomoyuki, Takuya, Yohei, Weasel, Stopper, and some of the Uchiha clan. Natsuki clicked on Tomoyuki's avatar box, and there was a breakdown of categories within the battle below. On the physical button, tap it. Dreamscape construction in progress. Dreamscape construction complete. Uchiha Futake, physical arts. Natsuki slept in her bed, and as soon as her eyes closed her own consciousness entered a martial arts arena. Futsuki appeared on the opposite side of the room and began demonstrating his body techniques one by one. His body art contains a strong Uchiha style between every move. Flashy, dazzling techniques. Flying up and down with the power of the Sharingan eyes, it was hard to imagine that a burly man had such good coordination in his limbs. Fuyue finished his demonstration and rushed over with a flying swipe. Natsuki subconsciously used the substitute jutsu, but found that the chakra could not be mobilized. With a bang, Natsuki exploded like a shadow doppelganger. Natsuki opened her eyes and realized she was inside her bedroom. Oh, a virtual training room? Natsuki pulled up the power panel again and realized that Tomoyuki's avatar had dimmed down with a countdown next to it. It takes 24 hours to simulate once. Natsuki tapped on the skunk's body art. Dreamscape construction in progress. Dreamscape construction complete. Uchiha Weasel, physical arts. Natsuki closed her eyes. He was back in the martial arts arena himself, and across from him was Uchiha Weasel, dressed in dark clothes and carrying a sword. Weasel first demonstrated the same physical techniques as Tomoyuki. However, what Weasel demonstrated more than Tomoyuki was the use of bitterless and shuriken. as well as the skunk's mastery of the bitter blade and the shuriken while moving at various high speeds. Control the direction of the shuriken by means of a steel wire. There is also a change of direction towards suffering through the impact in the air of suffering. It took Natsuki's breath away literally. Originally, as a traveler, he'd spent a couple of months nearly dying in going out on the road. I had thought that I had sort of eaten through my own skills and was considered a qualified Uchiha shinobi. Now it seems that there is still a considerable gap between ordinary ninjas and geniuses. After the Uchiha weasel finished his demonstration, he also rushed towards Natsuki's side just like Futsuki before him, but the skunk was moving at high speeds, throwing out many bitters and shurikens. This time Natsuki was prepared in her mind, so she was still very attentive at first. With Kaleidoscope's boost, Natsuki dodged skunk's bitterless and shuriken very well. I've got some talent, Natsuki thought. Ping back, the sound of a bitter blade's impact. Hiss, the tugging sound of steel wire. The bitterness that had already dodged changed direction again and came towards the direction that Natsuki had dodged. The sword in his hand wrapped around in an arc because of the wire pull, limiting Natsuki's trajectory. Natsuki dodged narrowly and narrowly at the same time. Instead, the skunk once again throws a bitterness, not only hitting the one in front of it. The other wire lines pulled up, blocking off Natsuki's retreat in two separate directions. At the same time Natsuki used his sword to parry the shuriken. The wire had already wrapped around. The skunk had bullied his way forward. A single slash cut Natsuki into smoke. Natsuki's eyes snapped open. Skunk's dark weapon throws really are on an artistic level. Xiaomu still didn't believe it and chose fourth elder Yang Ping again. Dreamscape construction in progress. Dreamscape construction complete. Uchiha Yohei body arts. Natsuki closed her eyes again. After a long time, Natsuki opened her eyes and exhaled heavily. Inside the dream world, Yohei was already in a dying state. It was this state of Yang Ping that Natsuki had spent a lot of effort to end up with his opponent. Yes, that's right, not victory, but the same thing. It's true that no one who has been to war is a good match. However, inside the power plank, the column for Uchiha Yohei's physical skills disappeared. Natsuki scratched her head. So try something else? He clicked on Yohei's jutsu again. Dreamscape construction in progress. Dreamscape construction complete. Uchiha Yohei ninjutsu. Now that Natsuki was experienced, he entered the dream world and saw Yohei standing in place explaining the jutsu he knew. Most of them are fire escapes, with a few earth escapes. One of the strongest points of Natsuki's original body was ninjutsu, but he himself only knew Naruto. Earth escape is one that won't. There's no way around it. There's no earth escape attribute. Use it out for half the work. Natsuki had measured it a long time ago. He only had the attributes of fire escape and thunder escape, and fire escape was also much stronger than thunder escape. Following Yohei's ninjutsu stances, and the path of chakra running, he managed to finish releasing the fire escape. Natsuki of Earth Escape also tried it and realized that the power of Earth Escape inside the dream world did not decay because he did not have the Earth attribute. After Natsuki had completed all of his jutsu, there was no jutsu sparring session as he had expected. Instead, he simply exited the dream space, and Elder Yang Ping still had one illusion left. Natsuki remained as before after clicking. Dreamscape under construction. Dreamscape construction completed. Uchiha Yohei illusion. Once inside it was also a theory course, as well as releasing illusions and unlocking them. The former illusion was poor, though Natsuki quickly went through the course, but still clueless. But because Natsuki's pupil power was too strong, Yohei uses an illusion on Natsuki, and Natsuki directly counters it with his pupils. Natsuki exited the illusionary space again. Natsuki realized that inside the power template, inside Uchiha Yohei's avatar, the physical arts, ninjutsu, and illusionary arts, had all disappeared. There is only one live button. Natsuki's battle spirit was full, and once again, a point was made. Dreamscape under construction. Dreamscape construction completed. Uchiha Yohei actualization. Natsuki went back into the dream world, but this time, it's a completely unrestricted real-world battle. A moment later, Natsuki opened her eyes again, her face rather unpleasant. I didn't expect Uchiha Yohei, a dying elder, to have such poisonous experience. I can't believe I made a trap out of a shuriken and an explosive charm. He was careless and caught on his own. In the end, it was the Susanoo that won. One's own real-world combat is even worse than one might think. Tap on Yang Ping's interface again, and the actual battle button is still there. Only it's gone into cooldown, so it seems that actual battles can be challenged over and over again. Natsuki thought so, and then targeted the third eldest Uchiha Takuya here. Once again, I entered the dream world. The early morning sunlight poured in, and Natsuki's eyes were wide open with no vision. Time in this dream world is actually synchronized with reality. Having not slept all this night, Natsuki felt that his mind was so consumed that he was practically sleepy. The success of the night's endeavor, aside from taking out the aging and decrepit elder Yang Ping, the third eldest Takuya's actual battle, Natsuki lost as well. But of course, Natsuki didn't use Suzaku, that is. As for Tomoyuki, Stopper, and Skunk, they didn't appear to have the option of actual combat, and Natsuki lost when it came to the physical arts. Among the ninjutsu item, there is no combat demonstration though, but if you practice jutsu incorrectly, chakra will explode inside your body, and if you're not careful, you'll explode into smoke yourself. Above the illusion arts, Natsuki's talent could only be described as very poor, and many things were unintelligible. Natsuki tried many times and had to accept the fact that she was an illusionist idiot. However, his pupil power was strong and he could break free from the illusion in a very short period of time. But when it comes to casting, it's a rough mess. The only ones who could steadily press ahead of steam on their own would be some of the elite 3-hooked Uchiha, or a 2-hooked player like Uchiha Kame. Most of the Uchiha elites don't have shortboards. Within the physical arts, the best sword skills belong to Uchiha Yo-Yo. His body style is extremely fast, out of the sword ruthless, not at all like the usual naive look. The best hand sword thrower is the Skunk, and that technique of hand swords hitting each other to change direction requires extreme insight. The best illusionist would be Stopper. Against Stopper, Natsuki felt like a little cutie, was controlled by an illusion without even looking at him. If it wasn't for Kaleidoscope's strong pupil power, he wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. After a night of beating, Natsuki was exhausted. Seeing almost everyone's dreams go into cooldown in their power template interface, Natsuki's eyes closed, and this time she was really asleep. After Natsuki wakes up, she goes to the training ground and works out. Come back and continue the dream projection. It led to Natsuki's day being nothing but sleep and the training ground. Sometimes, when other Uchiha saw Natsuki inside the training grounds, Natsuki just moved her body for a while and left. But no matter whether it was above the physical arts or the ninjutsu, it took the breath away from everyone present. Such efficient training every day in actual combat in the dream world finally allowed Natsuki to grow up quickly. Now Natsuki was like a battle-hardened warrior, no longer an upper ninja who had to live and die to do small tasks, but the unique pupil technique of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Natsuki couldn't learn it. Natsuki's Kaleidoscope Hitomi, on the other hand, had never shown any signs of awakening. Natsuki wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently, whereas before it was 3 kaleidoscopes of pupil power infused in the eyes. The result was that Natsuki's pupil power was very large and in the midst of improving every moment. Now Natsuki was doing nothing and getting stronger all the time. Not to mention the fact that he's still sparring with Futsuki, Stopper, and Weasel every night in his dream world. Chapter 23 Sasuke. Natsuki, who had just spent a few days relaxing and enjoying life, was grabbed by Futsuki and had to make Sasuke worship him. Earlier, because of the uncertainty of the situation, Futsuki was originally going to send Sasuke out of the village, only to be stopped by Natsuki. Natsuki gives the reason that there are too many ambitious people in the shinobi world right now. Unless he could have the Kaleidoscope Sharingan eye to protect Sasuke, Sasuke was more dangerous out there alone. Are you kidding me? If Sasuke isn't in Konoha anymore, how else is it going to create a bond with Naruto? Grow, get hit, grow again, get hit again, grow again? But it was just an idle chess piece for Natsuki. Although Sasuke and Naruto are both Destiny's Child, with Indra and Azura Chakra reincarnated in their bodies respectively, qualification above you say he can do it. His whole plan to destroy Anger open a hook Jade. Let's say he can't. He's only been with Naruto for a year and he's triple hooked. The rest of the second and third hook Jades are all related to Naruto. Just be teammates and rivals with Naruto to advance quickly. In the skunk's design, Sasuke is supposed to have opened the kaleidoscope a long time ago. It should have been an even fight with him, and he ended up dying at his hands. It would release the hatred in Sasuke's heart and finally accomplish Sasuke's eternal kaleidoscope. As a result, Sasuke only had a pitiful 3 hooks when he fought him. Skunk fights Sasuke in a battle that should be the toughest of Skunk's life. After all, you have to calculate Sasuke's chakra, your own lifespan, pupil power. Can't let Sasuke see it yet. This level of water release is at the top of the heap. Sasuke has lived a life of misery all his life. His family was destroyed when he was a child and his brother tricked him, let him live with a false hatred. Little Sasuke hadn't considered all of this, whether it made sense or not. Why did Kiba do nothing when the Uchiha clan was destroyed? And what did the dark side do? With no one to teach him, he was mentally unstable after being exterminated and was proud and inferior inside. After gaining more power, he became confident and cocky again. Every time he upgrades his mind becomes arrogant, and with the kaleidoscope he even thinks he's invincible, always challenging bosses over the top. 3 hooks challenges kaleidoscopes, kaleidoscopes fights the 8 tails, and eternal kaleidoscopes fights chakra eyes. It led to a severe beating every time he got carried away on a whim. How many years did the skunk use his kaleidoscope riding wheel eye? And Sasuke opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes, and went from eye opening to eye blindness in less than a month. The actual time of use does not exceed 1 hour. I don't know if it's the effect of the Sharingan eye, but in the end the revenge has been to kill whoever you see. By the time he finally sealed Kagayaheim with Naruto, Natsuki felt that there were too many factors of chance. However, it didn't happen and Sasuke didn't have to work so hard. Natsuki didn't have to put all her hopes on Sasuke. The skunk is still around. After all, Weasel learning ability, bitter no. Hand sword far beyond the same level of ninja. Sealing speed is incredibly fast. How to utilize the enemy's attacks in battle and control the entire battlefield. After entering the dark sector, his strength grew much faster than the genius Kakashi, and when he rebelled against the village, he was already equivalent to a shadow-class powerhouse. The strongest should be his illusions. A single look can bounce Kiba illusion master Yuzuru, and a single moon reading can put Kakashi in seconds. Orochimaru, who was one of the oldest of the three ninjas, was nailed in place by an illusion by Weasel. The mind is calm and collected at all times. He quickly analyzes the weaknesses of the enemy in real battles, has very strong clinical judgment, and always holds the bottom card that can turn the situation around. If it grows, it's to be more stable than Sasuke. The only drawback was his poor health, so he was arranged by Natsuki to go to Tanakuni. Stopper is just as much of a teenage genius, opening the kaleidoscope just as early and faster than Sasuke. Illusionism is even above the skunk and has great stance. Except for that bulldozer from Cloud Hidden and the one with the time-space ninjutsu, few could keep up with his speed. In the original world, if he hadn't died early, his achievements afterward would have been unlimited. For this reason it is also a priority for Natsuki. So for Sasuke's training, Natsuki wasn't very attentive. With your brother and Stopper backing you up, you can lie down. But Tomoyuki has come to his door to request it. Natsuki couldn't have put it off any longer. After all, well, it's all about the system helping, but all the decisions you make yourself. Fuyua has always been supportive, and that's why things have gone so smoothly. Sasuke was at least the reincarnation of Indra, and now that he was still a child, Natsuki also saw if he could salvage the situation. If Sasuke can be more stable, he'll be a great fighter in the future. Sasuke had just been brought back to the village when he realized how much had happened to the clan during his absence. His own beloved brother Stopper had his eyes gouged out. The clan has an extra vice-patriarch, and his brother, whom he admires, has run away from the village and taken so many Uchiha with him. His own home was destroyed. It's in ruins now, but luckily Lord Father and Lord Mother are both still alive. Inside his little 5-year-old brain, he didn't even know what it was all about. He was walking down the street alone and a bit sullen. Although he was unhappy, he still had to keep a cool expression on his face. After all, he was an Uchiha. The villagers saw him, and there were some otherworldly meanings in their eyes, but goodwill mostly. After all, Sasuke is just a little kid, and the family has just suffered a huge change. These drastic changes were seen by the general public as the beginning of the decline of an aristocracy. Sasuke couldn't read the meaning expressed by that look, but he was very upset. He ran forward desperately, and before he knew it he was in the grove he frequented again. Still in the same place the shrill yelling and cursing of a small child could be heard. Scram! You demon fox! Who wants to play with you? Just wait, it'll be Naruto for sure. Ha 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 ha, just like you and you still become Naruto. You're the demon fox who killed my father. Hit him, hit him. Sasuke walked through the woods and saw some kids fighting. A couple of kids are riding on spinning Naruto's back and beating him up. Whirlwind Naruto was tear-stained, but didn't give in at all and kept struggling. Hey, who gave you permission to bully people? Sasuke stepped out of the forest. Who are you? What's it to you? Sasuke put his hands in his pockets. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. Hurry up and let go of him, or don't blame me for being rude. Uchiha. A couple kids looked at each other, then boomed a laugh. What's so great about Uchiha? Ha 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 ha. The Uchiha is no more. Your Uchiha's young patriarch has defected. So what are you still trying to be a hero? Damn it. Sasuke sniffed angrily. I'm going to teach you brats a lesson today. Sasuke rushed up and punched the kid who was holding Naruto down. Naruto took the opportunity to get up as well. Naruto was leathery and dirty, but not hurt. The two of them worked together to fight the other three kids. Sasuke is at least from the Uchiha family, not the same as Naruto's King's Fist. There's been some chops on top of the physical arts, a trip kick and an elbow strike. Just two had been put down while Naruto was still fighting the other two. Naruto tops the punch and knocks the other one to the ground again. Seeing that they couldn't take advantage of the situation, a few people pulled each other to their feet and spread their legs to run. A demon fox, a traitor to his clan. You wait for me. The only person left in the forest was Naruto, who was gray and had a tear-stained face. Sasuke's body was clean, but his face didn't look good either. Chapter 24, Naruto. Sasuke stuck his hand in his pocket again. Hey crybaby, what's gotten into you? Naruto put away the bleak look on his face. Humph, fart boy, where have you been lately? Haven't seen you at the lake. Sasuke and Naruto have known each other since they were kids, and Sasuke often practices his fire escape at the lake. But Naruto hasn't seen Sasuke in recent times. There have been a lot of bad rumors about Uchiha lately. For small children, the rumor mill above usually picks up the bad. No matter what world, this kind of brat is a virtue. Father sent me out on a trip, and I'm sick of being cooped up in the house every day, Sasuke explained casually. Naruto asked cautiously, Sasuke, did something happen to your family? Sasuke wanted to get angry, but just grunted coolly as he looked at Naruto's careful face. No such thing. I'm fine, Uchiha. For Naruto, he was bullied growing up and he envied Sasuke a lot because he had all his family around him, and he himself is just a fatherless orphan with only a third-generation Naruto grandfather to visit him occasionally. There were a lot of things he didn't understand, and he wondered why those people were calling him a demon fox, and I don't know why those people aren't friends with him, but Sasuke, Hinata, and Kagome, they never bullied him and were people to be close to. He was worried that something would happen to his friend's family and he would become like him, an orphan with no one wanting him. And just as Naruto and Sasuke were exchanging words, a couple of dark sectors were standing in the treetops next to them. They were all arranged by Naruto to constantly monitor the nine-tailed human pillars 24 hours a day. Naruto had to record what he did, ate, and said every day and report it to the third generation. Sasuke and Naruto had known each other before, but the Uchiha of that time had been different from now. So one of the dark sections had already gone to report to Naruto when Sasuke came into contact with him. While Naruto was being watched, there was another person standing in the tree next to him, and that was Uchiha Natsuki. He was asked by Tomoyuki to take Sasuke as a disciple, but he wanted to come and check it out first. Now what was Sasuke, who hadn't yet experienced the night of the extermination, really like? From the fight just now, it seems that Sasuke Uchiha, too, is just a kind kid with a bit of arrogance. Sasuke was educated by the elite at home, and now practices his shuriken inside his home, and he even knows how to fire escape, but he just used his physical skills and fought off a couple of small children. He would also comfort Naruto afterward. Natsuki looked away for half a day, rubbing her chin in thought. It seemed she had some preconceived notions about Sasuke in the past. After Sasuke's family was wiped out and his property was appropriated by Kiba, no one taught him, and it doesn't seem to be his fault that he grew crooked afterward. Little Sasuke, who hadn't experienced the extermination of his clan, was still a cute kid. Well, it's not too late. Natsuki jumped straight out of the tree. Sasuke and Naruto were startled. Sasuke, recognize me? Then flashed his Sharingan eyes. Sasuke was a little wary at first, holding Naruto back, then relieved to see Natsuki's Sharingan eyes. Those with Sharingan eyes are the clan. I'm Natsuki. You've seen me before. Natsuki laughed. Sasuke looked at Natsuki's appearance, which gradually overlapped with the Uchiha Natsuki he once was. It wasn't surprising that he couldn't remember, because Natsuki's original body had only seen Sasuke a few times before. Ah, you're Natsuki-senpai. Sasuke suddenly recognized Natsuki. Then somewhat hesitantly, he said, I heard that you are now the deputy clan leader, Summerwood Sr.? Natsuki wasn't in the habit of posing for anything, and a stern face in the clan was needed for majesty. There was little need for that in front of Sasuke, he said without a word of humor. What vice patriarch or not, just call me senior. Sasuke said happily, yes, Natsuki-senpai. Natsuki looked up, then asked, I thought I told you to go home as soon as you got back to the village. What are you doing here? Me. Sasuke said because he had just entered the village and had heard many rumors. That's why I walked here in a depressed mood. Don't meh. You're hungry. I'll take you to eat. Natsuki rubbed Sasuke's head. Good. Sasuke was a little uncomfortable, but couldn't avoid Natsuki's hand. Naruto stood next to him with both envy and gloom in his eyes. Then Sasuke, I'm going home for dinner too. Naruto tried to pull himself together, not wanting Sasuke to see how bleak he was. There should be another box of instant noodles available at home. Wait a minute. Natsuki gave a kind smile. You're a friend of Sasuke's, aren't you? Naruto sniffled. Yes, uncle. My name is Whirlpool Naruto. It's the man who's going to be Naruto from now on. Uncle. Natsuki was kinda crying that this body of his was the same year as Kakashi. In a world where you go to war and get married in your teens, it's normal to be called an uncle at almost 20, but Natsuki doesn't like it. Ignoring the latter part of Naruto's sentence, he had quietly sized up Naruto just moments before, dressed in rags and with a vegetable face. That is, the Whirlpool clan has a strong constitution. Otherwise, according to Naruto's long days of starvation and drinking expired milk, I'm not dead and I'm definitely sick. Sarutobi Hinata is so not a thing, a mental curse. Natsuki smiled and said, since you're Sasuke's friend, how about I treat you to some ramen? Oh, really, uncle? Naruto was full of surprise. Normally Grandpa Miyabi didn't give him too much money. It takes him a long time to eat ramen. Natsuki saw Naruto's happy face and mentally spat on the third Naruto one more time. Of course it's true, but I don't like it when you call me uncle. You can call me Natsuki-senpai. Natsuki knelt down and rubbed Naruto's head. Oh, okay Natsuki-senpai. Naruto grew up subjected to all kinds of blank stares, and he was vaguely aware of which ones were genuinely interested in him. He was really happy now that he had an adult who didn't mind him. Come on, Sasuke, let's go get something to eat first. Natsuki waved towards Sasuke, who was playing it cool with his hands in his pockets next to him. Humph, what a pain in the ass. His mouth was arrogant, but Sasuke didn't say anything to refuse as he looked at Naruto's happy face. Natsuki looked up and then led the two out of the woods. The dark sections standing in the trees all looked at each other. Uchiha Natsuki, this is a big name, and is now the vice chief of the Uchiha clan. The whole Naruto department was dusted off from screwing up before. Now it actually came to approach the nine-tailed human pillar power. Report to Naruto-sama at once. Yes, Ichiraku Ramen House. The curtain lifted and Natsuki entered with Naruto Sasuke. There were no other customers in the store, just hand beaters and calabashes. Uncle Ichiraku, I'm here again, Naruto yelled out just as he walked in the door, and Sasuke twisted his face in some embarrassment, pretending like he didn't recognize Naruto. Uncle Yale said with a kind face and a smile, Naruto you're here, what do you want to eat today? Duh. Naruto swallowed back the word uncle under Natsuki's glare. Natsuki-senpai, is it okay if I want to eat tonkatsu ramen? Naruto inquired with some embarrassment. Natsuki was already studying the menu by this time, Natsuki's fingers running over the top of it. Mouth full, pork bone ramen even. No? Naruto lowered his head a little in defeat. Give Naruto a grand slam. Natsuki ordered the most expensive item inside the ramen, except for the ramen. It's the most luxurious ramen set with a variety of cutlets, chicken, egg, barbecued pork, and everything else you can add. Oh, long live Natsuki-senpai. Naruto had never had a slam before. The best he'd ever had before was tonkatsu ramen. Natsuki shook her head as she looked at Naruto who was filled with happiness because of a little bit of food. Get me a tonkatsu ramen. Sasuke you order what you want. That's when Natsuki felt a wave of chakra that swept over his head. Natsuki didn't look up. Was it Michio's telescope technique? Ha! You weren't there when you were taking care of Naruto, and you ran faster than anyone when someone got close to Naruto. Chapter 25, Ungrateful Kakashi. Baird. Naruto made a loud face-sucking sound, happy as could be. Natsuki ate a bowl of tonkatsu ramen and it was indeed a delicious soup, but Natsuki wasn't quite used to eating it, so he could only say that he would make do. Sasuke, on the other hand, ordered some snacks to eat on the side. Just as Naruto was about to eat, the curtain opened. In comes a silver broom-haired, masked ninja sitting in the far corner. Boss, please, a bowl of miso barbecue pork noodles. Natsuki turned her head and glanced at Kakashi. Che, so nervous? Even Kakashi sent over. Burp. Naruto burped and folded his arms. Thanks for the hospitality. The Maelstrom clan's physique really isn't something to sneeze at. This Grand Slam ramen has a bowl that's 2 times bigger than Naruto's head, and the ingredients inside are sincere. Even for myself, I had to eat for quite some time. I didn't realize that Naruto had already eaten it all. Now Naruto was only 5 years old. Naruto loves ramen, partly because it's so good here. The other side of the coin is that Handy and Calamus are the rare people who don't discriminate against him. And then there's the ramen here, which is considered exceptionally cheap. That's the most Naruto can eat. Naruto, are you full? Natsuki asked with a smile. Hey, Natsuki-senpai, I'm full. Naruto rubbed his stomach, never feeling so happy. Naruto, I heard from Sasuke that you've been mischievous a lot? Asked. Sasuke's head was full of questions. I just met you today. Why are you listening to me? But one look from Natsuki made Sasuke shut his mouth. That. Ahahaha. Naruto scratched his head in some embarrassment. After all, he couldn't tell Natsuki that it was a prank he did to get attention. Could he? I'm sorry Natsuki-senpai. I won't be naughty from now on. Instead of blaming him, Natsuki beckoned Calamus over. Please, settle the bill. Natsuki directly pulled out 21,000 Rio bills and handed them to Calamus. Calamus waved his hand repeatedly. It's only 320 taels in total. Ichiraku ramen is very cheap, with the exception of the Grand Slam 200. Both Natsuki's and Sasuke's are only 60 Rio. Natsuki waved her hand. The extra money is stored here. Naruto and Sasuke will eat as much as they want whenever they come in the future. And what they spend will be deducted from this. Is this okay? Calamus turned his head to find Tate nodding with a grin on his face before taking the money. Naruto, I've saved some money here, so you and Sasuke can come here and eat whatever you want from now on. Natsuki-senpai, how can this be? I can't ask for your money. Naruto was taken aback. Natsuki's face was a tiger. Who paid you? You're Sasuke's friend? Did you and Sasuke come here to eat and Sasuke ate while you watched? Ninja school will be starting soon, and you and Sasuke will have to attend classes every day, so it'll be easier to come here and eat later. This. Naruto's little brain felt like there was something wrong here, but couldn't put his finger on it. Natsuki switched to a smirk again. Sasuke doesn't have many friends, so please play with him often, and don't go around trick-or-treating, and study hard when you go to school. Oh, okay. I'll play with Sasuke a lot from now on. I'll study hard. Naruto wasn't going to think about what he couldn't think about. It was the first time someone had asked him to, and he felt endlessly motivated, warm and happy inside. Sasuke bristled next to him. Who wants him to come play with me? Ha! Natsuki was used to Sasuke's arrogance. Shaking his head, he led the two youngest out. Kakashi also quickly finished his noodles and chased after him, keeping behind Natsuki and the others along the road. The third Naruto had just called him back urgently to come and take a look. What was Natsuki doing being so nice to Naruto for no reason? What were his intentions and purpose? As a result, Natsuki took Naruto to finish his ramen and then took him to Kiba Street. The street was full of Uchiha stores, and the 8th street of Kiba was now the busiest street, because the Uchiha's only remaining vigilantes were patrolling the neighborhood. All those who saw Natsuki respectfully came over and saluted. Lord Natsuki. Natsuki waved them all away one by one. That's when Natsuki walked down the street and felt Kakashi and his men rush, and the dark sect's numbers grew. Natsuki didn't want to clash with the dark side just yet. In his pocket, he pulled out a bunch of money and gave it to Sasuke. Sasuke, you haven't been back in so long. Go down the street and buy some new clothes. Well, 2 extra sets. Buy 2 sets from your good friend Naruto too. I've got some things to take care of. I'll be back later, he said, handing Sasuke a look, and Sasuke's eyes rolled, not sure if he got it or not. Natsuki headed out into the street, giving an order to the Uchiha next to him. There will be a dark one coming over to watch Naruto in a few minutes, so you don't have to worry about it. Yes, the vigilante Uchiha saluted. Natsuki walked a bit more past that and then said behind her, come out, Kakashi. Kakashi appeared. You know me, Deputy Uchiha Natsuki? What is your purpose in approaching Naruto? Natsuki sized up Kakashi from head to toe, who was still dressed as a dark sect member without a mask. The forehead protector was pulled down over his left eye. The exposed eye was dead, disheveled and lifeless. Natsuki was disgusted with Kakashi as she thought of Naruto's years of misery. With a sharp instantaneous leap to Kakashi, he kicked Kakashi to the ground. Kakashi didn't expect Natsuki to attack him out of nowhere, and was kicked to the ground in a moment of inattention. Natsuki spat viciously. Bah! I've been upset with you for a long time. Then exhaled. Comfortable now. Kakashi stood up with an angry look on his face. Natsuki, why are you attacking me? Kakashi was restrained. He was afraid that Natsuki was intentionally baiting him into attacking. The Uchiha's relationship with the village was very sensitive right now. Natsuki sneered. Why did you attack you? Because you're ungrateful, wolfish, and recognize. Natsuki bristled, swallowing back the last words. Me, ungrateful. Kakashi looked questioning. I don't even know you, so where's the ingratitude? Natsuki rubbed his chin, looking from top to bottom and back again at Kakashi. What the hell is this? Is this the son of Sakuma? Aren't you a disciple of the Wave Wind Water Gate? So what if it is? It wasn't a secret. The Uchiha clan knew all about it. And you know you're a disciple of Wave Wind Water Gate. Oh. Natsuki had a conspiratorial look on her face. His orphans are bullied every day and eat expired food. Are you blind not to see that? Kakashi was silent for a moment. It was Lord Sanjo's orders. Naruto he. Ouch. Don't give me that bull **** about his identity not being able to be revealed. Natsuki said impatiently. Does this have anything to do with the fact that he eats junk food and expired food every day? I've grown so big. I don't even have a few decent clothes. I don't have enough to eat or wear. The 3rd generation really takes care of the 4th generation's orphans. And you really take care of your master's son. Watching Mishio take over your master's property. Watching Naruto starve and suffer. Eating expired milk and sand-laced bento. And doing nothing about it, huh? You're the only one who's still a member of the Hagi clan. You disgust me. Kakashi couldn't say anything. He really didn't have anything to say. Since the death of the bandito, he was incredibly disheveled and lived a daily life as a walking corpse. Every day is just a mechanical mission, and he doesn't even take care of himself, let alone Naruto. Mishio said that he would do whatever needed to be done, without thinking about it or having to think about it. Kakashi shot up. That's no reason for you to approach Naruto. Natsuki waved her hand. When I was a kid, Jo Sinasan helped me, and I just made sure Naruto had enough to eat and wear. You guys think too much. I'm not as dirty as you are. It doesn't matter how much your dark side spies. Kakashi's entire body relaxed, his complexion a bit. Natsuki clasped her hands behind her head and walked towards 8th Street in a very leisurely manner. But if, later on, Naruto feels that the Uchiha treats him better. That's Naruto's business. Oh, Kakashi was creeped out. Chapter 26, Mayo is in a hurry. This one. Get me two. Get me two of these two. Take two of these and wrap them up separately. By the time Natsuki returned to 8th Street, Sasuke was inside a clothing store buying clothes. Seeing as Naruto was already carrying several pockets in his hands containing shoes, pants, etc., Sasuke waved the bill and directed the clerk to run east and west. As an Uchiha store, it was naturally impossible not to recognize Sasuke as the young patriarch. The service was extremely thoughtful, not to mention Sasuke's generosity, never bargained, and bought whatever he saw. Bang! Natsuki knocked Sasuke on the head. Ouch! You kid! What kind of shopping is that? Sasuke grimaced in displeasure before happily handing something to Naruto and yakking with him. It wasn't that Natsuki was hurting for money. The Uchiha family was so big that they couldn't buy more clothes than they could afford. But it's got to be so Sasuke can't get into the bad habit of bossing people around. Naruto looked at the various articles of clothing with an excited look on his face. These were things he normally wouldn't even think about. But he was also a little embarrassed. Senior Natsuki. These. Natsuki waved her hand. You're Sasuke's friend? Don't say anything else. Naruto's eyes were full of crystals inside before he nodded heavily. Hello Natsuki-sama. In addition to the store clerk, there were two vigilante Uchiha standing next to him. I see that you two have nothing better to do. The two Uchiha had an awkward smile on their faces. Sasuke and Naruto, which identity is not special? How can they do it without leaving someone to watch? Natsuki saw it too. He looked at how late it was getting. There were also several dark sections standing at the corners of the roofs of the streets. It's getting late. Sasuke, come home with me. Naruto, you go home early too. Oh, so I can come play with Sasuke tomorrow? Naruto asked with some anticipation. Sasuke's got something going on for the next couple days, so he won't be able to come out and play. Seeing Naruto a little upset, Natsuki laughed. School will start in 2 days, so I'll see you. Hey, yeah, school starts soon. Seeing Naruto giggle. Remember to report to work in your new clothes for a new start. Aha! Naruto felt like this was the happiest and most joyous day he had had in years. Natsuki waved to the side. Kenichi Uchiha, you take Naruto home. Yes. Kenichi Uchiha stood straight. Natsuki-senpai, I don't need someone to give me a ride la. I can find my way home. Naruto said embarrassed. Natsuki rubbed Naruto's head. Behave. Go back. Oh, hey. Naruto giggled again, cradling the shirt in his arms. Kenichi Uchiha tries to take Naruto's stuff, and Naruto doesn't even want to. Then I'm off. Natsuki-senpai, I'm off. Sasuke, see you at school. Naruto waved as he struggled to carry his many things. Natsuki waved her hand. Go on. Sasuke waved back at Naruto. He had never seen Naruto look so happy. Come on, go back. Uchiha Natsuki said that Maelstrom Jasuna was kind to her, and that all he wanted was for Naruto to eat and dress well. Let Naruto and Sasuke be good friends. According to the dark section's surveillance along the way, Natsuki had no other words or movements. Michio took a somewhat annoyed drag on his cigarette. He was not at all convinced that Natsuki would be so kind. As for Joxin not being kind to him, it had to be how many years ago? Who knows if it's true or not? Kakashi hesitated and said. Natsuki finally said that it was Naruto's business if he felt better about the Uchiha in the future. Michio frowned, thinking, now that the Uchiha as a whole were detached from the Konoha village, the mission center's stats show a precipitous drop in the Uchiha's mission volume. Aside from the fact that there are fewer Uchiha ninjas, the Uchiha that are still left are very conservative when it comes to taking on missions, downgraded all the levels en masse, and didn't go on any of the dangerous quests. Take a vacation when you have a mandatory task, and there's not much the third generation can do about the fact that someone else has to fix their house. You can't just do your job for you without a place to live. Now Natsuki's sudden contact with the nine-tailed Rinpoche has put Michio on high alert. Is the Uchiha preparing to rebel against the village en masse? Even to the point of abducting Naruto. Naruto has had a bit of a hard time over the years. Naruto-sama. Seeing Michio contemplating, Kakashi couldn't help but speak. Sanjio took a drag on his cigarette and asked, Kakashi, are you blaming me, an old man, for not taking care of Naruto? Though Michio's tone wasn't harsh. Still, Kakashi bowed and apologized. No matter, Lord Sandaime must have his own concerns. Michio nodded. Kakashi still had to be stabilized properly. He explained to Kakashi in a serious tone. Kakashi, you don't know, but when the fourth generation passed away, 100 things were left to chance. There were many ambitious people in the village who had different opinions on the handling of the ninjutsu, and some even wanted to imprison Naruto. I also fought in many ways to keep Naruto from being locked up all the time, but some people leaked the fact that Naruto was a ninjutsu. so I had to spread the word that he was the son of a demon fox to confuse the public. Many villagers lost family members during the Nine Tails Rebellion, so he was always targeted. As for his identity as the son of the fourth generation, it's even more important that outsiders not know about it, because a shadow son, who is also a human pillar power, can easily be coveted. But I've been visiting him a lot over the years, too, to kind of make up for all those years. The third Naruto also spoke in a somber tone as he spoke. Kakashi couldn't help but feel guilty when he heard that Michio had so much more to suffer. I'm very sorry, Michio-sama. I don't understand the inner workings of it and have come to question you. Michio waved his hand in mock understanding. Since Naruto is your master's son, I understand your concern for him. Let's put it this way, Naruto's previous days were indeed too hard. And now that the Uchiha's proximity to Naruto is of unknown significance, you'll be watching over Naruto for a long time from now on. Naruto accepted school. You'll be following him. It'll keep the Uchiha Natsuki from plotting anything. I'm also relieved to have you watching. Kakashi was overjoyed. He had been disturbed inside after hearing Natsuki's words. Now that he can watch over Naruto close by, Naruto won't be bullied much in the future. So, Michio-sama, do I protect in secret or? Michio thought for a moment. You could find an opportunity to get in touch with him, preferably as Naruto's teacher. Thank you, Michio-sama. Kakashi thought that it was because the third Naruto was looking after him that he had arranged such a job with him. Go down. After Kakashi went down, Michio sighed, and had no choice but to ask Kakashi to keep an eye on Naruto. After all, the Uchiha had approached Naruto in this manner, and if he didn't send someone to watch, Naruto might actually be abducted. And aside from Kakashi being the standard Naruto line of supporters, he's also capable and has the right status to be the best person for the job. Chapter 27 Uchiha no. 1. Although Naruto chattered incessantly on the road, Kenichi remained silent, only nodding occasionally. It wasn't that he was high and mighty, almost all of the Uchiha who had been short-tempered before had followed the skunk out of Konoha. Kenichi actually belongs to the mildly dovish Uchiha. The reason he didn't say anything was because there was a constant ring of dark sections around him and he didn't want to get into any trouble for the Uchiha. After all, Naruto was the nine-tailed human pillar. After confirming that he had dropped Naruto off at his home, Kenichi Uchiha left Naruto's house under the watchful eye of the dark side. See you later, Kenichi-san. Naruto waved after Kenichi, though Kenichi Uchiha didn't speak on the way. But there was no discrimination shown to him either. It had amused the lonely and sensitive Naruto. Kenichi Uchiha didn't look back and Naruto waited for Kenichi to walk away before entering the house. But at the basement door, Naruto turned the light on. The house is full of dirty clothes, thrown everywhere, and the sink is full of unwashed dishes. The floor is also a mess, with a huge pile of garbage. Naruto looked around the house and then at the brand new package of clothes and shoes. The environment that I used to be so used to suddenly feels so dirty now. Naruto carefully hung the item, with its packaging, on the hook, then rolled up his sleeves. Then hit the water and started cleaning up the house. The house was lit up at night and Naruto was energized. Outside the room, the dark sections looked at each other in disbelief, wondering what Naruto was smoking in the middle of the night. But as long as Naruto wasn't running around, they weren't worried about what Naruto was doing and reported it up. Kids get moody fast, and Sasuke, who was in a good mood before, the smile was curved again as he walked with Natsuki to the old site of the original clan land. And the new clan site is a few miles walk up through this place to get to it. Sasuke had so many questions in his tiny head that he wanted to ask his father. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace. Natsuki, on the other hand, was thinking about Kakashi, who was undoubtedly gifted, but also brainwashed by the so-called will of fire. Being from a prestigious family, he had been depressed after the battle of the godless Vishnu Bridge, wasting his talent. The installation of the Sharingan eyes, while extremely quick to elevate his combat power, also limited the heights he could reach. Can't turn off the blue drain for long periods of time even though it's all copied all the way through, so naturally you can be as lazy as you want to be. Sasuke fights from the beginning to the end, and ends up just experiencing the twin godly powers of the belt. Other times it has been optional. The top of the mind is also described as indecisive. Bandito killed countless people, killed his master, killed his mother, destroyed the shinobi world, and countless people's families were destroyed. Kakashi, for the first time in Shin Megami Tensei, also lets loose and actually throws 2 punches towards the stomach bonbon. The ass decides the head and can't get off because it's a beltway. For him to be able to lay down a hard hand, the story might have gone differently. Being nice to Naruto was an investment on Natsuki's part, but he also did feel that Naruto, as a young child, was really the worst off. A lot of pain shouldn't be suffered, and a lot of suffering isn't necessary. The dirty politics between Michio and Junzo had to spill over to a small child, and while glorifying suffering is more pernicious than suffering itself, if you can surround Naruto with love, where's the question of the Nine Tails getting out of control? Can't you see the kid next door playing in the sand is driven crazy? Naruto's childhood wasn't any easier than Minecraft's, though he wouldn't have suffered an assassination. But every villager's discrimination is also a mercilessly sharp blade. Thanks to Naruto is the reincarnation of Ajura, or turn the head of the blackened first to your Kiba to destroy. Father-sama, I'm back. Natsuki led Sasuke back to his new clanland. The new clan lands are littered with unfinished buildings, but Natsuki is not in the habit of exploiting his workers, and lets them leave work at the end of the day. After all, it costs more money to work overtime, and the Uchiha can live just fine now. Futake had already received the news of Sasuke's return, and the man was sitting in the house drinking tea. Seeing Sasuke come in, he also gave a rare smile. Back, how did it go with your Natsuki-sensei? Natsuki followed in Sasuke's footsteps and entered the house. Sensei? Sasuke was filled with confusion, because Natsuki didn't mention anything about letting Sasuke worship him. Tomoyuki frowned. Natsuki, didn't you tell Sasuke? Xiaomu laughed. It's getting late. Let's pick him up first, and let's talk about worshipping the master tomorrow. I'm leaving. Natsuki left Sasuke to Futsuki and left slowly. After Natsuki got acquainted with Tomoyuki, she was getting more and more casual and didn't talk about manners, because he knew that Futsuki was taught simply because his job required it, and that Futsuki was actually a pragmatist. Father, why did both brother and big brother Stopper leave Konoha village? Some people say they rebelled against the village. Why has our Uchiha clan land been destroyed? Why did you quit your job as a police captain? Sasuke couldn't wait to ask his father as soon as he sat down, a string of questions coming out of his mouth like a succession of bubbles. He's only been out of the village for half a month, and he's come back and the whole Uchiha has changed. Tomoyuki always had the habit of being cold and showing his majesty in front of his son, but as Natsuki had said before, it wouldn't help at all. It would only alienate Weasel and Sasuke from him. The expression on his face softened a bit as he thought about being in his own home. Your brother and Sesshomaru are just going for the development of our Uchiha. Don't believe whatever people say. To Skunk and Stopper if they rebelled against the village. Why didn't Kiba arrest us? It's just a matter of building again when the clan lands are destroyed. We Uchiha can build as many clan lands as we want as long as there are people around. Seeing Sasuke nod his head somewhat plausibly, Tomoyuki also gave a smile. As for the vigilante leader, because being a vigilante is so busy, you always used to say that you didn't have anyone to practice your jutsu with? Now that your brother won't be back anytime soon, it's up to me to keep you company. Sasuke sniffed a little surprised. His father always used to say very little and was very intimidating. He had suffered a lot to get his father's approval. Now his father actually said he would accompany him to practice his ninjutsu. Sasuke pinched himself to make sure he hadn't been hit by an illusion. Ouch! Sasuke pinched himself hard. It made even Tomoyuki laugh out loud. It was the first time Sasuke had seen such a well-spoken father. A smile also involuntarily appeared on his face. So, father, when will brother and brother Stopper be back? You graduated from endurance school and your brother came back. It's going to take that long, Sasuke said with an unhappy look on his face. Ninjutsu school was a 6-year program. That means you won't see your brother for 6 years, which is too long. Futake saw that his son was a bit frustrated. You're an Uchiha. Does a little thing make you frustrated? It's not like you won't see it again. At that Sasuke perked up. And what is this worship you speak of, father? Futsuki said. I intend for you to worship Natsuki. Worship? Sasuke cocked his head. He didn't hate Natsuki. Is Natsuki-senpai strong? Strong? Futsuki chewed on the word. It's strong. Tomoyuki nodded affirmatively. Is that stronger than brother? Than brother Stopper? In Sasuke's eyes, his brother Weasel and Stopper were the strongest in the Uchiha. Natsuki is the #1 Uchiha master right now. In Tomoyuki's opinion, Natsuki was already the strongest in the Uchiha as far as his mind was concerned. As for the body, the former Natsuki wasn't bad, and after opening the kaleidoscope writer's eye, he would even enter a period of rapid development. Even if Stopper was also a kaleidoscope, he was so much younger than Natsuki that he definitely couldn't fight. Uchiha #1? The amiable Natsuki-senpai in Sasuke's mind just suddenly had an aura about him. I think Natsuki-senpai should be the second Uchiha. Oh, Tomoyuki wondered. Then who's #1? Sasuke said of course. Of course it's Father-sama. Why else would father be the clan leader and Natsuki-senpai be the vice-clan leader? Tomoyuki froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. The laughter traveled a long way. Chapter 28, Sasuke worships his master. Naruto, who had been doing chores all night, finally fell asleep from exhaustion before dawn. Confused, he had a dream. In the dream he had his father and mother, and Natsuki-senpai. Then they all turned into big bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Naruto reached forward and grabbed it. Ouch! Naruto's entire body fell under the bed. Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes and got ready to wash up. There was a figure standing in his house in his dazed vision. Wow! Naruto let out a yelp. Only then did he see that the person standing was the third Naruto. Grandpa Third Naruto, what brings you here? Naruto, I came to check on you. I heard that you met a new friend yesterday. Ha? Sanjo said with a kind face. He. It's kind of a friend. Grandpa Michio, you're talking about Natsuki-senpai. That's Sasuke's clan. Please I play with Sasuke more. He's just as good as Grandpa Naruto the third. He took me to eat Ichiraku ramen and asked Sasuke to buy me a lot of clothes. Naruto eagerly shared his joy with his close grandpa Mashiro, who listened with a patient face. The third Naruto smiled kindly. So what did your Natsuki-senpai tell you? Oh, Natsuki-senpai told me to get along with Sasuke and not to be naughty. Naruto tapped his head. Grandpa Third Naruto, check it out, he said and brought out the clothes Sasuke had picked out yesterday. Compare and contrast on the body. Was it good? Well, nice looking nice. Naruto Michio dropped his heart after trying to figure out that Natsuki wasn't indoctrinating Naruto with anything, and then talked to Naruto for a while. After that, the third Naruto took out 5,000 Ryo and gave it to Naruto. Naruto, you also grow up. Tomorrow we'll go to class. In the future in school to listen to the teacher. This 5,002 you take for life. Naruto took the money with some uncertainty. Grandpa Third Naruto, why are you giving me so much money? The third generation smiled gently. Once you go to ninja school you'll have to buy all sorts of ninjutsu, all of which cost money. Don't spend recklessly. Naruto was touched. Thank you Grandpa Third Naruto. When I grow up, I will definitely repay you. Ha ha ha. Mark your words. Report early tomorrow. I have to go. Okay. Hey. Life was suddenly happy. It made Naruto let out an involuntary giggle. Uchiha clan land. Tea for your master. Sasuke didn't have a specific concept of worship, but he didn't hate Natsuki. So at Tomoyuki's urging, he worshipped under Natsuki today. Originally, Tomoyuki was going to invite some of his friends over, but had Natsuki, who disliked mundane rituals, decline. In his words, a cup of tea is considered worship. How much Sasuke can learn is up to Sasuke. After drinking tea at Natsuki, Tomoyuki quickly left. Although he didn't have to worry about the police force anymore, the clan lands were destroyed, and now the Uchiha were in a state of disarray. More often than not, Fuyue was there to arrange for the reconstruction of the clan lands. Of course, this is all cosmetic work. Fuyue was doing more work and sending people to quietly net some business talents that would be good for the development afterwards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing Sasuke Uchiha's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Space Teleportation X1. Spatial teleportation? Looks like it's the same pupil technique that Sasuke used during Boruto's time when he had the Eye of Reincarnation. If it could be useful once, let it be useful once. Natsuki spat out the system many times more without responding. The only way to see if any new features are unlocked is to wait for this phase of the system's quests to be done. When Futsuki left, it was Sasuke and Natsuki wide-eyed. Master, what are you going to teach me today? Natsuki scratched his head. He hadn't envisioned it before and didn't have a specific charter for how Sasuke would be taught. But after that Sasuke is going to school for all of them, and it's better to hit the ground running at school if you have a foundation. He himself gave Sasuke the boot at most. Let Sasuke grow up faster. And then there's the fact that it's a good idea to change the habit of liking to pretend. Natsuki coughed. Sasuke, since you've called me master, I'll officially be teaching you from now on. Yes, master. Sasuke sat up straight. Natsuki waved her hand. I don't like formal ways of getting along. No need for that. Just get along with me as a friend. Yes, master. Sasuke's face relaxed and his body shifted to a less serious sitting position. Natsuki said, now for the master to test you. Sasuke said with a cool look on his face. You can take the test all you want, master, but I'm pretty good. Natsuki led Sasuke out into the empty courtyard. Good. Then Sasuke, you will now attack me. Use everything you know, whether it's a Riken or a bitter Mudo or a fire escape, and attack with the determination to kill me. Sasuke knew early on that there would be a koan session today, so he had prepared his ninjutsu bag early. Master, I'm on. Sasuke sank his body and pulled out his shuriken in a decent battle stance. Natsuki waved her hand, signaling Sasuke to attack. Sasuke threw 2 shurikens, with fairly passable accuracy. Natsuki stood still and didn't move, only to crook his neck and let the shuriken fly over after it flew over. Seeing that the shuriken didn't work, Sasuke rushed up and did a whole set of radio gymnastics. Oh no, I should say Uchiha Fluid Arts. Natsuki casually split the block with one hand and completely blocked Sasuke's attack. If nothing else, Uchiha Fluid Arts are made for showmanship. Because of the combination of the Sharingan eyes, the Uchiha clan's body coordination were all very good. Combined with the Eye of Observation, it allows the Uchiha to fight as gracefully as if they were dancing on the tip of a sword. But now Sasuke was too young, too physically weak, and had not opened his eyes. In Natsuki's opinion, It was about as good as radio gymnastics, with many of the flashy kicks and flips breaking too much. Casually punches Sasuke in the stomach. Sasuke stiffened at the blow and slowly took a few steps back, dropping to his knees and spitting out a large mouthful of saliva before slowing down. Not even close, oh Sasuke, Natsuki said lightly, but it stirred Sasuke's desire to win, and Sasuke reached out and made a seal that. Si Wei Shin Hainu Si. Fire transportation. Fireball technique. Sasuke puffed out his chest and a raging fire erupted. The immediate sight was a fiery red, and Sasuke hadn't finished blowing this breath. It was something even his father had praised, and Sasuke's thoughts weren't finished. Natsuki had circled the wall of fire and hit Sasuke in the neck with a hand slash. Click, cough cough cough. Sasuke's howling fireball was blowing up, but he ended up getting knocked in the neck all of a sudden and almost stuck out of breath. It took a while for the coughing to subside. Natsuki watched him from the sidelines with her arms clasped. Master. Sasuke was a little apprehensive, wondering what his master thought of him. Natsuki thought about it for a moment, but decided to be a little harsher. Under Sasuke's apprehensive gaze, Natsuki's face went cold. It's a total mess. Sasuke, is this what you used to learn? What's the skunk doing teaching you and playing ninja games with you? Who told you to use the fire escape like that? What were you doing? Setting off a fire escape as a firework? I'm sorry, master. Sasuke lowered his head in some frustration. He didn't have the luxury of defeating his teacher though, but also wanted the teacher to recognize his strength, not realizing that the teacher had made him out to be worthless. Do you know where you lose? Natsuki asked. Sasuke opened his mouth, but lowered his head. Chapter 29, Control. Natsuki saw Sasuke's look and didn't explain at first. Instead, he beckoned. An Uchiha clan member came in immediately from the outer courtyard. Go and find one of our Uchiha shinobi over here. The younger the better. Natsuki commanded. Yes. Not long after, one of the Uchiha shinobi reported for duty. A small man, or a shimanobi who just graduated last year. What's the name and have you opened your eyes yet? Natsuki asked. The information was on the power template, but were there many Uchiha, so he didn't bother rummaging around. The visitor had a calm face. Back to Natsuki-sama. My name is Voyager, and I haven't opened my eyes yet. Natsuki nodded. You now attack toward me, using all the means at your disposal. Uchiha Kuta didn't say much, but quickly took a fighting stance. Sasuke, watch this, Natsuki reminded, then waved her hand to gesture for Voyager to come over. Arrow moved quickly from side to side, then fished out his hand sword from his bag and threw it. The force and accuracy as a shinobi is adequate. Natsuki was also seriously dodging to the side, and while Natsuki was dodging, Arita quickly made a seal and released a magnificent fireball technique in the direction that Natsuki was dodging. Natsuki was quick and dodged again to avoid the fireball. Kaida abandons his howling fireball jutsu, dodges Natsuki's hand slash, and quickly kicks at Natsuki. Although Natsuki still breaks down the block and fights with ease, it still allows Arrow to attack for a round. It's only a kick that sends Arrow out of the air as she does an aerial kick. Okay, get down there. Don't move so much with your physical skills until you open your eyes, Natsuki said lightly. Thank you, my lord. Voyager's words showed delight and he went down without asking many questions. See what I mean, Sasuke? Is master saying I move too much? Bang! Natsuki knocked Sasuke on the head again. Wrong. Sasuke rubbed his head. Your mistake wasn't in the fact that you had a lot of physical moves, and it wasn't that you threw your shuriken poorly, or that you didn't use your Hoham fireball well. Rather, it is your lack of control over it. Control? Sasuke looked up. That's right. It's not a bad thing that we Uchiha Ryu have a lot of movement in our physical arts. More movement allows for more versatility in attacking. Punches, kicks, elbows, shoulders, knees, etc. All of these areas can be places where we can attack. We, the Uchiha fluid arts, can dance as gracefully and magnificently as on a sword, but there's a prerequisite for that, and that's Sharingan. Sharingan? Without the aid of the Sharingan eyes, you can't keep up with your opponent's speed to adjust your body techniques in time, and the movements of that Uchiha stream's body techniques are just redundant. Oh, it dawned on Sasuke that the skunk complimented him on the Uchiha fluid arts he was learning because the skunk had Sharingan eyes, and one doesn't have a Sharingan eye and still uses these moves. One's completely out of control. Your accuracy with the hand sword is good, but you have to realize that your enemy is not a target standing still. It's no use just throwing it accurately. You also need to anticipate where your enemy is going to dodge. If you can't predict the enemy's reaction, then what is the purpose of throwing your shuriken? Do you want the enemy to stand still and be killed by your shuriken throw? Your brother Weasel's shuriken is quite famous. He can change the landing point of his shuriken by hitting each other in the middle of its flight. You can't see where your enemy is at all when you're releasing your howling fireball jutsu, and you don't even know to interrupt the casting of the jutsu when the enemy is in front of you. Will the enemy wait for you to finish your jutsu before hitting you? howling fireballs aren't just a matter of releasing them big and for a long time. Rather, you need to be in control of the time and opportunity to release it yourself. Aha, aha. Sasuke nodded his head vigorously one by one. The more he heard, the more it made sense that fighting and training were two completely different things. It turns out that before, my brother was really just playing games with me. When to throw your shuriken? Which way will the enemy dodge? And do you want to continue to create an opportunity for yourself with your shuriken? Or force your opponent to step into your trap with your fire escape? One thing you need to get straight. Natsuki held up a finger. The howling fireball jutsu, which everyone in our Uchiha knows, is usually only used to compress the enemy's position or to attack with the help of flames to cover one's figure. There are very few ninja who have actually died from the howling fireball technique. Yes, sensei, I understand. Sasuke now realized that he had a lot more to learn. Natsuki reached up and nudged Sasuke on the forehead. There's no way you can master your powers now. I'll teach you later when you're able to put and take away on jutsu and shoot moving targets with your hand sword. Also, you are not allowed to use the Uchiha fluid technique before the eye opens. Got it, teacher. Why are you nodding my forehead like your brother? Sasuke muttered. Instead, he got a lot closer to Natsuki again. Mastering all the skills you know is a must for a strong man. Sasuke, you want to be strong. Then for every skill you learn, you need to have complete control over it before you can use it to fight. Otherwise, you're likely to get yourself killed. Yes, master. Looking at the now well-behaved and obedient Sasuke, Natsuki still liked it. Regardless of how much of what he spoke, Sasuke would be able to memorize, and as long as he stopped being so arrogant and got down to earth, his accomplishments would only be higher. Well, school starts tomorrow. Get yourself ready. You're almost 6, but your brother graduated from ninja school when he was 7-0. Don't worry, teacher. I'm the skunk's brother. I'll be sure to graduate early too. Sasuke's face was full of confidence. Natsuki, however, waved her hand. Weasel graduated early at the time because of circumstances and a shortage of men on the battlefield. Basically anyone who can throw a shuriken and use a double jutsu will go into battle, let alone a genius like Skunk. Ninja school is a great place to build a foundation, and you'll need to learn to get along with people inside the school as well. Being able to communicate well with your peers is also something you need to learn. You get first place at shinobi school, then think about graduating early. Sensei, I will get first place, Sasuke said firmly. The border of the land of fire, the Uchiha and their group, who have traveled all the way to the land of Tenno, are finally about to set foot in the land of Tenno. Everyone was also very tired from the trip. The skunk decided to rest up before entering Tanakuni. The many Uchiha quickly took out the bivouac items from inside the storage scrolls and pitched their tents. Use the water recluse to take water and the fire recluse to make fire. Those who are fast go to the neighborhood to get a hunt. The others gather wood and prepare cooking utensils. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. In a short time, several of the team members had shot a deer and a wild boar, which was more than enough to eat. The skunk pulled out the plans Natsuki had given him earlier and was reading them. Stopper sat down next to Skunk. The skunk looked up and asked, "Has pupil power returned?" Stopper nodded. "It's the first time I've used Betty Shine on so many people, and I thought that the pupil power of both eyes would be depleted. But it turns out that there's still one left. Senior Natsuki should have calculated this. The rest of your other heavenly gods are to be used here." Stopper saw the direction the skunk was pointing, and there was a familiar name in it. Orochimaru. Chapter 30, Phases and Long-Term Missions. Kiba School is in session. This year's Kiba School is particularly noteworthy, because the heirs of the major shinobi clans basically enter the school during this semester. One of the most noticeable is Naruto Sasuke, not to mention the nine-tailed human pillar force, but the Uchiha, who is now seemingly at odds with the Konoha village, actually sent Sasuke to school as well, and it was personally delivered by the Uchiha's deputy clan leader, Natsuki. What this represents may mean something else. Is it a gesture of goodwill from the Uchiha clan or? And although Ninji was a level older, he was very close to Sasuke Naruto. Naruto has an elder who cares about him now because he's starting to get in touch with Natsuki, and has Sasuke and Ninji as friends. Much less time for mischief, and no longer intentionally trying to be obnoxious by doing pranks. Anyone who could get into a ninja school, whether commoner or noble, had a notion of who Sasuke and Ninji were. Naruto was sheltered by his friends in the two Hitomi families, but there was no one who dared to cause trouble. Naruto was going to be better than the original world. The Cloud Hidden mission had finally arrived at Kiba village after a long trek. After much consultation and negotiation, all the terms were finally finalized in preparation for the formal organization of the signing of the peace agreement. For this reason Kiba village also organized a large peace celebration. The villagers of Konoha may not like Cloud Hidden, but none of them like war. Many villagers joined in this celebration. Several of Kiba's shopping streets were even more bustling and crowded. And Cloud Cloak's mission, under the guise of a celebration, went around checking for messages, but it was the discovery of a startling fact. That is, all of the Uchiha are actually cowering into their clanlands now, and the ones in charge of security patrols were all replaced with members of the Hyuga clan. The defense of the Hyuga family, on the other hand, was much looser. Yukito couldn't help but feel relieved as he summarized all the messages. Taking out another map of the Hyuga family's patrols, he looked at it carefully. Cloud Cain had spent a lot of money to get it. Shinichi Nagasaki, have you thought about it? Maybe it would be better if someone else performed it. Yukito asked with some regret. My lord, all 3 of my brothers died in the war, and now I have only one thought left. Revenge. Whether we succeed or fail, we reap the benefits. Shinichi Nagasaki's eyes were now hollow and his body revealed a sense of death. Yukito, why don't you go out and have some fun? The festival is especially fun. Yo, you guy, stupid guy. With a disembodied accent, Kairabi walked in. He was considered the leader of the entire mission, and had just strolled around Kiba a few times, and Kiba had sent a few advisor elders to accompany him. Yukito, Kairabi, stop playing, get ready, tomorrow, your strength may be needed. Kairabi put away his cheeky look and clenched his fists hard. The hustle and bustle of Kiba village had little to do with Natsuki. He had little interest in such hilarity, and after a period of grinding, the Uchiha's new clanlands were built. The moment the clanland was built, ding, development mission, detachment from Kiba, autonomy and self-improvement phase 1 completed. The host gains knowledge of the Kiba Ryu sealing technique. Many knowledge of sealing techniques came to mind one by one. Natsuki's spirit was shaken. This was a relief. The sealing techniques, in addition to the better-known 4 elements and 8 trigrams sealing technique, there was another one of particular importance. That was the defense probe boundary technique, which also used the seal technique jutsu inside. This was exactly what the Uchiha, who didn't have the scrying junction technique, desperately needed. It can be activated with chakra simply by putting a knotting jutsu on each point. Above it, the defense probe boundary technique, which allows outsiders to come back into range. Without this jutsu, an area the size of Kiba village is particularly vulnerable to enemy infiltration. And based on the size of the Uchiha's current clan lands, it would probably be possible to cover it all with a crew of 3 people around. Now there's no fear of Kiba village prying eyes. In the past, the third Naruto was building tall buildings near the Uchiha clan lands and spying on them in the open. Now that they've moved out and don't have a tall building, they're using the secret service to keep a watchful eye on them. Natsuki had long been upset for a long time, but it was not good to catch these mosquitoes every day. Now, the nails in the Kiba have to be pulled out one by one in order to do so. Natsuki quickly found 3 suitable people. Uchiha Keimei, Uchiha Iori, and Uchiha Earth. They are all talented with sealing techniques inside their talents. Keimine is a former teammate of Natsuki's who is not a great fighter, but is very capable. His brother, on the other hand, the staggering, brain-dead Unite, has followed the skunk out. The other 2 are his new teammates and have gelled well lately. Because the skunks went out and took more than half of the clan with them, many of the clans were reorganized. Using this as an excuse, Natsuki had told all the Uchiha to make sure to choose a safer one when picking a mission. It's the fear that Mishio was messing with the mission and purposely letting the Uchiha die. Luckily, Mishio wasn't messing around with it, and there hadn't been any accidents lately. Ding! Long-term mission. How can a party have only strong members of its own clan? Recruitment of non-Uchiha elite. Obtain the target specialty upon success. Ouch! This system finally has a new feature. Natsuki waited until the flowers were all gone. But target specialization? What do you mean? Natsuki had a vague guess in his mind, and needed to experiment. For non-Uchiha, the best place to start would be Kiba. After all, it's close to the water. So let's combine our efforts first. In the midst of their thoughts, Keimei, Iori and Earth had arrived. Keimei has a baby face and a thin frame. He is flexible and precise in his ninjutsu. Iori, like Izumi, was one of the few medical ninja within the Uchiha, with long, silky hair, tall and perceptive. And Natsuki also discovered that she had a rare temporal and spatial talent. Earth is a standard hexagonal warrior with essentially no shortcomings in strong ninjutsu physical skills. Captain, Lord Natsuki, Vice Clan Chief. The 3 people were called differently, because Natsuki had taken up the position of Vice Patriarch so quickly, and many people hadn't gotten used to it. Natsuki nodded. I called you over today because I have something to give you. At the captain's command, the one who spoke was Uchiha Keimei, the one who was most familiar with Natsuki. In the past, when our clan land was still in Kiba village, Kiba built tall towers around it recklessly to keep an eye on us. Our entire Uchiha has no privacy whatsoever, and now that we Uchiha have left our old location for a new one, we are still surrounded by quite a bit of shadowy surveillance. Next we Uchiha are going to set up a defense probe boundary as well, and you are the people I have chosen. Several Uchiha looked at each other. The defense probe boundary jutsu wasn't for everyone. The defense probe boundary technique requires 2 items to set up and 2 items to use. If you use it, the 3 of you have no problem. But to set it up, you need the junction technique, which is a secret Konoha village technique that the Uchiha doesn't have. But since the vice patriarch had summoned the 3 of them here, there must be a solution to the problem. None of the 3 spoke, waiting for Natsuki's words afterward. Natsuki was satisfied to see that all 3 were relatively calm. He drew a hand on his left arm and a sealing jutsu pattern appeared. It's a defensive probing junction technique. The 3 of them were a bit surprised, not realizing that Natsuki-sama would still be able to do the sealing technique. Natsuki laughed a bit and didn't explain where the jutsu came from. Instead, they began to teach the 3 how to work the chakra and how to carve out jutsu. Several people were both grateful and worried. Grateful for Natsuki-sama's trust and worried that they were not learning well. But the trio soon realized that they seemed to have a particular familiarity and affinity for sealing techniques. Natsuki explained knowledge that they could easily understand, and Earth even offered some ideas of his own. The 3 were listening to the knowledge of the sealing technique as if they were supposed to know it themselves. Natsuki-sama was truly a wise man, and several people ventured that thought. Seeing that several people were all excited, Natsuki also spent a few hours teaching the defense probing boundary technique completely. You guys, did you learn? Hearing Natsuki's words, K-Mine subconsciously tested the junction jutsu in his hand, and soon the bright light of the junction jutsu lit up in his hand. Iori and Earth tested it in their hands, and soon it too lit up with the light of the junction jutsu. Natsuki nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, a few people had this within their talents, and knowledge could be learned quickly when it was available. Several people were all excited. Learning an art in one night was incredible. The nodding jutsu in several people's hands transformed into various shapes, representing a few people who are primed to utilize this skill. How many more days will it probably take to set up the boundary? A few people consulted with each other, and Chiming replied, back to the captain. It will take about 7 days to familiarize yourself with the technique, and you'll also need some materials, but the setup will take about 2 weeks. Alright, tomorrow Iori you go and report to Tomoikiake. Earth you go and communicate with the patrols, and Keimei you go and prepare the materials. Start setting up straight away when you're ready. I want to see the junction in 3 weeks. Yes, tonight, I'll start by pulling all the nails out of the dark side. Natsuki moved her arms and legs, finally not having to be stared at by annoying flies. Chapter 31, What a Show! Around the new Uchiha clan land, there were some dark sectors hovering around. They took their telescopic equipment and watched the Uchiha's every move, and report back to Michio every day. It was at this moment that a sensory ninja looked flabbergasted. A probing chakra had just swept past him. He immediately gave an emergency hand signal, and several other darkies quickly gathered. Move! We've been spotted. A few people couldn't ask how they were discovered and quickly ran outside. It's too late to leave now. Natsuki dropped down from the sky and sent a dark part flying with a whip kick. How? How is the speed so fast? The remaining few had chills in their hearts. The Uchiha now had a sensitive relationship with the village, and if a few of them were caught in the shadows, then things are in trouble. Uchiha Natsuki, now the vice president of the Uchiha clan. Do we have a chance of winning? The 3 of them looked at Natsuki and immediately fell to the ground softly as if they were struck by lightning. Natsuki shrugged. What a rookie! He couldn't defend himself against such a poor illusion. If it had been Stopper instead, a few people would have been lying on the ground before they even saw anyone. In fact, it was Natsuki who had misunderstood. The dark sections that used to spy on them had never clashed with the Uchiha. In the past, the Uchiha drove them away at most. It wasn't even expected that Natsuki would suddenly attack them. Although Natsuki's illusions were poor, Natsuki's kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil power was too strong. It was only an instant before several people were unconscious. At that moment, with the sound of footsteps, the Uchiha's patrol came quickly. Lock these guys up and deal with them tomorrow. Yes, the Uchiha patrols are to prevent sneak invasions of the clanlands by curmudgeons. However, all of these dark sections secretly watched from the far side of the clanland, and they did not set foot in the clanland, so it was not easy to detect and could not be defended against. Now his own clan was going to have a boundary. 2. To give the 3rd generation a warning first. Naruto-sama. 4 of the dark sections that were watching the Uchiha clanlands are missing. When Michio heard the news early in the morning, his whole body was bad. The Uchiha didn't react when Sanjo tried putting up some dark parts earlier. Then the 3rd generation got bold and planted a number of dark sections all around the Uchiha, watching every move of the Uchiha. But I didn't expect the Uchiha to suddenly strike, or purposely choose to come at the time of the cloud-hidden peace talks. What does Uchiha want? Instead, today is the birthday party for the Hinata family's eldest daughter, Daisy. The Hyuga family is grateful for the rights that the Uchiha have ceded, so they have specially invited Tomoikiake and Natsuki to visit the Hyuga family. I had thought that the Uchiha, who had cut himself off from the village, would not come, I didn't expect both Tomoyuki and Natsuki to come. Because of the previous incident of ceding power, Hinata and Tamagotake are on good terms. So after the banquet, Tomoyuki stays behind to chat with Hinata. Instead, Natsuki excused herself from being too bored to go out for a stroll. A flash of light was towards the backyard of the Hinata house. Over there was none other than Daisy's room. Natsuki stood tall and watched as a sneaky figure entered Daisy's room. It wasn't long before he slipped out with an unconscious Daisy in his arms. Of course, this one slipped in sneakily, but came out in plain sight. Immediately, he was spotted, and the visitor was none other than a furious Hinata. Daisuke is the eldest daughter of the So family, and she dares to come to the Hyuga family and kidnap them in plain sight. With his white eyes on, Hinata quickly locked on to his target, and with a few instantaneous jutsu, he arrived in front of the thief. The man quickly tossed Hinata to the side and rushed at Hinata in a flash. Hinako swings with a soft punch, about to attack. A figure suddenly flashed out beside him. Enemies? Even Hinata's eyesight couldn't make out the figure of the visitor. The other man had punched the thief in the throat, and the thief died there without any resistance at all. At this time, Hinata also saw clearly that the person coming was none other than Uchiha Natsuki. Natsuki took a look and the one lying on the ground was none other than the number 3 of the Cloud Hidden mission. Shinichi Nagasaki. It's Natsuki. I didn't expect you to be so good with your hands. Hinatsuki wasn't being polite, but just now Natsuki's form was not captured by his white eyes. Hinata-sama, this is not a time when you should be relaxing. Natsuki had heard a faint clamor outside, so a quick whisper to Hinata, who looked stunned, then frowned tightly and nodded. Natsuki quickly hid his form. All that was left at the scene was the body of Shinichi Nagasaki, and Hinata, who was holding Daisuke. At that moment, a series of footsteps came, and the visitors were none other than several important figures of the Cloud Crypt envoy. Yakido also had Kairabi, accompanied by Naruto III, Haru Turner, and Mito Menzane. Hinata's heart sank. It was just as Natsuki had said. Yukido's face darkened when he saw Shinichi Nagasaki fall to the ground, and he rushed forward to check on him. It was found that Shinichi Nagasaki had died of gas. A look of anger. Hyuga Hinata. Why? We heard about the birthday of Miss Hyuga clan's eldest daughter and came to congratulate her. Why would Shinichi die here? Hinata was filled with rage. Joke? What's wrong with this man breaking into my daughter's room with the intention of taking her captive and being beaten to death by me when I found out? The Yukis were also contending. A bunch of nonsense. Yunin, came here with sincerity this time. Nagasaki only came here first to deliver a gift, and you beat him to death. Are you starting a war by doing so? Hinata sniffed without uttering a word, and watched in silence as Yakido made a sad statement. Hinata's silence made Yakido think that Hinata was worried, so he turned to the third Naruto and questioned him. Third Naruto, you've been watching this whole thing. We know about the Hinata family's happy event today, so we came here to congratulate you, but I never thought that Shinichi Nagasaki would die here. Is this how you treat us, Cloud Kane? Nishio's face was obscure from before, and he could see at once that this was a trick by Cloud Cuculander. While he was thinking about it, Yakido was being even more vocal. Third Naruto, what exactly do you mean? If you are displeased with us, Cloud Hidden, you could have said plainly that killing Shinichi was at your behest, throwing dirt directly on Nishio's head. Hyuga Hinata's eyes sank to the ground. His eyes locked on the third Naruto. The third Naruto rode the tiger, forced again by the woodman. We're looking out for the greater good of peace, and if Lord Nishio wants to settle this matter, then the murderer will have to pay for his life. If you think the Cloud Hidden village is easy to bully, we Cloud Hidden will not hesitate to fight. The words were powerful and full of determination. And next to Kairabi, the chakra on his body surged wildly, and soon a coat of tailed beast chakra floated up. The third Naruto sighed and looked at Hinata with a guilty gaze. Hinata, this is something you Hinata made, and you're responsible for fixing it. Next to her, Turner Koharu also helped out. Yes, Hinata, Cloud Crypt has come with the will of peace, and you must settle this matter reasonably. Hinatsuki's eyes were full of disappointment when he looked at the third Naruto at that moment. It really was as Natsuki said. There were no bones left in the Naruto line now. By this time Futsuki and Hinata had come from the side yard, and it was all told by the Hinata family, who were next to them. Seeing his brother being cornered, Hinata couldn't help but try to step forward. Suddenly there was a clap from side. Natsuki slowly stepped out of the shadows, laughed at the saber-rattling scene. It's quite a show. Chapter 32, The Power of God. The Naruto line and Cloud Cuculander were taken aback. The third Naruto wondered what Uchiha Natsuki was trying to do by coming out at this time, but he would never allow Kiba to fight Cloud Hidden again. The Yakido frowned, not having anticipated that there was actually a Uchiha Natsuki as a variable. Seeing as how Naruto was pressuring the Hyuga family, his own side could immediately see it through and renegotiate afterward, but he didn't expect a Natsuki to come out halfway. Yakido was still acting up at this point. Uchiha Natsuki, Now that one of our cloud hidden people died tragically in the Hyuga family, and you come here to talk about it. But I didn't expect Natsuki to take it at all. Don't act. It's not just sending a dead man to die and then testing the attitude of Kiba Village. What's the point of pretending? Now that you've tried it out, Kiba Village won't dare to go to war again. Natsuki held up a finger. Unfortunately, you've got one thing wrong. All those present were grimacing. It was one thing to know, but it was quite another to tear your face off and tell the truth. Yakido also put away that acting face and said with a grim expression, "Getting something wrong?" Natsuki walked over, clenching her fists. "This idiot was killed by my punch, and has nothing to do with the Hyuga family." "You!" The Yakido was shocked and angry. "Hey, don't ask. To ask is to look at him and kill him," Natsuki teased. "Come kill me if you don't," Yakido bellowed. Kairabi, Thunder Plow Hot Sword. Kairabi, who had surfaced next to him in his tailed beast suit, had long since been unable to hold back. The whole body condensed with Rado chakra and rushed over at high speed. The ground was strewn with stones, and the good stone slabs were cracked by being stepped on. Natsuki, Hinata was very anxious, not expecting things to turn so quickly and suddenly move. Instead, Tomoyuki clasped his hands to his chest and seemed to have confidence in Natsuki. It was too late. Boom! Boom! A loud boom rang out, and smoke and dust shot out from the entire venue. A golden giant rose from the ground. This Susanoo, compared to the skeletal form of the First Order, the body was covered in meridians and flesh and blood, wrapped in a tunic like chakra. The overflowing chakra was like a storm, hitting everyone's mind, and Kairabi was pressed into the ground like a bug. "Susanoo!" everyone in the room exclaimed. The third generation's face became even more gloomy, not realizing that Natsuki was also a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yukido's heart jumped hard. Was this the power of the Uchiha's god? Damn it! Roar! Kairabi was no slouch either. He was pinned down but not defeated. All the while struggling, the body changes visibly. Behind him, tailed beast chakra surged out crazily, transforming into a dark red, tailed beast chakra tail, half-tailed beastification. Eyes on Natsuki's Susanoo's hand was about to be lifted. Boom! Another purple and black Susanoo appeared and once again pressed down with a palm, but it was Tomoyuki who also showed his Susanoo. The two Susanoo appeared at the same time, and the surrounding ninjas were unable to stand at all of them being overturned out by the ferocious aura, and with the power of God added, the still young Kairabi was instantly stomped. The sound of bone shattering rang out, and Kairabi screamed in agony. He passed out, and the tailed beast tunic on his body slowly faded away. The Yakido was chilled by the shock. Is Susanoo that strong? Can't even resist the half-tailed beast formation of the 8 tails? Natsuki grabbed the unconscious Kairabi. "If you're going to fight, then I'll crush Kairabi now. Yakido, you choose." Kairabi's life and death are in Natsuki's hands, and the Yakido throws in the towel. "Slow down. Uchiha Natsuki, what do you want?" Natsuki stood in the middle of the field as he maneuvered the mighty Sunigakure. "Not really. Didn't you guys set yourselves up for what happened today?" "What? Set yourselves up to be unable to accept it?" Natsuki had a mocking look on her face, but the Yakido couldn't kick in. Aside from the fact that Kairabi was in its possession, it was also really unexpected that the Uchiha actually had 2 kaleidoscopic riding wheels, and in contrast, the Naruto lineage was like shrinking turtles, clearly seeing that it was a ploy by Cloud Cuculander. Instead, he betrayed Hinata and forced him to settle the matter. Along with the great commotion of Susanoo, more and more ninjas had already come over. Yukido's face was disheveled. This time it really was a big loss. She gritted her teeth. "This time it's us, Cloud Crypt, who have fallen. So please spare Kairabi." Natsuki nodded at Futsuki and then unlocked his Sunigakure, throwing the severely injured Kairabi straight to the Kiba side. "I'm not satisfied with this peace treaty. Let's renegotiate the rules." Natsuki was full of it. He had no idea what the peace pact was about, but it might as well be a favor he gave to send. As for why he's giving Kiba a favor. "Third Naruto, the area around our clan land is safe, so we won't need your protection from now on. Otherwise I'll be worried about accidentally injuring a fellow village companion. Natsuki pronounced the words fellow villagers with emphasis. Mishio stepped forward at this point. Previously, the Uchiha clan lands were under construction, and in case of curfew, we arranged for a lot of shadowy protection. Mishio trailed off and glanced at Kairabi next to him. "Since the Uchiha clan land has been constructed, it's only natural for us to withdraw." Natsuki nodded, turning her head to Hinata. "Hinata-sama, feel free to come visit our new clan land sometime." Hinata first looked at the third Naruto with an icy look, then answered with a face full of sincerity. "After dealing with the family business, I will definitely pay a visit. Let's go." Natsuki greeted Futsuki and the rest of the Uchiha clan as they turned to leave. Mishio saw the way the Hyuga family looked at them and knew that they were being counted by the Uchiha again. But others on the Cloud Cuculander side did send benefits over. so he said to Yukito with a cheeky face and against the eyes of the Hyuga family, "Yukito, there are some errors and omissions in our peace pact this time that I see need to be renegotiated." When Tomoyuki and Natsuki returned to the clanland, Tomoyuki was a bit unsteady on his feet, and Natsuki hurriedly held Tomoyuki up. "Matriarch, you don't even need to make a move. I can handle Cloud Crypt alone." Tomoyuki covered his eyes and slowly sat down. "You were too aggressive this time. You wouldn't have been able to hold off 2 Rinpoche if Yukito had stepped in at that time as well. I had to step in to help you can get Kairabi under control quickly." Futsuki was panting, and his eyes hurt vaguely. The vision blurred some more. Natsuki was humbled to see Tomoyuki thinking so much of him. The bottom line of his provoking union was that with the pupil power of several of his kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes intersecting, his pupil power far exceeded that of an ordinary kaleidoscope. It was only a matter of time before the eternal kaleidoscope, the second-ranked Susanoo alone could already put Kairabi at a disadvantage, and he would simply turn on the third-ranked Susanoo if he needed to. There was no one present who could fight him, and by now he was the strongest man in all of Konoha. The Uchiha now no longer needed to look at Kiba's face. "Matriarch, are your eyes blurry already?" Chapter 33, Thinking Out Loud. "I can still see now, but I won't be able to use it many times." Fuyue's tone was a bit sullen. It was so hard to awaken the kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes. Such a strong power actually couldn't last long. Will the skunk, later, be blinded as well? Will Natsuki, in the future, be blind as well? Natsuki saw Tomoyuki's reluctance and laughed lightly. "Don't worry, Matriarch, there are 2 ways for the kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes to regain their eyesight." "Oh." Futsuki's spirit trembled as he looked at Natsuki with anticipation. Natsuki mused for a moment. "Matriarch, you know the several attributes of chakra in the shinobi world. Water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin and yang. And the opening of our sharpening will eyes relies on the power of the netherworld. Yin transportation?" Fuyue chewed on the word. Of course he knew about the yin transportation, but he doesn't know much about the relationship between the shadows and the sharpening wheel. The Uchiha's departure took away a great deal of the family's secret texts, and there was a break in many things. It's known that the yin tranquility chakra is made up of mental energy, and all of us Uchiha's mental energy skyrockets when we're severely stimulated. At the same time it stimulates the brain to secrete special chakra, which in turn stimulates the eyes, causing them to mutate. This is true for everything from single hooks to kaleidoscopes, but then the chakra of the yinzaku increases, making the person more somber. That kind of aura will make us Uchiha look uninviting. From this type of evolution, Kagemono has thus decided that we Uchiha are an evil clan. It's really ridiculous. Natsuki's tone was full of mockery towards Chikage. Even though Chikage had invented many jutsu, he was limited by the times and family feuds, still full of prejudice against Uchiha. In fact, with his scientific brain, he really studied the Uchiha's yinzaku properly. The current Kiba would certainly not be what it is now. Throughout the entire Naruto world, the only person who is purely a researcher is Orochimaru, and Kagemusha, let's just say, is a genius ninja. Is that actually the case? Fuyue was shocked beyond words. He still knew about the past events between Kagemusha and Uchiha-san back then, but he'd only assumed that Casey's targeting was because of his brother's death, not realizing there was such a layer. Natsuki continued. Of course, if there is a yin transportation, there is naturally a yang transportation. The chakra possessors of the Yoten, the Vortex clan, the Senju clan, the vast chakra of the Vortex clan, the life force, the superb physique of the Thousand Hands, the power of recovery, even the secret technique of the Akimichi clan, giganticization, is related to Yoten chakra. You've heard the rumors about Juma, clan chief. Tomoyuki nodded. Sure, Fuyue's era was very close to Senjuma. From a young age, he had grown up hearing rumors about Chikuma, and it's even recorded within the family that back then, Chikara was known as the god of ninjutsu. CLS healing. Tomoyuki suddenly blurted out with a blessing. Natsuki nodded. Senjuga is a rare immortal body, so his flesh is full of life force and can automatically recover from injuries without the need for seals. So, Matriarch, the first option is to inject Juma's cell solution. When the cellular solution is injected, it allows the yin and yang to unite and produce the power of Moro. Juma's cell solution? Futsuki frowned. Where did Chibiusa get the cell solution when he's been dead for so many years? Natsuki hammed and hawed. Matriarch, guess why Orochimaru defected? Ha! Tomoyuki was aware of Orochimaru's human experimentation. Ever since Juma died, Kiba has been trying to replicate the Kazuna ninja, so they've been experimenting with Juma cells. During the Shinobi World War, it was natural to have enemies for human experimentation, and after the war was over, it was only natural to take the people of this village. Tomoyuki asked, did Orochimaru succeed? Natsuki shook her head. One could say it was a success or a failure. The cells of the pillars were so powerful that they experimented on 60 babies. and all but one survived, and the remaining 59 turned into trees, turned into a tree. Futsuki listened with some silence. He didn't think that he was much better than the others. Well, what about the second method? The second method can make the kaleidoscope writer's eye upgraded to become the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye, but his cost is very great. Natsuki was silent for a moment. Why is the Uchiha Sharingan eye called the cursed eye? It's because of the second method, which is to transplant the kaleidoscope Sharingan of one's blood relative. When two pairs of kaleidoscope writers are united, the eternal kaleidoscope writers can be awakened. Back then, Uchiha Zebra was the one who transplanted his younger brother Izuna's eyes and evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes, and that's how he became a powerhouse that rivaled Juma. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. In that case, the skunk was able to save his eyes, and it can be an eternal kaleidoscope. Good, good, good. Futsuki's first thought wasn't one of hurt feelings. His first thought was to weasel his eyes out. Let the skunk achieve the eternal kaleidoscope and become strong. Natsuki was amused by Tomoyuki. Maliciously, Patriarch, you are too early to be happy. Sasuke's natural talent is very outstanding. Awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan is just a matter of time. Tomoyuki's expression choked. Since Natsuki had said that Sasuke would also awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan, it must be the truth. It wasn't just Natsuki's ability to peer into the future or Sasuke's natural talent that he recognized so much, but now it's so much more than a handful. What about this? If you're blind, one of the two brothers has to be blind? Suddenly Tomoyuki's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Natsuki directly blocked. Don't think about one eye for one person. A transplant of two eyes is required to awaken the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Tomoyuki was a bit bereft, only to turn around and find Natsuki covering her mouth and snickering. Natsuki, you have an idea, right? Ha ha ha, do you know why I had to make the Uchiha independent? And to pull out all the dark sentries? Tomoyuki looked at Natsuki with burning eyes. Natsuki clenched her fists. I'm going to make the entire Uchiha stand on top of the world. I'll make the Uchiha clan the strongest force. Natsuki took a deep breath. I'm going to make all the Uchiha open their kaleidoscope Sharingan. I'll open the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fuyue's eyes glowed with gold. The entire clan possessed the power of the gods. That kind of Uchiha. Futsuki seemed to have thought that wherever the Uchiha passed, Susanoo would step on the earth and conquer all the countries. It doesn't matter if the matriarch's eyes are given to Sasuke or Weasel. Doesn't Mikan-san still have a pair of Sharingan eyes? Natsuki's leisurely words came, directly pulling Tomoyuki back to reality. He frowned. Even if Mikan opened the kaleidoscope, then if she handed over her eyes, wouldn't she be blind? Egu. I didn't see that Fuyue is still a master who loves his wife. It's okay for him to be blind, but Mikan can't be blind. Natsuki rolled her eyes. Why are you so deadhead? In the past we Uchiha have lost so many people in battle. The Sharingan eyes have been recycled, right? Wouldn't it be easier to just plant a random pair? They just don't have the kaleidoscope power. What? It was as if a new door had been opened to Futsuki. Yeah, it can still be like that. If you gouge out your own kaleidoscope writer's eye, you can transplant another eye yourself. I don't have the power of Susanoo anymore, but I can still see it. The Uchiha clan also died a lot of clan members in the Third War, and the clan always wanted to study the Sharingan, so they all collected the Sharingan. However, it suffered from the fact that no clan member had the relevant talent, and it had been left unused. Natsuki, you know the way to open the kaleidoscope? Tomoyuki looked at Natsuki with burning eyes. Natsuki pointed to her eyes. Of course, there are plenty of ways to do it, and there are some prerequisites needed to make it work. It also depends on whether the person has the talent. It's good to have a method. Futsuki sighed. For so many years, the kaleidoscope sharing wheel had been recorded in the secret family history. The only clan member who has opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan in recent times is himself, and he himself had only opened his Sharingan eyes by mistake. Now, if you will, we've moved all the clan lands out, and we've pulled the nails out of the dark side as well. The current clan leader can give the order. Order? Ordered what? Make a man, Natsuki said seriously. Chapter 34 Movements of the Parties. Naruto's Office. Mishio-sama. The Uchiha has returned the 4 dark sectors that were detained. They weren't tortured, just held them overnight. Like this? The third Naruto took a drag on his cigarette. Sarutobi, what are you going to do? Mito Mengen, who was next to him, inquired. The third Naruto sighed. Remove all of the shadowy ministries that are watching the Uchiha clan, and you won't have to go there in the future. Is this really okay? Sarutobi. Mito Mengen was still uneasy. Monitoring the Uchiha clan had always been an order left behind by Kagemusha. They didn't dare relax for a moment, but they never caught anything. But the chaos of the 9 tails was clearly the Uchiha's sharpening eyes trick. If you don't pull back, are you going to let all the dark sections die there? Mishio grunted heavily. Now the 2 Uchiha shadow class powerhouses, Futsuki and Natsuki, Are both Kaleidoscope Sharingan masters? And now Kairabi is still lying in our Konoha hospital. Nito Mengyan sat down sullenly without making a sound. Turning to bed, Koharu said, "Otherwise, how about recalling Jiraiya and Tsunade?" Sarutobi took a hard drag on his cigarette. "Tsunade's whereabouts are uncertain. Let's bring Jiraiya back." Nito Mengyan and Turner Koharu looked at each other. How could Tsunade's whereabouts be uncertain? Wherever she goes, the title of Big Fat Sheep spreads. The reason Tsunade doesn't come back is that there have been suspicions about the Konoha hierarchy. Jomanoki's death, Broken's death. The man-made traces were too obvious. Only Tsunade suffered from a lack of evidence, which is why she went out of Konoha. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get Tsunade back now. Jiraiya is a bit more in control above his character. Turning betting, Koharu nodded. "I'll set it up." After turning to sleep, Haru went out. Michio asked, "What about Cloud Cuculander and the others?" Nito Mengyan picked up the official letter in his hand. Currently Kairabi is in the hospital after emergency treatment. There are no major injuries, and with his Pillar Powers physique, he will soon be able to be discharged from the hospital. Yakido wrote a letter back to Cloud Crypt, but they all stayed honestly in the embassy and didn't go anywhere else. Michio nodded. This time Cloud Cuculander was really scared by the fight. "I guess I didn't realize that the Uchiha were still openly supporting the Konoha village, although Kiba village can make a little profit from the peace talks this time." The Hyuga clan. The third Naruto was a deep headache. How did the Uchiha family produce a freak like Natsuki? This series of changes in the Uchiha was created by Natsuki after he became the vice clan chief. Now that they had lost Hinata as an ally in the Naruto line, recalling Zirai was also a necessity. If only Orochimaru was there. Orochimaru's heart is how it is, and the third Naruto understands it. But Orochimaru is considered to be at the top of his game in terms of both scientific ability and intelligence. If we let Orochimaru be Naruto, the third Naruto was a bit out of it for a moment. Sarutobi? Sarutobi? Nito Mengyan's voice pulled Miyabi Naruto's thoughts back, shaking his head. It was getting really old. How did Orochimaru come back? The third Naruto perked up a bit. "Well, what's Suza been up to lately?" Nito Mengyan said after a moment of hesitation. Since Negi has been in the police force, the Nikkei have only let them do security maintenance work. Since too many people complained, Juanzo also had to go and straighten things out himself. It's not very clear what he's been up to lately, but he's been sending roots around a lot, to places where the Uchiha are in charge. Humph, the Uchiha are not that easy to bully these days. The third Naruto loved and hated Tuzo, not to mention they were teammates themselves back in the day. Later on, when he got to leadership, he was Naruto and Suza did the black work, and it worked well together. But in recent years, Junzo's ambitions have been growing by the day, and the roots have outgrown their original personnel by far too much. Just how many roots were buried deep underground, even he, Naruto, didn't know. Before that, Junzo coveted Stopper's kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes. As a result, he was caught by Natsuki and was struck down enough to actually not die now. Well, Michio pondered for a moment. Pass the word to Natsuki. Let them fight it out themselves. Nito Mengyan nodded approvingly. In recent years, he had also seen Tuanzu's ambition in his eyes. Obviously they were all teammates back then, but Tuanzu now had a superior stance. Now that the Uchiha is so strong, there's a big chance that Gumiho will be at a disadvantage. The land of the fields. After many days of traveling, the Skunk and Stoppers group finally arrived in the land of Tennessee. Tanakuni is just a small country, not even a tenth of the size of the land of fire. The material resources are also not as rich as the fire country, and the level of national power is all relatively low. But after many days of traveling through the middle of nowhere, the crowd just wanted to get some rest now, poking around in the meantime. In a small town, the Uchiha and his group had simply chartered the entire inn. The innkeeper, who was on the verge of bankruptcy, suddenly received such a big order of business, and was so happy that he couldn't see out of the corner of his eye. The skunk and his party were very attentive and responsive to their needs. The group had also recovered after a day's rest. Early the next morning, Takuya had already begun to inquire about information about Tanakuni. Did you guys recently build a new shinobi village in Tanakuni? Hey, guests, this you all know. The innkeeper was surprised. We had a new Yanin village here about a couple years ago. A small one but still good at what it does. There are many outside ninja who are in the Yanin village, and the Yanin village is very efficient in all of its missions. Our daimyo is also very supportive of the Sound Ninja village, and I've heard that a lot of monies have been allocated to the Sound Ninja village. Before setting off, Elder Takuya had finished inquiring about the location of the Sound Ninja village, as well as a few details. All of the Uchiha moved quickly towards the Yonku village after they had rested. The ground of Tano no Kuni was aggressively small, and it was only a matter of 2 days before they reached the boundaries of the Sound Ninja village. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Weasel had arranged for all the other Uchiha to be in the town, and he and Stopper were going to go over there in twos. The overall size of the Sonic Ninja village was shabby, covering an area not as large as the Uchiha's clan lands, with only a few hundred people coming in and out. But Skunk and Stopper walked into the Sound Ninja village, and it was obvious that there was a lot of strong chakra hidden in the village. Those were obviously all shinobi-level ninjas. Both Skunk and Stopper were secretly careful and went to the mission center as the mission's client had done. There is only one reception window at the mission center. There's a chubby older woman in there, just a regular person. Stopper walked up to negotiate, and the older woman had a kind face. "Welcome both of you to the Yanin village. What is your commission?" Stopper replied politely. "We need to find someone. He should be in your Sonic village." "Oh, I wonder who the guest is talking about," the older woman asked suspiciously. "They're coming for me." Through the door walked a man with glasses and a smile on his face, none other than Yakashido. "Both of you come with me." Yakashido said hello to the older woman. Then he led the Skunk and Stopper towards the back of the village. Behind the village was a branch of a mountain range, and along the way there were fewer and fewer people, so that in the end only the footsteps of 3 people remained. Within a short time, the pocket stopped at the mouth of a depression. "I wonder what the famous Instant Stopper and the young patriarch of the Uchiha have come to the Yanin village for." As he spoke, several figures leapt down from the side, their forehead guards varying. All were followers from Orochimaru found from other shinobi villages, and all were upper shinobi-level ninjas. Everyone was looking very hostilely at both Skunk and Stopper. The Skunk ignored everyone's stares and took a step forward. "You're Yakashido, aren't you? And where is Orochimaru?" The Skunk's tone was flat, without any semblance of a rise or fall, but a few of the top shinobi acted as if they were irritated. "How dare you call His Excellency by his first name?" Then lunged ferociously at the Skunk and Stopper. Chapter 35, Studying the Uchiha. A slapping leg kick lands for Skunk. Ah! As the crow cawed, the Skunk's entire body split into a pile of crows, and while the raven was in the air, the Skunk appeared in an instant. The swords in their hands brushed and dropped, and also hit each other in the air to change their positions. It took the combined efforts of the 4 Yanin to block the Skunk's shuriken attack. With an instantaneous jutsu, the Skunk closed in on the body and kicked a Sonic Ninja away. The remaining 3 quickly battled the Skunk. The other 2 came towards Stopper, and with a look from Stopper, the 2 instantly fell to the ground. Yakashido had been standing in the Argo without making a move. These Sound Ninjas were the shinobi that Orochimaru had gotten back. There's nothing to say about any of the abilities above, but even with the siege, it didn't take much effort for the Skunk to defeat him. The Skunk only used a crow substitute. Stopper stood in place and disabled both of them with an illusion spell, and after that, didn't even participate in the fight at all. In just a few moments of work, these upper ninja of the Sound Ninja were lying all over the place. What a disappointment. Didn't even force out the kaleidoscope Sharingan? A hoarse and magnetic voice came out. Orochimaru, who had just changed bodies, stepped out of the shadows. Pocket scowled. "I'm very sorry, Orochimaru-sama. Stand down. The next battle is not for you to meddle in anymore." Although the body has just been replaced, having a million snakes should be enough. Orochimaru's handsome face went cold, and his fingers bit. Smiley face. "Hi, Su, you, Shin, Wei." Doodle was shocked. Was Lord Orochimaru going to use that directly? Psionics. Bang! A huge cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Skunk and Stopper jumped out. A loud noise whistled in his ears. "Orochimaru, I need a sacrifice to get me out this time." Orochimaru looked annoyed. "Defeat them and I will prepare a sacrifice for you." Roar! A shrill whistle. The huge body of the 10,000 snakes flung over like a whip. Boom! The ground smashed into a large crater. The 10,000 serpents slowly raised their bodies after the blow landed, spilling large shadows beneath them. Doodle hurriedly pulled the 3 nearby shinobi out of the area. The other few ninjas, however, had already been crushed into a puddle by the 10,000 snakes. "Uchiha Weasel, I didn't think you'd come looking for me." Orochimaru's eyes looked greedily at the Sharingan in the Skunk's eyes. Before he defected, he had seen this genius train in a way that was nothing short of suicidal. That's when he coveted the Sharing Wheel Eye. After he had taken control of the daimyo in the Tanakuni Kingdom, he had established the Sonic Ninja Village, developing it while studying the art of ninjutsu. In a few years, he improved the 2nd generation Naruto, the obscene earth transmutation left behind by Chikuma. He also performed the first transmutation of the law of eternal life, the uncorporeal transmigration. Being oblivious to the Skunk's Sharingan, he is about to make a move. Unexpectedly, an undercover agent in Konoha sends word that the Uchiha is cutting ties with Konoha. Uchiha Weasel and Futsuki even awakened. The legendary kaleidoscope writer's eye. Orochimaru didn't realize that Futake was so tolerant, and that the Third Ninja World War took so long to fight. He hadn't even heard that Tomoyuki had the kaleidoscope Sharing Wheel Eyes, but now it was revealed. And Skunk is so young that he actually has the kaleidoscope writer's eye. Weasel and Stopper looked at each other in order to ensure a smooth don't tension and to keep Orochimaru from having to defend himself against the illusions. Against a giant psychic beast like the man snake, you'd have to use Suzaku. Come on, Skunk! Show me the kaleidoscopic shuriken eyes of Susanoo. Orochimaru's face was frenzied as he aspired to collect all the jutsu in this world. And how could he, a researcher, not go crazy when Susanoo was a legendary jutsu? Boom! 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 The 10,000 snakes rushed past with each attack like a magnitude 7 earthquake. The entire ground exploded, flying sand and smoke. Weasel and Stopper only dodged in quick succession. Between the shaking of the ground and the shaking of the mountains, the flying rocks all carried great killing power. No, gotta go. With 3 knocked out dragons in tow, Tout could only quickly leave the battlefield. Weasel, it's not your style to keep hiding. Come on, show me the legendary power of the gods. Orochimaru was hell-bent on seeing Susanoo, but Weasel and Stopper dodged all the way, and Orochimaru was impatient when he did. The skunk sensed that they were the only 3 left in the vicinity and looked at each other with Stopper. The hooks in the skunk's eyes instantly transformed into triangular windmills. An orange-red chakra giant instantly rose from the ground. Raging chakra began to build from the giant's bones, meridians, until flesh and blood appeared all over his body. It is the second stage of Susanoo. Stopper also leapt up at the same time and rushed towards Orochimaru. Terrific! Terrific! This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is the power of God. Ha 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 ha. A sickly grin covered Orochimaru's green-gray face. A hefty laugh escaped his lips. The second stage of Susanoo is very chakra-intensive, and Weasel instantly slams Manzai away after Susanoo appears. Boom! With a huge roar, 10,000 snakes actually couldn't stabilize his body and was knocked out. Susa throws a handful of Yasaka no Hookahs right after crashing through Manzai. Orochimaru jumped at the same time that Manabu was knocked off his feet, right into the path of Stopper, who was charging at him. Orochimaru's eyes moved away from the skunk Suzaku. Sesshomaru, I heard that Suzu's heart wants your eyes, so do you have the kaleidoscope writer's eyes as well? Orochimaru's eyes were glittering. With his wisdom, how could he not realize that Stopper's sharpening will eyes must be special as well? Unfortunately, he only knew that the kaleidoscope sharing will eyes could turn on Susanoo, but he didn't know that the kaleidoscope sharing will eyes would also give rise to other secret arts. You'll see. The moment Orochimaru met Stopper's eyes, a line of bloody tears flowed from Stopper's eyes and they snapped open. Don't God of heaven! What? Orochimaru was shocked. It was already too late. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing Orochimaru's life. The host gains Ghoul Seal X1. A smile appeared on Natsuki's face. It seemed that Stopper was quite reliable after all. Roar! Smoke billowed up beside him as Man-Snake was struck by Yasaka no Hookah with a howl, his black flames bursting into flames. What kind of flame is this? Ah! He howled. Orochimaru, what are you doing? The last thing his eyes saw was Orochimaru falling through the air with a violent freeze. How? Orochimaru was defeated. Why didn't Orochimaru use his jutsu, Subterranean Shadow Snake Hand, and 10,000 Snake Formation? One snake is a bit startled. Bang! The 10,000 snakes turned into a cloud of smoke and fled. Orochimaru raised his head, his voice hoarse. Rather save me the sacrifice. Why are you guys just coming over now? We still have a lot of work to do. Let's not waste time. With that, Orochimaru turned and walked towards the valley behind him. The skunk disarmed his Susanoo and came down from the air, panting, and helped Stopper, who had overexerted his pupil power. He looked to Stopper, who nodded with a weary look on his face. In that instant, he modified Orochimaru's will. Originally, Orochimaru wanted to turn into the wind to drive the windmill. Don't Heavenly God showed him that he had a group of like-minded companions to become the wind with him. Now he doesn't just want to drive a windmill anymore. He wants to blow like a hurricane across the world. Orochimaru walked ahead of him and saw that both Weasel and Stopper looked tired. Susanoo consumes more than just chakra, right? The skunk nodded. Susanoo also consumes pupil power, making it a very dangerous jutsu. 1 second a few people were fighting to the death, and the next second they were discussing as if they were teammates. The picture was simply bizarre, but Orochimaru didn't feel anything wrong. Yakashido came out from inside the base and looked surprised to see Orochimaru and the 2 Uchiha walking together, but out of trust in Orochimaru, Doodle didn't question it since. Orochimaru explained faintly, they're here to work with me. You go prepare the medical lab. A medical laboratory. Doodle was from a medical ninja background in the past, so he was familiar with this. It is usually needed when doing biological research. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. What are we studying this time? I'll go prepare the experimental subjects. Orochimaru turned his head to look at the ferret, his tongue sticking out and swirling around his face. Researching the Uchiha, the subject was a ferret. Pocket. Chapter 36, Arrangements of the Sonic Ninja Village. In the end, the skunk was only harvested for blood. skin, and bone marrow. Natsuki-senpai said that the skunk's body has developed a problem that will deteriorate quickly if left untreated. Oh, Orochimaru took the skunk's cellular tissue to be tested. Picking up what Natsuki had specially prepared for him, Orochimaru flipped through pages and pages of a document filled with words. The eyes went from being careless before to being fully focused, and the look gradually became frenzied. Terrific! Terrific! I've never thought of any of these things. How did Natsuki know? Regarding the negative mental effects of soul splitting, the basic analysis of yin and yang chakra, evolution of the Sharingan eye and speculation on immortal eyes, immortal bodies, immortal blood, and blood succession, immortal magic conjecture and spell seal relationship. Those papers were filled with Natsuki's reserved knowledge, as well as some of his reasonable guesses. And when this knowledge was given to Stopper, Natsuki explained it. If Betenshin succeeds, he can just tell Orochimaru that he can foretell what's going to happen in the future. When Orochimaru heard that the kaleidoscope would actually have the ability to foretell the future, his entire being was shocked. Then the information at hand became more preoccupied. Drop. At this point the testing machine has finished testing the skunk cell tissue. Orochimaru had frowned when he casually brought it over to look at it. It is? He found that the skunk's cellular activity was abnormal and that a small number of cells were lesioning to an abnormal state and were above cellularity. If Natsuki had been here, he would have been able to hear that the skunk's symptoms were a form of leukemia. Orochimaru didn't know the name of the condition though, but it didn't stop him from being a highly skilled medical practitioner. He quickly ascertained that the skunk's ailment was an erosion of his body by the Yinzaku chakra every time he used his kaleidoscope shuriken. By suspending the use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Orochimaru was able to suppress the diseased cells. When the skunk grows up a bit, or when his body is stronger, he will be able to resist the Yin transportation chakra erosion of the kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes. The skunk will be cured without medicine. Great! Skunk! Stopper was sort of relieved when he heard Natsuki say that the skunk would only live to be 20. It was days and nights of worry. Luckily Natsuki-senpai's plan hadn't gone wrong. Stopper touched his eyes, both of which, now, would take many years before he could use Betsu Tenjin again. Luckily the first 2 times it produced results. Don't you get too happy. Orochimaru's voice pulled Stopper's thoughts to the forefront. The Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope Sharingan, itself, is not a stable product. If abused with impunity, it's not just a matter of losing your eyesight and going blind, but it can produce unpredictable lesions in your bodies. Orochimaru looked over the evolution and speculation of the Sharingan eyes. Another comparison of the 2 pamphlets on the immortal eye, immortal body, immortal blood and blood succession limits. Orochimaru flipped inside the second booklet. An introduction to the Otsutsuki clan and the influence of the Otsutsuki bloodline on the many bloodline limitations of the shinobi world. The blood relay limit is a gift and a curse. Ha! Orochimaru sighed. The next experiment will require the full cooperation of you two. Natsuki also came up with ideas for a way to stabilize the kaleidoscope sharing wheel. Even if the skunk was able to transplant a blood relative's kaleidoscope sharing wheel, with Stopper now alone and without a blood relative, he would need to go the second way, which would be to infuse Juma's cells. But Orochimaru had his own ideas. He wanted to try and see what effect a direct injection of yokai chakra could have on the kaleidoscope sharing wheel, but things like injecting chakra hadn't been experimented with before. With just 2 living test subjects now, Orochimaru would have to replan how to start, and some of his previous planning, research topics all pushed back. It's no longer a single desire for Sharingan eyes that makes him stronger. His plans got even bigger. Orochimaru quickly got busy, leaving all the matters of the Sonic Ninja village to Doodle to accomplish. Tout, however, can't be bothered because he has to help Orochimaru with his experiments from time to time. After all, the shadow divergence technique could not be used for such delicate work as scientific research. When the shadow doppelganger disappears, the massive medical data will make your entire brain go down. Instead, you'll have to take many days off to straighten it out. And the Uchiha clansmen brought in by Weasel and Stopper quickly filled the shortage of manpower in the Yanin village. The third elder, Takuya, quickly took over Taku's political duties in the Yonku village, allowing Taku to work with Orochimaru for an extended period of time. The third elder, Takuya Uchiha, had finally fulfilled a wish he had had for many years. It wasn't a big Yonku village now, but it was a good way for him to get over his power. Doodle has absolutely no interest in such things as power, and he's in the shinobi village to help Orochimaru. To him, Orochimaru was his superior, his brother, his family. Whatever he could do to help Lord Orochimaru, he would be more than happy to do. Weasel and Stopper, on the other hand, cooperate with Orochimaru on a daily basis, using themselves as living material. If they hadn't had faith in the other gods, Weasel and Stopper were really worried that Orochimaru had vivisected them. Uchiha New Clan Land. My lord, there is news from the shinobi cats. Shining walked in with the news. Keime's older brother Yo-Yo's summon animal is also assigned Shinobi Cat. By utilizing psionics, Yo-Yo, who was following the skunk, was able to send a quick message with both Keime. Natsuki opened the scroll to see that Orochimaru had begun his research on the skunk's body. Skunk's body should be stabilized. The next step is development. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the course of Yakashido's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Palm Immortal Technique X1. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. Was it actually not immortal mode? Natsuki-sama. That's when another Uchiha came through the door. There's a message from the third generation. What's the news on the third Naruto? Natsuki opened it with some confusion, then let out a soft chuckle. This guy, Junzo, was really dishonest, and had previously become a street rat in Kiba village because of the gouging out of Stopper's eyes. The only way to do that is to hunker down in your clan or in the roots and not even go to the Naruto building. I didn't realize that the thief's heart wouldn't stop and now he's hitting on Uchiha. But the third generation is no slouch. And while the third Naruto is ostensibly showing favor to the Uchiha, it's actually a bogeyman. With Junzo now sitting on his ass, Mishio would have been a bit out of control. The Uchiha is now even more cut off from the village. And the point is that the two kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha are so powerful that the third generation Naruto can't even fight against them. So if Gumiho and Uchiha go up against each other, whichever side suffers a loss, it's a good thing for the third Naruto. Now that the Kiba village is reacting to whatever, the Uchiha can already gradually ignore it. As long as the Tanakuni side develops, none of the general population of the Uchiha would have to rely on Konoha either. Pass the word down to all Uchiha vigilantes that security patrols are to be changed to 2 standard squads at the same time. All clansmen with open eyes are not allowed to go out of the clan land alone. Temporarily stop taking quests in Kiba village, and return to the clan land in unison to rest. These rights had been delegated to Natsuki by Tomoyuki, and had completely groomed Natsuki as a successor. Natsuki stood up and patted Keimine on the shoulder, but Junzo's side is still staring at our Sharingan. If you're short of people, go to Futsuki's and ask for them, and the junction class as soon as possible. Captain. Shiming's eyes were filled with determination. The family, I must be the one to guard it. Chapter 37, The Eager Suza. In the next few moments, the third Naruto began a renewed peace talk with Cloudcrypt. Cloudcrypt was strong before, and was more than a little tentative with Kiba. But the strong support of the Uchiha clan made Yunin a toothless tiger. Can't fight, can't afford to delay, can only let Kiba slaughter. Originally, Kairabi, the 8-tailed human pillar power, came to calm the scene, but ended up being directly beaten into the hospital and became a hostage. The peace talks above even suffered a big loss. Just the compensation is 300 million, but also some of the cloud-hidden scientific research technology to pay out to the Wooden Leaf. While these scientific technologies may not be the latest, at least they are not easy to stumble upon out there. The third generation didn't dare to keep it all to himself, so he made a copy of all the information and sent it to Uchiha Natsuki. Key by 8th Street. The merchants are a bit strange today, as the members of the Uchiha Vigilante, all 8 of them, are walking together, whether on patrol or in law enforcement. The 8 men are inseparable. Fortunately, the merchants on this street were all tidied up by the Uchiha, and very few of them made trouble. Uchiha patrolling like this just raised some curiosity, but reunion was as hard as swallowing a fly, and he actually blocked the road before he could do anything about it. Aren't there any of those Uchiha left alone? Back to my lord. All of the Uchiha's clansmen who have opened their eyes now go in and out of the same place, and there aren't even any under 4 of them, the Hexenbeast below whispered. Recently, in addition to having his right eye installed with a Sharingan eye, Junzo had taken his only 2 remaining Sharingan eyes and experimented with them. He wanted to know how the kaleidoscope sharing wheel eye actually opened. However, it didn't help. The Uchiha clan wouldn't be what it was before if the kaleidoscope writer's eye was something that could be researched casually. Now that the Shimura clan had been affected by his influence, they had broken off their cooperation with many of the ninja clans. The Shimura clan didn't get the benefit of the doubt, so naturally the roots had less money, and the third Naruto had cut his expenses regarding what had happened earlier. It brought many of his experiments to a standstill. The kaleidoscope might that Natsuki had displayed earlier in the Hyuga household had made Suza a million times more than he wanted to be, but now the stock of Sharingan has been depleted. That's why Juzo set his sights on the Uchiha Ichi's police force. But before Tuzo even had a chance to do so, it was as if the Uchiha had been forewarned and put all of them on guard. Who was the one who leaked the information? With his eyes darkened, it occurred to him in his thoughts that it must be that old fox Saratobi Hizuru. Only the third generation of Naruto can command a large number of the dark part. Kiba have any wind and grass they know best. He used to be cordial when he wanted to use Lao Fu, but now that he sees that Lao Fu has more power, he suppresses Lao Fu. Go around the Uchiha's clan lands and see if there's a chance. Haito worried. Wouldn't it be too risky? The current Uchiha clan lands can't even get into Naruto's dark side. Reunion smiled confidently. That's Michio being threatened by Natsuki. The Uchiha clan land is so big, can Natsuki defend it alone? It's not safe to have too many people. Let's have the oil girl Ryoma go and see if she has a chance. Kito was a bit terrified. My lord, right now the oil maiden Ryoma has been taken into custody in the dungeon by the third generation. You quietly release him and tell him that there is a cure for his illness, if he helps me catch the Uchiha. Although she didn't want to face the oil maiden Ryoma, Hexagon Francois gritted his teeth. Yes, in the dungeon, there was a man in a black trench coat, leaning inside the shadows at the foot of the wall. The body was muscular, but vaguely greenish-gray in color. Tap tap tap. Footsteps approaching. Hex went to the cell door. Ryoma. Ryoma seemed to wander off, opening his mouth in a yawn before walking to the door. And you are? Hex Earth? Hex Earth nodded. Lord Junzo says there's a cure for your illness, but the condition of the treatment is to help Lord Junzo capture an Uchiha clan member with Sharingan eyes. Sharingan? Isn't it hard to catch someone from the Uchiha clan? Ryoma had been in the dungeon for too long to realize the changes in the outside world. No problem. When do we go? Hekito swallowed, wondering why as he walked up to Ryoma. It just feels like you're cold and your thinking is slow. The sooner the better. Lord Reizo should be anxious. With that said, Hikutsu came to the cell door and unlocked it for Ryoma. Ryoma, the oil girl, walked out with a leisurely face. Hex, you don't know why I'm locked up here, do you? Heitu's heart was jittery, and he braced his tingling scalp and said, I heard you killed your teammate to get in, trying to make a move on me? Heitu's heart was uneasy and alert at the same time. Ryoma, the oil woman, said lightly, I'm not going to do anything to you, but my baby hasn't eaten in too long, so, I'll just have to commit you. What? In just an instant, Hexearth felt that he could not move, and the chakra in his body returned to silence. Heitu's eyes went black and he instantly lost his breath. Buzzing, a large mass of parasitic worms, invisible to the naked eye, flew out from the body of the hexagram, and Heitu had become a dry mass. Outside the Uchiha clanland, Uchiha Kame was busy on the ground alone. He set up the chakra-conducting material on the ground, and then carved the boundary jutsu on it. In a hurry, the three who had been taught to probe the boundaries were a week ahead of schedule. The last thing Chiming worked on was the knot node in front of him. Ever since Uchiha Natsuki was elevated to vice patriarch, the Uchiha clan has been completely different from one day to the next. Although many clansmen went out, the Uchiha who stayed in Konoha were never again subjected to any hardship or injustice. On the contrary, just about any Uchiha from the vigilantes is particularly popular right now. This is because the 8th Street, where the Uchiha are patrolling and stationed, has always been the street with the best security environment in Konoha. Merchants from other streets would sometimes come by and secretly ask the Uchiha's clan if they would patrol their streets. After receiving the news that they won't be going, they are often especially frustrated and no longer smacked in the face. Seeing the Uchiha clan develop more and more, Kai Ming was heartily happy. He was not a fighter himself, and all he wanted was a thriving family. Now the Uchiha had retreated from inside the vortex of Konoha, though now the matriarch demanded that quests must be done conservatively, putting safety first, causing everyone's income to decrease a lot. But at least it doesn't have the depressing atmosphere it used to have. Recently the matriarch said that the Uchiha had lost a large number of elites by going out of the group. The rainy day is now being saved and the clan is being encouraged to procreate. And for every child born to a family with 2 or more children, then you get a subsidy of 200,000 taels, 1 for each additional child, with other subsidies to follow. There are many families who already have children at home and are immediately ready to have one more. And now the Uchiha community, with all the young men and women in it, is rapidly pairing up. After all, the subsidy paid out for having a child is the price of a reward for a B-rank quest. Uchiha Kimin's hands were not stopping as he prepared to get this boundary jutsu node done. Just turn it on right away so that the Uchiha can have a scrying boundary as well. He kept his head buried in his work, not realizing that there was already danger closing in on him around him. There were many black bugs, spread out wide, that were slowly flying towards Chiming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The slow buzzing of bugs came to Chiming's ears. The sealing jutsu on Kai Ming's hand was just about done, and Kai Ming subconsciously inputted chakra. An invisible ripple spread outward from the node. It appeared in Kai Ming's mind, countless dots representing chakra. Buzz. A loud insect chirp accompanied by a sharp whistle in the air as a large mass of parasitic worms fell from the sky. Kanyang rolled twice on the ground in some distress. A hollow hole exploded in the ground, and Chiming dodged the blow with some alarm. He stood up and shouted, "What kind of person? How dare you show your face in the Uchiha clan land?" Then opened his Sharingan eyes. Chiming didn't have a flare on him, so he could only alert the clan by shouting at the top of his lungs. He also didn't expect that someone would actually go after him by the Uchiha clan land. Ryoma, the oil woman, emerged from the shadows. You're out of luck if you meet me. Too bad it's a two-hooker. Barely. Kai Ming saw the person in front of him as if he was an enemy. Because the person in front of him possessed strong chakra, his body was muscular and strong. And the key was that this person, he knew. You're Ryoma the oil girl. Chi Ming's head is smart. So it's a conscious collection of many messages. Isn't this oil girl Ryoma locked in the dungeon? Chapter 38, 3 Hooks. Oil girl Ryoma is a talented ninja of the oil girl clan, formerly an elite member of the root ministry. The invasion technique was also very prominent among the successive generations of the Dark Ministry. It is said to have been strong back then, right up there with Orochimaru at the time. He was ambitious back then and wanted to grow the Oil Maiden clan. Also traveled around collecting insects, which later really led him to a new type of insect. The parasites he cultivated are nanoscale venomous insects. Just like the oil woman Shikoro, no physical contact is needed to release the toxin into the air to spread it. Then he had health problems while developing a new secret art. He began secretly killing his teammates and taking their blood to feed his junkies. But things quickly fell apart and he was imprisoned. It was actually him, and Chi Ming was instantly alerted. In a hurry, he made a seal and drummed his chest. Fire transportation. Fireball technique. The goal. At your own feet. Poof. The raging flames spewed straight out, hitting the ground and reeling back. Chi Ming ran out of the flames covered in charcoal. Oomph. The oil maiden Ryoma snorted coldly. This Uchiha was so determined. The large number of poisonous insects that had just already invaded the past were instantly burned out. Knowing that his poisonous insects were invisible to the naked eye, he actually burned directly at himself. Despite the multiple burns on her body, she had at least escaped the nanoscale parasitic bug attack of the oil woman Ryoma. If the oil woman Ryoma's poisonous insect was allowed to get on it, within a few seconds, Chi Ming would lose control of his brain over his entire body. Unexplained death here. You'll come with me obediently, or you'll let me take your body away. The oil woman dragon horse nanoscale venomous worms were all depleted, and now that blood was needed for hatching, he had to use the normal parasite attack. With a wave of her hand, the oil woman dragon horse immediately swarmed with a large mass of parasite bugs. The burns on Kai Ming's body were so severe that he could only barely leap back, and without a ninjutsu in his hand he had no choice but to rely on his fire escape. Naruto, the art of the phoenix fairy fire. A ball of fire erupted from Chi Ming's mouth, head-on into a swarm of parasites. Instantly the parasites dropped a bunch. Several other clusters slammed into the ground, and instantly the ground burst into flames. Seeing such a big commotion, Oil Woman Dragon Horse quickly swept through the flames in a flash and grabbed towards Chi Ming. Kaemyeong dodged a punch in great distress and rolled on the ground twice as Ryoma stepped forward again and kicked Kaemyeong in the body. But Ryoma was light on his feet. Bang! Chi Ming exploded into a cloud of smoke. Ha! I can't believe it's a shadow doppelganger. When? As the shadow doppelganger exploded into smoke, the memory of the damage the shadow doppelganger had sustained instantly returned to enlightenment. Who was in the same place? Knowing at the outset that he couldn't beat it, Kaimei split almost all of his chakra into another shadow doppelganger as he spewed whole fireballs towards the ground. This is a very risky approach, with the shadow doppelganger taking serious damage disappearing when its own chakra is insufficient. The moment those hurt memories return to the being will most likely not be able to take it and pass out. Chi Ming stumbled and almost fell to the ground, but he had to hold on. The family had been spared from the war with great difficulty, and if something happened to himself, again, how many ripples might be set off? Aha! Chi Ming suppressed a muffled grunt as blood flowed from his nose. He could hear footsteps, and Ryoma was about to catch up. Secret arts. Parasites. The sound of a large mass of parasitic worms flying around had arrived behind them. Chi Ming's eyes widened angrily. Ah! With a lightness in his body and instant strength, Chi Ming leapt forward and dodged the attack. Ho! Ho! Kai Ming gasped for air. The Sharingan eyes that were spinning inside his eyes had evolved from a 2-hook jade to a 3-hook jade. Count yourself as somewhat capable. Actually tricking me like this. Seeing that he had been dragged around for such a long time, the oil maiden Ryoma was a bit annoyed. However, he saw Kaimei's eyes, which had turned into 3-hooked Sharingan eyes. Heartily, he said, "Ha! What luck!" The inside of the parasitic worms around him flew up and swept towards Chi Ming. Dying? Kai Ming's eyes were open, his chakra depleted as his body was too late to dodge. Bang! A large amount of smoke exploded from the ground, and a skeletal giant instantly wrapped Chi Ming inside. Yo! Good to catch up. Natsuki gave Kaimine a nod. Captain. Kai Ming's heart gave out and his eyes went black and he collapsed. Is this the Susanoo? Feeling the raging chakra on the opposite side. Although it was only a skeleton form of Susanoo, the oppressive force had already caused the parasitic worms on the oil woman Ryoma's body to wail. The oil woman, Ryoma, immediately turned and ran. Natsuki's eyes swept, and Susanoo slapped him across the face, bringing up a gust of wind. Buzz. the oil woman dragon horse immediately exploded into a cloud of insect detachments, then immediately reappear next to it. But the number of parasite bugs had been reduced by a large portion, and it was clear that this substitute jutsu had consumed a large portion of Ryoma's chakra. Natsuki dispersed his Suzaku and dashed forward. With both hands, he kneaded and made a noon seal. Fire escape. Howling fire extinguisher. Poof. Boom. Huge flames erupted, and the ground instantly exploded into a sea of fire. Once again, the oil woman Ryoma that exploded into a worm. All the parasitic worms were instantly scorched by the flames. The intense flames and heat completely cleared the neighborhood. The moment the oil woman Ryoma's parasite was burned empty, he showed himself and was instantly wrapped in flames. The intense heat made him instantly scorched black, too late to let out a miserable grunt. A black mass of humanoids then fell to the ground. Rustling, 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 through the forest sounded. Many of the Uchihas, only now arriving, but by the time we reached the scene, the ground was a mess and many trees were burning. Oops, seems like overplaying his hand. Natsuki scratched his head. The most suitable thing to deal with this kind of bug playing is the fire escape. In order to make sure that all the parasitic worms were burned to death, Natsuki had used all of his chakra. As a result, the How fire went out but burned out the neighborhood with a large open area of a basketball court. Put out the fire first. Hurry! Suetun. Water current jutsu. Water transportation. Although the Uchiha are good at fire escape, it doesn't mean that they don't know how to escape water. After all, there are still Sharingan eyes that can be duplicated. Natsuki helped K-Mine up, who happened to be experimenting with inputting chakra while he was defending against the probing boundary jutsu being done. That's why he knew the first thing about Ryoma's invasion. And he was there. He just didn't make a move. But Chining really surprised him with his performance. First, he burned himself with a ball of ho-ho fire, and in the flames, he divided all his chakra into his shadow doppelganger. He himself escaped by using the flames to quickly hide his form, showed Ryoma off. It's just too risky. What makes putting on a shadow doppelganger dangerous is that when chakra is scarce, the shadow split and the memories will return to the main body, which will easily be unable to withstand it and pass out. The art of multiple shadow doppelgangers is even more forbidden. Other than Naruto, the reincarnation of Ajura, no one else has ever dared to split a bunch of shadow doppelgangers and go hard. I didn't realize that K explicitly survived the shadow doppelganger problem by sheer force of will and awakened the three hooks in a life and death situation. The Uchiha's medical team had just made a preliminary examination, and there was nothing wrong with K-Mine except for the burns on his body. Sort of a big deal. Looking at the body lying on the ground, Natsuki remembered that this bastard should be locked in the dungeon. Didn't Nishio not find a reason to clean up on Gunzo? Now he has a reason. Chapter 39, Naruto's Changes. Naruto Building. 2. The third Naruto dumped a pile of information onto the table. What are you trying to do, Junzo? How dare you open the dungeon by yourself? How are you going to take responsibility if another prisoner escapes? Reunion spoke coldly. Sarutobi, what are you talking about? I don't know about the dungeon. The third Naruto angrily said. You're still sophomoric. The body of your Negi kiddo was found in the dungeon, and you're still saying you didn't know about it. With a mortar and pestle of his crutches, Junzo said, that's a private action of the Kitsune. It has nothing to do with me. Tuanzu, don't you dare play games with me here. Do you think no one knows about you ordering Ryoma and taking the Uchiha Sharingan eye? The secret arts class has found evidence inside Ryoma's body. Humph. Juzu stopped pretending and glared angrily at the third Naruto. Sarutobi Hinata, I've told you before that you need to eradicate the Uchiha sooner rather than later. And you keep cowering. Now the Uchiha have become established, with two strong kaleidoscope riders in the clan, and a weasel and a stopper outside the clan. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have killed all the Uchiha clan. The third Naruto also tapped the table. Kill, kill, kill. I know how to kill. Uchiha Futsuki has long been a kaleidoscope rider's eye powerhouse. He just didn't vocalize it. Can you beat Susanoo? How many lives would you have to fill to destroy the Uchiha clan? You can guarantee that Cloud Hidden won't take advantage of the fire. You can guarantee that Misty Hidden won't come. Or do you think that Iwagakure is easy to talk to? Reunion retorted. If you had weakened the Uchiha long ago, would a strong man like Natsuki have appeared in the Uchiha? Without the Uchiha constraints, what shinobi village is a match for us? Sarutobi Hinata was also annoyed at the thought of Uchiha Natsuki's Susanoo, picked up his pipe and took a hard drag. What's the point of talking about this now? You're not allowed to mess with the Uchiha right now. Regarding Ryoma, you will come down from your position as advisor elder for a while. Sarutobi. Juzu looked at the third Naruto with a fierce look in his eyes. Instead, the third Naruto was slack-jawed and had no other expression. Humph. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Tuanzo grunted heavily and then whisked his sleeve away. The third Naruto looked at the back of Junzo and picked up his pipe and took a deep drag. Natsuki-sama, Word has come from the third Naruto's side that Junzo's position as advisor elder has been removed. Natsuki raised an eyebrow at the report. This Mishio was really, again, playing this trick. Though by removing Gumiho's position as advisor elder, Gumiho has become a civilian in plain sight. But as long as the roots in the hands of the reunion are not disbanded, the reunion will never fall. A lesser title of counselor elder would just cost him some money. After the previous series of events, there wasn't much of a reputation left for Junzo to have. Right now, Suzu is smart enough to be minimizing his presence as much as he can. People are forgetful, and when things come up, after a while, they don't remember all the things that reunion did, but at least he'll be able to stop a bit now. Natsuki still had little interest in the politics of the clan lands now, and had also approached Tomoyuki twice to plead his case, expressing that he really wasn't interested in this. Tomoyuki could only go along with Natsuki. After all, Natsuki was still young enough to take his time now. What made Fuyuai a bit anxious was that once the previous policy of encouraging childbirth went down, there were many clansmen who responded positively. There are those who have had some attrition in their families due to the end of the Third Shinobi War. Some of them were supposed to be adding to their families during this non-war period. In just 2 months, a number of Uchiha women have already been checked for pregnancy, and the clan money, when these babies are born a year from now, then they themselves will have to take a large sum of money outside. The Uchiha vault is in jeopardy. Natsuki just told Futsuki to relax, and that if he couldn't, he'd go catch some rebel ninja when the time came. Getting a bounty will hold you over. It's still early in the day. Tomoyuki also had to put his heart in his stomach for the time being, and discussed with Natsuki about the various sealing techniques that Natsuki had newly learned. It must be said that although the Uchiha have their own collection, the sealing arts above have always been the Uchiha's weak point. To be precise, of the various countries, none of them have particularly strong sealing techniques. Kiba's sealing techniques are strong because Kiba received some of the Eddie Nation's possessions when the Eddie Nation was destroyed. However, Tomoyuki had no talent above the sealing arts, and was even worse than the few juniors Natsuki had found. Natsuki saw that he couldn't teach it for a week, so he had to write it down and then leave Tomoyuki alone to practice it as it was. Instead, he went to visit Naruto and Sasuke at the ninja school, for a sudden thought occurred to him that concerned him. That is, Naruto absolutely cannot go ahead and invent the evil art of color seduction. Inside the original world, Naruto's original purpose for inventing the jutsu was originally to draw attention to himself, and he doesn't have to do that anymore. So that means no more Naruto peeking into the women's bathroom every day. When he thought of the son of a hero, who engaged in such filth every day before his 3 views were formed, Natsuki felt sad for Mizukichi. And then there's that old bastard Jiraiya, who can't be faulted for anything else. But sadly, when it comes to his private hobbies, he's simply not to be trifled with. Kiba School. Naruto, who had always run around like crazy when he was a kid, was a little uncomfortable sitting still on the table. He was a little drowsy from listening to the vast amount of textual knowledge, but seeing that both Sasuke and Daisuke were listening attentively, he had no choice but to sink his teeth into the teacher. Now Naruto was followed in and out by his friends, Sasuke, Hinata, and Kagome all with Naruto from time to time. Sasuke had beaten everyone to take first place at the top of the exam at the end of the month. Once before, Daisuke was bullied by ungrateful civilian kids. Back to their parents were warned, and the kid went home and got beat up. And the cries, they went right through 2 streets. Later on, the civilian children also knew the concept of the great ninja clans, so they didn't dare to mess with them. And Naruto, who had been stoned and isolated by them before, they didn't dare to blatantly bully. Since Natsuki had taken care of him, he often wore new clothes and ate well. In addition to Ichiraku ramen, Sasuke dragged him around to find something good to eat. Although Sasuke was outwardly not happy to receive this order from Natsuki, the 2 kids were still having more fun. There were times when the team would add Hinata, or Kagome Tooth and Tingji to the mix. Ninji, even though he was a level older, would sometimes follow Daisuke over. In this case, Naruto was in particularly good spirits. There was no scruffy dressing, no mischief all day, and even less unexplained disgust. And Kakashi was ordered by Naruto's third Naruto to get close to Naruto. After several chance encounters at the Ichiraku ramen store, Kakashi had begun to recognize Naruto as well. It also creates chance encounters and chats with Naruto for a while. Naruto was a particularly contented child, and he felt particularly happy every day now. And the beginning of all this happiness was brought about by Natsuki-sama. So Natsuki-sama told him not to be mischievous. Then he had to obey. Although the class was a bit boring, Naruto was patiently listening. Chapter 40 The Roots of the Armor. Root Headquarters. Shortly after returning from Naruto's headquarters, Gumiharu received papers from the third Naruto dismissing him from his position as an advisor elder. Reunion picked up the document and scanned it, then flung heavily to the ground. Suddenly, his right eye stung. Reunion covered his right eye and grunted in pain. Soon the medical staff attached to the root ministry came up and examined Gumiho. After working for a while, and after injecting 2 drugs into Reunion, the pain in Reunion's right eye attenuated and became mild. What's going on? Why does the old man's Sharingan eye hurt? The medical officer said very seriously. Back to my lord. This Sharingan eye on the graft is decaying and is expected to lose its pupil power and become useless in a week. How is this one so fast? It wasn't that Suzu hadn't encountered Sharingan decay before. It was just that every Sharingan in the past had lasted for years, and this one was newly installed and started decaying straight away. My lord, the physique of each Sharingan eye is different. Some are very stable when they are highly adapted. Some, like this one, will decay especially fast in non-Uchiha eye people. Oh, it hadn't occurred to Reunion that his only remaining Sharingan eye had picked one with a bad physique. The Uchiha side was like a hedgehog that couldn't get off the ground. Where to get the Sharingan eye? Ryunzo's thoughts turned. What about Kakashi's body with that Sharingan eye? The medic froze for a moment, and when he saw the icy gaze of Reunion, he hurriedly replied, Kakashi's Sharingan eye was installed a few years ago and is very adaptable and stable. Junzo grunted. Get a here. Naruto's office. Naruto the third recruited Kakashi. How's Naruto doing these days? Kakashi still had a lazy look on his face, but his face changed slightly when he heard Naruto. Naruto's been pretty good lately since Sasuke, Hina, Ninji, Kagome, Tuji and Tooth have been spending a lot of time with him. No one bullies him at school either. Hearing Kakashi's reply, Mishio nodded. Have you and Naruto met? I used the time I went to eat Ichiraku ramen to get acquainted with Naruto, and now when we run into each other we talk for a while. Kakashi was still in a poor mental state, disheveled and numb, but for Naruto, he was still very much on board. Mishio took a drag on his cigarette. Since the appearance of Uchiha Natsuki, the entire Uchiha clan had changed drastically, and the Naruto line is somewhat depleted of talent, with his no-good son, full of rebel bones, always poorly tempered. Now the one with a higher talent is Kakashi Hagi in front of him. The third Naruto was going to train Kakashi more so that he could grow up quickly and be able to take some of the pressure off of him in the future. If only then, alas, Mishio sighed inwardly. Then to Kakashi, Orochimaru defected some time ago, but he left quite a few research bases in Konoha as well. The dark side discovered an Orochimaru research base yesterday. You go scout it out and see if you find anything. Yes, outside of Kiba Ninja School. Sasuke walked at the front with his pocket in his pocket, followed by Sakura, followed by Naruto and Hinata. Naruto walked behind Sakura with his hands on his head. Naruto in this world is quite a bit healthier physically and mentally, and is no longer in love with Sakura, but is just a normal friend. On the contrary, Hinata, who was following him, was a lot closer to him. Sasuke, you're in first place again. That's awesome. Sakura praised Sasuke with a flowery face. Sasuke was disgusted by girls like that, who pestered him like flies every day. Whichever way he went, girls followed, the first in a group that caused quite a commotion. Later on, I don't know if they were talking about it or what, but if they took different paths, they were different girls. Sasuke was cold and didn't reply, turning his head to see Naruto with his hands on his head. Hey, Naruto, if you don't put in some effort, you're going to become a hangman. Naruto lowered his arm. Stinky Sasuke, it was just an accident this time. I'll be able to do better than you next time. Sasuke hummed arrogantly. That's impossible. The Uchiha are the strongest. Naruto stopped bragging. You can't even compare to Tuji. How can you surpass Sasuke? Hinata stood behind Naruto and whispered, I believe Naruto. He'll do well on the test next time. Naruto laughed happily at that. See Sakura. Someone still believes me, he said, giving Daisuke a thumbs up. Still, Daisuke is the most discerning law. Daisy's face reddened to the naked eye. What's wrong with you? Daisuke, your face is so red. Got a fever? Naruto nervously moved closer to Hinata and even put his hand to Hinata's forehead. Naruto, he's so close. What to do? What to do? Hinata was shaking with nervousness and looked like she was about to pass out. Stupid Naruto. Sakura pulled Naruto over as she stood herself next to Daisuke. If Naruto's hand reached out, Daisy would have fainted. It wasn't the first time, after all. Ah, I'm not the idiot, Naruto said, disgruntled. A few people quickly made a scene. What youth? Natsuki sighed as she stood in the tree, only to see Kakashi come into view. Yo Naruto, there you are. Kakashi was fully armed and looked like he was going on a mission. Just like that you had to come over to say hello and brush up on your presents. What an effort. Brother Kakashi, are you going on a mission? Naruto waved happily. He had very few friends, and moreover, he was still actively recognizing him, so it's not a bad impression of Kakashi. Ah, there's a mission. I'm going to be busy for a bit, so I'll treat you to ramen some other time. After saying that, Kakashi left in a hurry. That guy, it looks like Kakashi, Sakura said with a surprised look on her face. Naruto, how do you know him? Sakura said incredulously. Ha? Naruto looked confused. You mean big brother Kakashi? Naruto said suspiciously. I met him at Ichirako Ramen. I ran into him a few times and got to know him well, and he even said he wanted to be my friend. Do you even know what Kakashi stands for? Sakura said as she pulled Naruto by his shirt and shook and shook and shook. No, I don't know. Seeing Naruto still looking innocent, Sakura said in the direction where Kakashi disappeared. That's Kakashi Hagi, super genius. Back when Kakashi-senpai graduated from ninjutsu school when he was 5 years old. Sasuke's gaze was instantly drawn to him. At this age they are just starting school. Everyone else has already graduated. Hey, Naruto was taken aback. Is big brother Kakashi that strong? He never said that. Naruto was also filled with surprise. Sakura rolled her eyes, not wanting to pay attention to him. Chapter 41, Rescue. Kakashi went on his way, and soon reached a hidden part of the Konoha forest. There's a very hard-to-see hole in the ground here. Kakashi looked around then jumped. A moment later, another cat-faced masked darkly dressed man jumped, not very tall and very young. A rumble soon followed below. Natsuki walked over to the cave and rubbed his chin. The one who just went down. I think it was Yamato? Oh, I think his name is Inao. Did Reizo still send him out to gouge Kakashi's eyes out? I really don't know if Suze is confident or just has a bad head on his shoulders. Or are you superstitious about Yamato Kazuna? Suddenly, Natsuki sensed something and leapt into the tree in a single bound. Swish, 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 swish. 3 roots to the hole. 2 of them hid their forms and the other jumped. No wonder. Junzo has a backup. A watch. A replacement. And if it doesn't finish the job, there's someone else. The mission is not everything. And if the mission is to kill your fellow man, the mission is wrong. Kakashi, who brutalized his companions, is rightfully called that, but I don't want to kill Rin at all. I failed to protect my companion. That's why Lin died. I failed to protect her with this Chidori. I failed to protect her. You give up on Roots' mission. Roots people seem to be indoctrinated to shed all feelings. It's not just about feelings, shedding names, pasts and futures, and living only to fulfill a mission. I'm your enemy, so even if I see death, it's only natural. Natsuki waited for some time before the Roots crew that had been tracking it came out ahead of him, pretending to wait for him at the door. It didn't take long for A to jump out. A pulled out an eyeball soaked in a jar and the two exchanged words. Natsuki was familiar with the episode, and Kakashi had already rated A forges a fake Sharingan eye to go back and give it to Junzo. After that, Kakashi and Mishio went into Negi to forcefully ask for the armor and renamed it Tenzo. Later, after the battle for the return of the Wind Shadow, he took Yamato as the codename for his mission, and everyone got used to calling him Yamato. How dare you fake it? A loud bellow pulled Natsuki's thoughts back. How did it get discovered here that it was a fake? Do it! The other 3 Roots bristled and jumped out. It's true that Lord Guanzo doesn't trust me, A muttered. A didn't resist at all, allowing one of them to tie him up. The other 3 jumped into the hole, presumably to find Kakashi. A, why did you fake it? A's dead fish eyes couldn't see any emotion either, just a little downcast as he asked. B, the more I don't understand what the point of this mission to kill my companions is, the more I give up on the mission. B was furious. The mission of Lord Junzo, who is in charge of Root, is everything. Big brother Kakashi is also a Konoha ninja. The same Konoha companion. Is it really okay to kill a companion? B said as he pushed A to the ground. Remember, the only people you can consider as companions are us, members of the same Root organization. A said through clenched teeth. Isn't Negi on Kiba's side? B's expression seemed like a pilgrimage. Roots are the unseen underground, the organization that silently supports the Great Tree of Kiba. Just as the Great Tree is divided into above ground and below ground, the Roots exist independently. A ninja of the so-called Roots is nameless and emotionless, without past or future, with only the mission in his eyes. A suddenly struggled violently. No, it isn't. I am a ninja of Kiba, not just belonging to the Root, but a ninja with branches, with leaves, the whole of Kiba. All Kiba ninja are my companions. B's eyes pressed it with icy coldness. Who on earth has bewitched you? I'm going to take you back and have Lord Reizo re-brainwash you. Of course it was Tushu who confused him. A lilting voice came through. Who? B broke out in a cold sweat. Someone had actually approached his side he didn't even know. Before B could turn around, he felt a pain in his head and instantly fell to the ground unconscious. Get up, said Natsuki as she untied A. And you are? Didn't know Natsuki, but he recognized the other man as an Uchiha clan from the way he was dressed. My name is Uchiha Natsuki, Natsuki said bashfully, considering whether or not to go down and save Kakashi, or just have one of Root's people gouge his Sharingan eyes out. You're the deputy clan leader of the Uchiha. Why did you save me? He had still heard of Uchiha Natsuki's reputation, having made Tuanzu suffer countless losses, and recently costing Tuanzu his position as advisor elder. I just like to go against the group. It doesn't matter who you are. But, Natsuki tickled the corners of her mouth. I do know you. Know me what? Aren't you one of the 60 babies that were stolen from Tuanzu back then? What? A's mind was shaken. Lord Junzo stealing out. Natsuki nodded. Yeah, Gumiho stole you guys out, and Orochimaru was in charge of giving you human trials. Now it seems there's only one left. A said excitedly. Do you have any proof? Natsuki raised her eyelids. I have my sources of intelligence and have no intention of proving it to you, believe it or not. It's just that Junzo has been netting all kinds of people all these years to fulfill his ambitions under the pretext of defending Konoha. This, A's mind was shaken. His allegiance? So this is the kind of person. Zip, zip, zip. The hissing of 1,000 birds came from inside the hole in the ground. Oh no, brother Kakashi. I only now remembered with hindsight that his big brother Kakashi was still down there. Standing up, he tried to head for the cave. Natsuki reached for the bar. No need to go. He'll be up in a minute. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kakashi jumped out of the hole. Natsuki saw at a glance that Kakashi's Sharingan eye was intact, and although he was injured, he was mostly fine. Cut. Secretly spat. This Tuanzu's Negi is really a waste of money. 3 fights against 1 and still get countered. Will they play? As soon as Kakashi leapt out of the cave, he saw Uchiha Natsuki standing at the entrance. Hurriedly, he took up a fighting stance. Natsuki-sama, why are you here? Sadly, Natsuki hadn't had the idea of directly striking out to take down Kakashi's Sharingan eye. You'd better hurry up and get to Mishio, or else Junzo's men will be here soon. Instead of answering Kakashi's words, Natsuki casually dropped a comment before leaving the scene in a flash. Big brother Kakashi, are you okay? I quickly came up to check on Kakashi's status. Kakashi stumbled. It's okay, why is Natsuki here? I helped Kakashi up. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. Let's go to the third Naruto and talk on the way. Chapter 42, Suppressing the Gumshoe. Naruto building. I can't believe it's actually from Suzu. Mishio was a bit surprised, though it was his default that Suzu continued his research, but catching 60 babies in Kiba was something he really didn't know about in the first place. This incident was a big deal in Konoha, and it can be said that it was the biggest evidence of Orochi's rebellion against the village in the end. When Orochimaru defected at that time, it was like taking the blame directly. I didn't expect Natsuki to actually say that it was Junzo who took action to kidnap the baby. Considering the way Junzo has been acting in recent years, it's very possible. At the end of the experiment, Reunion stated that the experiment had failed, and the matter was closed. I didn't realize anyone actually survived that experiment. Junzo also hit A. His heart is in the right place. So A, do you know Kazuna? A nodded and sealed his hands, and his arms changed into wooden sticks. Mishio nodded with great satisfaction. Although your origin is a conspiracy, it is the long-cherished wish of the Konoha village to breed Kazuna ninjas, and since you possess the Kazuna, you shouldn't be hiding at the root. The ninjutsu child is 5 years old, and the Kazuna sealing technique is becoming more and more important to the village. We need you in Konoha. Would you like to come to the Konoha Dark Sect? A look to Kakashi, who gave an encouraging look. I'm in the Dark Sector right now, contributing to Kiba village. A nodded. Mishio-sama, I would like to come to the Dark Sector. A is my codename in the Root Sector. You may call me. Kakashi cocked his head. Tenzo? A froze for a moment, then laughed. Yes, my name is Tenzo. Good, then you will be an official member of the Dark Sect from now on. For now let Kakashi take you for a while and work on practicing the Kazuna sealing technique. Mishio commanded. Yes, it was as if there was light inside Tenzo's dead fish eyes. I'll take care of Junzo's side. You guys go down first. Mishio waved his hand and sent both Kakashi and Tenzo down. Yes, after the two left, Mishio picked up his pipe and took a drag. Vice Patriarch Natsuki should come up through the front door in the future. It's easy for misunderstandings to occur. Natsuki peeked out of the window. Is this gift still to your liking, Mishio-sama? The third Naruto was silent for a moment, but asked Natsuki another question. 60 babies were really kidnapped by Junzo? Natsuki smiled and nodded. Is this important? The third Naruto nodded. In the back of his mind, Orochimaru with a bottom line is still a better manipulator than Junzo with no bottom line. Natsuki spread her hands. As fake as it gets. Mishio asked, what do you want? Natsuki put away her smirk. Mishio-sama, you know that we, the Uchiha clan, don't have much conflict with Konoha, but we can't help it that Junzo is always hitting on us. The third Naruto said, all of Junzo's positions are down. He's just a white body now. Natsuki shook her head. As long as his roots are not dissolved, his ambition will grow with each passing day. The third Naruto was silent for a moment. Even if I explicitly asked for the disbanding of the Roots, it wouldn't do much good. Natsuki knew that it wasn't all Michio's pretense either. The Roots made up a complex and large group of people, and all of them have been brainwashed by Junzo. So even if Mashiro ordered the Roots to be disarmed, they'd still be sneaking around in the shadows together. A little loss is a little loss if you can make it so. After all, he's the one who thinks about us Uchiha every day, Natsuki said indifferently. The third Naruto weighed in. It did recently come to light that Tuan's hidden ambitions are much more than revealed, and it's time to fix that. Although the Uchiha just pitched a wave of Kiba, but Kiba did not have any real loss, but instead Yunin peace talks on top of a lot of advantage. Now that he had sent the Kazuna ninja that Kiba desperately needed, to be honest, the third generation now loved and hated Uchiha Natsuki. Moreover, Natsuki was too strong and could only be stabilized now. No problem. I'll send out a notice to the entire village in Naruto's name to disband the Tushu Roots. Natsuki stood up and gave a schlong bend, but didn't bow her head. Lord Sanda is wise. We Uchiha will always embrace you. There are many things to do in the clan, so I will take my leave here. Humph. Although he didn't recognize the gesture, Michio could guess that it was probably a courtesy. This Natsuki really has no sense of decency. Michio grunted as he saw Natsuki's departing back. Misty Village, Land of Water. A.O., who failed in his mission, led Zabuza and a group of elites back to the village. Zabuza, if it wasn't for your bravado, we would have already infiltrated Konoha. A.O. was a little annoyed at Zabuza's bravado. Humph, this Grand Master does everything for himself. If the Grand Elder blames it, I'll take it all on myself. Zabuza looked annoyed. A.O. was talking as if he could sneak into Kiba village without losing. Chain was also furious at this prick, but Zabuza is also a talent, and at a young age he's already on the verge of reaching upper shinobi strength. Besides, now that the mission had failed, there was nothing else he could do but to see what the Grand Elder had to say. A.O. also stopped being angry with Zabuza and led the others to quickly go to where the Grand Elder was to ask for forgiveness. In recent years, the fourth generation of Mizukage, Orange Yakura Berry, found Isafutsu and implanted it into himself, becoming a human pillar power. These 2 years gradually can perfectly control the tailed beasts, began to make drastic reforms. The power of the first elder has also gradually diminished, and the village is clearly divided into two factions. One is the Mizukage faction led by Yakura, the fourth berry, and the other faction is the elder faction led by the great elder. The grand elder is well versed in intelligence and has brought countless opportunities to Misty Hidden. However, he is wary of the blood religion clans and advocates weakening the various blood religion clans in the water country. The Mizukage is personally strong, but is conservative and advocates a peaceful response to the various bloodline clans in the water country. After Chang's report on the beginning and end of this operation, he knelt on the ground and waited for the Grand Elder's sentencing. The Grand Elder's expression was cold, and he seemed to have anticipated Chang's failure. In that case, throw Zabuza into the assassination unit to sharpen his skills. In your case, punish you with a year's confinement. Thank you, Great Elder. This punishment was light enough that even throwing Zabuza into the assassination unit was considered a reward. A year of confinement was nothing compared to the rest of the Misty Hidden's penal code. Ao and Zabuza were quickly brought down. There was a twisting of space behind the Grand Elder, and the masked bandito revealed himself. The Grand Elder bowed behind him. Lord Zan, we have Cyan under control. Bandito nodded, mimicking his voice. Yakura the Berry is bringing us more and more threats now. What is your lordship going to do? My men are almost here. Lord Yakura out in 7 days. Carry out your will. Lord Spot. Misty Hidden has too many elites now, and the blood religion clans are all difficult goods. Those who can't be of use to me, all must die. 7 days later, when Bando arrived at the entrance of the Mist Village with Pei and Tendo and Minami, Yakura saw the trio and immediately took out his weapon. Who are you people? The Shin Megami Tensei eyes and Bandito's eyes spun wildly, and the massive airflow instantly crushed Yakura into place. For a moment, Yakura lost consciousness. Chapter 43, Tatsuya's here. At the gate of Kiba village, a white-haired, robust and lanky Jiraiya looked up at the Uchiha's clan lands, which had been repaired by the third Naruto. There were no more houses that had once been Uchiha's, only a circle of fences, and the Uchiha's clan lands, now, had moved farther out. Uchiha Natsuki, Kaleidoscope. Jiraiya chewed on the name before walking into Kiba village. Uchiha clan land. Lord Natsuki, the Hyuga family has just sent word. Uchiha Kame came over to report. Jiraiya has returned to the village. Oh, Natsuki, who was checking the defense probe boundary technique, straightened up. Befriending Hinata was still good, and the Uchiha family would be sent first-hand news of anything that happened to the peripheral patrols. Got it. I'll leave the next check to you. The daily maintenance of the defense probe boundary technique. Natsuki had already left it to Chiming to do the maintenance. After the three of them, Chiming, Yori, and Earth, became familiar with the defense scouting boundary technique, Natsuki chose a few more talented clansmen in the clan, and gave a few of them coaching, so that there would be a rotation in the future. Natsuki was familiar with the person of Jiraiya. After all, it is the ceiling before the collapse of the war power. If it is not fooled by the toad-crippled non-dying, Pain estimated that he would not dare to come to Kiba at will. But he's got so much of a personal morality problem that when Mishio calls Jiraiya back, Jiraiya is bound to go see Naruto. Since Natsuki had already pulled Naruto's leg, naturally he couldn't let Jiraiya lead Naruto astray again. Natsuki took off and landed a few times and headed for the police reserve. It didn't take long to get out from inside the guard and put the scroll in his hand. Naruto building. Old man, I'm back. Jiraiya grinned broadly as he tumbled through the window into Naruto's office. The third Naruto had long ago received the news of Jiraiya's return. He was not surprised to see this kind of scatterbrained attitude from Jiraiya. The third Naruto didn't even lift his head, his hands still on official business. Any word from Orochimaru yet? Jiraiya rubbed his nose in it when he saw how Mishio was ignoring him. After all, he was nominally chasing Orochimaru, but gradually got lazy later on, going to hot springs all over the place to collect fodder. Sitting crookedly on the stool, he leaned back. Nope, just know he fled north, not sure where. At that moment, the third Naruto looked up, picked up his pipe and lit it, then took a deep drag, somewhat wearily. Kiba is kind of eventful, so don't go away for a while now that you're back this time. Jiraiya looked at the gradually aging face of the third Naruto and curtailed his smile. But in just a few short years, the third Naruto looked like he had aged 10 years. Not a bit of the elegance that was once Shinobu's. Teacher, is really old. Old man, how did you get so old? Jiraiya's tone was inexplicable, a little sad, a little worried, a little angry. Humph. The third Naruto was furious at this and knocked his pipe on the table. It's not because of you. You won't take on this burden, or else would I have aged like this? Jiraiya sniffed and could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Old man, you know I don't like doing this. The third generation knew Jiraiya's nature of mind, so he didn't talk about the topic anymore, but instead turned directly to the Uchiha. Did you see the new Uchiha clan land on your way back? Jiraiya nodded. How did they move so far away? Mishio said helplessly. The Uchiha were oppressed too hard in the past, and with what Tuanzo did, it's made the entire Uchiha want nothing to do with us Konoha now. Something about how Junzo coveted Uchiha Sesshomaru, gouged out his eyes, and caused the Uchiha to almost revolt as a whole clan. After such a long time, it had finally spread throughout the shinobi world. Now that even more remote countries had received the news, the entire Naruto line of Kiba had become the laughingstock of all the ninja villages. People in Kiba would flirt with the matter whether they were on a mission or going to another country for business. Jiraiya had naturally received the news. He naturally couldn't stand the sight of Junzo. Even before Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya suspected that it had something to do with Tuzo. Unable to do so, this old fox, Guzu, hid too well and didn't let Jiraiya catch any handles at all. But fortunately, Mishio had ordered the lifting of the root. Then it wouldn't be right to leave the Uchiha alone outside the village now. Mishio spread his hands helplessly. There's no way around it now. The Uchiha just gave us a big wave and there's no clear indication of rebellion. The Uchiha even surrendered the rights to the entire police force. On what grounds are you going to tell them to move back to Konoha village? Jiraiya scratched his head. He had never been good at that aspect of things. There's not much I can do about coming back. Mishio shakes his head. The Uchiha has 2 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes now, and there's no one in Konoha who can stop him now. Kaleidoscope. As one of the 3 ninja, Jiraiya understood the power of the kaleidoscope. Old man, you don't want me to weigh Uchiha Natsuki, do you? Jiraiya asked. The third Naruto crossed his eyes at Jiraiya. Is it hard for me to do it? Jiraiya could only respond helplessly. Well, I'll find a chance. I'm going out for a stroll. After saying that, without waiting for Mishio to react, he leapt out of the window in an instant. The third Naruto picked up his pipe and took a drag. He's sitting down again to get back to work. There are perverts at. A loud cry of alarm came from the countless women who ran out from inside the hot spring hotel. Jiraiya, who said he was going out for a stroll, instead went to a hot spring inn and peeked into the women's bathrooms, looking for material for his book. I didn't realize that there was actually someone from the Hyuga family inside, and I was instantly discovered. Jiraiya had to run away immediately. News of a peeping Tom at the hot springs inn spread quickly. The Hyuga police force, patrolling nearby, soon arrived. A man dressed in red with white hair was seen being closely pursued by a group of people. Shoot the peeping Tom! Shoot him! The patrolling Isato of Hyuga sees his sister in the crowd and feels bad, rushing to catch up. Aiko, what's going on? Hinata Aiko turned her head and saw that it was her brother, and kept on her feet while explaining with her mouth. I had just gone to the spa with my friends to relax. Then I heard a lewd laugh and I opened my wide eyes to see this man spying on us in the shower at the foot of the wall. Fuga Isamu was furious. How long has it been since the Konoha village has produced such a pervert? Do you think our police force doesn't exist? It then rose to the occasion. But the men in front were fast, and in a few rises and falls they left the general public behind. Behind him was just Isato Hyuga and his sister, as well as his teammates. Several people were all flying and sweeping on the roof, seeing the silhouettes in front of them getting farther and farther away. When a few members of the Roots even suddenly stopped in front of several people, all they could do was watch Peeping Tom go away. Chapter 44, Tatsuya planted, above. Nakamura Kanzuya, what do you mean? Isamu Hyuga was furious. His own sister was being spied on. It was a strange shame that he himself, as a member of the police force, had let someone get away with it. The visitor is none other than Kanzuya Nakamura, whom Junzo wanted to insert into the police force in the first place so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to seize power. I didn't realize that Uchiha Futsuki only arranged for them to patrol, and then Hyuga Hinata took the throne. It was also a matter of keeping them dead center in their patrol positions. They couldn't do anything. Even Reunion chided him a lot. What's not to like about being able to cause some trouble for the Hyuga family now? Isato Hyuga, this is now our route patrol position. Anything that happens here is under our team's control. Your route division was disbanded by Lord Naruto, and you still call yourselves the route ministry, Hyuga Isato said indignantly. When the three Roots members heard this, they surrounded them instead, their faces icy cold. Hinata Isato grimaced. I think you're just letting Peeping Tom off the hook on purpose. I'm going to file a complaint against you to Lord Hinata. Kanzuya Nakamura had a provocative look on his face. You can go, by all means. Do you know who you just chased? Isato Hyuga frowned. No one should be a Peeping Tom. Kanzuya Nakamura laughed out loud. That man is the legendary Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. I'll see what you Hyuga clan can do with him. Hyuga Isato's expression choked with incredulity. What did you say? That's Lord Jiraiya. His three views collapsed. All he knew was that Jiraiya was the hero of Konoha village, one of the legendary three ninjas. I didn't realize that Jiraiya's personal morals were so corrupt that he was a Peeping Tom. Several of Nakamura and Kanzuya laughed out loud. Seeing Hyuga take a beating was a breath of fresh air for them. Several of the Hyuga people dared to say something, and Hyuga Aiko had no choice but to swallow it. Just then, a figure appeared behind Kanzuya Shimura and kicked him off the roof. Both hands grabbed the two remaining Roots and slammed them together hard. With one look at the last man, the last one at Roots collapsed to the ground. As long as it's a law and order issue, it's under the police force, and it's the same for anyone who commits a crime. Natsuki looked coldly at Kanzuya Nakamura. As for you, I think you're done with this position. You Roots have been disbanded by Naruto-sama, and you're still so wild. It's Lord Natsuki. Hinata and his party were overjoyed. Uchiha Natsuki was not afraid of the sky. Kanzuya Nakamura rolled on the ground a few times and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Natsuki, you're not a member of the police force. It's not your turn to be in charge of this. Natsuki hammed and hawed. I knew someone would intervene. I made a special effort to get this. Saying this, he took out a scroll from his body and, once pulled apart, it clearly reads, appoint Uchiha Natsuki as the vigilante patrol leader. Kanzuya Nakamura huffed and puffed. Even if you're on patrol, there's just as little you can do about it. The other guy is one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya. A few of the Hyuga family sniffed with a bit of gloom and indignation. Yeah, Jiraiya. What are they going to fight with? Natsuki grinned. Natsuki, specialize in curing all kinds of disobedience. If you don't believe me, let's give it a try. Reaching out, he waved at Hinata Isato and the others. Which way did Jiraiya go? Hinata Yuto and the others were shaken. Uchiha Natsuki was a master who was not afraid of the sky and the earth. It's hard not to be. If it was Uchiha Natsuki, several people answered in a hurry. Jiraiya went that way, following the direction that a few people pointed. Good lord, there seems to be a hot spring inn over there as well, right? The dog can't change his ways, and when he runs away, he doesn't forget to pick out his next route. Okay, I got it. You guys want to follow or go back to your precincts? Hinata Aiko and Isato looked at each other and said, my lord, we would like to follow. Natsuki nodded and waved a few other Hyuga family members back to work. With Aiko and Isato in tow, they traveled straight ahead, seemingly already knowing their destination. The two Hinatas had their doubts, but they didn't ask, just followed Natsuki sullenly. For a few minutes, Natsuki stopped. A lewd white-haired uncle was seen peering around the corner there in the very women's bath. Hey. Jiraiya let out a lewd chuckle as he took out the little notebook he had with him to take notes. Natsuki just pulled out her shuriken and threw it, and Jiraiya was shocked. Shinobu, Needle Jizo. His long white hair quickly grew long and hardened, wrapping him in it. Ding, ding. There were two crunching sounds as the shuriken was flicked in. Jiraiya was greatly annoyed. This was killing him. You asshole, what are you doing? Natsuki bellowed. Bold maniac. daring to peep into the female bath in broad daylight. Seek death. The sound was like a thunderbolt, roaming above the entire Konoha's business district. Many people came over one after another, and there was a flurry of activity inside the women's bath. No good. Seeing many people gathering, Jiraiya quickly panicked and tried to escape, but Natsuki kept the road blocked from start to finish. Jiraiya was furious. How many people would have to come and see it at this rate? And with that, he immediately exchanged blows with Natsuki. Jiraiya's punches and kicks attacked with great force, and Jiraiya began to have a hand to spare. After realizing that there was absolutely nothing he could do to the other party, he also went all out. But Natsuki had been only defending and not attacking, dragging Jiraiya hard in place. Seeing that the vigilantes were growing in number and the villagers were gathering more and more, Jiraiya couldn't hold out any longer. He'd even seen Naruto's dark side hiding around the corner, only recognizing his identity and not showing himself. He stopped in a bit of a hurry and said to Natsuki, "Hey, brat, let me go. I'm Jiraiya." I didn't expect Xiaomu to completely not eat this set. Seeing the people surrounded more and more, he directly opened his mouth and shouted, "All the Kiba villagers are watching. Ah, this person in front of us is a peeping Tom who peeped into the female bath, and his identity is none other than our village, one of the renowned Sannin. Jiraiya." "What? Lord Jiraiya is actually a peeping Tom? Ha, this is Jiraiya-sama? Ah, that's disgusting. Jiraiya is actually this kind of person." Jiraiya's face changed violently. The Uchiha clan member in front of him actually knew him. Well, all of this must be planned now. As a great man of Konoha village, the disciple of the third Naruto, he is doing nasty and lowly behavior. I'm the patrol leader of the police force, but I can't arrest the other guy because of who he is. Natsuki made a pained face. I can only remind everyone here to keep their eyes peeled when going out for a bath. Where Jiraiya is around, make sure you go around, or your wife, daughter, sister, will all be seen by him. The crowd of onlookers grew, and the whispers were endless. That's disgusting. I'll make sure to go around when I see Jiraiya from now on. Never take a bath where there's a Jiraiya, or you're sure to get a good look. It's disgusting that the disciple of the third Naruto is this virtuous. It's too bad for the police force. When they meet such a big man, they can't arrest him, so they have to stop him like this. Jiraiya's face went green and white for a moment. In the past, when he went to the bathroom to snoop around, even if he was caught, the other guys could only chase and beat him up a bit. Ordinary people couldn't catch up with him, and those who did were concerned about his identity, and in the end, they all ended up not being able to do anything. Now he didn't expect to meet a tough guy and have him publicly executed. He suspected that this was a conspiracy. Who the hell are you, brat? And why are you deliberately targeting me? Jiraiya was in a state of embarrassment tinged with irritation. Me. Natsuki held out the scroll of appointment. I am Uchiha Natsuki, the police patrol leader, specializing in law and order issues. Since there's no way to arrest you because you're the disciple of the third Naruto, we can only warn women in general not to fall prey to you. You're Uchiha Natsuki. Jiraiya was taken aback as he finally realized why Nishio had said this man was tricky. Now he can't fight at all, and he can't do anything, and he can't escape. Natsuki continues to fire away itself. What do you mean by deliberately targeting? Isn't it a fact that you snoop? Hyuga Aiko. You testify. Hinata Aiko only felt a surge of blood rising. I'll testify. Just now when we were taking a bath, this Jiraiya was peeping over the wall. After saying that, Hinata Aiko felt weak in her heart. Was it really okay for a small person like herself to offend Jiraiya? You, me. Jiraiya was now speechless. Natsuki said at the right time, look closely everyone. Our victim is called Hinata Aiko, and today she was able to bravely come forward to identify the big man of the village. If something bad ever happens to Aiko Hinata, it will be by Jiraiya. Don't be afraid, Aiko. The eyes of all the villagers are shining. Your safety is guaranteed by our police force. Even if Nishio is going to be harsh, then we, the vigilantes, will definitely be on your side. The villagers next to him were enraged. What San Shinobu is a perverted maniac. Actually take advantage of the status of wanton retaliation. Chapter 45, Tatsuya planted. Below, Natsuki's aim was more than that, of course, and his cannon was again aimed at the darker parts of the surrounding area. All the villagers pay attention to look around all the dark sections. A chill ran through the dark side of his mind. How it got to us. Why doesn't the dark side care about someone snooping around? It's because Jiraiya is a big shot. They can't fix Jiraiya. Only the victim. As long as no one comes forward to give evidence, Jiraiya will always be able to get away with it. Jiraiya couldn't hold out. What kind of mouth is this? So poisonous, and hastened to force his way outside. But without being able to use ninjutsu, his physical skills were a bit stronger than Natsuki's though. But there was no way to break through Natsuki, who was on full defense. Natsuki continued to instigate while on passive defense. Look everyone, Jiraiya the criminal is about to escape. He escaped this time and in the end the matter will be closed. Why he's gotten away with it until now? It's just that someone is conniving. The dark side has been here for so long. Hasn't anyone told the third Naruto? Of course not. That's because the third Naruto is harboring his peeping Tom disciple. Natsuki's mouth was like a loudspeaker, blazing outwards while her body defended. He also squealed and said, "Oops, Jiraiya hit someone." The third Naruto has indulged his disciple's voyeurism. All the villagers along the way were talking, and public discontent boiled over in the flesh. Jiraiya was getting more and more anxious and hitting harder and harder. "Stop!" With a pale voice shouting, Jiraiya stopped his pace hard. But Natsuki's play wasn't over yet. "Oh villagers of Konoha, remember, beware of Jiraiya." Put. Natsuki also vomited a decent amount of blood. For this Uchiha Natsuki who stood up for the villagers were casting loving and heartfelt gazes. Look how dedicated this Uchiha vigilante is. How much has been suffered and how much has been done for us common folk. The third Naruto jumped into the arena at that moment, and Jiraiya looked at him with embarrassment on his face. His toenails were gouging his clogs into a wooden sculpture, and his eyes signaled that he shouldn't have come. The third Naruto rolled his eyes. He shouldn't have come. If he didn't come, his identity as the third Naruto would stink. This Natsuki did something strange every time and caught him off guard every time. 2 days ago he said he would always support him, and as soon as Jiraiya came back, he threw dirt on him. "Natsuki, what the hell are you up to? How did you become a police captain?" Natsuki wiped the blood spit out of her bitten cheek. "There's only a very small percentage of us Uchiha left in the vigilante, and today I want to see how the vigilante usually works. In order not to interfere with the law enforcement of my colleagues, I purposely went and applied for a position on the police force." Natsuki saw that Michio had already come down and thought that it should be about time. Then he said loudly, "Since the third Naruto-sama, himself, has come to harbor your disciple Jiraiya, then there's nothing I can do as a squad leader of the police force." The third Naruto's face darkened. When did he say he was harboring Jiraiya? He had already seen the villagers around him, looking at him in the wrong way. Michio hastily said, "Natsuki, what are you babbling about? I didn't mean to harbor Jiraiya." "Oh?" Natsuki said suspiciously. Then, "Michio-sama, why did it take so long for the dark sect to find out about this before you arrived? And wasn't it your intention to let Jiraiya off the hook?" Michio really wanted to drag Natsuki out and chop him up. Knowing that and saying it, "Not at all. I was just taking care of business and was slow." Coughing, Michio cleared his throat again. Since things had come to this, he would have to sacrifice Jiraiya. "Even though Jiraiya is my disciple, it's the first day I learned that Jiraiya has this hobby. Since he's done wrong, punish him however he deserves to be punished." Jiraiya's face was ashen. He never thought he could have such a grim day. It was just voyeurism, and his punishment wasn't too severe, just particularly humiliating. It's one thing for him to be thick-skinned, but it's another to be publicly executed in front of so many villagers. Natsuki exclaimed, "In that case, it's a misunderstanding for 3 generations. We have someone on the scene today who has testified against Jiraiya. May I ask if Michio-sama can guarantee that the witness will not be retaliated against?" Jiraiya gave Natsuki a look through clenched teeth. Although he is horny, but also never engage in this set of retaliation. This Summerwood is really. Michio's hand hidden in his sleeve also squeezed hard. "Don't worry Natsuki. I guarantee on Naruto's honor that the witnesses will not be harmed in any way and will receive a compensation." Natsuki spoke to the people around him with great satisfaction at this point. "Look everyone, our Naruto is still very reasonable. Even when his own disciple made a mistake, he still didn't harbor him and protected and compensated the witnesses. Naruto-sama is wise. Naruto-sama is truly wise. Naruto-sama is so nice. Naruto-sama is righteous." A chorus of accolades from the surrounding area made the third Naruto only maintain the fake smile on his face as he nodded his head around in greeting. Natsuki poked Isato Hyuga at this point and asked in a small voice, "Hey, Isamu, what should be the punishment for voyeurism?" Hinata Isato was dumbfounded at Natsuki's maneuvers, and when he saw that no one was paying much attention to him, he whispered to Natsuki, "Natsuki-sama, you'll be detained for 15 days and publicly apologized for if you peep." Natsuki nodded and cleared her throat. "Ahem. So thanks to Naruto-sama's support, today Jiraiya needs to be detained for 15 days according to the Public Security Ordinance punishment law for peeping into a female bath." Natsuki walked over to Zirai and guided him with his hand. "Jiraiya-sama, please." Jiraiya looked back at the potty face of the third Naruto and had to stifle himself as he followed Natsuki out of the crowd. I didn't realize that Natsuki hadn't taken 2 steps before turning around and handing Zetsubu over to Hinata Yuto. Hinata Isato was stunned and at a loss for words. The other party was Jiraiya. Seeing Hyuga Isato's timid look, Natsuki quietly said to Isato, "Don't worry, Jiraiya wouldn't dare to run away. And you've done well today. Go back and report it to the Hinata, who will reward you." Isato Hyuga got Natsuki's assurance and put his heart at ease. Nodding vigorously, he led Jiraiya towards the police station. At this point, the third Naruto, who was deep in the whirlwind of the villagers, just stood in place, emphasizing over and over again. He had no knowledge of Jiraiya doing such things, much less harboring Jiraiya. Natsuki then shouted, "Third Naruto-sama." The third Naruto was jolted at this point. What was Natsuki up to again? Natsuki continued, "Michio-sama, the detention center of our police force is very simple. I don't think we can shut Jiraiya down. Maybe in a couple days Jiraiya will run away on his own. What do you think?" The gazes of the surrounding villagers brought back skepticism. Yeah, the police detention center can't hold this kind of big shot, so if the other party sneaks out of jail, people won't know about it. Naruto the third pulled his face in a fake smile. "Don't worry Natsuki, Jiraiya will definitely admit his punishment and will never break out of jail. If he breaks out of prison, then I, as Naruto, will simply designate Jiraiya as a rebel. Please feel free to monitor." Oh. The surrounding villagers were pleased with Michio's words. A variety of voices were raised in favor of the celebration. There are still many official matters to be dealt with in the village, so I'll take my leave. The third Naruto pushed his way out of the crowd with some difficulty. Once again, Natsuki is listed among the toughest people. Bar none, Natsuki didn't care about the third Naruto, but instead looked over at Jiraiya, who he was publicly executing, who happened to turn around. "Bastard, when I get out, see if I don't kick your ass. Jiraiya, let's see how you can be Naruto's teacher with your reputation in tatters." Chapter 46 Precaution, above. In the police holding cell, Michio was furious as he watched Zirai through the bars. Tell Jiraiya to come back and checkmate Uchiha. As a result, Self's reputation stank before he was even launched. "Jiraiya, what the hell are you up to? How can you even stand in Konoha now?" Jiraiya was depressed and panicked. "How was I supposed to know I'd run into Uchiha Natsuki this time? No one even caught me out there." Michio slapped the railing with a muffled thud. "I don't care what you do out there. You put away all this crap in Kiba." Jiraiya muttered. "Don't you peek with the telescope technique too?" "Ahem." Michio coughed twice in a very serious manner, interrupting Jiraiya's words. Looking back, the dark side stood far away on guard. Michio picked up his pipe and said with mock seriousness, "Anyway, you stay in here for 15 days until the wind blows over. If you run out early, it'll be a pain in the ass and you'll be condemned." Jiraiya had heard Natsuki squeeze before, and knew that jail time was inevitable this time. "Then the old man get me some wine." "Got it," the third Naruto answered as he headed outside. After Michio left, Natsuki came to the guardhouse, but he didn't go to see Zetsubu, he came to see Hijikata. When Tamid was a police captain, he would sometimes patrol the site. If you're a day laborer, you stay at the police station every day and take care of all kinds of things. Natsuki arrived just as Isato Hyuga finished his report and exited. He tapped Isato Hyuga on the shoulder. "Not bad lad." Hyuga Isato scratched his head in some embarrassment. "Natsuki-sama, then I'll go down first." Natsuki's eyes rolled. "Wait a minute." Then he attached his ear and whispered something in Hinata Isato's ear. Hyuga Isato nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry Natsuki-sama, leave it to me." Natsuki waved, then entered without knocking on the door. Seeing that Hinata was engrossed in reading the report document in his hand. "Day off. That's pretty decent." Hinata looked up and saw that it was Natsuki and gave a smile in return. When we first met, Natsuki had said Hinata-sama in a respectful tone. As a result, after becoming familiar with it, Natsuki's immodest style showed up, and he was never right with anyone. But Hinata didn't mind, and Hinata and Uchiha were in their honeymoon phase right now, just before the incident of Yunin, or thanks to Natsuki intervened. If not, Hibiki killed the other side. The Hyuga family is really going to be in big trouble. It could even cost your brother or yourself your life. "Natsuki, you're making a big splash today." Natsuki waved her hand. "It was all an accident. Who knew Jiraiya would come back and pull something like this? I'm also standing up for the civilians. I'll believe the hell out of you." "Natsuki, you Uchiha are bad. Didn't you come to me today specifically to ask for a mandate scroll? Specifically to get in trouble with Jiraiya?" Jiraiya's got a lot of flamboyance going for him. He travels and spends his time, and that's really spending his time. Getting a lady and a drink is a must in every place you go, and wherever he goes, he gets blacklisted from the baths. And Jiraiya the man has written novels and manga. The novels are decent novels, whether the comics are decent or not is unknown, but asses dictate heads, and Hinata used to listen to Jiraiya's flings as a joke. Now as the captain of the police force, Hinata still needs to intervene for this kind of behavior from Zirai. "You say it's okay for a man of your stature to screw around outside the village. If you're still like this when you're back in the village, it's a bit much. Rabbits don't eat grass in the nest." And this time, there's someone from the Hyuga clan among the victims. It would be really hard to handle if the dayman stepped in. After all, Jiraiya's status is there. But Natsuki striking out is a different story. And I guess it's all a whole lot of shadows for Jiraiya. Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Naruto, one of the three shinobi, the Toad Sannin, is caught peeping into a women's bathroom and then publicly executed. In the midst of his thoughts, Hinata spoke up. Natsuki, why did you do it this time? Natsuki shook her head. No reason. It's not nice to simply look at that kind of behavior, even if he is a self. Hinata gave Natsuki a deep, oh so non-committal look. In addition, that Nakamura Kanzuya inside the root department, I caught him today. He actually obstructed my law enforcement. You can use this excuse to fire him. The rest of the root department's group is leaderless and can't make any waves. Hinata nodded in deep thought. That Nakamura Kanzuya had jumped up and down before, trying to skewer the vigilantes. As a result, the structure of the Hyuga clan and the branch family led to the branch family being structured like an ironclad, so that outsiders simply could not pull the strings or turn the tables. But it's not a good idea for this kind of person to jump up and down like this, so if you catch him this time, simply resign him. Natsuki held out the scroll of appointment. Captain Hijikata, I think the vigilante is fun, but I'm pretty busy, so I'll go ahead and resign. Hinata was a bit teary-eyed. Who doesn't know that you, Natsuki, are here to play the game? Alright, put it away. A lot of people probably guessed that Natsuki did this to combat the reputation of the Naruto line, but only Natsuki himself knew that he merely didn't want Naruto to be led astray. That kind of low-level as fun variety of behavior seemed stupid and downright stupid to Natsuki. Natsuki made his way to the Kiba Ninja School, hearing many people talking about Jiraiya's capture along the way. When he arrived at Shinobi School, he realized that school had been out for some time. The guard next to him happened to be from the Hyuga clan. Where did Sasuke go? The Hyuga clan's people saluted in a hurry. Back to Lord Natsuki. Sasuke just went in the direction of 8th Street with Naruto. Okay, get busy you. Natsuki searched all the way to 8th Street and found the two boys. The two were eating a skewer of octopus balls in one hand. Naruto was living on more money now. Naturally, I don't have low self-esteem and my spirits are high. Naruto, Sasuke, there you are. Naruto heard the familiar voice. Surprised, he raised his head. Senior Natsuki. Sasuke, for his part, called out in a regimented manner. Master. Natsuki nudged his hand on Sasuke's forehead. I heard you came first in this week's quiz again. Worthy of my Uchiha family. Sasuke is awesome. Sasuke was a little proud and a little embarrassed to hear such a blunt compliment. Straining a face arrogantly, he said, as a disciple of Master, naturally I can't make Master lose face. Naruto looked at Sasuke with some envy. Sasuke had told him before that he had joined under Natsuki-senpai and become his disciple. He used to be a loner, and now he had more friends but still very few close elders. Chapter 47 Precaution, below, did you come to pick me up on purpose, teacher? Sasuke asked, his small white face still rather round, a bit different from the handsome Sasuke he would become. Ha, look at you being smug. I'm here to pick you two up today. Hearing that Natsuki had come to pick them up on purpose, Naruto was also happy. Even though Natsuki was nice to him, Natsuki didn't have much time to visit him. Naruto was so happy just picking him up from school. How unloved the boy must have been before. Damn you, third Naruto. Natsuki was even more determined that such an innocent child must not get into bad habits. Let's go, Natsuki said to the two little ones as she walked ahead. Have you guys heard any rumors today? Naruto scratched his head. Many of my classmates say that Lord Jiraiya has been arrested. Natsuki arresting Jiraiya was something that happened at noon, and I didn't think that it was even rumored inside the ninja school. Who's Jiraiya? Naruto asked with some curiosity. They had just entered ninjutsu school and hadn't learned yet. Sasuke couldn't help but say, Jiraiya is the disciple of Lord Sanjo, one of the legendary three ninjas, the hero of Konoha. Hero? Naruto looked confused. If you're a hero, why were you arrested? Natsuki said, he was arrested because he went to spy on the women's bath. Sasuke let out a disgusted look on his face. Why are you going to spy on the women's bath? Naruto, who grew up with no one to teach him, is as white as a sheet of paper. Natsuki rubbed Naruto's hair. The old Naruto had no one to teach him how to dress, and he didn't have time to care. Naruto, now, seems to be learning, gradually, the importance of image. So the hair was all tousled and smooth, and if the hair on the sides had been left longer, it would have been the same as his father. Namikaze Sailor Moon. Now you're too young to know why it doesn't matter, but you need to know that this kind of peeping on women is wrong. Oh, Naruto said with some plausible understanding. Natsuki said, let's say you have any close female friends from school. Naruto nodded his head with a cracking his fingers. Well, Daisy, Sakura, and Ino are all our friends, so what would go through your mind if they got a peek in the shower? Naruto frowned and thought for a moment, tapping his right hand in his palm. I would be so upset. Even want to hit someone. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. So yeah, don't ever do this kind of thing. People who do this kind of thing are of low character, even if he's more powerful. One of the three ninjas, and does something like this, he's still just a lewd maniac, Naruto stated, patting his chest. Don't worry, Senior Natsuki, I will definitely not do such a thing. Natsuki turned her head to Sasuke. What about you, Sasuke? Sasuke turned his head arrogantly. I'm not going to do such a boring thing. I'm an Uchiha. Natsuki rolled her eyes. I'd like you to spend a little bit unlike your last life, if someone hadn't stiffed you, you'd probably have to be a widow for the rest of your life. Naruto, I heard you didn't do so well, Natsuki asked. Naruto was a little embarrassed. Natsuki-senpai, things inside the school are a bit difficult. I'm learning slowly. Natsuki, however, didn't chastise him. After all, Naruto had only been a wild child before, and it was unrealistic to expect him to become a schoolteacher right away. There is no relationship, Naruto. Cultural achievement is not good, slowly learn. Other subjects of the results will have to work hard. In the future cannot be a hangman. Naruto nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Senior Natsuki, I'll definitely work hard. Sasuke saw that Natsuki cared for Naruto, but a sudden surge of jealousy came over him. He shook his head and pushed the feeling down again. Sasuke smiled back as he watched Naruto's face fill with happiness. For the rest of the day, Natsuki was all about how Naruto was doing and hearing what Sasuke was learning at school. The three of them talked and laughed together, but the dark part of the surveillance next to them was in a hurry. Every time Natsuki came to see Naruto, they were scared to death that Natsuki had instilled Naruto with something strange. After all, this morning, Jiraiya was all over Natsuki, and they were just the tiny dark side, shivering in fear. Ignoring the minds of the surrounding dark sectors, Natsuki simply treated herself as if she were an elder. Concerned about some of Naruto's life, he then sends Naruto home without making any other moves. It was also a relief to the members of the dark side who accompanied them. After the members of the dark sect retreated, Natsuki led Sasuke towards the clanlands while pulling out an envelope. Here's a letter for you from the skunk. Sasuke was filled with delight that it was actually a letter from his brother. Even though he knew he would be able to see his brother again in the future, the skunk's departure still made Sasuke uncomfortable. Sasuke quickly opened the envelope, not behind Natsuki's back, but in front of him. It was obvious that there weren't many words on it, but Sasuke insisted on reading it back and forth several times before carefully placing the letter in the envelope. Natsuki let out a soft chuckle. Sasuke was pretty cute right now. What did the skunk say? There was a suppressed smirk on Sasuke's face. My brother said for me to listen to you and do well in school so I don't disgrace the Uchiha. This skunk is really like coaxing a child. When he was Sasuke's age, he was already on the battlefield, right? Sasuke put the letter away and followed Natsuki back to the clan grounds, but Futake had something to go out for, as if there was something in the compensation given by Cloud Cuculander that was of use. Natsuki asked Sasuke a question before he was ready to leave. Sasuke, what do you think of Naruto? Sasuke was a little unsure. How about what? Natsuki rubbed her chin. How is he? Sasuke muttered an idiot one, but was honest in front of Natsuki. Naruto is nice and warm to people, just simple-minded. Some people secretly scold him behind his back, and he never takes it personally. Natsuki nodded. Sasuke was telling the truth. Naruto is called open-minded and cheerful, to put it nicely, but to put it badly, that's lack of heart. But growing up in that kind of environment and not becoming psychologically dark is already very difficult. Seeing that Sasuke had nothing against Naruto, Natsuki asked again, what do you think of his strength? Sasuke's a little dumb. Strength? What strength does Naruto have? He's not even flunking culture, and he sure as hell can't beat me in a fight. Sasuke was still quite proud when he said it. His little face was filled with a, praise me expression. Natsuki laughed a little. Don't get cocky, Sasuke. You're better than Naruto now. That's because you had parents around when you were a kid that could teach you. Naruto didn't have anyone around to teach, so he's not as good as you now. Sasuke's lower handle lifted. Even if Naruto had been taught too, he certainly wouldn't be able to compete with me. And I'm an Uchiha. Natsuki nodded. Then why don't we make a bet? Sasuke asked. What's the bet, sensei? If Naruto ever beats you later in his time at shinobi school, it will be counted as a loss for you. If you're consistently better than Naruto for the rest of the school, then it's considered a win for you. Sasuke was confident. Don't worry, sensei, you're going to lose. Natsuki hemmed and hawed. Alright, if you win, teacher will give you a treasure. If you lose, before the words were spoken, Sasuke said confidently, don't worry, sensei, I won't lose. Natsuki shook her head. It's good that you have confidence, but never be arrogant. If you lose, teacher wants you to do something. Sasuke nodded. What is it, sensei? Well, haven't thought about it yet. Chapter 48 Leaflets. Root Headquarters. What do you do for food? Junzo chopped his head off and gave Kanzuya Nakamura, who was kneeling down, a scolding. Didn't I tell you not to let them get a hold of you, and now a couple of you are sacked. What great things can happen to other people. Kazuya Nakamura blushed hard. My subordinate wanted to find some trouble for Hyuga, but I didn't expect to suddenly kill an Uchiha Natsuki. This time, my subordinate believes that Uchiha Natsuki is premeditated. Tuanzo gave a hard thump on the ground with his cane. Do I still need you to say it? Where in the entire Konoha village right now is it not discussed that Jiraiya is a peeping Tom? Along with that, Sarutobi's reputation is lowered quite a bit, and it's said that the upper beams are not straight and the lower beams are crooked. Reunion let out a breath, having to admit that Natsuki tended to do things by the sword, but the effect is all unexpectedly good. This time the third generation of Naruto to find Jiraiya back is nothing more than want to launch Jiraiya as a front. As a result, the facade has not yet been erected, and it is full of stigmas. This Jiraiya's reputation is all stinky, and he can't be a doormat anymore, at least not right now. As soon as he got angry, Reunion felt another twinge of pain in his right eye. Without finding a spare Sharingan, there was no telling how long this Sharingan would last. Ever since the Uchiha had a freak like Natsuki, they themselves had been defeated one after another, and Sarutobi had been left in the dust. Before the police force had someone to operate with, now it's just a scattered mess. Ryunzo let out a breath. Out of the remaining men in the vigilantes, you will select a capable one to replace you for the time being. The roots need to lurk for a while, and when they've taken in enough nutrients, they'll definitely be able to break through the ground again. Kazuya Nakamura nodded firmly. Yes. A pang of annoyance ran through Reunion. The third Naruto had already given several orders in a row, limiting the need to empty the place within these 3 days. Though the roots are nominally disbanded, the roots will remain loyal to him alone. However, his losses were also particularly great, financially, in terms of equipment, and also in terms of support from some of the ninja clans, all of which had been cut off as well. After all, Root has been explicitly cancelled by Naruto. Junzo looked toward the skylight, and the white light cast in from outside made his face even more obscure. I'll be back. Although he hated Natsuki with a passion, but Michio still fulfills what he promised Natsuki and disbands Negi. When Sanjio published the official letter, he and Reunion then made a public break. Gumiho accuses the third Naruto of taking his Roots members away from him in private. The third generation condemns Junzo for his thievery and for hitting Kakashi with the Sharingan eye, and has lost his mind, ordering the dismissal of the Root members. With Junzo now unofficial, the Shimura family can only shrink as a quail under the might of the third Naruto. No one in the Shinobi clan supports Junzo, and there's barely any roadkill for Junzo. The situation was stronger than the man, and all that Suza could do was watch as the entire Root section was completely cleared by the Dark Sect. There was even some expensive equipment that couldn't be moved that was taken over by the Dark Side. With a problem with his right eye, Gumiho can only grit his teeth and demobilize Negi in order to make a comeback. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically altering the course of Shimura Tuzo's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Izanagi X1. It seems that disbanding the Negi section was kind of traumatic for Raizo, even though there are still many of his old loyalists. This heavy blow, though, was able to keep Reunion down for a good while, enough for the Uchiha to get through this tough time. There's only one person left to fix now, and that's Jiraiya. Konoha winds up halfway through the month, with Jiraiya imprisoned and the roots of Junzo removed. In regards to the previous Hinata incident, the third Naruto sent a diplomatic message to the Misty Hidden, but Misty Hidden didn't react half-heartedly, and even the entire water country was closed. Because of the long road and the previous bad relationship between Misty Hidden and Konoha, things ended up going nowhere. Time passes, and while public opinion subsides, Jiraiya is released from the police detention room, and it's still the same person that the day officer came to personally release. Jiraiya-sama, your detention time is up. Jiraiya scratched his head. Ahahaha, Hinata, why it's you coming over in person? The day messenger acted a bit detached and rather businesslike. Jiraiya-sama, the police force is now under our Hyuga control. If something like this happens again, we, the Hyuga clan, will be troubled. Jiraiya's old face reddened and he smiled sarcastically. Don't worry Hinata, never again. Hinata didn't say much, just escorted Jiraiya out the door and left. Jiraiya exited the guardhouse, the sunlight spreading down and he felt a wave of relief. How long had it been since he'd been in the sun? However, the body hadn't been bathed for over 10 days, and it was stinking, so I had to go and relax, and that bath was good last time. With his mind made up, Jiraiya walked down the main road towards Kiba's shopping street, but the populace still has a memory of what he did half a month ago. He hadn't changed his attire, and that oil-lettered escutcheon on his red-coated, white-haired head all but made others recognize him at once. The females then ran away screaming and the males stopped to whisper, "Look, that's Jiraiya. It's that peeping Tom who takes pleasure in peeping into baths every day, isn't it? I heard he even spied on Tsunadeheim and was almost killed as a result. And that's all or one of the three shinobi. TSK. Hey, It's more than that, it's also the disciple of the third Naruto-sama. I've heard that Jiraiya has been horny since he was a kid, and it's happened before, but because of the third generation, it all ended up going away. I said how come he hasn't been caught peeping, so he has a backstage. There was not much sound all around, but with Jiraiya's strength how could he not hear it? There were also many people holding a flyer in their hands, comparing it to Zia over and over again. Jiraiya flinched and quickly grabbed a flyer. It clearly recorded Jiraiya's identity and his various affairs, as well as speculation as to who was behind the cover-up of what he has done in the past that has ended up unresolved. Incidentally, it also focuses on the fact that he likes to take the objects of his voyeurism and draw them inside his little yellow book. Who wants the females in their family to be drawn in a little yellow book? So females are scared to death of seeing Jiraiya, and spit on any male words. Jiraiya is furious and uses his instantaneous jutsu to run all the way to the road, where he runs into Isato Hyuga, who's handing out flyers all over the place. Jiraiya was very annoyed at what the flyers were scribbling. Since when does he draw the women he sees in a collection? He's just collecting material. Collecting material. He did not like peeping since he was a child. He did not know anything when he was a child, but he liked it when he grew up. Stinky brat, who told you to post this? Jiraiya's voice was so powerful that his full head of white hair was open, but Hyuga Isato wasn't afraid of him. Not only did Lord Natsuki back him up, but even Lord Nikaido gave him a reward. This was in Kiba, and Jiraiya couldn't do anything. Hyuga Isato puffed out his chest. Greetings, Lord Jiraiya. Natsuki-sama said that in order to avoid another victimization of the women of the Kiba villagers, a flyer was created to be distributed today to avoid forgetting your deeds and avoiding contact with you. Avoiding victimization. Made on purpose. Distributed today. Jiraiya was furious as hell. This Uchiha Natsuki was trying to make him completely stink, wasn't he? Hyuga Isato was a bit weak in his heart, but he saw that there were many villagers looking around the area, so he froze and stood straight in place. Please, Jiraiya-sama, leave me alone, said Hinata Isato, taking the flyer around Zetsubu, ready to walk a little farther to hand it out. Uchiha Natsuki. Jiraiya turned back and snatched the flyer with a chopped hand, then roared in anger as he rushed towards the Uchiha clanland. Chapter 49. Uchiha Clanland. The gates of the Uchiha clanland were open when Jiraiya came over, and Natsuki greeted Jiraiya at the door with a smile. Yo, Jiraiya-sama, you're here. I've been waiting for a long time. Jiraiya seems to have a head of cold water pouring down from the top of his head. Kaijin? Is Natsuki deliberately provoking me? Mentally speculating, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Uchiha Natsuki, you knew I was coming? Natsuki nodded. It's just that I was afraid you wouldn't come, so I had someone hand out flyers to lure you here. Jiraiya had not dared to underestimate Natsuki for a long time and simply said in a deep voice, why are you targeting me? Natsuki shook his hand. Geez, how can you say it's personal? The things I said are the truth. You. Jiraiya was just about to speak when Natsuki changed her face. In a cold voice, he said, this is too much to bear? Compared to the aggravation we Uchiha have suffered over the years, this is not even 1/100th of what it is. You were also out on a mission during the Nine Tails Rebellion, and you didn't come back. We Uchiha even evacuated the villagers, and they all ended up holding a grudge. Why is it that you came back and nothing happened to you? Isn't it because you have a third-generation teacher? Otherwise how come no one said that you, Jiraiya, deliberately didn't come back during the Nine-Tail Rebellion? Jiraiya let out a breath, followed by some tears. You hold a grudge against me for this? Are you out of your mind? Natsuki rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. I just wanted to tell you that we Uchiha moved away from Konoha village because we don't want anything more to do with you guys. Every time we do something, we get yelled at for doing it wrong, and we get yelled at for doing it right, and we Uchiha are too tired to get involved in that. We've already returned all of Kiba's rights to you. We have little interest in the Naruto position, so please don't try us again. Jiraiya didn't expect Natsuki to be so blunt, and he scratched his head. Well, can't you just say so? You have to me. Natsuki spread his hands out. I didn't set the trap. You didn't get caught because you went snooping on your own. How can you blame me? Jiraiya's face went green for a moment before he finally grunted heavily. Still, he decided to do the task Mikado had given him. I've heard that the Uchiha Susanoo is unrivaled in power, so I wonder if I can spar. Natsuki, however, didn't push or refuse. I've also heard that Toad Immortals roam the battlefield, so I'd like to get a lesson today. Come to our training ground. Natsuki made his way to the training grounds. He had known that there was bound to be a battle with Jiraiya. Empty the clan lands of Uchiha. With no one coming or going, Natsuki and Jiraiya stood and Natsuki started with a finger. A seal of opposites was formed. Jiraiya changed his expression and made a seal of opposition. Natsuki was the first to strike, raising his hand to form a seal, and a ball of howling fire came crashing down on him, and people come with it. Jiraiya's hands harmonize. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair turns long and curls up to block the flames at the same time. The hand seals changed again, messing with the lion's hair technique. White hair stretched out and swept ahead. Natsuki casually pulled out his bitterness to block, but it made a metallic sound of choking. Choking. Natsuki throws out a bitungu and gets kicked by Jiraiya. Natsuki rushes forward and clashes with Jiraiya in a hard slam. Touch. The powerful kick was blocked by Jiraiya's arm, who rubbed his feet back and raised his arm. Natsuki used the momentum to fly backward, and while in the air, Natsuki threw his shuriken. Jiraiya's eyes glazed over. Uchiha Ryu throwing jutsu? Psionics. Boo! Ken the purple toad appeared in the field, taking out the shield behind him. It instantly covered Jiraiya and him. Natsuki threw out her shuriken and made a seal with both hands. Fire escape. Phoenix claw red. Flames attached to the flying shuriken, causing the shuriken to fly towards Ken Toad like a scattering of bromeliads in the sky, mixed with scorching heat. Toad Ken leapt up with force and danced his double thrusts into a phantom, barely blocking the burning shuriken. Jiraiya sprang out of it, holding a blue chakra ball of light in his hand. Spiral pills. Natsuki was short and slammed into Self's chest, only to be stopped by white hair. Natsuki went straight for Jiraiya's jaw with his bittersweet. If a Zetsuya Spiral Maru hits the body, then the shuriken will go into his jaw as well. So Jiraiya shrinks and collapses his chest and kicks Natsuki in the face, sending him flying away. At this moment, the steel fork in Toad Ken's hand was full of gaping holes from the tremendous force of the shuriken, and the shield on Toad Ken's back also had many wounds. How foolish of me. It disappeared with a bang. As Natsuki was kicked off the ground, Jiraiya's mouth bulged and he opened his mouth to spit out. Fire escape. Inferno bomb. The raging flames slammed directly into Natsuki's body. Boo! Ah! 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 A crow cawed, and Natsuki's entire body turned into countless crows, his figure disappearing into them. Countless crows flew and rushed towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya made a seal with both hands. Psionics. Boo! A green toad, carrying twin swords, rushed out of the smoke, the swords waving. A single crow all turned into smoke and disappeared. Natsuki emerged from the smoke. Naruto, the art of dragon fire. Put. Violent flames erupted from Natsuki's mouth. The moment Natsuki landed on the ground, she realized that her feet were soft. Across the room, Jiraiya, who had been sprayed by the dragon fire, had been reduced to a cloud of dirt, and the real Jiraiya was behind him, unleashing the Yellow Springs Numa technique. Natsuki's eyes turned kaleidoscopically. Susanoo. Bang! The first order sousaphone projected straight out. Natsuki broke free of the yellow swamp and climbed out of it. A stream of oil had sprayed on Susanoo. Naruto, great flame bomb. The flames ignited the oil on Natsuki Susa's body. Natsuki instantly cancelled his Susanoo, and his figure burst through the gap. Natsuki instantly pulled back and gestured. Admit defeat. Natsuki's face was a bit tired, a look of severe chakra depletion. Jiraiya also dispersed the Otama Spiral Maru in his hand, with a slightly disgruntled look on his face. Doesn't your Susanoo get bigger? Natsuki sat down on her but in a very unimaginative manner. I don't have that much chakra. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly. Just now, Natsuki used several arts one after another, of which the Crow Divergence and Dragon Fire arts consumed even more. Chakra consumption is definitely high. Susanoo consumes pupil power in addition to chakra. Natsuki shouldn't have much chakra left. Jiraiya estimated in his mind that Natsuki was probably holding back, and he wasn't using his immortal mode. He should be able to win if he doesn't hold back. The amount of chakra required by Susanoo was so great that it would last a very short time if it came out at full power. Jiraiya pondered, walking towards Natsuki. Natsuki stood up and made a seal of reconciliation, and Jiraiya followed Natsuki's lead. Then Natsuki lay on the ground quite unimaginatively. If you can get over your peeping into the women's bath, maybe we can still be friends. Natsuki held her head in her hands and lay leisurely on the ground. His eyes went to Jiraiya, who was still very flowery and horny, lazy, unfocused and irresponsible. If he was serious about catching Orochimaru, I'm guessing Orochimaru wouldn't have been able to get away, or at least wouldn't have been able to develop in one place for so long. Today Natsuki tried his hand with Jiraiya, and also tested himself into the color. Unlike the fight with Stopper and the others in the dream world, Jiraiya's offense is wide open, and a lot of the time he can only jutsu against jutsu, without the finesse of the Uchiha, and there really isn't enough finesse in the handling of your own battles. As it turns out, though he was faking it, shadow class combat-wise, once you meet a player from Chitunra, the chances of losing are high unless you have a quick battle. Natsuki knew that Jiraiya hadn't even put on immortal mode, and the two toads hadn't been summoned, but in a fight to the death, Natsuki would surely open the second form of flesh and blood form, or a higher form of Susanoo at the first opportunity. Although Natsuki hadn't awakened his pupils, it didn't stop him from opening his Susumu Mangaka on first. His own chakra was enough to use with normal jutsu, but Susanoo was a big blue drainer, so he had to think of something. Having fought Natsuki, Jiraiya could feel that Natsuki's fighting style, and his fighting mood, was not at all like an ambitious person. In his heart of hearts, he also had no special ill feelings towards Natsuki. Jiraiya was also a bit tired from the battle, and he sat down cross-legged on the ground. What do you think of Kiba village? Natsuki shook her head. It's none of my business. Whether Kiba is good or bad has nothing to do with me. Don't ask me such questions. As long as no one messes with us Uchiha, we just want to grow our business and make things better for our clan. After all, there are so many other civilians in our Uchiha. Natsuki had rested enough and stood up to head for the clan grounds. I have things to do, so I won't see you off. Jiraiya frowned, scowling at Natsuki's back, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 50, Tatsuya's gone. Naruto building. Old man. Jiraiya tumbled in through the window. Mishio put down the paper in his hand. How's Natsuki? Jiraiya spoke up. Even though I won, I felt like he was holding back. Mishio took an unhurried drag on his cigarette. What about you? Jiraiya shook his head. I didn't use immortal mode. Mishio raised an eyebrow. Oh, so he didn't use Sunananaha? It was used, but for a very short time, and it seems that Susanoo takes a very large amount of chakra and can't last. Mishio took a few steps back and forth and murmured. It can't last. It can't last. Well, hard work. Jiraiya. The third Naruto gave a relaxed expression. Jiraiya shook his head. I had a match down with Natsuki, and I don't think Natsuki is ambitious. Maybe he really just wants to hold on to the Uchiha's acreage. Yeah, if he didn't say that he was judging someone based on his feelings, then Mishio would have chopped his head off. But Jiraiya is different. Jiraiya has been practicing at MT Myogi for a long time and receiving natural energy. It's wonderful to be able to detect what a person's character tendencies are like. So Self's words are very informative. And just how strong Jiraiya's immortal mode was, not even the third Naruto himself had fully experienced it. Since Jiraiya said there was no problem, then Mishio still relaxed a lot. After all, Uchiha Natsuki had always been an unstable factor, often making unexpected moves. This time it's going to be very much to Jiraiya's liking to get his reputation in a bad way, I have to say. After all, Mishio could no longer force Jiraiya to take over Naruto. Which village's shadow energy is a peeping Tom? Back to the point. Since Orochimaru wasn't the one who stole the baby, old man, I'm ready to go. Jiraiya's outburst interrupted the third Naruto's thoughts. Mishio frowned. You're leaving on such short notice? Jiraiya spread his hands. There doesn't seem to be much to stay in the village. The roots were disbanded by you. The Uchiha surrendered their rights, and I went and tried. Natsuki isn't ambitious. What do I keep it for? Mishio looked at Jiraiya with skeptical eyes. I'm afraid you're in a hurry to leave because you're not going to be able to go to the baths and snoop around. Are you? Jiraiya's head was full of black lines. In no way did that happen. I just got a message from Orochimaru to check it out. Really? There was a hint of otherworldly emotion in Mishio's voice, but Jiraiya didn't hear it and just nodded seriously. It's true. I've received a tip-off that there is an Orochimaru sighting in the northern Tanakuni country. Mishio mused. Go on then. You don't need to catch him back on purpose. Jiraiya looked at the third Naruto in surprise. What did you say, old man? The third Naruto's face was a little hard to bear as he picked up his pipe and took a drag. Ryoga sighed. It doesn't matter if he comes back or not. Just take this message to him for me, old man. Jiraiya was quite moved. He knew what Mishio meant by that statement. It means that the third generation is not pursuing what happened in the past. Moreover, Sanjo still takes Orochimaru as a disciple. Mishio waved his hand somewhat wearily. Natsuki brought word that the kidnapping of the baby back then was the handiwork of Junzo, and that Orochimaru collaborated in the experiment at best. I don't know where Natsuki got the information, but he didn't have to lie. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and to be honest, he and Orochimaru had a lot of love for each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been grinding away, talking about chasing Orochimaru, when they were really all out traveling. If the baby kidnapping incident back then hadn't been so egregious, Jiraiya wouldn't have taken the job. Now it's actually said that the mastermind of the kidnapping back then was Junzo. Jiraiya's heart let go for a moment. To say that Mishio and Orochimaru had a bond, Jiraiya was well aware of it. Orochimaru grew up extremely good at learning any jutsu right away. It was also a favorite disciple under the teacher's door, and the relationship must have been very good. It's just that Orochimaru is a bratty person, so that's why Sensei chose Suikoden. In fact, what Jiraiya didn't know is that at first, the third generation originally intended for Orochimaru to become the fourth generation Naruto, but Junzo pushed for Orochimaru and the two worked together quite well. Orochimaru is too capable and extremely independent-minded to accept anyone's pincer movement. Neither can the third Naruto. That's why Mikado ended up choosing the civilian representative, Namikaze Suikoden. After all, Namikaze Sailor Moon has little backstage and is better controlled. It's just that Mikado didn't expect it. I didn't realize that Orochimaru was too arrogant to be provoked and went straight to the darkness to pursue his truth. The final outbreak of the baby kidnapping is not explained by Orochimaru from start to finish. By the end of the day, Orochimaru's departure was not so much because of the Naruto position. How about what he couldn't stand? Michio's distrust of him, and in the end, the so-called Konoha collapse plan that Orochimaru came up with was the same as a child showing off his achievements to an adult. Or don't want the third Naruto to end up rotting and rotting. Even when he finally killed the third Naruto, he shed tears himself. Jiraiya had dealt with Natsuki, and although the process had not been pleasant, Jiraiya believed the information. Well then, I'll pass the message on to Orochimaru. There was also a slight change in Jiraiya's scattered expression. The third Naruto waved his hand. Go check on Naruto before you go. The kid goes to shinobi school now. Jiraiya nodded and disappeared into the office. Jiraiya comes out of the Naruto building, purposely using his transformation technique to avoid a commotion, turned into a mediocre Kiba ninja. It was late in the afternoon and the endurance school had not yet been dismissed. Jiraiya found a suitable spot after greeting the nearby dark side that was watching Naruto. Jiraiya looked over to see Naruto, who had fluffy yellow hair and a few beard lines on his face, training on the playground with a serious look on his face. They start with a run and have to go over obstacles, jump pits, and cross ropes. These are the most basic physical fitness and body coordination exercises. At the front of the group was Irika leading the way. Irika spoke as he ran. After you graduate, you'll encounter countless terrain obstacles when you're on a mission, so get used to all kinds of terrain now. In the back was the fastest student was Sasuke. He was all very serious on his face, and for any training, he would not be half-hearted. Sasuke's movements, from jumping into the pit to crossing the rope, were so standardized and natural that it was obvious that he had been trained in a similar fashion at home. The same could not be said for the others behind them, the children of the major ninja clans running forward. Other children from civilian families are still a bit overwhelmed by this kind of training. Those who fell into the pit and wailed. Those who fell off the ropes and couldn't get up halfway through the fall abounded. Of course, there are children of the great ninja clans who run slower, such as Akimichi Butsuji. The most prominent within the civilians was Naruto, who took this training very seriously, always remembering what Natsuki-senpai expected of him. So even though Naruto often falls into pits or off of ropes, but they all quickly got up and struggled to catch up with Sasuke and his group. In the last 3 laps, only half of the students finished, and Naruto hardened himself and ran to the end of the first tier, scoring a 9th place finish, to the relief of Jiraiya, who was far away in the trees, watching. Naruto really works hard and knows his stuff. The training was over, and after announcing the rankings, Mr. Irika dismissed for free time. Irika came to Naruto's side. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto had just been very scrappy, so he had fallen many times and had many scrapes on his body. Naruto looked up and gave Irika a big smile. Irika-sensei, I'm fine, it's all minor injuries. Irika was full of gentleness and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto, you did well this time, but next time be careful, you can't be so brutal. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Don't worry Irika-sensei, I'll come in first in my next training. Naruto, come over and play the game, came a voice from the distance. Irika-sensei, I'm going to go play La. Jammed the rest of Irika's words down her throat. Seeing that Naruto really wasn't in any serious condition, Irika could only shake his head helplessly. Let's play catch the bad guys. Then I'll be the vigilante. I want to be a vigilante too. Then I'll just have to be Jiraiya. You guys get me. Jiraiya, standing in the tree, nearly fell head over heels, mentally greeting Natsuki harshly. He left the shinobi school. He couldn't stay in this Kiba for half a minute. 51. Developments on all sides. The dissolution of Roots and the departure of Jiraiya, making Kiba the same Kiba it once was. The police force without the Uchiha was also well taken care of by the Hyuga clan. And a lot of people don't realize that the Uchiha of Kiba's 8th Street, any small store about food and drink, has secretly closed its doors and gone for redecoration. Outside, however, there are bits and pieces of news coming out of the Water Country that the biggest shinobi clan in the Water Country that possesses the blood succession restricted realm, the Yukicho clan, dissatisfied with the 4th generation Barry Yakura as Mizukage, assassinated him, and after the failed assassination, Yakura was seriously injured and went behind the scenes, after which he began a brutal purge of all the major bloodline clans in the Water Country. Many Misty Hidden Village ninjas began to flee, because of the remoteness of the Land of Water. The news is getting less and less after the country's gates are closed. What exactly happened to Misty Hidden was not very clear to the other forces. The 4th generation of the Sand Hidden Village, Wind Shadow Rosa, took office in haste during the 3rd Shinobi World War, and was originally on shaky ground. However, after fighting the 3rd Shinobi World War, he also stabilized by virtue of his personal ability and worked hard to develop the village's economy. And using his own blood succession limit magnetic transportation Sandgold, he panned for gold inside the desert, bringing a considerable financial subsidy to Sandy Hollow. The village entered a period of steady growth. In the village of Rain Hidden, a place where several countries intersect, Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, has lost his will to fight in his old age and is greedy for pleasure. Having already been done away with by Nagato, the Rain Hidden village next enters a period of Nagato's rule. Deidara, a talented young man from the Awashin village, eventually leaves the village and becomes a rebel shinobi because of his insubordination. The Iwakamura is green and yellow, with only one Inoki to hold up the fort. Natsuki spent the rest of the day focusing on support for Uchiha business. At the beginning of Natsuki's request that these civilian Uchiha change their business, there was a fair amount of resistance, but Natsuki, after showing his two hands, invited all the people to gather for a meal, and at once all were overwhelmed by the Chinese food. The unique handling of ingredients and taste bud exploding flavors have made these Uchiha a big fan of Chinese cuisine. Natsuki had written the plans beforehand for them to remodel their store. Natsuki's attention was focused on the exchange with Orochimaru. Natsuki used Yogo's psychic beast to pass on messages every day, except for the various reports from Skunk and Stopper at the beginning. The message after that is basically a discussion between Orochimaru and Natsuki. Natsuki was also very optimistic about the strongest scientist in this world. Many of his own future plans could not be done without Orochimaru's support. Natsuki also told Orochimaru some things that weren't in the planner. Orochimaru also became more urgent when he learned of the huge changes in the shinobi world after a few years. The daily experiments were non-stop, and he had no desire to manage the Sonic Ninja Village any longer. It's a good thing the Uchiha elite were there to make the Sonic Ninja Village instantly qualitatively different. The number of missions accomplished jumped to the highest number of ninja villages under the 5 major ninja villages, leaving the Rain Hidden, Taki Hidden, and Grass Hidden far behind. Under the probing of many ninja villages, the undisguised Uchiha instantly let all the major ninja villages know that the skunk had defected to a small ninja village. All the shinobi villages were watching to see what exactly Kiba's reaction was, and the results surprised all the shinobi villages. Kiba was indifferent to this, as if the matter didn't matter at all. What surprised everyone even more was that with so many Uchiha, the entire Sonic village would belong to the Uchiha if they were to seize power. But the Uchiha didn't seem to have any thoughts on that, and was just honestly working as a ninja in the Sound Ninja village. Natsuki was not surprised, because this group of Uchiha elites had long been brainwashed by the other heavenly god. Not to mention letting them do the mission honestly, or even commit suicide right away could be done. Natsuki, on the other hand, focused more on the remodeling of the eateries on Kiba's 8th Street. After the last time we invited the various civilian bosses of the Uchiha to taste the food, Natsuki's confidence in Chinese cuisine was also much stronger, so the process was accelerated, and in just 2 months, the signboard called Chinese Cuisine was hung all over the entire Kiba 8th Street. As soon as the store opened, it exploded all over Kiba Village, with a steady stream of people coming to taste it. And all the Uchiha stores sell different specialties: hot dry noodles, meat buns, crawfish, intestinal noodles, rice noodles, snail noodles, enough for you to eat from the street to the end of the street without repeating the same thing, with its exclusive production method and various secret ingredients, leaving others with no way to copy. The other restaurants in Kiba Village instantly lost business and had to change their business. Meanwhile, in Tanakuni, Natsuki's stride took a bigger step. He wrote even more extensive business plans that Orochimaru praised when he read them. This is because doing medical experiments often requires huge amounts of money to back them up. Before, the development of jutsu didn't require as much money, but if it was necessary to complete various subjects for Natsuki, whether it was to strengthen himself or to research on the evolution of the sharing wheel, it would require very large sums of money now. It's a good thing that Orochimaru has infiltrated Tanakuni over the years, and the daimyo are under his control. And with the support of the daimyo, a series of stores called Chinese Cuisine was instantly spread all over Tanakuni. In the beginning, the owners of restaurants in Tanakuni thought daimyo was crazy. So many resources have been put forth to support something that is unfamiliar. The end result, as it turned out, was a slap in the face for everyone. Chinese Cuisine series of stores, which contains regular meals, desserts, and specialty snacks. Like a whirlwind, it squeezes out all the ordinary dining in Tanakuni. On the main meal, the original meal of a single food, not as colorful as the Chinese cuisine of several major dishes. On desserts, Chinese cuisine inside the endless variety of pastries and drinks, but also dazzled everyone. On the special snacks, it is more people cannot stop. Skewers, hot and sour noodles, hot dry noodles, meat buns, crayfish, intestinal noodles, rice noodles, snail flour, pancake fruit, pot roast. In a short period of time it has already left many restaurateurs out of doors, and many diet bosses are struggling to think of a solution. Chinese food series of stores launched a new operation, franchisee model. Restaurateurs everywhere only have to pay a fee. Then you can enjoy the technical support provided by Chinese food and various mysterious Chinese food preparation. At first these restaurateurs were afraid to try it. People are afraid of things they have never seen before, until one of the first crab eaters came along. They are ruthless and spend a lot of money to join the Chinese food specialty snack bar. Within a few months, though, it was completely back in the black and making a tidy profit. Other restaurant owners cannot sit still, have waived the bill, want to join in the Chinese food brand. Then, starting from Tadano-kuni, the wind of Chinese cuisine gradually spread toward all major countries. More than a year later, the 8 streets of Kiba have become the busiest streets in Kiba. The most important reason for this was the rise of the Uchiha family's Chinese cuisine. Most of the things inside these gourmet stores are unheard of and unseen by most people. After the first person to try it, this otherworldly cuisine quickly conquered everyone's taste buds. And those who are interested will notice that the Chinese food stores on the 8 streets of Kiba are all appearing at the same time as the ones on the Tenno countryside. The dominant person behind it was definitely the Uchiha clan without a doubt. The Uchiha also jumped to become the richest family in the shinobi world. Naruto and Sasuke have been going to school for almost 2 years now, and Naruto's homework is only sloppy on top of that. He's pretty good on top of his physical skills though. The worst of all is the refining and use of chakra. Transfiguration has been taught inside the school lately, and Naruto has been hanging on every time. With Natsuki and Sasuke's daily financial support, it was as if Michio felt threatened and was mentioning the monthly money for Naruto. Anyone who targets Naruto is severely punished. Just in case Naruto was abducted by Uchiha Natsuki one day, it also allows Kakashi to draw closer to Naruto more often. Unfortunately, Kakashi was usually on a mission and there was no way to go more in-depth with Naruto as he was merely chatting, and with hearts and minds preoccupied. Naruto's relationship with Sasuke Natsuki is much better than Kakashi's. Chapter 52, Awakening of the Pupil Technique. Dream Space. Orochimaru made a quick seal. The art of channeling. Bang! The huge figure of the 10,000 serpents projected out. Susanoo. Natsuki's pupil power catalyzed, and a huge body of chakra energy rose from the ground. Skeletons, flesh and blood, armor, boom! Violent chakra fluctuated. Natsuki Susanoo pulls out the Asaka no Kodama and throws it. The huge body of the 10,000 serpents couldn't dodge it at all. Ow! With a low muffled hiss, the 10,000 snakes left a layer of snake molts in place. Wind escape. Big break. A gale blew out of Orochimaru's mouth, sending sand flying throughout the ground. The vision was a blur. Natsuki had been hiding among the Susanoo waiting for his chance. Bang! With the sound of earth and stone exploding, Manzai leapt out from behind Natsuki, and Orochimaru instantly appeared on the side. Subterranean shadow multi-snake hand. Orochimaru pressed his hands into the ground, and dense vipers crawled out. Natsuki stiffly blocks a headbutt from Man-Snake, instantly unlocking his sousaphone and pressing his hand to Man-Snake's head. Contract seal. Undo. Bang! Under a huge cloud of smoke, Orochimaru's Man-Snake was forced to teleport back. Orochimaru made a seal on his hand. The art of Orochi. SRA. 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 With the sound of flesh tearing apart, huge white snakeheads emerged and ferociously pounced on Natsuki. Natsuki endured the huge chakra drain, and reopened his Suzaku, drawing the huge katana on his Suzaku. Choking. The sharp blade directly decapitated 3 heads, but it was no use. The infinite regeneration attribute of the Orochi kept the snake's head coming up. Natsuki was soon wrapped up. The dream world shattered and spun for a moment, and Natsuki opened her eyes, her consciousness returning to reality. Failed again. Orochimaru is actually this strong. After Natsuki sent many subjects as well as guesses to Orochimaru, Orochimaru's name appeared in the dream training. I have to say, Natsuki wasn't very optimistic about Orochimaru's real-world abilities at first. After all, Orochimaru's strongest point was in research, the combat aspect, because it was taken care of by a single illusion by Weasel. Natsuki inevitably treated him with some contempt. As it turns out, after getting his hands on it, he realizes that it's true that Orochimaru has an illusion flaw, but that doesn't mean Orochimaru is weak, or even that Orochimaru is ridiculously strong. As a result, Natsuki lost as many times as he fought Orochimaru. Either he died from the infinite rebirth of Orochi no Jutsu, or he died from a severe beating by the first 2 generations of Hatsuyo, who were reborn from the obscene earth, or die in Orochimaru's unbelievable soft body modifications and viper sneak attacks. The only aspect of illusion that can restrain Orochimaru, Natsuki doesn't do well. Orochimaru couldn't defend himself against Weasel's illusions, but that's because Weasel's mastery of illusions was high, and Natsuki could only use his raging pupil power to hard reckless. For example, a ferret can be so fine that it can cut off your dominion over a certain limb with an illusion, and Natsuki could only construct the mental suggestion that he was dead out of it. Good or bad, it does work, but it uses up a lot of pupil power. the stronger the opponent's will, the stronger the resistance. Natsuki has very little chance of winning against Orochimaru without using illusions. In this situation, Natsuki thought of his previous match with Jiraiya, although he had kept his hand afterward. In the final life and death struggle, it was not yet known whether he himself would be the one to have the last laugh. Only after competing against one of the three ninjas at full strength did Natsuki realize that he was more than inadequate. The only reason he was able to win against Weasel and Stopper and Futsuki was solely because of his own high pupil power, and their illusions didn't work. And on top of the Sasori, their Sasori is undoubtedly even more disadvantaged. As far as size is concerned, the skunk's Sasori limit is just over 20 meters. Natsuki's Suzaku could reach 70 meters, and it continued to grow as his pupil power increased. All that aside, Natsuki herself has a very large number of sealing techniques that can quickly seal her opponents. But Natsuki lacked a powerful killing pupil technique, the skunk's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, both of which Natsuki was very optimistic about. Although Natsuki still had a disposable one on him that could be used once, but it was gone when it ran out. If only my pupils were offensive. Offensive Hitomi, and it has to be the kind that kills. As this thought appeared, Natsuki felt a stirring in his Sharingan eyes. Natsuki was in shock. Could it be mind-writing Hitomi? As the name suggests, there must be a strong will within to awaken the appropriate pupil technique. When Bandito awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes, it was because of Rin's death, and he felt like the whole world was falling apart. Desperate to escape from this world, he awakens the god's might, which allows him to escape from the real world. Stopper, because of his deep love of peace, dreams of changing the minds of his clan and villagers to live in peace. That's why Betengami, who has awakened and changed people's minds and wills, has awakened. The skunk's kaleidoscope awakening was due to the death of Stopper, and the skunk's thoughts are much more extreme than Stopper's. In his opinion, if you can't coexist peacefully, you have to destroy one of them. So the ferret awakened the Amaterasu that destroys everything. The beautiful hope in his heart is the moon reading that constitutes his other eye that reconstructs the world. What Tomoyuki thinks about every day is the future of the family. Every step of the decision-making process is conceptualized in terms of how it will affect the future, and so the illusion of being able to build the future is awakened. Natsuki, on the other hand, had a sense of detachment from the entire world after crossing over. After all, there really wasn't much real time when she first arrived. When Kaleidoscope awakened, all I remember was the unrivaled power of Susanoo. So it's smooth enough to turn on Suzaku, and even the stages of Suzaku are well known. There is no difficulty at all in the growth of Susa, but Kaleidoscope Hitomi is above that, because Natsuki doesn't have a strong emotional will at all. That's why the pupil power was huge and he still hadn't awakened. After all, he hadn't experienced a brutal war or life and death when he arrived. The eight-tailed Kirabi one is totally crushing. After Natsuki figured all this out, he really cried and laughed, so he had made such a big mess. Then, looking at it that way, one possesses the opportunity to construct the kaleidoscope pupil technique. A rush of excitement went through Natsuki at the thought. So do I need the divine power that dodges everything? Or the heavenly illumination that burns everything? Or what about other gods who change the will of others? After thinking it over, Natsuki didn't even think it fit his character. What Natsuki wanted was the ability to cut through all the chaos in a simple, direct, and dry manner. Natsuki harbored a strong will, and the pupil power in his mind fluctuated violently. Natsuki couldn't restrain herself from opening her sharpening wheel, which spun at a rapid pace. As the outer blade and inner flower of the Sharingan eye rotated, 3 lines extended out to the edge of the eye socket. Dang, dang, dang. The pupil power fluctuation that was like smashing into the flat lake water, like water ripples, spread out, remaining in the Uchiha combatants. As long as they are 3 hooked, the insight is very obvious. They clearly felt a special pupil power that swept over from Vice Clan Chief Lord Natsuki's side. After a few moments, silence fell. Is Natsuki-sama experimenting with pupils? Why is this pupil power so special? Chapter 53, The Reason for Poor Ninjutsu. Tomoyuki was the first to arrive at Natsuki's residence. As soon as he came, he saw Natsuki, who was full of fatigue, walk out from inside the room. Natsuki, what happened? Why was there a fluctuation of pupil power just now? Natsuki wearily waved her hand. Nothing, just testing the pupil technique. Let the matriarch worry about it. Pupil technique? The light in Fuyue's eyes flashed. An ordinary pupil art, of course, wouldn't have such a big movement. Then there was only one possibility. The kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil technique. Natsuki said that his pupil art is Heaven's Gap, a powerful pupil art that can see into the future. Did Natsuki just peek into the future again? Seeing Natsuki's tired face, Futake also spoke softly. Natsuki, is it so consuming for you to peer into the future? Natsuki now looked like she was mentally drained. Under his eyes were thick dark circles and the inside of his eyes were full of blood. The whole thing was breathless. Natsuki froze for a moment at Tomoyuki's words, then closed her eyes and rested for a moment. Only then did he speak. The launching of the Gap of Heaven is not something I can control. And in recent years the launching of the Gap of Heaven has become less and less frequent. That's why I'm doing my best in documenting a lot of useful stuff for later. I just saw some more of the future, but this time it was longer than ever. I have a feeling that the Gap of Heaven will never be activated in the future. Futsuki was frustrated. Natsuki's kaleidoscope Sharingan, seeking great benefits for the Uchiha. Although it was certain that there were limitations to this kind of powerful pupil technique, it was also a bit difficult for Tomoyuki to suddenly not be able to use it anymore. Luckily, though, Uchiha is on the right track. Both the development of the Uchiha of the Sonic Ninja Village and the development of the Uchiha of this village were far greater than they had been more than a year ago. Right now, no matter if it was the third Naruto or any other shinobi clan, they didn't dare to underestimate the Uchiha. Patriarch, I'm going to go rest now, and I'll come back and tell you when I've gotten everything organized, Natsuki said as she yawned and went back. Futsuki had also long been accustomed to Natsuki's scatterbrained demeanor, and did not show any color of calculation. Instead, he called the fourth elder, Yohei, and instructed him to place a ban on all Uchiha. No outsiders are allowed to spread the word about what happened tonight in Uchiha tonight. In fact, as long as the three-hooked jade writing wheel eyes of the Uchiha, all sensed that this is the fluctuation of the pupil power, naturally, will not say it to the outside. Still, Tomoyuki had put in a gag order, just in case. Natsuki walked into the room and slammed her head under the covers and began to huff and puff. In fact, he hadn't consumed much of his pupil power or chakra. The reason he was so haggard was simply because he was experimenting with his new pupil technique in his dream world. A pupil technique called Susanoo-san's eyes, which only strengthened observation, left Natsuki a little disappointed. The other one strengthens the Susanoo weapon, which makes the Susanoo weapon sharper, continuously strengthened to its strongest state. It was called the Heavenly Cloud style, which could forcefully devour space. It seems you can't jump in front of me, oh bandito. But inside the dream realm, it wasn't going to drain his pupil power or chakra. So after coming out of the dream world in a frenzy, Natsuki walks out of the room just overexhausted with energy and in need of sleep. And that's just the small end of the spectrum. The energy drain was more on Natsuki's sharpening wheel eyes. At the same time as the pupils awakened, the Sharingan eyes finally completed the leap to the next level up. In other words, Natsuki has quietly become Eternal Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye. And with Natsuki's Eternal Eye, the pattern hadn't changed, and it wasn't even visible from the top of the pattern. Feeling the chakra and pupil power after the surge, now there was finally no need to worry about the pupil power drying up. Natsuki thought beautifully and fell into a deep sleep. Natsuki had slept until noon on the third day, and there was no one to disturb him. In fact, Tomoyuki had come over early to check on him and realized that Natsuki wasn't unconscious, but was simply sleeping. After lamenting the staggering amount of energy the gap in the sky would take, I didn't call him. After Natsuki woke up, she realized that she was hungry in her stomach. After drinking some water, he sped off towards Kiba Hachiho Street. Kiba Hachiho Street. After the famous Chinese food store on 8th Street, Naruto and Sasuke have also become the most loyal customers, with Naruto's favorite being stinky tofu and Sasuke's favorite being hot and sour noodles. Naruto, who was at the bottom of his jutsu scores again today, dragged Sasuke to 8th Street after school to buy their favorite treats. Naruto forked up the stinky tofu and brought it to his mouth as he settled in with Sasuke. Sasuke, you should really try this deep-fried stinky tofu. The flavor is really good. Sasuke turned his face away in disgust. I'm not going to eat this. It stinks to high heaven. My mouth is full of stench if I eat it. Naruto was thinking about his performance on this quiz while bemoaning the fact that Sasuke didn't know what he was talking about. Naruto has the 9 tails interfering in his body, and the chakra refining above is always messed up, and shapeshifting, which requires fine manipulation of chakra, also works sometimes and sometimes not. He once imitated Sasuke and transformed into a Sasuke that was not exactly the same, but only indistinguishable. But the lessons just kept going wrong, and the shapeshifters turned out to be nothing like a person. So again, this quiz is conspicuously a dud. Naruto mentally hesitated, though he didn't know why, but Naruto always felt that there was something interfering with his chakra operation. Naruto had something on his mind and his walking slowed down. Sasuke looked back at Naruto sulking, thinking Naruto was still thinking about what happened earlier. Sasuke thought for a moment and begrudgingly said, actually, this stinky tofu, I can try it. Naruto's eyes lit up at Sasuke's words, instantly putting the flunking of the transformation technique behind him. He forked up a pile of stinky tofu and brought it to Sasuke's mouth. Well, Sasuke held back this strange odor and chewed on it twice. I didn't expect the blackened crust to be charred and crispy, and the flavors of the aroma, spice, salt and sauce to go straight to the taste buds. Sasuke was instantly overwhelmed by the flavor, rushing to grab Naruto's stinky tofu and start eating it. Naruto was momentarily dumbfounded. What do you mean? Didn't you just say you weren't eating yet? You saved some with me. Hey! The two quickly grabbed each other. The two messed around for a while, but Sasuke won. After all, Naruto didn't really want to grab it back, and Sasuke ate it. That's when a figure fell from the sky. You too. What's all the fuss in the street? The visitor was none other than Uchiha Natsuki, who was holding several strings of candy canes in one hand. One hand gave Naruto a knock, then another for Sasuke as well. A smile spread across Sasuke's face. His Natsuki-sensei never put up a fight and was very nice to be around. It's been a while since Natsuki picked them up. Naruto saw Natsuki now, but he was a bit cowering. After all, Natsuki-senpai had helped him so much, but his ninjutsu scores are a dud, which really doesn't make sense. Seeing that Naruto wasn't as perky as he used to be, Natsuki split a candy cane between him and Sasuke. What's the matter, Mopey? Don't you want to see me? Naruto was a little too period to say anything. Sasuke, on the contrary, beat Natsuki to the punch by telling him, Sensei, Naruto didn't do well on his jutsu grade this time. Oh? Natsuki looked at Sasuke with some amusement, and Sasuke had a look on his face like you're going to ask me about my grades. So how was your ninjutsu grade? Natsuki asked, still cooperating. Sasuke puffed out his chest and said with a smug look on his face, I'm not like Naruto. Of course I'm number one. Ha ha ha. Good. Worthy of Sasuke? Go back and let the clan leader reward you properly. Natsuki casually complimented. After all, Sasuke was still too young to be a rebel right now. Just a couple of compliments and you're completely satisfied. In the future, you'd have to beat him up and step on his face before he'd respect you. Hearing Natsuki compliment Sasuke made Naruto even more upset. He still wasn't bad at physical arts, but when it came to the top of ninjutsu, he was completely clueless. The chakra in one's body just runs amok sometimes. Natsuki rubbed Naruto's head. What's with the crying face? It's just that you didn't do well on the test once. Just work hard in the future. Naruto rubbed his face, trying to look less frustrated. Natsuki-senpai, this time it's different. I always feel like my chakra is disturbed by something when I'm extracting it. Usually I can use transfiguration well, but when it comes to exams, I can never use it well. I don't know what's wrong. Chapter 54, Of course you're not an orphan. Natsuki looked around, the dark side still inching not far behind Naruto. Speak a little louder and you'll be listened to. Natsuki pretended not to care and shoved the candy cane made of strawberries into Naruto's mouth all at once. There are problems to solve, the problem is not good. Come on, let's go over and sit down. You carefully tell me, said Natsuki as she led Naruto and Sasuke to a nearby bench and sat down. Naruto was heard carefully saying that he lost his transformations every time he took a test or practiced against his classmates. Sasuke listened intently as well, as he too felt curious. Normally, Naruto had used his transformations on him, and they were all perfect, but every time it came to a critical moment, he fell off the wagon. After Natsuki heard it, she was thinking of something else inside her head. After a year or so, Naruto was going to be 7 years old. He didn't realize that the school had just started teaching the chakra refining technique, and the 9 lamas inside of him had started messing with it. Although Naruto's seal was very much intact, what a huge amount of chakra the 9 tails had. Just by leaking out a little bit, it would completely render Naruto unable to control his chakra at all. Since he's improved so much, is it time to try recruiting non-Uchiha clan elites? There were a lot of people around and Naruto rambled a bit when he spoke. After all, he had no family and only thought of Natsuki as his elder. Natsuki's hand rubbed Naruto's hair and said, Naruto, think again. Naruto was a little confused. Thinking what? Natsuki's pupils were destroyed at this time, and his own consciousness took Naruto's consciousness and instantly went to the world of Naruto's mind. Naruto looked around nervously and relaxed when he realized Natsuki was right beside him, and the current environment on the floor was just plain old corridors, with a cell door connecting heaven and earth in the distance. Because the mind world is a mapping of the real world, Naruto is much better off than he once was, so the mind world isn't damp and dank. Senior Natsuki, where is this place? Natsuki sensed left and right, and sure enough, she sensed 2 strands of chakra, which should be the 4th generation couple. The 2 of them didn't come out though. I guess they wanted to wait for Naruto to grow up later. Natsuki would never go through the motions and wait for Naruto to grow up with the fox. After all, Naruto's world is much better now, and it's unclear if he can still talk to the 9 lamas. He smiled faintly. Naruto, this is your mind world. Mind world? Naruto's head was full of question marks. For him, he recognized the words when they were taken apart, but when they were put together, he didn't. Natsuki didn't explain either, but spoke to him. Naruto, do you want to know why you were bullied as a child? Naruto shuddered. Though he had had sunshine in his life for over a year now, there were classmates, friends, Natsuki-senpai, merchants who no longer spoke ill of him, and his grandfather, the 3rd Naruto, who was becoming more and more kind to him. but the time when he was once loathed by the whole village still left the deepest memories in his heart. Once he remembered those, his heart felt like a hollow slump, but Naruto was Naruto after all, and he was still quick to raise his head and look at Natsuki with an inquisitive look in his eyes. Natsuki didn't sell out. You should have already learned about tailed beasts in school. Naruto nodded. Most of us seal tailed beasts as strategic weapons inside people, and those who are sealed with them are known as human pillars, and your own identity is that of a Konoha Rinpoche, sealed inside your body. 9 tails. Naruto was filled with incredulity, frozen in place. I am the 9-tailed human pillar power. In this life Naruto is no longer an uneducated jerk, but is trying to learn every moment of every day. What the tailed beasts represent has long been taught to these children. Natsuki's words continued. The reason why those villagers hate you and discriminate against you is because of the 9 tails inside you, which almost destroyed Kiba. Many villagers died under the 9 tails. That's why they hate you. They all blame you for the destruction of their homes and the tragic deaths of their parents. Naruto's mind was so shaken that he slowly fell to his knees, unable to stop the tears from escaping the corners of his eyes. Too long? He'd waited too long for that answer. He finally knew the reason for all of it. Naruto let out a loud cry, as if he was trying to let out all his years of aggression. And as Naruto cried, the 2 hidden chakras began to fluctuate violently. But in the end, the 2 chakras still didn't show up. Why? Why do you want me to be a human pillar? Why? Naruto asked angrily in outrage as he came up for air from crying. Natsuki said quietly, because it was your parents' decision. Parents? Naruto shuddered. Natsuki-senpai, I have parents. I'm not an orphan? Natsuki nodded. Of course you're not an orphan. You have parents. Who told you that you're an orphan? Naruto wiped a tear from his eye. It was Grandpa 3rd Naruto who told me. Natsuki said indifferently. Ah, that was the 3rd Naruto who lied to you. After all, he promised your parents that he would take good care of you, and he went back on his word. Promised to take good care of me. Naruto chewed on those 2 sentences. It seems like Grandpa Naruto the 3rd did take care of me quite a bit, giving me a lot of money and visiting me often. Hey, silly, you don't think he gave you the money that Naruto Miyabi gave you, do you? That's your parents' money. Ha! Naruto was taken aback. He had been so grateful to the 3rd Naruto for giving him so much money before. He's been able to grow up on all of Sensei Naruto's money, and it turns out that's his mom and dad's. It says that the 3rd generation didn't take care of you because the 3rd Naruto took all the property when your parents died and gave you not even 1,000th of that money. What? Naruto was furious as he listened. He had expected the death of his parents. If they were still alive, they wouldn't have failed to show up all these years. Naruto was angry that all these years of suffering were generated because of Naruto the 3rd. It turned out that his family was so rich. It turned out that he could live without eating instant noodles and expired milk. Naruto, whose mind had turned a corner, suddenly didn't hate the Konoha merchants who had targeted him. After all, according to Natsuki-senpai, they all had a lot of relatives that had died from the 9 tails in their bodies, and it was only natural that they themselves would be held in hatred. He was angry now that he could have done without all the hard work. After all, while money can't solve all your worries, it's perfectly fine for food, clothing and shelter. So, Natsuki-senpai, who the hell are my parents? Why did they want me to be a human pillar power? Xiaomu shook his head. You are still too young. I can't tell you now. I'm afraid that you don't have a mouth on you. At that time, you'll bring yourself a killing curse. Naruto bit his lip. Natsuki-senpai, just tell me. I promise to keep it a secret. Natsuki still shook his head still. He dared to tell Naruto about the pillars because it was a secret that was known to everyone in Konoha. Not to mention the shinobi, but even a lot of civilians knew about it. Even if Naruto said he already knew that he was the 9-tailed Rinpoche, he couldn't find out where the information came from. His parents' message, on the other hand, was much tighter. After all, there were a bunch of complicated things involved. Natsuki saw the agonizing Naruto and picked a compromise. Tell you what, Naruto, if you can keep today's events to yourself until you graduate from shinobi school, I'll tell you about your parents and all this you want to know. Seeing Natsuki finally let up, Naruto was also happy. Even though he had to graduate from ninjutsu school, at least there was a way to do it. Okay Natsuki-senpai, I'll definitely keep it a secret until I graduate from shinobi school. Natsuki nodded. Now that you know what Rinpoche means, let me quiz you on the reason you suddenly lost control of your chakra. Naruto had, just moments ago, already thought about this. Natsuki-senpai, is it the 9 tails that's causing the trouble? Seeing Naruto answered so quickly, completely losing the title of a stupid ninja, Natsuki was still very happy. Chapter 55, The Inner World. It was okay. It hasn't been a wasted year of school. Natsuki complimented Naruto. I brought you to this place today so you could get acquainted with 9 tails. You suffered all these years because of him, but back then he came to Kiba because he was manipulated too. Now that you've learned that you're a human pillar, you need to learn how to get along with the tailed beasts. Making peace with the tailed beasts isn't just about improving your abilities. It's what your father expects of you. A light grew in Naruto's eyes as he heard his father's expectations. Don't worry, Natsuki-senpai. I'll definitely work hard. When he heard Naruto end his sentence with the familiar Dadabayo, he knew that Naruto had regained his energy. Natsuki led Naruto forward. This current scene was just a mind illusion. The gates that seem to be far away in the sky are not far away in actuality. Natsuki led Naruto forward while the Sharingan in his eyes rotated. The distance between Natsuki and Naruto from the middle of that gate just flew by as fast as the naked eye could see. You're an Uchiha. A voice like thunder exploded in Naruto's ears, and Naruto subconsciously covered his ears. The huge claw hit the door, and the word seal in the center of the door emitted a dazzling light. Ow! Damn it! Ninetales' claws were violently flicked away, but then it slammed into the door with more ferocity and a muffled thud. Calm down, Ninetales. Natsuki's eyes glared. Ninetales stiffened and fell straight to the ground with a loud noise, unable to speak or move. Such powerful pupil power. Could it be that person? The unbearable feeling of not being able to move on Ninetales' body was far less than the fear inside. He was getting scared. With such raging pupil power, he had only encountered one person before, and that was Uchiha. The Ninetales were in the door and Naruto couldn't see them somewhat, but it didn't stop him from feeling the power of the Ninetales. And Natsuki-senpai could actually subdue the Ninetales in an instant. So just how strong is Natsuki-senpai? The thought that had been suppressed inside for so long bubbled up again. Senior Natsuki, can you be my master? Oh, I didn't expect to be snapped at by Naruto. Natsuki's purpose for the day was supposed to be to take Naruto into the organization. Let's see if gain target specialty is as he guessed. The best way to take Naruto into the organization would be in the name of master and apprentice. There was no way he could be Naruto's teacher when he had already stigmatized Jiraiya's reputation before, and Natsuki is certain that Naruto will mature faster. I was ready to talk about this after dealing with the Ninetales, but I didn't expect Naruto to speak up first. Without half a minute's hesitation, while many thoughts turned in his mind, Natsuki faintly smiled. Yes, I'll be your master from now on. Naruto was filled with joy. He didn't expect Natsuki-senpai to agree without any hesitation. Had he known, he would have said it earlier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the course of Whirlwind Naruto's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Rokudo Sennin Mode X1. I can't believe it's Rokudo Sennin Mode. Worthy of the son of the world. In that case, why isn't it Heavy Particle Mode? Natsuki thought greedily. After all, the jutsu gained were not consumed. Ding! Recruitment of Whirlpool Naruto successful. Rewarded host, Maelstrom 1 Physique. Natsumi immediately cast aside what she had just been thinking. The most obvious thing about the Whirlpool clan is the chakra. Oh no! Katanra! Naruto is all about the amount of chakten pulling that the Maelstrom clan can do with their unparalleled chakten pulling. While suppressing the Ninetales, he was also able to split into countless shadow doppelgangers and swing wildly. Nagato's Katanra on Nagato is even more exaggerated, with one person supplying 2 chakra eyes, and the Gato demon statue sucks chakra every day. And just like that it can still revive so many Konoha ninjas with the reincarnation-born art. As he suspected, were the specialties all these? The system is finally giving out. But gouging only works once still doesn't change much. It's useless to scold a dead pig. Natsuki carefully sensed his body's chakra, which had already skyrocketed once when he achieved the Eternal Eye. The amount of chakra is continuing to increase again now, so it shouldn't be bad for chakra in the future. At this point Natsuki released her hold on Ninetales, who let out a roar, but also calmed down a little. He had realized that it wasn't Uchiha-zan on the other side, but another powerful Uchiha clan member. Natsuki lifted his chin. Let's make it official. I'm the deputy clan leader of the Uchiha. Uchiha Natsuki. Uchiha Natsuki. Ninetales chewed on the not so unfamiliar name in his mouth. He could sense the outside world inside Naruto. But Naruto's daily trajectory is simple. Only going back and forth between Shinobi School and home. And other times it's on Kiba 8th Street. Ninetales' biggest feeling was that the Uchiha had produced a very good vice-clan leader, but nothing in terms of battle power. I didn't realize that it was actually a strong eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye. I know you, Uchiha Natsuki. What do you want here? Ninetales was surprisingly well-spoken, not at all bratty. After all, it was only right to show the right amount of respect for someone who could take his life at any time. Natsuki pulled Naruto, who was flabbergasted beside him. There's not much to it. Just wanted to let you know that this, Whirlpool Naruto, your landlord, is my apprentice, and I'm covering from now on. Don't you mess with me while he's extracting chakra. Ha ha ha. Ninetales let out a piercing laugh. It's not that I'm purposely trying to affect his chakra workings, it's just that when he's nervous, my overflowing chakra unconsciously affects him. That's his problem. You shouldn't have come to me. Ninetales put up 2 huge pupils and hid behind the door. he could keep his respect for Natsuki. He didn't want to spoil the little brat that was Maelstrom Naruto. After all, he was spilling chakra all unconsciously, and he could certainly control it himself, but why would he take the trouble to do so? Oh, although Nine Tails was telling the truth, this kind of not giving Natsuki face still made Natsuki a bit unhappy. Just as Natsuki was about to say something, Naruto pulled Natsuki's hand. Master, let me do it. Naruto said to Natsuki, Master, this is something I have to face even as a ninjutsu. Okay. Natsuki nodded, wanting to see what Naruto was planning to do with the Nine Tails. What do you want, kid? A cold snort emerged from Nine Tails' nose. He didn't have a good feeling about the landlord who was holding him captive. Naruto endured a great oppression and walked to the door, looking at the fox with a head bigger than a house, and mustered up the courage to say, Nine Tails, I want to be friends with you. Hiss. Natsuki instantly got a toothache. And it was really this. Natsuki just watched on as Naruto began by explaining his once painful past, expresses understanding of Nine Tails' pain and hopes to work together with Nine Tails in the future. Blah blah blah. Natsuki watched from the side as the ferocious Nine Tails, his attitude gradually softened, only to find it unbelievable that this was the power of the mouth. Does Naruto know how to don't Skype at such a young age? Or is that a talent that comes with being reincarnated as an Uchiha? Although Naruto ended up talking for half a day and Nine Tails ignored him, Naruto didn't give up at all, his little mouth blathering, getting annoyed beyond belief. Nine Tails roared, Shut up. Then the head retreated inside the door. Let Naruto say whatever he wanted, it wouldn't come out. Seeing that Naruto wasn't discouraged at all, Natsuki didn't have that much time to mess around with Naruto. Okay Naruto. Natsuki interrupted Naruto's spell casting. You can take your time with Nine Tails later. I have to see you out. Ah, well. Naruto scratched his head. Natsuki instructed Naruto, when you get out of here, call me Natsuki-senpai as before, okay? Why can't we call master? Naruto's tiny head was big with questions. Natsuki rubbed Naruto's head. It's just a term of endearment. Just do as you're told. Naruto pouted and agreed a little reluctantly. Natsuki reached out and tapped Naruto on the head and Naruto slowly disappeared. Chapter 56, The Uchiha's Great Wealth. Natsuki looked up at the huge cell door. Aloud, he said, 9 llamas. Nine Tails didn't want to pay any more attention to Natsuki, but he didn't expect Natsuki to call out his real name directly. Boom! The surging chakra blasted against the gate with a violent sound. Why do you know the old man's name? Natsuki said lightly, because I have seen the future. Seeing the future? Nine Tails' first reaction was disbelief, but it was true that Natsuki had called out his name. Do you want to know how soon you can get out of here? The corners of Natsuki's mouth pulled up in an arc. Seeing Natsuki's somewhat impish expression, Nine Tails still couldn't help but be curious. When? It's too slow to use words. Let me use my illusion to show you. Nowadays, Natsuki was already able to transmit some images to others on top of her illusions because of her advancement to the eternal kaleidoscope. Immediately after that, Natsuki puts in the Fourth Shinobi World War. The image of him being dragged out of Naruto's body and then being devoured by the demonic statue of Geto was shown to Nine Tails. 10 Tails. The 9 llamas roared, resignation and anger and fear within their voices. If being trapped inside a human pillar was just a loss of freedom, then being absorbed by the 10 Tails would completely disappear from this world. You're saying there will be a Fourth Shinobi World War in 10 years? Natsuki nodded. Remember the man who manipulated you into destroying Kiba back then? Who? A huge breath came out of the 9 llama's mouth. It was a sign of his anger. That Uchiha. Yes, that Uchiha's clan is responsible for the Fourth Shinobi World War later on. The ultimate goal of the Fourth Shinobi World War is to feed all of you tailed beasts to the 10 Tails, and then unleash the infinite moon readings to spawn the divine tree and destroy the world. Natsuki sat down on his knees and told the 9 llamas some of the causes and effects of the Fourth Shinobi War. The 9 llamas listened intently, but without the slightest doubt as to its truth. Because he was split from the 10 Tails, the bottom of the 10 Tails, the 9 Tails have a number in their hearts. These are thousands of years old secrets that no one knows about. The Uchiha Natsuki in front of him, on the other hand, could say it quite accurately. And Naruto, the reincarnation of Ajura Chakra, is destined to save the world in the future. The sooner you guys work together, the stronger he is, the safer you'll be in the future. Isn't that right? Humph. Then how about the matter of the 4th generation sealing the old man? The 9 llamas still held a grudge. After all, the 4th Naruto had parted with half of his body when he sealed him, resulting in the fact that he only has half of his chakra now. Natsuki rolled her eyes. It's only duty for the 4th generation to seal you. You're with Naruto now. One for all and all for one. Think about it. With that said, Natsuki slowly disappeared. In the shadows, 9 Tails murmured, 10 Tails. In the world of the mind, no matter how long it's been in, it's a moment on the outside. Naruto had just opened his eyes, and Natsuki followed suit. And Naruto's eyes had taken on a lot of things that once weren't there. In Sasuke's mind, it was Natsuki-sensei saying to Naruto, "Think again." Naruto then closed his eyes and it was like he was a different person. Thinking about it, Natsuki laughed. As long as the fox didn't mess up, Naruto would be able to improve quickly. Naruto looked over at Natsuki, then flashed a big grin. Figured it out. Natsuki Sr. Senpai. Sasuke scanned Natsuki and Naruto back and forth, always feeling like they were hiding something from him. After that, Natsuki took Naruto and Sasuke for a nice stroll through the streets, sending Sasuke back first. Finally, he dropped Naruto off at the front door of his house, rubbed Naruto's head, and let him in. The spying dark sections, seeing that Natsuki did not make any unnecessary movements or words, also relaxed and watched Natsuki leave. Naruto walked into the doorway and the first thing he did was pull out a note on top of his head. That was written to him by Natsuki. The spirit world wasn't always accessible. It took a lot of spirit. Too much in and out for Naruto to handle. Naruto looked at it carefully, then opened his mouth with an ah and swallowed the note. By the time Natsuki returned to the Uchiha clan land, dinner time had passed. But Natsuki was already full, so she didn't need to think about it. As soon as Natsuki returned, Tomoyuki approached him. "Ah, Natsuki, the car you wanted has been made." As soon as Natsuki heard that, her whole body was energized. "Show me quickly." Natsuki was quickly ushered into the grounds, where a car with a relatively low floor plan was parked quietly. The car was airy on all sides and mostly wooden, drawn by Natsuki in the shape of a sightseeing car from his previous life. The Naruto world isn't low-tech, but vehicles aren't widely available because the countries are different and there are no roads in many places. The last time the Cloud-Hidden Village's compensation was inside, there was an engine, but it was powered by chakra. Natsuki had made the cart to be used by Uchiha civilians traveling to and from the village and clanlands, convenience for the civilians of the Uchiha, and some follow-up programs. Natsuki stepped on it and injected chakra in front of it, and the vehicle quickly began to move. Steering wheel, brakes are all there. Increase chakra release if you need a speed boost. It gave Natsuki a sense of going back to the old days of driving. The one in charge of building this car was Uchiha Kame, who was more interested in this aspect of the build. It wasn't too practical, and could only go back and forth between Kiba and the clanlands, since that was the only way to drive in between. But who let the Uchiha have money now? And when you have money, of course you have to spend it. Although the big head of spending was on Orochimaru's side, it was only a small portion that made Futsuki, who was used to living a hard life, unaccustomed to it. No, after seeing the car, Tomoyuki hurriedly pulled Natsuki into the conference room. As it turns out, after the Uchiha enacted a birth incentive over a year ago, there are now many babies croaking at the end of the month. Fuyue also kept his promise to issue a reward of 200,000 Ryo to each of the babies' parents. But with the baby boom, the money inside Fuyue's vault is flowing out like water. Tomoyuki panicked a bit and hurriedly conferred with Natsuki. "Natsuki, the birth encouragement policy you proposed earlier. So many of the Uchiha have accomplished their targets now. Are we going to continue with the maternity allowance? There's not enough money in the treasury." Natsuki squeezed his hand with certainty. Of course, the matriarch can't go back on his word. And besides this 200,000 taels, for every shinobi school graduate, we'll add another 400,000 Ryo, and 500,000 more for the children who open their eyes. As for not having enough money in the vault, I forgot to tell you about the franchise. Franchise? What franchise? Futsuki looked puzzled, since the skunk and stopper had taken root down in Tanakuni. Natsuki's business plan had been a huge success, funneling an exceptional amount of money into the Uchiha. If it wasn't for the fear of the Uchiha's clan not having the motivation to move forward, Futsuki would want to pay everyone a salary. In this case, if the reward is in accordance with Natsuki like this, each child is rewarded with millions of dollars, and more money can't be prohibited from Natsuki to build it. Natsuki didn't explain much, but directly made seals with both hands. Bang! The smoke cleared, the inside of the storage scroll opened up, full of boxes and boxes of boxes. Tomoyuki looked at the boxes with some surprise. Natsuki gestures for Tomoyuki to open it himself, and Tomoyuki opens a box, and sure enough, it's filled with bills. There's a whole $50 million in one box. There are 8 whole boxes here, a total of 400 million. You know, the entire Kiba's yearly finance is only about $1 billion. Fuyue could only show his shock by staring with rounded eyes and inhaling frantically. Natsuki slapped Futsuki's back in fear, sending Futsuki stumbling, and he was really afraid that Futsuki would whip through with a karma worthy of being down on the battlefield. Seeing so much money, Fuyue quickly calmed down. How can the joining fee be so much? It's just more in the first outbreaks. After that there won't be as many. Natsuki carefully explained to Tomoyuki what the franchise model was all about. Tomoyuki was shocked but could only smile helplessly and bitterly. Natsuki, I really don't know how your brain grows. Or is this the business model for the future? This business model of franchising was indeed invented in later times, and it's the model that all the business groups that have done well since then have used. Then, with this franchise model, will it give away those secret recipes you wrote? Tomoyuki realized that Natsuki was practically a cash cow. The various cuisines invented have completely taken the entire shinobi world by storm. Now that the franchise model is out, Chinese food stores have sprung up as if it were a rainbow. He is worried that in the future, there will be such stores everywhere, which will lead to the gradual loss of use advantage. Natsuki said, "You don't have to worry about this matriarch. First of all, the franchise model of the franchisee can join only a relatively single type of food, and the secret formula will only be given to one person and put a forbidden spell in that person's brain. So there's very little chance of leakage. Even if it leaks, it'll be a long time before everyone gets used to eating at our place. As far as the world is concerned, who wouldn't make French fries or fried chicken wings? All of them, but still used to go to those chain stores to eat." Meaning, looking at the money all over the floor, Fuyue was now full of bottom. Then, as you said, Natsuki, we, the Uchiha, will never have to be subjected to others again. Chapter 57. Tomoyuki looked at Natsuki, his eyes burning. "Natsuki, when are you going to accept the patriarch position?" This wasn't the first time Tomoyuki had asked this question, yet all of the previous times had been fooled by Natsuki. Now he had plans to do something else. Now that the clan has stabilized, "I'm going out." Out for how long? Futsuki didn't ask where Natsuki was going. Natsuki never needed anyone else to worry about him. He had it all figured out. Natsuki shook his head. "I don't know yet. If it goes well, a year and a half. If it doesn't, 2 or 3 years. Do we have to go?" Futsuki was very satisfied with the current life of the clan. Natsuki took a look at Tomoyuki and saw that this wasn't good. He needed to be hammered. He changed his face to a serious one, then pointed to the sky. "Patriarch, don't be fooled by this momentary prosperity. Some dangers are always there. They just haven't arrived. If you don't have the ability to fight against it, then the final result for us Uchiha will still be a shattered body." Well, Futsuki nodded back. Kiba had been at peace with Uchiha lately since Tuzo was nowhere to be found. The Hyuga family and the Uchiha were practically like family. Hinata often invites Futsuki over so that the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha can discuss each other, as well as team up for missions. Natsuki also imported too many resources for the family. Even more so, for all the current Uchiha students, all of them were issued with ninjutsu such as the Rikkan and the Bitterblade. These things civilian family, but have to bite the bullet and save money to buy all the Uchiha family direct hair. It even allowed many clansmen to open Chinese food stores in the village. The clan's life had gotten better step by step, making Tomoyuki indulge in that goodness for a while. Forget about the extinction scene Natsuki showed them in the first place. Fuyue sighed. "It's easy to develop but hard to keep it. Then be safe and come back early." Natsuki nodded and placed both hands on his head a little. The raging pupil power then gradually converged on a seal on his fingers. Transcription seal. Futsuki was a bit surprised by Natsuki's proficiency in sealing techniques. Natsuki pressed the seal towards Tomoyuki's eyes. This mark was directly imprinted onto Tomoyuki's eyes and then gradually disappeared. Hiss! A familiar pupil power gradually filled his eyes, and Futsuki could finally see clearly after a long time, though it was only temporary. "Natsuki, you've input so much pupil power to me. What about when you're in danger?" Natsuki's pupil power was strong, although this transcription seal was only a third of it, but there's also a full pupil of a kaleidoscope Sharingan. He waved his hand and admonished Tomoyuki. "Matriarch, our current Uchiha's prosperity is like a bubble, beautiful but very fragile. Both Weasel and Stopper are not around right now. You're the only shadow class combatant left in the clan. Those who covet the Uchiha never die. I'm not sure when they'll come, and the changes we've made represent the changes to come. We have to be on guard against an attack at all times. And even though I split a third of my pupil power for you, my own pupil power is more than enough. There's something I haven't told you." Natsuki put a hand on his forehead and instantly opened his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes. The raging pupil power surprised Futsuki. You know, Natsuki had already split some of her pupil power with the transcription seal. In this case, Natsuki's remaining pupil power still possessed an overwhelming advantage. Fuyue's heart poofed wildly. "Did?" Natsuki nodded. "I'm already an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan." Tomoyuki stood up in a huff. "How? Didn't you say that only blood relatives can fuse? And Natsuki was born in a time of war. Not to mention his brothers and parents. Even his uncles and aunts died out. It's a real loner." Natsuki wasn't good at explaining the system. Probably because of the special pupil art I awakened. My pupil power has always continued to grow, and by the end of this year it naturally became the eternal kaleidoscope. Good, good. Tomoyuki slapped Natsuki's shoulder fiercely. While this situation with Natsuki can't be replicated, at least the Uchiha has another superpower. Natsuki is surely capable of becoming the cornerstone of the Uchiha. Tomoyuki calmed down and opened his mouth with some doubt. Spot had quite a few admirers back in the day, and it was said that the pattern of his eternal eye was a superimposed pattern of him and his brother Kaleidoscope. Why hasn't your pattern changed? Natsuki spread her hands. I don't know about that. There's only been one eternal eye in the last 100 years and there hasn't been a second one. It's not informative. Futsuki quickly accepted this. The pattern didn't matter anyway. Just be strong. Xiaomu spoke up. I'm going out this time with an uncertain return date. The clan will try to keep their wealth hidden for as long as they can. The captain of the police force is the Hijikata of the Hijikata subclan, and with the money, there's a chance that someone from the Hijikata clan will cross the Hijikata afterward, so you have to be prepared for that. Fuyue had been a patriarch for so many years and naturally knew that there were no eternal friends, only eternal interests. He nodded. Natsuki added, if any unknown person would target us, it would be that person. Who? Futsuki asked gruffly. Natsuki said, the Nine-Tail Rebellion controls the Nine Tails. Tomoyuki stood up all of a sudden. Natsuki, you know who he is? He's been waiting too long for the Nine Tails Rebellion. The entire Uchiha clan has suffered from how many years of injustice, making the entire Uchiha almost extinct. Natsuki nodded. Now after all this time it was time to tell Futsuki something. He is the hero of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha, Bandito. What? Tomoyuki was filled with shock, then slowly sat down the body. Several times the Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan war dead countless people, but Bandito is sort of more famous, mainly because Bandito has a shuriken eye that has escaped. Although Bandito had given the Sharingan to Kakashi on his own accord, the Sharingan was, after all, a treasure of the Uchiha clan. At that time, the third Naruto exerted some pressure and gave some favors to negotiate this matter, but Bandito is just an enforcer. There's someone else standing behind him. Uchiha Zen. Natsuki continues to throw down the gauntlet. Fuyue's brows were furrowed into a chuan. Uchiha Zen is still alive? Natsuki shook her head. It's dead now. Natsuki then tells Tomoyuki about how Bando was saved by Spot and then became the voice of Spot's will. Told Kakashi, Bandai, Rin, a few others. And just like that, Bandito's heart crossed over into darkness as he tried to fulfill Uchiha's wish to create a perfect world with infinite moon readings. Futsuki didn't speak out sarcastically at this paranoid view of Obatu's feelings. After all, he was the Uchiha, and it was no surprise that the Uchiha would give birth to any kind of person. He was just a little saddened and lamented why no one had seen the talent in Bandito back then. Going straight from a double hook to opening the kaleidoscope writer's eye is unbelievable. However, Tomoyuki glanced at Natsuki as if Natsuki was just a middleman back then. It was all only 2 years ago that the changes were suddenly made. It seems the potential of all Uchiha clansmen is immeasurable. For the rest of the day, Natsuki basically peddled the bandolier. Moving on to the strongest group of the heavens, the Akira organization, Natsuki gave a rundown of all the members he remembered, focusing, of course, on the leader, Nagato. Nagato, this guy, sees all powerful forces as thorns in his side. The idea is that the more powerful the force, the more likely there will be war. In his last life, Kiba was the strongest of all the shinobi villages, and the Nine Tails were inside the village. This Nagato guy just came to resist the meter, and now the Uchiha is growing rapidly. Natsuki was worried that Nagato had gotten the wrong idea and had to come and destroy the Uchiha Leki could be a big deal. The two of them, Natsuki and Futsuki, have a long talk all night long, and Natsuki introduces Spot to Nagato's chakra eyes, and how the civilians of the Uchiha should take refuge if Nagato comes to Konoha afterward. There were too many variables in the future, and Natsuki could only do her best to put down some of the dangerous people she had noted. If Kiba's side couldn't carry it, the Uchiha should run away, and Tanakuni's side had been left to retreat. Squeak! The door to the conference room was pushed open. Instead, it was Uchiha Mitsuru who walked in, carrying a tray with some food in her hands. Natsuki nodded to Makoto. Makoto-san. Tomoyuki looked reproachful. What are you doing here? Mikan smiled at Natsuki before setting the tray down. You guys, you don't know the time when you talk about things. It's almost dawn now. Don't you know you're hungry? Natsuki scratched his head. He was going out for a long time this time, so he was afraid that the clan might be in some danger. So he was nagging a bit. I don't realize that I've been talking to Tomoyuki all night. I'm sorry, Makoto-san. I'll watch my time from now on. Mikan shook her head. You're the vice clan chief. What you're talking to Futsuki must be a big deal. But you have to take care of your health too. Eat something first. Tomoyuki and Natsuki happened to be hungry in their stomachs and grabbed the food that Mikan had prepared and ate it. Natsuki sighed in his heart. If he hadn't come, Tomoyuki and Mikan would have died at the hands of the skunk by now, right? Chapter 58 Climbing Trees in Advance. The next day, Naruto woke up from a nap and was rubbing his eyes when he realized there was another person in the house. Naruto was a little confused and shook his head before realizing that it was the third Naruto. Grandpa, third Naruto, why are you here so early? The third Naruto gave a kind smile. Naruto, is there still enough money to go around these days? Naruto said happily. Enough is enough. Now I can eat whatever I want. Have you had any difficulties inside the ninja school lately? Sanjo sat down on a stool and pulled a parenthesis with Naruto. In fact, Naruto's daily activities are reported to him by the dark side, and he's just trying to get close. Mashiro left Naruto's house after talking to him again and realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary about him. When the third Naruto left, Naruto closed the door behind him and sighed heavily. Acting was so tiring, but he couldn't help it. Natsuki-sensei had said that he couldn't let the third Naruto know that he'd learned a lot more. Naruto cleaned up his room inside the house and ate the bento he bought yesterday before heading out the door. As soon as Naruto was out the door, the dark side outside immediately followed. But Naruto just went to the river where Sasuke was already practicing his fire escape. Fire transportation. Fireball technique. Sasuke took a deep breath and spewed out a huge fireball, but blew it right out of the air, then quickly leapt up and threw 2 shuriken in front of him. Knock, knock. The fireball grazed the water and disappeared, with 2 shuriken thrust into the center of the target behind it. Pa, pa, pa. Naruto applauded vigorously. Sasuke, you're awesome. Sasuke turned his head proudly. Humph, that's for sure. Come on, let's go to the woods. Naruto followed Sasuke all the way to the woods, and in front of him were 2 tall, large, and straight trees. Sasuke coughed, then said in a mock serious voice, yesterday my teacher said that my chakra control wasn't very good yet, so he taught me to climb a tree, and that it was too boring for me to do it alone. So Naruto, I'm going to teach you how to climb a tree now, and we'll do it together. Naruto sat obediently on the ground and nodded his head repeatedly, knowing that this was what Natsuki-sensei had told Sasuke to teach him. Sasuke was a little surprised to see Naruto actually listen so well. This morning Natsuki-sensei came over and found him and asked if he would be Naruto's teacher. Sasuke, who was used to being a happy couple with Naruto, was begging for it, because it just so happened that chakra refining was learned inside the ninjutsu school. Then immediately Natsuki remembered the tree climbing and water treading training, because the Dark Ministry is watching day and night. If he goes to be Naruto's teacher, the third Naruto will not immediately blow up. Although he was already an eternal kaleidoscope and wasn't afraid of the third Naruto, Natsuki was already preparing to go out, so it was better to keep a low profile. Sasuke and Naruto are close anyway, so it's not like Mashiro can say anything if he lets Sasuke teach it to Naruto. Sasuke gave Naruto a decently serious explanation before the 2 little ones began to climb. Sasuke took 5 steps and fell off. Sasuke, after all, was from the Uchiha clan and had good body coordination, landing in a very dashing flip. He turned his head over but was surprised to find that Naruto had taken 5 steps as well. Naruto had just gathered his chakra in his feet with some trepidation, fearing that the 9 tails would affect his chakra workings, but he didn't think that this time it would actually work. Naruto mentally said to 9 tails, "Thank you 9 tails." Even though 9 tails didn't say anything back, Naruto was ecstatic. Just as happy as he was, Naruto fell out of the tree. Even though Naruto's stance isn't as dashing as Sasuke Uchiha's, it's clear that he's put a lot of effort into learning the physical arts. Naruto didn't panic when he fell from the air to the ground. He just adjusted his stance and landed on his feet, bending his knees as the man rolled on the ground. It's not a pretty position, but it's effective in avoiding injuries. It was just a bit of wasted clothing though, and Naruto rolled around and stood up, turning dirty. Naruto, look at you get dirty. Sasuke laughed at Naruto's way of getting off the ground. Immediately afterward, though, it occurred to him that Naruto had just walked as high as he had. Immediately tighten your smile. Let's move on to Naruto building. Naruto and Sasuke trained for a day of tree climbing as the third Naruto looked over the report presented by the dark side, and Naruto was actually on par with Sasuke. A far cry from his previous performance in the ninjutsu lessons inside the school. The third Naruto picked up his pipe and took a drag. That's all. Even though he was the third Naruto and a doctor of ninjutsu, he had done relatively little research on the human pillars, as long as Naruto can stay under Kiba's control. As for Sasuke teaching him to practice climbing trees, this was all minor. The third Naruto simply told the dark side to watch more closely and let the dark side go down. He had a lot to deal with as Naruto. In fact, Tuanzu has not been heard from for a very long time. The third generation Naruto knows that Tuanzu this person will not just be willing to do so, and now must be hiding in which place to accumulate power. The blood mist tyranny in the water country had caused very many elite mist ninja to go and become rebel ninja, and the black market was now completely up in arms above. The land of rain, on the other hand, had closed the country much earlier, and outsiders couldn't get in at all. Hanzo has also been silent in recent years, both of which need to be diked. Sandy Hidden has been peaceful for the last 2 years. After all, they are too poor. Rosa had been supporting the economy of the sand-hidden village after the Third Shinobi World War, so he could rest easy for the time being. The Iwakamura had heard that genius disciple of Onagi's was causing trouble everywhere, and that Onagi was going around wiping his ass. But this Yanin village in Tanakuni, the third Naruto took the thick list of information and read it page by page. Weasel and Stopwater, with more than 100 elite out of the village, has been hiding the whereabouts of. The third generation of Naruto tried to send out the dark part to follow, but the results were quickly found and thrown off. I didn't realize that when they reappeared, Skunk and Stopper had already arrived at the Yonku village, but Kiba didn't dare say anything. Now that the Uchiha in the village had surrendered their rights and had nothing to do with the village in autumn, the Uchiha outside of the village had changed their homes and lived in a different place. It wouldn't be in Konoha's interest to rigidly designate Weasel and Sesshomaru as renegade ninja. After all, the 4 pairs of kaleidoscope shurikens couldn't be beaten, so there was nothing to do but hold his nose and admit it. Let the third generation of Naruto was more concerned about the Uchiha family to come out of the Chinese food. This China is what it means? Is it a special code name or? Michio had gone and tried it himself and had to admit, after eating the Chinese food, he felt that what he used to eat was pig food. Whether it's a variety of cuisines for regular meals, in addition to an abundance of specialty snacks, it's a completely devastating blow to what was once a dining system. Word has it that they've got the daimyos backing in Tanakuni, and you're seeing it everywhere, with more dishes than in Kiba village. And if Michio was right, these delicacies were what Uchiha Natsuki had come up with. The third generation knew that the Uchiha's kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes would awaken special pupil arts, so it was hard to believe that the pupil art awakened by the Uchiha Natsuki was related to food. The third Naruto had his men calculate the other side's earnings and found that just those stores on Kiba's 8th Street were making a fortune. But the specific amount, the Uchiha never revealed to the public, but from the quality of life of the Uchiha civilians can be guessed. The Uchiha in recent years earned a lot of money, and all of this was brought about by Uchiha Natsuki. If only Uchiha Natsuki wasn't there. Chapter 59, Kiba Village, Naruto Building. The third Naruto was a bit confused as he looked at the report in front of him. He was thinking the other day that it would be nice if Uchiha Natsuki wasn't there. Today on top of his desk, there appeared Uchiha Natsuki's application for a trip out of the village. Uchiha now nominally, still belongs to the Kiba village, so to go out of the village for a long time, must have Naruto himself agreed. After all, Natsuki had been a shinobi before, and the excuse Natsuki used was interesting, stating that he needed to go around and get ingredients to develop new dishes. This kind of reasoning, which sounds like bull ***** at first glance, is instead somewhat persuasive, and the Uchiha, now, have entered a phase of rapid development. It's because it has a large amount of money injected into it, and the inventor behind Chinese cuisine is most likely Natsuki. It was impossible to refuse, and Michio couldn't find a reason to do so now that the shinobi world was gradually smoothing out. With the exception of the water country, which was making a lot of noise in its own house, all the other countries were vigorously developing their economies, and it's already very facetious of Natsuki to hand over an application. Even if Natsuki sneaks out of the village, there's not much the third Naruto, can do with him. Uchiha clan land. Natsuki was still packing her bags, and naturally, she didn't know that she had actually convinced the third Naruto with a reason that she had pulled off the top of her head. In this world, it was very convenient to bring things with you. After all, there were such things as storage scrolls, and Natsuki knew how to make fire, so it was simple in terms of making fire and eating food. Without water attribute chakra, Natsuki didn't learn water escape for the time being. After all the water you use with Sutengumi will disappear, and at most it will be easier to find a water source. With that kind of effort, why don't you simply prepare some drinking water? Since he was going to be gone for a longer period of time, Natsuki also invited Naruto and Sasuke to go out for Jiraiya ramen with him. Naruto barely finished his ramen when he learned that Natsuki was leaving the village. After all, Natsuki had been the most important person in his life for him. It was Natsuki who had brought him light 2 years ago, and ever since he had met Mr. Natsuki, his life had gotten better and better. Not to mention the fact that he had worshipped Natsuki as his teacher before, and as a result, Natsuki was going to leave in such a short period of time. Naruto was the one whose entire eyes were red and almost on the verge of tears. Natsuki was not expecting Naruto to be so clingy to him. Touching Naruto's head, "It's okay, I'm just going out of the village for a little longer. It's not like I'm not coming back. You and Sasuke are at the right time to build a foundation. Learn the things inside the ninja school. You'll need them later. I'll try to make it back before you graduate." Naruto wiped his eyes and nodded seriously. Sasuke, next to him, was slightly taken aback to see Naruto so attached to Natsuki, but Natsuki was his teacher, a little closer than he was to Naruto, and thinking that way, Sasuke figured it out. Natsuki was the one who had informed him of the news much earlier, and Sasuke was the one who had prepared his mind for it, not so much with sadness. Natsuki lowered her voice to Naruto. Naruto, I've given Sasuke all the training plans for you and Sasuke in the future. When you guys come back, show them to me. Oh, and if there's anything you don't understand, ask your uncle Futsuki, okay? Naruto didn't realize that Natsuki-sensei had even arranged all of this and was moved to nod his head. Sasuke, on the other hand, was a little jumpy at the thought of being Naruto's teacher again. The next day, in front of Kiba village, Natsuki's back was drawn long. Behind the back stood many people who came to see off the Uchiha. Uchiha's catering bosses mostly, Natsuki, the vice patriarch, but for the Uchiha to solve a lot of difficulties, the happiness of the Uchiha populace grew exponentially. Hinata clan, Hinata and Hinata also came. For them, no matter the Uchiha put the rights of the police force, sent to their hands, Natsuki also saved once Hinata family from extinction. The deepening cooperation has made both the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha as close as family. Instead, the third Naruto was standing on top of the Konoha walls, always feeling relieved to see Natsuki walk away. A cave. Above the stone pillars stood several illusory figures. Chieftain, this jutsu of yours is pretty good. How far away you can talk. What an art. One of the voices said in an exaggerated tone, but the few people present ignored him. Pain, who stood in the first place and showed a pair of chakra eyes, said indifferently, we need many more to realize our vision. Pain set the tone for the meeting after saying that. Minami picked up, realizing the plan will also require a lot of resources. Kakuto, you're in charge of finances. What do you have in mind? Kakuto's entire body was hidden amongst a gray and black. We are so strong that we can sweep through the entire black market. But lately I've found another place where there might be a lot of money. Tanakuni, the village of Yannin. There's a cuisine that's found everywhere in Tanakuni called Chinese cuisine, and I don't know how much money it's made, and the source is in the Yannin village. Hearing Kakuto's words, Scorpion snorted. Don't you realize that's Orochimaru's territory? Orochimaru is just a lost cause. Kakuto was not afraid of this so-called one of the three ninjas, because of Weasel's interception. Orochimaru, who had already peeked into the future, did not enter Dawn. The Dawn organization also had no idea what Orochimaru was capable of. To them, Orochimaru, who had gradually gone silent over the years, wasn't much of a deterrent. Two halves of aloe leaf-like light opened up as Jedi spoke. Orochimaru isn't anything great, except there's Uchiha Weasel there, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Eye Powerhouse, and over 100 Uchiha elites. The Sonic Ninja Village is not a place to just go to these days. Kakuto grunted coldly. Those who had lived from the Warring States era naturally knew how strong the Kaleidoscope Sharing Will eyes were. Seeing that Kakuto was silent, Jedi said, we can't go to the Sound Ninja Village, but we can go to the other one. Uchiha Natsuki. Who's that? Kakuto didn't recognize the Uchiha who had risen like a comet. Uchiha Natsuki, the current vice chief of the Uchiha clan, a powerful kaleidoscope rider's eye, powerfully suppressed the eight-tailed human pillar force Kairabi, and left the entire cloud hidden in the dust. It's a genius who came of age late. Uchiha Weasel awakened his kaleidoscope at the age of 11. Natsuki didn't awaken it until he was 20. But what's really great about him is his business talent. The Chinese cuisine inside the Yannin village is most likely something that Uchiha Natsuki came up with. Inside Konoha, all the Uchiha are all in this business. And now the Uchiha clan is rich as hell. Minami stood inside the light and shadow. Her face didn't move, but inside she was pondering. Her previous knowledge of Natsuki was limited to knowing that he was a kaleidoscope sharing will eye powerhouse. I didn't realize that the Chinese cuisine that had taken the entire shinobi world by storm might actually be his handiwork. What a boost it would be to pull Uchiha Natsuki into the DA organization. Damn Jedi, how much more information has not been revealed? Maybe we can pull him into the organization, Minami said. Jedi laughed softly. That's just as well. Uchiha Natsuki just got out of Konoha village and is on his way to travel, so it's easy to find. Everyone else, keep looking for the right people. Minami, go meet Uchiha Natsuki for a while. Nagato gave a direct order. Then the light disappeared. Chapter 60, The Advent of Minami. Ho ho ho. Kakuto watched the exchange between Jedi and Minami with cold eyes. It was obvious that Jedi, who was in charge of intelligence, had a lot of information that was not reported in time. He didn't really care that he was being ignored. It was the disagreement between the members that he found a bit amusing. The chief hadn't said two words from the beginning to the end, but the authority was getting heavier. Although it was just a ball of light and shadow, just standing there made people feel palpitations. It's so much stronger again than when he recruited himself into the organization. One by one, the lights and shadows disappeared. This time the gathering was not attended by Bandito, who was still hidden behind the scenes. It's going to be time after Scorpion's death before he joins his funny guy Faye. Bandito was now more focused on infiltrating the water country. Ever since taking control of Ukura the Berry with his Sharingan eyes, he has unleashed his brutal rule over the Misty Hidden. to weaken the water country and for revenge. Bandito uprooted many of the powerful blood relay limit races and drew blood from the finances of the water country. For Jedi, the rise of the Uchiha family, it's the biggest variable in the plan afterward. So naturally, you have to deal with it in any way you can, and the biggest variable within the Uchiha Natsuki, if he could be absorbed into the organization, then one's plans would surely go more smoothly. That's why he told all the news he just got, whether or not to pull Natsuki into our organization as well. Pain was non-committal. You can try, just make your decision. The reincarnation eye has gotten stronger again, and I need to spend more time controlling him. You'll need to go through the trouble inside the organization. However, these are all irrelevant things for when I have full control of the eye of reincarnation. Pain gave a beat, then eased up. It is all meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. I will make the world feel pain and then give birth to true peace. Minami looked at Nagato's oppressive chakra eyes. Nagato always wanted to use the power of the chakra eyes to solve all problems, and she's all about helping Nagato in more ways than one. Capturing tailed beasts later. More people were also needed. After all, Nagato had no way to move freely now. No matter what, Yahiko's dream must be fulfilled. Minami pulled himself together. I'll go then. Minami spread her white wings and headed for the sky. The villagers below gasped at the sight of Minami's figure. Ah, it's Angel-sama. It's Angel-sama. What a lucky day. In the middle of the desert, a man walks forward alone. Choppy, endless gravel rolled around in the wind and sand. It's not uncommon to get scratched by all this grit if you're not prepared with clothing. Natsuki tightened the cloak around herself. Straighten the bucket hat on your head and continue on your way. No wonder everyone in the Saruman village is covered in bandages and paint. This wind and sand are similar to knives, and with skin exposed, sunburns are secondary to cuts from the sand. Natsuki was preparing to go over to see the little kid playing in the sand and educate his father in the meantime. After all, when Natsuki saw this episode back then, he almost blew his lungs out. What kind of brainwashed dad would have to be to treat his son that way? If you pass the test, you continue to test until you fail the test and consider it a failure. Then why don't you just rule him a failure? When you're trying a piece of glass that will break if you throw it from a couple of floors, then he's destined to break. How innocent is my Aiello, having grown up without a mom, and my own dad still being a brainiac, fearing that Shizuru is out of control. Instead of thinking about how to strengthen the seal, he tests his son every day until he fails. The one that started sending out assassins and constantly irritating me after deciding that I love you is a failure. What? How can someone like to play with fire next to a bomb? Being killed by Orochimaru can only mean that he was lucky. If he was still alive, I'm sure that my arrows would have ended up being devoured by Shizuru and destroying the village. Natsuki thought about how to teach Rosa, the absentee fool, a lesson as he traveled towards the sand-hidden village. Suddenly a shadow spilled from the sky, sending a chill down Natsuki's spine. Natsuki looked up to find two huge white wings landing with the wind. The two paper wings slowly dissipated and Minami landed lightly on the ground. Minami's look is still shockingly beautiful. No wonder she's called an angel by the people of the rain country. Nam, what did she come to see me for? Natsuki wasn't alarmed. Even though Minami was the secretary of the head of the terrorist organization, Minami didn't kill people indiscriminately. And Minami is also the part-time minister of talent. So it's hard to say? Natsuki didn't say a word when she saw Minami land on the ground. No panic or surprise on her face, just some questions. Seeing that Natsuki didn't say anything, Minami made a self-introduction. I'm Minami from the Dawn organization, and I'm here to invite Natsuki-san to join our Dawn organization? What? No, what's wrong with you guys? Why do you think I'm joining Dawn? Natsuki pointed at herself somewhat breathlessly. Me? What's the Dawn organization for? Why did you guys invite me? Minami said softly, we are an organization dedicated to creating peace. As for why Mr. Natsuki was invited, it's because Mr. Natsuki has that value. Natsuki-san has brought countless opportunities to the Uchiha, and Chinese cuisine is Natsuki-san's handiwork, isn't it? Natsuki waved her hand. So what if I am? I'm a ninja of the Konoha village. Why would I come to an organization like yours that is unorthodox at first glance? Minami laughed. Natsuki-san is joking. Your Uchiha's relationship with Kiba isn't too good, is it? Natsuki held up a finger. One question. I'll consider your offer after you answer first. Minami's spirit shook. Mr. Natsuki, please. Natsuki's fingers gestured. It's so hot in here. Why are you guys wearing black? Black absorbs heat, don't you know? Nan. It was indeed very hot in the middle of the desert, but Minami had lived through even more bitter days since she was a child, and this bit of heat and cold didn't really affect her. Minami said with some embarrassment. Natsuki-san is joking. This is the uniform of our Xia organization. Natsuki rubbed his chin and asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Since it's a uniform, The nail polish you wear on your hands, it wouldn't be uniform too, would it? Is it hard to believe that everyone who comes into your organization, male or female, wears nail polish? Minami was taken aback. This had involved the organization's secrets. Why would Uchiha Natsuki know about it? Seeing Minami's expression was not right, Natsuki casually waved her hand, then took out the sealing scroll. Bang! Natsuki took out a parasol, a large water bottle, and 2 cups under Minami's scrutinizing gaze, 2 chairs and a table. Very schmoozy, and just set it down on the floor. Natsuki sat her butt on a chair. No need to be nervous. Sit down and have a cup of herbal tea. Natsuki poured herbal tea inside 2 cups, one pushing it towards Minami. Minami was a bit puzzled by Natsuki doing this. Natsuki's style of enjoyment was not at all like a ninja, because storage scrolls were expensive. Storage scrolls were usually used to put important supplies. A few shuriken or bitterness were less than 1% of the price of a storage scroll, and the scrolls that put down Natsuki to take out these things were at least a few million apiece. Looks like this Natsuki is really rich. Chapter 61, Early Split of the Dawn Organization. Minami sat down a little hesitantly, but in the near future the herbal tea didn't move. I don't know what this herbal tea is, but at a glance, I can tell it's a refreshing and cooling drink. But after all, we don't know whether the opposite side is friend or foe, so naturally, we don't dare to drink the other side's stuff. Natsuki took a sip of the herbal tea she had brought out in the Konoha village before letting out a sigh of comfort. In the past, Natsuki hadn't really thought about what kind of stance he would take to face Dawn. After all, it would be a few years from now when he would have to take on the Dawn organization. Now it's time to move up. In Natsuki's memories, Nagato and Minami had always held a guarded mentality towards Bandito. That's why Minami had all of Kakuto's hard-earned money ready to go for the detonation charm. Unfortunately, Minami doesn't know about Izanagi's existence, which leads to Minami's undoing in the end. Natsuki didn't think it was enough. There was some information that Minami Nagato still didn't know. He was ready to ignite their conflict early and cause more trouble for Bandito. Remember Hatsuki? Natsuki spoke out of turn, and Minami stood up in shock, almost brought the table over. But fortunately Natsuki's quick eyes and hands pressed the table. Who are you? Minami stood up already in a fighting stance, a sheet of paper flying from the split in her body. However, Natsuki sat steadily and did not look the least bit hostile. Natsuki took a sip of her herbal tea. I'm Uchiha Natsuki, don't you know that? Minami dispersed the fluttering paper, her face icy. How did you know about Hatsuki? Seeing that Minami doesn't drink herbal tea either, he poured the cup he poured for Minami back into his own cup. You can't afford to waste it in this part of the wind country, and Minami doesn't drink it anyway. Natsuki didn't answer Minami's question. There's a real question, and if you can answer it, not only can I join Shao, but I can also give you the secret recipe of Chinese cuisine. Whether you answer back or not, I'll tell you why I know wayward Hatsuki. Minami's mind was no longer on recruiting Natsuki, but was staring at Natsuki very seriously. Out of the corner of his mouth, he replied, good. You ask. Minami has always been very concerned about the deaths of Verikan Hatsuki and the others, not just because Hatsuki confessed to him, but because Hatsuki was the one who died when she was kidnapped, and Minami felt that she must have killed them. Natsuki said, word for word, why did you and Nagato work with the Jedi and the masked man who killed Hatsuki, Daibutsu, and the rest of your companions? Why didn't you kill them to avenge Hatsuki and Daibutsu? Minami heard this like a thunderbolt. What? They killed Hatsuki and Daibutsu? Where did you get that information? Natsuki sneered. Ha, stupid. You don't even know that your friend-killing enemy is right beside you, and you still plot big plans with them every day. When you were kidnapped, Nagato and Yahiko went to rescue you. Hatsuki received information and judged that Yahiko would be in danger, so he gathered his companions to rescue Yahiko, but was intercepted by Jedi and the masked man on the way. In the end, Hatsuki and Daibutsu teamed up to use a secret technique to try to protect you by eradicating the masked man with their own lives. Unfortunately, in the end, Hatsuki turned into cement with his eyes open. So to speak, he died in peace. After hearing Natsuki's words, Minami's entire chakra began to be confused, because Minami knows Hatsuki's secret technique, which is to spit out cement. It's a shame that the person he spent his life trying to preserve ended up working with his enemy. Ha 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 ha. Natsuki's tone was filled with sarcasm and a sense of unworthiness towards Hatsuki. Minami couldn't even stand up. She shook her head vigorously. No, why would he do that? Natsuki scoffed. Have you forgotten how he invited you guys when he first met with you? Would Nagato have worked with them if Yahiko was there? Nagato would have joined them by then. It's because of Yahiko's presence that they're trying to stop Hatsuki and Daibutsu from supporting you, because they need Nagato to fall into the darkness. They just want Yahiko to die. Minami recalled again the first time she met the masked man and what he had said to Nagato then, and she had grown to believe what Natsuki had said. Wouldn't Nagato, now, be right up his alley? But how did Natsuki know so well? Natsuki threw out a scroll to Minami. Minami subconsciously picked it up. This jutsu is called Filthy Earth Transmutation, a forbidden jutsu invented by second-generation Naruto Chikuma. This jutsu, which summons the souls of long-dead ninja back to the human world and resurrects them in physical form. The one Natsuki got was a rudimentary version developed by Chibiusa, summoned with little combat power, but its low learning difficulty to be able to talk. Find the body of Hatsuki or Daibutsu, right, and find another living person to use as a sacrifice so you can ask Hatsuki or Daibutsu yourself whether what I say is true or not. Of course, if you guys miss Yahiko, you can bring Yahiko back to life too. Resurrect the dead. Minami was creeped out. Did Kiba actually have such a horrible jutsu? But she didn't have time to care about much right now. She needed to be the first to ask for proof that what Natsuki said was true or not. Also, is it true that you can resurrect Hatsuki and Yahiko? Why did you do that? Minami was now 80% convinced. Natsuki poured another cup of herbal tea. That's because the one who posed as Uchiha Zebra was the one who provoked the Konoha Nine Tails rebellion. He made our Uchiha clan suffer from misunderstandings and blank stares. The whole clan almost died miserably because of him. He wants to just be a schemer behind the scenes. Dream on. I'm going to make him pay. Natsuki slapped the table so heavily that both cups jumped. The Nine Tails rebellion. Because it happened in Kiba, Kiba also blocked the news. There are not many messages that outsiders can know. All Minami knew was that a very large number of people died in Kiba as a result. And even the fourth Naruto died in battle. And do you know who he is? Shonen also took the teapot at this time and poured a cup of herbal tea for his own cup and drank it in one go. A refreshing stream of water went down at once. It cooled Minami's entire being. Natsuki smiled as he watched Minami make a move to pour the water, because it meant that Minami had begun to trust him. Him, is just a pawn too. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Natsuki looked inside a pile of sealing scrolls and found one out, then unsealed the contents. Inside the sealed scrolls were a bunch of written scrolls. Natsuki picked at it. This, you'll see on the way. Go back and talk to Nagato. You can't kill him even if you do it, but you can try. I have things to do so I won't talk much with you. Next time have Nagato come directly to me and I'll tell him more. If you want to find me, you can go to the Sound Ninja Village. Have the skunk bring me word when I'm not there. Minami pulled open the scroll with the masked man's portrait, and below it was his introduction. Uchiha Bandu, seriously injured at the Kamamo Vishnu Bridge, saved by Uchiha Zebra, became the voice of his will. Kaleidoscope writer's eye ability. Natsuki put away the table and chairs and teapots and put them inside the storage scroll, then walked in the direction of the sand-hidden village. Minami scanned over the scroll quickly, finally realizing why Natsuki had said he couldn't kill Bandito. That's when Natsuki's voice came from far away. Those who come out of the filthy earth will not be active for long. Not for long. Use this technique with caution. Minami took Natsuki's filthy earth transmutation and the scroll that introduced Bandicoot, and immediately changed into her wings and quickly flew into the air. Damn Uchiha Bandit. Disgusting schemer. Chapter 62 Sneak Attack on Rosa. Even though Bandito was a miserable bastard too, it didn't stop Natsuki from hating him. At a young age, brainwashed by Spot, he completely abandoned his once cherished companion. Kind and loving, optimistic and lively self. If Rin dies, he's going to make the entire shinobi world die with him. Needing the power of the chakra eyes, he stops Hatsuki Daibutsu from rescuing Yahiko and makes Nagato black out. Needing to weaken Kiba and reclaim the Nine Tails, he releases the Nine Tails while Jasuna is in labor and the seal is weak. Total disregard for his master and his wife. And how innocent the civilians of Konoha are. Needing money and talent, he used his Sharingan eyes to control the fourth generation Mizukage, Orange Shikora Berry, to enforce tyranny in Misty Hidden. While amassing wealth, he eliminates all threats to his plans. As well as someone who could threaten the position of the fourth Mizukage, he took mad revenge on the Misty Hidden, and countless bloodline clans in the Water Country were exterminated as a result. As for the number of people who died in the Fourth Shinobi World War, not to mention the countless families that were shattered as a result, that's why the sins of Beltane are simply too numerous to mention. While Bandit is also a pawn of Zan, and other pawns will appear without him, that doesn't excuse his innocence. Kakashi's mercy in the Shin Megami Tensei space made Natsuki very upset. Really a wide-eyed wolf who doesn't even remember the death of his master's mother. How many Sharingan eyes had Zan accumulated over the years? And how many were left for Bandu? It's more than a beautiful thing to be able to kill Bandito one more time and waste his Sharingan eyes. It was immensely comforting for Natsuki to be able to give Bandito more of a hard time. And when he was able to, he would make sure to run the disgusting stinker over. Natsuki continued to walk under the scorching sun. There was very little to discern direction inside the desert. It was easy to stray when walking, and Natsuki had to take out his compass from time to time to be able to tell if he had strayed. But Natsuki was embarrassed to realize that he had walked into a place with a strong magnetic field, which meant that his compass was not working. Natsuki scratched his head. and after walking a little further across, he was ready to stick a stick in and use the sun's shadow to locate it. At that moment a violent chakra fluctuation came from far away, and the ground shook slightly. Natsuki's expression shifted slightly, and he traveled quickly in the direction of the source of the chakra, over a sand dune. The scene in the distance caused unseen Natsuki to let out an exclamation of wow. What's the most inside the desert? That's of course sand. There are a lot of spectacular things inside nature, but tornadoes must be in the top few. When a tornado appears in the middle of the desert, the scene, the yellow sand flying in the sky seems to be as gloomy as splashing ink. A huge tornado covered the sky and swirled in front of it, and this tornado was actually man-made. A man flies through the air with his hands spread wide, while the cloudless sky has a violently spinning funnel-shaped column of sand. The sand on the ground is constantly sucked up into the tornado and thrown out again, and this sand tornado began to move according to his hands after it rolled off the sand on the ground. A closer look also revealed that inside the tornado, every now and then something shiny flew out and landed in the distance. Natsuki opened his kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, and the distant scenery continued to become clearer and clearer, zooming in and realizing that what flew out was actually sand gold. The flying sands and gold had piled up into a mound. Wow, this is easy money, Natsuki sighed. He already knew the identity of the other party, the fourth-generation Winged Shadow Rosa, also known as the Master Desert Gold Digger. Natsuki watched from a distance for a moment before Rosasha spotted him. After all, it was still rather obvious that there was a person standing in this roiling yellow sand. What are you? Rosa withdrew his hands, and the spinning salon rolls suddenly burst into pieces all at once, falling like a waterfall and stirring up a sky full of sand and dust. The first thing Rosa did was to take out the sealing scroll first and put the sand gold in first. It's not that I'm afraid that the other side will come to grab it, but I'm afraid that if the other side is a foe or not a friend in fights, the alluvial gold will be knocked away, and I'll have to spend my efforts pawing it out again. Rosa was very confident in his strength, even though he was using up a lot of chakra right now, but in the desert was his home turf. Even Shohei he could easily suppress. That's why he doesn't bring anyone else with him when he comes out to pan for gold, because they can only watch from the sidelines. Natsuki took the bucket hat off, then took out the Kiba forehead protector and put it on. I'm a ninja of the Konoha, Natsuki shouted out. There was no way around it. There was no near or far reference in this place. They were practically separated by a sand dune yet. Luosha is a bit speechless. You've just taken out this protector. Do you want to be so perfunctory? Still, he stepped on the cloud made of sand and flew through it. Natsuki looked on with envy and jealousy. Another one that could fly. Roxa quickly flew to Natsuki, dispersing the sandball and landing. Who the hell are you? Natsuki took the forehead protector off and looked at it. It wasn't in the wrong place. I'm from Kiba, didn't I tell you? Rosa frowned and didn't say anything. It was as if Natsuki had come to a realization. Oh, I'm an Uchiha, and believe it or not, I have Sharingan. Natsuki's eyes directly turned into three-hooked jade shuriken eyes, and the moment Rosa subconsciously looked over, the three-hooked jade Sharingan eye instantly transformed into a windmill spinning up. Moon reading. Natsuki finally put the skunk skills to use. Using the system's disposable jutsu would not be consumed, but since it was a kaleidoscope pupil technique, Natsuki could infuse it with pupil power to enhance its power. What? Rosa's consciousness was plunged into a darkness almost only for a moment. Kiba underground. What about the experimental data? As always, Reunions was blindfolded over his right eye, but his right arm and right shoulder were no longer bandaged. The exposed arms were no different than normal. There were no crutches at his side either. Back to my lord. After testing, your arm's activity has increased by 6 times without the use of Kazuna, and has far surpassed that of your left hand. Reunion gave a firm handshake. Drink! The right arm suddenly changed from its normal skin color to pale, and then lengthened violently, changing into a huge branch splitting out. A loud boom swept the boulder in front of him. With a tug of his hand behind his back, the arm retracted back to its normal form. Juzo covered his arm. The chakra drain he had just experienced was not small. A separated aloe leaf figure suddenly burrowed out of the wall next to him. None other than Jedi. Why is it so consuming? It was as if Gumiho had gotten used to his opponent's godly presence. The cells of the Jurassic are just starting to fuse into you from what was grafted before. It will take some time before you can skillfully use the Kazuna. You better be telling the truth. Reunion snorted coldly. Don't worry, since I found you to work with. It's every man for himself. We provide the funds. You provide us with intelligence. Jedi spoke with a flirty tone. Reizo's one eye narrowed slightly. The news of Uchiha Natsuki's exit from the village was given to you a long time ago, so why haven't you caught him yet? Jedi said. Something went wrong. Someone else intervened. That's your business. The information was provided to you, and it's in both of our best interests to catch Natsuki sooner rather than later. Uchiha Natsuki isn't that easy to catch. I'll come back when I have news. The Uchiha clan isn't like it used to be. Perhaps you could discuss with the third generation how to curb the Uchiha's growth. Jedi said, slowly sinking into the middle of the wall. It was as if it had never come. Junzo passed a wink toward the Negi members below. The root member raised both fingers and an invisible wave swept out. My lord, he has left. Reunion's face was a bit grim. This way of moving without a trace made him feel as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into the sun. The disbanding of the roots. In addition to costing Reunion the base and the experimental equipment inside, there was no bigger blow than the break in the funding chain. Previously, Kiba would have had special funds allocated to the roots. Sometimes Roots takes on some of the family's black jobs and gets some of the family's financial support. However, many clans didn't dare to touch Mikado's mold after he announced the disbanding of the Roots, so they didn't work with the Roots anymore. While the Roots staff is still there, the Roots are out of money. While Reunion was troubled by this, Jedi suddenly appeared and injected a lot of money into Negi. It also helped develop the Jumo cells, and Juzu's arm is free of the Sharingan. But getting a further fusion of pillar cells, the strength goes even further. It used to be necessary to transplant the Sharingan on the arm to suppress the pillar cells, but now it can be removed as well. I never thought that the old man would have a day to work with the Dawn organization, and now the Dawn organization actually has factions. Letting out a slow breath, Reunion looked to his normal right hand and walked outside. Chapter 63, Rosa's Dream. Well, Rosa woke up rubbing his sleepy eyes. Then he jumped out of his bunk. At 6 years old he was just over a meter tall and already the master's right-hand man. His master was a famous potter in the village and made beautiful and durable pottery. Today was the day he was to be released from his master. And if Rosa made a work that was to his master's liking, he would be released from his master's position. Roxa quickly put on her clothes, grabbed her materials and tools, and went to the pottery room. Master was observing the various pieces of china in the room. Seeing Rosa arrive, the master simply spoke faintly. Begin. Luo Sha is full of confidence. From mixing clay, kneading clay, making clay blanks, glazing, calcining all in one go. The movements were like flowing water. Very skillful. And all the images flashed by continuously as if in fast forward. And it was already a few days later. Rosa took out the already fired pottery and handed it to his master. Master, his face hidden in the shadows, brought it over and examined it for a moment, then pushed him off the table. There was a muffled sound as the pottery crumbled. Rosa clasped his hands together. Good, passed the test. Master picked up the pottery again and put it on the second shelf and pushed it down. There was another muffled crash, and the pottery was just a knocked ear. And it didn't break. Before Rosa could get a new expression, Master picked up the pottery again and placed it on the third shelf and pushed it down. Dang it, no surprises this time. The pottery was smashed into a pile of shards. The Master blandly said, failed product. Redo it. Rosa was full of grievances. How could any pottery be placed so high and fall and not break? But Master's words were truth. And Rosa wiped his reddened eyes and resumed crafting. A few more days passed from the beginning steps, and when Rosa finished the new pottery, Master was throwing it straight up into the sky. Dang, the pottery shattered again. Failed item. Redo it. Cold voice came. Roxa had to repeat the production again. The images kept flashing back to the fact that no matter how well made or sturdy the Rosa was, the Master would find a way to break the pottery, at first by throwing it to the ground, smashing with hammers and hitting with jutsu until the pottery was broken, and then the Master would all throw a line at Rosa. Failed item. Redo. In the end, Luo Sha simply made a solid pottery for his master, not realizing that he would just throw it into the fire kiln. It's still the same, failures. Rosa broke down and cried. Why? Why can't I do it no matter what I'm made of? Master raised his head, his face gradually turning into Rosa's appearance, while little Rosa turned into a child with the word love engraved on his head. Because I didn't trust you in the first place. It's no use if you make something good. Ah, Orosha, I love you. Dropped to his knees in pain. Rosa's eyes snapped open, realizing that he was still in the desert, and across from him was the Uchiha Ichi. Illusion? A chill ran through Rosa's heart. He had actually been pulled into the illusion in a flash. Breaking free from the illusion had used up a lot of chakra, and Roxa had some weak steps. Damn it! Rosa didn't dare to look at the other's eyes, only to see the corners of the other's mouth turn downward, seemingly dissatisfied. Roxa slapped his hands to the ground. Magnetic recluse, sand and gold for a big funeral. The countless yellow sands on the ground became golden and flowed like water after the magnetic transportation chakra was poured into them. Then the ground caved in and the other man dropped in instantly. Rosa fed chakra into the ground frantically. The sand on the ground collapsed downward in a frenzy, piece by piece shrinking downward. But Rosa could feel that the other party was fine. Bang! The sandy soil squeezed into a slab exploded, and a huge golden skeleton rose up from the ground. Then the skeleton attached flesh and blood. The chakra formed armor again, and a long sword manifested at his waist. The raging chakra rushed out violently, and the golden Sunagakure came out of the sand with boundless might, as if it were a god descending from the sky. Rosa jumped onto the sand pad and flew up into the sky, pulling out the sealing scroll and slapping it upwards. Paddle. Countless golden sands sprinkled down from the air like a waterfall. Drink. Rosa clasped his hands together, and all the sand and gold sprinkled in the air buzzed and vibrated, then flew together. It forms a huge square. It gleamed gold in the harsh sunlight. With a wave of Rosasha's hand, the huge square slammed violently towards Natsuki Suzaku. Humph, whoever you are, you're dead today. This sand and gold cube is unbelievably hard. Even Morizuru can't break it. I'm going to let you die under the cube. Natsuki stood in Susanu's body, somewhat chagrined that the words Tsukuyomi had disappeared from inside his system. But the world building of the moon reading that he had just done himself was not excellent, and the addition of many pupils to the original moon reading did not last long. It was true that he had no talent above illusions. Unlike Weasel, who could have kept Izumi and Tsukuyomi for the rest of his life in his original world. Since soft doesn't work, let's do it the hard way. Natsuki fiercely drew his Susanu weapon and injected chakra and pupil power into it. The blade began to hum and vibrate. Susanu jerked the blade out, and it seemed to have a layer of vapor attached to it. The blade manifested by chakra cut into the sand gold cube with a flash of cold light. The sand and gold cube split into two halves and flew out like tofu. The sand and gold cube that split in half crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of sand and dust. Rosa's eyes snapped shut. It was actually chopped into two pieces. How could it be so sharp? The sand and gold polymerized with chakra possessed incomparable hardness. Usually when Rosa fought by relying on the sand and gold cube, the opponent could only dodge. But today he was actually battled into two pieces. It's a golden Susanu. You're Uchiha Natsuki, Rosa said incredulously. Do you want to start a war? Rosa's face was heavy. He had heard of the might of the kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, and Cloud Hidden's Kairabi was rumored to have failed to follow a single move. Natsuki didn't reply, and Susanu, on the other hand, raised the sword in his hand. Susa stomped on the ground, a high-speed burst bringing yellow sand to the sky. Rosa's sand pads were not fast, and the two were in the midst of a speedy approach. With a wave of Rosa's hands, the sand and gold that had been split into two pieces in the distance automatically exploded and flew into the air. Magnetic transportation. Sand and gold time rain. Ah! Rosa closed his hands together, and the sand and gold in the sky hit Susanu as if it were a torrential downpour. Stomping, stomping, staring, staring. The sound was dull. The armor on Susanu's body was continuously peeled off by the sand time rain, but Natsuki who was inside was unharmed. Who? Natsuki exhaled slowly, his pupils pushing again. With the involvement of the chakra of the Vortex clan, Natsuki Susanoo quickly returned to its previous form. Roxa gasped violently. Rosa Chakra was already disgruntled and was hit with an illusion by a sneak attack. The confidence-inspiring sand gold cube was actually broken. Such a large amount of sand and gold Tokyo actually rubbed through a layer of skin. Rosa's chakra had almost bottomed out. Seeing the Susanoo that was still coming towards him, Rosa had a look of despair on his face. How's this for a fight? Chapter 64 In the Name of Love. Susanoo reached out and grabbed Rosa, and with a gentle squeeze, Rosa's entire body was reduced to a pile of gravel. Sand split. Natsuki dispersed her Susanoo and her two Sharingan eyes rotated at high speed. Instantly, he noticed the chakra reaction under the distant layer of sand. Natsuki stomped his feet in succession, waving his hand and throwing out three bittersweet, plunging it into the sand in front of him. The hissing detonator burned. Boom, boom, boom. Rosa was blasted out from inside the sand in a bit of a mess. Natsuki leapt up, and his palm into Rosa's chest. A huge sealing jutsu spread over Rosasha's body. A sealing spell. Rosa was shocked. You sealed my chakra. Gravel continued to fall from Roxa's face, but this time it's not sand split. It's Rosasha's last line of defense. The armor of sand. Natsuki patted the sand on her body and exhaled. The amount of chakra was still sufficient, living up to the characteristics of the Whirligig clan. Rosasha. First time meeting, I'm Uchiha Natsuki. Rosa's face went gray. I know you're Uchiha Natsuki. What the hell do you want? Aren't you Uchiha independent of Konoha? Why are you coming to the land of wind to trouble us? The sand hidden. Let's see. Natsuki pulled out another scroll from his body, took out a desert travel 4-piece set, table and chairs umbrella herbal tea, poured out a cup of beauty and took a sip. I'd like to ask you, if you're afraid of the tailed beasts going berserk, why don't you go reinforce the seals instead of repeatedly provoking arrows? How did you know that our village's Rinpoche is Iara? Raza's eyes widened in anger and shock. While this is not a secret in this village, an outsider knows it and can name it accurately. Natsuki knocked her head. She really had no interrogation skills at all. Now you're a captive, so answer my questions honestly. Rosa grunted. No comment. Natsuki frowned. If you don't believe your son can seal one tail, Then why don't you become a human pillar power yourself? Rosa looked away. He no longer wanted to talk to this madman. Are all Uchiha this jumpy? As the village's Kazekage, I'll be the human pillar. So if I go berserk, what about the village? Besides, it wasn't my idea for my arrow to be a human pillar power. Natsuki could only shrug when she saw that Roxa wasn't cooperating. I'm guessing you're thinking you're the shadow of a village, and you're afraid that no one will care about the village if you go on a rampage as an Indigo, right? So you don't believe in yourself, but you have to seal Shoha in your son's body and then keep testing him. Are you out of your mind? Rosa's heart shook, but he thought back to his days inside the illusion. Rosa's lips mumbled twice without speaking, but Toki Natsuki ran out of patience and grabbed Rosa and pressed his head down, breaking his eyelids open. The sharing wheel in Natsuki's eyes spun wildly, and his eyes were scarlet. Sand-hidden village. An alcoholic wobbles forward with a bottle, brushed up against a kid with red hair. The drunk stumbled and almost fell. The drunk let out a belch. Watch where you're walking, you little brat. The red-headed child slowly turned his head, cold dead eyes, and those heavy dark circles under them. The drunkards broke out into a cold sweat as he stared wide-eyed. There it is again. That look again. My Eros expression was filled with hatred. All that comes to mind is the image of being bullied and loathed. Get out of here, you monster. Why? My Eros eyes gradually filled with blood. Ah, a mournful scream. The bottle fell to the ground and smashed to pieces. Hearing the screams, a group of people ran out, but only a back view of my arrow. What's going on? It's I love you. He's dead. The matter was quickly reported to the sand-hidden hierarchy. The fourth Kazekage left instructions that if arrows, storms out again, then kill him. Yakashimaru's eyes were filled with pain. But this isn't the first time I've killed someone. The sand-hidden village has already had its funding cut by the daimyo of the Wind Country one after the other. And if this news of my arrows gets out, then the situation in the village will be even worse. In that case, I'll be the one to carry it all. Nightshade Maru made a decision and stood up. It still didn't turn out well at all. Aiello sat on the railing and looked at her hands in anguish and helplessness. Unable to help herself, she shed tears. Why? Am I the only one who would turn into a monster like that? What the hell am I? The words that Yakashimaru had said to him suddenly came to my mind. The medicine that can cure trauma is love. Nightshade Maru. My arrow shed tears while covering her stomach in pain, oblivious to the 6 batungas flying over behind him. Pust. A large amount of sand exploded from my arrow's back, shielding me firmly. With a sharp start, Aiello turned his head to find a masked sand ninja who had thrown countless more bitterness. Why me again? My arrow's expression grew grim. Every time. My love hand reached out and the sand quickly wrapped the incoming person in it. I saw that this person was about to lose his life at the hands of Irizumi. A dark shadow in the sky crashed through the sand and pulled that sand cane straight away. Asshole. With a scowl on her face, my arrow's small hands opened and the sand gradually accelerated forward. He looked to catch up, but was dispersed by a kick from the dark figure. It was followed by just a few rises and falls before the two disappeared without a trace. My arrow sat crouched on the ground with a pained expression. He didn't have much chakra yet at his tiny age. All I could feel now was the pain ripping through my body. Who the hell is trying to kill me? Suddenly a figure instantly appeared in front of my arrow. Aiello looked up, only to realize it was Yakashimaru, with his clothes brand new and a mixed expression on his face. Yakashimaru took my love in his arms in one fell swoop. My arrow's heart, in an instant, calmed down. Yakashimaru, a man dressed as a sand ninja just tried to kill me. My arrow's small body trembled slightly. Nightshade Maru's expression soured and he murmured, I'm sorry, it's okay. Aiello cried, is it because I'm a monster that someone is always trying to kill me? Yakashimaru gently stroked my arrow's head. Don't think like that, my arrow. There are still people in this world who love you. Lord Wind Shadow, and I, deep down, have always loved you. My favorite sister traded her life for you. You are the continuation of my sister's life. You are the most precious treasure in this world, and I love you very, very much. When my sister gave birth to you, she was deeply in love with you. And ever since then my heart has always wanted to guard you and watch you grow up. My sister named you I love you in the name of love, so that you would cherish yourself and live well. Yakashimaru at the time when Raza ordered him to kill I love you. Yorikamaru then worries that his late sister, Kakuro, wouldn't approve of this, and after all these years together, Yakashimaru knew more than anything else that my Aiello's grumpiness was all Shizuru's influence, and that he was kind. He endured the pain of coming to assassinate I love you tonight, not realizing that he would end up being saved by Rosa and stating that I love you in other ways, and that there is no need to test I love you anymore. Yakashimaru was the one who almost said goodbye to Meilu for good. After a trip to the gates of hell, he was so stirred up inside that he hugged Meilu, and didn't want to let go of his hand. Aiello whimpered out as she felt Yakashimaru's care, but this time it wasn't cries of pain, it was tears of happiness. Chapter 65, Father Loves You Too. In the distance, Natsuki stood upstairs with Rosasha. Raza's limbs stiffened a bit, but he eyed Yakashimaru and Ichigo in the distance. Natsuki opened her Sharingan eyes, the kaleidoscope in her eyes kept turning. Seeing the scene in the distance, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart and controlled Rosa to fly over in his sandpad. Tap, tap, footsteps were heard. My arrow raised his head and realized it was his cold-faced father. Rosa. He lowered his head again, shrinking a bit into Yakashimaru's arms. Instead, Rosasha uncharacteristically crouched down, then pulled my arrow into her arms. I'm sorry, I love you. My arrow shuddered, then violently and forcefully broke away from Rosa's embrace. Dad, what did you say? Rosa stood still and whispered. It was not my intention to make you a ninjutsu power. What is? Human pillar power? My arrow had just been calmed down by Yakumara's love and was able to speak a little more calmly. Natsuki, standing in the distance, rolled her eyes. What kind of education is in the sandy hidden village? Arrows are 6 or 7 years old, and I don't even know what the human pillar power is. No wonder he suffered so much as a child, not even imparting the knowledge of the human pillars. How did arrows endure all those years? Oh, like Naruto didn't know that when he was a kid. No wonder they became close friends later on. But, my arrow seal is so much worse than Naruto's. Although the Nine Tails chakra can affect Naruto, as a child, never knew that he had the tailed beast inside him. And Aiello can easily have her mind affected by Shizuru, and if she accidentally falls asleep herself, Shizuru will still come out and kill people indiscriminately. That's why I've always thought I was a monster. A Rinnegan is someone who seals the tailed beasts. And you are the Rinnegan of one-tailed Shohei. I love you for grabbing your clothes. Is the monster inside me called Shizuru? Why me? Dad. Rosa nodded. Because I'm the wind shadow and I need to guard the village. And you, my arrow, my favorite child. You are the best of all your brothers. And you are the only one who can harness the power of Shizuru. So you were chosen. I love you holding your head. As if you are hallucinating. Just now my father said, I am his favorite child. I am the best. Then why did father used to, I love you with questions, and anticipation, and fear that his father had lied to him. Rosa continued to rub my arrow's head, not letting me see the look in his eyes. The village is in danger at all times, and if I show that I look favorably on you at all times, then you'll be in even more danger. I'm sorry, can you forgive father? Rosa once again took my arrow in his arms. My arrow felt the unfamiliar warmth and murmured, Dad, I don't blame you. It's my fault. I couldn't control Shohei well and killed so many people. A look flickered in Rosa's eyes. It doesn't matter anymore. That's all Shizuru's problem. I went out this time and invited someone from Konoha to come and help reinforce the seal. You won't be in so much pain from now on. Really? Dad? My arrow was pleasantly surprised. Aiello really wants to sleep. But if he does, Shizuru will come out and kill people. And he hasn't slept in years. Rosa nodded. Yes. Next to him, Yakashimaru was happy to see Raza and Aiera reconcile, and was even happier for Aiera when he heard Raza's words. Lord Wind Shadow, when will Kiba's men arrive? Rosa stood up and looked behind him. I'm already there. Natsuki stepped out of the darkness. The Sharingan eyes in his eyes gradually stopped spinning and returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the trajectory of Rosa's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sand Gold, Sand Mat X1. Natsuki's heart rejoiced. Being able to fly, though only once. Nope. Seems like there's an opening to be exploited here. Rosa shuddered, then gave Natsuki a deep look. Turning his head and pulling on my Aiello, he instructed Yakashimaru. Yakashimaru, you go prepare the sealing jutsu materials. Remember, don't tell anyone else. You'll do it alone. Yakashimaru froze for a moment, then watched as Rosasha glared at the top of the far wall of sand. Up there were the top advisors of the sand-hidden village, and Chio and Kairazoso lived in seclusion in that direction. Back then, it was Chio who insisted on making Aiello a human pillar power. I'm on it. There was just as much power tipping inside the sand-hidden village, and it was best not to let Chio know about such things. In the secret room of the sand-hidden village, outside is a large number of dark sections for guarding, fenced off the entire chamber to keep any bit of information from getting out. Yakashimaru had already prepared the materials related to the sealing technique. Aiello, who had been cared for by her father for the first time, kept a tight grip on Rosa's clothes. It was as if the moment I let go, it would all dissipate. Rosasha gave Natsuki a complicated look in her eyes and stroked my arrow's head. Having already practiced the sealing technique continuously for more than a year, Natsuki was already familiar with the 4 elephant seals of the Naruto I lineage. The 4 elephant seal was not a seal, but a series of sealing techniques, from the lowest level of blocking the psychic beasts, to sealing the chakra, to sealing the tailed beasts, and finally even the 4th generation sealing of the dragon vein. the 4 elephant seals were used. Each village is specialized in its own sealing techniques, but there are very few ninja who specialize in them. Cultivating the sealing technique required a lot of time and energy, as well as a huge amount of chakra. It also depends on talent, and if you don't have enough talent, there will be a lot of delay up front. Before that it was all about the Third Shinobi War, and no one had that much time to waste. After all, seal arts are not much of a combatant in the early stages, and can only be used as a support staff. Personnel with large chakra are in important positions, and have even less time to practice sealing techniques. In the current shinobi world, the research on sealing techniques has completely regressed, to the point that many shinobi villages are in a state where sealing techniques have been lost, or there is literature that has not been passed on. The Vortex Kingdom, which once had a skilled use of various sealing arts and was able to skillfully use them for various battles, has been destroyed because the tree has become too big for its own good. After Natsuki had gained the chakra of the Vortex clan, Natsuki found that aside from the increase in chakra to Chaktanare, the rest was a greater affinity for sealing techniques. Now casting the sealing technique was very much in hand, but sealing the tailed beasts would require a larger spell to catalyze it, and the various materials that Yakashimaru had brought over were all pretty much up to snuff. Natsuki drew a huge 4-elephant formation on the ground, and had my arrow stand in the center, who looked timid, a little scared, and a little expectant. Lord Wind Shadow, would you like to see the world of my arrow's mind? Natsuki suddenly asked out of the blue, and Rosa, who had her arms clasped over her chest at the side, froze for a moment when she heard it, then slowly nodded. If I may. Natsuki motioned for Roxa to come over, then brushed her hand on my arrow's head, with his father by his side. My arrow was noticeably less nervous. The body also leaned against Rosa. Natsuki made his rounds left and right, and there was no problem with the phalanx. He stood with both feet, then his hands changed hand seals in succession, and ink-colored runes lit up from Natsuki's hands. Natsuki placed her hand on my arrow's head, and the runes gradually crept down her arm and over my arrow's body. Aiello was just a little scared at first, then realized that there was nothing special about these runes crawling on her body, so she let her heart drop. As the runes increased, the huge spell formation on the ground began to light up. For Elephant Seal, Enlighten. Chapter 66, Reinforcing the Seal. As the sealing runes on top of the spell brightened up, my arrow's eyelids sank and she passed out. Natsuki and Rosa entered another world with a flash of light before their eyes. Damn! A loud roar instantly reached Natsuki and Rosa's ears. Where they were, was a gray-black desert. The entire sky was covered in dark clouds, and the wind and sand flew about like knives, colored the whole world dead. There were no creatures inside the desert, but in the distance, there was a huge 50-meter-tall black shadow roaring madly. The voice was shrill and maniacal. This monkler will get out. I'll get out. Morizuru repeats few words back and forth, the kind that don't seem to be quite right in the head at first glance, but he hadn't stopped and kept roaring. The sound shaking Luosha felt his ears roaring. It was very hard to bear. Natsuki searched around for a bit before she saw Irizumi hiding underneath a semicircular dirt bag in the distance, covering her ears tightly. The dirt bag was like a fortress that wrapped around Irizumi, and on top of it could vaguely be seen the face of Yakashimaru. Rosa blushed hard. Is this the kind of life I love you usually live? Natsuki said. Yeah, I've trapped myself in a fortress of gravel where no one can get in, and I can't get myself out. The corner of Natsuki's mouth sneered a bit. I wonder if you, the 4th generation Wind Shadow, can keep your cool under these circumstances. Rosa's face became even more ugly, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. What should we do now? Rosa asked. Natsuki lifted her chin and pointed at Irizumi. You go ahead and comfort your son. We need to face Shohei head-on. Rosasha walked over as he was told, and my Aiello's eyes glittered with hope when she saw Rosasha come over. Hastily, he grabbed Roxa with both of his little hands. Daddy, have you come to rescue me? Rosa stroked my Aiello's head with some pity. It's okay, my Aiello, I'm coming. My arrow nodded in a daze. Then tears pooled in her eyes, and the sandcastle behind Meilu gradually grew in size, becoming a huge wall of sand. The head of Rosasha gradually appeared above the sand wall. Aiello fell fast asleep in Rosa's arms. Rosasha gently set my arrow down and slowly stood up, looking towards the wildly roaring Shohei in the distance with a cold look in his eyes. Natsuki-san, do we need to defeat Morizuru next? Hey, that's the first time Rosasha's ever called Natsuki. Natsuki waved her hand in some amusement. This is the world of my arrow's mind. It's bad enough as it is, and you're trying to tear it down? Roxa, who had been a bit dumbfounded, calm down, leave the rest to me. Natsuki didn't say anything else, letting Rosa know what kind of life I've had. Natsuki's purpose was achieved. Natsuki harmonized with both hands. Drink! For Elephant Seal. Rise! Countless ink-colored sealing jutsu emerged from the yellow sand-strewn ground. If one looked down from the sky, one could see that the entire ground jutsu formed a giant four-elephant formation. Natsuki's hands changed hand seals. Congeal. All the ink-colored spells shrank quickly, rapidly spreading from the ground of Morizuru to the body of Morizuru. What is this? Shohei shouted angrily in some alarm. Strand after strand of jutsu quickly crept over Shizuru's body. Shizuru only felt an unspeakable sense of suffocation. The sands in the sky are fading away, slowly turning into a clear day. And Shizuru spotted Natsuki, who was casting a spell. You're from the Uchiha. Quickly let go of this lord, or this lord will make you look good. Practice air bomb. Shizuru's mouth opened wide and a deafening roar occurred. Instead, he realized that the chakra wind ball that was supposed to be launched in his mouth did not appear. Shizuru just opened his mouth and spat it out. What's going on? Shizuru was alarmed as to why he couldn't use his practiced air bombs anymore. Natsuki's sealing technique was pushed again, and the ink-colored sealing jutsu rose again as Shizuru's body was bound up in layers. The body also began to shrink, quickly shrinking from a 50-meter-tall body to a tenth of its size. Boom! 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 The inky seal on the floor became a thick wall of. A large structure in the style of the four elephant seals was formed across the sand, holding the entire Shizuru inside. Only a hole the size of a faceplate remained. Showa crashed and rumbled inside, and the entire building didn't budge. There is a seal on my arrow's body itself. Xiaomu only needed to cast the four elephant seals. No need for gossip seals. Natsuki came to Rosasha's side, shaking my arrow. My arrow opened her eyes, seeing Rosa and Natsuki in front of her. I love you a little more relieved. Still in the distance came the grumpy voice of Shizuru. Damn you Uchiha! Let this lord out. This lord is going to kill all of you. Kill them all. Natsuki held out a hand and gestured for me to pull on it. Want to know how to be a competent Rinpoche? I love you for looking back at Rosa, who had an encouraging look on her face. A little uneasily, my arrow put her hand on Natsuki's, who took my arrow's small hand and kept walking forward and forward, until it gets closer and closer to Morizuru, and Shizuru's growl grew louder. Suddenly Yellow broke away from Natsuki's hand and turned to run backwards, and behind him, Rosa gently hugged him. Don't be afraid, son, daddy is always behind you. Gradually settling down, Yellow turned around, her eyes gradually firming up. It was only when Yellow arrived, in front of the box-like building, that he realized that Shizuru was inside, and no matter how much roaring and how hard the Morizuru hit, the entire building didn't budge. Only a loud noise came from inside that small hole. Natsuki crouched down and said to my love, your mother, Kakarokoro, always loved you dearly, and after she died she took on a spirit form to protect you with sand all the time. You can try sealing off this window with sand now. Sand is mom protecting me? My arrow looked down at her hands, then her hands flicked up. The yellow sand on the ground gradually flew up. My arrow's eyes gradually brightened. Really? Really? Natsuki pointed her finger at the small hole left on purpose. Being a qualified human pillar power means that you need to be able to harness the tailed beasts. This Shizuru is so full of crap. You don't want to hear him talk. You can just plug this hole with sand. My arrow looked at the flying sand with a happy face, then nodded. The small hand waved, and the sand that flew up gradually gathered towards the small hole. In just a few moments, that small hole was completely blocked. Shizuru, who was sealed inside, immediately panicked. What are you guys going to do? Damn it! It's so dark in here. Let my lord out. Let me out. Speak up, you guys, and let this lord out. What had been a loud roar was now only faintly audible. Natsuki stroked my arrow's head. Look, there's nothing to be afraid of Shizuru. If he screams next time, you'll just keep the hole sealed. When he's ready to listen, you can open the hole again. Okay. Yellow looked around happily. There really was no more wind or sand. There really was no more harsh roaring. With the sound of my love's laughter, Natsuki and Rosa's eyes blinked back to the real world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the trajectory of my arrow's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sand Desert Tier Grade Burial Seal X1. It doesn't seem to be working. Is there any other wool to pull out of the sand hidden village? Oh yeah, Shio's place could be a good place to try. But now's not the time. As long as the world of the mind is, the real world is an instant. Seeing both of them open their eyes, Yakashimaru came over nervously and asked, Kazekage-sama, Natsuki-sama, how is it going? Natsuki and Rosa didn't say anything. My arrow had come to his senses, shaking his head from side to side. I can't hear you. I really can't. Joy, happiness and exhaustion came to his face. Yellow gently leaned against Rosa's lap and fell asleep with her eyes closed. Yakashimaru and the others were all in a state of shock. Instead, Rosa waved his hand. It's okay, Yakashimaru. Shohei won't be able to affect Meilu from now on. Yakashimaru was full of surprise. That's great. I'll finally be able to get a good night's sleep. Rox's face is in pain. How long has it been since I've slept? Chapter 67, Nagato's Conceit. Land of Rain. Rain Ninja Village. A light rain pattered down, and a silence fell over the whole village. It's closed off, but the residents here seem to be quite a bit nicer than they once were, with families hanging angelic origami in front of their doors. Minami is also now the nominal leader of the Rain Country, and is loved by the people of Rain Country while providing stability. Every time Minami spread her wings and crossed from the sky, the populace below would feel honored to see the angelic lord. Today's Minami, however, was not looking good as her wings slashed through the sky and quickly flew to a high tower in the center of the Rain Ninja Village. Xiao Nan's figure turned into paper and then merged into the tower, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the entire side of this high tower was made up of paper. Nagato opened his eyes somewhat woodenly. Why did you come here to see me? Nagato is usually shown as Tendo, while Minami usually talks to Tendo. Now Minami was coming to his hiding place, which meant that Minami must have something very important. Nan calmed his agitated mind. Nagato, I found out who killed Hatsuki Daibutsu and the others. Nagato's pupils constricted. Yahiko's death was certainly heartbreaking. However, apart from Yahiko's death, and their companions, who had shared their suffering, died that day together. For the past few years, both Nagato and Minami have been trying to track down exactly who killed them back then, but the other side did it too cleanly. It could only detect that there were traces of Kazuna, but nothing else at all. Who is it? Nagato said in a deep voice. It's that masked man who calls himself Uchiha Zebra every day. And Jedi. It's them. Where did the information come from? Is it reliable? Nagato naturally trusts Minami, but he's worried that Minami has been tricked. Minami whispered. Uchiha Natsuki told me. Uchiha Natsuki? Nagato mouthed the name. This Uchiha vice clan chief was also famous, and before that, Minami was the one who went over to prepare to recruit him. Minami took out the 2 scrolls that Natsuki had given him. Nagato. Natsuki gave us this. This jutsu, called Filthy Earth Transmutation, can summon the souls of long-dead ninja back to the human world and resurrect them in physical form. Nagato shuddered and hastily pulled his hand out from inside the wooden cart, picked up the scroll and read it. You mean? Nagato's speech was shaky. Minami nodded. All we need to do is prepare the offering and we can summon Yahiko. But Nagato was a little disappointed when he finished the scroll. Only a short residency? Minami said. Natsuki is asking us to revive Hatsuki and Daibutsu so we can learn if the masked man and Jedi are the ones who did it or not. Nagato nodded. Since he had given Minami all this jutsu, 9 times out of 10, then, the people who did it were those 2. Sure enough, it's them. Nan was surprised. Could it be that you've suspected them for a long time? Nagato said. They came from an unknown source, and I don't trust them. There are suspicions, but no proof. Hatred flashed in Nagato's eyes. Why did they do that? Minami relayed what Natsuki said to Nagato again. Nagato calmed down, a pair of chakra eyes seeming to ripple. Lead me into darkness? Nagato let out a long breath. No, I have grown beyond mortality, from mortal to God. In the midst of the agony of infinite existence, the darkness cannot consume me, and I shall bring true peace to this world. Nagato's tone was firm, possessing a determination that no one could shake. Ridiculous, and trying to utilize God. Ahem. Nagato suddenly coughed. Minami stepped forward worriedly. Calm down first, or your body won't be able to handle it. Who? Nagato gasped violently twice, then slowly calmed down. He had to withstand the daily draining of the demonic statues of the outer paths, and he also needed to manipulate the 6 paths, and his entire body had been very weak. The insta-mood swings were too much for him and it hurt him. No matter what their plot is, it will surely be crushed under these reincarnation eyes of mine. Minami looked at Nagato with some heartache. She wasn't sure what would end up in the end after such a desperate attempt. Nagato said in a deep voice. What else did Uchiha Natsuki say? Minami unfolded the other scroll. This is Spot's true identity, and his kaleidoscope writer's eye ability. Nagato brought it over and read it. Uchiha Bando, Voiding, Shin Megami Tensei, lasts for several minutes. Izanagi, how can it be so detailed? Nagato was very shocked. He was shocked at the true identity and ability of this so-called Zan, and even more shocked at how Natsuki had gotten such detailed information. You know, the most important thing for a ninja is his own information, and protecting his own information is a must for every ninja. You can win almost any battle if you know your enemy and yourself. And within this piece of information from Natsuki, it basically kind of picks apart Bandito's abilities as if it were its own information. Over the years, Bandito has been very secretive, never abusing his powers, keeping Nagato deeply wary, knowing only that he has a vanishing ability. But how long the voiding ability could actually void for, and what the principle of voiding was, he didn't know anything about it. And they are more often than not like a partnership, not really trusting each other. Over the past few years, both Bandit and Jedi have been very obedient and hardworking. Even Bandito used his Sharingan to control the 4th generation Mizukage, Orange Yakura of the Berry, in order to raise funds for the DAW organization. The whole man stayed at Misty Hollow for years at a time, sending a steady stream of supplies and money to the organization. It even made the lives of the civilians in the Rain Country a little better. I didn't realize how deep Bandicoot and Jedi were hiding. Hatsuki and Dafu, and pals. Nagato has always claimed to be a god and has always used Bandito, not realizing that Bandito has used him as well. I was surprised when I read it too, but I have a feeling it should be true. Minami also knew why Nagato was so shocked. Natsuki said that even if we do it, we won't be able to kill Bandito. Tell you to go to him yourself afterward and he'll tell you more. Nagato, what are you going to do? Nagato lowered the scroll in his hand. Skeleton-like thin cheeks. No expression could be seen. His time and space ninjutsu is too bizarre and rather restrains me. Let's not turn the tables on them until I have complete control of the chakra eyes. We also need to continue to use them both to raise personnel and funds for the organization. I need to stay hidden until everything is set up. The wall outside ripped open and Tendo stepped in. Let's revive Hatsuki and Daibutsu first. As for Yahiko, let's wait for now. Minami knew that Nagato didn't know how to face Yahiko yet. After all, what they were doing now was completely in the opposite direction from what Yahiko had wanted in the first place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the course of Minami's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God's Paperman's Art X1. Natsuki, who is in the sandy hidden village, is still in the conference room of Rosa to discuss matters with Rosa. A system beep suddenly sounded beside his ears. It looks like Minami's fate was changed, so Minami shouldn't die at the hands of Bandito. What about Nagato? It seems Nagato's mind is now deified and not so easily shaken. However, they should have flipped off the two of them early with the Bandito. I wonder how far Nagato can go. With Nagato's character, he would probably be prepared for anything before making a move. It's as if he was skilled enough to master the chakra eyes before he went after Hanzo for revenge. Chapter 68, Covetousness. The Daimyo province of the Land of Fire. What about the findings? The daimyo's lazy voice came out. The following handlers, however, did not dare to slack off at all. Back to my lord. The origin of the Chinese food stores that came over from Tanakuni was that the Uchiha in the Yanin village started making them. That Uchiha from Kiba village? Although the daimyo wasn't very familiar with the shinobi world, the Dainabu Uchiha still knew about it. Yes, my lord, there are Uchiha on the Kiba village side of the store as well. The Uchiha over in Tanakuni are the Uchiha clan that split off? Split? Is it a rebellion against the village? Daimyo got curious. The staffer wiped his sweat and produced 2 reports. My lord, Kiba's third Naruto and Shimura Guzu both gave different confessions. Third lord straight up said he ran away. Guzu-sama said the Uchiha rebelled against the village. The daimyo took the 2 reports that were presented. One of what the third Naruto had said in public. The other was a special report of a letter that came up from Suza. Seeing a bunch of text on it, daimyo frowned, instantly losing his curiosity. Somewhat bored, he threw out both reports. Whether the Uchiha split or rebelled against the village had little to do with him. The Uchiha clan is under the control of the Konoha village, and Konoha is nominally in partnership with the daimyo. What happens to Uchiha is out of his daimyo's hands, but it's amazing that the third Naruto would make such a slip-up. The daimyo grunted. Just, so the Uchiha made all the meals in this series? Yes, the handler did as he was told. The daimyo were a little annoyed that there was a chain of contempt amongst the daimyo. Where did Tanakuni used to be? A poor countryside. The so-called daimyo is a country bumpkin in the eyes of the daimyo of the fire country. 2 years ago, when the daimyo of Tenezoku vigorously supported this catering, the daimyo of the fire country even laughed at the daimyo of Tenezoku. As a result, in 2 years' time, Chinese cuisine spread all over Tanakuni, squeezing out all other catering. A uniformity was accomplished above the food and drink, which was not praised by any merchant caravan that had ever been there. The entire Tanakuni had actually boosted the economy of the entire country because of the food and beverage, and the daimyo of the fire country was a bit disbelieving. It was only later that I read the staffer's statistical documents and realized that this was actually true. The daimyo of Tanakuni had also made a fortune. The domestic economy had grown considerably, and the shinobi village had become number 1 under the 5 major shinobi villages. If it weren't for the fact that Tanakuni's land was so small, with few people and low material production, I'm afraid I would have risen to something else. For these things, the fire country naturally has commercial teams ready to try, but that so-called franchise fee is several times more expensive than locally in Tanakuni, and spots are still limited. In the eyes of the daimyo of the fire country, this kind of behavior by Tanakuni was revenge. It can't be helped. The big countries have bullied these small countries, and now that they have the opportunity, they naturally want to take it out on them. The daimyo of the Land of Fire tried to copy it at first, but it turned out that the stinky tofu, which seemed so simple to make, did not have that stinky flavor or aroma at all. There are also some recipes for many specialty snacks, and they have tried many seasonings, and the end result is different from the original. There are foods that can be imitated, but they are completely unsystematic. The daimyo of the fire country was eyeballing it. Tanakuni has prospered a lot more than it used to by relying on this economy, and if it could be implemented in the fire country, it would make a crazy amount of money. Tanakuni is just a countryside. The countryside, a place that didn't even have a shinobi village before. But the person in Tanakuni who knows the secret recipe is not the shopkeeper. Instead, it was the people sent by the Sound Shinobi village, and each of these people was as stinky and hard as a stone in a pit. He refused to give up what the secret formula was even after coercion, was kidnapped and even committed suicide by taking poison. The daimyo of the fire country was particularly speechless. It's just doing business, don't be so desperate. What he didn't know was that all of these people sent out by the Sonic village were Orochimaru's people, either a diehard who has been brainwashed by Orochimaru, or someone who has been put under a ban, otherwise it wouldn't be released for business. In the restaurant business, it's easy to imitate, but to do it with the same flavor as the original, it takes more than a little work. Without years of inherited culture, there are core recipes in some meals that you can't imitate for the rest of your life. Daimyo rubbed his somewhat aching head and let it go. He didn't want to think about it. Put up some funds to work with Junzo and make sure he gets all the formulas. Yes, Kiba Village, Naruto Building, Sarutobi. The ambling third Naruto raised his head, only to realize that it was Reunion who had walked in, and to the surprise of the third Naruto, Gumiharu didn't actually use his crutches, and his right hand had its bandages removed, revealing a healthy right arm. Gunzo, your hand. Juzo smiled haughtily and held up his right hand. The wound is healed, so no bandages will be needed from now on. Michio frowned, but he remembered that Tuzo's arm had been modified in some way, which was why it had been kept secret. Did Junzo get his arm back? Michio didn't look deeper. After all, he didn't know before. What kind of modifications had been made to Gumiho's arm? What are you doing here? Michio's tone was calm, though Suzu had gotten a little too ambitious and a little too in control before. Michio relieved him of his duties and sort of hit him hard. The third generation stopped the Roots fees and banned some of the other shinobi clans from working with them, and the Roots are probably very poor right now. However, after all, Suzu and he had worked together for many years, and he was sure to use him in the future. As long as Reunion was still under his control, all the things Reunion had done before were nothing. Whenever you need Tuanzo, you can always help him up. This is a measurement of the Uchiha's profitable income. Juzo pulled out a shred of data sheets. Naruto picked it up and took a brief look. It's actually this much? $20 million for the month of January? As always, the tone of Junzo's voice was the same. That's just our Konoha figures. If we add the Tanakuni, there are more than 50 million in January. Weasel and Stopper brought Chinese food over to Tanakuni. Even though Tanakuni is poor, the entire country of Tanakuni is filled with this store. How rich the Uchiha really are is anyone's guess. There was a slight pause from Junzo. The daimyo saw that Tanakuni was making a lot of money because of this, and told me to make sure I got all the recipes. So, Hinata, I need you to cooperate with me now. With a hint of smugness on his face, Juzo pulled out a letter of command. Naruto the third frowned and picked up the order to see that it was true. Hiss. The third Naruto picked up his pipe and took a hard drag on his cigarette. I didn't realize that Junzo had actually made a move towards the daimyo side. Now that's not good. He has a lot of money to spend as the head of a village. And the reason Kiba has always been the strongest in the shinobi world is because of the abundance of money and resources, which can be converted into unlimited resources for all kinds of wars. Whether it was population, food, or anything else, it kept Kiba village on the upper hand in several shinobi wars. And the military powerhouse, the Land of Thunder, the Cloud Ninja, has been fighting the Konoha off and on for over a decade and 2 decades. Kiba, with a weak military, stiffly dragged down Cloud Hidden to beg for peace because of the money. The money earned by the Kiba village itself was part of it, and a large part of it lay in the various subsidies handed out by the daimyo of the fire country. The Land of Fire is vast and rich in resources. In order to always maintain its leading position in the shinobi world, the relationship between the daimyo and the Kiba village can be described as very good. After all, it's only convenient for him to rake in the money when the Kiba village has knocked out all the other countries. Now it's good that daimyo was eyeing this Chinese food. And the daimyo went right past him and gave orders to Junzo because of the Uchiha's exodus? It seems that his failure to report it has caused the daimyo to have a problem. Although Kiba village, as a military group, doesn't have to look at the daimyo at all. But after all, ninjas were too few in number and unproductive to run an entire country, and the daimyo becomes a big moneymaker. So in general, Michio still gives face. Chapter 69, Naruto Building. Michio looked through the document files on his desk, checking everywhere he could. A long-term statistic was made from foot traffic to customer price. It seems that Junzo has been thinking about the Uchiha store not for a day or two. The preparation of Junzo is also too full. Everything is written clearly, so that the third generation of Naruto also did not expect. It's amazing how high the Uchiha's income has gotten. By the numbers, Kiba has more than 10 times more money than Uchiha. But that money didn't belong to Naruto Miyabi alone, and he didn't exactly get to decide what to spend it on himself. Village construction, ninja salaries, secret art research, dark sect feeding, and everything else needs to go out from here. And the Uchiha is not the same. The Uchiha clan earned money. 90% is Fuyue this patriarch's. He wants to spend wherever he wants to spend. If this keeps up, is the Uchiha going to turn against us in the future? All shinobi clans look at profit, and if the money was there, it wouldn't be out of the question to give a vote of confidence to Uchiha Futsuki. Michio didn't realize that things had gotten this serious, and a sudden sense of urgency rose in his heart. I was just about to think about what to do about it when I realized that there was a reunion standing in front of me. The third Naruto smiled in his mind. Well, it's better to leave the professional things to the professionals to do well. After all, reunion was familiar. Michio's pipe knocked against the paper. What are you going to do? Duanzo said. My men have tried imitations, but the flavor is always a little worse. There are indeed some secret recipes that I don't know, and the flavor just doesn't compare to them. Sanjo couldn't help but look at the ambitious look on Tuzu's face. You're not going to be prepared to do this the hard way. You can't carry their Susanoo. Tuanzu's face turned green. Humph. I'm not going to fight them hard. Juzo shook the slip in his hand. Hinata, you can use supporting them as an excuse to get Futsuki to share the secret recipe. Mayo frowned. I'm afraid Tomoyuki won't agree. Tuanzo smiled grimly. If he doesn't agree, there are ways to make him agree. Michio seemed to be thinking, what do you want? Without a second thought, Junzo said, restore the root. Michio paced back and forth for a long time, and finally his eyes swept over the huge numbers in the column of the Uchiha family's earnings. Michio shook his head. Restoring the root is impossible. Junzo didn't say anything. He knew that Negi wasn't going to recover that easily, but after all, the daimyo had given him a mission. Mashiro had to look at the daimyo anyways, so he knew Mashiro had the latter half of the sentence. Michio continued, I can say hello to those shinobi clans and not prohibit them from cooperating with you. With some disdain, Junzo said, not enough, Hinata. Michio pondered, I'll give you 2 more honorary elderships. Honorary elder. Juzo pondered for a moment. Honorary elder is a position that every major shinobi clan has except for the Uchiha clan. There is no real power, but there is the power of suggestion, and the votes held in the hand are crucial when voting for Naruto. It's already considered the entitlement class to sit as an advisor elder. An honorary elder is a must. The third Naruto had obviously given an honorary elder position to Junzo, and another honorary elder was tantamount to an asset for Junzo to operate with. Satisfied, Tuanzu asked again, Hinata, who do you think would be suitable for another honorary elder? Michio took a drag on his cigarette, but said, the police department can move. Reunion pondered slightly. The police department is now run by Hyuga Hinata, a clan member of the Hyuga clan, whose ideas have long since become old. If only they could be of interest. It just so happens that all of the roots that Junzo had planted in the vigilante have become dead pawns because Kanzuya Nakamura was fired, and Hinata, in honor of Natsuki, has been pressing this group of roots to death, only allowing them to do the Kiba 1st Street to 4th Street patrols every day. They are not allowed to meddle anywhere else. If a Hinata clan head elder intervenes, can the roots be moved? Naruto building. Tomoyuki suddenly received an invitation from the third Naruto. So early to the Naruto building. Walking into the office, the third Naruto was already taking care of business. This was the first time he had seen the third Naruto since the last Cloud Hidden incident. Third generation Naruto-sama. Futsuki was now in a different state of mind and no longer had any emotions towards the third generation. When you see the destruction of the shinobi world later on, it's hard for the shadow of a village to raise Tomoyuki's respect. The third Naruto had taken on the appearance of a good old boy all these years, and he said with a smile, Futsuki's here. Ah, sit. Tomoyuki sat down as instructed. I don't know what Lord Michio wanted to see me about. The third generation picked up the cup of tea. Few take we have not seen for a long time. See you Uchiha clan recently developed very well you this clan leader credit Tomoyuki said indifferently. It's not bad. All of this is Natsuki's work. It has nothing to do with me. Michio clearly felt it. The change in Futsuki's attitude. He said cheerfully, all of your Uchiha food and beverage outlets are popular in Konoha village. Seeing that Tomoyuki didn't pick up on it, Michio added, Tomoyuki, the village is prepared to support your store in a big way. Futsuki raised an eyebrow. How is Lord Michio going to support this? Michio took out a floor plan of Kiba village and drew a circle on it with his finger. All of the Chinese cuisine stores are concentrated on one street, 8th Street, and all of the other streets still have a lot of foot traffic. It's a big waste, the third Naruto said fervently. I'm going to empty 8 stores for you on each street, from the 1st to the 7th, so that you can spread your stores throughout Kiba. Tomoyuki followed the third generation Naruto's finger and saw that the circle drawn by the third generation Naruto basically encompassed all of Kiba's commercial streets. If all of these streets were filled with Chinese food stores, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly double their income. But, Hyutake said to the third Naruto with some apologies on his face, Third Lord, we Uchiha don't have that many people, and we Uchiha can't take care of so many stores. The third generation nodded. I've thought of this for a long time now, so I'll send someone to manage the store, and you Uchiha will just need to do the technical training. At the end of the day we can come back and split the proceeds equally. What do you think, Tomoyuki? Fuyue sneered in his heart, so he was coveting our secret recipe. No need, Naruto-sama. I think the Uchiha has enough business as it is. I don't have that much energy to take care of the rest, and I have no plans to open more stores for the time being. Tomoyuki stood up. Things are busy in the clan. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. After saying that, Tomoyuki headed outside. The current Uchiha had less than a tenth of Kiba's earnings on the surface, but Natsuki had left so much of the Tanuki franchise before. The current Futsuki was so strong that he didn't need to worry about Michio's face. Instead of staying Tomoyuki, Michio calmly put the map away. He was just being courteous this time, and he had known for a long time that he couldn't hold the current Uchiha as he had back then. Chapter 70, The Layout of the Wind Country. The Land of Wind. Sand Hidden Village. This one is sour plum soup. This one is roasted suncha. And this one is herbal tea. Natsuki held out planner after planner to Roxa. This is in the dessert category, peach gelatin category, glutinous rice category, cough suppressant category, and poria cream category. These are the details of how they are made. Rosa took the pile of plans. As the shadow of a village, strategic vision was certainly there. He quickly discovered the commercial value of it. These are the ones I've picked out that are more in line with your climate in the wind country. You find someone you trust and run it yourself, and we'll split it at the end. Rosa frowned. What is your purpose? Natsuki laughed. You're the shadow of a village. It's up to you to implement it so we Uchiha can earn more. It's also a way to find an ally for us Uchiha. Natsuki emphasized the words we Uchiha. Luosha dawned on him. The current Uchiha is a dominant force in Kiba, whether it's the economy or the top end of the battle force above, crowning the entire Kiba. But the overall strength is still slightly inferior to that of Kiba, where the major ninja clans are gathered. What the Uchiha lacked most right now was development. Although Tomoyuki had stepped down as the chief of police, as long as the Uchiha had money, they could send resources to the various shinobi clans. It doesn't matter if Naruto's selection had rights before you. If you can give enough benefits, then you can be elected to the shadow of a village just as well. Even if you were a civilian before, it was by acquiring enough merit during the Third Shinobi World War that Rosa was pushed, and Tomoyuki had already shown his strength of a strong kaleidoscope writer's eye. The third Naruto, since he was suppressing him in power. The Uchiha then curved his campaign for the Naruto position by growing economically. Natsuki, the Uchiha vice clan chief, was given the benefit of the doubt once he came to the sand hidden village. The ceiling problem that the entire sandy hidden village couldn't improve upon. Let Natsuki solve it all by himself. Rosa had many people in the village check it out. Natsuki's sealing technique was truly unique and he really did come with good intentions. In the future, Aiello can freely control whether or not to talk to Shizuru, and there is no longer a risk of going berserk. It also reconciled Rosasha and I Love You, and showed Rosasha that he was wrong about a lot of things, though the process made Roxa uncomfortable. But the situation is stronger than the people, and the rules are supposed to be made by the strong. Besides, Natsuki just wanted an ally of the Uchiha. A win-win situation. Luosha couldn't think of any reason not to agree. Good. I promise to be your Uchiha's most solid ally as long as I, Rosa, am on the throne. A smile appeared on Natsuki's face. That's enough of the public business. Next is the private business. Receiving Rosa's promise, Natsuki also relaxed in her chair. Oh, Natsuki spoke. Although the shinobi world has gone through 3 great wars, there are still many ambitious people. My arrow seal is solid now, but as a human pillar power, it will inevitably be coveted. Rosa listened attentively. The Land of Wind was considered poorer among the 5 great powers. The daimyo was unmotivated to govern the country, and the funding for the sandy hidden village had been cut for a long time. That's why he, the shadow of a village, had to go out and work as a gold digger to subsidize Sand Hidden's finances. If it wasn't for the fact that Rosa knew this skill, I'm afraid the Wind Shadow wouldn't have been his turn. The ninjutsu were supposed to be used as a strategic weapon for the village, but the sand-hidden village didn't have enough talent to be proficient in the sealing arts. The result is that the one-tailed Shohei has always been able to look but not use. Originally, Splitfu's control over the one-tailed Shohei was quite good, and his clear mind made the Shohei marvel at him. However, the top of the sand-hidden hierarchy do not want each other to control the human pillars because of the power tilt, so the choice was made to incarcerate Finfu in prison until old age. A lot of missed opportunities for nothing. Natsuki continued. We, the Uchiha, have reliable information that there is a huge power that is hitting the tailed beasts. Their strength is so strong that it could end up affecting more villages than just Kiba and Saints Hidden, and Yellow is in their plans. Rosa didn't ask Natsuki about the source of the news. Such belonged to someone else's confidentiality. Just a little bit of tightness in my heart, fighting the tailed beasts, and now that I love you as a human pillar. It is well known that by drawing out the tailed beasts, the human pillars die. It's tantamount to taking my life. What is Mr. Natsuki going to do? Natsuki said, I'm very optimistic about my Eros talent. I think Eros stormed off a lot before and didn't get a good education. During these few years, Lord Wind Shadow may wish to focus on training Eros to face the disaster that will surely follow. With my Eros potential to grow into adulthood, he'd be the best candidate to be the next Wind Shadow. Luo Sha was a bit moved. It was one thing to recognize your own child's talent. It was another thing for others to recognize it. Natsuki's power he had already personally experienced. But such a strong person. I can't believe I'm so optimistic about I love you. Rosa solemnly promised. Don't worry, Mr. Natsuki. I'll train my arrows well. I came over this time, apart from business cooperation. It's to bring this news to you, so that you can be prepared in your heart. There was some uneasiness in Rosa's heart, as the vice-chief of the Uchiha clan and a strong kaleidoscope writer's eye. A person standing at such a high level does not purposely instruct without a purpose. But that organization hadn't shown up yet, so Rosa had no choice but to keep his worries to himself. Natsuki didn't stay long after all was accounted for, and soon departed. His purpose in coming to the land of sand was originally for my arrow, and now he's making a good karma, when he can gather it into his power later. Now that Bandito has been messing around with Misty Hidden, there's not much time left for Natsuki. Natsuki took out the map and scrutinized it. The people to be abducted were spread out in Kusunokuni and Tekinokuni, and the country of water, which had the most talent, hung alone overseas, and one would have to cross the entire country of Kawano and the country of fire to get there. By ship from the land of the soup, an ordinary merchant ship would take months at sea to reach the land of water, and even longer if it encountered wind and waves. Cloud and Misty Hidden's ships were much faster, taking only a month or so, and their ships were readily available. Furthermore, Natsuki didn't want to reveal his whereabouts right now. Kiba and Saints Hidden have relatively easy roads because of their alliance. The rest of the country is probably not so well traveled. Natsuki sighed. Still had to make the skunk run. Just go to Suinoku myself. See the yellow sand and no one in all directions. Natsuki quickly writes on the scroll, telling the skunk to go to Kusunokuni and abduct Kagome, and to go to Takaruokuni and capture Shigeo. Both of these men can play a very important role in Orochimaru's research. Natsuki reached out and made a seal. Psionics. Boom. The smoke cleared, and a crow emerged. Give this message to the skunk, Natsuki commanded. The non-talking shinobi raven quickly disappeared. The Uchiha clan had always had a better relationship with the shinobi cats and shinobi crows, and Natsuki chose the shinobi crows. Natsuki didn't have any requirements for psychic beasts, and in his opinion, there was nothing more useful about psychic arts than summoning as well as reverse psychic arts. After all, at the big late stage, any psychic beasts were just for show. In the clan had always used Enlightenment's shinobi cats to contact each other, and now that Natsuki was out and about, it was just as well to use the shinobi crow to exchange messages with the skunk. Chapter 71, The Ghost Shark's Mind Loophole. The Land of Water. Why? The female ninja asked the figure before her as she stood unsteadily and painfully. Next to them were the bodies of two companions. Draikazanagirai's shark eyes were filled with blood. Silencing my companions. That's my special mission. The female ninja fell to the ground and didn't blame him, but simply asked in a weak tone. You've had a hard life, haven't you? The pupils of Draikazanagirai shrunk heavily. Still, he stepped forward with a wooden face and plunged in. Buzz. A pixelated square suddenly appears in the sky, and then a figure suddenly falls out of the sky. What the hell? Natsuki used Sasuke's spatial teleportation skill and instantly teleported from the land of wind to the land of water. Who knew that the teleportation was actually in mid-air? Luckily Natsuki was in good shape and landed on the ground with a flip. Several bodies lay on the ground, and a blue-skinned shark face stood at the edge of a cliff. Are Kiba's pursuers that fast? Draikazanamusha gave Natsuki a cold look, then leaped off the cliff. There was a loud noise in the forest, and a large group of people were moving this way. Natsuki looked around and walked up to see that the female ninja was dead. TSK, the Onius are really down with this. I remember this girl. It seems like she has a crush on the Oni. A last word before he was killed gave Drikazana Jirai a mind-blowing blast that he'll remember for the rest of his life. This ing bandito. Natsuki sputtered. Forget it, since I've come across it. Natsuki put his hands up. Bang! Transfiguration. Natsuki changed his appearance first. The palms of his hands glowed with a bright light. The very same palm immortal technique that he had gotten from Yakashido. TSK, this Oni is really tough. A knife in the heart. This female Miss Ninja should die without pain. Username, username, username. The sound of piercing the forest rang out as a large group of Kiba ninjas scurried out of the forest. At the head of the group was the Kiba torture expert, Marino Ibiki, and the rest of the group consisted of 6 Kiba elites. What are you? Natsuki used her transformation technique and transformed into a roti face, but with a Kiba vest. Natsuki pressed a palm senjutsu into the female Miss Ninja's chest with one hand, and casually pulled the Kiba forehead protector out of her bag and flashed it. One of our own. Marino Ibiki could tell at a glance that his opponent had used a transformation technique. Even the forehead protector had been brought back out, but the other party did no Kiba's medical jutsu. Palm senjutsu. That made Marino Ibiki a bit confused. What are you doing? The Kiba's elites couldn't help but say. With their eyes they could naturally see that this female Miss Ninja had just been killed. However, Natsuki didn't pay any attention to them and just continued to push the Palm Immortal technique. Palm Immortal technique was worthy of being a traumatic divine technique, and in just a few seconds, the wound on the female Miss Ninja's heart had already healed. Hey, this Mist Ninja is dead. Why are you still using up chakra? Natsuki glanced at them and, turtle, with a flick of his wrist, he slapped the female Mist Ninja in the chest. The female Mist Ninja's body bounced upwards when she hit. In that instant Natsuki fired 2 more palms in quick succession. Knock knock, the sound of a heartbeat. Ahem, cough, phew. The female Miss Ninja sat up violently, coughing and exhaling as she did so. She's still a bit stunned. Wasn't she killed by Brother Dreykus? Marino Ibiki and the other 6 Konoha ninjas were stunned. Can you even be saved from death? Don't look. You're my prisoner now. Be a good boy and come with me. The female Miss Ninja looked around and didn't see Drikazana Jirai, but a bunch of Konoha ninjas surrounding her. She looked down at the person next to her, a passerby's face with a Kiba retainer on the ground. Really? So I was captured? She lowered her head in resignation. Marino Ibiki, on the other hand, frowned. This is our mission objective. Natsuki scratched his head a bit bitterly. This few were Kiba elites, and right now he didn't want to reveal his identity. No way. Natsuki's tone changed, and a few of the Kiba people who were on guard didn't even have time to take a fighting stance. Without seeing Natsuki make a seal, the space behind the Kiba ninja was suddenly filled with more yellow sand out of nowhere. The yellow sand covered the sky. The entire sky darkened, and all the yellow sand covered down quickly like a huge quilt. Sandy desert layer Great Burial Seal. Rumbling, countless yellow sands condensed into chunks, and the 7 Kiba elites were firmly locked inside. Countless yellow sands were flying in the sky, and it was impossible to see what was around them. Marino Ibiki was shocked in his heart. Wasn't this a sand-hidden village jutsu? How could it be? This level of jutsu didn't even form a seal. Are we going to die here today? Marino Ibiki and the others were all inwardly terrified, enduring the onslaught of raging sand and being completely unable to move their bodies. The gravel wrapped around everyone's bodies so quickly that several people couldn't even move a finger. Gravel quickly immobilized everyone's limbs and sealed their faces. Natsuki looked at several people who were wrapped up tightly, all of them looking like statues. Is this it? Sand sculpture? The product of the system is a fine product. Ignoring the circumstances of the release, without the need to form seals and casting conditions, it is directly activated. Wouldn't it be too fake if we just left? Natsuki controlled the jutsu to reveal many hollows in the gravel. Natsuki went up to each Kiba and pulled out their pockets. Then he pulled out several scrolls from Marino Ibiki, not having time to see what the contents were, and put them all in his pocket. A moment of despair came over several of the Kiba men. The other side was already starting to search them. What was next? People even think of last words. A good long time. The yellow sand on a few of the men loosened and slid to the ground. The person who had just used Palm Immortal technique and the female Mist Ninja were both gone, and there were only 2 Mist Ninja corpses on the ground. A few people looked at each other and realized that everything they had on them had been searched and their weapons were gone. Pockets are cleaner than faces now. Not even a single bitterness was left with a few people. Ibiki, on the other hand, was frowning as the intelligence scrolls on him were missing. This time, the information was extremely confidential, and it detailed that the Misty Hidden Cipher Department had left the village on a mission. That's why Kiba had sent over a special torture expert, Ibiki, for this mission. And this mission has been a mixed bag, and none of the intel has been wrong. The top of this route did chase the Cipher Ministry, but there were misty hidden people who kept silencing them. It was hard to chase them to the end of the road, but then a mysterious person was killed. A single skill controlled everyone in Ibiki. Luckily, the other side didn't mean to kill anyone, just took things. Ibiki pinched the yellow sand from the ground. Really yellow sand. So much yellow sand. All of it manifested by ninjutsu? How much chakra must this be? Looking at the slowly disappearing yellow sand, Ibiki fell into deep thought. The climate of the land of water is very humid, and the land here is hard and solid, and there is no such thing as yellow sand, unless it was brought here by itself, or the soil was forcefully changed into yellow sand with a jutsu, but the jutsu was activated so quickly that all the yellow sand was materialized with chakra. What kind of person knows both palm immortal technique and sand hidden village technique? And it's of this rank. Strange, so strange. Ibiki couldn't even break his head to think that this was just a one-time jutsu that Natsuki had used because he didn't want to reveal his identity. Palm senjutsu is Kiba's, yes, but Natsuki doesn't know it at all. It's all white whoring Yakashido's, and this sealing technique was originally owned by Iello, so naturally it's the sand hidden villages. Captain, there are no survivors to be found, the man next to him reported after looking around. With no supplies or weapons on them, the crowd could only look to Morono Ibiki. After pondering to no avail, Morino Ibiki could only reorganize his team and go back to resupply first. This time, the mission is getting more and more treacherous. Chapter 72, Assassination Directive. The bottom of the cliff. Poof. Wow. Natsuki grabbed the female Miss Ninja and climbed out from inside the water. This cliff is actually a pool of water underneath, so it's no wonder the Oni didn't die. Natsuki looked at the shore with wet tracks. Looks like the Oni has left first. Natsuki took out fuel and sprayed a fireball from her mouth, starting a bonfire on the ground. Opening the collected pile, the weapon was one that had long since been dropped into the waterhole. There wasn't much of value inside the ninjutsu bag either. Natsuki's brow furrowed when she pulled open Ibiki's scroll. Kiba's sealing technique? Natsuki used her hand on it a little, and the sealing spell unraveled. After reading it, Natsuki rolled the scroll up thoughtfully. Ryoko, have you forgotten something? Turning his head to look, he realized that the female Miss Ninja was staring at him with wide eyes. Oh, sorry, forgot to unseal you. Just now when Natsuki grabbed the female Miss Ninja and jumped down, he used the 4 elements seal to seal the female Miss Ninja in passing, rather forgot to untie it. Natsuki's palm slapped towards the female Miss Ninja, and the ink-colored 4 elephants jutsu on the female Miss Ninja's body shrunk back into Natsuki's hand. The female Miss Ninja was able to move at once. Where are you going to take me? The female Miss Ninja could also see that the person in front of her wasn't even in the same league as the Konoha people above her. Natsuki, who had already unlocked her transformation spell, was still dressed as she had been in the Land of Wind. There was also a huge gray cloak and a bucket hat. Natsuki removed the bucket hat and tossed it aside, revealing his original face. Although Natsuki is a minor celebrity, his portrait is not available everywhere, so the female Mist Ninja didn't recognize it. Where to take you? It's up to you. Natsuki rubbed his chin. What do you mean? Do you hate Draika's Anajirai for killing you? The female Mist Ninja didn't know what to think of. Her complexion shifted, and she sat by the campfire with her legs wrapped around her, her eyes a little out of focus. Obedience is the natural duty of a shinobi like us. If you don't save me, then I'm just as dead. What is there to blame? TSK. Natsuki smacked her lips with interest. Sometimes the fate of two people was really marvelous. It's amazing that this Draika's Onayakan met such a girl. I'm very optimistic about this Draika's Onimusha person. I think he's a talented person and want to take him under my wing. Can you help me convince him? Natsuki admired Draika's Anajirai, who had spent his life striving for peace and goodness. In the end, he even summons a shark to eat himself in order to protect the information. If she could, Natsuki wished she could change all that. The female Miss Ninja was a bit surprised as she pointed at herself incredulously. Me? Natsuki knew what she was surprised about. Explaining to her, believe it or not, if I hadn't saved you, your death would have been remembered for the rest of your life by the Draika's Onimusha. The female Miss Ninja's eyes widened in some surprise, and then her face flushed a little. She covered her face in some panic. How can that be? Besides, Big Brother Draika's wouldn't betray Misty Hidden. Hey, sister, are you okay? Didn't the Oni stab you? Why are you still acting like you're in love with Draikaki Anajirai? You're still the elder brother of Draikaki. Are you going to change to the elder brother of Anajirai next time? This kind of destiny, in Natsuki's opinion, is the kind where the moon old man uses steel bars to weld two people directly to each other. Natsuki said helplessly, you don't have to worry about that. Your 4th generation Mizukage has already been controlled by the enemy with an illusion. Misty Hidden is finished. What? The female Mist Ninja, who had just been looking pouty, also stood up in shock when she heard this news. Natsuki took the scroll she had just read and casually tossed it to the female Mist Ninja. The female Mist Ninja opened it. It's a roadmap for our cipher department. The female Mist Ninja were taken aback. They were on a secret mission. The mission was actually leaked before we even got out of Suwanokuni. Natsuki shrugged. The one who sent your information out was the controlled Mizukage. The female fog endured a big blow. That Mizukage's tyranny these past few years. Natsuki nodded. That's right. It was the people controlling him who did it. Really? Really? The female Mist Ninja's words were trembling. Natsuki hemmed and hawed. Do I get anything out of lying to you? The female Mist Ninja, who was at least an elite member of the Cipher Division, pondered. Back then, the fourth generation of the Water Shadow was just a knight, suddenly changed like a person. The massacre of the Blood Relay Limit Clan and the management of the village has become very strict. All the major Mist Ninja elites died and fled. Zabuza, the Oni who was particularly famous before, also defected not long ago. It seems to be true in all likelihood. The female Mist Ninja was suddenly a bit disheartened. Her family and friends had all died tragically during the 2 years of Blood Mist tyranny. But I didn't realize that it was all just a scam. What's your name? The female Kiritsugu looked up at Natsuki. Her mood was low. Apricot. Kurita Apricot. Do you have any family left? Natsuki asked casually. Apricot shook her head. Misty Hidden was originally a ninja village with a lot of talent, but with Bandito messing around like this, I don't know how many elites have been lost. That's just right then. You come and help me convince the Oni to come work for me when the time comes. You're all from the same town and can take care of each other. Natsuki felt particularly like, well, the coal boss who snubbed people for black labor. I was going to experiment with sand pads, but now I've brought a drag, so I'll wait until I get a chance later. Drikazana Musha marched towards the village in a bit of a daze, protecting a fellow village member on a mission, but needing to kill the companion before they are going to be captured. The Oni has had such a grueling life, playing protector and executioner at the same time, that his entire worldview is warped. And Kurita Apricot, who was only in contact for a short time, said before she died, "You've had a hard life, haven't you?" Directly, Drika's Oni-chan's entire state of mind began to collapse. This false ninja world, the so-called good ninja are nothing more than murderers who betray their fellow ninja. He put his life on the line for the village, but couldn't find his ground. Drika's Animusha wanders alone, and before he can return to resume his duties, he is unexpectedly intercepted. You're the Watermelon Hill Pufferfish Ghost's minions. Yakura, the fourth generation Mizukage of Orangeberry, appeared in the path of the Dry Kakamoto Onayakan, who had to go through. Mizukage-sama, I'm Kenkaki Animusha. Drika's Animusha made a bow. After being assassinated a few years ago, Yakura Berry has been rarely seen and has been very hard on his men, but I didn't expect to meet here today. Your superior, the Watermelon Hill Pufferfish Ghost, was in cahoots with a foreign enemy and sold information to the enemy. What? Drika's Animusha was shocked. The man who told me to kill my companions to prevent leaks is now actually selling information to the enemy. Yakura Berry said with a cold face, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is extremely deep in the city, and you are the only one who has a chance to get close to him. Find an opportunity and kill him. Drika's Animusha agreed woodenly. As you wish, Mizukage-sama, Yakura Berry ordered and then left quite indifferently. Drika's Animusha stood frozen in place for a long time before raising his head again and continuing toward the village. Chapter 73, Misty Village. Apricot Kurita finished her report underneath Terumi, and bearing the roll in her hand, Terumi looked at it and her face turned blue. After all, no one can accept the fact that the shadow of their village is being manipulated by illusions. Invite Mr. Natsuki in. Terumi rubbed her brow. No wonder the Mizukage hadn't been out in public in recent years, especially with Ao around. Natsuki pushed his way in. He had come to Misty Hidden this time, himself wanting to abduct a few talented people back. As for whether or not Misty Hidden was beaten into a human brain or a pig's brain, none of it had anything to do with Natsuki. That's why he directly asked Kurita Apricot to hook up with Shimakato. After all, in a few years, Shomei would be on top, and was now a very powerful faction of Misty Hidden. I've long heard of Mr. Natsuki's great name, and with a talent like yours in the Uchiha, a return to glory is just around the corner. Terumi opened her mouth still politely. After all, Natsuki had just given them proof that the Mizukage was collaborating with the enemy, and it's very interesting that this evidence was recovered from Akiba Ninja. Natsuki looked at the tall, lightly matured-looking Shumaikazu, and was a bit unable to understand. Misty Hidden people are blind, so beautiful actually no one chase. Natsuki didn't have any ideas about meme though, he was here to talk. You're welcome, MS. Terumi Moi is also outstanding, and with this incident sitting in the background, I'm sure the next Mizukage position will be yours. Natsuki and Terumi were polite to each other before getting to the point. I wonder how Mr. Natsuki, is he going to work with us? Terumi inquired. If you want a reasonable shot at the Mizukage seat, you'll have to spill the beans about Yukura being manipulated by illusions in public. I don't think anyone in the village is guaranteed to be able to suppress the Mizukage right now, are they? More than just not being able to suppress, the current Misty Hidden village is lacking in high-end combat power, and the various well-known blood succession limitation families have been pretty much killed by Bandito. Terumi didn't grow to the point where she could single-handedly take on Shippo either. Mizukage has another trick up his sleeve, the water mirror technique. The water mirror technique creates a mirror made of water, in which a person identical to the enemy appears and can use the same jutsu as the opponent with the same power. So as a human pillar power, Yukura the Orange Berry can basically walk sideways in Misty Hidden. That's why Shumikado had suspicions before and couldn't act on them. The most fundamental reason was that it couldn't be beaten. Misty Hidden could not afford to be tossed around anymore, and it was not cost-effective to take many more lives to fill it. Terumi looked at Natsuki with a searching look, and Natsuki smiled slightly. Since I was able to get this evidence, I'm sure I can suppress the fourth Mizukage. Terumi nodded. The strength of the kaleidoscope writer's eye was something she recognized. Mr. Natsuki came all the way here just to help me to the top? Terumi leaned back lazily on the chair behind her, showing off her womanly charm. Natsuki was oblivious. He waved his hand. Just call me Natsuki. I'm sure you know about my Uchiha and Kiba relationship. Terumi nodded. She was aware of the current relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. Both sides maintain only a superficial relationship, and the Uchiha basically doesn't participate in any other activities of the Konoha except for some missions for the Konoha. It's basically like hanging out with an alien ninja, and the reason for that had already been rumored throughout the shinobi world before. Terumi smiled. If Mr. Natsuki wants something, you might as well just say it. Natsuki stretched out 2 fingers. I want 2 people after it's done, and I want 2 more people for me. Oh, I wonder which 2 people are worthy of a character like you. Natsuki nodded, her hand pointing to Kurita Akane. This one, and Drika's Anajirai. Terumi looked at Kurita Apricot and gave Natsuki a meaningful wink, then mused slightly. Kurita Apricot and Dry Kaki Anajirai, both of them are people of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. He won't be able to release them that easily. Natsuki spread his hands. It doesn't matter. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is already someone who's going to die. What do I care about his feelings? Terumi frowned. What do you mean? Natsuki let out a light laugh. This time, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost spoiled him. So guess if the Pufferfish Ghost will be finished off? Are you sure? Terumi's eyes narrowed a bit. Watermelon Hill Pufferfish Ghost is also considered a patriarch in Misty Hidden, holding the Cipher Department and another assassination unit. Ever since Yukura the Berry was manipulated by an illusion, the Pufferfish Ghost has been living deep in the house every day, rarely appears in front of a crowd. Sort of one of the mainstays of Misty Hidden that still remains, but the Puffer Ghosts don't support Terumi's rise to power. So to Terumi, the presence of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghosts is a hindrance to her. Anyway, Misty Hollow already sucks like this. Terumi is ready to break down and get back on her feet. Then an old fart like the Watermelon Hill Pufferfish Ghost is an obstacle that must be eradicated. I'm naturally sure. You guys just need to keep an eye on the Drika's Anajirai, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost will definitely die. When the time comes, it'll also be your best chance to strike Yukura the Berry. Terumi mused for a moment that it was only 2 renegade ninja anyway. Good. I promise. Anajirai, you bastard. Cough. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood again. I didn't expect my most trusted subordinate to sneak up on me. Another knife stabbed over, and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost only felt his strength being drained from his body. With that, he fell heavily. The Oni crouched down and unhooked the shark muscle behind the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. It's kind of his trophy. The Oni pushed the body with his foot and turned to leave. A voice came. It's been hard on you, Oni-chan. The Oni turned around while gripping the shark muscle tightly. I concluded that he would let his guard down with you as his subordinate, and it was not as I expected. This guy colluded with the enemy. From now on you are the master of the Great Sword Sailor Mask, and you will be my subordinate from now on. The Oni saw that it was the Mizukage who appeared and lowered his grip on his kamikaze, but there was no happy look. A fake smile tugged at his face. I'll end up being eradicated by you as well, won't I? Fourth Mizukage-sama. All along the Oni had been performing tasks that either killed their companions or their superiors. So even though the other party was the 4th generation Mizukage, the Oni still didn't have a sense of belonging. It is precisely because you have accomplished countless dirty tasks and performed numerous betrayals for the sake of the country and the village that people like you are more trustworthy, the Mizukage said with a wooden face. Because you know the world is full of hypocrisy. The Oni's face didn't change much. This kind of thing I understood when I initially killed my companion. If I am a Mist Hidden Ninja and yet I kill Mist Hidden Ninja, then who am I myself? The Oni seemed to be asking the Mizukage, and also seemed to be asking himself, is it friend or foe? What is my purpose and where do I stand? Where exactly am I going? Where exactly can I go to find peace? The Oni looked to his hands. I can only feel deeply that I am just a false being. A dark shadow stepped out from behind the wooden 4th generation Mizukage. The Oni froze. A low voice rang out, then let me free you from the pain of hypocrisy. Let me help you create a shelter? Who are you? The Draikazana Musha was instantly alert, and his hand gripped onto the hilt of his greatsword. The sailor's muscle. Beginning first with this country, you have hitherto acted to dispose of your companions, and from now on you will begin to act as my companion. A low voice rang out. The Oni felt a little puzzled by the person across from him, who seemed to have great trust in him. You seem to have quite a bit of faith in me, but I don't know who you really are yet. A blood-red Sharingan eye opened in the darkness. Draikazana Musha was shocked in his heart. It was the eye that shines in the darkness. Onimusha came to a realization. So that's how it is. The person I recognized as the 4th generation Mizukage is actually you. You're the one who used those Sharingan eyes to manipulate the 4th generation Mizukage. Ha! It's true that this world is full of falsehoods, but you surprisingly possess the pupil power to manipulate the 4th generation Mizukage, who was the 3-tailed human pillar force. Who the hell are you? Bandito's voice trailed off as he said, Uchiha. What? Draikazana Musha was shocked. That person should be long gone. Bandito was about to make his final riposte. Hey, yeah, so he's lying to you. A derisive laugh came from behind Draikazana Jirai. Chapter 74, You're just a maggot. When Draikazana Jirai heard the voice, his thoughts were immediately interrupted and he leapt to the side very alertly. On his side, Bandito frowned. What was he doing here? Natsuki schlepped out. I'm sorry, I accidentally laughed out loud because I saw you acting so awkwardly. Draikaz frowned. You're the one from the other day? Natsuki raised an eyebrow and greeted Draikazana Jirai. Bandito piped in a low voice. What's so funny? The corner of Natsuki's mouth pulled up into a sneer. You're the one who made Draikazana Musha do these tasks, and you're the one who put him in a daze. So where did you get the face to say you're helping him free himself from his pain? Wasn't the tyranny of Misty hidden these past few years made by you controlling Yakura the Orange Berry with your illusions? And now you're here to impersonate Uchiha-zan and be in stand again? Bandito was silent, not sure what the meaning of aka Dang and Tachi was, but the taunt was clear. Natsuki's appearance is quite tricky for Bando, but he's ready to play Uchiha Zanzibar and has to compose himself. That's when Natsuki suddenly asked, Are you really Uchiha? Bandito had no choice but to say stiffly at this point, Yes, I am Uchiha-zan. Hearing that Bandito was still in a hard dent at this point, Natsuki let out a burst of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Bandito was a bit annoyed. What's so funny? You're Uchihasu? You're Uchihasu. When has Spot ever covered his face in a lifetime of battle? How can Spot be a rat who hides his head? Your illusions are fine to fool others. Can they fool the Uchiha? Natsuki cursed angrily. The most disgusting person within the entire world was Bandito. If it wasn't for Bandito messing around, would he need to run around? Draikazana Musha was silent beside him. That's someone else. Was it himself? Oomph. Speechless, Bandito let out a cold grunt. Stepping back, he stood behind Yakura the Berry. Yakura Berry waved with his hand and a mirror appeared in front of him, reflecting Natsuki Uchiha inside. Phew, isn't this the legendary art of the water mirror? A person exactly like Natsuki did rush out of the water mirror. Natsuki's eyes lit up, and she really wanted to try this water mirror technique. Make a seal on your hand. Fire transportation. Fireball technique. The water mirror man on the opposite side of the room similarly made a magnificent fireball. The two collide, and the jutsu are annihilated. That's awesome. It's so replicable. What about Susanoo? Natsuki's shuriken eyes opened and his kaleidoscope shuriken eyes rotated at high speed. Suzanne can. The golden Susanoo instantly rose up from the ground, and a wild surge of chakra piled up all over the dank basement. Bandito's expression was gloomy. How could Uchiha Natsuki have such strong pupil power? The Susanoo began to condense directly from the skeleton. The water mirror technique on the opposite side shook twice and shattered directly. Looks like the water mirror technique doesn't replicate Susa. Blood and flesh had appeared on Natsuki's side of the Sunagakure, and it rumbled through the masonry above his head. As the moonlight shone down, Natsuki's Susanoo glowed with a hazy golden light. On the other hand, the opposite side of Yakura the citrus berry had already completed his half-tailed beast transformation, and his chakra was wildly overflowing in all directions. Bandito stood behind him with his mask on, his Sharingan eyes turning slowly with an ominous red glow. When Yakura Berry's tailed beast is transformed, Bandito can't be completely invisible. This is in the hinterland of the Misty Hidden Village, and it must be done quickly. The half-tailed animalized Yakura the citrus berry flew up and dribbled a palm strike at Susanoo. Natsuki intended to take it hard and resisted it directly with his Suzaku arm. Bang! With a dull thud, a huge coral appeared on Suzaku's arm. Natsuki Suzaku didn't take a step back, just shook off the coral on his arm. A slap hit Yukora, who flew straight backward and returned. And there was none other than Bandito. Bandito watched calmly as Yukora flew at him, but didn't move a muscle. Sure enough, Yukora flew backwards through his body. Natsuki Susanoo drew the sword on his body and slashed at Bandito. Take a shot, bastard! Aren't you trying to impersonate Uchiha? Boom! A loud bang. A huge crack was chopped out of the ground, and smoke rose in all directions, but the blade just passed through the body of the belt, and the belt was unharmed. The corner of Bandito's mouth brought out a cold smile. You can't hurt me. Yukora Berry was covered in a chakra coat and attacked with great speed. Boom! 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 With a violent roar. Each of Yukora Berry's powerful blitzes was steadily picked up by Natsuki. Whether it was the crashing rocks or Natsuki's sweeping attacks, they all penetrated Bandito's body without exception. Bandito continued to control the water shadow with his Sharingan eyes and attacked Natsuki. However, he didn't know that many people from Misty Hidden had already assembled in the distance. My lord, shall we not go up to the front? The person next to Terumi asked. Terumi narrowed her eyes. Not yet. But Mizukage, Terumi interrupted. That's a puppet, not the Mizukage. Yes, several of the Mizukage's high-speed surprise attacks were blocked by Natsuki Susanoo, who was now still glowing. Could it be that his pupils are lowering Susa's consumption? I wonder how long your Susanoo will last. There was a hint of provocation and probing in Bandito's voice. Now that Misty Hidden hasn't even shown up yet, Terumi is really calm, and the Oni was standing not far away, staring this way with shark eyes. Natsuki hemmed and hawed, Suzaku's weapon pointing at Bandito. Then you don't have to worry about it. Where's your Susanoo? And Yukihan without his Susanoo? The Uchiha zebra who hides his head in his tail. Without Susanoo, you're just a maggot. Though Shumakado had cleared the neighborhood, their fight was too intense, and the Susanoo was dozens of meters high. It was like a huge torch in the darkness of the night, illuminating the surrounding area as bright as day. More of Misty Hidden's people had gathered around, and Terumi saw so many people coming, he could no longer touch the fish himself, and then he ascended to the top and brought the crowd around with him. It was then that Bandito realized that he had been surrounded by Misty Hidden. Natsuki, with surprise and anger, Bandu's pupil power was pushed further, driving the 4th generation water shadow to full-tailed beastization. Yukora the berry quickly transformed from a person to an ISO. ISO's body rapidly grew larger, and it was about the same size as Natsuki Suzaku, a body like that of a cloaked turtle, fluttering 3 huge tails. Ho! Ho! Unlike suppressing the 9 tails, Bandito had to suppress the will of Yukora the berry while suppressing ISO. Even for Bandito, the pupil power was somewhat depleted. Shadow startle. ISO arched his entire body, wrapping the huge thick armor behind him around his body and rolling forward quickly like a wheel. Rumble. As loud as an earthquake. ISO utilized his immense size and weight to charge in a crushing stance. Natsuki's pupils pushed further, and his Susanoo solidified even more, his body evolving from solid flesh and blood to being clad in armor. The weapon in his hand became more solid and huge. Natsuki's Susanoo collided with ISO's body in a sweeping motion. Rumble. For a moment the ground shook. Chapter 75, Tian Songyun style. Hearing the roar in the distance, the Misty Cane standing on the periphery was scared as hell. The rocks that crumbled on the ground all had as much bitterness as the bitterness that flew in all directions, and the mist cloaks couldn't even get close. Is this the power of tailed beastization? Is this the strength of Susanoo? I can't believe it's even with Miseo. Terumi Jime was also turning blue. Whether it was Uchiha Natsuki or the 4th generation Mizukage, their strength was completely beyond her knowledge. Susumu and Isao are tussling at the moment, neither one able to overpower the other. Maggot, you're the one who manipulated the 9 tails in the Konoha 9-tail rebellion back then. Now you're using the same trick to manipulate the Mizukage. Dare you to take off your mask. Natsuki's voice was very loud, and the sound cascaded and echoed through the Misty Hidden village. Lord Mizukage is being manipulated? Or the one who operated the Kiba 9 tails back then? Isn't that true? Many people in the Misty Hidden village just heard a commotion and came to check it out, and some only heard someone posing as an Uchiha. Then the Mizukage of his own village was fighting an Uchiha. Now he actually heard his own Mizukage being manipulated. Bandito was violently shocked. How did Natsuki know that the 9 tails rebellion was his doing? Natsuki took the opportunity to slam his pupil against ISO. Wake up! A lunge was made on ISO, and he was immediately shoveled away by Sunagakure. Seeing ISO stutter, Bandito increased his pupil power and regained control of ISO. Phew! Natsuki was furious enough that her own illusions were so bad that she hadn't woken up Yukora the orange berry after so much pupil effort. The Eternal Eye was used so roughly that it would die of laughter if another Eternal Eye saw it. Natsuki reflected. You can't fight anymore or you'll expose the fact of the Eternal Eye. Smear some fake blood first. First, he casually wiped at his eyes, some bright red showing. Your eyes, they're tough, aren't they? I wonder how much pupil power you have left. Bandito's sorrowful voice rang out, and seeing Natsuki trying her best to hide the red color, Bandito's tone was full of certainty. Standing in the middle of the field with his hands clasped to his chest, as if he had everything under control. It's great that you can bokeh. Natsuki had a flash of inspiration and pretended to have poor pupil strength, covering her eyes with a violent gasp. Susanoo also degraded into a flesh and blood stance. The weapon in his hand slowly dissipated as well. Bandito mentally grunted. Sure enough, drink! Natsuki's whole body trembled as he shouted angrily. Last blow. Suda regained himself, donning his armor and condensing his weapons. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Bandito's mouth as he watched Natsuki's desperate attempt. Buzz. A purple black-tailed beast jade began to coalesce in front of the mouth of the three-tailed ISO. Seeing that Bandito was really emboldened to stand, Natsuki's mind was certain. Tian Tsongyun style. The name of Natsuki's pupil technique. Instantly, Natsuki pupil power instantly and frantically surged into Suzaku's weapon. A layer of light appeared above Susa's weapon that seemed to cover it, and the space next to it began to tremble. Natsuki slashed down, aiming for Bandito instead. The corners of Bandito's mouth brought up a touch of ridicule. I have the Shin Megami Tensei space. Can you hurt me? While the slash cut down, Bandito was frantically signaling an alarm inside. Like a small animal encountering a natural disaster, that kind of palpitations welled up. This feeling of horrible despair had only appeared back in the day when the kaleidoscope was opened. How is that possible? Following his heart, Bandito instantly gave up controlling the water shadow. Maken Izanagi. Jabla. A sound like a mirror breaking. There was no loud sound, nor was there any smoke. A giant 50-meter deep gully appeared on the ground without a sound. Like an abyss, the edges are smooth as a mirror, as if an eraser erased them. The man who had impersonated Uchiha Zen completely disappeared from the scene. Those present collectively lost their words, their expressions of horror unspeakable. A few people's feet went limp and they directly sat on their asses. Yakura Berry took back control of his body and cancelled the release of the tailed beast jade as soon as Bando released Izanagi. The tailed beast jade exploded in the village, and that misty hidden village would lose a lot of money. Tailed beast-eyed Berry Yakura, quickly regaining his original appearance, looking at the gully that Natsuki had chopped out. The entire person couldn't even say a word. Phew, finally ran over you stinker for once. Natsuki dispersed his Susanoo and was very tired. His pupil power was intact when he used to catalyze the Tensoyun style inside the dream space. After he came out and split his pupil power to Fuyue, he hadn't fully activated the Heavenly Cloud style. I didn't realize that the pupil power was incomplete, and that condensing the Heavenly Crowning Cloud style would actually be so strenuous. It's really cool to be able to slash Bandicoot for once though. There was dead silence all around. Natsuki looked up and the people around him froze in place as if they were wooden statues. Natsuki frowned. Shouldn't Terumi come up next and say her lines? What are you waiting for? Ahem. Natsuki coughed. Terumi snapped out of it, and she came up, first giving Gully a fearful look, then addressing Yakura. Mizukichi-sama, because you were controlled by an illusion, the village has suffered a great loss. That's why I went to Konoha specifically to ask the Uchiha Vice Patriarch, Uchiha Natsuki-sama, to come and help and undo the illusion for Mizukichi-sama. Yakura Berry was conscious when he was controlled. He knew what he had done. He was angry and desperate. As the shadow of a village and the perfect human pillar, he was actually controlled by someone else with an illusion and became someone else's plaything. The whole of Misty Hollow was crippled by the mess. It was a shame he would never be able to wash away for the rest of his life. But he didn't have much of an expression left now, his face numb with the sight of the gouge Natsuki had caused. What if the blow hits you? Yakura Berry winced, seemingly only now beginning to come to his senses. After a long time, Yakura let out a sigh before giving Natsuki a deep look. All Misty Hidden executives, come to the meeting. Yakura Berry no longer paid attention to the gazes of the crowd when he finished speaking, or the complicated looks of all the Misty Canes in the room. Having already made his decision, he took the lead in the direction of the village meeting room. One by one, the mist cloaks dispersed, all of them looking quietly at Natsuki as they walked away with both respect and fear in their eyes. Natsuki, on the other hand, was silently searching for Drika's Onigiri's location after handing over the stage to them. Instead, Drika's Onimusha was lying on the ground, and his large sword, sailor sword, was tossed aside. The huge gullies not far away were no match for the emptiness inside him. False. It's all fake. The Uchiha is also a fake. What is real in this world? Really? That's when Uchiha Natsuki's face was reflected in front of Drika's Onigiri's eyes. Hey, do you want to enter my forces and follow me? Eat and drink without worrying. You don't have to kill your companions. There will be no betrayal. The shark's eyes of Drika's Onimusha slowly turned away. He sat up. Drika's Onimusha glanced at the playful Natsuki in front of him, and then at the gully next to him. It's really impossible to combine the two. What are you going to do? Drika's Onimusha's voice was dry. Me? I lie down if I don't have the ability. and do something I want to do if I have the ability. Natsuki smiled. The Oni opened his mouth to say something, and the figure of the girl flashed through his mind. You've had a hard life, haven't you? The Oni laid back down again. It's too much work. Forget it. Natsuki smiled and didn't say anything. Brother Dreykas. A gentle voice rang in his ears. A hallucination? The Oni was in disbelief at first, but still turned his head at the sound. Apricot Kurita tilted her head and said to Genkaku Onayakan, we said we'd eat together. Chapter 76, White's Gift. The Land of Water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically altering the course of Dry Kakazashi's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Big Explosion Water Rush Wave X1. Ding! Recruitment of Kinky Anamusha is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Water Attribute Affinity. Anajirai went to a meal with Apricot, and not knowing what Apricot said to Anajirai decided to follow Natsuki. With the Water Attribute Affinity, Natsuki learned the water escape with half the effort, and it was much easier to find a water source. Ninjutsu can only be said to be better than nothing. After all, you can practice it yourself, but it takes a little time. Kurita Apricot, however, is not rewarded in any way, and I wonder if it's because she, at one point, had no name left in the story. Natsuki had been too worried about Shamaisha and Yakura to hand over the shark muscles. As it turned out, the two of them were unusually well-spoken, respectfully delivering the information Natsuki needed, and the greatsword shark's muscle was given to the Dreykas Anajirai. Terumi also said that she would always be an ally of the Uchiha clan in the future, taking care of each other and such things, putting her stance extremely low. There was no way for Terumi and Yakura to do this. Misty Hidden didn't have much in the way of high-end combatants anymore, and Yakura has also been controlled by Sharingan. As the victor, Natsuki naturally had stronger pupil power. Even if he didn't use Sharingan control, Yagura was just as much of a match for Natsuki. The now crippled Misty Hidden can't afford to make any more enemies. After the scandal of the Mizukage being controlled by illusions occurred, Orangeberry Yakura passed the position of the fifth Mizukage to Shumakato after explaining everything. He himself was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Misty Hidden, and though he could not die 100 deaths for his sins, he was, after all, a human pillar. It's a vital strategic resource for the village, and he can't even think about dying before he's found a suitable next Rinpoche. And a new Mizukage succession doesn't immediately do much for the current Misty Hidden village. The long reign of the Blood Mist and the destruction of the Bloodline clan has left the entire Misty Hidden in chaos. The Land of Water hangs alone offshore, and the Misty Hidden village is located deep in the mountains, covered in thick fog all year round, and relatively closed off. So the daimyo and the Misty Hidden have a somewhat closer relationship. Misty Hidden's chaos brought about more than just the downfall of a shinobi village. The chain reaction he caused was enormous. Even the power of the water country declined quite a bit. If it weren't for the fact that their country was so far from the continent, it was hard to guarantee that the other major powers wouldn't get any ideas. Natsuki got the information he wanted and left the Misty Hidden village, setting out to find someone. The islands of Mizunokuni are not small in size, but still have a special terrain with many mountains. The surrounding islands also have a variety of customs and traditions. There are also a few islanders who live according to their customs, and the weather in each area seems to be the same as the seasons of the year. Being far from the continent, and having the ocean separating them, was also the reason why the water country rarely intervened in the previous Shinobi World War. But in just a few years, the entire Land of Water had been made a mess by Bandito. Along the way, the civilians were yellowed, and all sorts of looters and ninjas of unknown origin abounded. There are also those who see Natsuki as a fat sheep. Natsuki had already taken out a few batches along the way, and still people kept coming looking for trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that he was looking for someone, Natsuki wouldn't even want to stay in these remote villages. Then Natsuki simply asked the Oni to put the Misty Hidden's forehead protector on, and the harassment only became much less. The weather is getting colder and snowflakes are falling from the sky. White's eyes were hollow as he cowered by the garbage. He reached out his hand and caught a snowflake, which quickly melted into his hand. At this point there was a cart next to it, pushing a lot of garbage and dumping it. The white horse got up and rummaged inside the garbage for something to eat. Wicked! Woof! Woof! A dog barked furiously at White. White indifferently kicked the dog away, and the dog whimpered and fell to the ground. At that moment 2 small dogs ran out of a nearby corner and rushed out to guard the big dog, showing their teeth at White. White lowered his eyes, and in them were emotions that were unreadable. Without bothering with them or rummaging through the trash pile, he turned and left. Even dogs are needed. What about me? Finally found you. A voice came from beside his ear, followed by a white robe that was draped over White's body. A warmth came over him, and White turned around with a bit of a wince. Instead, he saw 2 men and a woman standing behind him, and the man in front was looking at him with a smile on his face. The man in the back was not good looking, blue-skinned with a mean face and a giant weapon on his back. Who are you? Are you not? The wrong people. 10-year-old White was very thin and long, and had a clean little dirty face, dark hair, somewhat vacant eyes, and a dog-like chain around his neck. Choke, a crisp sound. Natsuki put the knife back, and the chain around White's neck shattered in response. You're the one I'm looking for. I need companions like you. Will you come and help me? White looked, somewhat woodenly, at the leash that had fallen from around his neck, the one he had been caught with around his neck earlier. Do you need me? Something flickered in White's eyes. Natsuki stroked White's head. Yes, I need you. White felt as if a light had shone in from his sky. He gave a soft smile. My name is White. Natsuki took out a bun from her body. Eat some padding first. I'll take you to get cleaned up. My name is Uchiha Natsuki. White obediently took the not-too-hot bun and dutifully took a bite, chewing delicately several times before swallowing it. A warmth slowly rose from the pit of his stomach. Apricot Kurita crouched down and pulled out a water bottle and handed it to White. Eat slowly and be careful not to choke. Apricot Kurita has seen and is numb to stray children like White. I just don't know why Natsuki, for example, is looking the other way at this White. The news that Natsuki had received only said that the nearby village, an ice recluse rampage had happened before, but the exact location was not clear. Plus, White could move, so Natsuki had to search several village bazaars to find White. White ate the bun in 3 sittings on the white water. Natsuki took out another. Have another one if you're still hungry. Instead, White shook his head. You'll throw up if you eat too much after being hungry for too long. Natsuki sighed and tied the robe on White a little tighter. Still cold? White shook his head again. I'm not afraid of the cold. Natsuki took the towel from Akiko Kurita's hand and gently wiped it twice on Haku's face. White ducked a little shyly twice, still getting all the dirt wiped off his face by Natsuki. A delicate little face appeared under the dirty hair. Wow. Natsuki made a very admiring sound. Then look at White, and then look at Kurita Apricot. Well, both are long and beautiful. But, White, are you a boy or a girl? White had grown up under starvation for a long time, and was now 11 or 12 years old, but looked just like a 7 or 8-year-old. There are no male or female characteristics that can be seen from the shape. White smiled gently. I'm a boy. Natsuki sighed inwardly. Sure enough, Kishimoto, you're the one who understands Naruto. Natsuki was prepared in her mind. Kurita Akiko was taken aback. She had been expecting Haku to be a girl at first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the trajectory of White's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Magic Mirror Ice Crystal X1. Ding! Recruiting White was successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining Natural Affinity. What? Natsuki was a bit puzzled. Shouldn't recruiting Shiro be about obtaining a water or ice escape? Natural Affinity words. For White's character, it's also suitable for practicing immortal arts. Draikazana Jirai stood back like a bodyguard, moving his eyes and reverting back to dead fish eyes. God's mighty space. There was a meeting of the real and the imaginary, and Bandito appeared on the ground. A great fear was revealed in Bandito's open right eye. How is that possible? It actually even chopped through space. Shin Megami Tensei failed. How is that possible? After a long time, Bandito removed the mask and set it to the side, but with a likeness in his hand. Bandito turned his head, only to find a huge gully that spanned the side. Countless stone platforms were swallowed up, the cuts as smooth as mirrors. It wasn't that the divine might had failed, it was that the divine might space had been swallowed up as well. Uchiha Natsuki, how did your pupils get so strong? Bando gushes back. If he hadn't ended up using Izanagi, would he have died himself? Lin, isn't that you helping me? There may be many ways to die, but there is no pain in dying by Natsuki's sword. In an instant all was reduced to nothingness. Only after his resurrection can Bandito recall the horrors of that time. If it weren't for the fact that the Sharingan in his left eye had turned gray, Bandito wouldn't have wanted to believe it. It was amazing that the nearly invincible divine might ability would have a day when it was ineffective. It took a long time for Beltane's mood to calm down. Carefully review the battle. Natsuki's Susanoo was very powerful. The pupils were strong and long-lasting. One of Natsuki's pupil techniques is supposed to reduce Susanoo consumption. The other one, it's the one that strengthens the Susanoo weapon. Zan had taken quite a few tome from Uchiha, and Bandito had read them all over the years, but he searched all over inside his mind and couldn't find what exactly this pupil art was. But it didn't matter. As long as Natsuki wasn't allowed the opportunity to strengthen his weapon, then his own divine might was invincible. Natsuki's Sharingan threat is too great. He must be gotten rid of. The situation in the Misty Hidden Village is getting more and more complicated, and the fights between factions are becoming more and more obvious. Although Terumi took over as the 5th Mizukage, there were many people who were not convinced by him. Because of the issue of Yukura the Berry, there are also many Misty Hidden who have lost faith in the Mizukage. There were also a lot of people targeting Yukura the Citrus Berry, with many requesting the execution of Yukura the Citrus Berry. Zabuza assassinated Yukura Berry while he was in prison, but failed. If it weren't for Yukura the berry not wanting to get out of prison, Zabuza would probably not even be alive. Natsuki, who had found White, headed straight for Kagaya Ichi's. Onimusha's strength starts out as an upper shinobi, and Kurita Apricot is a member of the mist-hidden cipher section, so the two naturally keep up, but White's body isn't very healthy. It's also not trained, so it's not very fast. Natsuki was worried that Junmera had run off somewhere else, so she had to pick White up and hurry. White wasn't small anymore, but his body was so thin and weak that Natsuki felt like she was hugging a porcelain doll every time, although White's little face turned red with shyness every time. But in order not to delay Natsuki, he had to let Natsuki carry him to hurry. Luckily, there were Draika's Onijirai and Kurita Apricot, both of whom were locals, or else Natsuki wouldn't have known where the Kagaya clan was located. By the time several people arrived at Kagaya's clanland, it was already most of the night, and Kagaya's clanland was already ablaze with rushing fire. Oh come on, aren't you late? Natsuki rubbed his chin. He couldn't remember where Junmera was, whether he was locked up in a dungeon or whether he had already killed his way out. Just have to look for it. Chapter 77, Kimimaro. Mizuno Kuni, outside the Kagaya clanland. In the woods, the white-haired child leaned against a tree, no waves above the green pupils of his eyes, his lids lined with red eyeshadow. All by myself again, alone in a cage since birth. The reason to get out of the cage is simply to fight. After the battle, Junmero only felt an emptiness, and he wondered what the point of his life was. Junmero walked aimlessly around the lake, contemplating the meaning of living. At the lake, Junmera suddenly realized that this place seemed to have been here before. It was then that he found a flower blooming in the overgrown swamp. Junmera took 2 steps in that direction. Sure enough, the flowers are still blooming in this lonely, uninhabited place. The flowers are white and gentle, with a little dew on them, and they sway gently in the breeze. Junmero looked at the white flower for a long time. Why is it blooming here? Suddenly, he became angry. Why don't you answer me? You're ignoring me too. In a place like this, obviously no one can see. He had a bone blade in his hand, trying to destroy the flower as if he were trying to self-destruct. Don't do it. That's when a voice came from behind. Junmera suddenly looked back and realized that at some point someone had stood behind him. Living doesn't always make sense, but living makes it possible to find something meaningful. Natsuki paused for a moment. Just like you found the flower, and I found you. Natsuki slowly walked over to Junmera and touched Junmera's face. Junmera's face reddened at a rate visible to the naked eye. Orochimaru is no less than a spiritual mentor. Copying your words can be much faster than moving your own mouth. Come with me. Shadows flashed in the forest, and Kurita Apricot landed with White in her arms, followed by Draika's Onijirai. Natsuki waved her hand to indicate that Junmera didn't need to be nervous. It's the companion. My name is Uchiha Natsuki. This is Kurita Apricot. This is Draika's Onijirai. And this is White. Natsuki introduced himself, then asked, what's your name? Junmelu. Natsuki smiled up. From now on, we'll be companions. Junmero nodded, but his gaze moved to White. Even though White had changed his clothes and freshened up, Junmero could still see that White was thin, and the white eyes with the light in them. The Draika's Onyakin in the back had a pair of shark eyes that seemed to be glaring at all times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the trajectory of Junmeru's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dance of the Early Fern X1. Ding! Recruitment of Junmelu was successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining Combat Intuition. Hiss! Natsuki was shocked. This is a talent that body art ninjas can only dream of. As body ninjas are all about close quarters attacks, every second is very dangerous. There are even some special secret arts that are launched so quickly that you die on the spot if you don't have time to react. That's why there are very few purely physical ninjutsu ninjas within the ninja, and Kai's kind is an anomaly among the specials. After all, Kai doesn't have Junmeru's sword permeable periosteum, and if he misses in close combat, he's dead. With this gift, Natsuki's eyes narrowed slightly, wondering if that vision would work. He was not expecting that Junmera would actually familiarize himself with Haku very quickly. It's probably because Junmelu and Haku were once both equally lonely. Junmero had been kept in a dungeon, and he had no idea how old he was. You can't tell how big Junmelu is from the top of his bones, but from his last life he was 15 at the time of his death, and 15 at the time of White's death. Natsuki surmised that Junmero and Haku were about the same age, but Junmelu could be half a head taller and a bit healthier than Haku. While in jail there is food to eat, White is on the prowl. Natsuki tested Junmere, the blood succession limit of the corpse bone vein, which was literally born to fight. Junmelu had no systematic education though, and none of his attacks had any sort of pattern. But because of that, you can't tell where he'll attack from. After all the bones in Junmelu's entire body can be drawn out. Above the development of the blood succession limit boundary, Junmelu would only draw out the bones for combat at this point. The various dances of the corpse bone vein. however, had long been memorized. Natsuki was very curious as to who taught Junmaro his various dances. Although the Kagaya clan all fought with bones, a corpse bone vein like Junmaro was the only one, and there was no way the clan could have given him a secret art like the Morning Ferns dance when he was a child. Junmaro's answer surprised Natsuki, as Junmaro said that all those dances appeared in his mind automatically, not that anyone taught him that. Natsuki also reaffirmed that the Kagaya clan was also a line of Otanashi Kagaya, and Junmalu was one of those children, who had a return phenomenon. This is certainly not the first time that this phenomenon has occurred, otherwise it would not have been called the corpse bone vein. Junmaru's return is very close to Otsutsuki Kagaya, from his necrotic veins to his looks and the whiteness of his skin. The current Kagaya clan is all crooked looking. Junmalu, with his cool and lonely looks, was completely considered an anomaly among them. After Kagayaheim ate the chakra fruit, her personality had shifted towards the godhead. It is important to realize that God should look at man the way man looks at animals. That's why you think the other person is cold and arrogant. Growing up, Junmaru returned to this aura completely. If anything, the eyes of the Uchiha and Hinata are representative of the eyes of the immortals. The chakra of that whirlpool clan is a representation of the immortal human body. Then Junmare's corpse bone vein is a representation of the immortal's marrow. Unfortunately, all of the future generations of children and grandchildren are unable to withstand such a bloodline, and anyone who returns to their ancestors is basically incapable of withstanding such a genetic mutation. Uchiha and White Eyes, on the other hand, are a particularly stable genetic inheritance, but it's because of that stability. It was the Uchiha who needed step after step to break the shackles of their bloodline and return to their ancestors. However, by the time of the kaleidoscope, none of the Uchiha were able to harness it, resulting in side effects to all of this special power. The same goes for other bloodlines. How powerful the bloodline is, how much risk it has to take. White Eyes don't have to take risks because they don't evolve. If there is a way to make White Eyes evolve into transmutation eyes, it would be with the appropriate risks. Juma's recovery was so strong, but his death has always been a mystery. Natsuki guessed that it wasn't Juma who died from too much cell division too fast and ran out of life energy. The current Junmaro had a different flavor, and Natsuki was ready to send Junmaro to Orochimaru as early as possible. Orochimaru has been studying this for 2 years now. There should be a way to make it possible for Junmaru to endure the fairy marrow. As long as Junmaru can withstand the genetic mutation, Kagayaheim's final communal killing of the Grey Bones would be the end of the corpse bone vein. In his last life, Orochimaru's study of Senjutsu was limited to the spell seals on Shigeo. Those were all deteriorated immortal arts, which was why they had severe corrosive and side effects on the body. Natsuki's vision of giving all those who could practice fairy magic the whole fairy magic. When Otsutsuki comes first, use the Senjutsu mangaka once before talking about the rest. Chapter 78. Kiba Village. Classes are over at Kiba Ninja School. Naruto's immediate dark side. Still spying on Naruto on a daily basis. And Naruto has been nothing different. It's just that now Naruto and Sasuke are getting closer by the day. And every day Sasuke has to be dropped off at his house before Naruto goes back. Today was no different, as Naruto and Sasuke, both of them, talked and laughed the whole way. Before Naruto followed Sasuke into the Uchiha's clan grounds, the dark side are all just dumbfounded out there, because the third Naruto commanded it. You can't enter the Uchiha's clan lands. Luckily, though, Naruto didn't linger each time, sending Sasuke in and out in just a few minutes. Naruto came home all honest and did his homework and some training, much to the relief of the dark side. But what they don't realize too is that, Uchiha clan land. Hey, more than a dozen Naruto were making a push with balloons, which were filled with water, and then the water balloons turned into all sorts of shapes. Sasuke, on the other hand, raced across the water of the pond in the courtyard in a hurry and frenzy. When you reach the opposite side of the pass, stop sharply and then sprint back and forth. Within a couple of times of such explosive training, Sasuke collapsed in exhaustion, looking at a bunch of Naruto's doppelgangers not far away, still fighting with the water balloon. Sasuke's eyes couldn't help but bring a hint of envy, but he quickly skimmed his head again and looked out over the water. In the water, in each of Sasuke's eyes, a hooked jade was slowly turning. Sasuke's mouth tugged up into a smile, then tightened again, took a short break and got right back up to start training again. Futsuki stood tall and held his arms as he watched the two train. Natsuki is really a discerning eye. Not only Sasuke talent is so strong, even Naruto in accordance with the material under the teaching, also grew up quickly. Sasuke is only 9 years old and already has his Sharingan eyes on. No comparison to Weasel. Weasel, that's wartime. Sasuke, this isn't a time of peace. Of course, Futsuki didn't think it was Sasuke's talent over Weasel's, but rather gave all the credit to Natsuki. If Natsuki hadn't informed Futsuki of the various properties of the Sharingan eyes and how Sasuke should be stimulated, Sasuke wouldn't have opened his eyes at such a young age. Natsuki had given both Sasuke and Naruto's relevant training programs to Tomoyuki before he left to oversee the training of the two little ones. Considering Michio's surveillance of Naruto and Naruto's own characteristics, Natsuki purposely asked Tomoyuki to teach Naruto the art of shadow diversion. Have Naruto get out of school with Sasuke every day and then come to the Uchiha clan land to lead his doppelganger to train while his main body goes home. Sasuke didn't believe, at first, that Naruto could learn this B-rank jutsu, but the results surprised Sasuke, who couldn't understand why Naruto was so far behind him in every category. But the only art that Naruto learned right away was the art of shadow divergence, and you can split into dozens of shadow doppelgangers at random. And shadow doppelganger disappearance has no side effects on Naruto, and at most it makes Naruto tired. Seeing Naruto's rapid growth after his useful shadow division, Sasuke actually felt a twinge of envy. He also begs Tomoyuki to teach him the shadow divergence technique. Futsuki sternly refused and told Sasuke that no one else but Naruto could use the shadow doppelganger in this way. Very easy to be dangerous. Young Sasuke is high-minded and doesn't believe it, and seeing how easy it is for Naruto to learn, he insists on begging Tomoyuki to teach him. In the end, it was Uchiha Mitsuru who couldn't stand to watch and secretly gave Sasuke the shadow divergence scroll. Sasuke was so confident that it took him a whole week to learn. In the end, Sasuke ran out of chakra and split into a shadow doppelganger as well, though the number was small, leaving Sasuke a bit disappointed. But the fact that his training efficiency had doubled made Sasuke's heart thrill. Myself and my doppelganger, that day, had some extra training after a full training session. Tomoyuki just clasped his hands beside him and said nothing. But after the shadow doppelganger disappeared, Sasuke passed right out. It took 2 full days of trips inside the home to recover. After waking up, Sasuke both felt his brain buzzing for a long time before recovering. Sasuke realized that everyone was good at something, and that he shouldn't try to be strong at what he didn't understand. Sasuke remembered what Natsuki-sensei had told him about taking control. Realizing that he had really been too cocky, he went to apologize to Tomoyuki with some embarrassment. Futsuki said to Sasuke with some amusement, "Kinda makes Natsuki right. You're bound to become arrogant when you're a little bit capable, or learn something. The reason why your mother gave you the scroll of the shadow doppelganger was to see if you were cognizant of yourself or not. You really don't know what you're talking about. Seeing what others look like and having to compare yourself to them. Did I mention that Naruto has a special physique and only he can learn shadow doppelganger now? What about you? Why don't you listen?" Natsuki said that if you saw what Naruto could do, you'd want to learn it first, whether it's appropriate or not. It's true that he expected it. Sasuke was stuttering in shame. Did Natsuki-sensei even anticipate this? What a smart man your teacher is. He already knew how you would react when he made your training program. You're a person who remembers the beatings, and you don't listen when I tell you. You will never listen without suffering. No, now you know that the shadow divergence technique doesn't suit you, right? Putting Sasuke as parched all over his face, he could only lower his head, not daring to say anything. Originally, Tomoyuki was about to stop when he said this, but he thought of Natsuki's character trait analysis of Sasuke, hardly comparing Naruto to Sasuke over and over again. Is being better at culture than Naruto a reason to be smug? You grew up with an elite education. Naruto didn't have a teacher to teach him. It's only right that you have a better foundation than him, not something you should be proud of. Naruto takes care of his food, clothing, and transportation all by himself. You don't have to cook your meals and your clothes are washed, practicing ninjutsu and shuriken throwing techniques for a large portion of the day. Aren't you supposed to be better than everyone else? Naruto has the wind attribute in him. He can use the wind escape. Can you? Have to go compare. Futsuki takes on the role of the most vicious father and reduces Sasuke to nothing. In the end, when Sasuke tears up and says he was wrong and looks up, Tomoyuki realizes that Sasuke has quietly opened his Sharingan eyes. Before he could be happy, Sasuke passed out with a karma. After waking up, Sasuke learns that he has opened his Sharingan eyes, although he is happy and not as untouchable as he was before. After that, Futsuki set up a training program based on Natsuki, and Sasuke took it all seriously. The various explosive training that Sasuke was doing now was all a prelude to teaching him Chidori later. Sasuke's thunder attribute, the one that fits best, is undoubtedly Chidori, and Natsuki wishes to have Sasuke learn Chidori earlier, so that Sasuke can set off earlier on the path of developing Redo. The Uchiha clan of course had Chidori, which was still given to the Uchiha clan by Kakashi himself. Back then, the Kiba side was paying a lot of resources because of Bandu's Sharingan eyes. Chidori's words, on the other hand, were voluntarily given to the Uchiha clan by Kakashi. Uchiha clan land. Lord Patriarch. Uchiha Kame brought new information. Lord Hinata's position has been replaced by the Hyuga clan. This is a letter from Lord Hinata. Futsuki unfolds the letter and sees that it's a letter of apology from the Hijikata, and that Michio made a deal with the Sankyo Patriarch to replace him, telling Futsuki to be careful. Tomoyuki frowned. Was Michio going to do it? That's when another Uchiha came in to report. Futsuki-sama, all of our vigilantes on the 8th Street have been replaced. Chapter 79 Stress Reactions. Kiba 8th Street. As soon as all the Uchiha stores opened their doors today, they noticed that the guards patrolling the area had changed from Uchiha clansman to another stranger. Everyone's faces were cold. Unlike the Uchiha who was so kind, some well-informed shopkeepers had already inquired, and these were members of the former Root Division, who had previously patrolled 1st through 4th Streets. We Uchiha are doing fine. Why did we switch away? There was some grumbling from various bosses and some people went to the vigilance. Instead, he found that the Hinata inside the guard was gone, replaced by a much older Hinata clan member. He wasn't very clear about the vigilante, and seemed reluctant to say much to the civilians, just saying in a haughty manner, "This is a normal transfer of the vigilante." Then without saying more, he waved his hand and shooed the people out. This boss just felt full of fire after being kicked out. Why was this Hyuga person so arrogant? While walking back, he meets Isato Hyuga on the way. Isato Hyuga brushed off his presence the last time he captured Jiraiya, and many people in the village recognized him. The owner grabbed Isato Hyuga and complained, "How come the police complaint room isn't Lord Hyuga anymore? You don't know how bad that old man's attitude was inside the complaints room. He didn't even raise his eyes to me." Hyuga Isato hurriedly covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down, that's the So family." "Well," the boss lowered his voice, "how come you Hyuga So clans are out on the police force?" Hyuga Isato looked around. "This is not something that I, a member of the clan family, can control. Lord Hinata has returned to the clan lands. The police force is now run by the clan family." The owner grumbled. "So when are you guys going to change the Uchiha police force back?" "You don't know. Those Roots people, cold-faced and cold-speaking, don't look like good people." Hyuga Isato threw his hands up in the air. "I can't do anything about it since Lord Hijikata isn't here." The owner just had to walk away in indignation. On this side of Kiba's 8th Street, after many of the owners went to the police force and touched their noses, they all came back and opened their stores as usual. Negi's vigilantes also began their normal patrols, and at first the Uchiha store felt okay. After a while they felt something was wrong. These vigilantes of Negi come and go right in front of the Uchiha store. This has led to some customers, because they don't want to deal with these Root members, giving up coming into the store. The Uchiha shopkeepers all interceded with them, stating that the place didn't need that many people patrolling and keeping watch, but the other side ignored them. But the Uchiha shopkeeper had acted aggressively and suffered an immediate arrest. Reunion stood in the shadows of the street corner, grinning coldly. At one time he looked down on this small business. By the time his investigators, later on, told him about the Uchiha's earnings from these meals, it was only then that he really valued the stores. If these stores were owned, there would be no shortage of funds for research, and no longer will they be subject to the moderation of the 3rd generation. Not reaching out to Mashiro for money, Mashiro naturally couldn't care less about him. Even if Michio doesn't agree with Root's rebuilding, it's just one less name to go by. That's why he had to take down all of Uchiha's little stores. Today was just a test run. After that, of course, there are other laws. It's a long time. Take your time. But little did he know that the Uchiha had planned for this. After Tomoyuki received the message from the Hinata, he received the message from the vigilantes, and then the owners of the Uchiha's civilian stores. The news reached Fuyue from various sources. It took but a few hours for Futsuki to fully respond. In all the Uchiha stores, an Uchiha clan member came in. This clansman, to the shopkeeper, made a few agreed-upon gestures before leaving the store in a hurry. Immediately afterward the still probing members of the Roots discovered that the stores were either having problems with their cooktops or had burst water pipes, bad stove, bad pots, contaminated ingredients. The owners were very apologetic and apologized to the villagers still in line. "We're very sorry customers. We've had damage to our cutlery equipment today and are no longer able to continue to serve meals, so we're going to have to close for the day." Customers were disappointed. "How can this be? I have been in line for an hour. Just want to eat your spicy crawfish." "That's right. I came here early in the morning to line up. Which equipment is broken? I can fix it. You guys mustn't close the store." The owner of the store said apologetically. "All customers who are still in line can get a coupon for 3 pounds of spicy crawfish. All customers can come back another day. 3 pounds of coupons is a lot, too. It's worth at least a couple hundred taels." Although the many customers complained a bit, they still accepted the coupons and left the store one after another. And the villager who said he would help the shopkeeper fix the equipment was pulled aside by the shopkeeper. "This customer, our equipment isn't broken, and we have no choice but to close the store." This customer looked stunned. "You don't even do business when you have business?" The shopkeeper simply lifted his chin and gestured for the customer to look outside. And the customer quasi-headedly saw a few members of the Roots, milling about a short distance away. The shopkeeper gave a, "Well, you mean it look." The customer is a bit plausible, but accepts the store owner's coupon, leaves. Then all the Uchiha stores, under Negi's watchful eye, all closed. The villagers who didn't get to eat the food had their eyes sweeping over the Root members if anything. Root's members saw it, but didn't take it seriously. It was just a matter of reporting the whole series of events, all of them, to Junzo. Juzu waved his hand calmly. It's fine, since they're in the business, there's always a day when they'll open up store. There's no rush. Then the Uchiha store formed a long tug-of-war with Negi. Juzo was beginning to think that the Uchiha would be closed for a day or two at most before reopening, but he didn't expect that. The store, which is a daily store, is closed for 7 days. Over the course of 7 days, countless streams of customers walked up to the door, all leaving disappointed. This is all money. Reunion couldn't sit still, and the great elder of the Hyuga clan couldn't sit still anymore. At first he used his power to send Hinata, the subaltern, back to rest and cover the shift himself. It's because of the fact that Junzo came to his door, stating that he had an honorary eldership in his hand to trade, and that he needed something from Hinata. As it turned out, once he arrived, it was a simple shift change, and all of the Uchiha catering outlets were all closed. Now it's not just that you can't get the stuff, but you could be in other trouble. You know, in recent years, these restaurants have driven a lot of spending on a street. Even Naruto praised the bustling 8th Street. Now that all the food and beverage outlets have closed, the foot traffic on 8th Street has dropped, as far as the eye can see. Before the Uchiha family could say anything, complaint after complaint from the other non-Uchiha owners above 8th Street reached Naruto. There's no way around it, but when the great elder of Hyuga's clan came, he started stirring up trouble. People started going to him to reflect on the situation as well, and ended up getting pissed off at him. Later on, everyone just bypassed the police force and complained directly to Naruto. Chapter 80, Premeditation. Kiba Village. Though the Uchihas didn't say anything, but the owners closed up store with a wink toward their customers and then gestured to the Roots next to them. Root's reputation has long been so infamous that the big guys just automatically brainstormed it. Is it possible that these members of the Negi vigilantes are retaliating against the Uchiha, keeping the Uchiha out of business? The villagers are rumored to have a nose for it, and it seems that these Roots are there to bring down the Uchiha. As a result, Hyuga Hinata was invited to the Naruto building. Nishio smoked a cigarette and spoke to Hinata with some annoyance. I don't care what deal your Hyuga clan had with Tushu. In short, the Uchiha store must be reopened within 3 days. Hinata, at first, had also disagreed with the clan's eldest elder going to meddle in the matter of the police force. Now Hinata doesn't have any good feelings towards the Naruto lineage at all, and the last Cloud Cuculander thing actually sold the Hyuga family outright. But the clan's eldest elder was an old codger, stubbornly believing that there was no benefit in going against Naruto. Besides, Junzo had promised to give the Hyuga family an honorary eldership when the deed was done, and besides, it was just a matter of moving down the staff. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha seemed to have planned ahead, and as soon as the members of the Root organization went over, those bosses simply closed their stores and stopped doing business. Now that Hinata had the support of the third Naruto, he hurriedly went down to consult with the elders. The third Naruto sighed in relief. Although he had delegated some power to Junzo, he hadn't disclosed it to the public. Unbeknownst to everyone, what Gumiho did with the Hyuga clan was something he tacitly approved of. Now that the Uchiha had overreacted, it could only be done in the long run. Hyuga Hinata quickly conveyed the instructions of the third generation, but the grand elder of the clan was still thinking about the position of honorary elder, so he couldn't just say that he didn't care. So he had to call the day officer back to work, and he himself relied on the police force, with the pretense of being an auxiliary. Nico's hating these corpses every time he's at a time like this, but the split family was not allowed to offend the clan members, and for the grand elder's dictates, the Nichiba had no choice but to hold his tongue. Later, when the Roots police force was transferred off to another street above, all the Uchiha stores on 8th Street were open again at the same time. Oh ho! Skewers, stinky tofu, my favorite hot and sour noodles, mutton buns. The villagers were excited again on this day, their stomachs having long been won over by Chinese food. As soon as these Uchiha stores were closed, it was a week of loss of appetite and depression. Many people have starved and lost a lot of weight. Now that the store has reopened, large numbers of people immediately flocked to the store and placed frantic orders. One by one, the Uchiha were almost paralyzed with exhaustion. Before completing the day's business, the villagers who saw the food again ate one by one, helping themselves in and out of the wall. It's the fear that one of these stores will not open the next day. Luckily, this horrible scenario didn't happen, and the next day all of the Uchiha stores opened one by one. It also put down a heart that was hanging in the air for many villagers. As a result, by the 4th day, all the stores were uniformly closed again. Those diners met the Uchiha owner privately, who explained with a bitter smile, "The people who came over here to patrol the other day were all from our Uchiha. Or the Hyuga clan, of course, no problem. But it's a police department made up of members of the Roots today. So how dare they open up store? Those Roots Then the boss deliberately shut up. Once the Roots guard rotates away, we'll be able to reopen our store? Thank you all. The Uchiha Ichi boss squeezed through the crowd and left. There were so many people that it didn't take long for the news to reach reunion. He smashed the teacup in his hand then. How was this Uchiha clan tightly defended like this? He thought after Negi started patrolling that street. Find a chance to add something to their food and cause an accident. So you can close down their store and take people back for questioning on safety grounds. People to his turf. To how to take the pinch is not his decision. Not to mention the secret recipe. Even if his private money were to put all have to spit out. As a result, the Uchiha pressed on without giving him any chance. As long as the members of the Roots went over to patrol, all the Uchiha stores then closed in mass. Not doing business. Preferring to close store and lose money and blood rather than not open store at all. Press is not afraid to piss off customers. And it does start with angry customers. But the Uchiha clan were all prepared. With all kinds of coupons. Free food. Giving it away for no money. The customers were made to feel that the Uchiha clan was forced to do the same. Later all the patrons developed a tacit understanding, after it was rumored somewhere, that the vigilante security patrol table. Customers also stopped going on the day whenever a Roots member was patrolling because they couldn't eat if they went. So as long as the Roots are patrolling, you can't even see a ghost on the whole street, as if the stores have closed down. Negi, let alone trying to find a chance to get the secret formula, would be considered capable of finding an Uchiha. The Tuanzang was so angry that it was like a Buddha coming out of the world and two Buddhas ascending to heaven. Doesn't the owner even complain when he closes the store like this every day? Reunion was puzzled. This kind of store that was making money day in and day out wasn't just going to be shut down. Every time the store is closed, a whole day's worth of traffic is lost, and guests are closed every time they go. Over time, you won't want to eat at your place. If your ingredients are over-prepared, then you leave it for a day and maybe the ingredients go bad. The loss of ingredients is no small amount. What Gumiho didn't even realize was that Natsuki had long ago anticipated this kind of thing. From the beginning, we've made plans with Fuyuki. The Uchiha must be the first to react to any temptation as long as it has to do with the root of the group, the Uchiha. Otherwise, if you boil a frog in warm water, the frog won't be able to jump out in the end. Customers didn't get to eat? That's okay, just get a coupon for all of them for nothing. And this coupon, it's not the 300 off a Lamborghini kind. Instead, it's a straight-up bottomless giveaway. As much food as a regular person gets in a meal. If you purchase too many ingredients, that's okay, pull them all back to your clan's land and distribute them to each family. Free of charge, the clan reimburses the restaurant owner for all of his expenses. For each day the restaurant is closed, money is paid directly to the owner of the store based on the average daily turnover for that month. There's no way to be rich, it's just so posh. Do the owners complain? Yes, there are. Hate to see your rooters stationed on their street every day. They don't even have to open their stores. The clan just pays them. Wouldn't it be nice to get paid for not working? Most of the Uchiha, though, were grateful to the clan for the security it gave them. After all, these stores were originally taken out by Vice Patriarch Natsuki to support everyone. Now everyone's doing business and making several times more money than they once did. As for the various difficulties that might be encountered in this way, Natsuki-sama had also explained it to everyone in the very beginning. The most crucial point is that everyone should protect the reputation of the Uchiha, and when the reputation is good, naturally the villagers will remember it. All losses during this period will be borne by the clan. That's what makes Chinese cuisine's food taste unique. And those who have eaten it simply won't stop going just because he's closed his store once or twice. Most people took out all of their grievances about not getting a good meal on the members of the Roots. Ordinary villagers didn't do them any substantial harm. At most, they looked at them with bad eyes. It's different if it's a ninja with some ability or means. It's been so many times that members of Roots have had all kinds of accidents and have been knocked off their feet walking down the road yada yada yada. Eating fruits must have worms inside. To the toilet fell down the thing has happened. They all know it's someone's fault, but they have no proof. Kiba village has little else, but a lot of people and all kinds of hidden secret techniques. It's easy to give you a hard time. So these members of the Roots can only patrol when they are on duty and disappear quickly after work, or else you won't know how to die. Chapter 81 Upward Revision of the Number of Missions. Kiba Village. Naruto Building. This is the idea you came up with? Do you know how much less foot traffic there is now on 8th Street? The mailboxes are filling up with letters of complaint from villagers. There are several other shinobi clans that have stores over there, and all of them have come to me to reflect on it. Mishio knocked on the table, annoyed with Tuzo. There's impatience in Tuanzu's eyes. The Uchiha had this planned, and it's not clear to me that they would react this way. Mishio took a drag on his cigarette. You made a bad move by leaving your Roots in the vigilante, and it's half useless so far. Go to the village hall and ask around. How bad is the reputation of your roots? Everyone goes around when they see them. How can you be a vigilante with that? Junzo's face was also a little hard to see. When he used to train Negi, the most he trained was loyalty to him and how to kill people. Now they have to learn how to be a vigilante. And let's just say that people who don't have emotional intelligence aren't cut out for that at all. Raizo hummed. I'll think of something else. Why don't you remove your men from the police force first? Naruto Miyabi said lightly. No way. Reunion got excited all of a sudden. He'd had a hard time inserting Root into the police force. And while Root had done a poor job, he had a position. So he could do something else later. Mishio's voice also cooled down. The Grand Elder of the Hyuga clan has already come to me twice, asking me to exchange the position of honorary elder. Are you telling me that this is not what you promised? Raizo grunted coldly. He wants the position of honorary elder before he even gets the item? Mishio picked up a nearby stack of complaint slips and threw them directly in front of Souza. Then you take care of it. Reunion's brow jumped in silence. Mishio eased his tone when he saw that Raizo wasn't speaking. It used to be the root base, and it's still sealed and sitting around. You take Negi away, and I'll give the vacant position to the great elder Hyuga. As an explanation, after a few moments of thought, it occurred to him that Negi's really wasn't dry police reserve material, and that it would be okay to take back Negi's base. Then give me the warrant for honorary elder and leave the name blank for me. Mishio also agreed without hesitation. The daimyo's orders were to be fulfilled, and then the position must surely be taken to Tushu to operate. After countless complaints, the Roots vigilantes, who were hated by people and dogs, were removed. When the villagers learned that all of those vigilantes had been laid off, they all rejoiced and ran in droves to Kiba Hachiho Street. Sure enough, all the Uchiha stores, as promised, opened. The endless number of delicacies makes everyone rush into the store in a frenzy. The bosses of the Uchiha have said that it can't be done. It simply can't be done. Naruto building. Mishio smoked a cigarette with great annoyance. Now the Uchiha clan is really greasy. Soft doesn't work, hard doesn't work. Favorably, he can't step in on his own. Reunion was left in the dust again, and was out of action for the moment. Nowadays, this non-violent and uncooperative attitude of the Uchiha made it very tricky for the third generation as well. He had someone go and call Turner Koharu over, and he didn't expect Turner Koharu to come over after a long time, actually holding a cup of pearl milk tea in his hand. This of course was also made by the Uchiha clan, and this drink was a huge seller. The soft pearls and sweet milk tea once became the most sold drink in Uchiha. I didn't realize that Turner Haru actually liked, and drank, this young man's stuff. Elder Haru, what about the amount of tasks the Uchiha take on now? The third Naruto had to play off of the tasks the Uchiha were taking on. Ninjas all have to eat, too, and the chances of an elite appearing in the Uchiha clan are undoubtedly greater than in other small clans of civilians. That's why one of the strongest items the Uchiha clan used to have was the commissions earned from accomplishing various tasks. Turning to bed, Haru sucked on his milk tea, and with his pale face, the picture was extremely strange. I've brought over the stats of the Uchiha, who have recently taken on missions. The third Naruto nodded approvingly. It was true that she was a teammate, and when the third summoned Haru Turner to come over, she knew what was going on, and made a point of having everything ready. The third Naruto picked up the mission statistics and took a look. Frowning slightly, the Uchiha now had over 100 elites gone though, but there should be more than 100 left as well. But the current monthly task completion is less than 30% of what it used to be. Don't all Uchiha take on missions to support their families now? Mishio inquired suspiciously. Turning to the bed, Koharu obviously knew a bit more. Many of the Uchiha are at home having children nowadays, and naturally even fewer of them are taking on missions. Mayo was a little puzzled. Wouldn't it be more important to work hard if you want a child? Turner Koharu shook her head. You don't know anything about Hinata. Before Natsuki left, he issued incentives to encourage childbirth, rewarding large sums of money for each child. That's why a lot of ninjas don't take missions anymore and focus on having kids at home. Even if they do take on quests, they take on simpler ones. The third generation Naruto pulled to look at the mission taking details to see that there were roughly 50 Uchiha who were still taking missions. On average, 50 people completed 7 C-ranked quests each month, and most of the others were some D-ranked quests. D-level quests are basically trivia now. Finding pets and picking up trash and such. Large amounts of money? How much? Turning to sleep, Haru said she didn't know either. The third Naruto was now pacing back and forth in the room. Since Uchiha is acting like this, it means that Uchiha is really making monies on top of catering. The Uchiha must be contained. Here's the deal. Change the rules for our quest pickup center. An idea occurred to the third Naruto. Shinobi, you must complete at least 1 B-ranked mission or 3 C-ranked missions every month. Special Shinobi, 2 C-ranked missions per month, or 5 D-ranked missions. And Nakanobu, at least 1 C-ranked mission, or 3 D-ranked missions. He didn't specify shinobu because there is a big span between shinobu and shinobu. After hearing that, Turner Koharu couldn't help but praise the third Naruto for what he did. This rule is nothing at all with the other ninjas, and will certainly be overdone every month, but here in Uchiha, it's disguised as raising the bar. There were very few shinobi still doing missions in the Uchiha. Most had gone to follow the business. Those who have bad talent and haven't improved after years of being a shinobi. There were also a lot of people who had just had a baby at home and took their kids there. Nowadays, most of the Uchiha doing missions are Nakanobu and a small number of special upper ninja, which are the backbone of the Uchiha. With all of these Uchiha sent out on quests, there would be even fewer gatherings in the Uchiha lands. A group of Nakanobu wasn't much of a threat as long as they didn't gather together. What if they negatively don't finish? Turner Koharu asked. The third Naruto said indifferently. Then downgrade their division rank and transfer them from inside the village to outside the village. Shinobu village inside to receive the task is a split. The commissioner came to the Shinobu village to release the task. The money needs to be divided into the village 20%, and the task completion person's soul 80%. It seems like quite a lot, but what's the most important thing in this world? Intelligence. If you want to complete a mission, you'll also need to pay for a portion of the intelligence up front. Intelligence is more expensive the more detailed it is, and the Konoha village has spies in various places throughout the shinobi world because of its many branches. The Konoha village feeds them, and they provide clues to the village. Of course, you can also just take a clue and sell it, provided the clue is valuable. So a ninja from this village taking on a mission and getting roughly half of the mission's prize money at the end of the day is considered pretty good. Ninjas from outside the village, or wandering ninjas, need to be split up more, and in the end may get a maybe only 30% or 20%. In this case, there were still many ninjas who chose to come to the Great Ninja Village to pick up their quests. Spend money on intel, because you can't even find people out there without it, let alone complete a mission. The third generation of this punishment system down. If the Uchiha still do not properly complete the task, the split is adjusted to the kind outside the village. Earnings will fall off a cliff. Although having children is subsidized, you can't always have them, and in the end, Uchiha still have to take on missions to make ends meet. That's not a bad move on Nishio's part. If the Uchiha accepted it, then there would be more people doing the quest, and the Uchiha would naturally be more stable within the clan. If the Uchiha didn't accept it anymore, Futsuki would definitely come over to talk to him. That way the third Naruto could, once again, work on the catering that the Uchiha had control over. Chapter 82. Kiba Village. Root Base. Reunion is back. Even many of the equipment, in its original condition. The Uchiha's growing wanderlust towards the Konoha village, and the Uchiha's catering business that is like printing money, all of which made the third generation take a deep breath of caution. Everywhere is about profit, and the current Uchiha should have the most of any shinobi village in terms of all proceeds. The Uchiha had just induced an explosive wave of babies, and when those babies grew up, then the Uchiha would be in for a period of their greatest strength. There's people, there's money, and Natsuki and Tomoyuki are still two kaleidoscopes. And the skunks and stoppers out of the village are very big threats. Isn't it because of those benefits that the great clans, right now, are embracing the third Naruto? If the Uchiha can bring more benefits, then it almost goes without saying that the next Naruto candidate will definitely be an Uchiha. Even though Junzo no longer had Negi's name, it didn't matter. Negi recognized him as a person. Within that time, Gumiho had gathered back a number of his old men. Nishio felt that as long as there were no appropriations, and the income of Reunion was limited, Negi couldn't make much of a wave, but unbeknownst to him, Reunion already had other sources of funding. The third generation promises Yunzo that if he can give him more than half of the recipes inside the Uchiha store, provision related to the restoration of the roots of the Reunion. Tuanzu's mouth was full. Humph, if I get half of the formula, do I still need you? After Mikado had painted a pie for Reunion, he waited to sit back and enjoy it. As for whether or not Tuanzu would take it for himself, he naturally had his ways. Hyuga Keidu, the fourth elder of the clan, Tuanzu's contemporaries. When he was young, he was a genius who led the Hyuga clan across the battlefield and made many achievements. And he was upright, bright and enterprising. But unfortunately, God envied his talent, and during a mission, he suffered a serious injury to his left leg to save his companion. And all of them were necrotic, from the bones to the muscles, and even the nerves. The Hyuga family saved his leg with all their might, but from then on, it was impossible to stand up, let alone return to the fighting order. He just saved the leg, but the leg was not sentient and was completely wasted. In the end, he was confined to a wheelchair, and a generation of geniuses fell. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Ever since Hyuga Kato became an invalid, the clan has been slowly talking about him. People are always jealous. When Hyuga Kato was still a genius, naturally no one dared to gossip, But when Kato became an invalid, all sorts of unpleasant rumors began to flow. Hyuga Kato had been angry, sad, and desperate, but he eventually pulled himself together and sat as the fourth elder by virtue of his merits back then. Most of the elders of the clan family didn't care about the deaths of the children of the branch family. Unlike Hyuga Kato, he never looks at the clan or subclan to bring up young people, and over many years, he has a very wide network. He also often plotted for the family in order to make the Hyuga family stronger. On this day, Hyuga Kato stood in the yard again, moving forward with difficulty. He thought that by sticking to rehab, wouldn't a miracle occur and his leg recover. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. He worked out from youth to middle age, and now he is almost in his old age, and the exercise he insisted on every day didn't make his health better. The left leg was still senseless, and the right leg had been injured many times under regular forced exercise like this. Maybe this is it for life, Kato thought, somewhat demoralized. "See-do," an unfamiliar voice rang out. Hinata Kato turned his head to look, only to realize it was Shimura Tuso. Hinata Kato hadn't seen Tuanzu in almost a decade or so, and even though they were contemporaries, they didn't have any friendship, so he wondered why Tuanzu had come to find himself. Kato frowned and sat down against the wall post. He didn't ask why Suzu had suddenly appeared. His compound wasn't in the So family compound, and there weren't many guards outside to stop Suzu. "What brings you here, Suza?" That's when Kato realizes that there's actually no bandage on Gumiho's right hand. "Your arm?" Reunion's arm had been in a bandage years ago, and was outwardly said to be injured, but as the head of the Hyuga clan's family, Kato had received a different wind. Not only did Tuanzo wrap his arm tightly, but it had a seal on it. Needless to say, there's definitely a big secret in Junzo's arm. We've all gotten used to the Tuanzo costume over the years, and I didn't realize that it wasn't actually sealed anymore. And Gunther leaked his arm out. When it's restored, nature reveals itself. Junzo swung his arm twice, his strong, powerful muscles carrying the sound of wind. Kato's face paled as he stared at Tuanzo's arm with a complicated expression. Juzu gave a slightly smug smile. "This is something we researched at Root. It can strengthen the muscles, even if the nerves are broken." Kato moved a short distance away, holding onto the pillar, where a wheelchair was located. Reunion didn't bother to help, and Kato walked around for a few minutes before settling heavily into his wheelchair. "What is your purpose?" Kato panted slowly as Tuanzo came over to show off his arm. Of course he had something up his sleeve. What else would he be doing here? Delivering warmth? With a casual swing of his arm, Raizo spat out faintly. "Vigilantes." Hyuga Kato waved his hand. "Your Root's reputation is stinking. Don't even think about getting into the police force again." Hyuga Kato paused. "Besides, the police force has always been in the hands of the Hijikata now, and if it wasn't for the intervention of the Grand Elder, there would have been no way for you to change the defense." Reunion waved his hand somewhat casually. "I'm not trying to get Negi back into the vigilante, but I'm trying to get the vigilante to do me a favor. Your left leg wrapped around the old man is guaranteed to be more flexible than it was back then." Hyuga Kato asked warily. "Do what?" Although he hoped that his leg would get better, he would never, ever trade the clan's interests for it. "Little things," Raizo said easily. "Just instruct your Hyuga vigilantes to open their white eyes more often while on patrol and help me see the various secret recipes of the Uchiha." Hyuga Kato's face sank slightly. The Uchiha clan is now using all those catering stores as a fortune tree, and now you're asking me to steal the secret recipe for you? Chinese cuisine has risen to prominence through its very different preparation methods and unique secret recipes. Since no one had ever had it, they were curious to try it, and after you've eaten it, you realize that it's a flavor that's hard to replicate outside, so more and more people are eating it. But you've never heard of those dishes unless you're at a store with the same sign, not to mention eating them. We, the Hyuga clan, are friends with the Uchiha clan, and will not betray our friends for a bit of petty gain. Kato rejects Tuanzo. After all, he wants his family to be stronger, not his own recovery. Raizo narrowed his eyes. "A small profit? Kato, do you know how much money they can make per month from their stores?" "At least that amount." Reunion held out 2 fingers. Haidu said without thinking, "It's only $2 million. Isn't it only right that they do such good business?" Tuanzo shook his head. "Wrong, it's 20 million. "What?" Haidu was greatly shaken, realizing that an S-ranked mission was only at the million level, and there's a good chance that someone will die on an S-rank mission, whereas the Uchiha just needs to open the store. "It's amazing that you can make $20 million in profit in January by doing food every day. That's incredible. Even if you're shadow class strength and have specialized intelligence from the village every time, then you won't be able to do more than a few S-rank quests a year. And even some S-rank quests that take a year or two to do. Is it really that profitable?" Haidu was still a bit unconvinced. Raizo was prepared for this and handed the investigation report to Kato. Chapter 83. Kato took his time looking at the report, reading each entry carefully. Suzu said, Your Hinata clan is just on good terms with the Uchiha right now. The Uchiha are already trying to grow now. Their clan is encouraging births. There are already a bunch of babies being born now, and in another 10 years, the Uchiha will become the #1 clan in the entire shinobi world. With their economic power, the entire Konoha will have to look at him when the time comes, and the Naruto position will just be a position within reach with him. Keido's face changed slightly as there were more Chinese food stores inside Tanakuni, on top of Tuzo's report. Although Tanakuni is a small country, it can't help but have a lot of stores, and although none of these stores are run by Uchiha, they must have something to do with Uchiha, and it's well known that Weasel and Stopper are supposed to be in the Sound Hidden Village, but they haven't made any public appearances. The third generation, intimidated by the power of the kaleidoscope writer's eye, did not designate the two, as well as the other Uchiha, as rebels. The third Naruto negotiated with the Uchiha and wanted to support the Uchiha store, and the Uchiha refused to do the same. It has been holding the production method of Chinese cuisine in its hands and eating alone. If we don't do something about it, maybe in 10 or 20 years, the Hyuga clan will be reduced to vassalage. You Hinata clan get the secret recipe. You can do it with the village and make this cake bigger together. With Michio's relationship with the daimyo, it wouldn't be a bad idea to extend this business to the entire Fire Country. Tuanzo wasted no time in compelling. Keido was sober enough to realize that it's normal for every shinobi clan to have their own secrets. If the secret that can generate profit, it is even more important to protect it. It's normal for others not to agree when you Saratobi Hizuru want to get something for nothing with empty gloves, but he'd heard a lot of what Junzo had said, and he'd just read all the reports. The above are some food unit price statistics, foot traffic statistics, and finally a calculated value. These values are relatively conservative, which means that the Uchiha's profits could be far greater than the $20 million per month amount. Heidu was also very hot-eyed, and he knew that currently, with the Third Shinobi World War behind them, all countries were trying to develop their economies. Now for the development of the country, for the development of the family, each family is riveted to get money, but the Hyuga clan has some embarrassment. The Hyuga clan's advantage is his ability to detect, one of the best in the entire shinobi world. If it was wartime, Kiba would have given Hinata a hefty allowance to act as a scout, and when it's not wartime, there's a Hyuga clan member on top of all sorts of various missions that can make them much less difficult. That's why Hinata is a sought-after commodity in all the quest halls, and whenever you go, people are begging for a group. That's why the Hyuga clan isn't short of money and has always been that way. However, the Hyuga clan was a bit weak, and no leader emerged, and with a comfortable life, they gradually lost their enterprising spirit. Anything that comes up instructs the split to do it, because the branch family would only take orders from the clan family. Even if the branch family gained more battle victories, they still had very little power above the Konoha village. The elders, who had always wanted to strengthen the Hyuga clan, had their hearts set on gaining more power. That's why the elders and Hinata were ecstatic when the Uchiha seeded the police force earlier. It's because of running the police force well that Hinata is considered to have real power in Kiba. Waiting for the future, Hinata hadn't had a chance to compete for Naruto, but the branch had been through the war and was not too numerous. Various arrangements by the vigilantes have resulted in the branch house smashing almost all of its people inside. It's only when the Hyuga family gets the rights to the vigilantes that they cry foul, and it turns out the vigilantes aren't all that good, often offending people, not to mention dragging their personnel through it. Clans that are normally on good terms with the Hyuga family used to be able to second Hyuga clan members to help with more difficult tasks. Now that the Hyuga clan is short of personnel and has been unable to borrow anyone for many times in a row, many clans are not as warm with Hyuga as they once were. There was no way around it, and the Hyuga clan had no choice but to bite the bullet in order to gain power. After all, the vigilantes can't just be lost, and the vigilante commander still has a lot of power. The result of the previous deliberations of the Hyuga clan was to carry on hard for a few years. Once the new generation of the Hyuga clan can top that, it'll be a perfect solution. At the time, they were thinking that the Uchiha had automatically given up their rights and exited so many others. Although the Uchiha appeared kaleidoscope Sharingan strong, but the Uchiha with few people and no power, it could only manage to keep from declining, and the rise of the Hyuga clan was just around the corner. As a result, it was unthinkable that there appeared Uchiha Natsuki, a geek, who had found so many strange and bizarre recipes from who knows where. Almost like a whirlwind, it has directly taken over the restaurant market in Kiba village and Tanakuni. Moreover, the types of recipes and dishes are still exceptionally large, and the Hyuga clan all wondered if the Uchiha clan had dug up relics from the past. But there's no historical record of a food with the name China. Previously, Hyuga Keidu also thought that all of these stores were making more money though, but the monthly profit might be a few million. I didn't realize it was tens of millions. It didn't matter that the Uchiha clan had fewer people doing quests, because they had money. Then after a few more years, the Uchiha's accumulation was enough for the Uchiha to rule all of Konoha. And for this catering business, if it can be expanded to the whole of the Fire Country, the benefits that would generate are simply unimaginable. And takeoff is just around the corner. Seeing Kato contemplating, Junzo pulled out his killer weapon. Seeing Reunion handing out a scroll, Hinata Kato's eyes swept over it and couldn't move away from it anymore. Honorary Elder Warrant. If the Hyuga clan could add an honorary elder, Reunion is a smart man. Hyuga Kato couldn't have been more clear about how deep the love for the family was in his heart. Hyuga Kato was simply unable to refuse the position of honorary elder. Kato asked as he exhaled deeply, "How are you going to treat my leg? How much time will it take?" Juzu gave a satisfied smile. This method of finding other elders of the Hyuga clan would work as well. But Heidu himself had lifted up many of the subfamily's children, making it convenient to do this. And there's a request over there. So for the sake of the old man's experiments, you'll have to be sacrificed. Heidu, this is too confidential to tell you, but the old man's techniques can have you on your feet within a month, Junzo said confidently. Oh, Heidu was a little curious, but there was nothing he could do about it if Tuanzo wouldn't tell him. Kato thought for a moment. I have a few people inside the vigilante. I can have them keep an eye out for them lately. But the honorary elder warrant needs to be given to me first, and I need healing as well. Junzo was a bit displeased. We're classmates. Don't you trust me yet? So what if you're a classmate? Back then, Uchiha Mirror saved your ass so many times, and you still turned around and gouged out Stopper's eyes. Would you be talking to me about this if you didn't have to rely on me to get the recipe? Trying to get something for nothing with empty gloves? No way. Kato didn't say anything, but just looked fixedly at Tuanzu. Raizo saw that Kato wasn't that easy to fool. If it was possible to steal these secrets unnoticed, only the white eyes of the Hyuga clan could do it. Besides, the daimyo has sent someone to inquire about the progress. Alright. Junzo tossed the warrant to Hyuga Kato. Kato unfolded it and read it over and over several times, and his face flushed with flesh. And my leg? Tuanzo was a bit annoyed. I'll make arrangements with you when I get back. You send a copy of your previous case to Negi, and I'll go back and make some preparations, then let you know to come over. Okay, I'll send someone to Roots right away. Kato's eyes narrowed slightly, and in his mind, he thought, sure enough, the third generation has interfered as well. The deal was struck, and without stopping, Reunion quickly left, until the end of White Eye's line of sight. He couldn't see the figure of Junzo. The smirk on Heidu's face instantly faded, and he looked at the commission in his hand and then at his leg. There was a meaningful glint in his eyes. Chapter 84, The Blocking of the Beltane. Dream Space. White was covered in rune spells and was trapped in place, unable to move. Natsuki didn't know beforehand that White's loyalty was full so quickly. Natsuki was still a bit surprised when he opened the power template and found that White could already dream simulate. But since White trusted him, he also happened to go inside the space to practice his jutsu. The strength of the characters inside dream space is tied to reality, so White is a standard rookie. It knew the blood succession limit jutsu, but there were only a few hits back and forth, and it was very easy for Natsuki to take control of it. And Natsuki cultivated inside this space. First is the water escape. As long as you know the water escape, finding water is easy. Natsuki won't have to carry as much drinking water on her journey. Of course, there were a few within the team now that knew how to use Sudono, but for the sake of the future, Natsuki still had to learn a couple of things. A person's energy is limited. Greed cannot chew rotten. Natsuki still know. Learning water recluse just to enrich his combat system. It wasn't about changing fighting styles, so he brought out the Uchiha's ninjutsu compendium to take a look at. It's embarrassing that there are so few Uchiha themselves with the water attribute, and most of the other recluse Uchiha are included, but there are only a handful of Suetun, and they're all copied. Natsuki scratched his head a little awkwardly. Or else let the Oni teach himself? Immediately appearing in Natsuki's mind, he slapped his hands together violently and yelled, "Great explosive water rushing wave." Though look, Natsuki winced. The drawing is so weird that it's not really an emergency anyway, so I'll let it go. The main reason why everyone is good at just those few jutsu is that jutsu cultivation is not that easy. In addition to the ceiling, there are also the routes of the chakras travels, all of which are very demanding. It doesn't matter if you have a single attribute change in the shinobi world, as long as you practice well, you can become an expert just the same. You have a lot of attribute variations, but not enough talent to cultivate them all in a half-assed way. Then the killing power of the jutsu you use just isn't enough. Each attribute change also requires more than enough energy and talent, and more than enough jutsu to learn in order to do so. Civilians are the ones who have to spend a lot of money and merit to trade for the jutsu of their choice, except at school. Currently multiple attribute change powerhouses. Natsuki saw that there was one third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hizuru, The reason Natsuki hadn't been using Thunderclap was that his Thunderclap was a secondary attribute, inferior to his own fire attribute. He had previously specialized in fire escape for fear of being greedy. He might as well learn Ichidori as stab himself with a sword. After all, he had the gift of combat intuition and wasn't bad on top of his physical skills. Now with the water attribute affinity, Natsuki found that learning the water attribute nature was fast, far surpassing Thunderclap. Solely learn the water escape first. Natsuki finished off white with a slash and exited the dream space. He was now sitting cross-legged on top of the deck. After getting all the people together, Natsuki had no intention of staying in Suinoku. After all, he wasn't really welcome in this place. And Natsuki wasn't interested in knowing how Shimikazu was going to stabilize the misty hidden situation and sit as the 5th generation Mizukage. Going by the fact that he hadn't received a reward, Shimikazu would definitely still be sitting in the position of the 5th generation Mizukage, while the 4th generation Mizukage would end up killing himself as he did in his last life. He just wanted to send the child, Junmaru, to Orochimaru as soon as possible. He knew that the sooner he intervened in Junmaru's illness, the greater the chance of a cure. Once Junmaru started to develop, the disease would become very troublesome. After Natsuki had taken Junmaru under his wing, he had also strictly forbidden Junmaru to use the corpse bone vein any longer, and even drawing the bones out to use as a dagger was no longer allowed. Natsuki tells Junmaru that the corpse bone vein's blood succession limit is flawed, and that he will get sick if he overuses it. Junmaru didn't understand it either, but the others inside the team besides him and White weren't bad, and Natsuki was even a strong kaleidoscope Sharingan. It wasn't Junmaru's turn to do anything, so Junmaru obeyed. Natsuki came pretty easily. It was using Sasuke's space teleportation. It was quick. Whoosh. As a result, if you go back, you'll have a hard time, because of the Belt Earth messing around, large merchant ships basically don't come close to this side of the water country anymore. Natsuki was going to go directly to the ship to Unakuni and then to the Sound Ninja village, but he didn't realize that there were no long-distance ships, only ships to Vortex Land. Now Vortex Land is just a place name, and the country that was there has been extinguished. There is a piece of land there that is particularly close to the land of water, and is the largest harbor between the land of fire and the land of water. In the water country, Natsuki had been wary of Bandito sneaking up on him. After all, Bandito was a kid with a heart smaller than his ass. The layout of the water country was destroyed by Natsuki ahead of time, and Bandito must have held a grudge. But I don't know if it's because Bandito was scared of being beaten last time, or if he didn't find any trace of him, and hasn't been able to make a move in the water country. Now that Natsuki and the others were on the ship, the best place for the Bandito to strike would have to be on the ship, just in case of accidents. Natsuki used the banknote ability directly when picking a ship. With a big hand, he chartered a ship straight away and cleared the top of the deck, with the ship's crew basically below. There's nothing on deck but a huge sail. He knew that with the careful eye of Bandito, he would surely come for himself, so Natsuki had been waiting on deck. Natsuki was right. Bandito was coming, but his scout, Jedi, wasn't in the water country. Natsuki was looking for someone everywhere. His whereabouts were uncertain, and Bandito didn't find him for a while, so he had been waiting for Natsuki near the harbor, and what he wanted was to finish Natsuki once and for all. For Bando, Natsuki's appearance thwarts his plans. As long as Natsuki was alive, the Uchiha clan could rise. Xiamu, on the other hand, was the only one who had broken his divine might in a frontal manner, and this kind of person who was a threat to him had to be killed. Of course, being able to obtain Natsuki's kaleidoscope would naturally be even better. There was a fluctuation in space, and a silhouette slowly emerged in the air out of nothing. You seem to know I'm not dead. Bandito landed on the deck with his hands clasped. Ha, maggots like you sure live long lives. Just ruined your big plan. Of course you'd come looking for me. Natsuki yawned. What took you so long? I've been waiting for you for half a day. Somewhat annoyed at seeing Natsuki's cavalier attitude, Bandito said something before he could speak. What? Not pretending to be in Uchiha today? Natsuki's face was mocking, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. Bandito's exposed eyes narrowed slightly. You seemed to know early on that I wasn't. Natsuki waved her hand. You'll only be able to fool the non-Uchiha clan. We Uchiha have historically recorded that Uchiha-zan's Sharingan pupil technique is not a time-space jutsu. With that, Bandito said in surprise, isn't this enough? Natsuki was also a bit speechless. Such a big loophole. It's not like the pupil of the Sharingan I can be changed at any time. And if you can use a time-space ninjutsu, you're definitely not Uchiha-zan. That's why you're so full of brokenness that you can only bluff outsiders. Bandito fell silent. He had been inside the Dawn organization, communicating with Nagato and the others in the name of Zen. Nagato and Minami because of his time-space ninjutsu abilities and powerful pupils. Scornful of him, he will be suspicious of the identity of his spot. I didn't expect to be recognized by Natsuki at a glance. Does the clan actually have a record of Spot's kaleidoscope? Did Spot not take it with him? Or is there something missing? Bandito opened his arms. I know you don't really like Konoha Village and advocate for the Uchiha to break away from Konoha, so why don't you choose to work with me? I ruined your plans in the water country, and you're still looking for my cooperation? Natsuki said lightly. Not thinking about it, Bringa said. The water country is at the finishing stage, and I've taken pretty much everything I want, so being a little ahead of schedule doesn't matter. You, the originator of the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, what face do you have to seek my cooperation? Natsuki would like to see how Bandito was going to convince him. Chapter 85, The Might of Amaterasu. I'm just trying to get back at Kiba. I don't mean any harm to the Uchiha, after all, I'm one of them. Bandito seemed to be casually standing on the deck and walking slowly, not caring that his back was turned to Natsuki. Die laughing. Natsuki's face was expressionless. Believe you, damn it. If I hadn't abducted Stopper and Weasel first, the Uchiha would have been destroyed by you by now. Chinese food is all your handiwork, right? Bandito inquired. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Natsuki was non-committal. I have a deal you might want to hear. Bandito didn't care about Natsuki's indifference, just walking casually on the deck, seemingly completely unguarded towards Natsuki. But it was obvious to Natsuki that Bandito wasn't looking him in the eye. Was Bandito's sense of precaution so high this time, guarding against both his own Susanoo and his illusion technique? Bandito Shin Megami Tensei is something that activates whenever it's turned on and is attacked, so there's no point in sneaking up on him. However, it is known that if the Sharingan is overly consumed it will exit the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and turn into a triple hook jade, to the point where the Sharingan shuts down. With the grafting of pillar cells, Bandito has become less depleted and recovers faster, but powerful illusion can instantly drain Bandito's mental energy, and Bandito will immediately fall out of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The divine might would be null and void. Of course, Bandito is among the geniuses, after all, the one who popped straight from the two hooks to the kaleidoscope. Normal illusions are ineffective, advanced illusions work, and kaleidoscopic illusions work better. By not looking at Natsuki all this time, Bandito was worried that Natsuki's illusionist mastery was also high. In fact, Bando was overthinking it. Natsuki's best skill was illusion. Although Natsuki had the dream realm to practice on, but illusions still depend on talent, and if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. There was no way to instantly drain Bandito's mental energy like the skunk did. There was no way that he himself could pose a threat to Bandito if he didn't use the Tenchuan style. So all this caution on Bandito's part was a complete wink to the blind for nothing. All your relatives died in the war. I guess. I have a jutsu here that can resurrect your loved ones after certain conditions are met. It only requires you to take out. What the hell? Talking to me about the obscene Earth rebirth? Bandito had walked up to Natsuki's side. In a flash, Bandito suddenly reached out and grabbed Natsuki. So you want to take me alive into the god's mighty space? Natsuki leapt to the side and threw several shuriken directly as she jumped up. Bandito exploded forward, and the shuriken penetrated his body without any surprise. Natsuki looked coldly at Bandito. Bandito's stance was quick, and his foot flicked on the ground. The hand then touched Natsuki's body. In an instant, a whirlpool appeared out of nowhere, and a paralyzing sensation came over him. Natsuki turned on his Susanoo straight away, and as Susanoo formed, it flicked Bandito straight away. Bandito landed on his side in the air with ease. I'm curious, how much sight do you have left? Bandito seemed to have it all figured out. Natsuki didn't seem to hear what Bandito said, but it was obvious to Bandito that Natsuki's heart fluctuated. He experimented with it twice, and there were two unintentional glances at each other. The fact that Natsuki didn't even cast an illusion on him meant that Natsuki didn't specialize in illusions. Those who specialize in illusions will take advantage of all the moments when they can unleash their illusions to make an illusion attack. And he was aware of the drawbacks of the kaleidoscope sharing wheel. Fully activating Susanoo was very draining of pupil power and chakra. There was no way Natsuki was going to keep Suzaku on all the time. Family members know their own business. Natsuki is already an eternal kaleidoscope and has pumped the Maelstrom Ichiban Shitanla on Naruto. Now it's just Suzaku in skeleton form turned on, and he can hold out for a long time. It's just that he doesn't have the means to sustain an attack for 5 minutes, and he doesn't have the bonus on top of his illusions. As long as Bandit stays vanilla, Bandit is invincible. If one Suzaku had coalesced the Tenso Cloud style, those times would surely have been enough for Bringer's Earth to escape. Well, at least that's what Bandito thought. Natsuki knew by looking at Bandu that Bandu was ready to continue hiding his clumsiness, and that Kazuna was out of sight. He also wanted to try the so-called cuttings technique to see if he could poke through Suzaku's shell to come. After all, this thing straight up killed Ninji, who couldn't even open a katen. Natsuki frowned and let out a grunt of pain, covering his eyes as the Sasori instantly dissipated. Bandito mentally grunted coldly. That last move sure took a lot of pupil power. He bullied his way forward and reached out to grab Natsuki. He was confident, because if Natsuki was faking it, then the time it took for Natsuki to re-expand his Suzaku would be enough time for him to get out of here. Bandito's hand soon touched Natsuki's body. A vortex opened out of nowhere, and Natsuki made no move. A sense of paralysis quickly spread to Natsuki, but Natsuki was prepared for it. The body can't move, the eyes can. Natsuki's eyes dozed slightly before snapping open. Amaterasu, evil and ominous black flames appeared out of nowhere on Bandito. Bandito let out a miserable hiss of shock. Why would? Shouldn't his pupil technique be to reduce Susa consumption? As the flames burned, Bandito endured the excruciating pain and ducked straight into the Shin Megami Tensei space. He didn't expect that the black flames would still not be extinguished after arriving at the Divine Mighty space, continuously scorching his body. Bandito rolled desperately, and Amaterasu had no intention of going out. Bandito endured the excruciating pain in his body, and his left Sharingan eye glowed. Violent screams echoed throughout the Divine Might space. Bandito screamed miserably as he was reduced to ashes by the black flames. Between the intersection of the real and the imaginary, Bandito, with a cold sweat, appeared inside the Shin Megami Tensei space. It hurts. The feeling of being burned alive is worse than death. How? Natsuki's other pupil technique that wasn't reduced Suzaku consumption. How did his Suzaku last so long? That black flame, is it Amaterasu? Damn it! I can't believe it's Amaterasu. Bandu recalled the secret code that Zan had left behind, which had introduced the Uchiha's kaleidoscope secret art, which had recorded Amaterasu. Amaterasu was generating black flames at the moment of focus of his sight, which meant that the moment he materialized with his hands, Natsuki would be able to attack him. The point is, Natsuki seems to know my pupils very well and strikes so accurately. So what went wrong? Bandu was really scared now that both of Natsuki's pupil arts were so restraining to him. There are several kinds of Amaterasu extinguishments, but all of them are not available to Bandito. Amaterasu can either take off his armor or form a layer of chakra on the outside to deal with it, but he was only a one-eyed kaleidoscope and couldn't turn on the Susanoo. Bandito covered his left eye that lost its light and wondered what he was thinking. Watching the Amaterasu X1 in his interface, it turned to 0, and then faded into obscurity. Natsuki also sighed. Weasel is really the hit nemesis of Bandit. Whether it's Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu, you can release it instantly if you find the opportunity. It's a great restraint on Bandicoot if you understand the Bandicoot Shin Megami Tensei mechanic. No wonder Bandito waited for the skunk to die before hanging around. Just like Guan Yu after Lubu died, looking at anyone with a tag on and selling his head. This time around, Bringy should think that my pupil technique is Amaterasu. In both fights, Bandito was eaten to death by Natsuki. I guess I won't dare to trouble me easily next time. It's kind of a shame that we didn't get to see Bandito make a kitsune. Though, after all, it's not clear how powerful Bandit's Kazuna is now. Natsuki thought as she did, and quickly returned inside the cabin. A few people in the cabin are still standing by. After all, if a fight breaks out above the sea, the boat capsizes and it's still a real pain in the ass. But the expected fight didn't occur, and even the battle didn't last long. Several people were relieved to see Natsuki come down alone, especially Dry Kakimoto Onimusha. The last time Uchiha Natsuki and that masked man, the fight was earth-shattering. This time, he actually won quietly. Boss, did that guy get away? The one who spoke was Draika's Anajirai, and Natsuki just really assumed that Draika's Anajirai was here for a part-time job, so she simply told him and Kurita Apricot to call him boss. Natsuki nodded. He sometimes has space jutsu. It's not easy to kill him. Temporal space ninjutsu. Shiro and Junmaru had no concept of this, but Draika's Onimusha and Kurita Apricot did know that this jutsu was rare. Couldn't help but think more highly of their boss. Chapter 86, Time Sealing Formation. Kiba Village. Uchiha Clan Land. Lord Clan Chief. We have trained 4 groups of boundary personnel that can cover the entire clan land 24/7. Kame Young is reporting to Tomoyuki. Tomoyuki nodded as he listened to Kame's report. Over the course of a few years, with excellent use above the boundary technique, he and the 3 of them, Iori Earth, had steadily increased in strength, especially Kame, who took a huge leap forward in strength after his Sharingan eyes evolved to the 3 hooks. The point is that Chiming is very passionate about the family and does everything to the best of his ability. Now Futsuki also relies on him a lot. How's the imaginary enemy prep going? Back to the clan chief. Preparations related to imaginary enemy no. 1 and imaginary enemy no. 2 have been completed. On the scouting side of imaginary enemy number 3, we've laid down a large number of shinobi cats and shinobi crows in the forests surrounding the clanlands. Although it will cost extra to feed them each day, it's already guaranteed. Cross-surveillance coverage of the clan lands. Futsuki waved his hand carelessly. Don't worry about the cost of those feedings. We Uchiha don't lack money. Yori, Your duties are important as well, and there needs to be a backup besides you. Iori nodded. Yes, I'll go pick a backup. Earth, you'll need to do a muster of personnel when the time comes, and have a plan in place if you're not there. Earth answered in a deep voice. Personnel are trained above to return to the relevant position at the first sign of a signal. What we Uchiha have now is not easy to come by, so you must do your best, Tomoyuki said in a serious tone. Kame nodded heavily. Don't worry, matriarch. If anyone dares to come and destabilize the Uchiha, then they must step over my corpse. Iori and Earth chimed in. So do we. After Fuyue arranged the Chiming trio down, fourth elder Yangping hurriedly came. Well, Futsuki inquired anxiously. Elder Yangping's side was the most important part for the safety of the clan. That lord has promised, but the journey is too far for him to come himself. She sealed the spell inside the artifact and we activate it. Now in the process of preparing the relevant materials, I've left them all over there. Yujimbo, Aura and Rukuto. It'll probably arrive in the evening a couple days. Futsuki let out a breath. It was fine to have a phalanx. That's good. I'll handle the subsequent matters. Elder Yangping has worked hard. The subsequent detachment plan can't be separated from your support. Go and have a good rest first. Elder Yangping was dusty all the way down after discussing with Fuyue. Tomoyuki stood alone in the clearing of the clan's land, thinking, Natsuki, you did the setup, but we can't rely on you all the time. Tomoyuki's gaze went to the high platform outside. It was a deck that had been recently built, and the deck had a lot of space. Huge spells were carved into the ground, and the ones next to it had a few crows eating. 8 days later, several Uchiha elites, escorting a mysterious box, entered the clan grounds. Inside the entourage was another officer wearing a black high hat. Uchiha Futsuki received him at the first opportunity. Hello Lord Futsuki, I'm Adachi. I'm very sorry, but the sorceress Sama could not leave the palace, so I had to bring the spells on her behalf. Ashiho was tall and handsome, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his face. The whole man was literate and refined, making him a pleasure to look at first glance. Fuyue nodded. It's no matter. It's because I was too abrupt. After all, it's a long way to travel, and it's also because I didn't think it through well. Then please, Mr. Adachi, introduce me to this spell. Asaho opened the box, and on top of the purple liner sat a Kagura bell. But this bell didn't ring when Adachi took it out. Tomoyuki sensed with his own sharpening will eye that a powerful force was sealed above this Kagura bell. But the sealing jutsu on it was very different from the sealing jutsu of the Land of Fire. Tomoyuki had never seen it before either. Ashiho picked up the Kagura bell and introduced it to Futsuki. This magic weapon has a time-sealing spell engraved on it, and it's infused with Lord Maithreya's spiritual energy. Inputting chakra will stimulate this spiritual energy and form a spell, Ashiho said as he inputted a small amount of chakra in his hand. The Kagura bell immediately began to light up and float in the air. The bell on it rang softly, and a white shroud of light came through, wrapping the entirety of aka in Tomoyuki inside. The shroud of light faded away, but there were strings of runic spells connected to the ground. Fuyue looked up and down with some curiosity. There seemed to be something more in the space, only he couldn't tell what it was. Ashiho continued. The time seal spell seals the temporal fluctuations inside this space and prevents spatial movement. Tomoyuki tried to make a seal. Psionics. A slap on the ground didn't result in any reaction, and when this phalanx is opened, it is something that can go in but not out, and those who stand inside the phalanx are unable to walk out of it. Fuyue reached out and touched it, and there was indeed an invisible layer blocking him in the void. Tomoyuki nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Footspike also pressed his hand on the spell, and the light on the spell faded inward and then fell off. As Footspike received the spell, the runic artifacts around him faded away. Fuyue asked, how big is this spell expansion and how long will it last? Can it be moved? Aka said. This spell can be expanded to a maximum of 5 kilometers in circumference. Except that would only last for 5 minutes before Lord Maithreya's spiritual power dissipates. Once the boundary is unfurled, it is immovable. If there's no spiritual power, is this useless? Fuyue grabbed the point. Aka nodded. 50 million for 5 minutes. Tomoyuki rubbed his chin. Ashiho hurriedly pushed. The time-sealing formation is one of the few time fluctuation formations that can seal time and space anymore. And currently, only Aroni no Kuni Maithreya-sama is able to carve it. After the sealing is over, the space will also be very solid, and it will interfere with the activation of spacetime. $50 million is definitely value for money. Tomoyuki smiled and didn't make a comment. Inside the preliminaries left by Natsuki when she left, if Bandito comes to attack, use reverse psionics to summon back both Skunk and Stopper. And then there's the possibility of summoning Natsuki back. But Futsuki had something else in mind after he learned that Bando's kaleidoscope was a time-space switch. There are only 1,000 days to be a thief. not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. He's going to leave the bandolier behind. Well, this magic weapon I am very satisfied. Is this time well? Can only last 5 minutes then. 50 million. When aka came here, he also discussed it with the sorceress. After all, the Uchiha clan had just the right amount of momentum right now and couldn't be offended. And if the Uchiha clan wasn't satisfied with this spell, the price could be lowered a bit. Ashiho said, I'm sorry Lord Tomoikiake. The spell has limited aura storage and only lasts for so long. If you think the price is too high. Futsuki waved his hand to interrupt Adachi's speech. I'll give you $100 million, and I'll trouble you to run and bring us another one here. Ashiho's entire body was shocked silly. Chapter 87 Heidu's Recovery. Kiba Village. Root Base. Hyuga Kado lay on the bed, his limbs immobilized. Kado-sama, you will now be injected with an anesthetic. Next you will be fully anesthetized and unconscious. Your left leg will then be treated. The root researcher said as per the program. Hyuga Kado took a deep breath. Since he decided to come, he had already prepared himself mentally. Come on. As the cold liquid was fed into Hinata Kado's body, Hinata Kado only felt a heaviness in his eyelids. Hinata Kado's eyes sank, and he passed out completely. Inside the wall next to him, Jedi's body slowly burrowed out. The Negi researcher hurriedly lowered his head. My lord, Hyuga Kado has been anesthetized. Jedi waved his hand. Go down. Yes. The two fellows looked at each other, then both went down. Jedi walked around Kado for a moment before resting his gaze on Hyuga Kado's left leg. A white silhouette slowly bulged out of the Jedi's body, and slowly grew smaller again before becoming a small white dot. The Jedi's hand slashed through, and a bloodstain immediately appeared on Kado's leg, and that white dot followed that slit. Hyuga Kado's leg was pale and slender because he had been unable to move it for years, causing the muscles in that leg to deteriorate. When Jedi put the spores in there, the spores rapidly amplified and proliferated. It was as if there were countless earthworms wriggling underneath Hinata Kado's legs, and the skin membrane continued to hideously bulge and fall back down. Hinata Kado's entire body began to spasm, constantly trembling, his mouth unconsciously emitting the sound of heh. A few moments later, the bulge on Hyuga Kado's left leg slowly subsided, and his left leg puffed up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was already almost as big as a normal leg. Jedi nodded. That should be about right. He pressed on Hinata Kado's leg. Don't rush. You'll get caught too soon. Hinata Kado's legs are slowly getting a bit thinner. Jedi saw Hinata Kado's leg calm down and then pressed a button on the side. Immediately two fellows walked in. It's going to be about 4 more hours before the leg is conscious, so when he wakes up, make sure he eats plenty of food and gets his nutrients. Yes, my lord. The two fellows didn't say much. After the Jedi had finished his command, he slowly sank into the land. The two fellows looked at each other, and one of them closed his eyes, quietly making a seal in his hand. Buzz, an invisible wave swept out. He nodded. The two fellows stood up together, probing around towards Hinata Kado's body. He realized that he couldn't find any cuts, or needle holes at all. But looking at Hyuga Kado's legs, there was already a noticeable change. The two were also a bit confused, so they had to plug in various research equipment on Hinata Kado. It also drew a tube of blood out of Hinata Kado's body to take to the lab, and where the left leg had been, the gash that Jedi had just left had disappeared, and the two of them carefully sliced through the skin to remove a piece of tissue. While the unconscious Hyuga Kado knew nothing of this, the two quickly recovered the skin and wrapped it in gauze. What they didn't know was that the scar healed quickly under the gauze. All the tissue that could be removed. The two men quickly took it to the lab, and after an hour, Hyuga Kado woke up leisurely. He was already lying in his room, flanked by 2 guards from the Hyuga branch of the family. My lord, you're awake. The guard was the first to see Heidu's awakening. What time is it? Kado was a little unclear about the time. My lord, the time has just passed an hour and a half. The guard replied. Heidu frowned slightly as he looked towards his left leg, only to find that the skin of his left leg was a bit gray. But Heidu's attention wasn't on that. He retreated extremely wounded, with 2 very long scars on his side, which were now all gone, and the leg isn't as atrophied as it used to be. What kind of treatment did they give me anyway? They did it extremely mysteriously. There were ceiling boundaries here, and White Eyes didn't see anything. We only saw you after you were healed. Heidu expected this and didn't say much or anything. The door outside opened and the 2 fellows in reunion walked in. When will I be able to stand up on my legs? Souza? Juzo smiled and said, don't worry, you'll be conscious in another 3 hours, and you'll be on your feet in about a month. Now what you need to do is eat a lot for your cells to have the energy to regenerate. 3 hours? Heidu's eyes twinkled. I'm also a little hungry, so I'll go back. If I can get my legs up, I'll arrange things for you right away. As the anesthesia effect receded, Heidu did feel it, a wave of hunger coming in like a tidal wave. Rizzo nodded. Don't let my old man down. Keido. Keido looked deeply at Tuanzo before the two guards pushed Hyuga Keido out. Did you find out anything? Reunion spoke faintly. My lord, we extracted blood, muscle tissue, and skin from Hyuga Keido's body for testing. It's the same as the data from the previous medical checkup except for the increase in muscle activity level. Humph. Rice bucket. With a grunt of anger from Reunion, the two fellows fell to their knees in fear. My lord, forgive me. Reunion glanced at the two and said with some annoyance, forget it, go down. The two men then wiped the sweat from their foreheads and went down. Ding, ding. With the sound of chopsticks crashing, the table in front of Hinata Keido was already empty of 10 plates, and the place next to it where the bowls were kept was piled one on top of the other. Hinata Keido, who had been educated by the clan, was now transformed into a king of appetite and kept pouring food into his mouth. The way he gobbled it up was like a hungry man who had been born. The rice was on its fourth pot and the dishes on the table had changed twice. Haidu never thought that he would have such a hungry day, and after eating some food, he felt even hungrier instead. So keep telling the kitchen to add food and cook. By now, after the fourth pot of rice was finished, Haidu was finally feeling a sense of fullness in his stomach. None of this mattered. What mattered was that almost 4 hours had passed since he'd eaten. Gradually he felt sensation in his legs. Sentience was a word he hadn't experienced in years. Before, there was only a feeling of coldness and numbness, even when a knife cut into it. Now he could sense it, the chi and blood of this leg. As he ate, a rising sensation had been coming from this leg of his, and now that he was full, the peculiar sensation in his left leg had disappeared. Then he shakily held on to the corner of the table and slowly stood up. There was some weakness in his left leg, and Keido almost fell over. But indeed, he had gotten the intuition to feel his feet on the ground. Haidu's heart was vaguely surging, but he suppressed it. He opened his white eyes and looked at his left leg. All the chakra transmissions on it were normal. Keido frowned. What kind of technology was this Tuzo using? Keido sat back in his seat and clapped his hands together. Two of his guards walked in. Get Daisuke and Kaisaki. Yes. Chapter 88, Signs. Kiba 8th Street. It's a new day. Since the Negi members had left the guard, Hinata had recalled some of the Nakanobu who were on a mission back to the clan, and Hinata had returned to the guard. The current guard, aside from those few Uchiha clansmen, now only the Hyuga clan remained. Hinata received a request from the 4th elder today to organize some of Hinata's crew into a patrol with the Uchiha. Good for the Hinata clan to learn how to keep the peace better. Hinata had originally felt that Hinata was worse than the Uchiha police force when it came to maintaining law and order, and had agreed. The Uchiha and Hinata were already on good terms now, and the Uchiha clan's vigilante was self-evident. Both Daisuke Hyuga and Kaizaki were very active and volunteered to study. Hinata also took the two of them and organized them into the Uchiha's patrol. Additionally, Hinata had programmed 4 Hyuga Ichiban to go to the Kiba 8th Street to study under the Uchiha guard, and among them was an acquaintance of Natsuki's, Isato Hyuga. Daisuke, Kaizaki, and Isato, you'll be a team and patrol the 8th Street with your fellow Uchiha. The three Hinata were assigned to a team and began their daily patrols with the Uchiha. The explosion of Chinese food on Kiba's 8th Street has driven a very large number of villagers to gather here. There were also many who came to Kiba to commission tasks and also came to the 8th Street to take a stroll and eat the specialties of the place. The result is a very busy place, with shoulder-to-shoulder traffic. The Hyuga team followed the Uchiha team down the street. In less than an hour, 3 verbal altercations over crowding have been encountered, mostly outsiders. The people of Kiba had a good idea of how crowded 8th Street was. Hinata, Daisuke and Kaizaki, both of them, opened their white eyes from time to time to observe their surroundings. Hinata Isato thought at first that the two were observing the street, and in her heart she thought they were very dedicated, because using the white eyes to observe costs chakra. Opening them so frequently is a huge drain on stamina and chakra. As a result, Isato Hyuga found these two, and several times he turned a blind eye when an argument broke out in front of him. Instead, he crossed his eyes over the crowd and directly observed the Uchiha store. Brave man's brow furrowed in confusion as to what exactly these two were planning to do. He pushed down his doubts and patrolled normally. The next day, the two men, Daisuke and Kaizaki, didn't come to patrol 8th Street, but went somewhere else, and Yuto put yesterday behind him. 7 days had passed before Isamu realized that Daisuke and Kaisaki were not coming on patrol if at all. Then they will be accountable to the clansmen who are close to them. Brave man remembers that those people were either their close friends or members of their squad. On successive observations, Isamu had noticed that Daisuke and Kaisaki would explain that the men were observing with their white eyes on. When Yuto took a break from his shift, he went to 8th Street to eat, and noticed that the two members of the team, too, often had their white eyes on, observing the Uchiha store. He had a bad feeling in his heart, and when it came time for another shift, he was split with Daisuke. Isato deliberately led Daisuke to the top of the stinky tofu stall, and Isato said with great interest, "Daisuke, I heard that this stinky tofu smells bad but tastes good. Would you like a bowl? Daisuke was a little nauseous at the smell, but since he had the opportunity to steal the lesson, he went along with it. You go get it. I'll use my white eyes to see if there's anything going on around me. When Isato goes to buy stinky tofu, he uses his afterimage to see that Daisuke is indeed scanning the neighborhood with a blank stare, but it's more focused between the making of stinky tofu. Brave man took the stinky tofu and ate it with gusto, pretending not to think about it. Why do you think the stinky tofu stinks so bad? Is it the seasoning sprinkled on it? Daisuke said casually, the material sauce for the bubble. Then Daisuke Hyuga startled for a moment and turned his head to Isato Hyuga. However, he saw that Hinata Isato didn't take his words to heart, and responded casually, and was shoveling something into his mouth as hard as he could. Daisuke's heart relaxed for a moment. Thankfully, he'd have to be more careful next time. Finishing his patrol for the day, Isato Hyuga made it a point to hide outside the police building after turning in for his shift. After a while Hinata walked out of the police building. Hinata-sama. Hinata Yuto observed that no one was around, and quickly revealed himself and walked towards Hinata. Hinata stopped in his tracks. The young man, Hyuga Isato, still had an impression on him. The kid was a credit to Ziraya's return earlier, when he was made to look like a fool by Natsuki. What's wrong, Isato? Did you wait for me here on purpose? Hinata Yuto nodded, then opened his white eyes again and looked around, speaking quietly to Hinata Hijikata. Hinata-sama, I suspect we have a traitor in Hinata. Traitor? Hinata's brow furrowed. Young man is still reliable and shouldn't be aimless. Hinata stopped Hinata Isato's words. Follow me. The Hinata went ahead, and Isamu followed. The dayman made his way into the split compound, his own home. The dayman took Isato to his study. There are sealing spells all around here. You can talk now. Hinata Isato deeply admired Hinata's caution. He was still too young to try to tell Hinata-sama right outside the police station. Hinata Isato then told what he had observed over the past few days, as well as today's tryst with Hinata Daisuke. Hinata thought for a moment and pulled out a roster from a shelf behind him. After looking through them, it was discovered that these people from the Hyuga branch family were those who were closer to the fourth elder Hyuga Keidu. Hinata pulled on a nearby rope. What are your orders, my lord? The day messenger's house servant arrived. The Hinata inquired. Have any outsiders visited the clan family recently? He was thinking of something more. In the Hyuga clan, it was impossible for a split family to betray the clan. The person who could instruct the split must be a clan with a higher authority level than their own. With the relative closeness of the Hyuga clan, whenever someone visits the Hyuga family, that news certainly can't be hidden. Back to my lord. There was no visit from anyone. The house servant paused for a moment. But a few days ago, the fourth elder, Lord Heidu, went out for a trip. The Hinata waved his hand, signaling the house servant to go down. I'm sure it was Hyuga Keidu. Did he do it alone or? Hinata thought for a moment, then returned to his desk and very quickly wrote a letter and handed it over to Isato Hyuga. Commanded, Isato, you will immediately hand this letter to the Tamagotei Patriarch in person. Remember, it's only when it's personally handed over to the man himself. Hinata remembers Uchiha Natsuki's saving of his life since the beginning, and both Hinata and Hizuku are unified in their attitude towards Uchiha. But Hinata, as the head of the clan, was very often subject to the jaws of the elders as well. It's best not to let your older brother know about this, or it could turn out to be very troublesome. Knowing the importance of the matter, Isato Hyuga took the letter and set off. Chapter 89 Disengagement. Uchiha clan lands. Tomoyuki took out the letter from Hinata and read it. To Hinata Isamu below. Tough luck. Please reply to Hinata for me, just to say I understand. Isato Hyuga was also relieved when he brought the letter safely. He always felt that a great storm was sweeping through the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, but he was just an ordinary member of the branch family, and being able to do something for Lord Hinata was the limit. When Hinata Yuto left, Tomoikiake immediately called out 4th Elder Yohei and handed over Hinata's letter to Elder Yohei. Matriarch, Vice Matriarch Natsuki seemed to have anticipated this situation when he left. Young Ping stroked his beard. Fuyue sighed. Really nothing can be hidden from Natsuki. He had made the relevant precautions beforehand. The one who will rise to the top of the police force must be the Hijikata of the branch family, and the Hyuga clan will definitely cross over to the Hijikata family if anyone has crooked thoughts. I found you here to ask you, how are the preparations for the disengagement program going? Fuyue asked. Elder Yang Ping nodded. Don't worry, Matriarch. After the construction of our clan land was completed, I was afraid that there would be an accident, and that street was quietly constructed a long time ago. How are the transportation vehicles prepared? Back to the clan chief. After the last union compensation and our prototype car was made, I have been supervising the production, and now there are 10 cars, fully capable of forming a cycle. Fuyue clapped his hands. Good, there's no time to lose. Call all those clansmen back tonight and implement the disengagement plan. Yes, Patriarch. The 8 streets of Kiba were as busy as ever. Usually the stores here would be open until 10 p.m. So the night market was also extremely lively. Many people who live in the neighborhood are accustomed to coming out in the evening for a bite to eat. And this evening these villagers, after walking out, but found that at more than 8 o'clock, all the stores of the Uchiha, all closed. This made all the villagers' hearts stutter. Why did the Uchiha close up store again? There's no Roots members on the police force now either, yeah. Inside all of the Uchiha store doors, there was a flurry of activity as clerks and owners alike were busy packing up all of the equipment and raw materials. After packing it up, put it into the storage scroll uniformly. These storage scrolls were uniformly issued down by the clan. The purpose was to quickly transfer all the assets. There were many familiar customers outside who saw the lights still on inside and couldn't help but come and ask why the store was closed so early. The Uchiha shopkeepers all replied in unison that they needed to train and develop new dishes today, so they closed early. The store will open as usual tomorrow. The acquaintances left unhappy. The Uchiha ones were busy, but the prying Hinata clan was in a hurry. They watched, as the Uchiha was packing all the ingredients and equipment. What was this about? We haven't even looked back at the production method in its entirety yet. Daisuke and Hizaki could only hurriedly report all that they had seen to Hinata Keido. Heido paced back and forth, now that his leg was healed. The thing he enjoyed most every day was standing and walking on top of the earth, so he would never sit now if he could stand. What is Uchiha planning to do when he packs up his stuff? Not doing such a lucrative business? There was no way for Keido to intervene but to see what exactly Uchiha was planning to do. Keep your eyes peeled and come back to me with anything new. Daisuke and Kaisaki go back to still sneakily observing with their white eyes. By the end of the night, all of the Uchiha took what they had packed and put it into storage scrolls and loaded it on their bodies. From the outside, it looked as if he left the store no differently than usual and returned to the Uchiha's clanland. Kiba 8th Street. The first rays of the morning sun poured down. A commotion arose inside the vigilante. All the members of the Uchiha vigilantes collectively handed in their resignations, and all of them are not coming. Hinata wasn't sure what Tomoyuki was planning yet, but it was a fact that no one from the Uchiha vigilante was coming to the vigilante anymore. Hinata could only redistribute the team to fill in the gaps of those in the Uchiha vigilante, and then assign tasks to start patrolling. Unexpectedly, the Hinata clan of the 8th Street just started patrolling and realized that it was time to open the stores, and all the stores of the Uchiha clan were closed. Going forward, the inside was already empty. Whether it was ingredients or equipment, all disappeared cleanly. The patrol members quickly reported what they had seen to the Nichiju, who was also puzzled by this reaction from Futsuki. Is it possible to say no to such a lucrative store? These news also quickly reached the third Naruto. The third Naruto picked up the message and looked at it, and his entire body was confused. What do you mean? The money's not coming in? The third generation hurriedly sent someone to the Uchiha clan to make inquiries. Why don't all these Uchiha people open up store anymore? As it turned out, the Uchiha side had sent people out to hand out flyers right on Kiba's 8th Street. Miyabi's dark side also returned with a flyer. Michio glanced upwards, meaning simply that the Uchiha clan's food stores on Kiba's 8th Street were scattered. After the decision of the matriarch, it is ready to create a snack street. Therefore, all of the Chinese food stores were relocated to the middle of a street outside of the Uchiha clanland that was specially built for them. Anyone wishing to continue with the food can head to the north gate of the village, where there is a shuttle bus available. The third Naruto was caught a bit off guard and hurriedly asked Kakashi to scout the area. The north gate is actually right next to 8th Street, and over there is the old land that used to be the Uchiha's. The ground there was all completely repaired with good materials all the time the Uchiha were relocated. There were 10 cars neatly placed there. The models were the same kind of sightseeing cars that Natsuki had seen before she left. Each vehicle could seat 25 people, and when each vehicle was full, the Uchiha's driver injected chakra inside the vehicle, and the vehicle quickly drove off. Kakashi, who had gotten into the car, took a closer look and saw that the two Uchiha maneuvering the vehicle weren't the same members of the vigilantes who had patrolled the 8th Street earlier. I can't believe you've been planning this for so long. The vehicle was fast and covered the distance in a few minutes. Kakashi got out of the car along with some curious Konoha villagers. Once the vehicles were parked, they lined up next to each other, and this side was also filled with people driving back, or waiting for an incoming car to come, then driving one back, creating a direct loop. Kakashi headed inside, only to find that the Uchiha had built an entire street where the clan lands and the village met. Since this side was close to the Uchiha's quarters, it was surprising that it hadn't been discovered by the Kiba's people for so long. The street in front of us was lined with houses that had been built exactly the same on both sides, and anyone with a blue star here would recognize that these would all be formwork houses. The walls are all neatly pieced together with one piece of mudstone. The houses on either side extend downward, and the street forms a U-shaped path. The food stores on either side of the street had already put up their signs and were starting to get hot and busy. As they walked to the entrance, There was a small kiosk where Uchiha members were peddling something. Kakashi looked closer and realized it was a snack bar membership card. The Uchiha members said that in order to give back to their guests, anyone who applies for this card will get a 10% discount on all purchases throughout the street. This membership card is also a great deal at only 10 tael for it. It's almost like giving it away for nothing. Kakashi checked one in as well. And when he did, the member of the Uchiha looked up at Kakashi and quickly checked in. It was clearly marked on the top of the membership card that the use of any jutsu was forbidden in the snack bar, and violators would be blacklisted and banned. Chapter 90, Getting Out of Konoha. The North Gate of Kiba Village. Many villagers are ready to go to 8th Street for some food. Instead, they found the Uchiha stores all uniformly relocated. After receiving the flyer, and driven by curiosity, the group boarded the free tour bus at the North Gate, and within a few minutes they were at the Uchiha clan's food court. Everyone was feeling very surprised because they used to be in Kiba 8th Street. After eating one type of food, you have to walk some distance before you come across a second food and beverage outlet. The Uchiha have now centralized all the food and drink stores in one street, so that everyone can eat without having to go back and forth. The street entrance is also thoughtfully designed with a signpost. Which snacks in what location is clearly labeled. Membership card at the door, but also let the villagers exclaimed. It is really a great bargain. 10-2 white membership card. All things discounted by 10%. Everyone quickly got used to coming over here to eat. And Kiba 8th Street's a whole street. Suddenly no human traffic. Become cold and quiet. No longer the old prosperity. Naruto building. What the hell did you do, Junzo? The third generation was very annoyed that the Uchiha's secret recipe for food and drink had not yet been obtained, and all of the Uchiha's merchants moved directly out of Kiba's 8th Street. The opening of a snack bar in the Uchiha clan land caught the third Naruto a bit off guard. It was thought that they needed to do business there on the 8th Street of Kiba, and the village could always think of a way to get the secret formula. But now the Uchiha clan didn't even stay in the village, and it looks like it was premeditated. Even the vehicle transportation back and forth is ready. When the Uchiha had built the clan grounds before, there had been ridicule when the Uchiha had made the ground look so good, but now I had to say that the person who had planned it all had been far-sighted. Tuanzu hunkered down in his root base, feeling annoyed at this failure. It wasn't so much Hinata's incompetence that annoyed him as it was the fact that the Uchiha clan was actually so savvy. The Uchiha snack street now has guards at the entrance. In the beginning the membership card was just discounted. After a few days, people didn't resist the membership card and it became swipe to enter. You don't have a membership card? Sorry, not welcome. After all, it's only 10 taels a piece and you're still not buying it. You must not be going in for food. If you, as a person, are special, the Uchiha will keep an eye on you the entire time. And if you make any missteps, you will be expelled immediately. What Hyuga Kato had handed over was less than 30% of the total, and still many mutilated versions. But there wasn't much that could be done about it now that the Hyuga family had been given the position of honorary elder. Kato moves right into the So's yard and simply doesn't see Tuanzo anymore. Raizo suddenly realizes that he's been put on the spot by Kato. The daimyo of the fire country sent another reminder. All Junzo could do was make a copy of what he had on hand and send it to the daimyo of the fire country, and report on the Uchiha clan's rebellion against the village. Originally, Junzo was thinking that if someone from the Hyuga clan stepped in, the secret formula could be replicated to 60 or 70%. Once the fire country daimyo is promoted, who cares what your original flavor is when daimyo stores open up all over the fire country? Straight up, you can squeeze the Uchiha out of the store. The honorary elder position was only given out in order to get Hinata to move before it was too late. Now even less than 30%, later made into a finished product. The taste is not much better. Even if it is promoted, it will not do the result of capturing the market. Reunion is losing money to his grandma's house. The third Naruto was thinking about more now, because a few years ago, because of the big fire of the Uchiha dining stores, is brought fire to the whole street of Kiba. But the foot traffic only recognized these Chinese delicacies. So once the Uchiha moved out, the depression of the whole street was almost certain. With less revenue on the streets, he, Naruto, would certainly have less money to work with. It's a time of peace now. Missions are fewer, and the direction of making money has been shifted above industry by the third generation. Previously, the Uchiha had done business in the village, and Michio could still collect a certain amount of tax, but it turned out that the Uchiha didn't even want the store anymore. Now all he could think about was getting stuck with the Uchiha on top of the mission and seeing how the Uchiha handled it. Within a period of time, all of the Uchiha who had gone out on a mission returned, but came back just to turn in his mission and went back to the Uchiha's clan lands, never seen coming over to pick up a task again. A month had passed, and the mission center had moved the Uchiha's division mode directly outside of the village, in accordance with the third generation's Sarutobi Hizuru. But the Uchiha had no reaction to this, and even those Uchiha who often did quests did not appear in the quest hall anymore. Inside the Uchiha clanland at this time, remodeled a small hall. Bang! A puff of smoke raised and a shinobi cat appeared. From his own pocket, Shinobu Cat pulled out a number of scrolls. After the fourth elder, Uchiha Yohei, took the scrolls, he gave all the other numbered scrolls to Shinobi Cat. The Shinobi Cat disappeared with a bang. He opened one of them, Class B mission to eliminate the rebel ninja. Mission location Fire Country border. Mission reward, 100,000. An Uchiha below raised his hand. Fourth elder, our squad would like to claim it. The fourth elder raised his eyes to look at a few people before nodding. Alright, you guys are strong enough, just a few of you. Fourth elder Yang Ping quickly gave the quest scrolls, as well as the relevant information to several people. Then look up the next reel. With that, several scrolls were read and all were picked up by the appropriate person. We're done handing out quests for today. The others will wait for tomorrow. Inside the small hall the personnel soon dispersed. Fourth elder Yang Pingy quickly went to report with Fuyue. Matriarch, now that we're utilizing the quest system over at the Sonic Hidden Village, the efficiency of doing quests is a bit less effective than it was in the Kiba village. What about after the split removal? Tomoyuki asked. The fourth elder nodded. After removing the share, the clan's earnings became higher instead. On the side of the Sound Hidden Village, they are picking out quests that are suitable for our clan to send over, and the split is appropriate. The development of Tanakuni was completely different from that of the Fire Country, because the entire country's catering was all taken over by the Tone Hidden Village, so the intelligence system above was also greatly improved. When you come to dine, the words you unintentionally utter are organized and recorded. The development of the Sound Hidden Village over the years had also made the Sound Hidden Village wealthy, and the prices for acquiring information from the outside world were not low, so their intelligence network is not bad. In a virtuous cycle, the tasks gradually piled up as well, and it was fitting to come up with some that were suitable for the Uchiha to do within their clan. The fourth elder was also satisfied with the current situation. The only problem now is that we left the village privately, and if the dark sides found out, we might be punished for our crimes. Futsuki let out a light laugh. It doesn't matter now as long as you don't blatantly leave the village. Since the third generation is going to adjust the mission commission upwards, there are still many things within our clan that we need the clan to do well. The fourth elder knew that Fuyue meant to just use the clan matter as an explicit excuse. Now after all, Uchiha does not rely on Yukiba. On the contrary, the villagers of our gourmet Kiba are inseparable. How's the snack bar yielding? Yang Ping took out a tally sheet. Because we redesigned the street, the customers who came to eat on our side instead spent more intensively than before. Instead of doing business within the Kiba village, we are now exempt from taxes, and our overall earnings are now up 20% year over year. Tomoyuki picked up the financial report and read it. When Natsuki even left, he had to arrange everything before he left. Street design, membership card discount model, the principle of inertia consumption, all make Fuyue is an eye-opener. The Uchiha clan is now considered to be de facto separated from the Konoha. Not only do you not do business in your village, but you don't take missions in your Konoha anymore. Aside from the fact that Uchiha is still nominally a ninja of Konoha, the Uchiha is now completely self-reliant. Ding! Development task, detachment from Kiba, autonomy and self-improvement has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete book of Kiba Ninjutsu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 billion taels of development funds. Ding! New quest to become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Natsuki, who had disembarked from Vortex Land, suddenly heard a long-lost system beep. Natsuki's spirit was shaken. It was true that when there was a doze, there was a pillow, and he was worried that there was no way to think of where to learn ninjutsu. He was then about to meet Orochimaru, who was already on his power list. The ministry over there will also become on your power list if you go and meet them yourself. Then he would be able to reap the rewards, and then he would be able to practice whatever jutsu he wanted. In addition to the common jutsu in the ninjutsu book, there are a variety of forbidden jutsu, the most valuable of which is none other than the Flying Thunder God's technique. In contrast, Niji no Kagemusha's obscene earth transmutation and mutual multiplication initiation charms and the like are available at Orochimaru's place, and the filthy earth transmutation is a bit worse than the Orochimaru improved version. There's a lot more, including spiritualization technique and darkness walking for this class, all in here. Recently, Futake had summoned the village's affairs to Natsuki's side using the Shinobi Crow Psychic. Natsuki had also gotten the message and learned that the old Hinata's clan family had meddled and wanted to use their white eyes to detect the method of making those and the secret recipe. Swai Natsuki had also planned ahead and directly implemented the disengagement plan. Sooner or later, this kind of thing will happen. It's just a matter of when. Now that the Uchiha were de facto out of the Konoha village's control, independence was accomplished mission-wise. The future Uchiha will be able to listen to the tone. Once the business on the Sonic Hidden Village side is done, it's time to hurry back and take over the position of clan leader. Chapter 91, The Sound Hidden Village. Dream Space. Sway Ton. Water Current Wave. Natsuki opened his mouth and spat out a stream of water that shot out like a water gun, making a huge crater in the ground. He wiped his mouth. The water flow wave was still much worse than the water break wave. Second generation Naruto Kajikawa casts water break wave, which is exactly like a high-pressure water knife that cuts wherever it sprays. Natsuki was fond of it, but even if he gained the water attribute affinity, water break wave wasn't that easy to learn. You're not even close yourself. Natsuki continued to make seals. Sway Ton. Water formation wall. Boom! A wall of water immediately rushed out from the ground in front of Natsuki. Natsuki frowned. It seemed that the water formation wall didn't have much effect. Not quite as good as his own Susanoo. The second generation Naruto Kagemusha casting a water formation wall is able to surround his body for a week. Right now one can at best only use it out. To apply it flexibly is far from it. Without further practicing, Natsuki quickly exited the dream space. Yesterday, I received a message from Weasel, and had managed to pick up Kagome Shogo back to the Sound Ninja Village. Orochimaru already has an idea about the skunks and stoppers Sharingan eyes, and the research on Juma's cells needs more experimentation, but it requires the consumption of very many precious materials, and huge amounts of money. There was no shortage of money Natsuki, but there were some things that were not good enough to spend money on. It would take a long time to gather the materials according to the small country of Kiba village in Tanakuni. Natsuki had to pick up the pace and lead a few people towards Tanakuni. Tanakuni, the village of Yanin. A white-haired, robust and lanky Jiraiya arrived at the entrance of the village. Now that the Sound Ninja Village had jumped to become the strongest ninja village under the 5 major ninja villages because of Uchiha's joining, the efficiency of accomplishing tasks were all very high. The Sonic Ninja Village had grown and was not as shabby as it had been when Skunk and Stopper first arrived. On his way, Jiraiya saw many people coming in and out of the quest hall, from those who came to commission quests to those who came to receive quests from the Shinobi Village ninjas. Among them, Jiraiya also saw a few Uchiha people, but the Uchiha people saw Jiraiya past and did not greet, but busy themselves. Jiraiya was surprised to see Tokuya Uchiha, the third elder of the Uchiha, in the mission hall. They've met before. If it isn't Jiraiya-sama, what brings you here? Tokuya Uchiha handed over his hand to his assistant and greeted Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked around. Find a place. Tokuya naturally understood what he meant and immediately took self to a secluded room. Weasel and Stopper have rebelled against the village, Jiraiya asked in a deep voice as soon as he sat down. Tokuya was full of surprise. Why would you say that? Lord Jiraiya, we're just here to take on some tasks to make ends meet. Jiraiya frowned. Then wouldn't it be the same to take on quests in Konoha? Tokuya hemmed and hawed. No way. In Kiba we get stared at for everything we do, and it's easy to get your eyes gouged out. This side is a small shinobi village, but it's free and easy. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. It was well known that Suzo had gouged out the Uchiha's eyes. Tokuya Uchiha used that as an excuse, and he had nothing to say. He heard what Tokuya Uchiha meant, referring to the fact that he was discriminated against too much in Konoha. Jiraiya sighed. It was good that these Uchiha were out here. If they were still in the village, they might already be planning a rebellion. Is Orochimaru here? Jiraiya asked, speaking directly. Tokuya's expression drifted. I don't know. I'm just making a living here. If you're looking for Orochimaru, you can just place a mission. Jiraiya looked at Tokuya's expression and knew that Tokuya had information about Orochimaru, but surely he wouldn't tell him for nothing. He estimated and took out 100,000 Ryo. Then I'll pay 100,000 Ryo and leave a mission to find Orochimaru. Tokuya looked up at Jiraiya. It seemed like Jiraiya was really determined to find Orochimaru. Well then, I'll go ahead and post the quest, and Jiraiya-sama can stay around and eat more food, and we'll have the results in 3 days at the latest. Jiraiya nodded. Tokuya guessed that he had gone to ask Orochimaru if he would like to see him. As Tokuya was on his way out, he leaned against the door and said, by the way, Jiraiya-sama, the baths on our side have sealed boundaries. Jiraiya's face darkened violently. Orochimaru was not the same as inside the original time and space. Now Orochimaru was busy doing research every day on a variety of subjects, didn't join the Dawn organization, and didn't have the heart for any Kiba collapse plans. He no longer cared what impression the third Naruto had of him. After all, he had more important things on his mind. All those encounters that Kiba had been subjected to in the past were long behind him. Tokuya took the money from Jiraiya and went straight to beg for an audience with Orochimaru. The third elder, Uchiha Taku, was also putting forth a great deal of effort in the management of the current shinobi village. So even though Orochimaru was busy, he took the time to meet him. Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya has come over to you. He paid 100,000 Ryo for your information and is now near the Yanin village. Oh, Orochimaru was surprised that Jiraiya hadn't shouted for a fight. Did this spending money on a reward mean that he wasn't going to use force? Looks like something's changed. Orochimaru hadn't been paying much attention to what was going on over in Konoha. He was struggling to find those particular drugs inside several studies. And Self came along. Orochimaru thought briefly, the corner of his mouth pulling into an arc. After a lot of support from Tanakuni, Chinese cuisine, stores do make money. The Sonic Ninja Village has been expanding every year and now has a very sophisticated commercial street. Many of the people who had issued quests came out and went to spend money on the top of the streets of the Sound Ninja Village, buying and eating things, promoting the development of the Sound Ninja Village. And the more people in the commercial street, some of them simply chose to release their quests in the Sound Ninja Village, promoting each other in a virtuous cycle. Jiraiya found an inn and returned with lots of barbecue and wine after an evening stroll through the night market, jerking off skewers while drinking a little wine. It's so dashing and fast. All of these delicacies, Zirai had to admit, were really very tasty. As he ate, he suddenly looked at the door with a twitch in his expression. Orochimaru lifted the curtain and walked in. Then he sat down across from Jiraiya, and the two didn't speak to anyone for a while. Jiraiya sized up Orochimaru, always feeling that there was something wrong with Orochimaru, but couldn't put his finger on it. There was a sense of incongruity that always lingered. In reality, it's because Orochimaru has been reincarnated and his current body is not his own original body. Jiraiya, who had been his teammate for many years and had practiced senjutsu regularly, naturally felt slightly out of place. Orochimaru basically didn't fight much in the past few years, busy with experiments every day. The sinister temperament dissipated quite a bit, but instead had some bookishness. Chapter 92, A Chance Encounter in Unokuni. It was Jiraiya who spoke first. Orochimaru, you founded the Sonic Hidden Village? Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle. It's just a partnership. I'm already here. You're not planning on catching up with me, are you? Jiraiya saw Orochimaru and felt very strange now. After a few years of not seeing him, it was as if Orochimaru had completely changed. The old Orochimaru wasn't this nice. Was it Junzo who did the kidnapping of the baby inside the village in the first place? Jiraiya asked in a deep voice. What's the point of talking about it now? So what if it is and so what if it isn't? Orochimaru didn't answer positively, but his attitude was truly careless. Jiraiya said seriously, this is important. Orochimaru watched as Jiraiya kept staring at him for a long time before he said one word. Yes. As if relieved, Jiraiya said with some confusion, why don't you explain to the old man? Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle. Why should I have to explain? I'm the accomplice of Junzo. That's no problem. Jiraiya sighed. Why bother getting into this? Orochimaru asked in a hoarse voice as his face went cold at his words. Why couldn't I have been chosen to be the fourth Naruto? Why did it have to be Mizukado? This matter had always been a thorn in Orochimaru's heart, and being mentioned by Jiraiya, Orochimaru's heart was filled with displeasure. The old man had his considerations at the time. Jiraiya knew that Orochimaru was getting angry and was busy defending Mishiro. Orochimaru grunted as his emotions seemed to calm down. What's the point of talking about this now? I'll leave without anything else. With that, he stood up and was ready to leave. Slow down. Jiraiya spoke up. The old man said, it doesn't matter if you come back or not. Jiraiya said the words out loud. Orochimaru didn't say anything, paused for a long moment, and then walked to the gate entrance without turning his head. The old man has aged a lot lately. Jiraiya couldn't help but voice out again. Orochimaru paused in his steps, turned his back on Jiraiya and said, my experiments happen to be in need of some precious herbs lately. Deer heart grass, red sand vine and Orochimaru reported several precious herbs, all of which happen to be some of the specialties of the Konoha ninja clan. These are precious to the outside world because they're not for sale to the public, but with Naruto's energy it's still possible to get them. Thinking to himself that Orochimaru was giving Mishiro a leg up, Jiraiya excitedly patted his chest. Don't worry, Orochimaru. I can find a way to get it. Jiraiya got a little excited as he suddenly thought of something. Orochimaru, you wait. Orochimaru didn't turn his head. What else? Jiraiya bites his finger to make a seal. Psionics. Bang! A red toad appeared on the ground. I'll leave this contact frog with you for now, and I'll let you know when everything is together. Whatever. Without looking back, Orochimaru left with a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Unokuni and Tanakuni share a border, and Uchiha Natsuki was going to enter Tanakuni directly from Unokuni. It is famous as a tourist country, and everywhere you look there are all kinds of hot springs. Most of the ordinary springs and boiling springs are made into hot spring inns. Other fountains and geysers add to the attractions of this country, making it a great place to relax on a leisurely trip. Natsuki and his party set foot into Unokuni to enter the town, only to find that it wasn't as crowded with tourists as rumored. On the contrary, there are fewer people and it's very depressing. The occasional ninja also hurried by. When Natsuki inquired about it, he realized that a cult of evil gods had appeared in the land of soup, preaching everywhere, and that the cultists were killing people with the aim of killing for the pleasure of the evil gods. and killing people indiscriminately. The village of Yugan was originally just a village that was keen on pacifism, but because of its rich natural resources, it was targeted by the cult of the gods. Many of the ninjas of the Yuzuru village were brainwashed into being traitors to the evil god. But Yunakuni has gone to the neighboring Yanin village for help, and the Yanin village has sent the Uchihas. It suddenly occurred to Natsuki, could this be the old home of the murderous demon Fiden? Now that the Sonic Ninja village has risen to prominence, Yunakuni has gone directly to the Sonic Ninja village for help. Natsuki had expressed her incomprehension when she first looked at the map, where Pain had received the Yukon no Kuni commission from. To get to the Rain Ninja village from Yunakuni, you have to cross half of the Land of Fire, or you have to go through the Land of Tenno, the Land of Iron, the Land of Taki, the Land of Grass, and finally the Land of Rain. Presumably Pain received it while walking outside. The sound of crying came from the distance, and Natsuki and his party walked up, only to find a man strangely dead, hanging from a tree. The body was a bloody mess, and a large amount of blood flowed onto the ground forming a small crater, with a triangular circle pattern on the ground nearby. A woman on the ground was weeping, and hanging was her husband. The trees were tall and obviously not something a normal person like her could lower the body down. Natsuki blushed slightly and gave a wink to Junmaro next to her. Junmaro nodded and a shuriken broke the hanging rope, leaping up on the ground to catch the falling body. There was the sound of a fight in the distance, and there was also smoke rising. Natsuki instantly twisted his head, and commanded with his mouth, "You guys stay here and don't move around. I'll go over and take a look." The woods. How dare you disrespect Lord Evil God? Hey-ya! Flying Duan slammed right through the ball of howling fire with a furious stance. Uchiha Yo-Yo's brow furrowed. It actually went right through the whole fireball? Fiden's body carried burning wounds as his scythe swung violently. Yo-Yo used a rack of swords and blocked it smoothly, but Fiden's scythe was too large, and the spikes on it still cut a small gash in Yo-Yo's arm. Yo-Yo took advantage of the moment when Hida's weapon bounced up and sliced right through Hida's throat. Fiden's body stiffened violently and he fell to the ground. Yoruya frowned. Was it settled so easily? Sure enough, there was a rattle from behind him, and Yoruya turned his head to find that Fiden, who had a huge gaping hole in his neck, had stood up. Ho! It hurts! Fiden's throat leaked and slurred words came out of his mouth. Unite was shocked in his heart. How could he not be dead? What kind of technique is this? You two knight in situ with a guard. Fiden cried out furiously. Divine sanction upon you. The foot stepped on his own blood and drew a quick circle and triangle. Yo-Yo directly threw out 5 shuriken. Do. The continuous sound of a shuriken shooting into flesh. Ah. Fiden screamed and screamed, and hadn't yet failed to leave the circle on the ground. He wore a grim expression. Sanction you. His hand flew over the side and he was about to put it in his mouth. A sharp silhouette flashed by, bringing up a glittering blade light. Fiden only had time to put his scythe up in front of him. Choke. The scythe, along with his neck, was instantly severed. Fiden's head was thrown high into the air and then landed on the ground. A familiar figure appeared in front of Unite. Natsuki-sama. Yoruya's face was wild with joy. He hadn't seen the Vice Clan chief in a couple years since he had followed the skunk and the others out. Scream my ass. Natsuki slapped Yoruya on the head, sending Yoruya stumbling. Why don't you interrupt the spell-casting pre-shake? Natsuki said with hatred. Chapter 93, Hidden Sauce. In the woods of the land of soup. What is spellcasting pre-shake? Yutu was a little confused by the slap in the face. At that moment, Flying Duan on the ground opened his eyes and frantically began to howl. Ah! It hurts! You bastard! How dare you interrupt the evil god's ritual? You deserve to die. Not dead after this? Uchiha Yo-Yo was startled. A human head talking was still very spooky. Ha 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 ha. It's all a gift from the evil gods. I am immortal. Immortal. Even if only one head remains, I'll crawl over and bite your throat off. Natsuki, expressionless, took out a bitterness and threw it out with force. The bitterness plunged straight into Hida's mouth, rotting it along with his tongue, and all Hida could do now was whimper. Natsuki turned to Yo-Yo. Look at the pattern at his feet. He's taking your blood on his scythe. He just has to lick it into his mouth. Just by standing in there, it's linked to your life, and he stabs himself in the heart, and you die right there. Yutu Knight was shocked, now realizing that he had gone through the ghost gate. Why don't you go interrupt him when you can clearly see that he's drawing patterns on the ground and would rather be shot by your shuriken than leave the circle? Natsuki was angry. Almost this naive Uchiha clan member was nothing. Yo-Yo lowered her head. I'm sorry Natsuki-sama. Forget it. Natsuki was overly angry and let it go. After all, he was a seer before he knew about Fiden's methods, and it was only human to be cautious not to go forward when the others didn't know. You have come here on a mission for the cult? Yo-Yo nodded and said, Yes Lord Natsuki, this cult of evil god recently popped up out of nowhere in Unakuni. There are still some people who simply can't be killed, so they asked the Sound Ninja village for help, and that's why we came over. How many of you are coming? Who's leading the group? Back to my lord. There are 6 of them, a group led by Stopping Water. I, Stop Water, have already eliminated 3 strongholds. I went out to scout the strongholds and ran into this man. Unite replied respectfully. In a small country like this, ninjas are of varying abilities, and most have no systematic training. The poor strength could not even defeat the lower ninja of Konoha, let alone the elite of the Uchiha clan. So 6 people coming over, or Stopper leading the group, was already looking up to these heathens. Natsuki glanced at the underground Fidden still whimpering something out of his mouth, but the man with a broken tongue was unable to make a full sound at all. In the entire Shao organization, the one Natsuki hated the most was this Haiden. Not that he had a bad brain, it's because everyone else kills for their own purposes. Only Fidden kills to please the evil god, and keeps preaching in the vain hope that more people will join this church. Although for the time being there is just one undead finished product in Hida, it's hard to say if a second Hida will be born in the future. This pure killing cult must be destroyed. Natsuki was initially prepared to take Fidden's head and bring it back to Orochimaru for research, but thinking about it was too disgusting. Or just dig a hole and bury him out of sight. Natsuki's double-eyed shuriken eyes rotated violently, fracturing into kaleidoscopic shuriken eyes, and a giant Susanoo was instantly projected. Yoyo looked at Natsuki's dozens of meters tall Suzaku with a shocked face. This is Natsuki-sama's god's power. In the distance, the Uchiha Stopper and his group raised their eyes and saw the huge Susanoo in the forest in the distance. It's Senior Summerwood. Go! Stopper's face was excited. It had been years since he had seen Natsuki-senpai, and he didn't expect to run into him here. In the distance, Dreyka's Onijirai and the others, after seeing the appearance of Susanoo, also drew closer to this side. Rumble! There was a huge roar. Natsuki's Suzaku punch went down, directly smashing Fidden's head along with the ground into a deep crater. He probed his eyes and saw that the pit was a bloody mess inside, and there was no more sound. Natsuki was curious. Now that you've smashed your flying Duan into flying Duan sauce, will you be able to come back to life? His Susanoo pulled out his arm and swept it from side to side, burying Fidanju in the ground. Boom! Natsuki smashed Fidden's body into a pulp as well as he did, hitting another crater and sweeping it in for him. Yo-Yo was looking on in disbelief. Natsuki-sama was so brutal. Swish 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 sounds rang out as Stopper and the others arrived first and Onimusha and the others arrived later. Natsuki saw that both segments of Hida's body were beaten and buried in sauce, and dispersed his Susanoo. Stopper was still nervous for a moment when he saw Onijirai and the others appear. It was because Onijirai and Kurita Apricot were the ones dressed as Misty Hidden, but Natsuki quickly landed in front of Stopper. Don't be nervous, it's one of our own. Natsuki's words made Stopper and the others drop their guard. Why are you out on a mission? Have you solved your problem? Natsuki inquired. Stopper nodded. Lord Orochimaru has already made us a stabilizing potion. There's no problem with light use. Natsuki nodded and didn't say much. It would be clear when he turned back to Orochimaru, introduced everyone by name and not much else. But Uchiha Sensui's name was well known in the Misty Hidden, and the shark-eyed fish eyes of the Dreyka's Onijirai would occasionally turn to look at Sensui. Natsuki looked at it and smiled in her heart. Ever since Dreyka's Onijirai got his shark muscle, his strength has been growing every day, but all the time he was in a hurry. The road was full of petty thieves, and he basically didn't have a chance to make a move. Now that he saw the Uchiha Stormbringer, he was naturally dumbfounded. Let's finish the mission first, then go back to the Sound Ninja village right away. Natsuki didn't care about the Oni. Let's finish the mission now. Stopper reported that they had destroyed 3 strongholds of the cultists in quick succession, and that some of these cultists would modify their own bodies, making it stronger and painless. It didn't form any decent resistance later on, except for causing them some trouble at first. They had already scouted it out, and the headquarters of the evil god cult was in a cave in the northwest. It seems that Fidden is the only successful experiment. The others are not all able to spell others like Fidden. To save time, Natsuki said as they hurried towards their destination. This evil god cult has a spell that can take your blood afterward and use it to spell kill, so be careful not to get hurt. Anyone who sees someone drawing a phalanx at his feet must either destroy his phalanx or throw him out of its reach. It's possible that there will be other undead that have had their limbs cut off and are still able to move. A few Uchiha were listening with a stony face. The few chapters they had annihilated before only had some simple limb modifications. I didn't expect the evil god cult to have these abilities. Ninjas are all high offense and low defense, and once they are not careful, it is easy to turn over in the gutter. Natsuki, this information, very important. A few people quickly reached the entrance of the cave, where there were 2 more guards. Stopper jumped in with a glare in his eyes. The 2 guards fell to the ground. Several people then fishtailed into the room. Natsuki glanced up at the dumbfounded Dreyka's Onijirai. You go help too, Oni-chan. The Oni smiled at his words. As you wish, boss. Then walked in with Stopper and the others. You guys just wait for us at the door. It'll be over soon. The remaining three, White and Kurita Apricot, didn't like to fight, and Junmero had been forbidden to fight by Natsuki, so he left a few of them out in the open. Natsuki also wanted to see what level the current Draikazana Musha was at, so he slowly followed behind into the cave. Chapter 94 Big Explosion Water Rushing Wave. Yunokuni, the cultist cave. There weren't many torches inside the cave, and there wasn't much light. Still, under Natsuki's eyes, it was clear to see. Natsuki strolled inside, couldn't lay down more than a handful of cultists along the way. The cultists are very recognizable, and everyone is dressed very stylishly. The flying section that was down jacket on top, jeans on the bottom, and marten boots on the feet. And these congregations are no slouches, with all sorts of high-bang boots, tight pants, and baggy tops, jewelry made of metal that hangs from multiple locations on the body. It was all quite personalized, making Natsuki think she was back in a fashionable city. But it was just a little bit worse, and all the way through, there weren't too many signs of fighting, all lying on the ground. Anything that was a knife wound was basically a Uchiha slash, and anything that was a bloody mess, that was a big knife shark smash. Vaguely visible were black or silver modifications on some of them. The passageway wasn't a very long distance away, and there were some sounds of fighting ahead, so Natsuki walked in to take a look. Inside was a large pit, and in front of this pit was a raised platform. The top of the high platform had been dyed dark brown with blood, and broken limbs abounded. Looking at Natsuki was a frown. This would be the place where they gather, or dedicate themselves to the evil gods. The field of boarded water had used his famous technique, Phantom Instantaneous Technique. Multiple figures of him in the field, killing the evil god religionists as they retreated. One by one, the evil god followers were like psychopaths, cut down to the point of shouting, "Long live the evil god," then rushes up and hugs you, letting his companion's sharp blade plunge into him. Luckily, Stopper was very good at instantaneous jutsu, and those religious people were not very strong. These low-level means of homoeroticism simply didn't work, and the ones they were holding on to were detachments. And Draikazana Musha had already spread the bandages of his Kamakura and used his Kamakura's flying chain chop. The hilt of the shuriken stretched out and curved like a chain, and the Oni flung it like a meteor hammer. If you hit it, you die. If you graze it, you lie down. In a place like Yunokuni, where high-level ninjas were few and far between, this so-called evil god cult really didn't have many experts, and most of them were just stragglers. Stopper and Anamusha cleaned up the stragglers. The remaining four were considered to be slightly better equipped. The man in the center looks like an officiating one as he cries out furiously, "You blasphemers! The Lord Evil God will not spare you!" Natsuki stepped forward. "Oh, we'll just stand here. What can your evil gods do to us?" The OC choked. Most of the people who came were Uchiha. These henchmen he's taken on are completely outmatched, and the perfect reformer, Fidden, is actually out at this point. "You guys wait. Fidden comes back to kill all of you," Yo-Yo said. "It's no use. Give up. Fidden is already dead at the hands of Natsuki-sama." "What? No way. I don't believe it." Seeing a few people approaching, he said to the few people beside him, "It's time to do your duty for the evil god lord." As if bewitched, the few people beside them chanted, "Do your duty for Lord Evil God." Several people leapt together on top of the high platform, picked up their swords and stuck them in their necks, and for a while they were still alive. Decidedly also rotated the knife some. For a moment rushing blood spattered out of the sky. The principal stood at the top and shouted, "Lord Evil, these are the gifts of the most devout believers." The bright red blood on the ground seemed to glow as if it had come to life. "Ha ha 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 ha." The principal let out a maniacal laugh. The ritual was complete, and he himself would have immortality. "When the time comes, whether you cut off your head or your heart, you will not die." Natsuki frowned as he jumped up. Looking down in the air, it was noticed that the blood on the entire floor, following a specific groove, flowed in a triangle and a circle. It was the same rune that Fidden had drawn. A force seemed to be coming across the border from the void and coalescing onto the man at the front. "Humph." Natsuki snorted coldly. "Oni-chan, flush all the blood out of here." The Oni grinned. "Leave it to me, boss." He thrust the shark muscle behind him and made a quick seal. Sway ton. Big blast water rushing wave. Poof. Raging streams of water erupted from the Oni's mouth. The sound of rumbling was like a dam breaking and rushing madly down. The water quickly rushed through the grooves on the floor, not to mention the blood, and all of the evil cultists' corpses rushed together out into the passageway. The members of the Uchiha were stunned. Such a powerful water escape. Tread water and jump upwards. However, something very embarrassing happened. The Oni sprayed water so fast that the water flowed out at all. The passageway was even more clogged with cultist corpses, and the water line in the hall was rising rapidly. Natsuki was a bit speechless. The Oni had really been itching to fight for too long. This current isn't enough to drown everyone, but it's always a mess. Suzanne can. Natsuki transformed into a kaleidoscope Sharingan and summoned a giant Susanoo. The top broke through the mountain wall with a bang. When Kurita Apricot heard the violent tidal wave-like sound of raw water, she knew that it must be Onii-chan's elder brother releasing the water escape again. Only Onii-chan's elder brother's water escape is this powerful. Except isn't that the belly of the mountain? Apricot Kurita looked a little puzzled, and subconsciously grabbed White's clothes in her hands. Boom! The sloping mountain wall suddenly burst open. Immediately there was a large amount of water spewing out of this hole below. Apricot Kurita jumped up and stepped on top of the current, lifting White in her hand in the process as well. And Junmalu jumped nimbly on top of the big tree next to him. A giant Susanoo poked out of it. Jumping out right after them were a couple of Uchiha clansmen. And Stopper was carrying an unconscious man in his hands. Dreyka's Animusha, dripping wet, jumped out with his shark muscle. He grinned. Sorry boss, forgot the place was too small. Dreyka's Animusha mouthed apologies, but didn't mean to apologize at all. Natsuki didn't mind. He knew that the Oni were unconventional. After all, it was also because he hadn't thought it through. Water flows come and go quickly. It soon became level and all stepped on the water. Natsuki turned to the Uchiha and was reprimanding him. Seeing him preparing a big move, you guys still don't interrupt him. What are you all doing? Stopper rubbed his garlic nose. Don't be angry. Natsuki-senpai, I'm the one who stopped them from getting on. Natsuki grunted. Stopping the water as it was meant to be. You like to plan everything before you do it. And oftentimes you miss a lot of opportunities and moments. Stopper was a bit embarrassed to find a topic of conversation. Natsuki-senpai, what about this person? Stopper threw the OC to the ground, which was covered in sludge from the stream of water that had just washed over it. He choked on 2 mouthfuls of muddy water, then immediately climbed up, unable to stop that mouth even after sitting on the ground again. You guys actually interrupted the evil god's ritual. The evil god will surely curse you. Natsuki passed a look, and Stopper took his head off with a straight swipe. It turned out to be amazing that the man, just like Flying Duan, had his head fall off, and both still didn't die. Ha 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 ha, I'm just immortal. The evil god has favored me. I have succeeded. I am immortal. Natsuki looked at this evil god cult's mastermind, who was probably brain dead, and he didn't have the heart to work out how to undo his undead body. Showing his Susanoo, he punched down hard. Boom! Mud and water splashed. If it wasn't for the people next to him who dodged quickly, they would probably be splashed all over. The head that was still talking was blown to pulp by a punch and a large crater was made in the ground. Natsuki frowned and threw another punch, sending the man's body into a pulp as well. Natsuki Suzaku buried both pits with a sweep of his hand from side to side. Natsuki dispersed her Susanoo and ordered Stopper. Stopper, you go inside and blow up the floor of the hall for good measure. Stopper led the way. The Uchiha next to him had eyes full of yearning for Susanoo. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! A series of detonation charms sounded and Stopper leapt out of the hole. Elder Natsuki, the ground was leveled by me. Natsuki clapped her hands. Alright, mission accomplished. Let's go back. Chapter 95 Hyuga Family Meeting. Kiba Village. Hyuga Clanland, Conference Room. The patriarchal lineage is sufficient on a daily basis, but the subclanage lineage is poor on a daily basis, as well as a bunch of other elders all sitting around in a pile. The 4th elder sat down on his knees, his face calm, but no one spoke, and the atmosphere of the entire conference room was very dull and depressing. The eldest elder coughed. I think it's good for the Uchiha to get out of the police force, now that our Hyuga family is in complete control of the police force. Bang! Hyuga Hinata slapped the table in a rare moment. Grand Elder, I didn't agree to open this opening in the first place. The police force, almost all of whom are from our Hyuga, has enough power. Wouldn't it be nice to have those Uchihas help out with those Uchihas around? Sometimes when it's inconvenient for us to step in? What's the point of you getting those locations at the root now that their entire clan has disengaged? The Uchihas have risen so strongly that they are now the most powerful clan in the entire shinobi world. If the Hyuga family is in the police force, they encounter some more complicated backgrounds that they can't handle well on their own. With Hinata's relationship with the Uchiha, getting the Uchiha to help out would all be a breeze. And now, no more. The Uchiha instantly disengaged all of them, and didn't even want the store. The Grand Elder's heart was also bitter when he saw the furious Hinata. Indeed, Hinata and Uchiha were on good terms before, regardless of the police force asking for help, or tricky tasks where the two clans worked together greatly increased the success rate. Because of his own greed for the honorary elders promised by Tuanzu, he was momentarily haunted and thought that it wouldn't be much of a big deal just to change his position in the team. As a result, the Uchiha reacted particularly violently, with members of the roots going that they'd rather not make money than open a store. The villagers were left with a lot of grievances. After feeling that things were not going well, the Great Elder could only go repeatedly to get the third Naruto, to redeem the honorary elder's promise. At the end of the day, Michio stated that it was all a private promise from Junzo that didn't count. Turns out the honorary elder didn't get it. Just the spot that was vacated when the roots quit. By the time you get here, the Hinata family can actually stop in time. As it turns out, Junzo actually approached the fourth eldest, Keidu. Fourth elder Heidu was a rare person who was single-mindedly devoted to his clan, and he looked down on both the clan and sub-clan hierarchies. When it comes to promoting young sons and daughters, it doesn't matter if you're a clan or a sub-clan, they are all treated equally. Even though the man is crippled, he is shining for the Hyuga family. I didn't expect Heidu to do this like this, even though the mouth was opened by the grand elder. Fourth elder Heido spoke up at this time. Patriarch, the incident this time was the work of me alone, and it's none of the great elder's business. Then the fourth elder took out a scroll and handed it to Hyuga Hinata. Hinata took the scroll with some confusion and opened it to see that it was actually the honorary elder's warrant of appointment, and the name is left blank. You didn't use the warrant for yourself? Honorary elders are of no use to me. The matriarch can find a suitable person to take over. Hinatsuki was a bit surprised. He was aware of the contents of the deal between Keidu and Junzo, and didn't realize that Keidu had actually submitted the warrant. The other elders, hearing that Hyuga Keidu did not use the warrant on his own, have also cast a different look. Hinata put the warrant down. Tell me about it. For so many years, Keidu had contributed diligently to the family. He must have his reasons for doing it this time. Keidu nodded, and then brought out the report on the investigation of the Uchiha's earnings, which had been given to him by Suzu. Heidu also prepared multiple copies and distributed them to all the elders. Whether it was the patriarch, Hinata, or the other elders, after seeing that the Uchiha clan had actually gained so much, a commotion arose. After everyone has an idea, it was only then that Keidu spoke up. I was told by a son who has a better relationship with the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is now the one that doesn't have to go on quests at all, and the clan will regularly send money inside. The ones they went to Kiba for missions before were just honing their own skills, not making money off of that at all. And Uchiha Natsuki also issued a reward order to encourage childbirth. The Uchiha clan, even if they have a child at home, the clan also sends money. Keidu's words caused many of the Hyuga elders to riot. No wonder we seldom see the people of the Uchiha clan going to take the mission. Thought that the skunk took away part of the people. Did not expect that actually do not have to do the mission. I can't believe they're giving out rewards for giving birth. Are the Uchiha that rich? The reason why the Hyuga clan is a powerful clan is because of the powerful ability of the White Eyes. Regardless of the Shinobi World War, the White Eyes of the Hyuga family were always a scouting tool that could not be bypassed. So whether it's a subsidy handed out by the village, or Hinata going out as a mercenary, or accepting missions for help, all of which made the Hyuga family earn money and fame, it gives the Hyuga clan a few thin spots wherever they go. The clan separation structure of the Hyuga clan gave the clan absolute control. More than that, it makes it so that there is less of a white eye risk of exodus and there are no traitors. But because of this, a split family does not gain greater power when it gains more war credits. The patriarchs of the clan basically don't go to the battlefield, or else they are all in the rear, and obtaining war merits is basically impossible. So it leads to the fact that the Hinata family, which has a good reputation, is scarce in the power class. There are no other honorary elders in the clan other than Hyuga Hinata. Numerous sect head elders dreamed of obtaining another honorary elder seat, which was why the Grand Elder had gone ahead and opened that opening. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, Heidu continued to analyze. The family is short of personnel due to the fact that the family has taken over the position of the police force. Everyone is aware of the days of the former Uchiha, and now it's our turn as the Hyuga clan. The vigilantes have slowed down the vast majority of our manpower, and now many clans have requests for mission assistance that we simply cannot take. Many elders only now realized that the clan was in an awkward position at this time. The Grand Elder knocked on the desktop and said in a deep voice, "This is a problem we anticipated at the very beginning, when we accepted the vigilantes." Hinata nodded and picked up. It wasn't a serious situation at the time, and now that it's supposed to be a non-war period, it doesn't matter if we're a little short-staffed, as long as we survive these few years. When the new generation of clansmen are able to take responsibility, our Hyuga family will immediately be able to embark on a period of rapid growth. All the elders looked at each other and agreed with Hinata, but the information in their hands clearly told them that they would be growing at a high rate in a few years. Then Uchiha will just take off in a few years. I didn't take this honorary elder's commission from Tuzo for myself, and not for my own crippled leg. I just want to add more power to the family. Wait a few years until our Hyuga clan isn't left far behind. Hyuga Keita said and touched his leg. This thing could only be considered as an add-on for him from Tuanzu. With or without him he would agree to cooperate. Heidu was thinking clearly, and everyone knew about the recovery of his leg. I didn't realize that Heidu wasn't even doing it for his broken leg, but to make a plot for the family. The elders looked at each other and all recognized Heidu's statement. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but say, Aren't you afraid that Uchiha Natsuki will come back to liquidate us? The crowd shivered at the thought of Natsuki's prowess. With a good brain and a strong person, Michio and Suzu hadn't suffered many losses at his expense, and if Natsuki came back, the Hyuga clan wouldn't be able to withstand his vengeance. A smile appeared on Keido's face. When I did this, I thought of multiple outcomes. 1. We got all the formulas very smoothly. Then we can immediately work with Naruto-sama to submit the formulas to the daimyo of the Fire Country. We can copy and do this business together. And even if Uchiha Natsuki comes back, there's nothing he can do about it. 2. With only a portion of the formula, the Uchiha has little to lose, and the clan only needs to execute me to fulfill their account to the Uchiha. 3. Will be discovered right away. That way the Uchiha have nothing to lose. Just push me out again. No matter which situation arises, we, the Hyuga clan, will get the position of honorary elder. The only thing that pays is a lingering old man like me. Matriarch, if the Uchiha clan needs an explanation, execute me. Keido's expression was bland, as if he was ready to die a long time ago. The group of elders also looked at Hinata, and the eldest elder opened his mouth slightly, but said nothing. Robbing someone is like killing their parents, especially in this world. Leaking someone's secrets is a very serious matter. Hyuga Hinata stared at the warrant in his hand, and the Uchiha Ichi's earnings report for a long time. He looked up. Have the Hyuga vigilantes spread the word that this is all being forced on them by Junzo? Fourth Elder Haido, deprived of the position of elder, confined to his home, waiting for subsequent disposition. This honorary elder warrant. Chapter 96 Arrival. The Land of the Fields. With stepping onto the land of Tanakuni, it took Natsuki a moment to feel the bustle. Along the way, both the land of water and the land of soup were withering and dilapidated, and the road was even more sparsely populated. Although you prepare a lot of food on your own, there comes a time when you get tired of it. After setting foot on Tanakuni land, walk into a town closest to the border and it's full of food with Chinese food signs. Natsuki greeted everyone while gorging themselves, while sighing from the bottom of my heart. I never thought that the restaurant training industry I was in back then would play such a role one day. It allowed myself to eat some of the flavors of home in a foreign world, while many of the flavors change slightly due to the limited ingredients. What more bike is needed in a different world? The development of the world of Naruto is completely monstrous, with some places technologically advanced and others poor and backward. In terms of food, not many people have studied it at all, and naturally, there is no food culture. What cuisine from the last life that hasn't evolved over the years and gotten here is a complete downgrade. After the mission was completed, the Uchiha crowd was in no hurry to return. Everyone ate and drank all the way through. A few people from the water country were eating this exotic food for the first time, and once they started they simply couldn't stop. The Oni and Kurita apricot favored spicy, and were totally in love with the various skewered risotto type things on the road. Junmaro and Haku were a bit more partial to sweets, and bought a lot of horseshoe cakes, mung bean cakes, and red bean cakes. Both were very happy and full of rare smiles. Natsuki also let them eat and drink, and walked all the way, taking almost half a month to finally get to the Sound Ninja Village. The Sonic Ninja Village was already expanding in size, and there were streets being built in the neighborhood, lined with merchant houses one after another. The number of people who came here to entrust tasks was high, and naturally the number of people who went to spend money was also high, forming a virtuous circle with each other. Many of the ninjas coming and going inside were clansmen who had run away from the Uchiha, and they were all very happy to see Natsuki. Natsuki-sama! Natsuki-sama! From time to time, people greeted Natsuki. News of Kiba had been coming in for the last few years that they had been out. Everyone knew that since their departure, everyone was better off. Even though the Uchiha clan was out of the center of power, many of their families were still on the Konoha side, and with the psychic beasts, they were able to send messages to each other very quickly. They all knew that the Uchiha were very rich now, and they didn't have to work very hard on their missions themselves. Especially lately, the Uchiha of Kiba have stopped taking missions in Kiba. It's all missions from this side that are passed back for them to pick from. The Uchiha no longer had to look at Kiba's face. In some cases, where the family had added a younger brother to the family, or where a brother had married and had a child, the clan paid out a substantial subsidy. It was all thanks to Natsuki, so everyone respected him from the bottom of their hearts. According to what everyone thought, it was assumed that the next patriarch would be Natsuki as the next head of the clan. Everyone knew that Natsuki-sama had something to do, so they just said hello and left first. Skunk soon came out to greet Natsuki as well. Senior Natsuki, long time no see. Over 4 years had allowed the skunk to grow quite a bit taller, and the image of the skunk in Natsuki's mind was gradually overlapping. All that was missing was a fire cloud costume. Natsuki shook her head, banishing the strange thoughts. He hemmed and hawed and slapped the skunk on the back, growing quite tall. Skunk, thanks to you. The skunk was still polite. Alright, take me to see Orochimaru first. Natsuki was not amused, but instead was very much looking forward to Orochimaru. The skunk made his way forward, leading Natsuki through the Sonic Village and back trails for some time. When they reached the mouth of the depression where the mountains started, a hole had been made and two ninjas stood to the left and right of the doorway. These two ninjas, too, were at the upper shinobi level of chakra response. But that wasn't the point. Natsuki's earlier guess was right. There was no one who had left a name on the original story. Even if you join inside the power template, you still won't get a reward. Natsuki's eyes narrowed slightly, and it suddenly occurred to him that Orochimaru hadn't recruited the 4 members of the Sound Ninja, and if he had, he could probably pull a wool over his eyes. The skunk led Natsuki all the way inside, and Natsuki realized as soon as he entered the cave that it was deep and large, and wondered if Orochimaru had hollowed out the entire belly of the mountain. Tap, tap, tap. There were footsteps up ahead. Orochimaru's appeared at the end of the passage. Orochimaru's hands were raised and his eyes were glowing as he looked at Natsuki. Natsuki-kun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A low, husky voice came. Yeah, that's right, that's the flavor. Ding! Recruitment of Orochimaru successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to parse jutsu. Ha, you still have to meet to get it. Orochimaru is known for how strong his ninjutsu talent is. His ninjutsu parsing can learn quickly and perfect ninjutsu. With this, learning ninjutsu would be faster in the future. Natsuki was all smiles. Orochimaru, I've been looking forward to this meeting for a long time as well. Come on, I'll take you to the lab. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and led the way. Natsuki and Skunk both followed. Orochimaru purposely took 2 steps slower to walk alongside Natsuki. Natsuki-kun, the Shigure and Kagome you had the weasel retrieve are really good seedlings, giving us a lot of new ideas for our experiments. Shigure's body has made great progress in the study of my spell seals. Orochimaru was full of his science experiments and Natsuki was quickly getting into the swing of things. I think Shigeo's physique is naturally attracted to natural energies, and his spell seal is just an inferior immortal mode. A true immortal mode should not lose one's mind. Orochimaru nodded. Which immortal mode does Natsuki-kun think is better? Ruji Cave or Mayuki Mountain? Natsuki shook her head. Depends on one's constitution, I guess, depending on whether it's more suited to the frog senjutsu of Mayuki Mountain, or the snake senjutsu of the Dragon Earth Cave, and the slug senjutsu of the Wet Bone Forest. Of course, all 3 of these places, their immortal modes are developed according to, well, their own bodies. If we learn their model of immortality, we will end up with more or less of their racist traits on us. Xiaomu paused for a moment. Whether or not the immortal arts of the 3 great sacred grounds will affect the mind is anyone's guess. If I can, I want to try creating a human immortal art. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. He had been an orphan since he was a child, and after that the path of growth regarding the Dragon Earth Cave and his involvement was also very deep. His array of jutsu are also snake jutsu, and even his own bloodline may be connected to the Dragon Earth Cave, but this doesn't matter. Orochimaru, he is a scientist. He even invented a secret method like the uncorporeal reincarnation, where the body can be changed at will. Naturally, he would not be bound to his own bloodline. Orochimaru has big plans, and won't be confined to the Dragon Earth Cave and its associated snake research. If it was true that the immortal mode of the Dragon Earth Cave had a backdoor that would affect the mind, he would not hesitate to abandon the Dragon Earth Cave. Though Orochimaru knew that his reincarnation had damaged his soul and that he might have a more difficult time practicing senjutsu. As he spoke, Orochimaru had led Natsuki and Weasel into the lab. Lord Orochimaru, Brother Weasel. A little girl with a full head of red hair and glasses was holding a piece of rice cake in her mouth. The skunk nodded slightly and said to Kagome, "This is Natsuki-senpai. He's the one who told me to go to the Grass Ninja Village to save you." Kagome's eyes also lit up when she saw Natsuki beside Orochimaru. Most of the Uchiha clan weren't bad looking, and Natsuki was in his mid-20s and much taller and more upright than the ferret. Kagome was the one who saw a glance and felt the favor pulling in, or he was the one who got Brother Weasel to come to his rescue. She then called out sweetly, "Senior Summerwood." Natsuki smiled and nodded. Chapter 97, Shigeo Kashimoto. That's when the system beep arrived late. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the course of Kagome's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Vajra Blockade X1. Ding! Recruitment of Kagome is successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining physical healing. Oh come on, you've become a functional drink yourself. Natsuki heard Goldfinger's voice, ready to turn around and bite himself to see if he could heal. Kagome, is there enough food? Orochimaru was in a rare moment of good humor, and Kagome was the only one who was allowed to eat inside his lab. Because of Kagome's special physique, she needs to consume a lot of energy, and this energy is not only chakra, but also life energy. Kagome can replenish by eating a lot, and Orochimaru treats his precious experiments with leniency. Kagome was physically and mentally healthy, and corresponding experiments to match would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. So whatever Kagome wanted to eat, Orochimaru would find someone to get it. Gulping down the rice cake, Kagome said vaguely, "That's enough, Orochimaru-sama. I feel full." For Kagome, following Big Brother Weasel to Orochimaru was the best decision of her life. She and her mother had always been treated as tools in the Kusunobu village, and her mother had been sucked alive. After living in fear and loathing of the Kusunobu village since he was a child, Brother Weasel fell from the sky and said he would take him out of the village. Kagome agreed almost without thinking. Even if the place she was going to was hell, it was still better than being in the Kushiro ninja village. After Kagome arrives in Tanakuni, she realizes that it's a paradise. There was so much good food, and Brother Weasel was generous with whatever he wanted to eat. Kagome was a bit scared when she first met Orochimaru, but after spending some time together, Kagome realized that Lord Orochimaru was quite nice. He would just let himself cooperate with some experiments while he could eat and sleep whenever he wanted every day. These days are a dream come true. All of this, Brother Weasel said, was what Natsuki-senpai told him to do. Therefore, Kagome was very grateful to Natsuki-senpai. Orochimaru led the group onward, and ahead of them was a huge machine with a tube attached to it. Underneath was a child with orange hair and orange pupils and a strong body. This should be Shigeo. It's really tall. I don't know what to eat to grow so big. He should be 12 or 13 years old now, and he's already taller than the ferret. All of 6'5" by eyeballing. Only half a head shorter than Orochimaru. Shigeo was also very happy to see everyone coming together. Orochimaru-sama, Weasel big brother, Kagome, you guys are here. He then looked to Natsuki, who had the distinct look of an Uchiha, but Shigeo hadn't seen him before. Shigeo, this is Natsuki-senpai. Skunk introduced Shigeo. Shigeo gave Natsuki a respectful bow. Natsuki-senpai, thank you for rescuing me. If you hadn't let Brother Weasel save me here, I would have been unable to resist killing someone. Natsuki looked at Shigeo, whose eyes were clear, and sighed a little. Shigeo was originally a nature-loving person with a smooth mind. As a result, Shigeo is in a lot of pain because he can't control the urge to kill because of the rampage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the course of Shigeo's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Spell Sealization X1. Ding! Recruitment of Shigeo successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining Natural Affinity. Spellbinding, I wonder what it's like to spellbind yourself. Another natural affinity. It was as if Natsuki felt a special energy in the air now, and it seemed that immortal mode was on the agenda. Natsuki smiled and greeted Shigeo, turning to Orochimaru and asking, "Now what's being done to curb his rampage?" Orochimaru said, "He just has an overabundance of natural energy that affects his mind. Just periodically siphon it out of him and he'll have no problem." Orochimaru stroked Kagome's head. "Little Kagome has strong senses. Just pull him over and smoke him when Shigeo has more natural energy." Kagome gave a very proud expression. Orochimaru looked down the pipe behind Shigeo. "Well, almost." Shigeo sniffed and removed the tube directly behind him. People are also free to move around. Natsuki is also happy for Shigeo to see that he doesn't have to stay in jail. Then said, "I'll introduce you to some friends. You should really like them. Weasel, take Shigeo and Kagome to meet their new partners." Natsuki instructed. Weasel nodded and led Shigeo and Kagome out. Shigeo was originally saved by Junmaru, who made him a mental prison after tying him up with a bone and wildly recommending his boss, Orochimaru. Now what about being saved early by himself? I wonder if he'll end up closer to Weasel or to Junmare. Hey, it seemed that there was one person missing from the group of them, and Natsuki suddenly couldn't remember. Forget it, there shouldn't be any drama anyway. Following Orochimaru inside the secret study, the two sat opposite each other. Orochimaru spoke to Natsuki about his progress against Weasel and Stopper. The eyes are, by nature, independent of the immune system, and your sharpening will eyes, when affected by a hormone secreted by the brain, evolve by producing large quantities of Yinzu chakra. But it's imperfect. The Sharingan eyes are only concerned with evolution. They don't give a damn about whether or not their bodily functions are able to withstand it. That's why all kaleidoscopic Uchiha go blind. I've configured a drug that blocks this hormone, for both the skunk and Stopper, and now the skunk and Stopper's bodies won't be eroded by the Yinzu chakra, and the skunk's cellular inflammatory reaction has disappeared. But their pupil power will stop growing now, and I'm going to wait for their bodies to develop a bit before I do the next step. Although Natsuki didn't know much about the specifics of the research above, the theoretical knowledge above could provide Orochimaru with quite a few arguments. How's the isolation of the pillar cells going? Natsuki hadn't contacted Orochimaru in recent times and didn't know Orochimaru's exact progress. Orochimaru was initially of the opinion that he could just inject Juma's cells, but Natsuki told him that Juma's cellular will was too strong. If you can't successfully separate the Yangtan chakra in it, injecting it directly will most likely turn it into a tree. The yokai chakra on the cellular level isn't good to separate. It's still missing a lot of precious materials, but Jiraiya came by once a month ago. Orochimaru then told Natsuki about Jiraiya's move to come over. Natsuki narrowed her eyes and thought, when she had told Baby A about it, it was just a casual way to put a black lid on Tuanzo. After all, there's already so many pots in Tuanzo, he doesn't care to cover one more. I didn't realize that third generation Naruto was moving on to something else. If it wasn't for the fourth generation and Orochimaru didn't go into dark studies, would the third generation have picked Orochimaru to be Naruto? It should be noted that Orochimaru has neither joined the terrorist organization Shou in this world, nor has he gone to assassinate the fourth Kazekage, nor has he engaged in the Konoha collapse plan. Pure and simple, he's a research nerd. And as for defecting years ago to do human testing, that's old news. The world is a cruel place, and it happens in every shinobi village. It's just that outsiders don't know about it. After all, there are still people watching all of Bandito, so this is nothing for Orochimaru. Chapter 98, The Heart That Was, Tanakuni, the village of Yanin. Weasel walked out with Shannon and Shogo. Instead, he finds Stopper sparring with Onimusha, though both are casual about it. Stopper didn't perform a ninjutsu illusion, and the Oni didn't take a Sakura, but instead took a normal sword and cut body techniques with Stopper. Stopping Water's stance was ethereal, appearing in unexpected places to launch attacks every time. Every move of the Ghost Shark is powerful and heavy, although the body style is not as good as Stopping the Water, but between the advance and retreat is very powerful. Bing! The sword in Stopper's hand was knocked away by a powerful strike from the Oni. Stopper dropped down and rubbed the group's nose. You win, Onimusha. The Oni's shark face grinned as he looked sideways to see a scratch on his shoulder. Of course he knew that if Stopper hadn't stopped just now, he would have been injured himself. The instant Stopper really lives up to its name. He already liked it here somewhat. The skunk brought Kagome and Shigeo to the group and introduced them one by one. Although White's face had become much rosier, his body was still a bit thin and weak, and his timid demeanor instantly reminded Kagome of herself once upon a time. She pulled snacks out of her carry-on bag and shared them with White, and the two quickly became acquainted. Shigeo saw Junmir for the first time, but it was as if the man had known him for a long time, and it struck a chord with him. My name is Shogo, the land of rain. It was still raining in the sky, and Pain looked out the window with his hands behind his back. Minami set up the offering and turned her head to look at Pain. Nagato, I'm going to do it. Aha! Pain's low voice held a hint of something else. Minami organized his mind and made a serious seal, not daring to be careless. She had been learning this jutsu for a long time, and now she was finally able to use it. But the summoned obscene body has poor abilities, limited to being able to speak. A slap on the ground. The art of filthy earth transmutation. An eerie wind blew in the airtight room, and the cries of countless shadowy souls rang out. Hoo hoo hoo, hoo hoo hoo. A circle lit up around the living sacrifice on the ground, and countless runes on the ground went towards covering the living sacrifice. Ah, 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 ah. The unconscious living sacrifice woke up in intense pain, causing him to let out a heartbreaking howl. The voice was so mournful that it was like a severe ghost. Minami couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and all of a sudden, she crashed into Pain's body. Pain had turned to see the rune paper gradually dissipate into thin air, revealing the form of wayward Hatsuki. After a goodbye, Hatsuki is still wearing the same clothes as back then, and everything is as it was back then, minus the cracks from the obscene earth transmutation. Hatsuki's eyes slowly gained a gleam inside them. Am I not dead? He then saw Pain in front of him, and although he wasn't sure of the situation yet, he jumped over at once. Great, big brother, you're okay. Pain looked wooden and let Hatsuki hold him. A moment later, Hatsuki realized something was wrong. Yahiko, in front of him, was stiff and had no heartbeat. What's going on? Big brother, what's wrong with you? Hatsuki rushed to inquire, only to look up and find one of Pain's chakra eyes. Hatsuki sat on his butt. This, isn't at Nagato's reincarnation eye. What the hell is going on here? A figure walked up next to him and Hatsuki looked up. Instead, he realized it was Minami, who looked sad. Hatsuki. Hatsuki's eyes seemed to light up when he saw Minami and stood up to take Minami's hand. Minami, what happened to big brother? Didn't I die? Where's Daifuku? Where's Nagato? Where's the rest of my buddies? Minami heard Hatsuki's question and her mind flashed back to Yahiko's companions. Minami closed her eyes in pain. Hatsuki, you and Daifuku, the other companions, are dead. Yahiko is also dead. In front of you, I'm Nagato. Seeming to finally compose himself, Pain spoke. Hatsuki took 2 steps back and hit the window before he noticed that he was covered in cracks. Hatsuki raised his hand and looked at it. Really? It seems that a lot has happened since my death. Hatsuki sat down cross-legged. The day you went to negotiate with Hanzo, I received word from my companions at the Konoha border that the Konoha dark sex forces were heading towards Hanzo. I was thinking that the timing was too coincidental. and that Hanzo's words were a bit too much of a surprise. Suspecting foul play, I called on my companions to support you. I didn't expect to be stopped halfway by two men, one with a shady face and two halves of an aloe leaf. The other one covers his face and calls himself Uchiha Spot. That Uchiha blocked us from going over to support you guys. Said something about making you see reality or something like that. And then the face summoned a bunch of white monsters out of the ground. The man who called himself Uchiha Zanzu had a weird jutsu on him, and my attack went right through him. And then he stabbed me. I wanted to use a secret technique to drag him to his death, but I didn't expect him to escape in the end. Hatsuki talks very easily about everything that happened before he died, and after learning that he was only briefly brought back to life, he is quick to accept it. After all, such a thing as coming back from the dead would have been impossible. It's just that Minami and Nagato won't tell him what's going on with Yahiko and why Nagato is using Yahiko's body. Minami couldn't help but ask, did that guy who called himself Uchiha Zebra ever say anything else? Hatsuki thought for a moment before saying, when I was dying, I heard him say, for Nagato to open the true eye of reincarnation. There is no peace in this cursed world. Nagato should abandon his current ideals and set out for the new world. After saying that, Hatsuki suddenly looked up. Nagato, have you abandoned our ideals of peace? Pain was silent for a moment before. No, I just did it differently. Once we were too naive. People grow up after experiencing pain. He who does not know pain will not know what peace is. I will make world peace my way, Pain said in a firm tone. Hatsuki looked at Pain, feeling that this Nagato was incredibly unfamiliar. Nagato, I don't know what happened to you guys, but the way you are now, aren't you just going along with that Uchiha's wishes? Pain's expression changed and he didn't say anything for a long time. With a question from Hatsuki, he remained silent. Ryoga shook his head. Minami sighed. Filthy earth transmutation. Solution. Hatsuki suddenly felt a lightness in his body. His soul was leaving this body. He couldn't help but shout, Nagato, don't fall into the conspiracy. In my life as a war orphan with no place to live, dawn was the first hope I saw. Nagato, I'll always remember that morning when the sun came up. Big Brother named our organization Dawn. He said, this country suffers from war and cries all the time, and that's why we're going to be the dawn that changes the world. The voices became lower and lower until they were silent. Pain looked out the window, and there was a violent fluctuation in his chakra. Minami couldn't help but look over with worried eyes. Nagato. Pain's chakra stabilized and he said in a cold voice, let's go see Uchiha Natsuki. He must know more inside. Chapter 99, Want to be Naruto. Orochimaru, Tanakuni, the village of Yanin. Orochimaru's lab. In the original world, even though the fifth Naruto was Tsunade, that was all if the third generation died violently. Tsunade didn't want her grandfather's work to be destroyed at the hands of Junzo before she took over as the fifth Naruto. You know Tsunade isn't on good terms with the village right now. The deaths of both Jomonoki and Broken back then were so childish that to say that Tuanzu hadn't interfered with them would be something Natsuki wouldn't believe. But it's unknown whether or not Junzo made the decision privately, or whether or not he talked to Michio. One of the heirs of the Thousand Hands is dead and the other has a nervous breakdown. All of the other Chippendales are dead because of the replication of the Kizuna. The Sarutobi clan sits on the fence and Junzo covets the Naruto position. As far as the final beneficiaries are concerned, both Junzo and Michio are suspect. Natsuki smiled grimly. Orochimaru, do you want to be Naruto? Naruto? Orochimaru chewed on the words. He didn't really have much of an obsession with Naruto. He just had a grudge because the old man had chosen Mizukage and not him in the first place. In what way is he, Orochimaru, not better than Mizumon? And he actually chose Mizumon to be the fourth generation. He wanted to prove that the old man's choice was wrong, and that he, Orochimaru, was the best. For now, the Sound Concealment Village had grown, and although it couldn't be called Shadow with the country's name like the five great powers, there was no problem with calling it a Sound Shadow. However, except for the five great powers, no one recognizes the shadows of the other small countries when they leave the village. So I've never heard of titles like Teki Shadow, Kuzakage Shadow, Frost Shadow, or anything like that. Orochimaru had little interest in being the shadow of a village anymore. Truth was his lifelong pursuit. I have little interest in being Naruto. Orochimaru shook his head. Hey, Orochimaru, shallow-sighted. Natsuki shook his head. Tanakuni is just so big, not too rich in supplies, and the precious materials that are very hard for you to get are not too difficult for Naruto. Zirai can only get the materials once. What if you were Naruto? Orochimaru sniffed and his brain moved. Orochimaru wasn't stupid. It was just that he was so obsessed with research that he didn't think sometimes. If it's true that you're the fifth Naruto, that real estate is bountiful in the Land of Fire. There are also numerous secret codes and secret medicines of the ninja clans, and there are ways to get them in Kiba village. After all, Tanakuni wasn't even 1/10 the size of the Land of Fire. Both the people's livelihood and the military are far behind the Land of Fire. What are your plans, Orochimaru? A very pragmatic person who did what he thought, immediately inquired about Natsuki's plans. The current Konoha is depleted of talent, and there aren't many people who can inherit the Naruto position. Aside from you, only Tsunade and Jiraiya are considered to be in Naruto's lineage, and if the third Naruto didn't want to let the power slip away, he wouldn't have found anyone else. Under the years of training by the third Naruto, the Sarutobi clan has developed a very large number of ninja, and the power of the ninja clan is enormous. But the top fighters, none of them, and Asuma, who he had high hopes for, was full of backbones and unuseful. The others who could have succeeded Naruto either died, slipped away, or defected, so almost 70 years old and still in the Naruto position. Natsuki didn't count Kakashi out at this point. The current Kakashi was still in the growth stage and was still nearly on fire. Jiraiya wouldn't want to take over as Naruto. Orochimaru knew Jiraiya's character well. Natsuki hemmed and hawed. He couldn't even if he wanted to. Orochimaru had long since received the news that Natsuki had stigmatized Jiraiya's reputation, and he couldn't help but chuckle at that. Then all that's left is Tsunade. Natsuki thought for a moment and asked, first of all, how did Jomonoki and Broken die back then? Orochimaru also heard the strings, and a sneer pulled at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. Jomonoki was the only heir to the Senju clan. Who benefits the most from his death? How could someone of that stature die in an accident? Natsuki nodded. Orochimaru's thoughts coincided with his. As for Kato Break, his art of spiritualization was most useful for doing investigations, and he had just been investigating for a while when he suddenly died. Natsuki smacked her lips twice. It was still the know-it-alls from back then who knew more. Kato broke the art of spiritualization back in the day, but it was a great achievement for Kiba, and the greatest weakness of the art of spiritualization was the defenselessness of the physical body during spiritualization. What should have been the most secretive of movements was exposed. Broken was attacked while using the spirit illusion technique and ended up dying from his injuries. Orochimaru's tongue stuck out and twirled. Back then, only a few of us knew about Broken's whereabouts. The other two people who knew it were Mishio and Junzo. Is Mishio a possibility? Natsuki asked. Orochimaru nodded. It's possible he masterminded it, or maybe he knew about it afterward and helped cover it up. Tsunade also sensed something and that's why she left the village. Though the matter has no proof that the mastermind of the matter is Mishio, but the last to benefit is the third generation. And it's only because of the many times that the third Naruto has indulged Tuzo that Konoha has suffered a serious brain drain. A great example of a good deck of cards played badly. Is Tsunade interested in the Naruto position? Natsuki's impression of Tsunade was only in her memory, and it was best to ask Tsunade's teammate Orochimaru about such things. Orochimaru laughed softly. Tsunade was originally the princess of the Senju clan, and the granddaughter of the first generation herself. Growing up with nothing to lose, she has no interest in Naruto at all. Of course, if the Konoha village withers, she could still go back to being Naruto. Needless to say, Orochimaru knew Tsunade well too. Wasn't Tsunade in the original time period, who went back to being Naruto because of this reason? Natsuki's eyes narrowed slightly. As long as you can make Kiba stronger by being Naruto, Tsunadeheim shouldn't be able to take it from you. The current Inin village is not the small village of the last life, although the land area of Tanakuni has not changed, but the economy above is the fastest growing, and above the strength, more than 100 Uchiha, who became the backbone of the Sound Ninja village during its most difficult time. The huge boost in missions that followed also attracted a lot of outside ninjas to defect. It also has a voice in the entire shinobi world, but there isn't a formal ceremony in the Sound Ninja village. There are leaders in a village, but no shadows. Tanakuni develops a bit more, maybe even a ceremony. If only the daimyo of Tanakuni and the newly appointed Sonic Shadow were both in favor of Orochimaru's ascension to Naruto, Orochimaru should have a decent chance. Orochimaru of the Sonic Ninja village has been hidden behind the scenes for years, and the ones who actually handle the government are Yukushi Tutu, even though Tutu is only about 20 years old. However, from the very beginning of the Sound Hidden Village's development from a barren land to the present situation, Tutu has indelible credit. I have to say that tout, the man, is really talented and very capable. After Orochimaru started being a tech geek, the pocket will be in the front line of the decision maker for a long time. The village matters of all sizes are well taken care of by him. Some people have started calling Doodle Sonic Lord now. It's just not official since there hasn't been a ceremony. Below that was Takuya, the third eldest of the Uchiha, and the top fighters were Weasel and Sesshomaru. Then below that is Uchiha and Orochimaru recruiting some talent. When so many Uchiha came to the Sound Ninja village in the beginning, many ninja villages didn't look favorably on the idea, and even thought that the Uchiha would take over the power. But in the end everyone was at peace with each other. The Uchiha doing their tasks honestly, and even teaming up with the daimyo of Tenno to push for catering. It was rumored that the Uchiha, who had a particularly big temper, was just a little bit more aloof and could still get along normally. Oddly enough, if Doodle is allowed to officially take over as the Sound Shadow, Orochimaru takes himself out of the picture and just pretends he's just a Sound Shinobi Village collaborator. With Orochimaru's good relationship with the runaway Uchiha and the support of the Tenno country's Sound Ninja Village, the external boost has come together. Just need to return to Kiba Village and make some political achievements, then the position of the 5th Naruto will be nailed down. As far as how about political performance, there are so many ways this can be manipulated. Natsuki had wanted to go to Tsunade before. The medical system that was so perfect in Kiba Village was all held up by Tsunade alone. If she could, Natsuki would want Tsunade to form such a medical class for the Uchiha. Now there's one more reason to have to go to her. What? Tsunade doesn't agree? The Uchiha was now poor and hadn't taken out any of their own development funds. Smash will also smash Tsunade back to Uchiha. After briefly communicating with Orochimaru, Orochimaru was also impressed and said he could cooperate with Natsuki. Although the 4th Naruto was not himself, it would be nice if the 5th Naruto was himself. After roughly finalizing it, Natsuki brought the topic back to the Sharingan. Chapter 100 Kaleidoscope Research, Tanakuni, Yanin Village. Earlier Natsuki had given Orochimaru the direction of his research, the evolution of the Sharingan Eye. One of them, Ichigo Jutsu to normal kaleidoscopes, are the continuous refinement of Yin transportation chakra. The eternal kaleidoscope, on the other hand, may be the one that replenishes the genes in the body so that the body can withstand the kaleidoscope return. It's the only way to not continually damage your eyes in use. But now that Natsuki had already achieved the eternal kaleidoscope, it was the same as directly skipping this step. He needed to show Orochimaru how the eternal kaleidoscope was created without the complementary gene. Although his own eyes, the achievement of the eternal kaleidoscope was a favor from Goldfinger. It was good to be able to help the experiment in some way. When Orochimaru realized that Natsuki was already an eternal kaleidoscope, it was completely unbelievable. But since Natsuki could even predict the future, it was perfectly normal to have something special. With that, Natsuki was taken through a number of tests, including the kaleidoscope Susanoo, as well as 2 types of pupil techniques. Now Natsuki's Susanoo could zoom up to 100 meters, and it was still growing. And the pupil technique that strengthens the weapon, the Tenshun style, has an attack that would make Orochimaru gasp in amazement. It's actually possible to forcibly erase space. The place that was chopped through would instantly turn into nothingness. When Orochimaru heard the name of this pupil technique, it was an odd look on his face. Then he opened his mouth and spat a sharp sword out of it. Sword of Kusanagi? Natsuki raised an eyebrow. What? The Kusanagi sword seems to be the Tensho Cloud sword. The sword of Kusanagi in this world, however, is not a particular sword, but a style of sword. Natsuki's Tenshuan style, on the other hand, is entirely a polymer of pupils mixed with chakra, attached to a Suzaku weapon. Orochimaru also has more than one Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru has the art of Orochi, and the Kusanagi sword is the weapon of Orochi, who is mythologized to be a snake in each of his Kusanagi swords. One could also say that Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword is infinite. There should only be a few sharp ones though. Just in time, I happen to be bringing a gift back to my apprentice. Orochimaru gave me the whole Kusanagi sword. Natsuki isn't polite with people she's familiar with and just reaches for it. Orochimaru, not caring, opened his mouth and spat out another Kusanagi sword. This sword should be enough for little Sasuke. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth lifted into a smirk. After all, he and Weasel were so close, precious experiments, that as an elder, he had no problem giving Sasuke a sword. After Natsuki pinned the Kusanagi sword to his waist, he prepared for today's experiment. Natsuki's second pupil technique was called Susanoo Zanzai. There is only one enhanced observation. Increasing the pupil power over will constantly make space clearer, but it's a blur at the end of the day. Natsuki had not encountered any opponents that required high-speed combat, so Susanoo Zanzais he almost never used. After all, it was very draining of pupil power. Just in time, Orochimaru was going to try to see how long it would take for Natsuki's eternalized pupil power to run out and how long it would take for it to recover. And this pupil technique was just perfect for that. This time, he was prepared to use all of his pupil power and infuse it into the Susanoo Zanzai. Once Natsuki's eternal kaleidoscope opened, his aura was instantly different, and as he watched the distant scenery, Natsuki continuously injected pupil power into his eyes. The vision kept getting clearer and clearer, but after a certain point, it started getting blurry instead. To the limit? Natsuki thought with a frown. Natsuki simply continued to input his pupil power, and at this time, the entire world was like the beginning of heaven and earth, and the blurred scenery suddenly changed into another kind of appearance. Bang! Orochimaru used his storage scroll next to him, not knowing what he was reaching for. Natsuki was puzzled. Bang! Orochimaru used his psionic jutsu from the side, as usual, to see if any news had come through. Natsuki followed the sound and realized that a spatial passage had appeared in the space where the psychic art was. Looking along the spatial passage, that place was very full of snakes, and a large white-scaled snake in a monastery suddenly looked over. The huge pupils of the snake reflected themselves underneath. Natsuki suddenly woke up with a start. This pupil art was actually able to see through foreign space, and the trace space coordinate pupil art. The cave of Dragon Earth. Immortal white snake. The pipe in his mouth twitched. Who was just peering into the dragon's ground cave? The white snake immortal silently projected and realized that the future scene actually appeared chaotic. This pupil art can see through alien space and can trace spatial coordinates. Hearing Natsuki's introduction, Orochimaru also sked. An ability like retracing spatial coordinates was completely useless inside a low-level battle. In the face of time-space jutsu above has a huge advantage. The most famous time and space ninjutsu is the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Flying Thunder God requires 2 steps. First, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu style to set the coordinates. And second, to fly over. If he fought against Natsuki, Natsuki could locate where the next Flying Thunder God flew to based on a coordinate. No need to specialize in Flying Thunder God Jutsu. What Natsuki was thinking about, on the other hand, was the space of Bandito's Shin Megami, which Natsuki used to think he just had the ability to break his Shin Megami. And now that the coordinates of the points in Shin Megami Tensei space that corresponded to the present world could be seen out, there was no place for Bandito to hide. A few days had passed, and Orochimaru's analysis of Natsuki's sharpening wheel had come out. Previously, their conjecture was that the writing wheel Izin-zun and In-zun were superimposed on each other, having blood relations with each other, and overlapping each other on a genetic level, completing the lack above the bloodline and causing the bloodline to complete an evolution, which led to the achievement of the Eternal Eye. Natsuki's Eternal Eye, on the other hand, was a qualitative change that naturally formed from a very large amount of pupil power. It's like a container with limited space inside, and you infinitely fill it with water, and that container just needs to be hard enough for the water to naturally get compressed. As for why Natsuki, the container, was so sturdy, Orochimaru hadn't looked into that either. This way of accomplishing the Eternal Eye by Natsuki opened a new line of thought for Orochimaru. Now Stopper's eyes have a second way to evolve into Eternal Eyes, but there was still the possibility of the Eternal Eye evolving, which Natsuki and Orochimaru still needed to explore. At this point in time Natsuki, also complete with the reincarnation of Otsutsuki and the subsequent Indra and Azura, because there's only one pair of chakra eyes in the shinobi world right now, and they're in Nagato's hands with no reference. Without Indra's and Azura's chakra involved, it was only an unknown whether the Sharingan Eye could evolve into the Eye of Reincarnation. Since there was no clue on the Reincarnation Eye side, it would be better to put it down for now. If Indra's and Azura's chakra was a necessary condition, then the Reincarnation Eye would be the only thing that Sasuke could possibly evolve and succeed. If that's the case, then the relationship between the Eternal Eye and the Reincarnation Eye can't be considered a class relationship. The Reincarnation Eye is a variation of the Eternal Eye. Chapter 101 Discussion. Tanakuni, Yanin Village. Orochimaru realizes, after extracting Junmaru's spinal fluid, that Natsuki's earlier argument of the immortal marrow was correct. It is true that Junmaru was born with bone marrow returning to his roots, and as Junmaru grows, his blood gradually becomes sulfuric acid-like as the bone marrow develops. Even if the bones are bearable, the fragile organs certainly can't. No wonder Orochimaru didn't even cure Junmaru in his last life. Now Junmaru will definitely die if this situation continues. Junmaru, who had been fighting using the corpse bone vein blood relay, had shown signs of premature bone development, which was why he had grown so much taller than White. The first order of business is to medically intervene to stop Juanmai's development. Only this way, it's a cure for the symptoms but not the root cause. Something else must be thought of. Orochimaru proposes to use Juma's cells, but the Juma cell experiment is premature now. Separating the will of the cells in it is still being theorized, and it will take months, years, maybe, to succeed. Counting on this is really just listening to God. Since Natsuki had decided not to lie flat, he must not let the regrets of his previous life repeat themselves. Junmaru, I'll save it. And Natsuki already had a huge plan in his head, and was not going to let go of every good seedling. Natsuki made up her mind and pulled herself together. What are the side effects of the drug that stops Junmaru's development? Natsuki asked. Orochimaru pondered. The side effect is that after 2 to 3 years, the drug fails, and the failure is not gradual. Rather, the medication will not be able to suppress it, and Junmare will develop explosively, and there is a chance that his blood relay disease will suddenly flare up and deteriorate rapidly. The safety statute of limitations is 2 years, after which it can't be suppressed. 2 years should be enough time for me to figure out how to save him. Natsuki already had some guesses inside his heart. 2 years was definitely enough time. Did Tsunade's Hyakuho no Jutsu have any effect? Natsuki had already set his calculations on Tsunade. After all, if Orochimaru was going to be Naruto, he would definitely have to fight Tsunade. Orochimaru thought for a moment. If there was a Hayakuho no Jutsu, Junmaru wouldn't have died from a sudden attack, but this is Tsunade's best skill. Natsuki shook her head. I can go make a deal with Tsunade. Orochimaru rapped in his voice. The prerequisite for the Hayakuho no Jutsu is that one must have a huge amount of chakra. Tsunade relies on In seals to store enough chakra. The In seal is a female-only seal, so I'm afraid I'll have to put in some work to change him for male use. Natsuki smiled. Gotta try, don't you? Orochimaru gave Natsuki a deep look. Natsuki nodded, mentally calculating to pull the wool over Tsunade's fat goat. It's going to Tsunade anyway, so it's easy to get a Hayakuho no Jutsu, right? So, how do I get Tsunade to teach this jutsu? Oh, Tsunade isn't a gambler. I don't seem to have a problem with money these days. Natsuki clenched her fist and slammed it into her hand, and decided it was you. Money power. Once Natsuki had made up his mind, he began to ask Orochimaru about the details of the art of Hayakuho. Orochimaru and Natsuki knew pretty much the same information. Hayakuho no Jutsu is, to put it bluntly, chakra for blood. Without enough chakra, Hayakuho no Jutsu cannot heal and repair itself. If you don't have enough chakra when using Hayakuho no Jutsu, Natsuki has always done a few things to prepare. Immediately, he thought about a means to quickly replenish his chakra. Several quick means of replenishing chakra, but all of them have side effects. By that time, Junmalu's body was already failing, like the 8 gates of evil, and in the end, he would still be dead. Shemu incorporated a couple other alternatives into the list. Natsuki had been discussing with Orochimaru for days on end, following up on his arrival. The one thing that could never be gotten around was the pillar cells. After all, it would be a waste to leave such a great treasure unexamined. Unfortunately, research at the cellular level is a bottomless pit of money. State-of-the-art medical instruments are needed, and expensive raw materials are required. One experiment costs tens of millions of dollars, and when it fails, there's nothing. Or getting a bunch of trees can be considered very expensive greening, and the experiment of culling the cellular wool above Juma's cells, leaving only pure yokai chakra, was also costly. So the final conclusion is that development is still needed and money is still needed. The Tanakuni side of the country is a small one, and the restaurants are basically saturated. Previously, I was worried that if I rushed into the fire country, I would leak all the production methods, so I only dared to implement it in Tanakuni. Now it looks like there's going to be a trade-off. The news had already come from Fuyue's side earlier, that someone from Kiba village was already hitting the ground running. The Uchiha took advantage of this opportunity to essentially break away from Konoha and become completely self-sufficient, with only a name belonging to the Konoha village. But now that the third Naruto seems interested in accepting Orochimaru back, Natsuki ponders how he can facilitate Orochimaru's return. It's a cellular solution from Jumo. Orochimaru's words interrupted Natsuki's thoughts. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. I thought we hadn't weeded out the cellular will of the Jurassic yet? Orochimaru's voice hissed. It's true that the cellular will has not been removed, and using this would have an 80% chance of turning into a tree. However, I had Stopper and Weasel experiment, and the pupil power can suppress the cellular consciousness to a certain extent and complete the fusion. If you use your pupil power, the chance of success is 40%. Natsuki rolled her eyes. I'm not at the end of my rope yet. Why would I go for this 40% chance? Orochimaru shoved the solution into Natsuki's hand as soon as he could. This solution cost a whole $200 million alone. Are you willing to destroy it? Xiaomu looked at this tube of crystalline solution. Silence. Cannot afford to give up. Really cannot afford to give up. Forget it, keep it for now. Seeing Natsuki put the solution away, Orochimaru was much more comfortable. As a researcher, a 40% success rate can be considered extremely high, but the odds are no different than poison as far as clinical trials are concerned. But it costs so much money that you can't afford to destroy it. Next, Orochimaru even told Natsuki of his intentions. I'm going to fuse all kinds of good genes to make myself a perfect vessel. Natsuki, shocked as almost did not flash to the waist. This is Cue to be born early? Oh, and this one doesn't count as a C month. But Orochimaru was now scheming for bioroids, and Natsuki was looking forward to it. When Shigeo was brought back, I did consider using a spell seal to make an undead body, but after I read about your negative effects of soul splitting on the spirit, I think I probably won't be me after I soul split a few times. Orochimaru's tone was tinged with sighs. When he fled Konoha back then, he had also planted a newly developed Heaven's spell seal at Ridu's place. But this Heaven's mantra seal didn't enhance Hongdo at all. It just sucked the nutrients out of Hongdo's body and stored Orochimaru's soul fragments. Without Natsuki's intellectual reminder, would he or she have continued to split his or her soul and ended up as a cutie? Idiot! I'm going to improve the uncorpse transmutation again. Forcibly crushing the vessel's soul will create a lot of impurities in my soul. Orochimaru raised his hand. You've started to do an in-depth study of your soul. Already? Natsuki raised an eyebrow as Orochimaru, true to his intelligence, immediately began to examine his soul. I had the skunk go all out on me and realized that I couldn't resist his illusions at all, and my resistance to them dropped very much. Orochimaru spoke of this without much emotion. As a researcher, it's okay to accept your shortcomings and just go ahead and fix them. Natsuki nodded. It's good that you picked up on this early on, and I wanted to remind you of this as well. Orochimaru was aware that Natsuki had the ability to foretell the future, and he couldn't help but be very curious. Could it be that in the future I've had problems due to a split soul? Natsuki nodded. Big problem. Natsuki thought slightly. Let's just say that if I hadn't sent the skunks and the others over, you would have started the Konoha collapse program and killed the third Naruto. Orochimaru was a bit stunned. Me? Kill the old man? Natsuki nodded. Yeah. First you coveted the Dawn organization's chakra eyes and got fatally beaten up, then coveted the skunk's Sharingan and got fatally beaten again. In the end, you went to Kiba and killed Michio, but you were wasted yourself. Then countless people came after you, and you split your soul into many parts. Although resurrected in the end, after resurrection you become a... Natsuki didn't know how to describe it. Remembering Orochimaru's maneuver during Naruto's wedding, holding up his hand, he gestured twice. Just the kind of, not so insane crazy person. Orochimaru was grimacing. He was extremely appreciative of both his intellectual talent and his pride stemmed from self-confidence. That's why he was very upset that the third generation chose Mizukado to be the fourth Naruto. If he became a madman himself, he might as well kill him. Orochimaru was secretly determined to fix his soul. Even in death, the soul cannot be divided in this life. Natsuki saw Orochimaru's face shift for a moment and probably knew what Orochimaru was thinking. After all, pre-Orochimaru and post-Orochimaru are completely cutthroat, both in terms of ideas as well as charisma dropping off and on. The biggest problem is out of the soul splitting as well as the non-corpse transmigration. Didn't see the one next door who also liked to split souls and what a mess it ended up being. Chapter 102, A Good Seedling. It was only after the discussion with Orochimaru had come to an end that it occurred to Natsuki that it had taken so long to come to the Sonic Village. Haven't seen anyone else yet. At least where did Yakashido, Orochimaru's little henchman, run off to? Where did Yakuza Doodle go? Orochimaru said. All of the affairs of the Sound Ninja Village have been left to him, and now I don't see anyone else for many days. Call him back when there are some experiments that need an assistant. Natsuki nodded. Oh, did I tell you that Doodle is good for practicing fairy magic? A good fit? How suitable. Orochimaru hadn't realized that Doodle had a talent for senjutsu. The more he did research on Shigeo now, the more difficult it became to learn the immortal arts. Natsuki pondered for a moment that immortal arts required purity of heart and soul. And Yakashido ends up losing himself, grafting Orochimaru's limbs onto himself and piecing himself together as a sewing monster. Various genetic fragments, soul fragments, intermingled within a single flesh body. For that matter, Yakushi Doodle was able to learn senjutsu, so you can imagine how talented Doodle's senjutsu is. Under the pillars, it should be considered number one. That statement had thundered Orochimaru to the core, and he knew more about Jubilee's senjutsu than anyone else. I didn't realize Pocket was so talented. And it's a bit of a big deal to let him handle the politics. Just how much more is Natsuki-kun not telling me? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and swirled it around. Natsuki was simply a great treasure. A random dig was a new discovery. Natsuki spread her hands as if there were no more. Oh yes, the white I brought back, besides having the ice escape blood relay limit, is also a good candidate for practicing senjutsu. Orochimaru nodded. The ones Natsuki had brought in were really good. With that, he found the pocket. The expected beep did go off when it saw Doodle. Ding! Recruitment of Yakushi Doodle is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Serpent Immortal Technique fitting. Natsuki, who got this hint, frowned. It turned out that the pocket fit was not an immortal art, but a fit with the snake immortal art of the Dragon Earth Cave. But I can't get much use out of this. Orochimaru-sama. This is Uchiha Natsuki. Yakashido hurriedly greeted him with a respectful expression. This is the most important person for Lord Orochimaru to work with. Since the Uchiha clanspeople came over, the entire human Inin village began to grow at a high speed. There's also the huge change in the restaurant industry. All of these are thanks to Uchiha Natsuki. So although there is no Natsuki in the Sound Hidden Village, there has long been a legend of Natsuki. Doodle had been growing up fast lately. Dealing with the affairs of the village on a daily basis had made him grow tremendously in both mind and heart, and didn't have the same frivolous doings that he had originally had. The Sonic Ninja Village has grown. Would you like to assume the position of Sonic Shadow? Orochimaru commanded. Orochimaru-sama. I don't want to be any kind of Sonic Shadow, I want to follow you. Tout was a busy headache every day. Just because he said he handled a lot of politics and grew as a person didn't mean he enjoyed doing it. He was happiest when he was following Lord Orochimaru. Whether it was doing experiments or anything else, he was willing to do it. Natsuki laughed softly beside her. Being a human being, the most important thing is to be happy. Pocket heard Natsuki's words and straight away his eyes lit up. The words spoke into his heart. Orochimaru laughed. In that case, you choose some capable people and gradually release the power, after which you pick one to be the leader of the village. You'll follow me. Tu said very happily. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. Natsuki's thoughts drifted to the top of his power template at this point. Using this should be the fastest. It can be straightforward to see who has the talent and let the people who are good at it do their jobs. Probably the real function of this template. Natsuki then whispered in Orochimaru's ear for a while. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Doodle, follow me. Knowing that Orochimaru needed him again, Doodle was excited. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru introduced himself to Doodle as he walked towards the front. Your physique is very special, very suitable for practicing immortal arts. I'll take you to the Dragon Earth Cave to try it out. Special physique? Senjutsu. Yakushido was very surprised. He himself was a medical ninja by birth, but he never knew that he had a talent above the immortal arts. The word immortal art was very distant to him, but he was still cognizant of the power of immortal art. After learning that he was suitable for cultivating immortal arts, Tout's entire body began to get excited. Orochimaru led Doodle and Natsuki through floor after floor of rooms, coming to a secret room. The inside of the chamber was empty. Nothing. It's just a huge phalanx on the ground. A layer of dust had accumulated on it, and it looked like no one had been here for a long time. Orochimaru made a quick seal in his hand and opened his mouth to spit out a breeze that blew out and swept all the dust from the ground into a corner without letting it rise. This kind of fine operation of the wind escape simply made Natsuki dumbfounded. This can be too much harder than condensing wind blades to cut people off. Orochimaru told the two to stay where they were and stood himself in the middle of the spell. Orochimaru bit his finger and drew a spell on the ground. The whole phalanx began to light up and he opened his hand and made a seal. Psionics. Orochimaru slapped the center of the spell. Bang! Smoke rose, and a flower-like loli appeared in the middle of the spell. She has long dark blue hair, a golden crown with golden orbs, dark longitudinal pupils, red eyeshadow that extends black to her nose, pale skin, and greenish-blue hooked earrings. Dressed in a white tunic with a single hooked green chest ornament, he has sharp teeth and a pink tongue. A cute female voice came out. Orochimaru, I can't believe you would use this spell to summon me. You better be up to something important. Natsuki narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the people from the Dragon Earth Cave? From the moment she appeared, the natural energy in the air increased. It seems that the Dragon Earth Cave indeed belongs to a place with rich natural energy. Despite the appearance of a cute little girl on the opposite side, Orochimaru looked scandalized. He waved toward the pocket. Ichijo Shimaheim, I found a very good seedling, perfect for your Dragon Earth Cave. Oh, Ichijo Shimaheim slowly floated over. With the costume on her, she really did have that flavor of a heavenly palace fairy. Tout had never been one to look at appearances, and he could sense from Lord Orochimaru's reaction that the opposite side was no good. He walked over very nicely and stood obediently. The young girl drifted over very gracefully and looked Pocket up and down a few times, a gradual brightening in the eyes. Incredible, incredible. The tongue in his mouth began to part as he said this, and serpentine lines appeared on his face. The look in his eyes when he saw Tout was as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Tu was scalp numb. That sense of panic as if he was being stared at by a heavenly enemy surged to his heart, but still he could only stand still for a moment, letting it be measured. A ball of light lit up in the hand of Ichiban Shimaheim and headed for the bib. Tu shivered, only to feel a very comfortable energy that instantly entered his body, and his entire body's cells began to cheer and leap. Ichijuja Maheim saw that Doodle had instantly absorbed the natural energy and had no physical discomfort. This human body was made entirely for snake fairy magic. To quickly show the white snake immortal, Ichijuja Maheim grabbed Doodle by the shoulders. This man is indeed a good catch. I need to take him right away. What do you want, Orochimaru? Orochimaru laughed out of the corner of his mouth. Being able to learn Senjutsu is a blessing for Doodle. How dare he ask for anything else? Doodle, go over there and learn the art of immortality. Don't disgrace me. Tout understood Orochimaru's intentions in an instant and said to Orochimaru respectfully, don't worry, Orochimaru-sama. I'll cultivate properly. Ichijuja Maheim gave Orochimaru a deep look, and then with a thud, he turned into a cloud of smoke with Tout in tow. Orochimaru turned his head to look at Natsuki. Natsuki-kun, you really do have an eye for talent. Xiaomu had to snort, but he didn't expect the people from the Dragon Earth Cave to be so agitated and directly want to take the people away. Now that the sound hidden village is without hood, it's time to find someone else to run things. Luckily, Doodle had been gone a lot before and everyone was used to it. Chapter 103, The Homecoming Plan. Coming out of Orochimaru's lab, Orochimaru gave Natsuki a meeting with all of his ninders. Sure enough, no one else provided any attributes at all. except for the ones who had left their names in the last world. But as soon as he saw the 4 remaining members of the Yanin 5, Natsuki's ears then beeped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically altering the trajectory of the Sound Ninja 4's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Spell Seal X4. Ding! Recruitment of the Yanin 4 is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an affinity for the Earth attribute, proficiency in sound, proficiency in archery, and 2 minds in 1. So, these 4 people don't deserve to have names? Earth attribute affinity is still good. What the heck is with sound mastery and archery mastery? It's not like I'm the Hyuga electromagnet next door. Is double-minded counting left and right as one person? Is it possible that left near right was born as Siamese twins and not transformed by Orochimaru? Shaking his head, all of Orochimaru's henchmen in this life had grown up quite normal, not seeing many transformations, but all 4 of these people's jutsu were spell seals, so the one thing that represented what these people were holding was a spell seal, right? With the addition of the ones obtained from Shigeo, Natsuki had been able to use 5 spell seals. Yanin Village, Japanese Shinobi. The inside of the huge conference room was full of people. Natsuki got out at Orochimaru's and gathered all the Uchiha. All of the Uchiha who were still in the Sound Hidden Village and not out on a mission. All of them came. Natsuki sat at the head of the table, with the 3rd eldest Takuya, Skunk and Stopper below him in that order. 3rd elder Tua also, in these few years, has sort of fulfilled his lifelong wish. From 100 or so people in the Sound Hidden Village to the current crowd of thousands, he had witnessed the step-by-step growth of the Sound Hidden Village, and when Yakushido is sometimes absent, it's completely his substitute leadership. It's not a stretch to say that he's a sonic auxiliary. Residence moves the chi, nourishment moves the body, and now the 3rd elder also has a look of leadership. Natsuki took a look at the attributes of 3rd elder Takuya specifically from the top of the power template, and it actually changed. It used to be that there was only management within the expertise, but now there is actually an additional leadership attribute. One had to be somewhat impressed that throwing this pile of Uchiha out was one of the right decisions to make. You guys have been out for over 4 years now, and it's all been hard work. Natsuki stood up and bowed to everyone first. After all, these people, even though they had been subjected to a radical mindset change by the other heavenly god, were still living, breathing human beings. Sound Hidden Village in the year can be regarded as a barren land. Kitten 2 or 3 to the present development into this way. There are these Uchiha clans some credit. You're welcome, Natsuki-sama. Lord Natsuki, this is all of our own free will. Lord Natsuki, it's all for the sake of the family. Numerous Uchiha clansmen answered back one after another, making the scene a bit noisy, and everyone really didn't have their hearts in the right place. When I came out, I had a hard time at first, but there was no discrimination. The Tanakuni side of the country is also a poor countryside, and the tasks are all very simple, but it can't be denied that there are a lot of them. The small country nearby had heard that 100 or so Uchiha had joined the Sonic Ninja Village, many of them coming to the Sonic Ninja Village to place missions. It got the Uchiha through the hardest times, and later, when the daimyo of Tenno and the Yanku village developed their cuisine at the same time, those times were much better. Everyone's answers were sincere, and Natsuki was doubly pleased. After being adrift for such a long time, you should have some clansmen who will be homesick. People looked around and no one chimed in. Natsuki waved her hand. It's okay, don't worry about it, there are no outsiders here. The Uchiha Katsumi below scratched his head in a rather embarrassed manner. My mother had a brother, who must be 2 years old now, and I want to go back and see him. When he saw Katsura speak up, his teammate Hop Fai said the same. My wife hasn't seen me in a long time and I want to go home and see her. My mother hasn't seen me in 4 years either, and I'd like to go back and visit. Someone started it, and everyone chimed in, most of them with loved ones at home who were homesick. Those who no longer had family at home also wanted to return to the clan to see what had become of the Uchiha now. Natsuki squeezed with her hand and everyone quieted down. Natsuki turned her head to look at Takuya Uchiha, the 3rd elder, who had just not spoken. Seeing Natsuki's gaze, 3rd elder Takuya spoke. I don't have any family left in Kiba, but I'd like to go back for a visit. Natsuki nodded. Does everyone know who founded the Sound Hidden Villages? Everyone looked around and shook their heads. All 3 leaderships knew it, but they didn't intervene. Natsuki spoke up. The Sound Hidden Village was started by Orochimaru, except he usually doesn't show up and it's Yakushido and Takuya who lead you. The Uchiha were slightly noisy. After all, they were technically considered traitors to the village. I didn't realize that when it came to the Sound Hidden Village, the actual leader of the Sound Hidden Village had also rebelled from Konoha. But everyone quieted down quickly. Natsuki nodded and continued. Orochimaru was also framed by Juso back then, which is why he had to rebel against Konoha. He's practically always been our Uchiha's partner. After that there will be an opportunity for all of us to return to Kiba, and at that time those who want to stay can stay with the clan, and those who don't want to stay can come back. Everyone was obviously excited. After all, drifting away for so many years. It is impossible to say that you don't want to go home, but back then, when you went away, it was also for the sake of the family. I've heard that the family is now completely out of Kiba's control and living comfortably. Although it was easy to convey messages with psychic beasts nowadays, everyone was trying to go back for a visit. Natsuki clapped her hands. Alright, spread the word to the rest of the clan that didn't show up today. Everyone wait for orders and keep the news secret. Third Elder, Skunk, and Stopper stay. The rest of you adjourn. Everyone stood up with hopes for the future on their faces, saluted towards Natsuki and left the conference room in an orderly fashion. The next thing that was left inside the room was the Skunk and Stopper, as well as the third elder, Takuya. Seeing the three people's eyes looking over, Natsuki spoke. I will take over the position of clan leader after I return this time. The three of them were shaken, although they had expected this before, but they didn't expect it to be this fast. Several people had no problem with Natsuki taking over as patriarch, and quietly waited for Natsuki's next words. The third Naruto understood that Orochimaru's defection back then was a plant by Juso, and intends to readmit Orochimaru back to Konoha. If Orochimaru returns to the village, I intend to support Orochimaru to take over as the fifth Naruto. All three had seen future disasters and didn't care about a Naruto position right now. Both Weasel and Stopper understood that Orochimaru was simply one of their own. Takuya he knew about Stopper's other gods. Vaguely, he also guessed that Orochimaru would be one of his own, but he didn't ask, trusting the Weasel and Stopper for everything. After Us. Chapter 104, Dream Realm Cultivation on Dream Space. Each training session in the dream space required a lot of mental energy, and Natsuki had been in a hurry before. To avoid accidents, training in the dream space is shallow. After finally bringing Junmalu and Haku back to the sound-hidden village, Natsuki could finally let go and practice inside the dream world again, especially after gaining new abilities. Natsuki couldn't wait and entered the dream space at night. Natsuki chose to go for the real thing this time. For now, the strongest accompanying player inside the power panel remains Orochimaru. Entering inside the space, Orochimaru remains silent. The art of transmutation of the obscene earth. Goo 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 goo. Two coffins crawled up on the ground. The coffin panels opened and it was the same familiar first and second generation. Probably because Orochimaru hadn't been around much in his life. The two that filthy earth reincarnation generally summoned, Hatsunio and Futeo's corpses are still outrageous when they're provided by Junzo. The first and second generations came out from inside the coffin and immediately rushed towards Natsuki. Thanks to the fact that this is in the dream space, the opposite side or phantoms won't speak, or else Casey would have to shout twice high and low. Uchiha born evil brat. Orochimaru rushed up right behind him, following the two Naruto. Hatsunio Jumai clapped his hands together. The art of darkness walking. A field of pitch blackness instantly expanded. For a moment, I couldn't reach out and see anything. Natsuki's eyes widened. The golden-colored Susanoo instantly broke free from the space of the darkness walking technique. Straight away, he bounced the close-in Niseko away from him. All of Orochimaru's flying subterranean shadow serpent hands also came to nothing. Hatsunio Jumai clasped his hands together. The tree world descends. Rumble, rumble. The ground shook continuously as countless trees rose up on the ground. Huge tree roots twisted on the ground before unfurling, and countless thick branches wrapped around them. Next to him, Futanari was also making quick seals. Sway-tun. Water break wave. A burst of sway-tun like a high-pressure water gun sliced into the top of Susanoo. Susanoo's chakra constitution cut a direct slit. Orochimaru spat his hands into the ground at that moment, and countless snakes crawled out as well. The formation of 10,000 serpents luo. Natsuki's pupil power was pushed again, and Suzaku had sprouted flesh and blood, and his size had grown to become 70 meters. The opening cut by the water-breaking wave of the second-generation casemate healed instantly. Natsuki Suza struggled hard, and all of the trees that were wrapped around Susa's feet were snapped one by one. Natsuki drew his Susanoo's weapon and slashed at Hatsuyo, who leapt straight up with a stomp of his feet. Natsuki threw the chakra weapon in her hand directly. The huge chakra blade directly smashed Hatsunio Juma into a flying rune paper in the sky. Countless debris in the sky drifted away, and Hatsunojima's body slowly healed, starting from his feet. Futanari had taken this time to release a sway-ton water-rushing wave. A large amount of water squirted out of his mouth. The huge stream of water seemed to break the dike and directly flooded the entire site. However, it didn't do much good. Although there was a lot of water, it only flooded up to the palms of Susanoo's feet. Natsuki's pupil power pushed again, and Suzaku had become 100 meters tall, and his entire body was clad in armor, and he was even more powerful than when he fought with Bandito. The weapon condensed more clearly. Orochimaru had been covering the flanks of the second generation, pounding forward together. Orochimaru made several consecutive instantaneous appearances and arrived next to Susa, the Kusanagi sword in his hand slashing through. When the Kusanagi sword was very sharp, and the armor-clad Susanoo was very hard, and Orochimaru was shaken right out of the room. The second generation pulled his hands together in a single motion, and countless detonation charms flew between his hands, lighting up, mutually multiplied starter charms. Boom, 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 boom. Countless booms rang out, and detonation charms continued to appear in the sky, and began to explode when they were affixed to Suzaku's body, and it's all focused on blasting at one point. Natsuki's pupil chakra and pupil power were rapidly depleted, and the second generation was itself a filth body, though the explosion also caught him in it. But after the smoke cleared, the casemate began to be reborn again as the runes flew. The mutual multiplication explosive charms stopped exploding after Caspian was blown to smithereens in the explosion just moments before. Natsuki directly cancelled his Susanoo and the man fell out of the air. Orochimaru had been waiting down there for a long time, wielding the sword of Kusanagi in his hand. He charged. Natsuki drew from his body the Kusanagi sword he was going to give to Sasuke to block. With a choking sound, the two Kusanagi swords struck each other evenly. Even Natsuki's power was a bit stronger. As the blade was set up, Natsuki's left hand reached out and pinched Orochimaru's snaking left hand. Orochimaru wrapped his body around and drew his sword out in a very weird stance. The body twisted a bit, its length distorting and elongating to slash down the side flank. Natsuki dodged and got a cut on his body. A kick to the feet stopped Orochimaru's attack and pulled back. A bite on his hand as his feet moved. A healing power spread, and the cuts on his body quickly stopped bleeding and began to heal. At this point in time, Hatsune Makoto was already recovering. Make a seal with both hands. The flower tree realm descends. Rumble, rumble. The roots of the tree, which had just been crushed, gained sustenance and grew rapidly on the ground, twisting and becoming larger while bulging out of the ground. Where the trees passed, the ground was completely cut up, passing through chunks of rock that quickly encompassed the entire ground. Some thick branches, twisted and stretched upward. Above many of the thick branches, twisted a few times, grew huge flower bones. Flower bones bloom in a matter of breaths, and then spewed out a huge amount of pollen that Orochimaru, on the other hand, was hidden in the darkness. Natsuki reactivated his pupil power. Susanoo Zinzai. Natsuki's kaleidoscope kept spinning and finally found Orochimaru in an inconspicuous corner. He was needed to manipulate Orochimaru's obscene earth transformation in the dream world. The last few times he fought Orochimaru, neither Orochimaru had much to do when operating the first two generations. It's been a long time since I've fought against Orochimaru, but I didn't realize that Orochimaru has also improved and can also match up with the first and second generation Naruto. But this flower tree realm advent is the first time. There was no way for Orochimaru to move nimbly with this level of jutsu, so he could only hide in the shadows and focus on manipulating Jumo. The flower tree realm descent is very strong, but this one summoned by the filth pillars should belong to the castrated version. Not as powerful as the first generation of Juma during World War IV. The powder sprayed out by the flowers, however, had the same paralyzing function. Natsuki didn't dare to breathe, and it suddenly occurred to him that disposable jutsu could be used inside the dream world. Natsuki subconsciously used the magic mirror ice crystal. Then, nothing happened, and Natsuki couldn't help but gasp as she re-entered the real world with a blackout. Natsuki looked at Orochimaru in the power template inside. Not only was he getting stronger, even someone as busy as Orochimaru was getting stronger. The summoned Hatsunio now knows how to descend from the Hana tree realm, and Orochimaru still has Orochi no Jutsu unused. I wonder if it's because you need to manipulate two obscene bodies and there's no way to use it. Chapter 105, Dream Realm Cultivation. Natsuki didn't care if she lost. After all, she had a lot more to learn. Natsuki had been practicing his sword skills with the dream space on the road ever since he first took out Bringu and Suinoku. Just in case you can't hit anyone with your Tensho style in the future, you can also teach Sasuke. The mankind power templates all have a large number of good swordsmen inside the Uchiha clan. Can get Natsuki up to speed quickly. Natsuki came to the side of the sound-hidden village and harvested a few talents, but the ones that could be used right away, Natsuki hadn't sorted out yet. The earth attribute reinforcement. Natsuki was very satisfied, but there was a problem. The earth dodgers that are available inside the Wooden Leaf Ninjutsu book are basically ordinary goods. The advanced ones didn't. Natsuki's heartfelt flight ability, the ultralight heavy rock technique, none, and the most precious flying thunder god technique, sorry, this one has to require talent. You can't learn it without the talent for it, no matter how hard you try. It's like Orochimaru. When Sarutobi Hinata taught him jutsu, he basically learned it right away, but Orochimaru had, in the end, never learned the flying thunder god technique. So even if Natsuki, with Orochimaru's talent for parsing jutsu, got up to speed on all the other jutsu, still have no clue about the flying Raijin jutsu. The Susanoo Zinzai was able to see the coordinates of space and time, but that was very pupil draining, and one couldn't open the Susanoo Zinzai and use the flying thunder god. After experimenting for several nights, Natsuki finally had to give up. for the time being, on this time-space jutsu. Another thought struck me tonight during the sparring session. The result of being able to use the acquired jutsu inside the home dream world is that it can't be used for the rest of the day. Natsuki and Orochimaru finalized their plans during the day. At night Natsuki went back to his room, closed his eyes and just kept practicing inside the dream world. Although he got a couple new talents, the one that immediately improves on combat is Junmera's combat intuition. This talent allowed Natsuki to very accurately anticipate his opponent's next move in close combat, and it was also a huge boost to Natsuki's knife skills. And in addition, although there is an earth attribute affinity, but there is no suitable earth escape learning for the time being, so it is put on hold for the time being. Above the natural affinity, Natsuki was still trying to figure out how to get the immortal patterns of the three great sacred lands. Doodle has only just left and has not been heard from for a while. If you're over there in Myokiyama then, see who you get as a lure, or go ask Tsunade's psychic, the living slug. The immortal project will have to be put on hold for now. Even though Natsuki had the chakra of the Vortex clan, it was still more of a power supply for the Susanoo in terms of usage. Natsuki tried it out, splitting into a whole bunch of shadow doppelgangers like Naruto. Good lord, after the shadow doppelganger exploded, his brain almost went down inside the dream space. Natsuki was once again certain that Naruto was the only one who could fool around with a shadow doppelganger like that, and Natsuki imagined she could open Susanoo with a shadow doppelganger like Spot before realizing it. Master Spot is awesome. Susanoo should, in theory, be able to be dispersed to the shadow split in the same way as the nine-tail chakra. But the truth is, in addition to needing chakra for energy, Susanoo needs to spread out his pupil power as well. You don't have enough chakra to open it. You don't have enough pupil power, or you can't open it. If Shadow Divergence opens up Suzaku, Shadow Divergence gets knocked out, consumes a lot, and loses straight to the horse. Of course it's slightly better if you can wood split. After all, wood splitting isn't easy to pop. Right now Natsuki might as well be honest and operate this one Susanoo of his own. After all, he didn't know how to do Kizuna. Every time it came to this, Natsuki could feel the powerful gap between himself and Spot. Even if it's a wooden split, it requires strong pupil power and chakra to split open the Suzaku. But the good thing was that Uchiha was still lying in his coffin, so he had plenty of time to catch up. The rest of the talents, inside the sound proficiency and archery proficiency, it was completely useless for Natsuki, and he wasn't about to change his fighting style, so it will have to be put on hold for now. But left near right's 1-2 punch gave Natsuki a huge surprise. The Uchiha clan does not usually use other jutsu when using Susanoo. Susanoo uses too much energy, and it would take more energy and chakra to perform a separate jutsu. It's also inconvenient to manipulate Susanoo. Ordinary jutsu are no match for a punch or kick from Susanoo. That's why you basically don't use a lot of jutsu when you're using your Susanoo. Of course, it's a different matter for Zeb and Susanoo to form a seal together to use the heavily hindering shocking star. Natsuki inadvertently realized that even though he was in the process of using his Suzaku, one's mind could still easily use other jutsu without hindering one's ability to use Susanoo. It's supposed to be the function of one mind. The more Natsuki experimented, the more he realized that this talent was not simple at all. Dream space. This time, the enemy he's facing has been changed to Uchiha Futsuki. Suzanne Kan. Futsuki exchanged 2 blows with Natsuki before summoning his own Susanoo. I wonder if it's because Natsuki sealed her pupil power in Tomoyuki's eyes. On Tomoyuki's side, he could already put his Suzanenki on, and turn it on to the 3rd stage to put on his armor. And it was the first time Natsuki had seen Tomoyuki's special weapon of Susanoo. It's the hand that strengthens the Susanoo to form a giant chakra claw. There are still a lot of different kinds of Susanoo, with sword weapons being the most common, but Sasuke's is a bow and Stopper's is a spiral sword. I didn't realize Futsuki's were claws. Rumble. If it was a hard-fought encounter, every attack from Susanoo would cause the ground to shake violently, but Tomoyuki rarely gets hard with Natsuki. On top of the use of Susanoo, Natsuki was far inferior to Tomoyuki. Tomoyuki would only strengthen Suzaku to the extreme when needed. Normal times for Suzaku are instantly opened and put away immediately after blocking an attack, much more flexible than Natsuki's operation. It took Natsuki a moment to realize how rough he was using Susanoo. After settling down in the sound-hidden village, Natsuki finally had time to slowly sort through his abilities. Every day, he was inside the dream space, constantly perfecting his battle system. The Oni went to eat and drink with Apricot every day and came back to get a sparring session with Stopper or Skunk. Every day, they fought ping-pong, and sometimes when they got excited and used their jutsu, they just flooded again. It's become a sort of regular program in the sound-hidden village. Junmaru's development was temporarily suppressed after taking Orochimaru's medicine. While examining Junmaru, Orochimaru praised Junmaru's fighting talent. A person who has never been educated and who relies only on naturally occurring intuition. Even without his accompanying bone smoking, Junmalu was able to easily defeat the lower ninja of the Sound Ninja village. This kind of diamond in the rough. So that Orochimaru also rose up in love with talent. Every day to take some time to teach Junmalu. White's body has recovered enough to begin basic chakra refining. White learns everything very carefully, with a pure and undistracted mind. When learning something theoretical, you can always memorize it quickly. If it weren't for his body not allowing it, he could have started learning ninjutsu by now. Teaching 1 is also teaching. Teaching 2 is also teaching. And Orochimaru also knew about White's talent from Natsuki, so he just taught them together. Chapter 106 Rapid Improvement. Sound Hidden Village. Under the high intensity of killing every day, Natsuki's control of his own abilities, experience, combat skills have been greatly improved, and it has developed its own fighting system. Dream Space. Pineapple Paw Red. Fireballs erupted from the skunk's mouth to ignite the flying shuriken. The sword in his hand scattered like a heavenly maiden, and the huge flames on it smashed all over the ground in craters. Natsuki dodges effortlessly from side to side on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Kusanagi sheathed his sword and choked. Ding, ding, ding. Grasping down the skunk's shuriken, Natsuki began to fight the skunk in close quarters. The skunk's left hand was a bitterless and his right hand was a long sword, swinging and slashing with reckless abandon. The skunk spun around and thrust the bitter blade at Natsuki's head, and Natsuki's Kusanagi sword was brought up for a frame. The skunk flipped and backhanded the long blade. Natsuki's left hand, which was empty, made a one-handed seal. Sway Tun. Water formation wall. Bang! A huge stream of water rushed out of the ground, bouncing the skunk's weapon off the ground while obscuring the skunk's vision. Before the current disappeared, the sword of Kusanagi cut through it in order to plunge underneath the skunk's ribs. Suzanne Can. A red skeleton formed on the skunk's body. Choking, the sword of Kusanagi chopped up with a crisp clang. A smile appeared on Natsuki's face. Finally forced your Suzaku out first. The skunk's Susanoo was put away by the skunk after it blocked Natsuki's Kusanagi sword. Take advantage of Natsuki's relaxation. The skunk looked up. The kaleidoscope writing will eyes spun rapidly. Monthly readings. A huge pupil power instantly invaded Natsuki's mind. Natsuki was only slightly stunned, not being pulled into the world of Tsukiyomi as her kaleidoscope shinliners turned. Natsuki's pupil power was so much higher than the skunk's that the moon reading wouldn't work at all. Skunks in the dream world have no memories or emotions, so the skunk didn't have any expression when the moon reading failed. The speed of the hand sealing was basically so fast that Natsuki couldn't see it. Fire transportation. Fireball technique. A fireball spat out of the skunk's mouth, instantly becoming huge and flying towards Natsuki. Natsuki dodged towards the left in an instant. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The swords flew out of his hand and crashed into each other in the air, making it impossible to see where they landed. Natsuki drew out the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and his Sharingan eye spun at high speed. Tink, 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 tink. Each handful of bitterness cleaved perfectly. Natsuki swung the Kusanagi sword in her hand while her empty left hand began to form a one-handed seal with two minds. Sway Tun. Water break wave. A jet of water erupted from Natsuki's mouth, like a high-pressure water knife, and cut at the skunk. Zera. The water-breaking wave was extremely fast, sweeping over the skunk's body in an instant. The skunk's body slowly cracked open. Ah, ah. The skunk's cracked body all turned into a raven. The raven's substitute jutsu. The skunk instantly disappeared before Natsuki's eyes. Natsuki's eyes stared, his kaleidoscope spinning madly. The eyes of Susanoo. Natsuki's eyes swiveled from side to side, instantly locking onto one of the crows. Instantaneous. With an instantaneous burst, Natsuki thrust the Kusanagi sword in his hand straight at the crow. Bang! The raven instantly transforms into the skunk's own body. Suzanne Can. Bing! The Kusanagi sword was blocked by Susa again, not waiting for Natsuki to retrieve the Kusanagi sword. The skunk's right eye snapped open with a knock. Amaterasu. The black flames instantly burned onto Natsuki. Suzanne Can. Golden Sasori projected out of Natsuki's body. While keeping Amaterasu out, Natsuki got out of the way. Gee, and you're trying to talk about being able to defeat a skunk without using a Susanoo. Amaterasu only has defense, and it's not good to hide. The fact that the focus point of the sight produces flames represents how watery the skunk released Amaterasu when he was sparring with Sasuke. I can't believe it took that long of a run after Sasuke to burn it. Was it hard to believe that Sasuke could move faster than the rotation of the skunk's sight? Amaterasu was blocked, and the skunk on the other side of the room paused for a moment, probably too spent. Then the skunk's Susanoo projected instantly. The skunk inside the dream world corresponds to reality. Over the years the skunk's pupil power was inhibited by Orochimaru's potion. Weasel Red's Suzaku was only on to the second stage, not yet clad in the armor of the Raven Tengu. A bright light was released from the skunk's Susanoo hand, and the red dazzle of the Yasaka no Kodama lit up and flew out. The speed was so fast that Natsuki didn't turn on his Suzaku and just followed his instincts to dodge to the right. Swish! Natsuki's left sleeve was hanging by a thread. The entire shoulder was also dripping with blood. Natsuki lifted her left hand and bit down on her arm, and her entire shoulder began to heal rapidly. The skunk's blood-grown Susanoo grabbed it with one hand. Natsuki shook her head. Suzanne-kan. The gold-colored Susanoo was instantly projected. Boom! It clashed ferociously with the skunk's Susanoo. The Susanoo Natsuki put out was in flesh and blood form, just like the skunk. When both sides made contact, Natsuki could still be distracted from using other jutsu. Natsuki reached out and made a seal. Water transportation. Water break wave. Pust. Supported by the powerful chakra, the high-pressure water blade instantly cut away. The skunk's Suzaku was instantly sliced open. The Suzaku cushioned for a split second as the skunk leaned over to avoid the impact of the water blade. Natsuki's Suzaku came straight at him with a ferocious crash that staggered the skunk's Suzaku. Natsuki's Suzaku reaches out and tries to grab over skunk's Suzaku. Weasel has turned his sousaphone off to avoid Natsuki's sousaphone's attack, but the moment the skunk's Suzaku disappeared, Natsuki extended a left hand from his own golden Suzaku. The top of his left hand was covered in sealing jutsu, and he directly slammed his palm onto the skunk's body. The sealing jutsu instantly crept onto the skunk's body, and the skunk's chakra was instantly sealed. Natsuki also cancelled his Susanoo and drew his Kusanagi sword, engaging the skunk in a physical exchange. Though chakra can only be sealed for a short time, but it had been able to allow Natsuki to take down the skunk without incident. Finally, Natsuki grunted away from the skunk's attack, grabbed him with his other hand and flung him to the ground, thrusting his blade up and pinning the skunk firmly to the ground. Natsuki, who slowly opened her eyes, exhaled a cloudy breath. Recent training had perfected Natsuki's combat system, and he was now able to defeat the skunk without relying on pupil power or the crushing power of his Suzaku. Natsuki was now more familiar with his newly acquired talents, the strongest of which was going to be the one mind. 2 minds that he got from left near right. Natsuki could now not only release jutsu with one hand while in close combat, you can also use seal jutsu with your left hand while using the sword of Kusanagi with your right hand, and quickly seal a psychic beast when facing it up close. When using Susanoo, you can also use Kaiju's water break wave to supplement your attack abilities. The benefits of water breaking waves include fast launch speed and strong cutting power. Works wonders when fighting at mid-range. Kagome's restorative constitution also works very well, and Natsuki can always stay in good shape during a battle. No sustained loss of combat power due to a few injuries. It's a perpetual motion machine. With the refinement of the combat system, it made Natsuki, who used to only know how to squander the pupil power of the eternal eye, fight in a more refined manner, no longer as simple and brash as before. With the gradual improvement of Summerwood, 3 months have passed in a flash of time. Chapter 107 Kiba Meeting. Kiba Village, 8th Street. The 8th Street was originally Uchiha territory, and there weren't too many stores other than the Uchiha proper. But under Natsuki's bounty, some went home to build people, resulting in some stores being vacant. Since the Uchiha store had caught fire, the whole street had begun to flourish, and the vacant stores had been taken over by some of the shinobi clans at extremely high prices. Sure enough, with Uchiha catering, they were making a fortune doing other businesses as well. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, as the Uchiha implemented a disengagement plan due to the covetousness of Junzo and Michio. Nowadays, 8th Street is not as prosperous as it once was. The street was vacant of many stores, and the original signs seemed to be covered in a layer of dust, all left behind by the Uchiha. The bosses who still stayed here were all other ninja clans who had previously plunked down their stores at a high price. Whenever they saw someone from outside the village coming, they would give them an expectant look. But most people passed by the street and headed for Kiba's North Gate, taking the Uchiha sightseeing bus to the Uchiha Snack Street, or see such a depressed street also have no intention to consume. Directly change a commercial street to wander. Unlike all the civilians, the major shinobi clans knew exactly why the Uchiha were moving away from Kiba's 8th Street, because the higher-ups of their family, in the Konoha meeting, spotted the figure, Junzo, plus a certain white-eyed family that didn't want to take the fall for sneaking around and letting the cat out of the bag. Reunion is being held against him again. Duanzo took about 30% of the recipe and gave it to the Fire Country daimyo, who was angry, but he wouldn't dare lose his temper with Duanzo. If the daimyo can provide the funds, then naturally you and I will be better off if Tuzo is better off. Now that there's no deal, it would be nice to give you something. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had no choice but to follow this recipe, along with his own team's imitations, and start promoting catering. Naruto Building. In the conference room, all the honorary elders, advisor elders, were seated in the conference room. Even Akimichi Fetchwind, who was always at home to take care of himself, made a rare visit to the conference room. This is a monthly meeting that focuses on various major events in Konoha. Honorary elders only have the right to propose. The decision-making power is in the hands of Naruto and the advisor elders. Although Naruto was the biggest, if all the advisory elders opposed him, then the decision wouldn't take effect. But that hasn't been the case over the years. The third Naruto of the last 2 years is aging fast. The sharpness of Shinobu Shiong back then could no longer be seen on his body. His body exuded a heavy twilight aura. Next is free proposal time. The third Naruto knocked on the table. There was a creak and a twisting sound from the seat. It turned out to be a Kimichi Fetchwind who stood up. The chair he had just sat in badly warped. It's been so long since he's been at a meeting that there's no longer a seat reserved for him. I propose to buy back the stores on Uchiha's 8th Street and reinvest them to enrich the business atmosphere on 8th Street. Akimichi Fetchwind didn't want to come either, but the Akimichi family was the most numerous of the ninja clans that went to buy the store on the 8th Street in the first place. After all, the Akimichi family is the one who owns the barbecue restaurant, and it's just as likely to draw traffic next to the Uchiha store. Who would have thought that Junzo would try to steal someone else's secrets? Now that all of the Uchiha have moved away from the 8th Street, the Uchiha's original store was left vacant, and with more vacant stores, there was naturally less foot traffic. The other stores must not be doing business either. These stores are owned by the Uchiha, who were uniformly placed here for ease of management in the first place. Now even if the Uchiha is gone, you can't use it because it's someone else's property. If we don't buy it from the Uchiha, then 8th Street will always be that depressed. Seconded. Many honorable elders had seconded the motion. After all, the elders who could come here were almost all leaders of the great shinobi clan, and they all possessed a keen sense of smell, so it's they who lose the most money. The third Naruto scanned the crowd present. 2/3 of the honorary elders were in favor of the matter, and Akito Fetchwind was still nominally an advisor elder now. Michio tapped the table. The proposal passes. Who will deal with the Uchiha? Most of the people looked towards the Hinata house, where 2 people sat in the direction of the Hinata house. One was Hinata, and the other was Hinata Hijikata. Originally, only Hizuku had the position of honorary elder, but this time around, the 4th elder, Heidu, got the appointment letter and submitted it to the clan. The clan is afraid of settling scores when Uchiha Natsuki returns. The Hinata branch of the family has also led to a lot of resentment towards the clan because they used to be so close to the Uchiha. So by Hinata's decision, the position of honorary elder was given to Hyuga Hinata, who was very close to Natsuki. In all the years that the Hyuga branch had been established in Konoha, no one had ever made it to the decision-making level of Konoha. This move greatly bought the hearts and minds of the Hinata branch. The Hyuga clan also spread the rumor that it was Junzo who was the mastermind after the Uchiha broke away. The elimination of the split family's discontent also brought the news to the other shinobi clans. Hyuga Hinata saw most of the people looking at him, also standing up. Let me go in this matter. Seeing that Hinata had taken the initiative to take the errand, Michio nodded in satisfaction. Then it's decided that it's you, Hijikata. Then the third Naruto waved his hand, signaling Hinata to sit down. Next offer, Michio said aloud. Raizo stood up. Now that Kiba's monthly task completion is too low, I suggest that the root establishment be restored, and the roots can ensure that 1/5 of Kiba's total tasks are completed. Akimichi Fetchwind stood up with a flourish. I object. There was a loud zip, and the chair under his ass was completely scrapped. Kiba is in an economic recession right now, and if the root establishment is restored, there will be an additional unnecessary expense every month. These years, the group hide as much as the wholesome muff. If not, he forced the Uchiha away. Now they are still at home happy counting money. Trying to restore the root establishment is a no-brainer. I'm against it too. Roots don't do anything at all. Objection. Objection to root base. Assholes, actually opposing the old man's program. Junzo returned to the base with a grim look on his face. The honorary elders of all the shinobi clans except for the Shimura clan had just vetoed him for the proposal he had just made. It also pissed him off by saying that the roots didn't do anything at all. Juzo knew that these people were putting the blame on him for the Uchiha's disengagement from the pot, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had made a deal with Jedi before he went looking for Heidu, and now Jedi had suddenly disappeared into thin air. The honorary elders gave out and the funding was cut off. He is losing money to his grandma's house. His roots, his abilities are in combat, and now in the non-war period, countries are laying down, leading to the fact that these people have forgotten the importance of their roots. Reunion paced back and forth. The disappearance of Jedi had unsettled Reunion's mind. Jedi had brought with him new technology that allowed Reunion to move his arms freely, not needing to use the upper Sharingan to suppress the Jurassic cells anymore. Juanzo took the removed Sharingan and put it back into his right eye, with a surplus to spare. But Suzu was skeptical of anyone other than himself. Now Jedi is still mysteriously missing. Get the medical team over here. Junzo ordered it down and soon the medical team came. I'm afraid there's a secret door in my right arm left by that man. Set a seal on my hand. Yes, Lord Suza. Chapter 108, Departure. Tanakuni. the village of Sound Hidden. 3 months passed, and Natsuki improved tremendously, finally able to easily defeat Futsuki inside the dream space. Orochimaru, for a short period of time, could refrain from training so desperately. On this day, Natsuki decided to leave after setting up a follow-up plan with Orochimaru and leaving a sum of money. 3 months have passed and Tout has not returned to the Sound Hidden village, but Orochimaru and Yakushi-Tout use a lineage of psychic beasts that can determine whether he is alive or dead. It should still be continuing to cultivate the immortal arts and be unable to return for the time being. Hood's side of the snake senjutsu cannot be obtained for the time being. Natsuki decided to go to Tsunade first. First abducted Tsunade back to the Uchiha, and the subsequent plan to synchronize. Because he was going to look for someone, Natsuki was prepared to go on the road alone this time. Junmaru, you'll stay in the Sound Hidden village for a while so that Orochimaru can test your body, in case there are any accidents. Although he couldn't bear to see Natsuki-sama leave, Junmaru knew that good health would help Natsuki-sama more. I know that, Natsuki-sama. Natsuki reached out and touched Junmaru's face. Be a good boy and listen to Orochimaru. Junmaru nodded with a slightly reddened face. I has been following Natsuki for a while now, eating well and dressing warmly every day, and his figure is not so thin anymore. He stood next to him with a timid expression, also unable to let Natsuki go. Natsuki smiled back and rubbed White's hair. Study up on your jutsu here. Orochimaru has his collection of secret ice escape techniques there. It won't take long to meet. White raised his head and nodded firmly. Next time, I'll be able to help Natsuki-sama. Fine. Next time you come help me. The two were young and lacked dependence in their souls, and the time Natsuki spent taking them from the land of water to the land of Tennessee had caused them both to develop a deep attachment to Natsuki. Luckily, though, it wouldn't be too long before a few people could meet up when Natsuki's next plan began. After coaxing White into a good mood, Natsuki looked up and said to Onimusha and Apricot, Onimusha, you and Apricot go ahead and take a long vacation with your paychecks. You'll stay in the Sound Hidden village for a while, and when it's time for the next plan, you'll come with Orochimaru. After coming to the Sound Hidden village, the Oni found that it was superb, and that Stopper and Weasel were so good that they had fights every day. The neighborhood was delicious, not to mention he didn't have to do the quest to kill his companions, so he super liked it here. Moreover, without working Natsuki also gave him a salary. Such a boss cannot be found in the Lantern. No problem boss, thanks for the paid vacation. The Oni showed his teeth and had a look on his face as if he had been smiling. Kagome Shigeo, you guys listen well to Orochimaru here. Kagome and Shigeo were both rescued at Natsuki's request, but they hadn't spent much time together, and they were still closer to Orochimaru. Natsuki didn't command much either. Natsuki nodded again to Weasel and Stopper. Having greeted them both before, there was no need for a special explanation now. Orochimaru didn't come. He never wasted his time on such things. Then I'm leaving. Natsuki turned her back to them and waved her hand, and left in a very dashing manner. Both Shiro and Junmaru looked in the direction Natsuki had left for a long time, and didn't look back until Natsuki had walked away. Being far away, Natsuki directly used the sand pads, that he had gotten from Rosa. It was impossible to use these acquired skills inside the dream space, and Natsuki was afraid that if the experiment failed, there would be no more fun. So just wait until you get out of the Sound Hidden village to summon this thing. It works once, but it doesn't say when. As long as the chakra is maintained all the time. Is it permanent? Well, I'm a big smartass, Natsuki thought as she did. Some fine golden sand appeared out of nowhere in the air, and then combined into a cushion like a ball of cotton candy. Natsuki stepped on it. It felt pretty good. Natsuki increased the output of chakra. The area of the sand mat even became a little bigger. Natsuki comfortably lay on it. The sand mat then flew forward as Natsuki intended. It's really cool to be able to fly, although the sand pads do not fly high, and the speed is not fast. But according to the possession of the Vortex clan's Katenra, this point of consumption, hair and rain, many parts of Tanakuni were sparsely populated, and Natsuki maintained the height of the treetops and kept flying in the direction of Tetsunokuni. Sand pads aren't fast, and aren't something that will fly faster if you input more chakra. The risk of collapse also arises when the area is large. But as far as this situation was concerned, Natsuki was already satisfied, thinking beautifully while in his heart, am I stuck with a bug here? Kiba Village, Uchiha clan land. For the first time, Hinata is given a mission on top of a Kiba meeting. The next day he delivered his obeisance to the Uchiha. Hinata was still pondering whether or not he would be rejected. I didn't expect Uchiha Futsuki to quickly agree. Not even Tomoikiake was the day off that was received in the conference room. Instead, it's in your own yard. After the Hinata arrived, the two men sat opposite each other, and Futsuki just made tea and didn't say anything. Hinata couldn't help but speak up. Matriarch Futsuki, I've come here to apologize for this leak. And also for those vacant stores on 8th Street. Fuyue sipped a cup of tea and tapped on the table. The leak incident has nothing to do with you at all. And your Hyuga family's apology is not sincere at all. Hinata's heart fluttered. It really wasn't that easy. He laughed bitterly. Patriarch Fuyue, our patriarch has relieved the 4th elder Heidu of his position, and is now under house arrest at home, now waiting for your disposition. Fuyue laughed. Nichija, see how anxious you are. You used to call me Fuyue, now you call me Patriarch Fuyue? When did we get so angry? Hinata looked stunned. In his perception, Hinata had done such a thing. The Uchiha still didn't hate them. Why did Futake not feel angry at all? Seeing Hinata's look, Futake shook his head. The breakaway of our Uchiha clan was planned long ago and has nothing to do with this matter at all. Early plans? Hinata was also vaguely anticipating this in his heart. Without this thing, we would have used something else to disengage. This thing just happened to coincide. Tomoikie didn't seem to think of Hinata as an outsider at all, and gave Hinata all these words. It wasn't so much a matter of superstitious belief in the dayman's character, but it was a done deal, and there was no harm in telling the dayman. Natsuki said when he left that your clan family would definitely hamstring you. And it's already considered good that they waited until this time. Hinata clutched her teacup. Tomoyuki narrowed his eyes. What resources did the 3rd generation side take in exchange with you? Although Hinata is already an honorary elder, the announcement hasn't been posted yet. After the Uchiha withdrew, they also became less in control of the village's information. Hinata whispered, the 3rd generation took an honorary eldership out and the clan gave it to me. A quick turn of Tomoikie's mind revealed the situation of the Hyuga family and why it was Hyuga who got this position of honorary elder. Futake saw that Hinata was still a bit fidgety. Don't worry, we'll have something else in exchange for this matter of your Hyuga clan. As for how your 4th elder Heidu will be dealt with, let's wait until Natsuki returns. Hinata heard that there was a quid pro quo, but instead relaxed. If the Uchiha had gently and deftly uncovered it, then Hinata would be the one who couldn't deliver. As for those stores on 8th Street, well, Tomoyuki pondered for a moment. We're not going to sell it for now, but we can rent it out. I wonder how Matriarch Futsuki is going to rent it. Since the Uchiha wasn't for sale, it was nice to be able to rent it. Tomoyuki stood up, and on a nearby binder rack, he took down a pile of house deeds and handed them over to the day officer. These stores will be fully entrusted to you. You help me manage them. The rent you watch and talk about, and afterward, just summarize it to me in a unified manner. Tomoyuki, this isn't appropriate, is it? Hinata was shocked. What's going on? Why should I be allowed to manage? Tomoyuki pretended to be displeased. It's a deal. Seeing that Tomoikie was determined to have him do it, Hinata had no choice but to oblige. Alright then. Chapter 109, The Beginning. Inception. Kiba Village. Naruto's office. The day messenger soon came to resume his duties. The news that came with it was that the Uchiha wouldn't sell it, only rent it. Michio took a drag on his cigarette. Did Tomoikie say anything else? The Hinata shook his head in keeping with the principle of saying more than one thing and saying less than another. And who did the Uchiha send to butt in on all this? Those stores aren't 1 or 2. They're a more complicated affair. Nichiju replied. Tomoyuki didn't send anyone out. He put me in charge? Michio froze for a moment, then nodded. Got it. Seeing that the 3rd Naruto had nothing to do, Hinata excused himself and left, leaving Mishiro alone in his office. The 3rd generation Naruto smoked a cigarette with some annoyance. The Hyuga clan actually did not get cross-examined by the Uchiha. On top of this matter, he was the mastermind, Suzu was the pusher, and the Hyuga family was an enforcer. I didn't realize that the Uchiha didn't seem to care about this at all. Or was it just that Futsuki and Hinata were too close? Michio sent Hinata to deal with this, originally wanting to test the waters. If the relationship between the Uchiha and Hinata breaks down, he or she can pull in the Hinata side. I didn't realize that the Uchiha hadn't even pursued what had happened before, and had put the stores in the hands of the Hinata. Michio knocked on his pipe with some anxiety. The Uchiha had now become a huge hidden danger, and the 3rd generation hadn't had much of a solution yet. The daimyo side of the Fire Country has started a new food and beverage promotion, so I don't know what the follow-up will be. Knock knock. Just as the 3rd Naruto was thinking, there was a knock on the door from outside. Come in. What came in instead was the dark section of the communications department. These secret departments are generally responsible for the more important secret messages or secret orders. Naruto-sama. An urgent message from Lord Jiraiya. The Dark One presented a scroll of transmission and went down. It was rare for Jiraiya to send an emergency transmission, and the 3rd Naruto's mind tightened. Even the scroll opened. After some browsing, but a rare smile appeared on the face of the 3rd Naruto. Michio thought for a moment and put pen to paper to write a few letters. Come on, man. The officer outside immediately pushed the door open and came in. Pointing to the letters on the table, Mishiro said, send these to the Akimichi family, the Nara family. Yes. God's mighty space. Bandito was stepping on the stone platform and kept moving forward. Just how many secrets there were in the divine might space, he didn't figure out right now, but some places in God's mighty space correspond to some locations in reality. That's why Bandito can quickly traverse very long distances. Not much time later, it had appeared at the border of the Land of Fire. Bandito had just come out of space when he saw Jedi burrowing out of the ground. How did the water country get out of control? Jedi wondered. Utilizing the Mayfly technique, the Jedi could merge his physical body with the earth, grass and trees, and move at high speeds. And when the Mayfly technique is activated, it cuts off all breath. So it's the perfect candidate for intelligence. Ever since Bandito went to the Land of Water, he left Jedi in the Konoha village. Let's see if we can get a chance and get some information about Kiba village. In the event that Junzo returns, he makes a deal with Junzo in order to get more information. But there's a sudden problem on the Bandito side, and the Land of Water is out of control. Bandito's voice trailed off. I would have found someone who would have been a good fit for the organization, but Uchiha Natsuki suddenly appeared and interrupted my plans. The controlled 4th generation Misukage is no match for Natsuki. Jedi was a bit surprised. Can't even the tailed beast-eyed orange berry Yakura beat him? Bandito let out a cold grunt. More than that, I've suffered greatly at his hands. Is that Uchiha Natsuki really that strong? Jedi said somewhat incredulously. Since this Natsuki has entered the leadership of the Uchiha, Bandito's several activities have not gone well. Recruitment of the skunk fails, and the plans for the Land of Water are derailed. Having cut off a lot of financial resources for nothing, it looks like the deal with Junzo will have to be aborted. Bandito looked grim. Can't underestimate him. His kaleidoscope ability very much restrains me. Bandito has suffered 2 losses under Natsuki, and big ones at that. Both times it was only through Izanagi that he was able to pick up his life, and the stock of sharpening eyes left behind by Zan was running low. Bandito's face was grim. It wasn't just the water country that had lost control with these 2 failures. More importantly, a lot of its own information leaked out, and there was no longer a way to impersonate Uchiha Zan. The point is that Natsuki actually knew that he was the driving force behind the Nine Tails Rebellion. After that, Bandito told Natsuki's kaleidoscope Sharingan to Jedi Amaterasu. Black Jedi is aware of it. Once the Uchiha clan appeared, the kaleidoscope writing Will-I pupil art is a strong person of heavenly illumination. But the other pupil technique that swallowed even the other dimension together had no impression. Jedi's mind was spinning, and Bandito's Shin Megami Tensei spatial ability had actually been broken head-on. That's pretty bad for the plan afterward. Not to mention that in addition to Uchiha Natsuki, there's another skunk and Futsuki, who are also kaleidoscopes. That jutsu of the skunks also very much restrains the Bandito. Stopper is also a hidden danger, and there's a good chance he's also a kaleidoscope as well. The Uchiha actually has so many kaleidoscope powerhouses. Bandito's a bit underpowered. No, the piece of Bandito still needs to be used. Jedi said meaningfully. Despite having Juma's cells, the pupil power of a one-eyed kaleidoscope is still a bit stretched. Bandito knew what Jedi meant, but the thought of Kakashi silenced him a bit for a moment. I just don't want to be involved with the past anymore. What Bandito had said was more or less unspoken. The Jedi let out a Jia-Jia's strange laugh. The way things are now, if you don't make a decision, there's no way you can complete the Eye of the Moon program. You will never see your beloved Lin again. Shut up, don't you dare mention her name. There was a pang of annoyance from Bandito, and he looked a little grim. Jedi closed his mouth at the right time, knowing that some point of conversation would be enough. A moment of silence passed. Bandito calmed down. Let's check out the Uchiha's clan lands first. I need to replenish some of my Sharingan. Is the Konoha village far from the Uchiha clan lands? Well, it's a couple of kilometers. Jedi also doesn't tear down the beltway. The Beltane Shin Megami Tensei was unleashed, taking the Jedi with it as it disappeared into thin air. Tanakuni border. Natsuki is flying slowly on a sand mat. I didn't expect a nice female voice from behind me. Mr. Natsuki, please stay. Natsuki turned her head, and with the wind pressure from the 2 huge wings, Minami landed sharply. Natsuki stood up from on top of the sand mat. He raised an eyebrow. What brings you to me? Didn't you tell Nagato to come himself? Minami's face changed for a moment, and she wasn't sure how much Natsuki knew about Nagato. She simply changed her answer. We went to the Sound Hidden Village to find you, and the stoat told me you just left, so I rushed to catch up with you. It suddenly dawned on Natsuki that Nagato seemed to be having trouble moving around right now. He hadn't really thought about that. I didn't realize that both sides were actually missing out. Minami's expression changed as she looked at the sand mat at Natsuki's feet, but she didn't open her mouth to ask. Natsuki said with a flourish, "All right, where is Nagato now? Please, Mr. Natsuki, follow me." Minami's wings shook and flew off in a flying direction. A few moments later, only to find that Natsuki was already far behind him. Minami flew back in a hurry and saw Natsuki flying forward slowly. Natsuki grinned. Sorry about that. I don't fly as fast as you on this one. Minami choked. The jutsu was supposed to be a sand pad of the sand hidden. She had seen it before and it really didn't fly fast. Minami had no choice but to follow Natsuki and fly slowly, with no way to hurry. Chapter 110, Fighting the Six Paths. Tanakuni Border. Flying even slower is still in the sky, with no obstacles on the ground in the way. About an hour later, Tendo was seen standing in the trees in the distance. Natsuki and Minami flew over, and when Natsuki did, she threw the sand pads and set them down next to her, and walked over to Tendo. Uchiha Natsuki, it took some effort to find you. Pain's voice was calm, his tone unhurried and confident. That's not the attitude to demand. Natsuki slouched a bit. Nagato has also become more and more proud and boastful over the years because of the Eye of Reincarnation, and his claim to be a god. Sure enough, here comes the classic line. How dare you disrespect a god? The words came out of Pain's mouth with confidence and arrogance, but Natsuki never ate it up. He pulled out his ears. I know this is your heavenly corpse. Call out the other five. Pain frowned, having the feeling that all his secrets were exposed. It's important to keep Natsuki under control. Minami couldn't help but be shocked. Just how much do you know? Pain waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Successive figures fell, and the six paths of pain were assembled. No matter how many secrets you know, I can find them. Natsuki craned her neck from side to side. I'll talk to you properly after I've beaten you to normal. The atmosphere was instantly oppressive. Pain couldn't figure out Natsuki from before until now, knowing nothing about Natsuki except that she is a kaleidoscope Sharingan. In order to avoid a long night, he actually grabbed the first move. Suddenly there was a wave of suction in the air, pulling Natsuki instantly in Pain's direction. Wanxiang Tianju. The other Dao jumped to the side and Dao began to cast psychic spells. Shirato's arm is deforming. The path of the human and the path of the hungry ghosts intercepted on the way. Hell's Road jumps to a position a little further back and starts to do some spectating. Natsuki's expression didn't change when he was pulled over by the Universal Celestial Leader. He had expected to fight Pain, so it's an early preparation to kill the milkmaid first in the opening group. One look at Pain in this stance, Natsuki knew that he was preparing to absorb all of his chakra with the hungry ghost way. Then the earthly path can view the memories. Natsuki adjusted his stance right there in the air, grasping Mamoru's hand with his left hand. The right hand crawled with the lines of the four elephant seals and pressed directly into the hungry ghost road's hand. The jutsu crawled from the hungry ghost's hand to the hungry ghost's entire body. The hungry ghost road's hands instantly lost their chakra absorption. Natsuki lands a nice leg kick on hungry ghost. Then with a left-handed grunt, he drew the sword of Kusanagi with his right hand. I was going to give it to Sasuke, but I used it myself. Choke, because of swallowing the wrong way. With an ear-splitting sound, both of Earthly Dao's hands were chopped off. This was all done on the flight. Everything moves as if it's been rehearsed 1,000 times. After so much time training in the dream world, Natsuki had long since ceased to be a wuxia. Natsuki's Kusanagi sword sliced across the room, and Nagato didn't expect Natsuki to do it so quickly. With the hungry ghost road already sealed, the human path is cut off with both hands. Natsuki was already stabbing with his sword. Shenandoah. Natsuki instantly judged it to be Shinra Tenshi from the backward curling air currents, and hastily fired his Susanoo. Spare a moment of advance warning. Suzaku had just appeared when the repulsive force slammed into him. Natsuki was hit like a heavy blow, and his entire body, along with Susa, was sent flying by the repulsive force. Natsuki closes his Suzaku as he flies backwards, stretches his body, and makes a quick seal. Fire escape. The art of the great fireball. At the same time as the seal was made, the runic artifacts of the four elephant seals crawled directly over the Kusanagi sword, distracting the mind for two purposes. A huge fireball erupted towards Pain, who jumped to the side and it grazed him, but as the fireball flew out, the sword of Kusanagi flew out from inside Natsuki's fireball. The sword was crawling with sealing jutsu and plunged into the Hellmouth's face. Hellmouth didn't even grunt as he fell on his back. Nagato's main body instantly lost the sense of the Hell Road. Pain's expression choked. This Natsuki knew the power of the Hellmouth. Bang, bang, bang. With three loud noises, three huge summoned beasts appeared in the field, and Shirato's missiles were already waiting for him at Natsuki's drop point. The sky was violently bright. Boom, boom, boom. Shirato's missile triggered a huge explosion. Underneath the huge cloud of smoke, a skeleton like Suzaku firmly shielded Natsuki. Natsuki instantly turned off his Susanoo and threw out several shuriken, aiming straight for Tendo. Fire escape. Cockatrice Claw Red. Flames erupted from his mouth and instantly wrapped around the top of the shuriken, and the flame-stained shuriken exploded like a heavenly maiden and flew towards Tendo. Tendo raised his hand. Shenandoah. A repulsive force bounced all the shuriken off. Natsuki felt out her bitungu and was about to throw it again. A huge multi-headed dog rushes out of the side. A bite was directed at Natsuki. Natsuki gave up on the bittersweet, sticking it in the dog's head. This thing seems to split. The left hand lit up and the contract seal unraveled. Raggedy Jutsu lands a slap to the dog's head. Bang! The psychic beast instantly disappears. Oh, a bird's song. The 8-inch crow rushed forward with violent wind pressure, its pointed beak like a sharp drill, jutting towards Natsuki. Plugged into Natsuki for a moment. Suzanne can. Bang! The Susanoo formed a huge skeleton and blocked the attack of the Abusame. Susumu hammered down a punch that knocked Yushiro straight to the ground. The opposite side of the road made another seal again. Still psychic magic. Bang! A giant centipede had been crawling out. The Psychic King really lives up to his name. Shirato fires a second wave of missiles, and a few more explode on top of Sunegakure's skeleton. Natsuki inside the Susanoo was unharmed and began to form seals. Shirato's close-range energy cannon, already disliking the top of Susanoo's skeleton, began to store energy. Natsuki opened her mouth and spat. Sway ton. Water break wave. The water knife that shot out cut Shirato's hand and the body next to it. Together, into two halves. Without even humming, the road lies directly on the ground. The giant centipede rushed forward with a rumbling sound, only to turn into a pile of smoke with a thud on its way. Just about to tackle the near Shirato, a repulsive force struck. Again, it's the divine rule of thrones. But this time Natsuki chose to fight hard. There was a loud boom. Susanoo instantly turned into flesh and blood form. The raging repulsive force slammed into the top of the Susanoo as if it were a mountain. Suzaku slammed his fist down so hard that Shirato was completely scrapped into a pile of parts. Natsuki untied the Suzaku and landed on the ground. Left in the field were the humanoids, who had their hands cut off. The sealed Hellmouth, and Tendo Pain. Pain's face was expressionless. His hands closed, and the earthly path fell. The sealed Hell Road also fell. Nagato would have more control, more chakra, and more powerful jutsu while manipulating Pain alone. Even if he was the only one left in the 6 paths, he was confident. Natsuki let out a soft laugh. Going to get real. Seeing both Natsuki and Nagato with their swords drawn, Minami couldn't help but say, "Stop it, you guys. Stop fighting. It's a pointless fight." Chapter 111, Conversation with Nagato. Minami had envisioned many possibilities when she brought Natsuki here, but the only one she hadn't anticipated. It's that Natsuki is actually so strong that he easily took care of the other 5 of Nagato's 6 paths. If the fight continues, win or lose, Nagato will definitely shorten his lifespan. Natsuki shrugged indifferently. Nagato, if you talk nicely, I'm not interested in having a fight with you. That's why the bigger fist is the truth. If it wasn't for Natsuki being strong enough, he would have been caught and had his soul pumped to see his memories by now. Pain's expression flickered and his body relaxed a bit. He had thought he could easily take care of Natsuki and then just check his memories. I didn't expect Natsuki to be this strong. Pain realized from just doing it that Natsuki was fully aware of his abilities. Otherwise it wouldn't have struck the Hellmouth first. Pain frowned slightly. Why do you know my information? I know far more than you think. And the chakra eye you are so proud of is nothing more than a tool in my opinion. Natsuki was stating a fact, but Pain was a little angry. His awakening of these chakra eyes was a gift from heaven, and he was convinced that he would bring peace to the world. Natsuki saw that Pain was visibly angry, and added once again, "You see these chakra eyes every day, as a gift from the heavens. Has it ever occurred to you that this pair of reincarnation eyes appearing on you is simply a conspiracy?" Pain had been holding on to his beliefs for so many years that it was naturally impossible for them to be overturned in 2 sentences. But naturally, Pain wasn't brainless when he was able to hold back for a few years while Hanzo killed Yahiko. Natsuki said this as a natural afterthought. He gathered his anger and snorted coldly. "Idiot." Natsuki was very understanding of this reaction from Nagato. 2 or 3 sentences had turned his beliefs upside down, and he wouldn't have worked so hard for so many years for a single goal. "Not fighting, are we?" Natsuki asked indifferently. Solving a few of Nagato's doppelgangers didn't seem to take him too much effort. After all, he was fully aware of Rokudo's bottom line. Besides, being an eternal eye and a vortex eye physique is no match for that sickly Nagato. He had already shown great strength and was familiar with all kinds of information about Nagato. In contrast was Nagato, though there was not a ripple in Tendo's appearance. That's because Tendo was just a corpse, and Nagato's main body's chakra, which was still quite depleted. Nagato can still have to maintain the Gato magic statues right now. The chakra is not abundant when the chakra is not his own, and the only way to perform some jutsu is to consume his life. Seeing Natsuki's lack of breath, Pain's heart was not in it. When he heard Natsuki say that, his face was a bit hard to bear, and the whole scene just froze. At that moment, Minami, who had been watching the battle from the side, rushed forward to be a peacemaker. "Since Natsuki-san expected us to come to you, there's no point in continuing the fight." Natsuki nodded. Bandito was an extermination maniac and Nagato was a warmonger, but the two had different purposes. One destroys the world, the other saves it. Now there was still the matter of letting the belt run through the plot, and to a certain extent, Natsuki was in favor of some of Nagato's points. Natsuki glanced at Minami and didn't take Minami's words. Instead, he ran directly next to him and observed the pile of sand on the ground. My sand mat. Natsuki was in tears. She had just gotten high with Nagato and had simply forgotten about this moment. Naturally, he didn't continue to maintain the sand pad's chakra, and now that he looked at it, the sand pad had become a mass of loose sand. I haven't flown all day. Minami is a little embarrassed next to him. How is this Natsuki crazy? You used the jutsu again to do a knot on the line. Natsuki sighed. Forget it, if it's gone, it's gone. Turning back to see Minami in pain still waiting for him, he bristled. Talk about it. Seeing Minami nod, Natsuki didn't care about pain. Walking over to Hell's Road, he pulled out his Kusanagi sword. Nagato proper can suddenly perceive the Hellmouth. Pain looked puzzled. It seemed that Natsuki had been ready to seal the Hellmouth for a long time. He didn't know how much Natsuki knew about him, but wasn't prepared to use the resurrection powers of the Hellmouth. Seeing that Hell Road was slow to get up, Natsuki was puzzled. What's wrong? Use Hell Road to revive them. Pain's expression choked. Natsuki really did know. Nagato relinked to Hellmouth, who stood up and began to unleash his resurrection jutsu. Behind him then appeared the King of Hell, who opened his mouth wide, and a purple tongue with hands stuck out of it, swallowing all the damaged corpses next to him, and then one after another comes out. Natsuki sked and watched from the sidelines. He pulled out the sealing scroll from his body. Bang! Natsuki pulled out the ones Minami was familiar with. Umbrellas, tables, chairs, large jugs, cups. Natsuki sat down with a flourish. Minami in pain came over, and the other 5 paths went scattering around to keep watch. Just 2 chairs and 2 cups. Pain doesn't need to eat or rest anyway. Just stand. Minami also seemed to understand Natsuki's meaning, and without saying anything, sat down. Pain stood behind her. Natsuki poured 2 cups of herbal tea and took a beautiful sip for herself, sighing in comfort. The weather was still sweltering on this side of Tanakuni, and it was a bit thirsty after a battle. Seeing both Minami and Yahiko looking at him, Natsuki was calm. How can we talk if we don't even drink tea? Before Pain could say anything, Minami picked up the glass of water and took a drink. Minami? Pain voiced. Minami shook her head. It's okay Nagato. Mr. Natsuki has bought me herbal tea before. Natsuki nodded. That's the way to talk. Where to start? How much does Mr. Natsuki know about Nagato's abilities? Natsuki broke his hand and counted. The 6 paths are mechanical transformation, memory reading, soul extraction, unlimited psionics, seal technique absorption, chakra devouring, yama rejuvenation, and reincarnation born. Minami in pain blushed. Natsuki-san knows so much? Natsuki shook his head. And the Heavenly Tao's 10,000 elephant heavenly attractions, the Divine Luo heavenly conquest. Oh, I don't know if you've learned the earth-bursting heavenly stars yet? Pain's mind was shaken. The jutsu, earth-burst sky star, had never been used in front of people. Even Minami didn't know about it. How did Natsuki know? Pain couldn't hold it together any longer. You even know about the earthburst. Natsuki let out a soft chuckle. I even know that your divine ravager is on a 5-second cooldown. Seeing the 2 men's complexions change drastically, Natsuki shook his head. The reincarnation eye still has skills you haven't developed. When Pain heard Natsuki say that, the shock in his heart hadn't been put down yet, and a hint of curiosity was brought up again. What other skills do you have in reincarnation eyes? Natsuki rubbed her chin for a moment, pondering what other outrageous skills Spot had used. Well, there's a heaven's obstacle shocking star that can catch meteorites smashing down from the void. There's also one called Wheel Tomb, a side prison that can split its shadow and defend the main body from opponents' attacks or surprise attacks for use. Pain frowned and meditated, but he was not as mature as he was in his later life when it came to the control of the chakra eyes, and now he had nothing to show for it. Not really sure if what Natsuki said was true or not. One can only continue to inquire. Why do you know so much? Natsuki offered up another big snub. The reincarnation eyes appeared in our Uchiha clan to begin with, and as the vice clan chief, I of course know the relevant knowledge. No way. Pain denied it without even thinking. The Uchiha clan was the #1 clan in the entire shinobi world. If a strong person like the Eye of Reincarnation had appeared, how could there be no news at all? Natsuki hemmed and hawed. I know you don't believe me, and since I'm not in a hurry, I'll tell you about it from the beginning. There is a race named Otanashi. Chapter 112, Flare Up, Kiba Village, Uchiha Snack Street. The access control at the door has been changed to a machine. Each person swipes their card to gain access. Ninja school students get 20% off when they show their student card. There was a constant stream of sightseeing buses circulating next to the dismounted people, many of whom were none other than the students of the shinobi school. Drop. Student card. Drop. Student card. Naruto and Sasuke, both of them, walked into the food court together as a pair. Far behind them crashed a few plainly attired darkies. There's no way around it. The Uchiha food court doesn't allow hiding your form to go in. You can't just follow around all dressed up as the dark side. So several people changed into civilian clothes. Drop. Walking into the huge gatehouse at the entrance is a neat row of food and beverage outlets. For those who haven't been in here before, the first thing that must happen is that you will be dazzled by the various lighted signs. Luckily, though, every so often there are wayfinding signs on the side so you don't miss out on the food. Naruto and Sasuke are now lined up in front of a stinky tofu store. This is a particularly popular snack. Naruto and Sasuke are 11 years old and will be graduating from shinobi school in a year. Naruto is still cheerful, but people aren't as loudmouthed as they used to be because they have to hide things in their hearts. The long blonde hair hung down and had gradually taken on the appearance of Namake's Sailor Moon. Sasuke's round face had grown angular, and not having experienced the night of the extermination, he didn't have that brooding feeling, just some of the arrogance of the clan's children. Naruto had been able to gradually notice that he was being watched at all times. He'd gotten used to the presence of these dark sections over the years, and while there would always be a rotation of dark sections, Naruto would always have the same group of people come in with him every time he went into the snack bar. Gradually it also became clear who these people were. Naruto has worked very hard over the years to get a good grade before Natsuki returns. He would go to Sasuke's every day to split and then practice until the evening, when the split disappeared and came back, and he would fall asleep very tired. Nowadays, he could skillfully utilize the multiple shadow diversion technique and the A-ranked ninjutsu spiral pill. Sasuke's qualities in all areas have been improving by leaps and bounds since he opened his Sharingan eyes over a year ago, and he even learned an A-ranked jutsu, Chidori, a while ago. The strength of the two was already 1 or 2 in the same period inside the ninja school, but neither of them had revealed, in the school, that they knew this level of ninjutsu. For that matter, it still left the 3rd and 4th places way behind as well. It's just that the two little ones don't have much real-world experience yet. Because of the nature of Naruto's shadow doppelganger, he was improving very quickly, and he was now gradually feeling that he could win against Sasuke in a solid way. Only the last time he won Sasuke once, Sasuke changed even more as a person, ruthlessly and desperately training himself, telling him to come out to eat and not to eat. Naruto was shocked by this madness of Sasuke's, and Naruto quietly let go of the water for all the matches between the two that followed. Only Sasuke didn't know it. Yesterday, Sasuke won by a narrow margin in their match, and today they're on vacation, so it's time for them to relax at the snack bar. The two stood in line for a short while and finally got their beloved stinky tofu. Sasuke, what do you think Natsuki-senpai is coming back? Ah, Naruto chanted as he forked a piece of black stinky tofu, sprinkled with red oil and cilantro, into his mouth. I don't know, Mr. Natsuki has been going out for years at a time, but we agreed to come back before we graduated. We're a year away from graduation, so I guess it's soon. Sasuke responded to Naruto as he separated the stinky tofu with his fork and dipped them into the juices. The two of them ate as they walked, the stinky tofu in their hands wafting out a burst of flavor. Behind them, 2 of the darker sections, 2 who liked the smell walked a little ahead, and the other 2 who didn't like the smell walked a little behind. They weren't too wary. After all, Naruto was getting better and better after all these years and wasn't misbehaving at school every day, usually not running around wreaking havoc. Most of the time they followed Sasuke, and it saved them, the ones watching, a lot of heartache. But they didn't realize that inside the flower bed next to them, a figure was blending in with the greenery, staring intently at the two. The forest at the edge of the Uchiha clan land. With a twist of space, a vortex took shape. Bandito, wearing a swirling mask, appeared. Interesting, is this the Uchiha's new clan land? The moment Bandito emerged from the space, he sensed a burst of chakra sweeping over his body. The same junction as Kiba? Bandito soon sensed a small group up ahead scouting this way. I wonder if there's any of Sankyo's clan in there. Bandito thought so. Without realizing it, there was a shinobi cat, far behind him, hanging from a tree and observing him. After matching everything from Bandito's outfit to his mask in his mind, Shinobu Cat immediately jumped from the tree. Shoo, shoo, shoo. 3 large fireworks exploded in the direction of Bandito's back. The fireworks exploded into a cloud of fiery red, and 3 fireworks erupted together as if a huge red cloud hung in the sky. Bandito looked up in surprise. Is the Uchiha that vigilant? Shinobu Cat finished setting off the fireworks and disappeared with a thud. Bandito sensed the fluctuation and jerked his head back. There was a teleportation fluctuation of psionics behind them, but nothing was there anymore. Burst after burst of chakra swept over Bandito's body. Bandito let out a soft laugh. That's quite a look at me. Bandito just wanted to get inside the Shin Megami Tensei space to hide. A bright white light spread out from the Uchiha's clan land, and in an instant it spread right to the edge of the Uchiha's clan land. Bandito is also encompassed. Bandito blushed. Sealed time phalanx. How could the Uchiha have a time sealing spell? This was a large-scale sealing formation, capable of completely isolating skills such as spatial teleportation. The way to be able to restrain the Shin Megami Tensei space was something that Bandito had investigated a long time ago. The most overly famous one was the time sealing formation, but there weren't many people who could use it anymore. Besides, there was a huge drawback to this spell, and that was that it couldn't last long. Bandito tried to open the Shin Megami Tensei space, and a vortex twisted twice in midair before dissipating. The pitch black, ink-like jutsu on the ground spread across from a great distance, and Bandito completely lost his sense of Shin Megami Tensei space. It looks like it was prepared for this. It's true that too much information was leaked last time. Bandito grimaced, having been set up again. It must have taken no more than 5 minutes for such a large area. Bandito was sighing at the fact that the Uchiha had money while he started to move to the side. As long as he dragged it out, then he would be able to make it out. But all the time the sense of the knot swept over him. Everywhere he ran, he was found. Bandito simply stopped running. He grimaced. Even if there's no Shin Megami Tensei, you guys can't kill me just the same. He could leave any time when the time sealing spell was unraveled. Chapter 113, Kizuna, Kiba Village, Uchiha Clan Land. The three of them, Uchiha Kame, Iori, and Earth, who were advancing, saw the flare in the sky, immediately braked on the spot, and then quickly withdrew in the opposite direction. A secret room in the Uchiha Clanland. The warning fireworks flew up at the same time. The two clansmen here had already received the message. The hand pressed the spell in front of him. A white glow lit up and Kagura Suzu floated into the air. The other Uchiha immediately injected chakra, and the white light spread out instantly. Clan after clan, warning fireworks rose, turning the sky over the entire Uchiha Clanland red. The Clanland was not far from the location of the newly opened snack street, and the fireworks exploding in the sky were visible to everyone in the street. Many did not understand what this meant, but there was already some uneasiness in their hearts. There were two of the Uchiha's elite top ninja who dropped what they were holding and immediately rushed towards the Clanland. All the Uchiha store owners blushed, but they were trained. If it's a flare from imaginary enemy number 3, non-Three Hooks clansmen are strictly forbidden to return to the rescue. You can't start a riot. That would make the general public vulnerable. They simply stated that an enemy had appeared in the clan and that the store needed to be closed for a while. Let the villagers evacuate in an orderly manner. The villagers are unsure, but the Uchiha's succession of exploding flares seems to signal that all is not so simple. As the villagers of Kiba village, all of them had some sense of crisis, and had begun to evacuate the snack street in an orderly manner. Sasuke stood up the moment he saw the flare. Something's wrong. Naruto go. Sasuke ran towards Kiba village at the first opportunity. Futsuki had told him that if fireworks like this appeared in the clan, he must not return to the clan and must drag Naruto away if he is around. Because the person who came, was definitely here to capture Naruto. Don't go back to the clan because they can easily be captured by the enemy or taken hostage if they go back. The biggest thing that Sasuke has grown in these years is that he never punches his way to the top. He's been schooled too many times over the years. Naruto's mind tightened as the fireworks went up. They were the Uchiha's warning fireworks, but what exactly they meant, Naruto wasn't sure. He had to follow Sasuke and run to Kiba. A few of the dark sectors behind him immediately gathered around Naruto. Sasuke and Naruto looked at them and the leader immediately explained. Naruto, Sasuke, don't be afraid. We were sent by Naruto III to protect you. Sasuke and Naruto didn't ask a single question, seeming to expect their presence in the group, and just bore off towards Kiba village. The moment he saw the fireworks, Tomoyuki stood up and rushed outside, the first time towards the place where the fireworks were launched. He ran head-on into Chiming and the others who were retreating back. By this time a burst of white light had swept over several people and spread outward. The first time Kame saw Futsuki, he shouted, "Clan Chief, the enemy is confirmed to be hypothetical enemy number 3, with clothing that perfectly matches, suddenly appearing in the clanland, and fitting the characteristics of a time-space ninjutsu. Time is urgent, can't afford to say more. The time-sealing spell formation is open only 5 minutes. Although after the end of the time-sealing spell formation can make time and space travel become difficult. However, it could not activate a second one within a short period of time, and forcing a second spell within a short period of time was prone to a time-collapsing explosion, which was very dangerous. Futake walked head-on through Kame's group. Execute option 3, Kame, you go and confirm Sasuke and Naruto's location. Then gather the medical team. Iori, you go to the summoning table. The spell time is over. Watch for the signal. Earth followed the plan and gathered the clan before coming over. Yes, several people answered and immediately went about their business. Patriarch, proceed. As Futsuki passed by the Earth directly unclasped the ninjutsu bag and sword on his body and 2 sealing talismans and threw them at Futsuki. Fuyue reached out and grabbed the equipment, wrapped his hands around it, pulled the 2 sealing talisman formations onto his hands, and ran outside without looking back. There were flares constantly shooting out of the sky, and many of the clansmen in the Uchiha clan lands methodically retreated back to the shelters within the clan lands. Tomoyuki's kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes had already opened, and he headed in the direction of the clan's outskirts in the first place. Behind them several members of the Uchiha Junction class followed. Constant reports of the intruder's location. The intruder is moving north along the clan's edgeline. It's on the stop moving now. Futake walked through the woods and saw from a distance Beltsuki, who was wearing a fire cloud suit and a swirling mask on his face. With a wave of Tomoyuki's hand, the boundary class behind him immediately retreated towards the back. Bandit said with a flirtatious tone, "I didn't realize that Matriarch Futsuki actually prepared such a big gift for me." Fuyue's face was full of gloom. He knew that this person was the culprit of the Nine-Tail Rebellion, but he wasn't in a hurry. He was still waiting for reinforcements. Seeing that Futsuki didn't say anything, Bandito shrugged. He was going to stall anyway, and it was better if Futsuki didn't make a move. In less than 30 seconds, brush by brush, more than a dozen elite upper ninjas arrived at the scene. All of them were Senkyoku elites, and those with slightly less ability were asked by Fuyue to take shelter in the clanland. After all arrived, Futsuki didn't say anything half-heartedly and rushed at Bandit together. He'd just arrived, plus it had been over a minute waiting for his teammates. There was still over 3 minutes left, so if he couldn't leave Bandit behind, he would have to recall Natsuki, not being able to use his divine power. Bandito's heart was fuming. It seemed that he couldn't keep his hands off today, or else he was bound to die here. Brush, brush, brush. All the Uchiha threw out countless hand swords before they could even get close. Bandito dodged around in a bit of a mess, getting several cuts on his body. Bandito looked panicked as he dodged, watching the enemy get closer and closer, waiting for you guys to get a little closer. Fuyue's eyes narrowed and he suddenly waved his hand. Retreat! All of the Uchiha personnel retreated, leaving no stone unturned. With a scowl on his face, Bandito raised his cuffs with both hands and aimed them forward, knowing in his heart that he only had this one chance to use a large amount of chakra. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. With the sound of fabric tearing, countless branches rushed out from Bandit's hands. The branches continued to thicken and grow in size as they flew, thrusting at the Uchiha crowd with great speed. So fast, Fuyue's complexion was aghast. He had known that Bandito was armed with a kizuna, but he had not expected the kizuna to be activated so quickly. Tomoyuki drew his sword and kept cutting the trees that were thrusting like him. The other Uchiha clansmen, although they didn't go deeper because of Futsuki's advance warning, the speed of the branches was so fast that they could only barely avoid the vitals. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The branch plunged into the ground, creating a loud rattling sound. Accompanied by suppressed grunts of pain. The others were all wounded by kizuna thrusts, and a few were even pierced through their thighs or arms by kizuna, and blood quickly spilled out. Landman! Aura! Yang Shu let out a cry of sorrow. A groove was thrust out of the landman's back, and white bone stubble was visible. One of Aura's thighs, which was plunged right in the center, must have broken its bones. And on the Uchiha side, besides Tomoyuki, there were 6 other people standing now. After releasing this kizuna, Bandito was also a bit out of breath. This kizuna consumed a lot of his chakra, and he couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, if I had Shin Megami Tensei, I could have strengthened this jutsu, and I can't believe there are still 6 of them. Releasing his kitsune, Bandito saw that Futake actually blocked it and fled to the side in a hurry. Chapter 114, Kiba Village. Naruza and the others had just run out of the snack street when they realized that several cars were all parked in front of the entrance. There were a few other Uchiha directing the crowd, and there was a wide passageway next to it that led straight to Kiba. The crowd also evacuated in an orderly fashion under the command of the Uchiha. Naruto had wanted to evacuate with everyone else, but was pulled by the dark side. Naruto, there are too many civilians over there. Let's go this way. The dark side's idea was simple. If the other party was here to find Naruto, then the fight could easily spill over to the people if they followed the general population. A few of my own could run faster. One of the dark sect, moreover, directly fired a flare into the sky, asking the other dark sect to come to support them. The Uchiha clan, still in command, saw the dark side leading Naruto Sasuke as he retreated towards the village. With a sigh of relief, he fired a flare into the sky. Darkside moved with Naruto and Sasuke following a planned route. A few people hadn't gotten very far when darkness bellowed. Watch out! There's a problem ahead. Suddenly 2 aloe leaves were drilled in the earth, and inside the aloe leaves was the face of a yin-yang man. The 4 darkies and the 2 little ones were instantly on guard, and the darkies all pulled out their bittersweet. The 2 little ones just hated that they weren't holding their ninjutsu bags at this point. Jedi poked his head out, not caring about the reactions of a few people, instead casting his gaze within the Uchiha's clan grounds. A time-sealing spell? It's amazing how well prepared Uchiha is. Jedi wasn't too worried about Bandito. After all, Bandito still had Kazuna and Izanagi on him, and the time sealing spell wouldn't last long. Bandito's big deal is losing a Sharingan eye. The fact that Bandito had flipped several times made the Black Jedi feel a little anxious, and Bandito was still a useful pawn. There's a need to upgrade the belt. Who are you? Darkness shouted in a high, stern voice. This strange man in front of him, half black and half white, doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Gee whiz, let's see, isn't that the nine-tailed human pillar power? Baijia's words caused the faces of everyone present to change. Sasuke's heart shook. Sure enough, he was looking for Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, he was looking for me. For dark part of the cold sweat, other dark part of the shift when Naruto did not have an accident. They are on duty today on the accident. How so unlucky? I just hope the reinforcements from Kiba's side come faster. Baijiu stomped on the ground with his foot, and more than a dozen, only white humanoid monsters suddenly appeared on the ground, all of which had mutilated bodies. Some of them had large holes in their bodies and only one eye on their faces. Their faces were distorted in white, as if they were made of Play-Doh looks, very scribbly. The pile of monsters got up from inside the ground and charged towards Naruto, Sasuke and the others. The four dark sectors rushed forward with an angry cry. Naruto, Sasuke, you guys go. As he spoke, the White Jedi detachment fought the four dark sectors. Although the White Jedi split was not a high combatant, the four dark sectors were completely dragged to their deaths. Sasuke and Naruto both looked at each other before nodding their heads fiercely. Sasuke said to Naruto as he made his seal, "There are too many of these monsters. Let's help ease the pressure on the dark side." "Oh," Naruto responded. Multiple shadow split technique. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of explosions, dozens of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers suddenly appeared inside the grounds. The four dark sections that were tangling with the White Jedi's doppelganger were stunned. How did Naruto know multiple shadow doppelganger techniques? Everyone, get on. Save the people first. Oh, go. Naruto's army began to make a counter-charge towards the White Jedi doppelganger. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that one person would split so many shadow doppelgangers. The Naruto doppelgangers rushed up and then hugged the White Jedi doppelganger one by one. Darkness let out a breath and stabbed a knife into the White Jedi doppelganger, who slowly went limp. With Naruto's doppelganger tangled up, the pressure on the dark sections was reduced, but Naruto's doppelganger was also rapidly depleting. With a thumping sound, Naruto's doppelganger dwindled. As the air currents shook, Naruto's main body suddenly rushed out of his detachment and had a spiral pill in his hand. The target was none other than Jedi, and seeing that the dark side had been made much easier, Naruto took the idea to Jedi. The Jedi's hand reached out and a huge, thick stump stuck out. Bang! Naruto's spiral maru imprinted hard onto the top of the stump, and a huge gash appeared on top of it, but to no avail. The stump continued to explode and Naruto was slammed into his chest in one fell swoop. Whoa! Naruto was sent flying to the ground in a flash, spitting blood from his mouth. Chidori! Sasuke let out a loud cry, his hands glowing blue and a huge current of electricity like countless birds chirping. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes spun wildly, enduring Chidori's immense exertion, aiming straight for the Black and White Jedi. His target was the Jedi to begin with, not those White Jedi doppelgangers. As Naruto flew out, Sasuke had finished his accelerated sprint with Chidori. Naruto looked at Sasuke with anticipation, with the sharp call of 1,000 birds. It's close, closer, closer. Sasuke looked excited. Got it. The moment before Chidori was about to plunge into Jedi's body, Jedi sidestepped his body and hooked his foot. Sasuke tripped and immediately flew out. Sasuke looked panicked. The Chidori he was maintaining in his hand dissipated, and his hand plunged straight into the earth. Ah! Sasuke let out a miserable howl. The intense pain hit instantly, and Sasuke's tears and snot came down instantly, and he barely fainted. Sasuke! Naruto shouted. Damn it! The two doppelgangers behind him immediately rubbed up the pills for Naruto again, and the Jedi's hand reached out. Huge tree branches bursting out of his hand. Naruto narrowly dodged the branch, but then the sound of plopping into flesh made Naruto stiffen and turn his head. Those few dark sections that were tangling with the White Jedi had already been disemboweled by the tree branches, and it was clear that they could not live. Asshole! An evil chakra rose up. Knock knock! A loud heartbeat suddenly appeared in all hearts. Naruto's face turned menacing, and his eyes seemed to be tinted a shade of red. Thanks to the efforts of Naruto's doppelganger, Naruto finally rubbed another spiral pill in his hand. Naruto, his body wrapped in red chakra, charged wildly towards Jedi. Jedi saw the red chakra spilling out of Naruto's body, as if he saw the Nine Tails' hideous, evil-like, gigantic head appear behind Naruto. Interesting, Jedi sighed. Then the hand reached out and casually grabbed Naruto's wrist, grasping the spiral pill out of Naruto's hand. The moment Naruto lost his center of gravity and flew backwards, the left hand, with its sharp claws, viciously scratched 3 slashes into the Jedi's arm. Bang! Naruto fell to the ground as well. The spiral maru in his hand also made a crater in the ground. Naruto. Sasuke had endured the pain that was drilling through his right hand, but Chidori's huge chakra drain and the broken knuckles made Sasuke's body go weak. Seeing Naruto knocked to the ground, unable to move, Sasuke's eyes widened in anger. Suddenly a lightness came over Sasuke's head, a cool sensation appeared and all the pain in his knuckles lessened. The Sharingan eyes in his eyes had changed from a single hooked eye to a double hooked eye. Sasuke suddenly felt another surge of strength in his body, and Sasuke gritted his teeth and climbed to his feet, but to no avail. Jedi stomped on Sasuke, who hit the ground hard. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed on the ground, but Sasuke wouldn't give up and struggle through the excruciating pain that covered his body. Jedi frowned, and a stick stuck out in his hand, plunging straight down. Sasuke was horrified in his mind when he saw the wooden stick sticking down in his afterglow, and twisted his body with such effort that the branch went straight into Sasuke's shoulder. Ah! Sasuke screamed miserably and passed out. Jedi didn't care about Sasuke. It would be nice to capture the Nine Tails since the dark side was taken care of anyway. The Jedi hand reached out in the direction of Naruto, who had just gotten up. Thinner branches shot out of his hands and bound around Naruto's body. Naruto's body was instantly bound into a dumpling. Naruto looked over at Sasuke, his eyes suddenly widening, his pupils fully erect, and boom! Red chakra as fierce as flames erupted. Raging spurts of chakra formed a coat of fiery red chakra over Naruto's body. A fiery red tail even extended behind him. The branches on his body were instantly shaken away completely. Jedi frowned slightly. Storming off? Naruto lunged, like a beast on the hunt, and grabbed at the Black Jedi with the sound of a fiery wind. Black Jedi jumps back to avoid the strikes. Naruto, whose attack had fallen short, had his tail out while he was in the air. Then with one hard pull, he ripped the branch from Sasuke's body. Sasuke let out a grunt of pain as his unconscious body shook. Naruto landed on the ground and immediately picked up Sasuke and ran in the direction of Konoha village, which was a bit of a rampage. Jedi was a little stunned for a moment, not realizing that Naruto hadn't been affected by the Nine Tails. Sensing that a number of dark figures were already coming in the distance, the Jedi narrowed his eyes and slowly sank into the ground. Chapter 115, The Chase. Kiba Village. The edge of the clan lands. Several Uchiha groaned in agony on the ground from the Kazuna surprise attack that took a lot of chakra from Bando. Fuyue looked at the miserable state of the group of clansmen on the ground, and his eyes widened in anger. Yangshu, look after the clan and wait for backup. The rest of you follow me in pursuit. Saying that, without waiting for Yangshu to reply, he hurriedly chased after him. Yuzuki saw the field of wounded and reached down to pull out a flare and continue shooting it into the sky. Take out the implements for emergency treatment on your body and stop the bleeding for everyone first. The clan's medical team will come to support them as soon as they see the signal. Futsuki followed behind Bandito with a face full of anger, not realizing that so much had been prepared. Also got shaded by Bandito. So many people were injured. I should have known to just summon Natsuki back. Fuyue's feet stomped heavily, and the trees on both sides kept falling back. Option 2. Futsuki saw Bandito's dangling right arm and suspected that the hit he had just made had put a lot of load on his right hand. Numerous Uchiha had exposed their arms, all neatly strapped with object sealing spells. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Countless hand swords flew out. The Bandito Shin Megami Tensei space couldn't be opened, and he wasn't in the habit of carrying a shinobi bag. He had to spend chakra to condense a black rod with the yin-yang transportation and wield it. Only clanking sounds could be heard, as the shuriken or bitterness were all deflected by the black stick of Bandito. But it was no use. Futake and a group of Uchiha, who had already prepared their concealed weapons, kept taking them out and throwing them at Bandu. Bandit ran and blocked, and was soon hanging on for dear life. There were too many hidden weapons to block only to protect the vitals. He was hit with 3 rounds of shuriken and 2 rounds of bituminous on his feet, and on his shoulders, though it was quickly pulled out of him and the wound was not deep. But with each run, blood oozes out, and the black rods he's making now are not the same thing he's making in post. Tougher at best. Although the black rod was hard, it couldn't hold up against the crowd. Between chasing and escaping, Bandito's body was hanging from many places, and if it wasn't for his transformed body being super resistant to beatings, he would be lying down by now. All the Uchiha clansmen and Futsuki were not far from each other, worried that he would use his Kazuna again. The sealing spells on everyone's hands were high grade and contained a very large number of concealed weapons, which Futsuki had prepared specifically for Bandu. If he hadn't been surprised by that Kazuna move by Bandito, Bandito would probably be lying down at this moment. The many Uchiha didn't use jutsu, and Bandu was too slippery to catch. It would be embarrassing to use fire escape to obscure the view of your teammates. Unfortunately, everyone underestimated how resistant Bandito's body was to being punched, and although the occasional concealed weapon hit Bandito, he didn't fall even though he was bleeding all over the place. Fuyue pinched the time, There were still 2 minutes to go before the time sealing spell expired. Futsuki was in a hurry. The power of the throwing ninjutsu was too small to deal a decisive blow. There's no time for nonsense, since throwing ninjutsu doesn't work. Boom! Susanoo. Purple-black Susanoo instantly constructed out of the air. Bandito turned back and glanced hastily. His heart skipped a beat. Futsuki Suzaku was actually still evolving to a higher rank. Tomoyuki utilized the pupil power left behind by Natsuki to directly catalyze a higher level of Susanoo. Drink! Futsuki Susanoo grows flesh and blood, and this second stage Susanoo can use long-range means. The Yasaka no Hook-tama manifested directly in Suzaku's hand and threw it at Bandito. Woo! 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 The strong sound of the wind carried a fiery murderous aura, locking the entirety of Bandito in place. The moment the purple-black Yasaka no Goyu slammed over, the first thing that Bandu thought of was dodging with Kamui. However, Shin Megami Tensei was sealed, and Bandito's physical condition slowed him down as he dodged a step slower. Yasaka no Huka instantly slammed into the right side of Bandito's body. With the muffled sound of Bandito's grunt, he flopped to the ground in some distress. The right arm and shoulder had completely disappeared. The cut sections were of ghastly white tissue, not a human body. Bandito covered his shoulder and barely got up, a horrifying gleam in his eyes. The time is almost up. The time sealing spell is about to open. Bandito's eyes glazed over and his only remaining left palm slapped the ground. A red light suddenly rose from the ground. Tomoyuki Susanoo rose up with a furious aura, and Susanoo's hand continued to grow in size, turning into a huge claw. With a whistling sound of wind, Suzaku's claws, made of pure chakra, were like Tarzan's, showing a shadow over Bandito's head. A red shimmering light flashed. Uchiha fire flame formation. Futsuki clawed his way down. Boom! A wall of red flame appeared in front of Bandito, and a red light exploded above it. Boom! Another boom. Flames erupted, and the giant claws of Futsuki Suzaku were burned red and bounced high. Tomoyuki's weapon, along with the wall of flames rising from the fire flame formation, slammed into the top of the time-sealing boundary above his head. Woo! The time-sealed boundary shimmered for a moment. Tomoyuki's face changed. No way. He's almost out of time. He was shaken back several steps. His eyes were in excruciating pain, and his Susanoo flickered for a moment. Bandito also saw the time-sealing boundary that was flickering. The corners of his mouth curved up in an arc. Let's see how you can open the fire flame formation's boundary. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Dangling! 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 The other 5 Uchiha threw concealed weapons that were easily bounced off by the fire flame formation. Damn it! The 5 people saw that the concealed weapons didn't work. Immediately make a seal. All 5 were using the same jutsu. Naruto, the art of dragon fire. Boom! The 5 linear fire pillars crashed into the top of the flame wall of the fire flame formation. A huge boom erupted. The wall of flame flickered for a moment. Bandito, covered in blood, increased his chakra output, and the flaming walls of the fire flame formation rose to the sky. A white shroud of light appeared and disappeared in space. There's no time. Fuyua's heart was ruthless. With ruthlessness on his face, he endured the severe pain and increased the output of his pupil power. His Susanoo shuddered violently and became solid again. The outburst of chakra and pupil power made the entire air sticky, and the intense pressure made the entire time-sealing boundary shimmer. Seeing this, Bandito fed more chakra into the Uchiha fire flame formation in order to block Futsuki's killing move. Fuyua frantically urged his pupil power. His face was full of distortions, and his eyes were oozing tears of blood. His Susanoo finally climbed to its third form. The armor was draped over Susanoo's body, and the texture of his body became more defined, his face forming a Menja-like appearance. A flash of purple-black flames rose from the giant claws of Tomoyuki Suzaku. The fireworks exploded. The power of the outburst shook the next few Uchiha clansmen all to the ground. Ignite! Fuyua roared furiously. A frantic claw whistled and grabbed at the top of Bandito's fire flame formation. The purple-black flames on top of the giant claws surged and pounced on top of the flame wall of the fire flame formation. Ka! Ka! The purple flames had extreme killing power, but there was a moment's stalemate. Click here. The flame formation was like glass shattering, and the giant claw broke through the flaming wall and fell down fiercely. Chapter 116, In Pursuit. Damn it! Blood spilled from the corners of Bandito's mouth, his face twisting under the mask. Looking at the falling giant claws, the left Sharingan eye emitted a piercing red light. Izanagi, huffing and puffing. Bandito's body was crushed into pieces as if it were Play-Doh, splattering in all directions. White, red, and dark red chunks of blood and flesh exploded all over the place. Ho, 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 ho. Tomoyuki was unsteady on his feet, all of a sudden committing to the ground, the Susanoo on his body rapidly dissipating. At that moment, there was a tremor in space, and countless rune spells sprang up, shrinking back into the distance. The white shroud of light also changed from invisible to tangible, shrinking back to the center of the clan land after manifesting itself from the edges of the clan land. The time sealing spell unraveled. There was a moment of disillusionment with the body of Bandito, and it disappeared from the real to the virtual. The void behind Fuyue was distorted, a silhouette solidified from the void, and with hatred, Bandu grabbed Futsuki with one hand. Patriarch, watch out! Matriarch! A few Uchiha immediately voiced a reminder. Futsuki was caught for a moment. Bang! Fuyue instantly turned into a pile of wood. There was a moment of consternation in Bandito. I can't believe I used a double. When was that? Did he already know about Izanagi? A hint of panic welled up in Bandito's mind. A secret of his own. Did the Uchiha clan all know? Bandito got scared and a vortex rose in space. He's getting out of here. But the speed at which the vortex opened was slower than usual. Oops. Did the pupil power and chakra drain too much? Or was it the time sealing spell? Phew. Shoo. Shoo. Waiting for this moment. As if rehearsed, the Uchiha next to him flew over in turn with another baptism of concealed weapons. The shuriken coupled with the bitterness. The two Uchiha came chopping in with their swords. Bandito had to give up on entering the Shin Megami Tensei space. The sword in his hand pierced through the bandolier and nailed him in the back. A flare shot up into the sky as the pursuers observed their current position amongst themselves. Inside the clan land, Uchiha Iori saw it and gave up on reverse summoning Natsuki for the time being. Because this flare means that the limit of the range of the phalanx has been reached. Enemies sometimes have space jutsu and can slip away at any time. Now is the time to try and capture them. Inform the boundary group. The enemy has left the boundary range. Don't risk activating the second time sealing spell. The two sword-wielding Uchiha also expected it to penetrate Bandito's body, so they left a margin for error in their moves and retractions. Bandito was almost out of gas, and there was a flash of blackness before his eyes. The trees next to him revealed Tomoyuki's form. Tomoyuki was panting and he was at the end of his rope. He had no strength left. He gestured and the remaining Uchiha switched the hidden weapons in their hands and threw them out again. This time, the hidden weapons thrown were tied with silk threads on top, and after passing through the banded earth, they could be pulled back with more power, and could not be eaten hard. Coupled with the two Uchiha with swords, several people bridged back and forth, not giving Bandito a single opening. Bandicoot ran all the way, wanting to open the vortex and enter God's mighty space at any moment, but behind him, Futsuki and the Uchiha clan had been in hot pursuit, and Bandito had to let the concealed weapons penetrate himself again and again. The too close Uchiha he didn't dare to counterattack. The two worked closely together. If he dared to materialize, then he would surely be hacked into a corpse. Bandito had seen that Futsuki really knew all of his secrets. The time it took to enter and exit the Divine Mighty Space himself was slower than if he had grabbed someone to enter the Divine Mighty Space. There are even specialized tactical squads. Bandu no longer had the heart to fight. The information about his own Sharingan eyes had been completely exposed, and he didn't dare to fight any longer without Izanagi. His pupil power was severely depleted. His right hand along with his arm had all disappeared. He had many concealed weapons inserted in his body. He had lost a lot of blood, and he was dizzy. His current state was unprecedentedly poor. Now that the time-sealing formation was unlocked, one must first leave their attack range before finding a chance to enter the Divine Might space. Bandito stomped the ground as hard as he could and darted outside. Tap! A couple of Uchiha had been hanging nonchalantly behind Bando as he kept throwing concealed weapons, matching them with sword techniques to interrupt Bando. Futake was slowly falling behind instead, but he was gritting his teeth as well, making sure that Bringer died here. Bandito's eyes were blackened and he was already getting less and less strong. Was he going to die? A petulant and derisive voice rang out. The normally obnoxious tone of voice was the one that made Bandito's spirit soar. Absolute to the point. Sure enough, a Jedi slowly peeked out from a branch of a tree. Behind them, the Uchiha also stopped immediately when they saw the scene. Look warily at the black and white-faced foe. Beltway takes the opportunity to close the distance a bit. The white part of Jedi's body split off and flew to Bandito's shoulder. There was a squirming in Bandito's shoulder, and it slowly changed into a white arm. He squeezed it with his hand, finally got his hands on it and replenished some chakra. Bandito jerked back, countless branches flying out of his arms. Who would have thought that Bandito would suddenly return to his state? The five Uchiha couldn't avoid it and were sent flying by the branch's vicious top. All five were wounded by branches. Luckily, Bandito's chakra was insufficient, or he would have been hurt even worse. Tomoyuki, who had caught up, let out a sigh when he saw this scene. It seemed to be a failure. Unexpectedly, there was one more enemy, and now Bandito could easily use Shin Megami Tensei to leave. Ahem. Bandito coughed up a mouthful of blood. With no more chakra, the Kazuna's effect won't work. Although Jedi was right next to him, a counterattack was unrealistic. Go first. Bandito endured the weakness in his body, dripping blood as he prepared to open the Shin Megami Tensei space. The vortex had just been formed. and another shuriken plus bitterness flew over, with great accuracy and power, aimed at Bandito's head, heart and neck, the important parts. Matriarch. There was a shout, but it was Uchiha Kame who brought Yang Shu, and the two of them came in support. Bandito's heart skipped a beat. Uchiha is still a real thief. Fuyue at this time the state is also not good. His pupil power consumption transition. Both eyes are blood tears. If not Natsuki transcription seal into his eyes those pupil power. He's probably blind by now. With his blurred vision, there was no way for him to use his concealed weapons anymore. Suso was also a big drain on chakra, so he was now physically and mentally exhausted. Right now he was just kept up by a breath of air, a belief that he wanted to catch Bandito. It was a good thing that the two clansmen had already arrived. The two of them, Yujimbo and Kame, had approached Kurojitsu and Bandito, respectively. Although Jedi was armed with a Kazuna, he didn't have much chakra after the big battle he just had, and split one to heal on Bandicoot, so just circling the young tree. Bandito's anger rose when he saw Kaime's green face. What kind of cats and dogs come to bully me? Kaiming swung his sword at him, and without any evasive maneuver, the blade instantly sliced through Bandai's body. Bandito reached out and grabbed at Kame, who watched with wide Sharingan eyes as the hand came closer and closer to him. Shiming backhanded the knife back. Bandito resisted the urge to strike as Tomoyuki also drew the sword on his body and joined the fight. Bandito had to remain in a vaporous state, letting Chiming's attacks fall short of his own. Cautious in his mind, Kame matched each blade strike with Tomoyuki's, a tactic rehearsed many times, so that the Bandito had to give up multiple chances to strike. As he moved, Bandito saw if he could force the two out of the open. He couldn't believe how long Futsuki could hold out. Beltane expected it to be right. Tomoyuki is at the end of his rope. With 2 rounds of offense, Tomoyuki is also feeling overwhelmed. No way. Never just give up. Bandito must die. Chapter 117, Tragedy. Tomoyuki finally ran out of strength as well, and there was a gap in his attack, and when he swung his sword down, it was delayed and didn't connect with Kamine's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Bandito kicked Kamine out of the way as he used up his blade. With one hand, he pressed Tomoyuki's blade down. As Bandito was pleased with himself, Futsuki jerked his head up with a sense of determination. The kaleidoscope sharing will I spun madly. Mirage. A shock went through Bandito's mind. Oh no! Futake actually had the pupil power to cast illusions. The space around him seemed to be twisting. Bandito knew that it was the illusions eating away at his mind. Not being able to care about that much, the only remaining Sharingan eye of Bandu also began to rotate frantically. There was a loud boom. It was like thunder in Bandito's head as the 2 strands of pupil power frantically clashed together, as they engaged in a contest of the most primitive, most ferocious pupil power. Bandito fumed in his heart. I don't believe your pupil power can be higher than mine. Fuyue looked ruthless, fully energized the kaleidoscope. Tears of blood kept seeping out of his eyes. Tomoyuki's face twisted and trembled as he gritted his teeth and maintained his kaleidoscope's pupil power output. To this person who caused the Uchiha clan to almost be extinguished, Futsuki bet everything he had. Die. Fuyue's mouth emitted a slurred voice, as if it was a severe ghost. Under Tomoyuki's reckless urging, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. The kaleidoscope in his eyes spun wildly, and a horrifyingly tragic aura came over him. Matriarch. When Yang Shu saw how desperate the patriarch was, he was distracted and was thrust to the side by the Jedi stump, and his hand involuntarily pressed onto the top of the flare. Never daring to delay, he immediately rushed towards Bandito's side. Matriarch. Chiming rushed forward and slashed at him. Instead, it penetrated through the body of Bandito. Tomoyuki and Bandito both stifled a grunt as they both stepped backward. Tomoyuki's face was covered in blood, and he fell back several steps, his feet taking one step more than the other. He thrust the knife hard into the ground. Choke! It was only by leaning on the knife that he didn't let himself fall. Blood continued to ooze out from underneath Bandito's mask, and step by step, he fell back, 1 foot heavier than the other. But in the end, Bandito was able to stand firm. Crazy. This Tomoyuki is simply crazy. Such a crazy overdraft of the Sharingan eye. Life is not wanted. Bandito couldn't help but vomit up another mouthful of blood, his entire brain feeling like it had been thrown into a blender as one continuous burst of pain followed another. Any touch made itself felt as a sharp pain. Bandito couldn't even stand up, let alone maintain his Shin Megami Tensei eyes. Jedi tugged at Bandicoot's shirt and dragged it behind her. Kimyoung didn't dare to pursue and hastily guarded Tomoyuki's side. Futsuki was leaning on his sword. His eyes were completely blind, and his face was covered in blood. He endured the excruciating pain, his mouth heaving as he gasped, the corners of his mouth quivering. Chase! The whole thing fainted before the words were finished. Matriarch! Chiming rushed to support the matriarch who was about to fall. Yojimbo kept one hand pressed on top of the flare on his body and kept his eyes fixed on the faraway Jedi in Bandicoot. With his other hand, he cut the branch that was stuck in his leg. Limping, he moved over to Chiming. He didn't let out a slow breath until both of the belts had disappeared from view. It was then that he pulled out another flare and fired it into the air. Phew! Blue fireworks. Indicates enemy retreat. Crazy. Another lunatic. Is there not a single sane person in your Uchiha family? Pupil power sparring. Mental power clash. The most treacherous of contests. Examples of both becoming idiots and dying on the spot abound. Uchiha Futake. Aren't you the head of a clan? Ruthless to such an extent that he wants to take the life of Bandito even if he dies with him. Luckily, Bandito is in slightly better shape after transplanting his primordial cells. It was only as he was dragging Bandito away that he realized that Bandito's other Sharingan eye had gone blind. In other words, Izanagi in Bando has already been used. Bandito almost hiccuped. As the most important part of the Jedi plan, Bandito could not die here and now. Definitely a shocked and furious afterthought. If Bandito dies here, how is the plan to follow going to unfold? It was supposed to come to the Uchiha to fight a wave of fall. Digging a few Sharingan eyes back, I didn't expect to suffer a heavy blow like never before. Not only was Bringer's Earth sealed with a time-sealing spell that sealed the ability to write eyes, he was also heavily injured by Futsuki with the same mindset, using his sharpening wheel eyes. This hellhole, definitely never want to come back. Ahem. With the support of Jubilee's cells, Bando recovers a little and realizes that he and Jedi are still in the woods outside of Konoha village. Jedi was on guard, and luckily for Uchiha Futsuki, who had been injured even more, the Uchiha side didn't pursue. How are your eyes? Black Jedi asked. The white Jedi couldn't be bothered to be playful. Bandit gasped out of his mouth. Recovered some? Let's go first. It's not safe here. A vortex appeared in midair at a very slow pace, and Bandito endured the excruciating pain and led Jedi into Shin Megami Tensei space. Finally, we entered the god's mighty space. Bandito's mind gave out and he passed out. Uchiha clan land. On top of the summoning table, Iori was all set to unleash a reverse psionic spell. Relieved to see blue fireworks in the sky, he told another officer to remain on guard here before jumping off the summoning platform. Inside the secret room, the clansmen who were preparing to catalyze the second time sealing spell formation only slightly relaxed their tension at that moment. Inside one of the clan's rooms, the tunnels opened and the clan members poked out one after another, and the Uchiha elites who had been taken out by Futsuki earlier had been carried back one by one. Those with healing abilities quickly move up and begin healing. The thick stumps were stuck in the bodies, causing many of them to lose blood and fall into a coma. Luckily, the clan had prepared a very large number of valuable herbs. With the banknote ability to use the best medicine for each of the Uchiha, the bleeding stopped quickly, the expensive tonics were poured down, and the vital signs of the clan members were gradually stabilized, and everyone's lives were hanging on by a thread. Quickly, come and treat the matriarch. With Chiming's shrill voice, the Futsuki patriarch was carried in on a stretcher by the clan. Fuyue's face was covered in blood, his 7 orifices were covered in blood, and his life was like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Yori jumped down, her face full of horror. The matriarch was actually injured like this. His hands lit up and he began to heal Tomoyuki. The man next to him also pried open Futsuki's mouth and poured medicine for internal injuries into Futsuki. But it didn't work. Futsuki's injuries were not physical, but mental. The body's chakra was overdrawn, the pupil power was overdrawn, and the mental power was close to being depleted. Fuyue's mental fluctuations were scattered and incomparable, and were also gradually declining. Iori yelled in pain. Patriarch, hold on. All the people next to me are in a mess. Chapter 118 Enlightenment opens the kaleidoscope. Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Kame after bringing back the patriarch. It was just shoved aside by the treatment staff. Shiming hadn't suffered any injuries, and at times like this only stood frozen in place, seeing the clan busy. Wounded clansmen, life-threatening patriarchs, everyone, for the sake of guarding the family. Happiness is hard to come by. What the family was before, the family is now. It was hard for the family to change for the better, and then to suffer this kind of trauma. Shiming's eyes were red and he couldn't help but shed tears. Those 2 damn invaders. Shiming gritted his teeth. Family, the family must be guarded by me from now on. A cry of grief came from the side. Matriarch. Shiming looked over, only to find the matriarch's signs slipping across the board. The mental fluctuations had become less and less. Every second was a slide into the abyss of death. Matriarch, patriarch, you must not die. The family is just getting better. You must not die. Shiming let out a cry of sorrow. The sharpening wheel eyes in both eyes spun wildly uncontrollably. The 3 hooks are spinning faster and faster, until finally the heads and tails are joined and the hooks change into 3 round flowers. Blessed to the core, Shiming's eyes were in severe pain, and a tremendous amount of pupil power was spawned. The Uchiha clansmen surrounding Futsuki only felt a powerful pupil power descending on Futsuki. Fuyue's scattered spiritual energies suddenly stabilized. Everyone turned their heads in shock. Shiming. The crowd was in an uproar. Kaimi actually opened his kaleidoscope rider's eye. Shiming's kaleidoscope was spinning madly at this time, and his pupil power was constantly radiating. Futsuki's mental state was climbing up section by section. Mikami Shoujo. Enlightenment's kaleidoscope Sharingan's ability to grant defense at the soul level, stabilizing the spirit and immunity to soul-based attacks. Tomoikiake's situation has finally stabilized completely. The people around them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Shiming grunted and suddenly collapsed. Shiming. Everyone rushed to hold Shiming up. After checking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief that Shiming should have been overexerted and that there was nothing life-threatening. Everyone looked at each other, surrounded by the very core of the Uchiha clan. Yazuki spoke up. We must not reveal Keime's ability to awaken the kaleidoscope. Everyone responded that the kaleidoscope rider's eye was the biggest secret of the Uchiha. Having any new kaleidoscopes created will push the family forward in a big way. Fourth Elder Yangping pushed his way through the crowd and walked in. He had just confirmed Sasuke's whereabouts when he got the news that Futsuki's life was in danger and immediately rushed over. God pity a man in his 60s who drained his chakra along the way just by using his instantaneous jutsu. It was only after Windy Yohei arrived that he realized Tomoyuki's vital features had stabilized. Hearing the descriptions from the crowd, Yangping realized that Fuyue had already taken a trip from inside the Ghost Gate. Yohei didn't really agree with, at first, this proposal of Tomoyuki's, but Futsuki says that he hasn't done anything for the clan in all these years, and that if he gets the chance, he'll make sure to leave Bandit behind. The preparation was quite thorough, but the end result was that he almost lost his life. If it wasn't for Keime's accidental awakening of the kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, Fuyue would have cooled off by now. While he was relieved, he was also happy for Chiming and happy for the clan. Elder Yangping's face at least had a smile on it. Although Futsuki had stabilized, the Uchiha clan couldn't afford to be without someone in charge. Everyone looked at Elder Yangping, who had the highest prestige. Elder Yangping pondered for a moment. Although the matriarch has stabilized now, but it's uncertain if the other side will invade again. So we'll first use the psionic technique to summon the Uchiha, and then reverse the psionic to come back. Also Keimei opened the kaleidoscope. Everyone remember to keep it a secret. The psychic beast is a clan member of the shinobi cats. Use the reverse psychic array to summon Yo-Yo back. On Natsuki's side, I'll be the one to inform. The clan's elites have all been traumatized. Now the clan is incomparably weak. Everyone with a mission in their hands all give up and station themselves within the clan. Everything will wait until the skunks come back or the clan leader wakes up. Everyone went about their business separately. The reason for sending a message to Uchiha Weasel with psionics first was so that he could make some preparations. See which ones can go back to the village now, or bring back some of the injury medicine from Orochimaru's side. Futsuki had expected the worst from the start, so he had left enough preliminaries. Yo-Yo is Kai Ming's older brother, and something as big as Kai Ming opening a kaleidoscope should definitely be told to him. Moreover, Yao Knight's strength is also at the elite level of the clan, and now that the clan is empty, it is just right to come back to guard the clan. The last time he contacted Natsuki, Natsuki stated that he was going to do something rather important and would be back afterward. That's why the fourth elder was contacted personally. Immediately after Jedi's escape, Kakashi came to support him with a large number of dark sectors. Close to 5 years, Kakashi has grown to the level of elite upper ninja. The ability is superb. Loyal, he is the right arm of the third generation of Naruto. When the news from the Uchiha side went out, the third Naruto sent Kakashi to meet him at the first opportunity. Nishio himself was arranging for the other darker divisions to find out what was happening on the Uchiha side. Kakashi and the others were outright shocked when they saw Naruto's body, the red chakra coat, and almost thought Naruto had stormed off. Naruto sought his acquaintance Kakashi and immediately shouted, "Big brother Kakashi, come quickly, Sasuke is injured." Kakashi pushed his forehead protector up at the first opportunity, revealing his Sharingan eyes and began to observe. It was a good thing that Naruto was very lucid and spoke in a neutral tone, except for the extra coat of red chakra on his body. It seems Naruto was fine and not storming off. While relieved, he saw Sasuke in Naruto's arms, but he was much more miserable than Naruto. The whole person was unconscious, not to mention that there was a penetrating wound above his shoulder and his hands were dripping with blood. As Naruto handed Sasuke over to the dark side, his chakra coat faded, and with a weight on his body, Naruto stumbled. Then he fell heavily into Kakashi's arms. Kakashi was alarmed. Something can't happen to Naruto. Watch carefully. Naruto breathing evenly. This kid, is he asleep? Kakashi was speechless. Kakashi looked down at the scene of the wreckage and told the dark sections to spread out, partly to scout the snack bar and partly to check on the 4 dark sections who had died in battle. Kakashi then takes Sasuke and Naruto to the hospital for a detailed examination. The dark side flanked Naruto and Sasuke in the hospital. The medical ninjas over here have been waiting for a long time. Emergency treatment began immediately. The third Naruto was also in a hurry. He had received a lot of news along the way. The first thing he was most concerned about was Naruto. Hearing about the leakage of Naruto's tailed beast chakra, the Nine-Tail Rebellion from years ago had tightened Michio's heart. Raikai first checked Naruto's seal and made sure that there was no problem with Naruto's seal. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. As for Sasuke, the injuries weren't fatal, although the penetrating wound on his shoulder looked particularly horrific. But Kiba Village has an entire medical team left behind by Tsunade to deal with such thorny issues in a timely manner. It was only after arranging for Sasuke to be treated as well that Kakashi was made aware of some of the things that had been investigated. Chapter 119, The Return of the Skunk. Kiba Village. Hospital Office. Kakashi was reporting to the third Naruto about what the Dark Sector had investigated. This afternoon, a warning flare was suddenly raised within the Uchiha clan lands. Immediately afterward, all the elite Uchiha all ran towards the clan. The Uchiha owner of the snack bar stated that an enemy had appeared in the clan and that he needed to shut down and have all the people evacuate in an orderly fashion. Although all the cars in front of the Uchiha snack street were stopped, the villagers were evacuated away by the Uchiha's people in an orderly manner, and there were no casualties. Naruto and Sasuke were attacked on their way back to Konoha, and all of the dark sectors protecting Naruto were killed in action. Only a few white humanoid corpses were found at the scene, which quickly turned into wood-like material after becoming inactive. And there is reason to suspect that it has something to do with the kitsune. Hearing the word kitsune, Michio immediately tightened his eyebrows. Arrange for Tenzo to take a look at it right away. Is it a kitsune? In the current Konoha village, Tenzo is a bit more familiar with Kizuna. I've already set up Tenzo, Kakashi replied. The third generation nodded in satisfaction. The current Kakashi was slowly growing up. The third generation also transferred Kakashi away from the dark sector, preparing to focus on his training. When we arrived, it was only Naruto with an unconscious Sasuke, who wasn't hurt much but had the nine-tailed chakra exoskeleton on him. Naruto was wide awake though. If Naruto and Sasuke wake up, you let me know right away. You call the sealing class over again and check Naruto's seal. Make sure to find out why the nine-tails chakra is leaking out. Yes. Sound Hidden Village. Uchiha, who had just finished a series of examinations, was coming down from the top of the operating table. Orochimaru was burying his head in various data when Stopper suddenly came in. Weasel. Something has happened to the clan. Weasel and Stopper's psychic beasts are both shinobi, and have always had their psychic beasts rotationally summoned out to prevent misinformation. The skunk's mind tightened. If it wasn't something particularly important, Stopper wouldn't have made a point of coming over to tell him. When Band Earth came to explore the clan, he was caught in a trap set by the Patriarch. But the Patriarch underestimated Band Earth's strength, and a number of people in the clan were seriously injured. The clan chief and Band Earth fought against each other's pupil power, and both of them lost. Stopper hadn't gone behind Orochimaru's back. They had long had a deep trust after all these years together. Orochimaru didn't say anything from the side. He was a bit surprised. Tomoiki's character can be all indecisive, but I didn't expect to actually engage in a pupil sparring match with Bandu, which is a rare occurrence. How's father? Weasel looked a little anxious. Pupil power sparring, this is how dangerous. It's the same as two people using their spirit as a weapon. A traumatized spirit, and a little inattention is death. Stopper hurriedly consoled. Don't be anxious. Chiming awakened the kaleidoscope, and under his power, the matriarch's condition has now stabilized. The skunk was greatly surprised. There were quite a few elites in the clan, but how could he not find someone like Chiming inside the strongest echelon? However, Kamei's talent is not above fighting, as he is proficient in the sealing arts, and his strength has increased rapidly since he opened the 3 hooks before. I didn't realize that he had actually opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sasuke was injured as well, but Sasuke is fine and is in a hospital in Konoha. To prevent the clan from being attacked again, the clan will reverse psionicize you back and bring another group of people back to stabilize the situation. I'll go back with you if I have to. The skunk turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, I need to go back. Technically speaking, both Weasel and Stopper belong to Orochimaru's experiments, but in reality, over the years, the two have bonded with Orochimaru quite a bit. Orochimaru was pleased with the skunk's invitation to him, and his tongue lolled out in a sweeping motion. Of course, he was much more interested in Uchiha Kamei, the new kaleidoscope. Weasel, remember to collect some of Chiming's cellular tissue for me when you get back so you can study it for me when you return. Your body can basically load the kaleidoscope Sharingan now, but do not overdraw your pupil power, said Orochimaru as he took a bottle of medicine from the side and gave it to the skunk. Just in case, if you overuse your kaleidoscope, take this. It's a newly made suppressant. Stopper will be over here for now. You can summon him back if you need him. The skunk took the medicine Orochimaru handed him. Thank you Orochimaru-sama. I'll keep that in mind. Then the skunk went to the Sound Hidden Village to see which clans were there and which ones could be recalled to go. Uchiha Goutai. Iori saw that the appointed time had arrived. Put the raven on top of the psychic array. Psychic beasts that can't speak and form seals can also be summoned in reverse. As long as you help him draw the psychic formation and borrow himself as a medium, you can perform the psychic passage. Of course, there were very few people who could draw this kind of psychic formation. It was also Natsuki's proficiency in sealing that allowed him to leave the psychic formation. Reverse psionics. Ah, the crow chirped twice. The psychic array on the floor lit up with light. Bang! The skunk, dressed in full combat gear, was psychically returned. Young matriarch, welcome back. Yori greeted. The skunk looked around. The clan had changed a lot. While asking, what's the situation now? How's father? Where is Sasuke? Have you notified Natsuki-senpai? Young matriarch, follow me. Iori explained to the skunk as she led the way ahead. The matriarch lost both of his battles with imaginary enemy number 3 this time, and was at the end of his life when he was saved by Kame with his kaleidoscope rider's eye. For the common clansman, Natsuki does not reveal the identity of the bandito, only substituting it with imaginary enemy number 3. Sasuke and Naruto also encountered an attack over at the snack bar, but the main target of the other party was Naruto. Sasuke only suffered some injuries, and is now in the Konoha hospital. Kiba's dark sections have come over to scout the area many times in the open, and they've all been blocked out by our people. Right now Chiming is unconscious. Multiple people are injured. The junction class isn't running, and there's some dark sectors snooping around we can't do anything to stop. Vice Patriarch Xiaomu's side has already been notified by Elder Yangping, and I believe there will be a reply soon. Iori was quick on her feet, and a few moments later she brought the skunk inside a secret room. Inside was a full set of vitals monitoring equipment, alongside a couple of Uchiha medical ninjas, but none of the Uchiha's medical ninjas were too strong, and Futsuki could only monitor his physical condition in this case. It was more thanks to Kame's kaleidoscope that Tomoyuki was able to save his life. The skunk stepped forward to check. The blood on Futsuki's face had been wiped away, and his entire face was unreadable except for being a little pale. Vital signs were also stable. At this time, the clan's summoning platform, a shinobi cat stepped on top of it. A small paw slapped the ground. Bang! A figure appeared on top of the summoning stage. Where's Chiming? The figure had just appeared when the staggering voice rang out. The one who was returned by the reverse psychic was none other than Kame's brother, Uchiha Yo-Yo. He was led by the clan to Kimine's resting room, but he didn't realize that the skunk was here as well. Yo-Yo just happened to have a mission out that he didn't return from, so the skunk came back first without seeing him at the Sound Hidden Village. But there's a shinobi cat psychic beast from the same line as Yo-Yo over here, and he's directly reverse psychicked back. Ah, you're here too, young patriarch. Unite's voice was super loud, then only suddenly remembered that his brother was still resting, and hastily covered his mouth. At that moment, Chiming frowned, then slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 120 The Ideal, Tanakuni Border. Natsuki drank a cup of tea and moistened his throat, thinking he knew the truth. Zeb chose someone with a special physique to be the vessel for warming the chakra eyes for the sake of his grand plan of resurrection, and that person was you, Nagato. He visibly felt Nagato's spirit jolt, but it was just not visible to Pain's appearance. Natsuki ignored him and continued. He had Jedi change your chakra eyes when you were young, and then at the right time, set up the tragic death of your parents to induce the awakening of your chakra eyes. By the time you grew up, Spot was dead, but Bandit became the voice of his will. So there's Bandito posing as an Uchiha and coming over to compel you. Because of Yahiko's presence, you have rejected Bandito. Because of this, that's why Bandit and Jedi engineered the killing of Yahiko, so that your heart would fall into complete darkness. Natsuki's words were cut off at once by Pain. No way. Pain looked grim and full of rage. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe that his whole life has been manipulated, that life is manipulated by others, and that dreams are manipulated by others. The eyes you end up using to see the world are not your own. How could this be acceptable to him? The one thing he had always trusted the most was his chakra eyes. The awakening of the Eye of Reincarnation was the most precious gift given to him by the heavens. Yahiko told him before he died, "You are the savior of this world." Nagato has always taken Yahiko's dream and pulled me to inherit it as his own. Now all of a sudden someone tells him that it's all a lie. The dreams he'd fought for so many years were false. How could Nagato take it? How could he take it? Uchiha's identity is a fake, and Bandito is actually trying to implement the Eye of the Moon plan. How do you know all this? How do you prove what you say is true? Pain's face twisted, his expression full of disbelief and a hint of trepidation he couldn't detect either. Natsuki pondered for a moment. The current Nagato using the chakra eyes as the only straw to save his life. Even if he was shown the original movie with an illusion, he'd probably think it was all fake. If one can predict the future, it probably doesn't work too well. After all, Nagato was now in a state of mind where he wouldn't turn back until he hit the wall. Natsuki spread her hands. I won't tell you how I know all this, but you can find out for yourself. I'm sure you've already met Hatsuki and know that Yahiko's death is deeply connected to the two Beltresses, at least Hatsuki Daibutsu and the others. They all died at the hands of Spot and Jedi. Pain's complexion kept changing. What Natsuki said had a huge impact on him. He didn't believe Natsuki for a while, and he couldn't believe Natsuki. But all indications are that what Natsuki said is probably true. Minami glanced at Pain with a worried look on her face. She wasn't touched much inside, and Minami had dealt with Natsuki. She thought there was a good chance that what Natsuki said was true. Hatsuki, we've already met. Minami replied softly. At this point Pain calmed down. Why are you telling us this? Afterwards, Pain would definitely go for confirmation. But Pain was still puzzled by the fact that Natsuki, for no reason at all, had told them this information. Natsuki rubbed her chin. I have to say, I actually admire you. Appreciate me? Pain thought of a lot of reasons, but didn't expect this one, and was a little stunned for a moment. Natsuki nodded. Yeah, I agree with your ideals. Pain's eyes snapped open. You knew. Dawn in the current period is still in hibernation, with the entire organization recruiting and saving up money at the same time, with the exception of Bandicoot messing around in the water country. It's just a powerful bounty organization. No one knew what Pain's ideals were, not even most of the members of the DAW organization. Peace, indeed, is built on sacrifice. Natsuki's first words sent a shiver down Minami's spine. People understanding each other, whatever, doesn't create real peace. It's idealism that's behind the times and too far from reality. Pain's expression shifted. Wasn't that exactly what he was thinking? It doesn't matter if the pain you're suffering is human interference or not. It happens in this world. You're not the only one in pain. Think of the dead parents. Yahiko, Hatsuki, Dafu, and Dot. Pain's expression twisted a bit. Yes, that's right. Too few people feel pain, so it takes more people to feel pain. That's how you get true peace. I will be the god of this world. Natsuki sighed deeply at the sight of Pain's agitated expression. Nagato's life had been filled with tragedy. The death of his parents, wandering from a young age, and the death of his best friend in his arms. That's why he said in his battle with Naruto, my pain is above yours, and the source of all this pain is simply a conspiracy. Natsuki never wanted to keep this secret all the way. Since he had come to this world, with the help of the system, he always had to make up for some of the regrets of his previous life. Nagato in his last life was too bitter to even die knowing the truth of it all. The eye of reincarnation is so precious. Is it hard to believe that Zan would impress Nagato with his ideals? Natsuki was disbelieving. He guessed that Nagato most likely had control charms set on him as well. But you can't solve it yourself. But he wasn't going to make things easy for Bandito. Expose the Beltway's identity and tear the Beltway's vest apart. Getting Nagato and Bandito to fight early, or delaying their capture of tailed beasts, buys development time for the good ones in their forces. When Spot comes out, a whole bunch of Suzaku piles him to death. Pain stepped away from the memories of the past as he looked at Natsuki with a hopeful face. Since you agree with my ideals, then Natsuki, come join us. Natsuki didn't answer, but spoke emphatically. I repeat, your reincarnation eye cannot make you a god. Pain paled. Natsuki continued. As far as I'm concerned, whether it's your chakra eyes or my kaleidoscope, they're just tools. The tools cannot outrun ourselves. Even with that idea that Bandito fooled you with, it's nothing more than standing on top of the world, making war machines out of tailed beasts, and destroying whichever country makes a move. There's a big problem with such an idea. Pain couldn't help but ask, what's the problem? Natsuki held up a finger. And regardless of whether or not your chakra eyes are a product of a conspiracy, even if you manage to capture tailed beasts and eventually make them into war machines, there's a hurdle you can't get around. You will die. When you die, the world will be the same again. Everything you do will come to nothing. Pain had considered this before and said, I can find a new heir. Natsuki shook her head. When you die, you won't know anything, so how can you be sure that your heir's first thoughts will be the same as yours? What was Yahiko's first heart like? And what is your current heart like? Pain reached out and touched his hand to his chest, where there was a wound that Yahiko had left when he killed himself. People who experience pain are not always truly kind to others. People grow after experiencing pain, but not necessarily in the way you think they will. Pain's eyes twinkled, unsure of what he was thinking. Minami asked, then, Mr. Natsuki, what do you think it should take to achieve peace? Chapter 121, Natsuki's Plan. Tanakuni Border. Hearing Minami's question, Natsuki let out a soft laugh. There are many answers to that question, but I will choose one that you can accept and tell you. Both Minami and Pain's expressions showed a listening look. Nagato, your so-called peaceful approach is a threat theory. According to your idea finally succeeded. You can threaten all the countries and exterminate whoever is not peaceful. The idea works in theory. The threat, though, can't be you. Minami in pain didn't understand what Natsuki meant. Natsuki poured a cup of herbal tea and took a light sip. I just introduced you to the Otsutsuki clan. But what I didn't say is that the Otsutsuki will be invading this planet for a long time to come. Otsutsuki is the biggest threat of all. And who has the heart for war when there's a constant threat to the planet in the sky? Minami and Pain were silent. If what Natsuki said was true, the god of the shinobi world's creation and the ancestor of chakra was just one of Otsutsuki's clansmen. If it's true that Otanishi will keep invading this planet, then all the wars now seem ridiculous. I don't believe it, Pain said. Natsuki knew what he meant. I know, you don't believe it. Everyone doesn't. Everyone thought this was a legend before Otsutsuki came down. So yeah, it's necessary for Otsutsuki to descend in order for the world to feel the pain. Natsuki circled back around. Not unlike Nagato's initial thoughts. It's just that the person who creates the pain becomes someone else, not themselves. And me. Natsuki's fingers tapped on the table. I'm going to build the strongest organization and become the strongest force that exists to defend against the ever-invading Otsutsuki. If I die, then there will be my successor who will continue to fight for it. And whatever selfishness he may have, it doesn't matter, because there is no getting around the Otsutsuki extermination. And only by uniting all forces can we defend ourselves against Otsutsuki. We are the strongest force to intervene in any strife in any country when Otsutsuki is not there. When Otsutsuki arrives, we are the frontline fighters. Once everyone realizes the threat of Otsutsuki, there will be a steady stream of people who will join us as a force, because that's the only way the whole world can continue. Even if I die, my power will still be passed down from generation to generation. Natsuki's words caused Minami and Pain's hearts to be shaken to the core. If what Natsuki said was true, then, maybe it would actually work. Pain was a corpse, but his voice was a little shaky now as he spoke. How did you know that Otsutsuki would invade? And how can you be sure that what you're saying is true? Natsuki shook her head. I know you don't want to believe it right now, and you can't, but you can slow down the development of the Dawn organization and drag Bandito with you. Bandito will be more anxious than you, and anyway, you two don't share the same philosophy, so you'll have to fight eventually. You can clean up the belt before you see if what I'm saying is true. However, in order to suppress Bandito, I will release information about Bandito's identity when I return to the clan, and your and Minami's situation will be very dangerous. The two are not destined to coexist, as Bandito wants to use the tailed beasts to complete the Eye of the Moon program, while Nagato wants to use the tailed beasts to complete the nuclear weapon. Even this nuclear weapons program was instilled by Bandito, and in fact Nagato used to be unclear about the true usefulness of the Gato Devil statue. Having said that, Nagato and Minami had, to a large extent, believed what Natsuki had said. But Nagato still held a slight illusion, an illusion that what Natsuki said wasn't true. However, it is true that the Dawn organization is now less than the time to show its head, and there is nothing wrong with continuing to lurk and develop. As for danger, wherein the entire shinobi world was safe again, if what Natsuki said was true, where could he hide when even that chakra eye had a backhand? Both Nagato and Minami were silent. Today's events have hit them all hard. Nagato was even a little confused. If this was going to be a conspiracy after all, then what was the point of his efforts? Although your Rokudo is strong, Bandit's kaleidoscope is very much a restraint. He can drag you to death even if he doesn't fight you. There's another Jedi. It's easy to find out where your main body is. You may even have a backstory on you that Spot left behind back then. I only hope you'll be sure enough to fight Bandito again. Pain fell silent. He had suffered too much pain when Yahiko had died. At one point, he believed in the compulsion of Bandito, and even the process of making the six paths Bandito and Jedi knew about it the entire time. The two had met their own original body, Bandito, but after that, Nagato gradually starts to get defensive about Bandito, suspecting that Zan's identity is a fake. However, in recent years Nagato has become more and more confident in the chakra eyes, and he believes that at the end of the day, even Zebra will be no match for him. Now it seems that if what Natsuki said was true, his own chakra eyes were left behind by Zan, so Zan would have definitely left something behind, or else how would he end up reviving him? It was yet to be seen whether he would win or lose the battle between himself and Bandito. I know. Pain gave Natsuki a deep look and prepared to leave. His own final loss, Nagato didn't know, but that didn't mean he was going to let go of the hatred he once felt. Instead, if his own future was uncertain, at the very least, the people who had hurt him would have to get their revenge first. One of the masterminds, Hanzo, is dead, and the other, alive and well. Just a moment. Natsuki could see where the two were going and quickly spoke up. Pain turned back to the body. Natsuki continued, Jiraiya is the master of both of you, and his philosophy may not be the right one, but he is not going to stand in your way. At least I don't want you guys to clash until you've split the difference with Bandito. Minami glanced at Pain. They had pondered over this before. If we go with the original idea, there's a good chance we'll end up going up against Jiraiya. But if what Natsuki says is true, then Nagato is no different than Jiraiya-sensei. The concepts are wrong. Pain didn't say anything, but Minami answered on his behalf. As long as what you say is true, we naturally won't start a conflict with Jiraiya-sensei. However, we will definitely kill Gumiho, and when we do, there's a chance that Jiraiya-sensei won't let us go. With Tuanzu himself being a high-ranking Konoha member, there's a real chance that Jiraiya will come after Tuanzu if he dies at their hands. However, they obviously didn't understand Jiraiya's character. Jiraiya didn't like Tuanzu, to the point that he loathed Tuanzu very much. Even if Suzy died at their hands, Jiraiya certainly wouldn't intervene. In his last life, Tuanzu had been living deep in Konoha, rarely even leaving his door, let alone leaving his village. There was no other way but to forcefully attack Kiba, and Nagato had no chance of getting his revenge if he wanted to. Although Minami and Nagato are committed to revenge, they are thinking more about their own ideals as well, so they prioritize going to capture the Nine Tails. So, even if Jiraiya doesn't go to the Rain Hidden Village to scout it out, Nagato is going to confront Jiraiya in order to capture Naruto. I didn't expect it to roll over on Naruto, and ended up dying after using the reincarnation-born art. In Natsuki's opinion, Nagato's acceptance of Naruto's philosophy that was a last resort. After all, he couldn't fight, so he had to try Naruto's idea. In the end, it also allowed Junzo to get away with it, and it was only through Sasuke that he was able to kill him. This life is different. The Uchiha aren't extinguished, and Sasuke won't be trying to kill Gumiho. There was an early split between Nagato and Bandito, and if Nagato hadn't taken care of Bandito, he more than likely wouldn't have wanted to capture the Nine Tails. Nine Tails can be left uncaptured, but then Tuzo's head, he has to be taken first. Natsuki smiled. We Uchiha happen to have a bit of a grudge against Junzo. I wonder if you two are interested in working together. Chapter 122 Follow-up. Tanakuni Border. Natsuki says that he has a way to take care of Guanzo without bloodshed, and Minami agrees to work with Natsuki straight away. Nagato had left Natsuki with the slide body technique, and could rely on that communication if necessary, just to be on the safe side. Minami also left a paper crane for Natsuki. As long as she was within the Rain Country, Natsuki could find her with this paper crane. Natsuki also gave Minami a scroll detailing some of the pasts of Bringer and Kakashi, as well as Rin. Sort of completes the information that was given to Minami the last time they brought the Earth. Minami and Pain left, along with the other 5 paths. As Natsuki turned her head, she heard a system beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the course of Nagato's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Outer Path. Reincarnation Born Art X1. Awesome! Natsuki was happy to have a resurrection spell that could be activated without a cost. Let's see. Who am I better off resurrecting? There are too many powerful people, so let's combine them first. Well, there seems to be several more wool to pull over the eyes. I've only thought of one Chio before. Who else was there? Ding! Another crunch interrupted Natsuki's thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drastically changing the trajectory of Jiraiya's life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Immortal Mode X1. Looks like Jiraiya won't die at the hands of Nagato. Immortal Mode. There's no division into types of immortal techniques? Natsuki stroked her chin. Nagato was just a person who had been tricked anyway. There was no need for the two to be master and disciple. Jiraiya is not dead, and will be a very strong fighter when it comes to the 4 wars later on. Since life trajectories can be changed serially, Natsuki suddenly had a new idea. He looked at the sky. He had gotten so high talking to Minami Nagato that he had forgotten to see if any news had come through today. When Natsuki went out, he didn't call the psychic beasts out at all times. After all, the psychic beasts would automatically return when the time came. Psionics. Bang! Ah, 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 ah. Several crows chirped in succession, and Natsuki frowned. Several messages. Hastily remove the message from Raven's foot. After opening and reading each one, Natsuki realizes that Bringer's trip to Uchiha to fight the fall was actually set up by Tomoyuki. However, Futake underestimated bandits Kazuna, causing many of the clan's elites to be injured. There were even 2 people who were so badly injured that they were probably going to be out of the combat order. Natsuki was a bit speechless. When it was mentioned that Bandito would use Kazuna, Futsuki probably didn't know how strong Bandito's Kazuna was. Moving on to the following message. Futake even went so far as to spar with Bandito for pupil power, and fought to a standstill. If not for Chiming awakening the kaleidoscope, it is estimated that, I'm a patriarch now? Oh, or the skunk succession? Shaking his head, he shook off the thoughts that were cluttering his mind. Tomoyuki, such an indecisive person, would actually do this. It seems that he hates Bandu to the bone. Pupil collision. Tomoyuki, you're really brave. Naruto and Sasuke's injuries are trivial, and now, If they are, the Great Prince and the Second Pillar are watched over by the Sixth Immortal, so they can't die. Heck, Sasuke is still pretty cute in this life, so let's not call him Nijuo. Naruto doesn't know if he's been exposed yet, but Makoto probably has no way to sway Naruto's thoughts right now. Learning that the skunk had gone back to run the show and had reverse passaged a few of his masters back, Natsuki didn't want to go back immediately. Instead, so many people in the clan were injured. Summerwood's idea of a medical team became clearer. Those two who were badly injured couldn't find anyone but Tsunade to treat them. Still have to get to Tsunade first. The growth of the family was basically formulated by Natsuki. This time, when something so big happened in the clan, the skunk sent a message asking what attitude should be used to face Kiba. Natsuki thought for a moment, wrote a reply and agreed on a time for the next communication, and sent the raven back. After thinking about it, he wrote another message over to Stopper to give to Orochimaru. The sand pads are gone. We'll have to catch up on our own. Natsuki took out her compass to determine her bearings and headed towards the Land of Iron. Kiba Village. The Uchiha clan stabilized. Manpower was also sent out of the clan lands. Kiba's men who came to scout the area received a reply that the Uchiha clan was attacked by unknown people, but the visitors had been successfully repelled. Only a few people in the clan were injured. On the commercial street side, although the driver of the sightseeing bus has changed, there are no other changes. Futsuki and Bandit are beating their brains into a pig's head, but it was a long way away, and there wasn't much movement heard on this side of the snack bar. The snack street was quickly revived again, by the inquiries of those who knew it well. The Uchiha's clansmen all calmly stated that it was only a small amount of enemy invasion. It had already been repelled. The crowd saw that nothing seemed to be wrong with Uchiha, but the reactions of the major ninja clans were different. Their insights were not comparable to those of ordinary villagers. The Uchiha are the #1 powerful clan in the shinobi world today. What kind of person would dare to invade the Uchiha clan? Moreover, the Uchiha had opened a large defense boundary while fending off the enemy. It doesn't matter what type of knot it is, one this extensive. Once it's turned on, it's going to cost millions of dollars. If the enemy wasn't strong, how could they have opened the boundary? All the major ninja clans, for a time, had sent out scouts. The successive probes down the road revealed a very scary fact. Fuyue had never appeared. At a time like this, if Tomoyuki was fine, he would have been the first to come out and stabilize the people. Since Futsuki didn't show up, there was a high probability that Futsuki was injured, and not badly. The other ninja clans, fearful of angering the Uchiha, scoped out a certain amount of information and left in a hurry, but the dark side kept wandering out, refusing to leave. Then, the skunk accidentally appeared in the field of vision of the dark side. The skunk is a kaleidoscope sharpening wilaya. Pinch these dark part is no different from pinching ants. The dark part immediately retreated and went to report to Mishio. In the Konoha hospital, Naruto slept until the next day when he woke up. Before Kakashi could ask any questions, Naruto clamored for Sasuke. He couldn't argue with Naruto, so he had to take him there first. Sasuke was properly treated, and the horrible crater above his shoulder had been repaired by the Cure Living regeneration technique. No signs of injury could be seen on Sasuke's body now. Still sleeping though, the medical staff examined him and said that Sasuke would wake up soon. An Uchiha clan member had been guarding Sasuke's doorway to take Sasuke home when he woke up. It was only after seeing Sasuke unharmed that Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Mishio had gotten the message over as well, though the sealing class had checked Naruto's seal yesterday to make sure it was fine. He still had to come over to make sure Naruto was okay. Grandpa Third Naruto, you're here. Naruto greeted the third Naruto when he saw him push through the door. The voice is as meta as ever. Oh ha ha ha, Naruto, looks like you're recovering well. Mishio looked at Naruto with a smirk. I'm Whirlpool Naruto, the man who is going to be Naruto in the future. This small injury is nothing. Naruto thumped his chest like I'm awesome. Okay, come on Naruto. You tell me what really happened yesterday. Yesterday? Naruto just sat down and popped back up. Ah, those dark uncle guys? The third Naruto tugged at the corner of his mouth, getting used to the way Naruto's brain was missing a string. Those darkies were sent by me to protect you, and they've been sacrificed. Have they been sacrificed? Naruto fell silent, though he didn't like being watched, but he was good by nature, and he still felt bad when others died because of him. The third Naruto had been watching Naruto's reaction when he saw that Naruto was upset over these people. It was also heartening to see that Naruto seemed to be good by nature. That's good, so it's easier to control later. Mishio patted Naruto on the shoulder. It's not your fault. It's all the fault of the intruder. Now Naruto, you recall what happened yesterday. It will help us find the intruder faster. Chapter 123, Hiding from Each Other. Kiba Village. Kiba Hospital. Sasuke and I noticed a lot of signals appearing in the sky, and sensing danger, we quickly left the snack bar. After that, those dark uncle guys showed up and said they were ordered to protect me. On the way back I met an enemy with a half-black, half-white face, and his hand shoots out a lot of twigs, and those darker uncles were the ones who died from those twigs sticking out. Naruto sounded a little down. Then, I was knocked to the ground by that man, and Sasuke used a very powerful jutsu to save me, but I was still knocked down, and had a thrust through my shoulder. Then I snatched Sasuke away from me when I suddenly had new powers in my body for some reason. I didn't know anything after I ran into Big Brother Kakashi. Sanjo's brows furrowed as he listened. The dark part of the probe. Inside the traces of the fight did appear a strong reaction of Rado. According to Kakashi's experience, it was most likely to be Chidori. I didn't realize that Sasuke had learned such strong jutsu without even graduating from ninjutsu school, but the Uchiha had Chidori in their family, and it wasn't unusual for Sasuke to know it. There was a high probability that that enemy in Naruto's words was using Kizuna, and Tenzo had determined that there were traces of Kizuna there. As for the crater made by the spiral pill Naruto used, the dark side didn't think much of the spiral pill because it wasn't very powerful and there was no chakra left on it. As for the final tailed beast chakra tunic, Naruto was also clueless. Seeing that he really couldn't ask anything, Mishio left first. Naruto was staying inside the hospital. He would wait until Sasuke woke up. Inside the hospital was filled with Sanjo's eyes, and Kakashi was relieved to leave. When everyone had left, Naruto sat down on his stool and silently said to Nine Tails in his mind, "Thank you, Nine Tails." Nine Tails' rough voice resounded in his heart. "Humph, don't think the wrong way. I just feel as if I've seen that person's aura somewhere. Otherwise I wouldn't have saved you." "Nine Tails, do you know who that person is?" Naruto asked to Nine Tails. Nine Tails grunted after that, but didn't answer Naruto's words anymore, and Naruto didn't care. When Nine Tails was in a good mood, he would talk to him for a couple of minutes, but when he stopped depended on Nine Tails' mood. Mishio returned to his office, rubbing his brow a little wearily as the Uchihas went to meet Sasuke and then immediately went to the Konoha hospital to pay all the relevant fees, with a business-like appearance. In the end, Sasuke was still injured by Naruto's company, and with this appearance, they clearly didn't feel that the Kiba village healing Sasuke was any kind of favor. Soon the dark side came to report. "Naruto-sama, Uchiha Weasel is back." The third Naruto's eyes sank. What about the rest? The darkness continued. The Uchiha claimed to the outside world that the clan had been attacked by an unknown person, and that the other party had been repelled, and that the clan was not in any serious trouble. But according to the Uchiha personnel transfer, there are multiple injuries within the Uchiha clan, and the ones that were injured were all elites. The other thing is that Uchiha Futsuki never showed up. Who was it that attacked the Uchiha? Uchiha Futsuki hadn't shown up, and was most likely badly injured, or he wouldn't have summoned the skunk back. Did the skunk bring anyone back? And who attacked Naruto? Who knows Kizuna? Could there be a second baby surviving besides Tenzo? Have Reunion come see me? Mishio waved his hand. Not long after, Reunion walked in. Another bandage wrapped around the top of his right arm, but his hand wasn't hanging. The third Naruto frowned. "Your hand?" Juzu's face was bland. "I got a small injury while experimenting with jutsu," he said, waving his arms twice to show that he wasn't affected by anything. The third Naruto had only mentioned it casually. He wasn't really concerned about how Gunzo's arm was doing. What happened to Uchiha? When Suzu received the message that the third Naruto wanted to see him, he knew it was about the Uchiha. In fact, if the third Naruto didn't ask him to come over right now, he'd be able to get the message, but just a little later. After all, Junzo and Sarutobi had worked together for years, and there were a few of his spikes inside the dark sect. Sanjo took a drag on his cigarette. The Uchiha was attacked by an unknown person. A lot of people were injured. Futsuki may have been deeply injured as well, and the skunk has returned to the village. Weasel? A cold snort escaped from Raizo. When the skunk came over to him and told him that he wanted to resolve the conflict between the clan and the village, he turned around and sold him out. After that, he resigned his position in the dark side, and the next time he was heard from was when the skunk left Konoha, taking a number of the Uchiha's best men with him that day. Sure enough, it's a play put on by Weasel and Futsuki. However, Weasel is a strong kaleidoscope writer's eye. Even if Fuyue is injured now, Weasel can still calm down the scene. Any intel on the attackers? Juzo asked. Naruto shook his head. The Uchiha clan is not cooperating. The Uchiha neither sought help from the Konoha after the attack, nor did they want the Konoha to intervene in the investigation. Obviously doesn't think of himself as a Kiba anymore. In addition to the Uchiha being attacked, Naruto was also attacked. Mishio took a drag on his cigarette. The person who attacked was one who could use Kitsune Jutsu. Kizuna. Juzu's heart was shocked. It's hard to believe. It's Jedi? Mishio stared into Tuzo's eyes and asked, "You know who that person is, don't you?" Reunion's eyes twinkled for a moment. "I don't know." How many years had Mishio and Gumi worked together? And Gumi's reaction made Mishio see right away that Gumi had lied. It seems that there was another experiment besides Tenzo that survived that experiment. What Tuzo thought in his heart was, Surely Jedi has no good intentions. Is it possible that he is using himself to obtain information about the nine-tailed human pillar power? The prestige of the Naruto line has been gradually declining in recent years, and the third Naruto doesn't want to turn on Gunzo at this time now. Seeing that Reizo had no intention of telling him, he didn't ask any deeper. After that, Naruto and Reunion didn't talk for a couple of minutes, and without getting any useful information, he let Reunion leave. Michio thinks that Gumiho is hiding the Kizuna from him, and that he didn't tell Gumiho about Naruto's tailed beast chakra tunic. Tuanzo returned to the Negi base. It didn't take long for one of his darker sources to pass on the matter of Naruto's chakra coat. Reunion was secretly annoyed that when he had just gone to Saratobi Hinata's place, Saratobi Hinata hadn't talked about it at all. What does this mean? It's clear that he doesn't trust him. After all, from the very beginning, Junzo had argued that it would be easier to control the power of the tailed beasts by keeping Naruto locked up. He also coveted Naruto much later on for many years. Now the third Naruto, he wouldn't even tell him such important news. It's important to realize that the appearance of a tailed beast chakra exoskeleton is usually just one of two things. One is that the Rinpoche seal is leaking out, and the other is that the tailed beasts and the Rinpoche have reached a reconciliation where the Rinpoche can manipulate the tailed beast's chakra. Naruto is definitely the first as far as Gunko is concerned, but the third Naruto was hiding it from him. Recently many clans have been upset with the third generation because of what happened on 8th Street. Tuanzo's mind came alive. Reunion waved his hand and called the man to him. Activate the third dark line and pass on the news that the Uchiha was attacked and Futsuki was seriously injured. Yes. Gumiho's eyes twinkled. I'm doing all this for Kiba. Chapter 124, Tamagatake awakens. Kiba Village. Kiba Hospital. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Before he could sense his body's condition, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Sasuke, you're awake. Naruto jumped for joy beside him. Sasuke just felt sore and weak as he struggled to get up. Naruto, how long have I been asleep? Naruto couldn't stop the smile on his face at all when he saw Sasuke sitting up. You've been sleeping for 2 days now. Sasuke turned his head to Naruto, who had some tiredness on his face. It looked like Naruto had been keeping watch. Sasuke whispered, "Thank you, Naruto." At this point Naruto was talking to the doctor at the door and didn't hear him. What did you say, Sasuke? Sasuke's face reddened slightly and he coughed. Next time we go to eat I'm buying. Naruto said happily. Yeah. The medical ninja came in and briefly examined Sasuke. The injury on your shoulder is no longer a big deal, but your knuckle is cracked, so just don't touch it for the last little while and let him heal naturally. Other than that, it's no big deal, and Sasuke can be discharged from the hospital to go home and recuperate. When the medical ninja from Konoha left, Iori Uchiha, who had come on shift, came to pick up Sasuke. Sasuke had a load of questions, but still greeted Naruto first. Naruto, why don't you go back and rest, and we'll go eat together when I'm better. Naruto nodded and yawned. Okay, Sasuke, get well soon. After Naruto left, Sasuke followed Iori all the way home. Yori-san, how is the clan doing? Seeing no one around, Sasuke couldn't help but ask. Since Iori hadn't looked too good since she came over, Sasuke guessed that something might have happened to the clan. At this point, it was already out of Kiba village and into the Uchiha's clan territory. Seeing the uneasiness in Sasuke's eyes, Iori reassured, the clan is fine, just some people are hurt. What about my father? Sasuke, who Futsuki had put a lot of thought into in recent years, respected and loved his father. Iori paused for a moment and said, the matriarch Sama is also injured, but it's nothing serious. You'll see when you get back. As he spoke, Sasuke had entered inside the clan grounds, which seemed to have a few more unfamiliar yet familiar faces. But Sasuke, mindful of his father's health, didn't think too much of it. Instead, they followed Iori's guidance to Tomoyuki's bed. The first thing she looked at was her haggard-faced mother, Uchiha Mitsuru. Tomoyuki had previously arranged for Mikan to take refuge, and no one had told Tomoyuki about the serious injury. It was only later when Tomoyuki's vitals stabilized that he told Mikan. Uchiha Mitsuru was so worried that she had been watching over Futsuki's bed for 2 days now. Luckily, Uchiha Mitsuru wasn't a love brain, and the food was still eaten as usual, but she slept very little every day, and when she woke up, she came over to stay next to Futsuki. Even though the medical staff said that matriarch Futsuki was fine and would wake up after a few days of rest, Mikan still stayed by her bedside every day. Mothers. Seeing his father lying on the bed with a pale face and his mother's haggard face beside him, Sasuke's heart was gripped to his chest and he couldn't help the tears that fell from his eyes. Mikan didn't say much, just took Sasuke in her arms and comforted him. It's okay, Sasuke, your father will wake up soon. Hearing his mother's words, Sasuke settled down. Somewhat embarrassed, he emerged from his mother's arms. Put the tears away, Sasuke, a voice sounded from the side. Then a large, warm hand pressed into Sasuke's head and Sasuke looked up a bit incredulously. Brother, Along the way Iori just told him about Tomoyuki's injury, not that the weasel was back. Sasuke was surprised and delighted by the skunk's appearance. Weasel rubbed Sasuke's hair. You've grown taller, Sasuke. Sasuke had just cried and still had tears on his face, and now he looked a little embarrassed in front of the ferret. He wiped his face. Brother, how did father get so badly injured? The skunk reached out and tapped Sasuke's forehead with both fingers. I'll tell you later. Sasuke's mouth pouted and he rubbed his forehead in dissatisfaction. My brother was always like that, treating me like a child. Humph. I'm going to cultivate harder. Next time, father will be guarded by me. Sasuke mentally gave himself a silent pep talk. The skunk said to Mikoto, Mother, you didn't get much sleep all yesterday. Why don't you go get some rest? I'll be here with Sasuke and me. Mikan's heart settled a lot at the sight of the two brothers seeing each other, and sleepiness came to her as her spirit loosened. Then he nodded. I'll go take a nap then. Call me when Futsuki wakes up. Once Mikoto was out the door, Skunk and Sasuke sat down. Tell me what happened when you and Naruto were attacked. Kame had awakened yesterday, and the skunk had learned the before and aftermath of the bandits' attack. Sasuke's side just received the news. The process wasn't very clear. He was halfway through his narrative when he suddenly fell silent. What's wrong, Sasuke? The skunk wondered what was wrong with Sasuke. Sasuke suddenly spoke up. Naruto, after using 2 spiral pills and a multiple shadow split jutsu, both are still able to act. I'm out of chakra after only 1 Chidori. Am I no better than Naruto? The skunk was a little good-natured and amused. Sasuke really did have to fight Naruto on everything, but competing with the Whirligig clan for chakra? This kid really doesn't have a clue. The skunk shook his head. There you go again, fighting with Naruto over everything. Fighting and chakra amounts don't necessarily correlate. If you can win simply by the amount of chakra, then why are you practicing physical illusions? Sasuke bristled, grudgingly accepting the skunk's words. Then Sasuke finished telling the weasel all about the process behind it. The skunk's heart suddenly fluttered as he heard Sasuke's complaint. Sasuke, open your Sharingan eyes. Sasuke was a bit unsure, but opened his Sharingan eyes. The skunk couldn't help but chuckle twice as he read it. Good, worthy of being my brother, double hooked at such a young age. Sasuke was shocked and rushed to the side, looking for a mirror. He couldn't have been happier when he saw the double-hooked shuriken in his eyes. The strengthening of the writer's eye is vital to the Uchiha. Since if I'm a double-hooked jade shuriken now, I'll soon be able to catch up with Naruto, and I'll never let my father get hurt again. Not bad, my son, came a somewhat weak voice. Sasuke and Weasel both looked surprised. Father-sama, Tomoyuki said this with a smile on his face, but his eyes didn't open. Apparently he had heard the skunk's words and complimented Sasuke. Sasuke, go ahead and get Kame and the 4th elder over here, and on mother's side, let her sleep a little longer. The skunk looked at his father with his eyes closed and a guess came to mind. Intentionally, he sidetracked Sasuke first. Okay, Sasuke, seeing that his father was awake, obeyed and went out to call for help. Father, your eyes? Skunk asked in a low voice as Sasuke walked out the door. Aha! Futsuki responded and opened his eyes. The iris inside is already a shade of gray. Did you let him get away in the end? There was some regret in Tomoyuki's voice, and he was intermittently conscious after he passed out. He knew that Bandito had escaped after all. Chapter 125, Tsunade. Inside the Land of Iron, Natsuki made his way west and finally stepped into the territory of the Iron Kingdom. In recent times, he had used his psychic beast to exchange messages with the clan every day and learned that Fuyue had woken up. Natsuki was sort of relieved. It would have been too much of a loss if Tomoyuki had died. He also learned from the skunk that Tomoyuki's eyes had become nearly blind. There was an obstacle to vision now, and he couldn't see anything. But Tomoyuki was at least a strong kaleidoscope-sharing will eye, so there wasn't much of a problem above life. The problem now was that the ferret's physical condition had only just stabilized, and it was feared that the ferret's body wouldn't be able to carry it if he hastily transplanted Futsuki's eyes now. And the process of fusing into the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye is very precious. It was a very good opportunity for Orochimaru to be able to observe the details of the Sharingan evolution more visually. That's why you need Orochimaru to be present for it to work. Looks like Tomoyuki will have to commiserate for a while. After Natsuki had set foot in Tetsunokuni, he realized that Tetsunokuni was too harsh an environment for a country. Temperatures are unseasonably cold, with snow falling year-round, and although a large portion of the country is by the sea, temperatures are too low and the fishing industry is not well developed. Just a little bit of minerals too. No wonder no other country even looks at this one. Let it remain neutral. There are no ninjas in the Land of Iron. All samurai. And the samurai here wear silver laminated hang armor and are usually armed with 2 on the left and 2 on the right. The weapon in his hand can be infused with chakra, so his strength is still good. Natsuki really can't understand why Tsunade ran to the side. Just any country's climate is better than here. There's no way around it. That's just the way the message was received. Natsuki tracked him down and finally inquired in a small town in the land of iron. One such person has recently appeared over on Iwakuji Street, and often goes to the casino there, and doesn't seem to have won a single game, and is being called a big fat goat yet. Ah, thanks a lot, Natsuki said vaguely as she stuffed roasted meat into her mouth. The owner was quite amiable and saw Natsuki eating happily before he went down with a smile on his face. It's still early, but it's still dark here because of the climate. Natsuki finished her food and hurried to Iwakuji Street. Natsuki thought the casino would be hard to find. I didn't expect to find it easily, as there is only such a casino above this street. Unfortunately, Natsuki still pounced. You mean that big fat goat? She lost all her money here the day before yesterday. Hasn't been here since yesterday. There were also a couple of gamblers who tried to take advantage of her and ended up getting slammed right into the wall and couldn't even pick it off. If it wasn't for the casino owner seeing how much business she brings in for the casino, she'd have to lose money to fix the wall. There were very few people from outside of Tetsunoko, and Tsunade's appearance and figure and the fact that she lost every time she gambled were remembered by the gamblers here. It was getting late, and Natsuki was hungry again. And when it's cold you just get hungry fast. Ready to find a place to eat and look around the neighborhood tomorrow, Natsuki found a random inn and went in. Here you can eat on the first floor and rest upstairs. This place seems to be quite famous, and it's still crowded in the middle of the night. Boss, burp, another bottle. The first thing Natsuki saw when she entered the building was a large-breasted woman with long light yellow hair clamoring for a drink. It can't be helped. It's the only one over here who's still bare-chested in this cold. Next to a female ninja dressed in black, with a small fragrant pig in her hand. One person and one pig had a sad face. Put, Natsuki suddenly burst out laughing. Not that he had found Tsunade. After all, it wasn't a big place. So if he couldn't find it today he could find it tomorrow. Rather, the pig's expression was so evocative that it felt like a sad old father, putting his worry completely on his face. In the midst of the crowd, Tsunade and Shizune didn't notice Natsuki. Natsuki also wanted to observe this granddaughter of Chikara. I can't help that there are too many people here to find the right angle. Natsuki had to sit next door to Tsunade, a column away, and could only hear voices, not see people. After sitting down and casually ordering something, he heard Shizune advising Tsunade, Tsunade-sama, you can't drink anymore. If you do, you won't have any money for lodging. Tsunade made a disgruntled sound. What the heck? Too much luck. I'll win it back when I'm next in line. The speech was mumbled and incoherent, and it was obvious that he was drunk. Tsunade-sama. Only Tsunade could be heard letting out a drunken grunt. Didn't you just make a fortune? Why did you spend it all again? Shizune said helplessly. You lost all the money for the princess's treatment the day before yesterday, and now the wine you're drinking is on my dime. Burp, it's fine. I'll pay you back next time I make money. Next time you go to Daimyo house. Burp, you'll pay it back. Where to go next? Is there any place to seek medical attention? Burp. Natsuki listened disconnectedly. After all, Tsunade man wasn't too lucid. I say Tsunade is living it up by wandering all over the world and gambling everywhere. I still have to work. But yeah, it's really a waste to keep such good medical abilities and not use them to make money. Natsuki listened for half a day. But it turned out that Tsunade and Shizune went to every country. Just go and see if there is an official need to recruit for healing diseases, or difficult cases. If so, Shizune will negotiate the price and Tsunade will just heal and get paid. It had to be said that the name of the granddaughter of the first Naruto still worked. And as far as Tsunade's heightened medical jutsu was concerned, healing some ordinary people's ailments was a complete snap. Money comes fast, so Tsunade is all over the world, wherever she's needed. However, as fast as the money came in, Tsunade spent it even faster, and it usually didn't take long for her to get her hands on the money before she gambled it all away. Tsunade is very fond of gambling, but is a thief with bad luck. Basically never won, except for betting on my life. There's not enough money for her to lose. It's no wonder Tsunade, having lost two beloveds in quick succession and suffering from hemophobia, one can only rely on gambling and alcohol to anesthetize oneself. The so-called drunkenness is what Tsunade is like. Natsuki wondered how Tsunade was going to heal someone with her blood phobia like that, without looking, or not treating those with trauma. Listening to their conversations, Tsunade seems to have put off a lot of patients because of her fear of blood. Or is it that there are very few diseases that don't see blood? No wonder Tsunade is running around the world. I wonder if Tsunade has started borrowing from loan sharks now. Natsuki remembers her turning into a little girl and teasing the loan shark about opening a gold mine and screwing the loan shark again. Knowing almost as much as he did, Natsuki called for the clerk. Serve me a sobering soup at the next table and some side dishes. Put it on my tab. The clerk looked at the hot Tsunade next door, and the svelte Shizune, and gave a puzzled expression. After all, shouldn't you be serving wine to two such beautiful people? Chapter 126 Injuries. God's mighty space. Bandito has been unconscious for 3 full days now. Jedi didn't care about him either. After all, Bandito's body was fusing with pillar cells every second of the day. Half of the plant body can still provide energy, and as long as the person isn't dead, they can always recover. Bandito let out a grunt of pain and gradually opened his eyes. Seeing that it was in the divine mighty space, he had great peace in his heart. Here, this is the safest place, a haven for his soul. Bandito fumed for a long time with a single godless eye. Only then did he brace his body. Seeing the Jedi next to him, the Jedi looked up at the sky and seemed to be fuming longer than the Bandito. How long have I been unconscious? Bandito hissed inquiringly. His eyes were hurting now, and there was some confusion inside his brain. It was the first time he'd been pushed to this point. Futake was too well prepared, and if it weren't for Jedi, he would have literally died in the Uchiha clanland. 3 days. I'm going to starve to death here if you don't wake up. A flirty voice rang out. Bandito ignored him. Not to mention that there were supplies inside the divine mighty space. Even if they were to starve for 10 days, it was absolutely impossible for them to starve to death. The white Jedi didn't have to eat or drink or excrete at all. So where was the talk of starving to death? What's next? What's your plan? Black Jedi asked in a low voice. The Black Jedi knew that a person like Bandito, who had suffered such a big loss this time, would definitely not be able to stop. Bandito covered his vaguely painful right eye. Recover first and then go to the clanland. Fuyue is crippled if not dead this time. What can an Uchiha without a kaleidoscope do to stop me? There was blood in Bandito's eyes. There were indescribable emotions in the Black Jedi's eyes, but he said nothing. Uchiha clanland. Soon the news of Tomoyuki's awakening spread throughout the clan. Sasuke came with the fourth elder and Kame. The skunk nodded to the two at the door before stopping Sasuke, who was trying to get in. Sasuke, father is fine now. They're going to talk about things, so don't go in for now. Sasuke pouted in exasperation. I'm not a kid anymore. The ferret laughed softly and rubbed Sasuke's head. Get ready and go wait for me at the practice field. I'll be there in a few minutes. I'll see how much you've grown over the years. If you're good, maybe I'll let you do something. Sasuke's eyes lit up. He was most annoyed by the fact that the people in his family always treated him like a child, not telling him anything, hiding everything from him. When the skunks left too, the clan relocated too, and even this time there was an enemy invasion. Sasuke also wants to do his part for the family, too. Now that he had such an opportunity, Sasuke was happy in his heart and went off to prepare his ninjutsu bag with gusto. Yutu tries to get in but Chiming pushes him away. Brother, the patriarch must have summoned us first for something, so wait a moment. Yutu scratched his head. Okay then. And then it's out there like a doormat. Chiming couldn't do anything about this brother who was missing a bone in his head. He had to go in with the fourth elder first. The skunk didn't say much when he saw Yutu looking like a doormat and went inside the room. Tomoyuki had sat up and leaned back on the cushion behind him. His face was calm, the regretful emotions brought on by Bandito's escape having been suppressed. Patriarch, father. Futsuki didn't open his eyes, but turned his head following the sound. The voices of all three were familiar to him, not so much that he couldn't tell them apart. Sit down. After a few people were seated, Fuyue first inquired about young Ping. Fourth elder, how are the casualties in the clan? After Fuyue's strike this time, regardless of whether it was successful or not, the follow-up was arranged for the fourth elder to take over, and the fourth elder knew best. The fourth elder saw that Futsuki hadn't opened his eyes and knew that the patriarch's eyes were afraid that something was wrong. However, he didn't ask more questions. The 14 people you took out with you, matriarch, are all the strongest personnel in the clan. Although the enemy's outburst of kitsune was very fast, everyone avoided the vitals. Under the medicines prepared before, no one died. Only 7 people were more seriously injured and will have to rest for at least half a year. The fourth elder mumbled for a moment. Lu Ren, Aura, the two are more seriously injured, and there is damage above the nerves, so I am afraid that they are going to withdraw from the combat sequence. Fuyue was somewhat silent after hearing this. It was certainly good that there were no deaths, but if one was seriously injured and withdrew from the battle order, that would be a very big loss for the Uchiha as well. Lu Ren and Aura, 2 people. Fuyue have an impression. Is the Yangshu team inside the person? Both are 3-hook Jade Shuriken good. He has made many contributions to the clan over the years. I didn't realize that I was out of the fighting order because of one of my own decisions. Out of combat order is a nicer term, but in reality, it's crippled. A few people understood this and didn't say anything. At this point in time, Kame was also in a bit of a bad mood. If he could have awakened the kaleidoscope earlier, wouldn't he have been able to protect his clan? Tomoyuki sighed. Did you report it to Natsuki? The fourth elder responded. Already told Natsuki, who said he'd go to Tsunade to see if Tsunade had any ideas. Tomoyuki nodded. If it was Tsunade, there might be a way. Ki-min. Futsuki reached out his hand and fumbled with it, and he could tell that he was looking for Kamine. Chiming hurriedly stepped forward. Tomoyuki squeezed Keime's hand. My life was still saved by your kaleidoscope. It's really hard for you. Chiming was a bit overwhelmed. Patriarch, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Fuyue smiled at the corner of his mouth. Chiming had lived in the clan since he was a child, and no matter if it was his heart or his ability, he was a superior choice. Now he's also awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, a rare talent. Futsuki admonished Keime. You just awakened the kaleidoscope, so you don't realize that the use of the kaleidoscope is accompanied by risks. The pupil power of a kaleidoscope is fixed, and using it will cause vision loss and eventual blindness. Cherish the pupil power by all means. The clan will need your generation to support it in the future. Chiming nodded vigorously. Don't worry, matriarch, we'll guard the family well. Fuyue encouraged him a couple more times, and then let Chiming go out and get busy. Now that the clan sealing and probing boundaries were in Chiming's hands, in the room Tomoyuki inquired, did Natsuki say when she'd be back? The fourth elder nodded, and realizing that the patriarch was now invisible, he hurriedly replied, Natsuki-sama said that the skunk is coming back, so he's not coming back for a while, and that he'll be right back once he's talked to Tsunade first. Fuyue nodded. Now exactly 2 clansmen were badly injured and not well healed. Natsuki had planned, before, to get Tsunade to form a medical team. The medical team that Tsunade had taught was not at all on the same level as any ordinary medical team. If the Uchiha had such a medical team now, all the clansmen would recover much faster. But would Tsunade really want to come? Weasel, how's your body doing? Can you use the kaleidoscope yet? Having called the skunk back urgently, Tomoyuki was worried about the skunk's body and if it was able to use the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Don't worry, father. Orochimaru-sama has already formulated a potion for me, and it won't be a big problem anymore. Tomoyuki nodded. The door suddenly slammed open. Fuyue. Instead, it was Uchiha Mitsuru who burst in. Weasel, didn't I tell you to let me know? The skunk gave a bitter smile. Father is no longer in any serious condition. I want you to rest, mother. Mikan gave the ferret a blank look before walking over to Tomoyuki and taking his hand. Why didn't you tell me this was so dangerous? The skunk and the fourth elder looked at each other and quietly exited the room. 127. Medical Consultants. The Land of Iron. Tsunade was already in a drunken daze. That's when the clerk served a sober soup. Shizen was a little sleepy and asked in a daze, do I have a little of this? It was only after the clerk's reminder that Shizen noticed Natsuki walking by. In his mid-20s, his appearance looked pretty good, and he was quite mild-mannered. Natsuki said, let's get Tsunade-sama to wake up the bar first. I have something for her. Shizen was in the mood for a commission. Just as she was now short of money, Shizen quietly checked that the sobering broth was fine, and then gave it to Tsunade. At that moment the clerk served the small dishes and Natsuki ate them while waiting for Tsunade to sober up. Sir, may I ask what you are entrusting to Tsunade-sama? Seeing that Natsuki had no intention of speaking, Shizen asked. Natsuki said as she ate, you can't make the call. It's better to wait until Tsunade wakes up. The scene went cold, and Natsuki was pleasantly surprised. About a quarter of an hour later, I don't know if it was Tsunade's physique or if the sobering soup worked, but Tsunade slowly sobered up. There was still some drunkenness on his face, but the man was sober. Who are you? Why are you eating at my table? Tsunade had just woken up without understanding the situation and slapped the table. The dishes on the table flew straight up. Come on, there's nothing to eat. That's when Shizen quietly explained in Tsunade's ear. It took Tsunade a moment to realize that it was the client across the room. Hastily, he snorted. Ah, that, whatever ails you, it's all wrapped up in me. The person who was speaking next to him, his voice suddenly disappeared, looking at Natsuki with a playful expression. So what exactly is wrong with this man? Natsuki was full of black lines. It's better to talk about it somewhere else. Tsunade regretted saying it. It did seem a little awkward. Shizen Tsunade went up to the second floor with Natsuki. There are rooms here dedicated to talking about things. Tsunade-sama, introduce yourself. I'm Uchiha Natsuki. As soon as Natsuki spoke, Tsunade didn't feel anything yet, but Shizen behind her instantly went mental. Uchiha Natsuki, the vice chief of the Uchiha clan and the maker of the Chinese cuisine behind the scenes. Shizen followed Tsunade in and out of the daimyo residences of various countries, and heard some of the information. One of the things they discuss more is the food and beverage outlets that have sprung up in Tanakuni in the past few years. Tanakuni with this national power are raised a lot. If there is a merchant caravan passing through Tanakuni, they all have to go and eat something. It is kind of the signature of Tanakuni. Shizen was quite impressed with Natsuki, as Natsuki had just 3 tags. Rich, very rich, very rich. Shizen was instantly energized. What brings Mr. Natsuki, the Uchiha vice patriarch, here? That's when Shizen whispered secretly in Tsunade's ear. Tsunade-sama, this man is very rich. Tsunade didn't feel much for the Uchiha vice patriarch's name, and she didn't really care. but Shizune says Natsuki is rich, and Tsunade suddenly gets in the spirit. Natsuki was a little confused about Shizune crossing over to Tsunade. Never mind, it didn't matter. I've come specifically for Tsunade-sama to ask Tsunade to be our medical advisor and train medical ninjas for us. Tsunade frowned. She waved her hand. Do you realize what you're saying? Training medical ninjas requires a very large amount of manpower and resources. Tsunade hadn't been targeted by Haru Turner when she was training the medical unit in Konoha. Says her medical unit is useless and she should use Kiba's funds elsewhere. As a result, the casualty rate of Kiba ninjas dropped drastically after the medical unit took shape later on. And only then did that old hag, turning Bedford Haru, shut her mouth. Now Uchiha Natsuki actually told her that their Uchiha clan wanted to train medical ninjas. Oh no, did Shizune just say that the Uchiha clan is rich? Natsuki nodded thoughtfully. I know. How long does it take to train a medical ninja? How much does it cost? Tsunade saw that Natsuki didn't look like she was joking, made a mental estimate, and opened her mouth. It takes 1 to 3 years for medical personnel to be molded, and each one of them costs 5 million a year to train. Tsunade wasn't making it up. Medical personnel cost a lot of money every step of the way, from techniques, practices, and materials. Although many of the medical jutsu were created by Tsunade, it was impossible to sell them cheaply. Tsunade had to eat and gamble, too. Natsuki was prepared in his mind, so he didn't change his face when he heard this number. Well then, Tsunade-sama, we Uchiha need to train 20 men. Also our Uchiha was attacked and has 2 wounded that need to be treated by Tsunade-sama. When do you think you will depart back to Konoha? Just like that? Tsunade's expression froze, somewhat incredulously. 20 people, are you sure? 20 people a year is $100 million. If you can't learn in 1 year, another year will be $200 million. Is the Uchiha really that rich? Natsuki directly took out the object sealing scroll. With a thud, he opened the scroll of sealed objects, and inside were 3 chests. Natsuki opened the 3 boxes, and Tsunade's eyes instantly glowed green. Money, it's all money. How long is this going to take to gamble? That's 1 box would have to be as $40 million, and 3 boxes would be $120 million. Tsunade-sama, if you agree, I'll be able to advance half of the money to you here. The extra $20 million is considered to be the cost of your instruction and treatment. Tsunade held his forehead. The figure he had just quoted was inclusive of the cost of his teachings. After all, isn't it a bit unkind to charge for instruction and sell spells? Tsunade thought about that for only 0.1 second before putting it behind her. No problem, I'll be right here. Tsunade paused in mid-sentence as it occurred to her. Wasn't the Uchiha in Konoha village? She didn't want to go back to Konoha. Tsunade slumped. I'd rather not. I don't want to go back to Konoha. Shizune was dying of anxiety next to her. This duck in the mouth can fly but it is difficult to force Tsunade to return to Konoha. Natsuki's brow furrowed when she heard the first half of the sentence, and smiled when she heard the second half. Tsunade-sama probably doesn't know, but our Uchiha clanland has moved away from Konoha village and is now located 5 kilometers outside of Konoha. Tsunade was stunned to hear that. She hadn't really realized that the Uchiha had moved out of Konoha village. 5 kilometers away. Isn't that out of Kiba village's monitoring range? Really? Natsuki laughed. Naturally, it's true. And there's something else that I'm asking Tsunade-sama to go back for. What is it? Tsunade queried. Natsuki didn't answer Tsunade's question. Instead, the box pulled out a bunch of money and placed it in Shizune's hand. Please, Ms. Shizune, go and make arrangements for tonight's accommodations. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and actually sidetracked Shizune. However, even though Shizune had followed Tsunade all over the world for so many years, Natsuki was now the golden master and Natsuki had the final say. Shizune wasn't really in the mood. Natsuki's money had come just in time for tonight's lodging. Chapter 128, A Sincere Invitation. The Land of Iron. After Mute left, Mr. Natsuki, you may speak now. Natsuki organized his words. Tsunade-sama knows about Kiba's experimentation with Kitsune, right? Tsunade nodded. Naturally, I know that. Haven't the Kizuna experiments been sealed? Natsuki shook her head. It seems Tsunade didn't know anything. All these years Konoha is still quietly experimenting with Kitsune. And very bloody human experiments at that. Human experimentation. Tsunade's brow furrowed into a chuan. As a medical ninja, she was extremely disgusted by this desecration of life. Natsuki added more fuel to the fire. The reason Orochimaru defected was because 60 babies were missing from Konoha, and all of those babies were taken to be used as Kizuna's test subjects. Tsunade slammed the table, and with a thud, the whole table turned into pieces. Orochimaru actually does human trials. Natsuki shrugged. Tsunade-sama, you've got it all wrong. It's Juso who's behind this. He wanted to gain the power of Kizuna, so he planned the baby kidnapping. Orochimaru, who only does experiments, has no knowledge of where the experimental subjects come from. but in the end the black pot is all taken by Orochimaru. Tsunade's face was full of seriousness, completely different from the drunken, lousy gambler she'd just been. Is there factual evidence? Natsuki removed a secret scroll from her body and gave it to Tsunade. I have some cooperation with Lord Orochimaru, and this is a personal letter from Orochimaru to you. Tsunade's frown deepened. How was Natsuki still involved with Orochimaru? Let's see what's going on first. Tsunade brought the secret scroll over and looked at it. It did have their contact code on it. The letter is corroboration that what Natsuki said was true, that Orochimaru was working with Junzo. Junzo also got part of the body of Hatsune Mikoto for Orochimaru's experiments, and that someone survived the experiments back in the day, to actually desecrate my grandfather's body. And someone survived the experiment? Tsunade was angry and then a little surprised. After all, she was well aware of how high the mortality rate was for this kind of human experimentation. Natsuki nodded. Not only did he survive, but he also inherited a part of Hatsune Mikoto's powers. Oh, Tsunade came to be interested. There was no doubt about how strong her grandfather really was. And now someone who inherited the Kizuna had actually appeared. Natsuki continued to add. This person had previously been hidden in the Negi section by the group before being rescued by Kakashi, and is now in the dark sections, called Tenzo. Gumiho even got into a fight with Mashiro over it, and ended up with Mashiro taking this. The only survivor Gumiho said he had. The only survivor that Suzu was talking about? Tsunade immediately caught the point in that statement. That's right, Tsunade-sama. The other day our Uchiha was attacked, and both of the men inside knew Kizuna. Ken Kizuna? How is that possible? Natsuki shrugged. That's just the way it is. All of the people still lying around in my Uchiha were injured by the Kizuna. I suspect that Junzo also studied Kizuna earlier with the others. Tsunade's face grimaced. The previous Tenzo counting one was already the handiwork of Tenzu, and now two more had popped up. What was this about Grandpa's corpse? It's a shame, Kiba Village, that there's always someone who likes to sneak around and do bad things, and there's always someone to wipe his ass. That's why I had to come and pull Tsunade-sama into the fold. Natsuki said somewhat helplessly. I can't believe Gumiho did all that? Tsunade's impression of Junzo was still in the past, and Junzo was indeed a standard martial arts fighter who did everything by any means necessary. There are all sorts of things that will be done to achieve a goal that has no bottom line. We, the Uchiha clan, have been targeted by Junzo after the rebellion of the Nine Tails because Junzo suspected that we, the Uchiha clan, were the real culprits of the rebellion of the Nine Tails. Natsuki's words changed. However, there is a loophole here that proves that the Nine Tail Rebellion has nothing to do with our Uchiha. Back then, Tsunade still knew about the Nine Tails Rebellion. She happened to be outside at that time, and later almost returned to Kiba because of it. Because of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Kiba was greatly injured at the same time. The Uchiha was sidelined. Is something Tsunade vaguely knows. I didn't expect Natsuki to say today that there were holes in it. Tsunade gestured for Natsuki to continue. The world knows that we Uchiha Sharingan can control tailed beasts, so Juanzo has been targeting us Uchiha and suspects that the Uchiha are the driving force behind the Nine Tail Rebellion. However, very few people know that ordinary Sharingan eyes can't control the Nine Tails, and only the kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes can control the Nine Tails. Tsunade-sama, as the granddaughter of Chibiusa, you are aware that Uchiha has this ability, but Uchiha ran away. At the time of the Nine Tails Rebellion, only Clan Chief Futsuki was a kaleidoscope Sharingan, and Clan Chief Futsuki was acting under the noses of the higher-ups of the Konoha. So, the Nine Tail Rebellion has nothing to do with our Konoha Uchiha at all. Tsunade-sama is the granddaughter of Jubilee-sama, so she should be familiar with Spot. Is there any other Uchiha besides Zan who can control the Nine Tails? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, not realizing that Natsuki had actually used this method to prove her innocence for the Uchiha. No one believes what we Uchiha say, but if Tsunade-sama opens her mouth. Back then, the Nine Tail Rebellion, Belt Eartha on the head of the Uchiha, so that the Uchiha clan suffered this injustice for nothing. You know, Zan has long disappeared for many years, and the people of Kiba only know the Uchiha clan, which can control the Nine Tails with illusions, but there was no way to know that it was something that only a strong kaleidoscope writer could do. Back then, Zebra left the Uchiha and took away a large number of canonical books, and there are many things that the current clan has no way of knowing, let alone outsiders, but Tsunade is still around. Tsunade's grandfather was Senjuma, the man who fought the Uchiha for half his life. Tsunade was supposed to be able to testify to the fact that only the kaleidoscope could control the Nine Tails. You're saying that Skunk, Natsuki, and Sansui are all kaleidoscopes? Weasel was only a few years old at the time, and Sansui wasn't much older. Natsuki wasn't so little, but Natsuki had also spent the entire time helping the non-combatants retreat under Kiba's watchful eye. The Uchiha itself is now divested of Konoha, and Tsunade would be a voice for the Uchiha again. That would be more convenient for Natsuki's subsequent plans. The ones who were attacked a few days ago were our Uchiha and the nine-tailed Rinpocalypse, respectively. The other side even dared to hit Kiba's nine tails. What else would they not dare to do? We Uchiha have suffered heavy losses, and there are still many clansmen lying badly healed. Those two who were badly injured are among them. That's why I want to form a medical squad. After all, in today's shinobi world, Tsunade-sama is the best when it comes to medical care. Natsuki didn't forget to give Tsunade a pat on the back. If Tsunade-sama works as a medical advisor for our Uchiha clan, there is a steady paycheck, and you can also investigate Tushu in regards to the investigation, can't you? Tsunade's fingers tapped on the table in turn. So you're saying I still have to go back? Natsuki shrugged. The decision is up to Tsunade-sama. Tsunade closed her eyes as her mind drifted back to Chibiusa's appearance, then to the days when he took her to gamble. Tsunade opened her eyes and scanned back and forth over several of Natsuki's money boxes. Natsuki had the good sense to push half of the money, all of it, in front of Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, as long as you agree, this money, immediately, will be yours. The $20 million for instruction is for 1 year, and for each additional year, another $20 million will be given. Tsunade felt the bravado of the Uchiha clan come over her, finally nodded. Fine, but I can't guarantee what you Uchihas can learn. Learning medical ninjutsu is not that easy. Many people learn it for decades without getting the hang of it, and apart from a master teacher, it's a matter of talent. Natsuki looked at the specialties page for each person inside his power template and smiled. Let's wait and see about the 100 Hos and immortal arts first. It's too early in the day. Familiarize yourself with it first before you open your mouth. When Gumiho is cornered, then pile the deaths of Jomanoki and Kato break on him back in the day and see how many lives you Gumiho has enough to pay for. Chapter 129. Kiba Village. Uchiha clan ground practice field. Sasuke didn't have to wait long for the skunk to arrive on the grounds. Brother, how is father? Sasuke was still thinking about his father. The skunk's face was calm. Father's eyes were injured and he went blind. Blindness. Father can't see? Sasuke turned around and tried to see Tomoyuki, but was stopped by the skunk. It's only temporary. Mother just passed. Don't go there now. Sasuke squeezed his hand hard as he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, tell me, who the hell is the one who invaded the Uchiha? Weasel rubbed Sasuke's head. You're still young, and it's not really your place to meddle in the affairs of the clan. Sasuke reluctantly shook off the skunk's hand. Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. The skunk had a smirk on his face. Well, then you'll show me how much you've grown over the years. Sasuke nodded with a serious look on his face. You'll see, brother. All the places that Beltane had been to could be found inside the Shin Megami Tensei space at the corresponding points. He pondered for a moment that the last time he was discovered, the Uchiha might have had other means of detection besides the Junction Jutsu. This time he was extra careful. Before entering the Uchiha lands, Jedi had been told to calculate the timing of the boundary scan, and had even been told to map out a suitable path out. Jedi told him that in addition to the boundaries, the Uchiha's clan lands were full of psychic beasts with many eyes. Now Bandito couldn't stay for more than 5 seconds at a time, or he would immediately be scanned by the boundary. In addition to scanning the boundaries, he also needed to keep an eye out for any living things around him at all times. But Jedi probed down with the Mayfly technique, and the Uchiha clan not only arranged a large number of ninja crows and ninja cats, there are even security cameras close to the clan lands. But Jedi didn't tell Bandito about the monitoring. Now that most of the elites in the Uchiha clan were more injured, there were fewer psychic beasts than expected. It took a lot of time for Bandito to slowly feel his way inside the Uchiha clan land. He no longer dared to dive in with impunity. He wasn't sure if there were still any time-sealing spells inside the Uchiha clan. The two stood still, and Weasel smiled in relief as he watched the young Sasuke already have 2 hooked shuriken eyes. Sasuke's talent is really good. Looks like father has put a lot of effort into teaching Sasuke over the years. Sasuke opened his Sharingan eyes, jumped behind him, and began to run. There was no rush. The skunk stood still, looking at Sasuke, who was no longer as young as he was back then. He hadn't been with him all these years, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of disorientation. Sasuke felt much lighter than before after opening his Sharingan eyes and had much more control of his body. Seeing that the skunk didn't take himself seriously at all, Sasuke was slightly tainted in his heart. Even though he couldn't beat his brother, he still hoped that he would take him more seriously. Sasuke was suddenly lost in thought when he saw the skunk seize the opportunity straight away. Shoo shoo shoo. 5 rounds of shuriken flew out in no particular order. The skunk pulls out a bittersweet and chokes, knocked away one of the shuriken and ran towards Sasuke. The other 4 shuriken grazed the skunk's body and flew behind him. The corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted as he pulled on his hand, and it turned out that there was silk thread hanging from the top of the shuriken. The sword in his hand flew backward at a faster speed. Without turning back, the skunk lightly rolled over, his body stretching out, and his posture was graceful as he dodged the flying back shuriken. Sasuke calmly stared at the skunk's movements. His hands were already forming seals, anticipating the skunk's evasive position. Fire transportation. Fireball technique. A large fireball spat out of Sasuke's mouth. The skunk's sealing was faster. The same jutsu. Fire transportation. Fireball technique. Boom! The two fireballs collided. Sasuke knew that he was no match in terms of ninjutsu when the whole fireball exited. Right away, he used Chidori with the cover of the flames. A bird's chirp sounded, and blinding white lightning coalesced on his left hand. Sasuke ran with a burst of assists, a pair of sharpening will eyes rotating up and down in an effort to observe the skunk's reaction. But the skunk just stood, rendering all types of countermeasures Sasuke had anticipated useless. Sasuke wondered, remembering again the last time he had encountered that black and white man who had broken his Chidori in a single move. Between thoughts, Zo's assistant's upper movements slowed and lost their sharpness. The skunk reached out and grabbed Sasuke's left wrist and lifted it up. The Chidori in Zo's assistant was instantly useless. How can you look ahead in battle? The skunk reprimanded, shortened his body, and with the hand that held the bitterness, punched Sasuke in the chest. Sasuke took a few steps backward in pain. It was only when he looked up that he realized the skunk didn't even have his shuriken eyes on. While his mind was startled, the skunk had already put away his bittersweet. A kick comes at Sasuke. Bang! Sasuke crossed his arms and took the skunk's kick hard, knowing that his performance had displeased his brother. With that, his heart perked up, grabbing the skunk's leg with both hands and pulling it forward. Sasuke turned and swung his elbow. A vicious elbow strike hit like the skunk's side. The skunk lowered his arm to block Sasuke's elbow strike and lightly flipped over and leaped up, his hand catching Sasuke's shirt in the air. Whirling around in his hands, he threw Sasuke to the ground. Sasuke was thrown off his feet and fought back the dizziness just to get up. Shoo! A warning flare rose from the clanland, and the skunk's eyes glazed over, instantly dropping 2 rounds of bittersweet with uncanny speed, instantly pinning Sasuke to the ground. The skunk's eyes glazed over. Stay here, Sasuke. An instantaneous jutsu disappeared in front of Sasuke. Sasuke was filled with confusion. What was wrong? Where was his brother going? Another enemy? Seeing the fireworks ahead, Bandito's heart tightened for a moment. Discovered. The Uchiha used to be his backyard, but now he couldn't even get inside the clanlands. This time, Bandito learned his lesson, and without waiting for the flare to blow up, a vortex was born in midair and went straight into Shin Megami Tensei space. The flare flew into the air and exploded, but this time, the time-sealing spell was not activated, but the Uchiha clan was instantly under martial law again. This time the main perpetrator was Weasel, and he and Futsuki both executed it differently. The skunk sought out the security footage and came alone to where Bandito had last left. Nearby, another crow stood on a tree branch and chirped twice. The skunk mused for a moment, and in an instant, disappeared. Bandit was old and stayed in the god's mighty space and rested for half an hour. If it wasn't for the fear of Jedi being discovered, Bandito would have wanted to throw Jedi out to see if the Uchiha were chickening out again. Fatigue tactics? Jedi's low voice rang out. Bandito's expression was full of confidence. Even if the Uchiha is well prepared, I'll see how much material he can have to start a time-sealing spell. Ha 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 ha. Jedi sneered in his heart. Bandito calculated the time. The Uchiha outside were probably tossed around enough by him. Almost there. A vortex rose in front of Bandito. The fact that this node could open meant that the time-sealing spell outside had failed, or that the Uchiha didn't have a time-sealing spell at all anymore. The bandicoots burrowed back out from where they had just left. Didn't expect it, did I? I'm still coming out of it. Bandito was pleased with himself, and the vortex in the air hadn't disappeared yet. Amaterasu. A figure turned beside the tree next to him, and his scarlet Sharingan eye turned into a triangular windmill. Tears of blood flowed from his right eye. Dark flames instantly crawled all over Bandito's body. Amaterasu. The skunk pressed all of his pupil power the moment Amaterasu burned Bando. The black Amaterasu was like a napalm bomb exploding, and the black flames exploded directly. Bandito let out a cry of misery as he endured the excruciating pain and re-entered the Shin Megami Tensei space. The rest of his eyes but saw the figure of a skunk. What? Can. The skunk coughed several times. His face flushed, and hastily took the medicine from his body and swallowed it. After several breaths, it felt a little less uncomfortable. The pain in the right eye is also gradually decreasing. Weasel has dealt with Bandito before and knows that Bandito only materializes when he goes in and out of Shin Megami Tensei space. The opportunity to be able to attack is only this time. Based on experience, the skunk directly overdrew his pupil power and released Amaterasu. Let Bandito, in the future, never dare to enter the Uchiha's clan lands again. After the skunk recovered some, he took out a flare and fired it into the sky. Danger averted. Chapter 130, The Other Eye. The Jedi in Shin Megami Tensei space was getting bored waiting. Ever since Bandito had suffered a loss at the Uchiha's the other day, he had been trying to get back at it. He himself was used as a toolman and helped him scout the Uchiha's clan lands several times. In terms of scouting for information, no one could compare to a Jedi with the Mayfly technique. But Jedi's purpose is more than that. Knowing that the Uchiha side is a dragon's den, Jedi still lets Bandito go. The goal was to make Bandito realize the limitations of a single kaleidoscope. Of course, it would be nice if Bandito could make a big mess in Uchiha and get some spare Sharingan. Anyway, Bandit may not make a profit, but it's never ever a loss. I didn't expect that this time, not even 2 seconds after Band Earth went out. He actually screamed miserably and re-entered the god's mighty space, and with ominous black flames wrapped around his body, he howled miserably. In less than 3 seconds, Bandito was burned alive by the black flames. Jedi felt his scalp tingle. This black flame, isn't it Amaterasu? There was a flash of reality in mid-air, and Bandito reappeared next to him. Bandito ripped the mask off hard and slammed it to the side. His left Sharingan eye was ruined again. He used Izanagi once more. The skunk was actually in the clan. Skunk's pupil art is Amaterasu. Having been burned once by Amaterasu, Bandito had the feeling of being burned alive etched in his mind. I didn't expect to get burned a second time. Nikong belongs now is. Futsuki surprisingly recalled the skunk back to the clan immediately after his injury. The last time he saw the skunk, he suffered a great loss at the hands of the skunk's illusions. I didn't expect it to be worse this time, but I didn't even get a skunk's photo. So I ate a Amaterasu. Natsuki and Weasel's pupils. Why are they both equally both Amaterasu? Or was it sealed with transcription and copied? Bandito's first reaction was to transcribe the seal. After all, Natsuki and Weasel are not related by blood, and the chances of awakening the same pupil technique are too small. I just don't know if the real owner of the pupils is Natsuki or Weasel. A strong sense of unease suddenly arose in Bandito. The Uchiha clan completely studied his abilities through, not to mention that the kaleidoscope Sharingan are all restraining him. Natsuki's pupil art could devour space, and it was useless to hide in the divine might space. Though I don't know if Amaterasu is Natsuki's or Skunk's. Both can burn into him the moment he materializes. He was also threatened by the illusions of Weasel and Futsuki. In all these years, he had never had such a strong sense of crisis erupt. You were hit with Amaterasu? Although it was a question, Jedi's tone was full of certainty. Bandito clenched his fists, as if the pain of being burned was still fresh in his mind. One kaleidoscope is too limiting, isn't it? Jedi compelled. Bandito had always viewed the Sharingan eyes given to Kakashi as his last attachment to the world ever. Of course, the love affair between him and Kakashi couldn't be explained in a simple sentence or two. Even if he betrayed the world, he still stayed with Kakashi and each other at the end. In the original world, Bandito was careful not to give away his information from the start. He didn't leak information about the Nine Tails Rebellion, and only Weasel knows about him from the Uchiha extermination. Bandito could be said to have fooled the entire shinobi world by utilizing his Shin Megami Tensei Hitomi. Even lent his number to Kakashi to show off when he finally beat Kagayaheim. That's why it doesn't even matter if there was Kakashi's left eye in the early stages or not. And I wonder if he had some mental cleanliness in his heart or something. But not anymore. The Uchiha weren't exterminated. And there was even a freak like Natsuki. In the water country first, he dismantled the idea that he couldn't possibly be Uchiha. Another stab at his identity as the driving force behind the Nine Tails Rebellion right in the middle of the sparring match. Earlier, there was still some chance that Bandito had taken, but now it seemed that his own information had been leaked without him realizing it. The land of water is far away from this side, across the ocean, but no one knows for sure if there are spies from other villages over there. Or maybe the Misty Hiddens will come over later and bring the message out. Bandito even suspected that even his own identity would be guessed by Natsuki. Now you must improve your combat power or the Eye of the Moon program will not be completed. As for the Absolute, Bandito has always been on the defensive against Jedi because he wanted to leave Zahn behind and complete the Eye of the Moon program on his own. For now, though, it seems that the only way to retrieve Kakashi's left eye is to retrieve it. Kiba Village. By the Monument of Consolation, Kakashi placed a bouquet of flowers at Rin's grave. Cleaned Lin's grave. Kakashi always liked to stand in front of the tomb and mumble, sometimes staying here all day. Rin. 2 days ago someone attacked Kiba and almost took Naruto captive, and the Uchiha clan was attacked. Even Kiba will be attacked, so I guess it won't be peaceful from now on. Kakashi is a very sentimental man, but he's been losing his whole life. He lost his father at a young age, lost Bandit as a teenager, killed Rin with his own hands, and then lost his teacher and mentor a few years later. Kakashi was originally gifted, but after a series of blows, he closed his heart and became self-absorbed. Even though Kai often seeks out Kakashi to hold some sort of rivalry, allowing Kakashi to return to some semblance of normalcy on the surface, Kakashi's heart, however, remains depressed, and in his last life it was only after he died and Tsukumo Flagstaff crossed each other's paths that he truly let go. After his resurrection, he also slowly took on the appearance of the heir to the Hagi family, even to the point where he ended up sitting as the 6th Naruto. At this point Kakashi is a little better than his last life though because of Naruto, but the habit of hanging around the comfort monuments remained unchanged. Even the habit of talking to yourself continued for many years. If he hadn't revealed the time of Maelstrom Joshina's birth back then, it would have been a toss-up as to whether or not Bandito's attack on Konoha would have succeeded. But Kakashi doesn't know about all this. After all, this is all within the Konoha village. Who knows, there could be an undead one eavesdropping behind his back. Kakashi not only cleaned Rin's grave, but also Bandito's grave, and the 4th generation couple's grave. He would spend a large portion of his day doing this, and in the eyes of others, Kakashi was completely wasting his talent. But for Kakashi, it was the only way he could calm his mind. Even though he took a large amount of time each day to waste away, comparing to his peers, his strength was still steadily advancing forward. Aside from the fact that chakra was never enough because of the Sharingan, everything else was too much better than his peers. Without motivation, there is naturally no talk of effort. Not far behind Kakashi, Bandito, wearing a one-eyed vortex mask, was staring at Kakashi. For him, he was familiar with the various scrying jutsu and nodes of Kiba village, and coming to Kiba village was similar to strolling through his backyard, with no worries or burdens at all. Now that he had made up his mind, Bandito immediately found the tablet of solace. He knew that Kakashi would be here 9 times out of 10. Kakashi had recently felt that the sharpening wheel had been stirring, especially on the day that Kiba had been attacked, and the sharpening wheel had been agitated terribly. It was something that hadn't happened in all these years, and Kakashi was going to go to the hospital in Konoha today to have it checked out, or go to the Uchiha to ask why the Sharingan was having such problems. In the middle of his thoughts, Kakashi was unaware that a hand was slowly reaching for him. Chapter 131, Bandito vs. Kakashi, Kiba village. In front of the Monument of Consolation, Kakashi, in between thoughts, suddenly felt something was wrong. There was a fluctuation in the Sharingan, and Kakashi was instantly startled to realize that there was actually someone behind him, and the man's hand, it had been placed on his shoulder. Snap! Too late to react. A vortex formed in midair. Both Kakashi and Bandito were sucked into Shin Megami Tensei space. Shin Megami Tensei is otherworldly, in the sense that Bandit catches anyone time traveling. The target's body and soul are affected by the distorted space and fall into a state of rigor mortis. Over the years, Bandito has used this trick to catch people and it's been tried and true. Basically he runs into his opponent, then he wins. Unfortunately, today, Bandito lost count. The Shin Megami Tensei eye protects its owner when traveling through time and space, and Kakashi's left eye protects him as well. Kakashi briefly froze after being teleported to the other dimension and took out his bitter blade and countersliced to the back. In a moment of inattention, Bandito actually cut his arm. Kakashi jumped away violently, then surveyed the enemy across the room and the space around him. Looking at the costume of the person across from him, and the time-space jutsu, Kakashi's heart sank slightly. Who are you? What do you want to do? You're his accomplice. You're targeting Naruto. Jedi was beside Kakashi when he was brought in. The recognizability of Jedi's looks was very high, and Naruto had only told him about it before, so Kakashi recognized it instantly. Kakashi's heart sank. How many people died in the village during the Nine Tails rebellion back then? Even Sensei died that day. The murderer from that day was never found, but the chances of the visitor having space jutsu at times were high. This man knows time and space jutsu. Could he be the culprit behind the Nine Tails rebellion back then? At this point, the Jedi didn't even have time to use the mayfly technique to hide in the ground. Jedi said in a teasing tone. He was familiar with the Bandito capture process, but he didn't expect to meet one today that experienced time travel without stiffness. Bandito didn't say anything for a moment. Kakashi struggled to get a good look at the 4 directions in a short amount of time, trying to get the message out. Why does this masked man want to capture me? Or is he going to make some kind of move against the village? But Kakashi had observed the neighborhood all over and couldn't figure out where this place was. It doesn't even seem like it's on Earth, but rather like it's in an alien dimension. Bandito let out a soft laugh at this point. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Bandito charged straight at Kakashi, who stared blankly, pulling out the bitterness. His afterglow saw that the shadowy face didn't move in its place, and he let out a slight breath in his heart. Concentrate on the masked man in front of you. As Bandito rushed up, his hand swung back and condensed a black rod directly behind him. Kakashi discarded his distractions and charged straight up. Bing! Kakashi racked the black stick across the room with his hand. Instantly, he felt a huge surge of power. Kakashi couldn't take the strain and stepped back while parrying. Bandito attacked with punches and kicks, and his moves were very harsh. But in Kakashi's eyes, every move, every stance from the opposite side of the room was becoming more and more familiar to him. More and more familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Kakashi's Sharingan eyes rotated at high speed. accurately catching every step of his opponent's attack, but the other party's strength and speed were much stronger than his. All Kakashi could do was keep waving and keep backing up. Bang! Kakashi landed a punch, and a spinning kick from Bandito sent Kakashi tumbling to the ground. Bandito then rolled onto his back and plunged down with the black rod. The moment it was inserted into Kakashi, zip! Kakashi transformed into a thunder doppelganger with a bang and disappeared into thin air. And the lightning from the thunder fraction electrocuted Bandito directly, and Bandito grunted. At that moment the ground exploded and Kakashi's true form flew out, lightning bursting from his hands. Rachel! The thick stump flew out of Bandito's hand, and luckily for Bandito, his body was somewhat paralyzed from being electrocuted by the lightning doppelganger. Kakashi sidestepped his body narrowly, allowing the piercing kitsune to just graze his left arm. Who are you? Why do you know Kazuna? Kakashi had just thought that the opposite body looked familiar, gradually overlapping with the image in his mind. But then the other party suddenly used Kazuna, leaving Kakashi in a state of shock. As far as he knew, after the death of the first generation, only Tenzo and that yin-yang face knew Kazuna. How come the person in front of him also knew Kazuna? Bandito rolled over and jumped back, pulling away from Kakashi and not answering Kakashi's question. Bandito was bored. Just now he was just reminiscing about the contest he once had with Kakashi. I didn't realize that after all these years, Kakashi had barely grown. I don't know what all these years have done. Kakashi, you disappoint me too much. Since you're like this, there's not much point in keeping your eyes. He knows me. He wants Sharingan. Kakashi was shocked. Bandito made a quick seal. Kakashi's sharpening will eyes rotated and instantly saw that this was a fire escape seal. Kakashi also synchronized his seals. Naruto, Ho-Ho Fireball Jutsu, Earthen Evasion, Earthen Stream Wall. Bandito puffed out his chest and a huge fireball burst forth. Kakashi slapped the ground with both palms, and with a rumbling sound, a huge wall of earth rose from the ground, with a couple of fantastic dog heads on it. Boom! The wall of earth shattered in response, and it parted in all directions. Smoke and dust rose but Kakashi was gone. The corner of Bandito's mouth brought out a cold smile, and the black rod in his palm was directly flung out, aiming at the very stone slab that had blown up above the earth flow wall. Bang! Slate instantly changed back into Kakashi, who kicked the top of the black rod, which spun and flew to the side. Boom! The ground in front of Bandito suddenly exploded and a Kakashi snapped out. His expression condensed, and his hand once again condensed into a black rod piercing through. Bang! Kakashi suddenly turned into a lightning blast. It's the thunder split again. Zip! And Bandito was instantly paralyzed. In the distance, Kakashi was the real thing, and lightning blasted up in Raikiri. Kakashi rushed towards Bandito with lightning all the way. Bandito looked at Kakashi with cold eyes, and with a fluctuation of his kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes, the person instantly disappeared into Shin Megami Tensei space. Bandito appeared in front of the tablet of consolation for a moment. After moving slightly, the vortex opened again. Bandito, who had once again entered the Shin Megami Tensei space, appeared behind Kakashi. Kakashi hit the ground with a Raikiri in the position he was in before Bandito left and couldn't help but stagger his body. Behind him, Bando had lost interest in playing. He folded his hands together, and in an instant, countless roots twisted and broke through the ground to reach out. There was a roar on the ground as a branch turned into a large tree and rolled towards Kakashi. Kakashi was instantly bound by the branches. Kakashi struggled hard and found that he was tied up solidly, and no matter how hard he pushed, the trees didn't budge. Kakashi, are you going to attack Konoha again? Instead of caring about the village, why don't you care about yourself? Saying that, Bandito loosened his wrist while putting his hand towards Kakashi's left eye. My eyes, I've waited too long. Chapter 132, Twin Goddesses of Mighty Beltu. Noticing the enemy looking into his Sharingan eyes, Kakashi used all the chakra he had left. A wave penetrated from inside the Sharingan eye and slammed directly into Bandito's brain. Bandito's 5 senses twisted slightly before they were suppressed by his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Oh, still want to use illusions? Knock knock, knock knock. Kakashi could only feel his Sharingan eye pulsing hard. A resonating feeling appeared as it met the one right eye that was revealed in Bandu's. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Kakashi's mind. You've got Bandito's eyes. Kakashi stormed out, struggling frantically. The branches crunched as he pulled on them. Bandito's hand reaching for Kakashi stopped and looked at Kakashi's frantic struggling form. Coldly, he asked, how did you know? Kakashi struggled to no avail and looked at Bandito with some gasps. The look of a man who couldn't wait to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. Kakashi didn't answer Bandito's question, but instead asked back, where did you find Bandito's eyes? What did you do with Bandito's body? Bandito stood up. Is Bandito really that important to you? The tone was cold and horrible. Kakashi gasped. You wouldn't understand how important Bandito is to me. As Bandito listened, he slowly stood up straight as he covered his right eye. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The laughter gradually became maniacal. The voice was filled with pain, despair, and indignation. Bandito grabbed the mask and broke it violently. Kakashi, if I'm so important to you, then why did you break your promise to me? Kakashi froze violently, his brain like an explosion. That wrinkled face, that familiar other half. No, 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 no way. How could you possibly be Bandito? Kakashi's emotions rolled over, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why can't it be me? Bandito said in a hateful voice. Kakashi's head went blank as he suddenly remembered an even more terrifying suspicion. You did the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Ha 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 ha. There was actually a hint of pleasure in Bandito's heart when he saw Kakashi's demented look. So what if it is? Isn't Sensei great? Called the first Godspeed in the shinobi world. Then he didn't save Rin either. Nor did he save the village. Bandito laughed maniacally. Impossible. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Unwilling to accept this reality, Kakashi desperately operated his Sharingan, which spun wildly under Kakashi's prodding. Yet the whole scene has not changed in the slightest. Ah! Kakashi screamed miserably and fainted. Who? Looking at the fainted Kakashi, Bandito calmed down for a long time, his emotions gradually stabilizing. Jedi peeked out from the side. You actually exposed your identity like that? Reaching out, without the slightest hesitation, Bandito plunged his hand directly inside Kakashi's eye, removing his left eye. It doesn't matter. The Uchiha's identity can't be used anymore. So what does it matter who I am? As long as there are two Sharingan eyes, it doesn't matter if the identity is hidden or not. Jedi had just witnessed the whole thing from the sidelines. Probably, possibly, maybe you didn't hold back yourself? But Natsuki did before. Knew about the rebellion of the Nine Tails, and impersonating Uchiha Zan was also caught on the spot. It seems that Bandit can't use Zan's vest. Jedi also shrugged his shoulders and went by Bandit. Reaching into his own eyes, Bandito gouged out his previously blinded eyeballs and casually tossed them to the ground. Bandito took his left eye and shoved it right into the middle of his socket. Zip! A trail of blood immediately ran from the corner of his eye. The optic nerve quickly connected under the repair of Juma's cells, and Bandito slowly opened his left eye. Next to him, Jedi asked, "How's it going? How soon can you open the kaleidoscope?" Since Bandito's right eye was already a kaleidoscope, it would only take some time to open the left eye's kaleidoscope again. Bandito's left eye continued to change, and the three hooks of jade slowly rotated. It gradually turned into a kaleidoscope shuriken look with a triangle plus a curved hook. Bandito said in an inexplicable tone, "It's already a kaleidoscope. I didn't realize that this eye here in Kakashi was already a kaleidoscope." There were so many emotions mixed in with the Beltane's tone that Jedi couldn't understand it. Bandito opened his eyes and spread his hands wide. Sure enough, both eyes can see more clearly than a single eye, and his pupil power is constantly increasing. As Spot said, the Sharingan must have both eyes in order to utilize its true power. The ability of the left eye gradually surfaced in Bandito's mind. The left eye was also called Shin Megami Tensei, but with a different focus. The left eye does not need to be touched, and can twist, tear, or teleport any target within its field of vision inside of God's mighty space. One could unleash the divine might ability without having to get close, and with both eyes together, the duration of the vanishing has been extended, and Bandito's vanishing time can already exceed 10 minutes. It's a huge improvement over what it used to be. Feeling the gradually climbing pupil power, the corner of Bandito's mouth pulled out a smile. So, what's next? Both eyes of the kaleidoscope are open together. Both pupil arts are available. Unlocking the third power of the kaleidoscope, known as the power of God, Susanoo. A huge chakra coalesced and took shape as the greenish-blue Susanoo rose from the ground. Rumble! The Susanoo unfolded from the skeleton all the way up, growing flesh and blood and armor. The first time you open a Susanoo you can open it to the third stage. The height reached 100 meters. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Beltane laughed freely this time. The laughter was filled with a sense of relief that he finally had Sunagate here as well. A few moments later, Bandu's chakra was already low, and now that he was fully utilizing his Susanoo, his chakra was soon stretched to the limit. The greenish-blue Susanoo dissipated in the air, and feeling the growth of his pupil power, Bandito was confident that his Susanoo would be stronger in the future. It's just that he used to use his God's might ability and it didn't take much pupil power, but now that he has Susanoo, he realizes that it takes such a large amount of pupil power to turn on Susanoo. There was a burst of euphoria when he had just turned on his Susanoo, but now his eyes were aching. Jedi looked coldly at Bandit's huge Susanoo, and was a little uncertain if this was Bandit's limit. If it was Bandit's limit, then he could still control it. If not, things could get a little dicey. Jedi kicked Kakashi, who had passed out next to him. What's Kakashi going to do? Kill? Bandito's gaze was cold as he looked at Kakashi, who was lying on the ground. Kakashi betrayed his original promise. It would be too cheap to kill him just like that. I'm going to make him live in pain forever. I'm going to make him see the destruction of the shinobi world with his own eyes. I'll make him spend the rest of his life in remorse. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Jedi's mind twitched as he looked at Bandito, whose face was twisted in a maniacal grin. Uchihas, do they all have such twisted smiles? A vortex appears in front of the Monument of Consolation. Bandito appeared at his grave carrying Kakashi. The speed of entering and exiting the divine mighty space became faster than before. Bandito stroked his left eye. Sure enough, 2 eyes and 1 eye are 2 completely different concepts. With no one around, Bandito threw Kakashi to the ground. He took one more look at his and Lin's graves, disappeared in place. Chapter 133, Union's Intention. Konoha Village. The Monument. Kakashi just kept lying on the cold ground. Luckily, the Tablet of Solace is visited by a few people every day. Not long after, a villager who had come to pay his respects to a friend or relative found the unconscious Kakashi. As Kiba's #1 technician, Kakashi knew most of them and rushed them to the Kiba hospital. The third Naruto rushed over the first time he received the news. How's Kakashi? Why is he hurt? The doctor who treated Kakashi said, Kakashi's body shows signs of fighting with someone, and the Sharingan eye has been gouged out. The third generation heart tightened. Kakashi's sharpening will eye, in the beginning, but spent a large price, only from the Uchiha clan to exchange who the hell attacked Kakashi? And Kakashi, who is an elite shinobi, can't even send out a signal. The third generation grimaced. How long before Kakashi wakes up? The doctor shook his head. Kakashi has been mentally traumatized, and is presumed to have been hit by a phantasmagoria. It'll take at least 3 days before he wakes up. Any sign of a fight? Michio had a vague suspicion in his mind. The dark part next to him hurriedly replied. There weren't any traces of a fight. Kakashi was already in a state of serious injury when he was found. Time and space jutsu? Michio was experienced enough to instantly think that only a time-space jutsu could cause such a result. The first thing that came to his mind was whether or not the person who attacked Kakashi was related to the person who attacked Naruto earlier. The person who attacked Rinpoche before hadn't even been investigated yet. And now within the Konoha village, someone was actually attacked again. The third Naruto felt an immense headache. Can we block the news? The darkness whispered. Naruto-sama. Kakashi was discovered by ordinary villagers. The villagers didn't have a sense of secrecy, and the news has already gotten out. Naruto's eyes closed and he waved his hand, sending the dark side down. Cloud Hidden Village. Part of the Land of Thunder. One of the 5 most powerful hermit villages. It has a strange geography. All of the buildings are built on top of towering peaks that feel like they were built in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist all year round. The place always echoes with the deafening sound of thunder. The people of the village are mostly dark-skinned and specialize in swordplay and Raido, and ninjutsu is popular. Cloud Hidden Village's military strength has always been the strongest in the shinobi world, and technology is also very advanced and mostly used in war research and development. The daimyo of other countries are separated from their villages. However, the daimyo of the Land of Thunder lives in the village of Cloud Hidden, and often discusses important matters with the Raikage. As a village that started out as a martial arts school with a strong military, it can be very ambitious. During the Third Shinobi World War, Cloud Hidden took on Kiba and Iwaki respectively, and after the fight reached its later stages, Cloud Hidden tangled with Kiba off and on for a decade or two. At the end of the day, Kiba was able to drag Yanin to the point of begging for peace by virtue of the fact that the Land of Fire is so vast and rich in produce. It's at times like these that Cloud Cuculander is still thieving and plotting the kidnapping of Daisy. Although it was destroyed by Natsuki at that time, Cloud Crypt didn't suffer much damage. Since the last Daisy kidnapping, Cloud Crypt has been biding its time in recent years, and Kairabi in particular has been training much harder. For a clean slate, Yunin's Lei Shadow office building is considered to be the most luxurious of the 5 major ninja villages. The Lei Shadow building is built on the mountain, and its height is not comparable to other ninja villages. The upper levels are in a constant state of cloudiness, and at a glance you can just feel the towering clouds, which is very impressive. The current 4th generation Raikage, AI, was listening to the report. The person who reported had delicate and cold features, huge breasts and white skin, short yellowish hair, and a hot body. It was none other than Samui, who was no different in size compared to Tsunade. Another message has come in from that dark line in the Land of Fire. Am looked up, both eyebrows furrowed, a slight impatience in his dark face. It's that dark line from the Land of Fire again. Tell me about it, Samui said in a calm tone. The Uchiha were attacked and the patriarch, Futsuki, was seriously injured. M's thick fingers tapped the tabletop. This dark line in the Land of Fire was passed down many years ago when the last Raikage was around. The other party had been passing on some information for Raikage, making it convenient for Cloud Crypt to eat a lot of Konoha's teams on the battlefield, or to sneak around. The information was accurate every time, and Cloud Crypt had always trusted this dark line, even if this dark line never showed up and the asking price wasn't cheap. but Cloud Crypt suffered a big loss in the last kidnapping plan of the Hyuga family. Though with the Hinata clan's patrol map, after Union's people pinched the time to go in, the story developed, but it completely deviated from the predetermined direction. Uchiha Natsuki was suddenly killed halfway through, disrupting the entirety of Cloud Hidden's plans. Uchiha Natsuki even directly tore his face and directly moved. But here comes the more outrageous one. Cloud Kane didn't fight. Karabi, the eight-tailed human pillar force, actually didn't even take a single move from anyone else before he was stomped to the ground, unable to move like a bug. Uchiha Natsuki, a powerful kaleidoscope rider's eye, became famous in the shinobi world, waiting to use Karabi as a stepping stone. Karabi's injury is all a minor matter, but Cloud Cuculinder's political plan falls through, losing the initiative in post-war negotiations and losing a large amount of supplies. Moreover, Cloud Crypt's face was considered a big loss, and he was beaten up instead of being able to count. So again, receiving news of that dark line again, M's first reaction was one of annoyance and impatience. What about news of our own people? Samui nodded. The information we received today. The Uchiha clan was indeed attacked last week, and after the attack, Uchiha Futsuki never showed his face again. The possibility of injury is high. The latest information is that a day ago, Flagwood Kakashi was attacked in the village and lost his Sharingan. M sat up straight. It's normal for the 5 major ninja villages to infiltrate each other. After all, there are so many people in the villages. You have to screen them one by one. That's quite difficult. Of course, if you're going to sit in a high position, a background check is indispensable. The layers of ordinary villagers could usually only gather information that everyone knew. Combined with other intelligence, there are times when it can make a difference. However, this piece of information today was a real surprise to AI. Kakashi was actually attacked inside the village and had his Sharingan eye gouged out. There's just a lot of information in there. What kind of person can attack an elite shinobi inside the village? Either they are familiar with the defense routes of Konoha village or they know time and space ninjutsu, or all of the above. Kakashi's Sharingan eyes can be a bit more famous than Uchiha's. Kakashi has been much more active than Uchiha in the past few years. Ever since the skunk took a portion of his clan out to the Sonic Village, the missions he has taken have basically bypassed the Fire Country, and there are very few local Kiba village Uchiha doing quests. Kakashi, on the other hand, has a nimble mind and good hands, and is already considered to be one of the great generals under the third Naruto. I didn't expect to be hit so hard. What are your plans, Reikage-sama? Seeing M's look of interest, Sammy asked. It's been a good few years for the Land of Thunder to make a move. I thought for a moment and then remembered Uchiha Natsuki. First, investigate where Uchiha Natsuki's trail is. The rest, afterward. Chapter 134, Tsunade the Gambler. The Land of Iron. Natsuki, who had just finished soaking in the hot springs, began summoning the psychic beasts to check the news. After learning that the skunk had gone back to the clan, Natsuki was still comfortable with the clans, finally lulling Tsunade into a limp and taking a break after 2 days of traveling. I didn't realize that in such a short time, something had happened again on Kiba's side. First, there's the second coming of Bandito, caught by the skunk, immediately after that Kakashi was attacked. Needless to say, Natsuki's first thought was that it must have been Bandicoot who did it. As far as Kiba was concerned, this place was familiar to Bandito as if it were his own backyard. The various seal detection spell nodes are well known where they are, as well as the Jedi's detection, which is also unbeatable. It's still pretty easy for a Bandito to try to really take someone away. It was only Kakashi's eyes that were suddenly put away by the Bandito that surprised Natsuki a bit. He wondered if it was because of the successive losses that Bandito had suffered at the hands of the Uchiha that he had no choice but to take his eyes back. After all, Natsuki was in the water country at the time, and there were so many onlookers that Zeb's vest fell off before he could use it. According to the timeline, Bandito hadn't appeared in front of the other members of Dawn at this point. Then after that, there was even less of a way for him to impersonate an Uchiha. Natsuki even went straight for the jugular at Nagato, and covered all the bases of Bandito. The original storyline was because Nagato was dead and Bandito pulled Zeb's banner. It was only then that the members of the Dawn organization were snubbed under his command, and now I'm afraid it won't be so easy. After all, Kakuto Scorpion was beaten and subdued by Nagato and Minami. It just means that the Land of Water is so far away from the Land of Fire that no news has come through yet. Unfortunately, it wasn't appropriate for Natsuki to turn the tables on the Konoha village when he left, so he didn't retrieve Kakashi's left eye, but now he's letting Bringa make the first move. Natsumi was just a little surprised, but not too nervous, when Bandito took back his Shin Megami eyes. Even if Bandito got back his other Shin Megami Tensei eye, he wouldn't be as invincible as he was at the end of the previous 4 battles. That was after he had become the 10-tailed human pillar power, after he had already achieved the 6 paths body, and after he had fully improved in every aspect. After all, Weasel and Stopper are both alive now, and the Uchiha clan is all over. He had been scorned by Nagato before because of his mysterious abilities, and now that Nagato knew more about him, he would probably be even more guarded against Bandu. Since Bandito had taken Kakashi's eyes back, why not just expose Bandito this time? The Uchiha has already broken away from Konoha, so the black pot from before has to be taken off to make it easier to support Orochimaru afterward. Then first, where did Tsunade go? Natsuki arrived at Tsunade's place, but there was only one Shizun in the room, and the mute is still not quite right. Shizun, all sore and limp, said, Tsunade-sama went out. She wouldn't let me follow. Where's the money for you guys? Natsuki's heart thumped. Tsunade wouldn't let Shizun follow, so I'm afraid she didn't go gambling again. Shizun cried. It was all taken by Tsunade-sama. Natsuki. 6. Really bad gamblers honestly. Natsuki opened the window and jumped right out. Tsunade was holding a whopping $60 million. What would happen to the Uchiha medical team training if they all lost it? Although Natsuki was rich, it wasn't like he was an ingrate. Luckily there's only one gambling house on this street. Natsuki recognized the direction and headed towards the casino. Da-da-da-da. Tiny. Inside the brightly lit casino, a lot of people were gathered around a gambling table. Tsunade sat down at the table, holding a bottle of wine in one hand and pushing 100,000 in chips into the large area with the other. This one must be big. She's betting against someone else. There was a large crowd of gamblers gathered around. Many people looked at Tsunade with glowing eyes, as if they were seeing some rare treasure. I just don't believe it. After Tsunami's hand finished betting, the gambler across the table hastily put down the corresponding chips inside the small as well. Hiccup, you people have no vision. It's been 5 smalls in a row. This one must be a big. Tsunade's mouth was full of alcohol and her mouth was confused. The casino man then quickly shook the sieve cup and slapped it on top. Buy it and leave it. 1, 2, 3, 6 point small. There's no mistaking it. Small again. Tsunade slammed the table angrily. The gamblers next to him have exposed a deafening clamor. Wow. Awesome. 27 wrong in a row. Is this the legendary big fat goat? Just bet against him and there's no worry about winning. Whose turn is it next? Tsunade had been losing money ever since she'd arrived tonight. She'd bet 27 times in a row, and not once had she gotten it right. After someone recognized him, there wasn't even a sitter left. And no matter what Tsunade bet on, there was always someone betting on the opposite. The person sitting in the bank has lost even his pants, and as a result, he has now switched to betting against people. The casino guy just shakes the dice and the draw is done. Tsunade was very annoyed to see another output of money. Next hand. I'll win the next hand for sure. Wait until another gambler is on the table. Tsunade picked up a few more piles of money, about 300,000 Rio, and was ready to bet. A hand reached out from the side and instantly fished the money out of Tsunade's hand. Tsunade instantly exploded. Who dares to rob me? Tsunade turned her head angrily. She saw Natsuki looking at her with a grim face. Ahahaha, ahahaha. Tsunade's anger instantly subsided. The opposite side is the Golden Master. Natsuki, what are you doing here? Natsuki's face was gloomy. This lousy gambler. Really? When he had money, he even took it to the casino to give it away. Where's the money? Tsunade looked embarrassed. Even though Natsuki had paid her in advance, and the money was theoretically hers, but Tsunade always felt weak. Hey, still betting or not? The gambler next to him coaxed. Natsuki saw that next to Tsunade's seat, she still had her case with money in it. One dragged it over. Tsunade winced. Trying to guard it didn't work. This box was filled with $40 million, and when I opened it, it was already 20% less. Natsuki's face darkened as she took the money and headed outside. I'll keep the money for now. Tsunade while running after Natsuki. Natsuki, you wait for me. You let me finish betting this hand first. Natsuki slowed down. Back at the inn, Natsuki sat grimly across from Tsunade, who looked too sardonic to speak. Tsunade-sama, you've only been out for a short time and you've lost over $8 million. Do you think money comes from the wind? Natsuki's head was really big. He knew Tsunade was a good gambler, but he didn't think it was good to this extent. I just got the money not 2 days before I started building. In order for Shizun not to block it, drug Shizun directly. If Natsuki hadn't had something to go to Tsunade, Tsunade was afraid that in one night, she would have lost all the money in a suitcase. Tsunade was rather embarrassed. Well, that money wasn't paid to me in advance. Natsuki was really pissed off. Paying you in advance is trusting you. Is this how you repay me? You haven't even done your job and you're ready to lose half your money, aren't you? Tsunade blushed in embarrassment. That's not bad luck. I'm sure I won't keep losing. I'll win it back next hand. Dry. Natsuki was really speechless. It was really impossible to communicate with this kind of lousy gambler. This kind of logic above is just not the same at all with ordinary people. Forget it. This kind of lousy gambler. Tell her. Write a letter for me about the Nine Tails Rebellion. I have something I need to get back to Konoha right away. Kakashi was attacked and his eyes were gouged out. So you and Shizune shouldn't be delayed on the way. Natsuki wasn't going to talk to Tsunade much longer. After speaking to Tsunade, another $2 million was taken out from inside the money box and given to Shizune. Shizune, take this money. You've been taking care of Tsunade-sama's upkeep. If this money is taken by Tsunade, you'll all be drinking. As for the rest of the money, Natsuki carried the box in her hands. I need to return to the clan early, so I won't be going with you. I'll pay the money in installments when Tsunade-sama arrives. Tsunade was still surprised that Kakashi's eyes were being snapped when Natsuki was actually carrying the money to go. Hey, Natsuki, save some more for us. Tsunade followed Natsuki out. Natsuki ignored Tsunade and went back to her room, closing the door heavily behind her. Tsunade instantly got a shut-eye. Suddenly the door opened again and Natsuki poked her head out and said, "The letter is coming to me right away." Bang! The door closed again, leaving Tsunade with an embarrassed look on her face. She turned her head to look at the money Shizune was clutching in her hand, rubbing his hands together. Mute! Shizune immediately clutched the money tightly in her arms. Tsunade-sama, we can't go gambling. We've run out of money. Chapter 135, Natsuki's Return. The border of the Land of Fire. Bandito and Jedi emerged from inside the Shin Megami Tensei space. Why don't you go on to take revenge on the Uchiha? Never asked. Bandito squeezed his hand. My kaleidoscope is now complete, and I need time to take control of the Suzaku. The Uchiha don't know how much they're ready yet, and I'm not going to take any chances. The speed at which Bandito's pupil power had grown recently was beyond Jedi's expectations, and it seems that Bandit has changed quite a bit. He was already cautious before, and now that he doesn't have Zeb's vest, Bandit is even more cautious. Actually, on the right side of your body, you can also have a Sharingan eye transplanted. That would be safer. What Jedi means by that is to transplant the Sharingan eyes to the body, just like Junzo did. Wouldn't it be safer that way if you had Izanagi again and could turn on the Susanoo? Bandito faded. I don't want to see those eyes of the clan. Bandito, despite having half of his body remodeled, has stuck to the idea of personhood over the years. It would make him feel like he was still a living, breathing human being and not a vengeful demon. That's why even with the technology, Bandito only had a Sharingan eye in his left eye for so many years. Aside from the fact that it's faster to unleash Izanagi inside the eye sockets, it's because you don't want to become inhuman. After all, those eyeballs had been inside a petri dish, soaking for who knows how many years. After a few days of experimentation, Bandito had tried it out. It was not possible to use Shin Megami Tensei to penetrate while the Susanoo was turned on, and the body's arrival in an alien dimension would cut off the supply of power to the Susanoo, unless his pupil power was strong enough to perform divine penetration on the entire Suzaku. But this didn't matter to Bando, because he was trying to use his Susanoo where it mattered. Nothing else. I just think that Susanoo is too much pupil power and chakra. It used to be that it was only when Bringer used his Shin Megami Tensei for time travel that he used up his pupil power every day, but it could all be restored back by the Yugo cells. That's why after all these years of use, Bandito's eyesight hasn't declined, but not Susanoha's. Susanoo used out will cost a lot of pupil power and chakra. Pupil power above the consumption, not at all column cell. A short period of time can be restored over, especially after reaching the third rank of Susanoo. Bandito's Susanoo's exclusive skill, Shin Megami Tensei. A few shots could drain his pupil power, so at this stage, Bandito can't act recklessly yet. Repeated defeats at the hands of the Uchiha 5 times had made Bandito cautious. The first thing he did after obtaining the god's mighty left eye was not to go to the Uchiha to retaliate, but to prepare to live in silence and continue to improve before coming back to retaliate. With Kakashi's injury, Kiba is more guarded and has switched the nodes and frequencies of the defense boundaries. All those preparations I made before are useless. As for the Uchiha clan, after the skunk came back, I always felt that they had something else up their sleeve. Once I've familiarized myself with the use of my Sharingan eyes, I'll start capturing tailed beasts straight away. Completing the Eye of the Moon project is the most important thing. The vision of the Eye of the Moon program was even stronger now that Bandito was tired of this awful world. Kiba Village, Kiba Hospital. Kakashi, who had been in a coma for 4 days, finally awoke in the middle of the night. The first time the third Naruto received the news, he came to the hospital for a visit. Kakashi was sitting on the bed when the third Naruto arrived, letting the doctor examine him. Gauze was wrapped around Kakashi's head several times, wrapping his left eye tightly. The one open eye was full of emptiness inside. The doctor came to Michio and said, "Naruto-sama, Kakashi's spirit has been severely stimulated. It's possible that he's been hit by an illusion. If you're going to ask questions, be careful not to irritate him." The third Naruto nodded in understanding. Kakashi. Michio sat down on the edge of the bed and called out to Kakashi, but Kakashi slowly turned his head around after a full 3 seconds. "Sanjo-sama." Kakashi's eyes closed for a moment and then slowly opened again, some focus seeming to return within them. Kakashi, who attacked you? The third generation could see that Kakashi was in really bad shape, so he could only make a long story short. The image in Kakashi's mind of Bandito breaking off the mask flashed through his mind over and over again. His eyes instantly widened, and then he began to slowly shake his head. No, it's not. It won't be. That's an illusion. That masked man. Kakashi's tone grew clearer from a murmur. It was the masked man. It was the masked man who attacked me. Michio frowned. What masked man? Kakashi's head was confused for another split second. That man wears a mask. He has time-space jutsu. He took me to an alien dimension. And he knows Kitsune. Then Kakashi said as if murmuring, the Nine-Tailed Rebellion. The Nine-Tailed Rebellion was his doing as well. The rebellion of the Nine Tails. Michio's eyes widened. Wasn't the Nine-Tailed Rebellion done by the Uchiha clan? And a Kitsune. Why is there another Kazuna? The third generation's headache was beyond compare, not realizing that Kakashi had brought him such a big surprise. The murderer of the Nine Tails Rebellion alone is shocking enough. I didn't realize that this man knew Kitsune. In the past, Kiba invested so much manpower and resources could not replicate the Kazuna. And there was only one Tenzu after so many people died. Now that's a good thing. Attacking Naruto in Yang Face 1. This pops up another. The shadowy face Naruto described that day was with him as well. And I suspect that the person who attacked the Uchiha that day was also this masked man. That person. It surely wasn't you. Was it? Bandito. After self-hypnotizing and convincing himself, Kakashi began to tell the third Naruto in full, before and after his attack. At this very moment, inside the Uchiha clanland, Weasel, Sasuke, the fourth elder, Yohei, and Kame all came under the summoning high platform. Tomoyuki is recuperating inside the house because of his eye injury. Iori didn't get stage fright even when so many people were staring at her. Summoning the raven to the top of the summoning array, he bit his fingers and made a seal with both hands. Reverse psionics. Ah, ah, as the crow chirps. Iori slapped her palm onto the ground, and the summoning spell on the ground instantly lit up. Bang! The smoke cleared and it was Natsuki, who had been gone for years, who was summoned back. As soon as Natsuki was pulled back, she saw so many people with fiery eyes looking at her. Yo, it's so late, they all came to pick me up. Natsuki laughed and rolled over to jump off the high platform. Seniors, Deputy Patriarch, Captain, Your Honor, a bunch of people next to each other, each shouting. It's very lively. Natsuki nodded at a few of the adults after he went down, then came over to Kamine and Sasuke. Not bad, Chiming. I didn't really think you had it in you. Natsuki patted Chiming's shoulder. Come see me tomorrow for a con. Natsuki turned her head and looked at Sasuke, whose face had faded and had become a small handsome man. Little Sasuke, did you miss me? With that, he reached out and rubbed Sasuke's hair, messing it up. Hey, teacher. Sasuke squirmed around in great embarrassment, but he couldn't avoid Natsuki's hand either. In the end, he could only let Natsuki rub it into a messy chicken nest. All he could do in the end was puff his mouth into a bun to show his displeasure. How's Naruto doing these days? Who's losing and who's winning the matches between you guys? Under Natsuki's arrangement, Sasuke and Naruto were supposed to practice together every day. Sasuke managed to fix his hair and sniffed a little unhappily. I haven't seen Naruto since the last time he and I were attacked. At the mention of the match, inside Sasuke's mind he remembered if Naruto had let go in the match with himself earlier. There was also the last match with his brother. As long as his brother was serious, he didn't even have the room to fight back. A bad guy invades the Uchiha, or brother goes to set it right. Thinking about this, Sasuke sulked a bit for a moment. Natsuki didn't know about these twists and turns in Sasuke's mind. He just saw Sasuke moping a bit. With that, he unclipped the Kusanagi sword he had with him and tossed it to Sasuke. Take this. It's a gift that sensei promised you. Sasuke raised his head and somewhat fumbled to catch the Kusanagi sword that Natsuki threw at him. Senpai, isn't it a bit early to let Sasuke learn swordplay at this time? The skunk naturally recognized Natsuki's saber. This is a fine sword, said to be in Lord Orochimaru's collection. Natsuki waved her hand. You were killing people on the battlefield when you were Sasuke's age. Learn early and become proficient. The skunk said no more. Sasuke fell in love with the sword the first time he saw it. He played with it somewhat lovingly for a couple of moments, then pulled it out. The sword's body was clear and bright, and a cold light shone out. Thank you, teacher. That's why kids are just so easy to coax. And Sasuke instantly put a smile on his face. Chapter 136, Night Talk on Three Generations. Uchiha Clan Land. After exchanging pleasantries with several people, Natsuki came inside Tomoyuki's bedroom. Futsuki sat on the bed. His eyes were open, but his irises were gray and he didn't know how much vision he had left. Natsuki walked in and Tomoyuki looked over at the sound. Is that Natsuki? Futsuki asked. He could only see an outline now, but not much else, but he figured it would be Natsuki. What's with the mess? Matriarch. Natsuki smirked, her tone relaxed. not feeling sorry for Futsuki in the slightest. Futsuki also relaxed with a smile. I was going to leave Bandito behind, but I didn't think I'd end up letting him get away. Natsuki shook his head. Bandito had caused the Uchiha clan so much harm. If it wasn't for his own meddling, they would all be extinct by now. Naturally, Futsuki didn't want to let go of Bandito, but Futsuki didn't seek him out for consultation and smothered him with his voice. I heard that Futsuki ended up fighting Hitomi against Bandu and fought to the death. Look at Tomoyuki's eyes, they're basically ruined. On the Bandito side, the skin is very strong because of the stigma cells. It's probably all recovered by now. And now the eyes on Kakashi were put back. I guess it's a huge power boost now. Natsuki came back early and was also worried that Bandit would make a comeback. It's all set up for you to set up a summoning array. Why don't you recall me? Or Skunk and Stopper as well? Natsuki didn't mean to blame. She just wanted to hear Tomoyuki's thoughts. Futsuki sighed. Weasel and Stopper are too young. I'm worried about accidents. As for not summoning you, Futsuki paused for a moment. I have not contributed much to the clan, but on the contrary, it is you who has been working for the development of the clan. After seeing the future picture, I feel very inadequate and grateful. Now that I'm ready to give my eyes to the skunk, I have no regrets. I thought I was prepared enough, so I just turned on the time sealing spell, and there was no way for the time sealing spell to activate without being psychic. I didn't realize that Bandit's Kazuna was so strong, and suddenly I lost a lot of manpower. After the time sealing spell ended, it wasn't expected that he had help. Then I passed out and the enemy retreated without recalling you. Tomoyuki slowly explained these words to Natsuki. All are Uchiha clansmen, all work for a strong Uchiha. Don't get ahead of yourself. You led the Uchiha and didn't endure any great losses. Don't say anything about regrets. Weasel isn't married yet, and Sasuke isn't old enough. It'll have to be a long time from now. You haven't seen the Uchiha become the strongest power yet. Natsuki consoled Futsuki twice, though it was true that Futsuki hadn't been very good at being the patriarch all these years. But with his interference, the Uchiha clan was still around, and Tomoyuki didn't have to beat himself up so much at all. Tomoyuki had gotten into this situation because he didn't want Weasel and Stopper to take risks, and also underestimated Bandito. No one was perfect, and it was understandable that Fuyue would have such thoughts. It didn't matter what happened. The clan didn't have much to lose anyway, but exposing the time-sealing spell is a big killer. Tomoyuki's heart warmed as he listened to Natsuki's words. Natsuki teased, "You're squandering your pupil power now." Futsuki took it in stride. "It doesn't matter. I've already decided to leave my eyes to the skunk anyway." Natsuki opened her Sharingan eyes and peered into Tomoyuki's eyes. "You overdraft too hard before. Now you need to recuperate for a while. It doesn't matter. Since you're back, take the pupil power left behind by the transcription seal as well," Futsuki said. Right now, Tomoyuki could still see an outline because of Natsuki's pupil power still lingering in his eyes. If Natsuki removed his pupil power, Tomoyuki wouldn't be able to see it at all. That's fine. Since Futsuki had planned this earlier, Natsuki wasn't polite with Futsuki. Now was the time when the family needed him, and it didn't matter if Fuyue could see it now. Futsuki's blindness is a given, and he needs to nurse his eyes back to health. Once the body has returned and the skunk's condition is met, the eternal kaleidoscope fusion will take place. If one's pupils were in Futsuki's eyes, it would be a disturbance and a burden to Futsuki's kaleidoscope cultivation. After Natsuki split the pupil power, he realized that after splitting the pupil power, it was not at all as simple as splitting out a part of it and the eternal eye could be restored. Rather, the upper limit of pupil power is also constrained. Natsuki reached out and pressed her hand on top of Futsuki's eyes, and a familiar pupil power slowly diffused out. His hand pulled back and this invisible pupil power came out with the jutsu in Natsuki's hand. Natsuki flicked his eyes a little. The technique surged, and this pupil power slowly entered his eyes. Instantly the eyes were cool, and after the pupil power had been replenished, the entire eye was different. But now was not the time to think about that. After the pupil power of the transcription seal had been drawn out, the irises of Tomoyuki's eyes darkened completely. How are the eyes now? Matriarch? Tomoyuki opened his dark eyes and looked around. With a bemused look on his face, he said, "It's pitch black now. Is this what blindness feels like? It's going to be hard on the matriarch for a while. The weasel is not in a physical condition to fuse your eyes right now." Natsuki spoke up. Fuyue waved his hand indifferently. "It's fine. It's just as well that you're back. The position of the clan leader. It's all yours." Natsuki had agreed to this before he left, but now that Bandito had gotten back his Shin Megami Tensei left eye, the threat was even greater afterward. It's time to bring some of these programs up to speed. "No problem, but I'll need to make a big deal out of taking over as clan leader." Futsuki sidled his ears in some confusion. "Aren't you the one who dislikes this kind of trouble the most?" Natsuki said helplessly. "I really don't like it, but with Bandito getting his eyes back on his side, We need to be more proactive and clean up Tushu, who's always working against us. Pull the nail out of the coffin of Junzo so that we can trade benefits with Mashiro. Futsuki frowned. This Tuzo had started targeting them many years ago, having been relieved of his position and resurrected. It's because the third Naruto protects him, and the third Naruto can even put up with the fact that Guzu assassinated him. It's even less likely that an outsider would be able to completely nail Tuzu. It's not going to be easy to take care of Suza. Of course Natsuki knew that the third Naruto had harbored and connived at Tuzo, but the third was far from being as simple as he thought. It's pretty obvious from the time Tomoichi takes over as clan leader to the time he's killed by a skunk that he's not much of a political mind. But if Fuyue had been smarter, he wouldn't have let his entire clan be slaughtered and himself die at the hands of his good oldest son. That was why Futake's knowledge of the third Naruto and Junzo was still on the surface. Now that Natsuki had built up enough capital for the Uchiha, it was only natural that he would now begin to make his mark. Natsuki felt that it was necessary to analyze Miyabi to Tomoichi, also increase some of Tomoichi's political literacy. How can you be completely alone? You can't rest either. Tomoyuki, Futsuki, your knowledge of the third generation is too shallow. Fuyue is his own people know his own business, basically belongs to the politics above the 7 know-how. 6 know-how, 1 knows nothing. That's why he's been following Natsuki's guidelines. And now that Natsuki's back he's also anxious to lose the patriarch to Natsuki. It's because the job of patriarch is one that Natsuki really does better than he does. Listening to Natsuki's words, it seemed like he wanted to analyze what the third Naruto meant. Tomoyuki showed a listening expression. Natsuki cleared his throat. In the early stages of his reign, the third generation, and the two of them, one civil and one military, suppressed the great clans, suppressing each of the powerful clans one by one and greatly enhancing the centralization of power in the Naruto lineage. Tomoyuki nodded. Indeed, when the third generation first took office, there were still many clans within the shinobi village that were powerful, especially the Senju clan. The first generation and the second generation were both from the Senju clan, leaving behind a huge fortune and political assets. If it were not for the accidental death of Kagemusha and the young age of the heir to the Chiken clan, the position of the third Naruto would not have fallen into the hands of Saratobi Hizuru at all. Natsuki continued. Although there are a lot of things that Mashiro can leave to Junzo that he is not comfortable doing, this also indulges Junzo's power. Of course, the third generation had selfishness, and while suppressing the other clans, they also tilted some resources to their own. Junzo did it differently than the third generation. He gave the Shimura family some blank checks on the one hand and sucked the blood out of the Shimura family while tilting all the resources to his own organization. The result of this is that all of the die-hard loyalists within the forces of Junzo are far more loyal to Junzo than they are to the village. The Tuanzo, whose power has swelled, has become more unscrupulous in what he does, and during the period when he was suppressing the family, there were some accidents. For example, the suicide of Tsukumo Flagstaff. Tomoyuki was taken aback. Flagwood Tsukumo was the Black Hand of Tuanzu? Didn't he commit suicide? Natsuki waved his hand. The Flagstaff family is a samurai family that evolved, and the family values honor. Is it possible that Michio doesn't know how public opinion can hurt the Flagstaff family? How did the rumors spread out there? It wasn't the work of the Roots of Reunion. Would the third generation be unaware of such a large rumor spreading in the village? It's obvious that Junzo's behavior was tacitly approved by the third generation. Futsuki frowned. Didn't the death of Tsukumo Hagi weaken Kiba? What Fuyue said was not unreasonable. You know, during the Second Shinobi World War period, a short sword to kill the San Hidden was fearful, killed Scorpion's parents outright, setting the stage for the Third Shinobi World War. Natsuki let out a light laugh. No one is perfect. How could the third Naruto expect everything? He was just trying to suppress Flagwood Sakuma at that time. He wouldn't even think that Flagwood Sakuma would just kill himself. Chapter 137 Night Talk Under the Three Generations. The third Naruto has been preparing for his own succession matters from a very early stage, and the task of suppressing the clan he gave to Junzo to do. Instead, he's fostered the development of ninja without family backgrounds mainly. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and later on, Mizumon. Tomoyuki couldn't help but ask. Then Tsunade? Natsuki said, accepting the apprentice Tsunade that was a hopeless situation. After all, you 3 generations of Naruto are going to accept the apprentice. Tsunade is the granddaughter of his own teacher. It is impossible not to accept it. Tomoyuki nodded in agreement. In the middle of the third generation's reign, all of the third generation's objectives were achieved. Although neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya were fit to be Naruto, under the transmission of his will of fire, Jiraiya's disciple, Namake's Mizukado, became the successor to the will of fire. At the time of Mizukado's rise to power, everything was still under the control of the third generation. After all, Mizukado has no family background and has a human pillar wife. At a time when neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya are fit to be Naruto, Namikaze Suikoto is undoubtedly the best candidate. Mizukato had just taken the throne, and the fact that the third generation didn't disband his own Dark Division while allowing Mizukato to establish a Dark Division subordinate to the fourth Naruto's, but instead kept a firm grip on his own, means that he didn't completely decentralize his power, but by unleashing the Nine-Tail Rebellion, Bandito directly disrupted all of the calculations of the third Naruto. This is also a key point in Kiba's transition from prosperity to decline, and in our Uchiha's growing hardships. Aha! A humming sound came from Fuyua's mouth. The Nine-Tail Rebellion was undoubtedly the most important event that pushed the Uchiha clan into the abyss. The political maneuvering used by the second-generation Kagemusha back then was quite brilliant, setting up a police department and delegating it to our clan with full authority. It is a supreme honor unique to all clans, but its true purpose is to forever marginalize us Uchiha clan by excluding us from the Konoha hierarchy. Futsuki sighed. Indeed, back then, when second generation ordered the formation of the police force, our entire clan was honored with it. Yet, I did not realize that it was a ploy. Natsuki laughed. This approach completely balances the vanity of the Uchiha with the overall interests of the Konoha. The purpose of the Kagemono is to let us Uchiha revel in our honor and slowly dismantle our Uchiha's power. If it weren't for the suddenness of Kakuma's death, our Uchiha clan would have died out long ago, with the pattern of the Sanjo and Junzo not having a casement in the first place, and then the Nine-Tail Rebellion. The suppression of our Uchiha became even more blatant. Tomoyuki had obediently followed Tuanzo's orders to cover the retreat of non-combatants during the Nine-Tails Rebellion to avoid suspicion in the first place. But from many of the villagers, it became clear that the Uchiha clan did not participate in the battle. Junzo even moved the Uchiha clan to the outermost part of the village, and set the stage for the rebellion that followed. Natsuki smacked her lips and took a sip of tea to moisten her throat, bringing the conversation back to Mishio. Although Mashiro's defamiliarization has been successful, the Nine-Tails Rebellion, the deaths of a large number of elites, his greatest supporter, Mizukato, and the death of the adult pillar force, Gyoshinna, have taken everything out of Mashiro's hands. The third Naruto was faced with internal and external difficulties, and at this point in time, Juanzo once again proposed that Orochimaru take over as the fifth Naruto. Gumiho worked with Orochimaru when he chose the fourth Naruto, so the third generation vetoed it outright. The reason it was vetoed by the third Naruto was because Orochimaru wouldn't be under his control at all, and would even fall to the side of Junzo. At this point in time, Gumihara was no longer an aide to the third Naruto, but had become a political enemy of the third. That's why the third Naruto came back out to take over the dark sections established by the fourth generation, along with his own handful of dark sections, to put everything down. Futsuki frowned and thought, that Orochimaru's defection? Natsuki hemmed and hawed. Is it possible that Mishio didn't know about the various forbidden experiments for Orochimaru back then? The third generation knew all about it. It's just that the third generation needed Orochimaru's power, just as Orochimaru contributed to the small-scale test of Iwakuma after the fourth generation's death. But the third generation didn't expect it, and when Junzo saw that he still wouldn't give up his power after the fourth generation's death, he started digging into him, on top of the forbidden experiments on the human body, constantly adding to it, coveting the power of the Kitsune, while at the same time tying Orochimaru to his chariot completely. When Mishio found out, Orochimaru went straight to defect. Because of his personality, Orochimaru didn't explain himself, and with the deliberate planting of the story by Guzu, Mishio has been ready to give up on Orochimaru ever since. And to what extent the cooperation between Gumiho and Orochimaru reached, Miyabi does not know. But Gumiho by this time was already sitting in the position of Naruto's auxiliary and holding an unknown number of roots in his hands. It was only in order to maintain the stability of Konoha village that the third generation began to tolerate Tuzo. At this point, the three wars are over. We Uchiha have been targeted many times. The clan is disgruntled. The coup de grace is almost obvious. And that anticlimactic kid, Stopper, believed in the village before. If it wasn't for the fact that Suzu was so bent on gouging out Sesshomaru's eyes first, our Uchiha clan would probably have perished. Fuyua still knew Stopper's character very well. The former Stopper was a pacifist. At a time when the doves and hawks of the clan were battling it out, Stopwatch was the dove's strongest supporter. At that time, Tomoyuki didn't know which of his nerves was wrong, so he wanted to try Natsuki's method, and the result was surprising. Natsuki perfectly defused Junzo's targeting of the Uchiha, turned the tables on him, and even pulled back the weasel who already had a backbone. Several subsequent encounters between Natsuki and Junzo ended with Junzo losing big. So, we Uchiha surrendered our power before to balance things out? Futsuki asked. Seeing that Tomoyuki had also begun to think, Natsuki was also relieved to know that he had known the twists and turns of this entirely by virtue of his prophetic advantage. In the future, the development of the community can not only own a brain, One person counts on the short and two people count on the long. Eliminate the threat of the Uchiha, give up the power of the Uchiha, and drill out of the trap set for us by the second generation to save the clan in a curve. Natsuki added, after all, Uchiha, don't even do the vigilante anymore. So you can't say that there's anything wrong with the vigilante anymore. So because we surrendered the power in our hands in exchange for a crackdown on Tuzo, Mishio was more than happy to do so. It's because for Mishio, the Gumiho itself is out of control, and that's why he's helping us to impose sanctions on the Gumiho. As for our Uchiha clan's growth after the disbanding of the root section of the Gunkan, it should have exceeded the expectations of the third generation. Tomoyuki nodded. That's not true. Natsuki's layout in Tanakuni had made the entire Uchiha unstoppable as if it were a wild horse out of control. Chapter 138 Tamagate's Growth. After thinking for a moment, Futake asked, so the team of one that Stopper and Weasel brought out outside of the village can support the Uchiha at any time, so that the third generation won't dare to lay a hand on the Uchiha? Natsuki clapped her hands together. Hey, right. Natsuki told Stopper and Weasel to take the men out. For one thing, the shift was too abrupt with the Bettys controlling so many people. The second is to follow the example of the original world's Uchiha Weasel. In the original world, and regardless of the skunk killing his fellow clan members, his defection out and silent threat to the village kept the people of Konoha from laying a finger on Sasuke. But that was only Skunk, and Skunk was terminally ill. So in the end he had to set it all up to die at Sasuke's hands. The situation here is different. The Uchiha still have an entire clan living in Kiba, and for the safety of the clan, Stopper and Weasel bring out a team that is like the sword of Damocles hanging over Kiba's head. If something happens to the clan, over 100 Uchiha elites with two kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes are ready to turn the tables on the clan or just throw in the towel. Fortunately, the third generation is now getting old in heart, and did not expect the Uchiha to have this kind of development speed, and did not have the opportunity or time to lay a black hand. A few years had allowed the Uchiha clan to gain a foothold. Natsuki then said to Tomoyuki, there is no way for the third Naruto to curb the growing power of our Uchiha as we, the Uchiha clan, give up our power and don't even do many missions anymore. The need for the Kiba village has decreased. Mishio had to re-pull Tuzo back up and put him back to his old black jobs to target us. Futake interjected. Luckily, with your Natsuki's plan, Suza didn't get his way, before the Uchiha strict defense, but also took the opportunity to completely break free from the control of Kiba, complete the disengagement plan, so that the three generations of Naruto were not expected. Natsuki didn't feel any smugness. After all, he did know what kind of person Junzo was. Now that we, the Uchiha, have become so powerful, Junzo is no longer useful to the third generation, but we Uchiha want to return to Konoha and gain power. And there's no getting around the fact that Junzo is a problem, though the third generation fully adhered to, in the first place, the policy of the second generation towards the Uchiha, and went to great lengths to suppress the Uchiha. But now Kiba is in jeopardy if the Uchiha wants to fight back. That's why Kiba is already afraid to make a move. I had the idea of getting Tsunade to come to the clan, as a medical advisor, a long time ago, but at the time it was to balance the Uchiha and Konoha villages. Now what? Tomoyuki asked. I met Orochimaru at the Sound Hidden village and realized that the Sano had sent Jiraiya to reach out to Orochimaru, even with the intention of luring Orochimaru back to the village. Naturally, a person like Mishio wouldn't have gone to Orochimaru because he missed the camaraderie from back then, but to increase his capital against the Uchiha. Then we're still luring Tsunade back? Futsuki asked in disbelief after thinking about it. Without skipping a beat, Natsum said, as far as the third generation is concerned, anyone can be Naruto, but not the Uchiha. Now that he can't move the Uchiha, he'll have to increase his viable forces. Aside from the traveling Jiraiya, that leaves Orochimaru and Tsunade as the most suitable targets. Even the third generation always thought that my goal was to increase the Uchiha's voice in the village in a curved manner after the Uchiha economy had grown, thus finally getting the qualification of the fifth Naruto. Tomoyuki smiled. After all these years had passed, his vision had long since not been limited to the Naruto position. For Natsuki, if the Uchiha and the Kiba village were to go down in flames, it would undoubtedly deplete his own living forces. After all, the Shinobi War was a few years away. Natsuki unconsciously took the blame for Suza in the first place, and Mishio learned that it was Suza who was the mastermind back then, and Orochimaru was the enforcer, thus giving Mishio the idea of recalling Orochimaru. Even if Orochimaru was the mastermind, Mishio still had to recall Orochimaru at this point. For Mishio, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, whoever is Naruto is fine, just not Uchiha. That's why the three generations will unite all the living forces. Back then, the deaths of Jominoki and Kato Break were done by the collaboration of Sanjo and Junzo, and even if Sanjo wasn't the mastermind, it was Junzo's behavior with Sanjo's tacit approval. because the biggest family power in Kiba village is the Senju clan. As long as the Chitose clan exists, then the third Naruto's defamilying will never succeed. And even if he can be Naruto for decades, in the end, the greatest power in Konoha will still be the Chitose clan. Where is the Chikage clan now? Natsuki asked Futsuki. Fuyue was silent in response. Back when the Jubilee casement was in power, the Senju clan was the strongest clan in the entire Konoha. The successors also include Tsunade and Jomonoki, both of whom are good in the Chikin clan, and even Tsunade lover Kato Break, who is also very good. But what about after the accidental death of the second generation? Jomonoki and Kato Break immediately died, and Tsunade was outright wasted. Tsunade's exodus is partly a blow from the death of a loved one, and partly a perceived hint of what's to come. Now that I brought Tsunade back into the Uchiha clan, it's to increase the power weight for the Uchiha as well as to deal with Junzo. Tomoyuki was silent for a moment. So Natsuki, you have proof for Tsunade? Natsuki hemmed and hawed. I don't have one, but Orochimaru does. Futake was already aware that Orochimaru was already one of his own, but he didn't know that Orochimaru still had evidence from back then. Natsuki briefly explained the filthy earth transmutation technique to Tomoyuki. It was only then that Tomoyuki realized that there was such a jutsu that could summon the dead. Then when Natsuki throws out the evidence of the deaths of Jomonoki and Kato Break back then, it will inevitably lead to a choice for Mishio, whether he chooses to sacrifice Junzo in exchange for Tsunade's understanding, or for Tsunade to completely fall to the Uchiha. Sacrificing Junzo would also ease relations with the Uchiha clan and give the third Naruto enough time to build up his strength. Saving Suza? Forget it, there's no such possibility. That's why Natsuki came back to hold a grand succession ceremony, in order to increase the sense of crisis of the third Naruto. It even made Shimura Tuzu turn Sleepy Koharu, Mito Mengen. A few people think that the Uchiha had the intention of a coup d'etat. You can gain some political capital while bringing down Tuanzu, like reacquiring an honorary eldership to easily pave the way for Orochimaru's ascension to the throne afterward. As long as the third Naruto believes that the Uchiha's goal is Naruto, then all the decisions he made would go in the direction that Natsuki guessed. Natsuki listened to Tomoyuki's organized thoughts. That's right, that's probably it. Looks like you still have some brains. Tomoyuki. In the future, even if I take over as clan leader, you'll have to help me out more. Tomoyuki. Fuyue laughed bitterly. How could I have that kind of brain? You've said so much. I'm just summarizing. He was totally not even expecting that there were so many twists and turns. He was even more surprised that Uchiha Natsuki was so young. Why he knew everything about the past. Futsuki could only think of this as an automatic brainwave, brought on by Natsuki's eyes that could once peer into the future. It's a good thing we have you in the clan. Otherwise how would we have fought 3 generations? Tomoyuki sighed. Natsuki secretly spat in his heart. Not only can't defeat the 3rd generation, you can't even defeat Suza. If you don't save the water, in 2 years' time, your good son will destroy you along with the whole clan. Chapter 139, Unwillingness to Face. Uchiha Clan Land. Natsuki communicated the planning of the entire Uchiha clan afterward to Tomoyuki, so that Tomoyuki could have a bottom in his heart. In the old days Natsuki could have saved Uchiha a handful of times by virtue of being a seer, and by waiting until the later words. One more person with more brain power. Natsuki and Tomoyuki talked until midnight. This time, knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The time of day. It must be something important. Natsuki pulled the door open and it was Kame. Captain, the third Naruto has asked our clan leader to come over. He turned his head and saw Tomoyuki waving his hand at him. Go ahead. Good. You rest early. Natsuki stepped outside the clan's grounds, and there was already a dark section still waiting there. Darky's face changed when he saw that it was Uchiha Natsuki who came out. Luckily, no one would notice with the mask on. Vice Clan Chief Natsuki, why you? The tone of his voice was humble. After all, Natsuki was not a person to be trifled with. Even Tuzu had suffered successive defeats at his hands. Natsuki didn't have a hard time with the shadowy figure. I just happened to be back looking for a report from Lord Mishio, and since Futsuki is injured, I'll be the Vice Clan Chief. Returning from a trip was something that needed to be told, but Natsuki was there because of something else, and happened to be going to see the third Naruto. The dark side had no other choice but to invite Natsuki back. Naruto building. It was the middle of the night and the lights were still on inside Naruto's office. Kakashi, who had been lying in bed earlier, had been taken to Naruto's office. I can't help it. I heard that the third Naruto wants to see the Uchiha. Kakashi struggles and comes, saying he's coming no matter what. The third Naruto couldn't argue with Kakashi, so he had to bring Kakashi over. Now Kakashi physically, there wasn't much damage, only the mental trauma was too great. Simply put, the head is buzzing. He had reasons why he had to come. He had to make sure that the person who attacked him was not the same person who attacked the Uchiha, and who this person really was. He doesn't believe what he's seeing, he's in denial. It didn't take long for the dark side to bring Natsuki over, and just went in to try to make a report to the third Naruto. Natsuki followed him right in. Yo, Naruto-sama, how's your health? Natsuki reached out in greeting. The third Naruto waved his hand, letting the dark part go down first. Natsuki, when did you come back? And where's Futsuki? Natsuki shook her head. I just arrived. Futsuki was injured, and since I'm at least the vice clan leader, I came in his place. The third Naruto picked up his pipe and took a drag. I'm looking for Tomoikie to ask about the attack on your Uchiha a few days ago, when you hadn't come back yet. Do you know the details? Natsuki yawned. That's all there is to it. I know all about it. Just ask me. Sanjo said. Kakashi was attacked 4 days ago, and according to Kakashi, the man wearing the mask was the culprit behind the Nine Tails rebellion back then. Before the third Naruto could finish, Kakashi next to him picked up the conversation. Wasn't he the one who attacked your Uchiha, too? Nishio didn't care if he was robbed of his words, and looked at Natsuki seriously, waiting for him to answer. Natsuki nodded, indeed wearing a mask, and in all likelihood, the culprit of the Nine-Tail Rebellion. The third Naruto furrowed his brows. You also believe that he is responsible for the Nine-Tail Rebellion? Natsuki affirmed. It's definitely him, and I know who that person is. Nishio was taken aback. The Nine Tails Rebellion all those years ago was so involved that it threw all his plans into total disarray. His own most powerful assistants, Mizukato and Gyoshinna, also died that day. Countless elites were killed and wounded. Even his own wife died that day. Because the Nine Tails were indeed controlled by the Sharingan, the entire Uchiha clan was suspected and ostracized. I didn't expect Natsuki to say that she knew the identity of that person. The third Naruto pressed his hand to the table, looking a little agitated. Natsuki, you know the identity of that man. The corners of Natsuki's mouth pulled up into an evil arc. Of course I know. The look Natsuki gave Kakashi contained so many emotions within it. Kakashi is creeped out. The heart couldn't stop praying that it wasn't that guy. It wasn't that guy. That man is Uchiha Bandito. As soon as Natsuki's words left his mouth, Kakashi let out an angry growl. No way. Absolutely not. Natsuki, you're talking nonsense. Kakashi's always lethargic voice turned completely shrill. Bang! Natsuki kicked the charging Kakashi into the wall. Kakashi was already injured, but now that he was slammed into the wall, he felt even more blinded. The third Naruto didn't expect Natsuki to be so bold as to hit someone right in front of him. The dark part outside heard the noise and even rushed straight in. As soon as he came in, he saw Kakashi tripping over the wall, half crawling. Natsuki, what are you doing? Look at Nishio getting pissed off and blowing a gasket. Natsuki spread his hands. Lord Naruto III, as you can see, it was Kakashi who got too excited. I'll give him a forced calm down. Nishio reached out and pointed at Natsuki. You, oomph. Thinking that he had to beg the Uchiha now, he had to suppress his anger. Nishio waved his hand and signaled for the dark side to help Kakashi up. Kakashi, you should also calm down and hear Natsuki out. Nishio wondered why Natsuki said that person was Uchiha Bandito. After all, Uchiha Bandito has been dead for so many years, and even if Bandito was alive, how could he be when he was only a teenager during the Nine Tails Rebellion back then? Kakashi is now excited for sure. After all, Bandu was his closest friend, and saved his life, and the Sharingan eye is also given by Bandu. Natsuki laughed softly and walked next to Kakashi, looking down at him. I don't believe that when you were attacked, you couldn't see even a little bit of the other party's details. Even the other party was exposed long ago and you just didn't believe it. Kakashi's pupils shrunk heavily and he sat down on the ground in great pain. He wanted to tell himself that it was an illusion that he had fallen under, but reason told him that the face was not an illusion. Natsuki understood when she saw Kakashi looking like that. The current Kakashi wasn't as mature as he would be later on, and hadn't died once and had a long talk with his father. His knot was never untied. Kakashi's values in life were basically taught by Tsukumo Hagi, but the person who gave Kakashi the values he developed ended up committing suicide. Tsukumo's death directly overturns the benign values Kakashi used to be taught. The father who cherished his companions ended up being blamed by the others and even vilified and blamed by the companions he rescued at the time. Tsukumo's death caused Kakashi to choose a path that went against his father. The mission first. Kakashi prioritizes the mission even when Rin is captured. The person who pulled Kakashi out of this quagmire was Bando, who instead of blaming Tsukumo like those ninjas did, regarded Tsukumo as a hero. Bandito's words benefited Kakashi for the rest of his life and served as a credo for his own life later on, valuing his partners and teamwork. It can be said that Bandit is Kakashi's second life coach. Under these circumstances, the one who made an enemy of Kiba, started the Nine-Tail Rebellion, and killed the fourth-generation couple was actually Bandu, the one who used to love Kiba village, who loved to help the elderly, and who cherished his fellow man, Bandito. How could Kakashi take it? How could he? He would rather lie to himself that he was under an illusion than accept that fact. Chapter 140, Only Bandito. Natsuki looked at Kakashi's ghostly face and knew that Kakashi must have seen something during the exchange, but just didn't want to admit it. He held up a finger. First, let me tell you that there is a big loophole in the Nine Tails Rebellion. The third Naruto also looked serious. If Natsuki can prove who the mastermind of the Nine-Tailed Rebellion is, it will be a big problem. Everyone thinks that our Uchiha Sharingan eyes can control tailed beasts and even control the nine tails for ourselves. But outsiders don't realize that only the kaleidoscope Sharingan can control the nine tails. Mishio looked surprised. Really? Natsuki let out a light chuckle. Has the third Naruto-sama ever heard of anyone other than Uchiha Zebra being able to control the nine tails? As Mishio thought about it, it seemed like there was indeed a rumor that the Uchiha Sharingan eyes could control tailed beasts, but the one who controlled the nine tails wasn't the second person besides Zan. Mishio wondered why the Uchiha hadn't produced this evidence before. Of course, word of mouth is not proof. Just in case the others don't believe our Uchiha's words, I've found relevant evidence from the side. Why didn't Uchiha come up with this evidence early on? That of course, didn't. If Yukihan is going to mess up, does he still keep all the records of his details within the clan? Besides, in that situation, even if Uchiha said that only the kaleidoscope could control the nine tails, no one would believe it. They would just think that the Uchiha was just running away from his guilt. After all, once the seeds of doubt are planted, they are sure to break through. But it's different now. The Uchiha clan has become independent. Whether you believe it or not, there is no loss for me. Uchiha. Natsuki pulled out a scroll from her body and tossed it to the third Naruto. The third Naruto took the scroll and was instantly surprised to see the sealed seal on it. It's Tsunade's. This is a handwritten letter that I made a special trip to find Lord Tsunade to write. I don't need to tell you what Lord Tsunade is. She can prove that she has no one else capable of controlling the nine tails besides Zeb. The third Naruto opened the sealed seal and pulled back the scroll. And sure enough, it was Tsunade's handwritten letter. Above, Tsunade says that Natsuki made a special trip to find him to corroborate this. Inside the records of the Senju clan, Uchiha Zan, who had fought with Senju all his life, would indeed be able to control the nine tails, but there is no record of any other Uchiha that can control the nine tails. Mishio looked shocked. Natsuki, you went out on a trip. Is that where you went to find Tsunade? Natsuki shrugged helplessly, his mouth full of words. Yeah, if it wasn't for the sake of clearing the Uchiha's name, what would I have to do to run all over the place? Well, Mishio fell silent, somewhat half-heartedly. After all, Natsuki was a ghostly man, and his words were heavily watered down. Natsuki continued. This evidence is enough to prove that the mastermind of the Nine-Tail Rebellion is a person who possesses the Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye. At that time, the only one in the clan who was a Kaleidoscope Sharingan was Clan Chief Futsuki, and at that time, Clan Chief Futsuki was right under your noses. The third generation had also finally realized that there really did seem to be such a loophole, and there had always been rumors of the Uchiha Sharingan eyes being able to control tailed beasts, but the one who can control the nine tails is no one other than the documented Uchiha Zan. Is it really the Kaleidoscope Sharing Will Eye that can control the nine tails? Then, in the future, it would be even more important to guard against Natsuki and Tomoyuki getting close to Naruto. There's nothing wrong with the inference that Natsuki is talking about. It's indeed a loophole. It's not like the Kaleidoscope Sharing Wheel is a cabbage. It's everywhere. Then this only means that the Nine-Tail Rebellion wasn't done by the Konoha's Uchiha, and it doesn't mean that that person was a bandito. Kakashi was still making his last stand. Natsuki waved her hand. That's the second thing I'm going to say about why this person is Uchiha Bandana. Our Uchiha sharpening will eyes are incredibly precious, and it's true that there are some sharpening will eyes in circulation, but they're few and far between, and a Sharingan eye that can control the nine tails can only be a Kaleidoscope Sharingan eye. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan can only be opened if it is in the person. We are not seen in life, we are not seen in death, and along with the right eye, the sharpening will eye, we are not seen in person. There is, and only one. That would be Uchiha Bandito. Natsuki stared intently at Kakashi, watching as Kakashi went from looking terrified to now looking raw. Impossible. Bandito was only a double-hooked jade at that time, and there's only one eye left? Kakashi suddenly thought of Bandicoot at that time, who had only opened 2 hooks of jade before he died, and gave an eye to himself. Natsuki grinned. That, happens to be his biggest break. I fought him in the Land of Water when I was looking for Tsunade earlier. The mission failed when Mishio sent a team of Marino Ibiki to the Land of Water a few years ago. He was intercepted halfway, and not only did he lose the scroll in his hand, but the target person was also robbed. Then the informant on the Suinokuni side suddenly lost contact, plus the factional fighting in Suinokuni intensified. Marino Ibiki's team then had to come back first. Later, the third generation Naruto received some fragmentary information that the fourth generation Mizukage Orange Yukora Berry was controlled by someone and killed, etc. Not knowing the truth of the content, but one of them was that Uchiha Natsuki had appeared over there and had fought someone. How did Bringu end up in the water country? Why did he get into a fight with Natsuki? Naruto the third took a drag on his cigarette. You found Tsunade and ran off to the water country and fought with Bandito? Natsuki spread her hands innocently. How do I know if Tsunade is over there or not? But when I went over there I found their 4th generation Mizukage, controlled by Bandito with an illusion. This kind of ability and behavior is just like the Nine-Tail Rebellion back then, so I wondered if he, as a person, was the mastermind of the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Mishio didn't bother to count the reasons why Natsuki had gone to the water country anymore. What could be more shocking than the fact that the Mizukage of Misty Hidden was controlled by an illusion and became a puppet? You know that the 4th generation Water Shadow, Orange Shikora Berry, is a perfect human pillar force. The perfect human pillar was made into a puppet. And all those years of blood mist tyranny? The third Naruto couldn't help but stutter in his heart. Kaleidoscope's illusions are that strong? These thoughts spun through his mind, and now he was trying to determine the identity of this man, whether or not he was a bandito. You still haven't said what this biggest bust is? Mishio couldn't help but ask. Natsuki rolled her eyes. What's the hurry? I'm not getting ready to talk about it. Watching Natsuki slow down, Mishio was really pissed off to the point of having a brain hemorrhage. How Twin Hook Jade got to Kaleidoscope Sharingan I don't know, but the eye he happened to reveal was the right eye left behind by Bandito. The eye that's covered happens to be the left eye. What kind of coincidence is that? Chapter 141 Ranting, Kiba Village, Naruto's office. It's because I've fought him and realized that he doesn't know how to use Sunigake here at all, except for time-space ninjutsu, and his pupils are kaleidoscope level. Time and space jutsu? It was only just now that Mishio had heard Kakashi's report that the masked man would be able to use time-space ninjutsu, which was very difficult to learn. It seems that the person Natsuki fought with was indeed the same person. Natsuki guessed that Kakashi had fought with Bandito, and was definitely aware that Bandito knew the time-space ninjutsu. Naruto the third was puzzled. What's wrong with not being able to use Susanoo? Natsuki looked up at the dark side across the room. Darkness had the good sense to walk out of the room, still holding the door closed. It's a secret of our Uchiha's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. You must have both eyes together to unlock the ability. Susanoo. The third Naruto tied everything together. You mean? Natsuki nodded. That's right. The Uchiha's awakened Kaleidoscope Sharingan must be my own eyes. The only one whose body and eyes went missing at the same time as our Uchiha's was Uchiha Bando. A one-eyed kaleidoscope can't turn on the ability called Susanoo. Then this person would have to be Bandito. Natsuki forced himself to look at Kakashi. Kakashi, I don't believe that you wouldn't have been able to see the signs of it when Bandito fought you, and at a time like this, you're still going to hide it for him. Kakashi finally broke down under Natsuki's pressure. It was Bandito. I saw his face. Natsuki was surprised as well, not realizing that this was the one time that Bandito showed his face. In reality, what Natsuki said was based on the fact that there was only one kaleidoscope in the clan, Futsuki. It's not a perfect logical closure either, but as long as it breaks Kakashi's defense it's fine. After all, a lot of information Kakashi did not know, even before his own left eye. Already a kaleidoscope did not know. Natsuki made an angry expression on her face. You saw the face, you didn't say anything earlier. Kakashi mumbled. I thought it was an illusion. Natsuki did not accept this reasoning and grimaced. What the hell are you talking about? An elite shinobi doesn't know if it's an illusion or real. Are you trying to harbor Bandito? You say. Kakashi was silent for half a day. The third generation could probably understand Kakashi's emotions. After all, Kakashi's decadence over the years was directly related to the death of Bandicoot. Still, Mishio hadn't figured out why Uchiha Bandito would do something like that. Why? Why would Bandito do something like that? Mishio couldn't help but ask. Natsuki grunted. When he was a kid, Bringer was goofy all day, and sunny and cheerful, and was known as the least Uchiha like Uchiha. I'm not in the same class as him, but I'm in the same grade and have seen him quite a few times. He's all heartless when it comes to setbacks. Besides, the fourth Naruto couple is also his teacher and mother. Why would he do such a thing? I think Kakashi might know. Natsuki thumps Kakashi with a low kick. Kakashi should have the most say in why Bandito did those things. That's what Kakashi had to deal with. Both Naruto the third and Natsuki stared at Kakashi, and for a while the atmosphere inside the office was oppressive. Kakashi couldn't stay silent any longer. His expression changed many times before tears flowed from his one open eye. It's Lin. It must be Lin. Kakashi was in immense pain, and the gauze over his injured left eye was soaked with pale red tears. He's taking revenge. He's taking revenge on his teacher and on Kiba. Lin? There was still an impression of this Mizukage class medical ninja, third generation Naruto, a gentle character with a big heart. He also sacrificed his life shortly after the Battle of Kamimukubi Bridge. Kakashi was the only one left at the end of Suikoden's class. Bandito loved Rin to the bone, but Rin sacrificed herself and died on the battlefield, killed by my own hands. He hates his teacher for not saving him in time. Kakashi mumbled something while shedding tears, not sure if he was speaking to himself or explaining it to the two. The third generation was listening with a headache. What kind of logic was this? Kakashi had made a statement report as to why Rin had died at Kakashi's hands. Noara Rindu committed suicide on her own accord because she didn't want the Three Tails to destroy Konoha. What does this have to do with the fourth Naruto? Michio is surely going to find it illogical, since Bandito is the one who thinks he knows the truth. The root cause of Bandito's revenge on Kiba is that he's become desperate for this shinobi world, and no one, let alone the fourth generation, can stop him. Although it was a bit off from what Kakashi had guessed, it was just that there was a deep connection is all. Natsuki was watching with a cold face as Kakashi was there in immense pain. That day he took off his mask and it was the face of Bandito, but I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. I told myself that it was just an illusion, that he wasn't. Bang! Kakashi's words were interrupted by a violent sound. Seeing Natsuki's grim face, his anger was visible as he slapped a palm print directly on the solid wood table of the third Naruto. I guessed Bandito's identity and thought he'd been wrong so much that he had to retaliate like this for such a bull ***** reason. Kakashi opened his mouth. He retaliated against the village and not the Uchiha. Hearing Kakashi subconsciously still defending Bringer, Natsuki grabbed Kakashi's collar with both hands and lifted him up, his frantic growl ringing Kakashi's ears. Are you stupid? Whether he's getting back at you or the fourth generation, he's getting back at the village. That's no reason to put a lid on our Uchiha. We Uchiha never owed him anything. For him to control the Nine Tails with his Sharingan eyes and do these things is the greatest smear on our Uchiha. Do you know how much we Uchiha suffer from misunderstanding? Do you know how much suspicion we Uchiha suffer from? Do you know how much we Uchiha have suffered? Do you realize how much we Uchiha have been implicated? Bull *********. Love brain is incurable. The villagers died in vain. Shikamaru Naruto died for nothing. At this point you're still speaking for Bringer. Kakashi, is Mizukichi treating you badly? Isn't Jasuna treating you well? Wolf-hearted thing. Natsuki pushed Kakashi to the ground with force. Kakashi crashed to the ground. The pain in his body no match for the pain inside. He looked pained. His thoughts were confused, and he didn't get up for half a day. Natsuki turned her head and exhaled, still looking angry. Michio-sama, this isn't the end of the day. Tomorrow I, Uchiha, will issue a statement, announcing that the masked man is the identity of Uchiha Bando. I also hope that the third generation will also jointly issue a statement to publicize our Uchiha's operational arrangements on the night of the Nine-Tail Rebellion and return our Uchiha's innocence. Chapter 142, Kiba Village, Naruto's office. Humph. An angry Natsuki grunted angrily, and without waiting for Michio to reply, he simply threw his hands in the air, lifted his foot and kicked the door open and walked out. The dark sectors outside looked at each other and glanced at the third Naruto, who shook his head. At this point in time, what else could the third Naruto say? Previously, he found out that the Nine Tails were controlled by the Sharingan, so he had been taking extra precautions against the Uchiha. Uchiha was clearly in charge of the retreat of the villagers that night, but there was public opinion that got out that Uchiha did nothing, and it's implied that the Nine Tails rebellion has something to do with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha originally had a bad reputation as a vigilante enforcer. In the days that followed, the unknown villagers and the Uchiha were increasingly at odds. If it wasn't for Natsuki's meddling, the Uchiha would have been exterminated by now. All of this is directly related to Kiba's leadership. It's a good thing Natsuki didn't tear the office apart. It doesn't matter if the third Naruto agrees or not. All that matters is that the Uchiha will surely publicize the identity of Bandito. Immediately a whirlwind will sweep through Kiba and even the entire shinobi world. Michio looked at the muddled Kakashi and he grunted back. Sarutobi Biwako also died in the Nine Tails rebellion, and he doesn't have much heart for empathy. Couldn't care less about Kakashi now. Send Kakashi back to the hospital, and call Shimura Tuzo, Turner Haru, and Mito Menjin to me. Yes. Natsuki's face quickly regained its expression once he left Kiba village. Yes, that's right. The anger is feigned. He knew full well what kind of morals Bringer was and why he retaliated against Kiba, but he didn't want to have to explain. It wouldn't have mattered if it was going to be clarified or not. The Uchiha were detached from the Konoha village, but in order to prop up Orochimaru as Naruto, he'd first have to make all of Konoha's leadership's reputations plummet. The Uchiha hadn't been ostracized for more than a day or two, but it was only after the Nine Tails rebellion that things rapidly deteriorated. During the rebellion of the Nine Tails, some Uchiha clan members petitioned Futsuki about going against the Nine Tails, but he is stopped by Futsuki and says that the police department is responsible for protecting non-combatants, which is an order from the village. The Uchiha clan's formidable combat power is well known, and the Kiba hierarchy is also very clear that they are unwilling to let them fight in such a critical situation. It was because Kiba was very jealous of their abilities. Sharingan has the ability to control tailed beasts. This was manifested in Zan, It's something that everyone in Kiba knows. So the first to be suspected was the Uchiha clan. If the Nine Tails were tamed by the Uchiha's power would surely be stronger and could threaten the village's security. The Nine Tails incident was caused by Bando, but in the Konoha village at the time, there were only 3 people who knew of the existence of the masked man: Mizumon, Jukina and Naruto. Mizumon and Jukina died before they could tell Mishio, and Naruto was just born. It's not like there's one Nine Tails left to talk about. So, at that time, no one in Kiba knew about the appearance of the masked man. It is well known that the seal will weaken when a human pillar power gives birth. So the Kiba hierarchy has classified the time and place of Jokona's delivery, which is unknown to the general public, and the location was chosen to be far away from the center of the village. But the Nine Tails appeared in the center of the village after breaking the seal, suggesting that it was controlled by someone. Because the relevant documents have been lost, the Kiba believe that the biggest suspect is the Uchiha clan, who believe that anyone from the Uchiha can psychicize the Nine Tails and tame them with the Sharingan eye. But in reality, this kind of thing can only be done by an Uchiha with kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes. At that time, there was only one person inside the Konoha Uchiha who was a kaleidoscope, and that was Tomoyuki. But even if someone found this out, the Konoha hierarchy would surely speculate if there was a second pair of kaleidoscopes. That's why the Konoha hierarchy, mainly Tuanzo, kept the Uchihas out of the Nine Tails incident, allowing them to support them from the rear. Tamagatake also knows the reason for this and has to follow the village's arrangement, thus clearing himself of suspicion. But what I didn't expect was that after the Nine Tails incident, Junzo offered to locate the police department in a corner away from the village. Later on, even taller towers were built around the Uchiha to keep an eye on them. This, of course, caused the Uchiha to take offense. Later on, Junzo even spread rumors against the Uchiha inside the village, and the conflict between the villagers and the Uchiha rapidly intensified. This also sowed the seeds of the later Uchiha mutiny. Naruto's office. Within a short time, Junzo, Koharu Turner, and Mito Mengyan were all present. Mito Mengyan looked a little weary. He wasn't getting any younger, and he had a hard time falling asleep before he was woken up by the dark side, and was still dozing off. It's not as if Junzo and Turner Koharu were awake, but there was something about being called to the office this late in the day that didn't look good on their faces. Though Gunzo only has the position of honorary elder now, he was the most active in the suppression of the Uchiha, and it was Gunzo who brought up the proposal back then. That's why it's necessary to call reunion as well. Everyone knew that something big must have happened if they were called here at this hour. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Mishio threw out a direct hit. We already know who did the Nine Tails rebellion. What? Mito Mangyan's doze woke up in shock. Who is it? Turner Koharu asked impatiently. Ryunzo looked grim. It's someone from the Uchiha clan, isn't it? The third generation glanced at Junzo and nodded. Indeed, the Uchiha clan. Humph. What did I say? The Uchiha are an evil clan. We should just exterminate them before it's too late. Ryunzo couldn't wait to interrupt Mishio's words. There was a hint of satisfaction in his expression. Sure enough, targeting the Uchiha clan was the right thing to do. Ahem. Mishio coughed deliberately. I'm not finished. Although it's from the Uchiha clan, it has nothing to do with the Uchiha inside the village. That man. It's Uchiha Bandit. Uchiha Bandit? All three were surprised. Wasn't Bandito dead? Then, the third Naruto took Natsuki's inference. Kakashi was attacked and saw the true face of Bandito, and why Bandito started the nine-tailed chaos is told. Mito Mengyan and Turner Koharu looked at each other and both felt only two words. Ridiculous. If that's really the reason, then Bandito's brain circuit is too strange. But it doesn't matter what the reason is anymore. The key sits in the fact that this person is Uchiha Bandai. Suzu looked as if he had expected this. The Uchiha are supposed to be an evil clan. Isn't it normal that there would be clansmen who would turn out like this? Bandito is surely not the last. Mishio sighed. This is not the time to discuss this. Now is the time to decide whether or not the village should send out inside the village the arrangement for the operation of the Nine Tails Night Uchiha. Both Turner Koharu and Mito Mengyan were silent. Their teacher was Kagemusha, and Kaitanya's view of the Uchiha directly and subconsciously affected them, favoring them as they did not yet have Kaitanya's pattern. It led to the fact that during the rebellion of the Nine Tails, the two of them were the first to approve of Ryunzo's proposal to defend against the Uchiha. It's impossible to send an announcement now to slap them in the face. Reizo smiled grimly. Why do we need to make a statement for the Uchiha now that they've broken away from the village? Mishio frowned, but Natsuki said they'd issue a statement. Unimpressed, Suzu said, it's useless for the Uchiha to send it. As long as we don't admit it, the Uchiha has no substantial evidence. Natsuki's inference is just his side of the story. So what if he has a personal letter from Tsunade? Whether or not they have any other kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes hidden in their clan, who knows? Reunion wouldn't have missed any chance to suppress the Uchiha before. Want to wash the sewage off your body? Don't even think about it. Michio took a drag on his cigarette, but Kakashi has already seen the true form of the belt. At the mention of this, Junzo hated his guts. That punk Kakashi had his eyes gouged out when he couldn't even show the alarm. Eyes that precious should be given to me. Ryunzo grunted. Just give Kakashi a gag order first. Michio turned his head to Mito Mengyan and Turner Koharu, signaling with his eyes what they thought, not wanting to be punched in the face themselves. Mito Mengyan and Turner Koharu silently kept quiet, sort of acquiescing to Junzo's proposal. All four had been together for so many years, and by looking at the two men's demeanor, Michio knew what the two had decided to do. Sighing, thinking of how strong the Uchiha were now, Michio nodded. Alright then, I know. I'll put a gag order on Kakashi. The third generation dismissed a few people, standing alone in the windowsill smoking a cigarette. Uchiha Natsuki back. This time Kiba dragged the word. You Natsuki how to deal with it. Several people do not agree with this proposal Sanjio had expected. He just passes the gas with the three people. The main thing, or to see Natsuki's subsequent response. Chapter 143 Precious Wealth. Uchiha Clan Land. It was late when Natsuki returned to the Uchiha clan, and Natsuki didn't want to disturb Futsuki's rest. Be prepared to wait until the next day to talk to him. As a result, Shiming had waited for him without sleeping. What are you doing waiting for me at this late hour without going to bed? Natsuki looked at the green kid in front of him, not realizing that he actually had the gift of a kaleidoscope. Shiming scratched his head. Captain, I couldn't sleep a bit without seeing you back. Natsuki laughed and punched him in the face. What's it to me? K-Mine whispered. I want to ask about the eyes. Seeing that Shiming didn't want to wait a day, Natsuki was a bit puzzled, but still nodded, letting Shiming follow him to his room. Natsuki sat down and asked Shiming, tell me about it. K-Mei asked Natsuki, Captain, the matriarch says my kaleidoscope is very useful. I'm very happy that the clan needs me, but matriarch Futsuki said that the pupil power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is fixed. Overuse reduces vision and in the end you'll go blind. I'd like to ask the captain, is it true that the kaleidoscope sharing will I will go blind in the end? Natsuki raised an eyebrow, not realizing that Tomoyuki had kicked this ball to him as well. Don't you tell Shiming that there are other ways to teach yourself? Or did Futsuki not expect that Kame would have such concerns even after just opening his eyes? Natsuki nodded. All kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes do lose their light by the end of the day, and Tomoyuki is already blind. Shiming's face was a little surprised and a little lost as he listened. Since Patriarch Futsuki had gone blind, then blindness must be the only way to go in the future for himself as well. That's too bad. I was hoping to do more for the clan with the kaleidoscope. Natsuki let out a soft laugh. She hadn't seen before that Shiming was a person who loved his family so much. The Uchiha clan is prone to extremes of character, and Kame is one of those very rare, loving Uchiha, and that love is for the clan. How did you open your eyes? Natsuki asked. Shiming put away his loss. Since he was all set to go blind, it would be good to make a small contribution to the family before going blind. I heard from the matriarch that Natsuki was also a strong kaleidoscope Sharingan. It would be good to ask the captain for more advice. Then Shiming told Natsuki in detail about the process of opening his eyes. Natsuki narrowed her eyes at that. This kaleidoscope opening emotion of Kame is supposed to be the emotion of wanting to protect the family. Natsuki pulls up the power template again, which has a description of Kame's kaleidoscope writer's eye. Soul Guard, grants soul and dimension defense, stabilizes the spirit, and immunity to soul-based attacks. Pardon, completely locks the target character's state. The first ability Kame had already demonstrated, pulling Tomoyuki's life back. Natsuki still had questions about the second ability. The introduction above the power template was too simple. For details, it's better to ask Shiming himself. Kame, tell me about your kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil ability. Shiming nodded and introduced both pupil arts to Natsuki. By the second one, I can lock onto the status on the target character. What does this lock mean? Shiming thought for a moment. It's just that you don't get hurt or tired when you lock on. Good lord, isn't this invincible? Saved in the light? Natsuki instantly perked up. Upon detailed inquiry, it was realized that the pupil technique was indeed powerful, but it required the consumption of huge amounts of pupil power. The current Shiming had just opened his eyes, and his pupil power was considered to be at its peak inside an ordinary kaleidoscope, but it's also only on for about 20 seconds before you go completely blind. The minimum opening time for Pardon of Life is 1 second. It is equivalent to a maximum of 20 immunizations to attacks, but having the sense to drive out of it is the only way to do it. This skill is a godsend when used well. It's just kinda high candy. Natsuki was still very familiar with Kame, and to be honest he wasn't considered a militant kind of Uchiha, and the kaleidoscope sharing will eyes that he had awakened were too precious. It would be too wasteful to use them directly in battle. Natsuki was ready to move Kame out of the first line, and even now wanted to throw Kame at Orochimaru. Let's see if Shiming's ability helps the trial in any way, but we'll have to ask Shiming about that one. Shiming, I'm interested in moving you away from the front line and retiring you to a civilian position. What do you think? Civilian positions? Keimei was confused. Did the Uchiha have civilian jobs? Natsuki heard Keimei's question as well, and realized that he'd had a momentary slip of the tongue, and that the Uchiha had a load of civilian jobs. He simply changed his words. Shiming, your pupil arts are too precious and too wasteful to use for fighting. I want to use your pupil arts for something more important. Shiming breathed a sigh of relief and a smile blossomed on his face. No problem, Captain. It doesn't matter what I do if I can contribute to the family. Natsuki looked at the pristine teenager, and her heart was touched. The Uchiha are truly a very marvelous race, and the world says that the Uchiha will always put power first, but that wasn't the case. No clan loved it more than the Uchiha, so the Uchiha sealed it away. Once the Uchiha knew love, the feelings they had been bound by would be released, and even the power of love that surpassed that of the Chibi clan would thus be awakened. But too strong a love hides the possibility of going berserk, and the Uchiha who know how to love once they lose that strong love, love will then be replaced by a stronger hatred, and the whole person's temperament will change drastically, as is the case with Bandito, the so-called Sharingan, where the Sharingan is synchronized with the power of the mind and can make a person stronger quickly, accompanied by the power of inner hatred. Most of the Uchiha have a delicate mind. Those who have awakened strong feelings are almost always consumed by darkness and fall into the evil way. The deeper the darkness, the more powerful the pupil, the more difficult it is to deal with. Just like Spot, yet where there is darkness there is light, though it produces extremes of darkness. But within the Uchiha clan there were also people of great love, such as the founding father of Izanami, Uchiha Yuri, for example, Uchiha Mirror. Although Stopper was brainwashed by the will of fire in the first place, his nature is indeed peace-loving. A new kaleidoscope has now appeared within the family, but this one, however, was awakened to guard the family. Natsuki patted Keimei's shoulder. Your Susanoo awakened, right? Shiming nodded. The matriarch said that pupil power is limited, and I haven't used it since. Natsuki said approvingly, you're doing the right thing. Susanoo is very pupil and chakra intensive. Chakra can be restored, but the use of pupil power depletes its upper limit every time. Your future position will be transferred away from the combat post. You can still lead the junction class, but you won't be allowed to be on it if you find an enemy. Right now you're a precious asset to the Uchiha. Shiming didn't have too strong a desire to fight in the first place, and there was no frustration in not letting him do so. Instead, he felt somewhat honored and happy because he could help the family. It was getting late, so Natsuki dismissed Shiming after 2 more brief explanations. He had to get some sleep. Tomorrow, there was a lot to do. Chapter 144 Tamagatake wants to abdicate. The next day, Uchiha clan land. Although she hadn't slept for a long time, Natsuki, who possessed a vortex physique, woke up refreshed. After washing up, he ran to Tomoyuki's mansion. Naturally, Natsuki didn't need a pass, and when Natsuki entered, Tomoyuki was eating breakfast under Miken's service. Miken pinched the food into Tomoyuki's bowl, and Tomoyuki fumbled to shave the rice into his mouth, feeling almost like a normal person. Aside from not being too literal, it's not bad at all given the blindness. Feeling Miken's gentleness, Tomoyuki also had a smiling look on his face. Natsuki even felt that she had come at the wrong time, but come all the way. Ahem. Natsuki deliberately coughed twice. Miken looked up with a smile. Natsuki, you're here. Have you had your meal? Natsuki wasn't polite. He patted his stomach. No, it isn't, Miken-san. I'm just here to rub it in. Miken let out a soft laugh. Then you and Tomoyuki can talk first. There's more in the kitchen. Natsuki nodded and walked in, sitting across from Tomoyuki. Are there any problems living with blindness? Tomoyuki shook his head. It's a bit inconvenient, but it's all minor. By this time Miken had brought up the meal. White porridge and 2 small plates of vegetables. There were cooks and servants in the clan, but Makoto wasn't used to that kind of being waited on, so she did those things herself. Natsuki picked up the bowl and sighed and drank it, saying with a slurred voice, thank you, Miken-san. Miken laughed a little and packed up the ones in front of Tomoyuki. Ready to leave. Natsuki had already put the bowl down, and the bowl of white porridge had already been drained. You're not afraid of getting scalded if you drink it so fast. Miken scolded Natsuki. Natsuki snorted. I have thick skin. I'll be fine. Knowing that Natsuki and Tomoyuki had something to talk about, Miken packed her things and went down. Natsuki wiped her mouth. Futsuki, the person who attacked Kakashi earlier and took his eyes, was Bandito, and Kakashi saw his face. Tomoyuki nodded. The only person who wanted Kakashi's eyes could have been Bandito, but Kakashi had already seen the other man's face, leaving him a bit surprised. That day when he and Bandito firefighting like that, Bandito's mask were kept on as if welded to his face. He didn't expect Kakashi to actually see Bandito's face first. What are you going to do? Futsuki was still the clan leader now, but Natsuki had more ideas for this kind of thing. Natsuki said, I'm going to expose Bandito's identity so he doesn't make us Uchiha take the fall again. On the Kiba side, I've asked them to publicize the Night of the Nine Tails. The arrangements for us Uchiha. Tomoyuki frowned at his words. Will Michio cooperate? Natsuki laughed softly. How can that be? That old bastard, Junzo, is now back in the position of honorary elder. Now he can be in bed with the three of them again. The third Naruto. How can we possibly cooperate with Juanzo when he is the one who will not die without our Uchiha's heart? When Futake heard Natsuki's words, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. It's good that you're prepared. Natsuki, unlike him, had a backhanded approach to everything he did. I'm ready to take the reins on. Natsuki next shared his thoughts with Futsuki, who was nodding his head as he listened. Then let it go. You're taking over a lot of things within the clan anyway. You put your head down on clan scheduling. I'll take care of it. Hinata had just received word that Natsuki had returned to the village in the middle of the night. The next day, he received an invitation from Natsuki to come to his door. The day messenger received the post and was soon on his way. Natsuki saw the day messenger arrive and hurriedly came out to greet him. I'm sorry, day messenger. There are many things going on in the clan and I need you to make a special trip. Hinata was apprehensive when she arrived, but now that she saw Natsuki as she was before, her heart relaxed a bit. Once the two were seated, Natsuki spoke directly. I've got things to do, so I'll get right to it. There are things that I need your help to do, and after those things are done, what your fourth elder Hubekatu has done will be written off by us, the Uchiha. Natsuki's directness, on the contrary, made Hinata's heart relax. After all, sticking your head out is also a cut, and shrinking your head is also a cut. If he hadn't said that it hadn't been dealt with, he'd always had it on his mind, and the clan had never been comfortable with it. Natsuki, you say? The first words out of Natsuki's mouth startled the Hinata. Futsuki is badly injured and will be abdicating in the next few days, and I'm about to take over as head of the Uchiha clan. Tomoyuki is hurt that badly? The last time Hinata saw Tomoyuki, he was fine and had given him the vacant store on 8th Street to deal with. Before, there was only news about someone attacking the Uchiha, but there was no news that Tomoyuki was seriously injured. You know, with a family as big as the Uchiha, the change of patriarch is a big deal. Not only will all the clansmen attend, but they will also feast and notify the major powers. After all, every matriarch has a different style of dealing with the situation, and relationships are not always handled in the same way as before. The head of the Uchiha clan is not hereditary, and the acting styles of Uchiha Natsuki and Uchiha Futsuki are quite different. If Uchiha Natsuki had to discuss with Futsuki about what he wanted to do now, he would just make his own decision later. The patriarch abdicates unless he is killed in battle, or so injured that he cannot govern. Otherwise, according to Tomoyuki's age, he'd have no problem doing it for another 30 years. It seems that either Tomoyuki trusts Natsuki a lot, or Tomoyuki is dying. Thoughts were swirling inside Hinata's head. He was still on good terms with Futsuki after all, and his first reaction was to ask, Futsuki is dying? Natsuki was dumbfounded. What's with this? Who told you that? Puzzled, Hinata said, then how could he abdicate at his age? Natsuki cried and laughed. Futsuki's age was just the right age to be good, but Tomogatake had to shove the patriarch into my hands. So what's the alternative? Tomoyuki can't die. It's just that he doesn't want to do it anymore. Hinata huffed. What do you mean you don't want to do it anymore? If he could sit as the head of the clan, he could wake up laughing in his sleep. In fact, Tomoyuki has never had much desire for power, and in the past, when he was forced into a coup because he was at odds with the village, he was also carrying out the will of his clan. Now that there was someone who could lead the Uchiha to a better tomorrow, why would he hold on to the patriarch's position? Starting with Natsuki's decision to get a large number of Uchiha out of the police force, to now being completely detached from the Konoha village, every decision Natsuki had made had actually grown the Uchiha. After last night's thorough conversation, Tomoyuki even felt that he was politically thrown off by Natsuki by a few blocks, and even more so, he wanted to shove the position of patriarch into Natsuki's hands earlier, not to talk about the game with the third generation. Now the clan of the Uchiha want to take the mission has the system on the side of the sound hidden village. Do not want to take the mission can do business. Even if you have a child at home, there is a huge subsidy. This life is called a beautiful. All of this was all due to Natsuki. If this kind of person wasn't the patriarch, who else could be the patriarch? Chapter 145, Digging a Grave. Uchiha clan lands. Since Tomoyuki was still alive and well, Hinata stopped asking questions. Natsuki continued. That's the first piece of news. What about the second one? You know about the attack on Kakashi earlier and the removal of his left eye. Hinako nodded. Of course he knew that. After all, he was in charge of the vigilantes. Because of this matter, the third generation also specifically asked Hinata to change all of the village's various defensive probing boundaries, and Hinata was also busy for several days. if the frequency and location of the defense probe boundary were changed, even if the opposite side had a space jutsu, it would be discovered just as quickly. Only the third Naruto did not announce the identity of the attacker. The one who attacked Kakashi is the same person who was the driving force behind the Nine Tails Rebellion back then. What? Hinata was also taken aback. Back then the Nine Tails Rebellion had cost the entire Konoha a lot of money. Hyuga was just as much a participant in the battle and lost a lot of good men. Afterwards the Uchiha were forced to move away to a marginal location in the Konoha village, and the entire pattern of power in Konoha changed as a result. That man is a traitor to our Uchiha clan named Uchiha Bandu. Next Natsuki told him all sorts of information about Bandito and the fact that Kakashi had already seen Bandito's true face. Hinata quickly perceived the important information within. So, you Uchiha? Natsuki nodded. That's right, we Uchiha have been targeted all these years, and we've completely taken the blame. I'm going to expose the identity of Bandito next. And then there's what the village arranged for Uchiha on the night of the Nine Tails back then. That dog thief, Suzu, is definitely not going to cooperate with our Uchiha, so now we need your Hyuga clan's help. The Hinata thought for a moment and immediately agreed. I agree on this matter. Natsuki shook her head. You'll need to go back and ask Hinata for permission on this matter. And while he'll certainly agree to it as well, you can't just agree to it now. Hinata paused for a moment, realizing Natsuki was doing him a favor. Okay, I get it. What about the exact process of how this works? I'll have Kame interface with you. He'll tell you what the Hyuga clan needs to do. The other thing is that I'm going to be leading some Uchiha to a comfort monument today, and I'll need the police force to cooperate. Nico nodded, a little confused, and asked, what's the point of going to the comfort monument? Natsuki's eyes narrowed into a slit, a dangerous light flickering inside, digging graves. It was already past noon, and there was really no update on the top of Kiba's bulletin board either. As Natsuki expected, the Konoha hierarchy was not going to admit their mistake. Natsuki wasn't angry. It was all something he had expected anyway. He led a few of the Uchiha and rushed straight to the Consolation Monument. The Monument of Consolation is always guarded by the Dark Part, so after Natsuki arrived, the news was reported by the Dark Part to the third-generation Naruto. Kiba Village, the Tablet of Solace. Many of those who wanted to pay their respects today were stopped by the Hyuga police force, stating that repairs were being made inside and that it would take 2 hours before they could enter. The villagers are very puzzled. Comfort Monument is a big stone. Below all the graves, repair words still do not allow people to go in, but it wasn't too long and the villagers didn't really care. Just wait and come back. Natsuki had been leading people in for some time now. At this time the third Naruto arrived with the dark side. What are you doing here? Seeing that the Hyuga police force had actually set up a barrier outside the Monument of Consolation and prohibited the villagers from going in, the one leading the group was Hyuga Aisato of the Hyuga clan, who said after giving a salute to Mishio, reporting to Naruto-sama, Uchiha Natsuki led his clan to the Comfort Monument today, saying that he wanted to move his clan's grave. We were worried about a conflict between the Uchiha and the villagers, so we banned the villagers from entering. Mitsugo's eyebrows jumped. Moving graves? Move what grave? The ones engraved on top of the Tablet of Consolation are those who have been meritorious to Kiba, and the ones buried underneath. As well, even the corpses of the successive generations of shadows are all buried here. The dark sections on duty here were now excluded, and the Uchiha and Hyuga's men stood guard together, allowing no one to enter. What does Natsuki want? When Mishio arrived and led the men straight inside, Hinata didn't dare stop them and released the blockade. The third Naruto entered to find Natsuki standing there with her arms folded. A grave in front of him was a vandalized mess, with the headstone smashed to pieces and the coffin shaved out. Mishio that was furious. Natsuki, what are you doing? Natsuki snorted indifferently at the sight of Mishio's angry face. Yo, if it isn't Mishio, why I've come to move a grave for our Uchiha clan's hero. What's the problem? The third Naruto walked closer before realizing that the grave was that of Uchiha Bandito. When everyone thought that Bando had sacrificed himself and there was no body, they made a mound for him, and Kiba even buried him with the rights of a hero. I didn't realize that Natsuki had actually plowed this cloak and dagger, seeing that it wasn't someone else's grave that had been dug up. Mishio's anger calmed down a little. Natsuki, what's the point of this? Natsuki, however, answered, I wasn't at the Konoha bulletin board today and saw the Uchiha arrangement for the Night of the Nine Tails back then. Mishio grunted. It's been a long time, we need to verify it and make sure we don't get it wrong. It will take some time. Natsuki looked at Naruto coldly, then simply turned his head away, as if it would be a waste of breath to say one more word to him. The third Naruto was a bit angry to see Natsuki actually being so rude. Uchiha Natsuki, answer me, what's the point of you digging up a grave? Natsuki shrugged indifferently, then said, it doesn't mean much, it's just an outlet for anger. The third generation did not expect Natsuki to answer like this. For a moment they all froze. The dark part next to them also froze. This Natsuki went to such great lengths just to vent his anger? It's your problem if you Kiba don't want to admit it, and it doesn't seem like you need your permission for us Uchiha to want to sign the hero's cloak and dagger back into the clan, does it? Or, Michio-sama still wants to continue to have Bringu's grave placed here? Natsuki said leisurely. Michio's chest rose and fell a few times as he turned to the shadowy figure next to him. Go get Kakashi, and tell him that Natsuki dug up Bandito's cloak and dagger. Michio stared coldly at Natsuki. Natsuki, you better not pull any tricks. Natsuki yawned. I'm not that idle. I'll dig the grave and leave. Instead of caring about me digging up a sinner's coattails, it would have been better to get the truth about the Night of the Nine Tails out sooner and admit your mistakes. Earlier, the third Naruto had wondered what Natsuki was going to do with it if it wasn't announced, and then Natsuki had come to dig a grave. The third Naruto was worried that Natsuki had something else in mind, so he called Kakashi over to watch. As long as Natsuki doesn't dig up other people's graves, let Natsuki make a scene. Let's see what else Natsuki has to offer in response. The dark side replied, saying that Kakashi had arrived. Michio snorted coldly and turned around without greeting Natsuki. Chapter 146 Announcement and Reward. Konoha Village. The Monument. Kakashi had been inside the hospital EMO when he received a message from the dark side and immediately jumped up. His reaction was great, because not only was there Bandit's grave there at the Comfort Monument, but Noara Rin's grave was over there as well. He's worried about Noara Rin's grave. By the time Kakashi entered, Michio had already left. The only person standing at the scene was Uchiha Natsuki. Kakashi's gaze crossed over to Natsuki, and behind him was Bandito's clothesline, and Bandit's cloak and dagger has been completely opened up, the tombstone smashed to smithereens. Yo, if it isn't the wolf-hearted Kakashi. Natsuki saw Kakashi arrive and greeted him. With his full attention on the graveside, Kakashi ignored Natsuki's teasing. Natsuki, did you come here just to dig up Bandit's clothesline? In response to Kakashi's questioning, Natsuki waved his hand. How could I be that naive? It's not like Bringer's Earth is dead, so there's no point in me digging a clothespin. Kakashi didn't expect Natsuki to answer that way, and froze a bit for a moment. So you? Natsuki clapped her hands together. Wasn't it because of Noara Rin that Bandito started the Nine-Tail Rebellion? I'll dig up Noara Rin's grave right now. Kakashi was furious. How dare you? Natsuki, Lord Natsuki, it's been taken out. The voice came, and Kakashi turned his head, only to find the Uchiha's men, carrying a coffin. Kakashi's remaining one eye instantly reddened, not far from Noara Rin's grave, which had been neatly dug out of a pit. Needless to say, what the Uchiha were holding was Noara Rin's coffin. Natsuki, put down Lin. Kakashi let out a roar and charged towards several Uchiha. Natsuki waved her hand, and several Uchiha clansmen placed Noara Rin firmly on the ground. Before Kakashi could come over, he hastily backed away. Kakashi nervously rushed over to Noara Rin's coffin, afraid of any damage. As it turned out, Noara Rin's coffin was intact, and even the pit at the back where it had been dug was neat and tidy. It had obviously been very carefully cut with jutsu and then moved out. Kakashi's anger was suddenly blocked. Silly, do you really think I'd seek out an innocent little girl to vent my anger? Don't you forget, we're in the same class. Natsuki scared at Kakashi's look. I'd say you're brainless. Kakashi turned his head, a bit confused about Natsuki's intentions. Natsuki, you? Natsuki shook her head. Since we, the Uchiha, are going to publicize information about Bando, all the people who died in the Nine-Tail Rebellion will be counted against Bando, right? And if someone dies in the family, do you suppose they'll come here and dig up Lin Nohara's grave? Kakashi winced. It was evident by how the villagers treated Naruto, the Nine-Tailed human pillar power, how much the Nine-Tails Rebellion has hurt everyone. If it is revealed that Bandito is the culprit behind the Nine-Tail Rebellion, Noara Rin will most likely be implicated. Bandit was a celebrity inside the school in the old days, and it was no secret that he was in love with Rin Noara. Even if it wasn't announced that Bando had retaliated against Kiba because of Rin, Rin's grave would still likely be implicated. Kakashi wouldn't dare to bet that all the villagers are sensible people. Seeing that Kakashi seemed to have figured it out, Natsuki walked up and patted Kakashi's shoulder. Natsuki, don't like to implicate innocent people when I do things. I'll leave Noara Lin's coffin to you. Find a hidden place to bury it yourself. For a moment Kakashi suddenly felt that Natsuki didn't seem so bad. A couple of Uchiha clansmen put in and scratched the tombstone of Bandito. The inside of the clothespin mound was burned clean with a direct spray of a fireball. Natsuki was just about to turn around, then turned back, running to the top of the comforting monument to see. I'm sure there's still a name engraved here for Beltane. Natsuki beckoned and the Uchiha next to him handed over a knife. Natsuki drew it out and swished it twice, crossed out the name of Beltane. Natsuki nodded, then turned and walked away without looking back at Kakashi again. Kakashi stood frozen in place, looking out at Rin's coffin. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A lot of rain suddenly smashed down from the sky. into the ground and into Kakashi's heart. Natsuki, who came out of the consolation monument, asked the clan member next to him, "Did you get it?" The clan replied, "All have been obtained." Natsuki nodded. Go, Kiba village. All the major bulletin boards today had Uchiha on them, and Uchiha came and put up big notices directly afterward. The Uchiha's clan had rarely appeared in the village, and there was a pang of curiosity among the villagers, so they came forward. Uchiha Futsuki clan leader abdicates. The Uchiha Natsuki will take over as the new clan leader in a month. At that time the Uchiha held a grand celebration and invited the villages to observe. All snack street stores are all 10% off for 3 days. Have fun with the people. Wow. The villagers were in an uproar. The Uchiha was actually changing their patriarch? Or organize such a big celebration? Snack street is 10% off. Isn't that like giving it away for nothing? Additional villagers continue to read the text below. The real culprit behind the Nine Tails Rebellion has been identified as Uchiha Bando, who disappeared years ago and was characterized as a hero. This person single-handedly promoted the Nine-Tail Rebellion because he hated Kiba after losing his lover, causing countless casualties. To kill one's own teacher, one's teacher's mother, is heartless and dehumanizing. Even more so, a few days ago, he sneaked up on the Uchiha clan leader, causing serious injury to the Uchiha clan leader, Futsuki, and heavy deaths and injuries within the clan. By unanimous decision of the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Bandu was expelled from the clan tree, permanently hunted down and rewarded. Anyone who kills Bandito, with Bandito's head, can come to the Uchiha clan to collect the bounty of $300 million. This statement is permanent. If the above paragraph only surprised the villagers, the latter paragraph completely dropped a heavy bomb. The real culprit behind the Nine Tails Rebellion is actually Bandito? How many people were killed or injured in the Nine Tails Rebellion? Kiba, the fourth Naruto, the Namikaze Suikoto couple, Master of Illusion, Yubari Mako, Iruka's parents, and Sarutobi Biwako, the wife of the third Naruto. Akimichi Teichikaze also retired with serious injuries during the rebellion of the Nine Tails. Other villagers dead and wounded is countless. Countless villagers' relatives, close friends, all died on that day. This is the record for the most deaths in the entire Konoha non-war period. And even many villagers believe that the Nine Tails is the human pillar power seal broken, appeared accident, resulting in many people are to Naruto either hit or scold. It was only when I saw the Uchiha statement that I realized that the Nine-Tail Rebellion had been orchestrated. Bulletin boards were everywhere, but the crowd gathered in front of each one was growing. Luckily, members of the Hyuga clan's police force had long been arranged next to them to maintain order, so that the scene did not get out of control. It's been Hinata doing the police patrols down through the years. Some of the villagers, who were familiar with the Hinatas, opened their mouths to the Hinata clan and asked for a message about this Bandito. The Hyuga clan has long been preparing their belts. Originally an orphan, Ringu grew up in Uchiha and later joined Kakashi in Noara Rin under the tutelage of the fourth Naruto's Namikaze Mizukichi. Then he disappeared after the Battle of Kamubi Bridge and was recognized as having died in battle. After which the Kirigakure engineered the death of Noara Rin. Bandito loves Noara Rin deeply, and upon learning of Noara Rin's death, he set out to get revenge on everyone by starting the Nine-Tail Rebellion and killing his own sensei and sensei's mother. The entirety of the melon-eating villagers were stunned. Then shouldn't he go to retaliate against the Misty Hidden? Why take revenge on his own village, and kill his own teacher? Misty he has gone to retaliate. Retaliate against the village because he felt that the fourth generation Naruto was the first Godspeed in the shinobi world. Cannot even save Nogara Lin? So retaliate against the fourth generation. Isn't this pure brain disease? This kind of person is crazy, right? Hinata's clan echoed. Who says it isn't? Natsuki hadn't spelled out the reason why Bandito had started the Nine-Tail Rebellion. He just needed to show Bandito's deranged side, and the words of the Hinata clan next to them drew the attention of the eating villagers. You don't realize how much the Uchiha clan has taken the blame for the Night of the Nine Tails, when the Uchiha were clearly helping non-combatants evacuate. Then it froze and rumors spread that the Uchiha didn't do anything on the Night of the Nine Tails, and so many people were verbally abusive to the Uchiha. There's even a rumor that the Nine Tails Rebellion was done by the village Uchiha. Wow, outrageous. Isn't Bandito's last name Uchiha? Can that be the same? The Uchiha's clan leader was also attacked by him. Besides, isn't he expelled from the clan now? What about the bounty of 300 million? Boy, that's a lot of money. Hey, what are you thinking you? Uchiha Futsuki is seriously injured. Do you still want to earn this bounty? Chapter 147, The Invitation. The Uchiha exposing such a big piece of information could be said to have triggered the entire Konoha, triggering the entire shinobi world. Unlike ordinary villagers, the shinobi received much more detailed information. Intelligence has it that Bandito is completely mind-warped now and specializes in the use of time-space ninjutsu, with malice towards the entire shinobi world. Even Misty Hidden has already suffered a big loss under Bandito. and Bandito has a habit of impersonating Uchiha-zan and pulling the Uchiha-zan name as a banner. The major ninja clans of Kiba village have also received invitations, and a large ceremony will be held for Natsuki to take over as clan leader. Other shinobi villages are also invited to come and watch the ceremony. More than that, many ninja clans are more interested in the information about the real culprit behind the Nine Tails Rebellion than the outside world. Almost all of Kiba's major ninja clans were out in force on the night of the Nine Tails, and losses were both large and small. It had never been clear who had done it before, and Kiba had looked into it for many years without any clue. Now it's actually been found out by the Uchiha. In the past, Brinya didn't have much of a presence other than being a disciple of Mizukamon, and then his disappearance was classified as a death in battle, and no one remembers him. But before he died he gifted Kakashi with an eye. Kakashi made a big splash with that eye before being remembered by a small group of people. I didn't expect that when there was news again, it was actually exposed that he was the Black Hand of the Nine-Tail Rebellion. A part of them went to the third Naruto for confirmation, and the other part, to the Uchiha. On the side of the third Naruto, it was already expected that the exposure of Bandu's identity would cause a big uproar, so he had already prepared his belly. Stated that this is all still being investigated and is not yet certain. But the change of patriarch presented by the Uchiha clan caught the third generation a bit off guard. It was supposed to be a big deal for the Uchiha changeover, but at this juncture, the Uchiha's invitation to the outer village, to come and watch the ceremony, was a direct stab in the chest of the third generation. Now people from other ninja villages could come to Konoha village openly and honestly to scout for information. And with the change of clan leader, all the Uchiha, as a matter of course, had to return to the village. In other words, the 100 or so elites that Stopper had taken out would come back to the village. This puts a great deal of pressure on the third generation. The third Naruto was even worried that Uchiha Natsuki might have other ideas. Compare that to a dragged-out character like Kiba. When those shinobi came to ask for confirmation of the truth of the news, the Uchiha side then replied in the affirmative and told everyone. When Kakashi was attacked earlier, it was also Bandito's doing to get his eyes back. Kakashi has fully discovered the identity of Bandito. If you don't believe me, go to Kakashi for proof. So many more people started looking around to find signs of Kakashi, who had just found a hidden place to bury Rin. Back in Konoha there were countless people who came looking for him to confirm whether or not Bandito was the one behind the Nine Tails Rebellion. Kakashi was in for a rough ride, even though it was true that this incident was done by Bandito, but he didn't want to admit that his teammates were such people. It just so happened that Kiba had also issued a gag order, so Kakashi had to hide inside the dark base. It was only because of the series of blows that made Kakashi's entire being frustrated and gloomy. After he lost an eye, his entire strength was greatly reduced. In addition to the visual dead space created by losing your eyes, there's no way to aim at a target when you're too fast even when Ray cuts. Although his chakra wasn't as tight now as it used to be, Kakashi had basically lost the desire to fight. No more quests, no more visits to the Monument of Solace, lying around all day, living in pain every day. The whole thing is like a ghost. Cloud Hidden Village. Thunder Shadow's office. Uchiha Natsuki returns to the village, announcing that he will take over as Uchiha clan leader in a month. The Uchiha widely distributed invitations to all major ninja villages to observe the ceremony. The Uchiha clan declares the true culprit of the Nine-Tail Rebellion to be Uchiha Bandu, and expels him from the clan lineage, conducts a permanent hunt and places a bounty on him, with a bounty of $300 million, and it states that Bandu specializes in temporal and spatial jutsu, often impersonates Uchiha-zan, and holds great ill will towards the entire shinobi world, and that the Misty Hidden of the Water Country has already been retaliated against. No news has come out of the Water Country. An official invitation from the Uchiha side will arrive in the next few days. Mobuchi, who handled things ably, reported the information he had just gathered to the Thunder Shadow. Reikage tapped on the table, just went to scout Uchiha Natsuki's whereabouts, and Uchiha Natsuki came right back to the village. Is it really such a coincidence? This Bandu needs to be watched. No one who knows the time-space ninjutsu is a good match. Also continue to probe the news from the Water Country side to see what kind of retaliation Bandito has taken against the Water Country. Holding the papers, Mobuchi inquired, is it necessary to send someone to observe the ceremony of the Uchiha clan? Reikage laughed, that's natural. Isn't this just sending us a chance to scout Kiba? Cloud Hidden Village has always been an old rival with Kiba Village, and now it's the perfect time to take advantage of the Uchiha Eye ceremony. Go inside the Konoha village and see the reality of Konoha and how the Uchiha clan and Konoha are really related. When the time comes, let Samui and the three of them go over there and bring some congratulatory gifts, so as not to say that we, Cloud Kane, don't know how to be courteous. Iwaki Village. The village is surrounded by rocky mountains and has a strong defense line that makes it difficult for the enemy to penetrate its interior. But again, they have to communicate relatively little with the outside world. and Iwako and Kiba have been tit-for-tat for years, with several encounters in the Shinobi World War, and relations can be harsh. The third Earth Shadow. Onuki is the first Earth Shadow, second Earth Shadow's personal disciple. Strength is quite strong. He is known as Anoki of the two scales, and is proficient in the art of earth evasion. The power of dust escape, which is a bloodline elimination that is above the bloodline limit, needs no further explanation. The most enviable thing is that he can fly. One of the few flying ninjas in the five powers. Under Anoki's leadership, the Iwakamura had a heyday. If not for his delay in finding the right person to take over as the fourth Earth Shadow, it has now formed a rivalry with Kiba for supremacy. Iwashin and Konoha had crossed paths many years ago, when Anoki, as a young man, had gone to Konoha with his master, the second Earth Shadow, to conclude a covenant. At that time, they had already made a deal with Hatsunoshi Naruto, but Uchiha crossed the line and not only rejected the alliance, but also beat them up. From that point on, Iwagakure and Konoha have been at war. Even in the Kusunokuni battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War, Iwakuma beat Kiba to a standstill. If it weren't for Kiba's golden flash, wave wind Mizumon, blowing up the Kamimubi Bridge and cutting off Iwaya's supply route, I'm afraid that the victory of the Third Shinobi World War will belong to Iwagakure. Anoki was very conservative in his rule of Iwaki and sought stability in everything. That's why even though Iwaki is powerful now, he didn't start the war rashly. Iwaki's office. Looking at the paper report inside his hand, Anoki let out a rare laugh. The Nine-Tail Rebellion many years ago. Actually, the traitors of the Uchiha clan did it. It really is a dog-eat-dog situation. Anoki had always remembered vividly about the fat-beating Uchiha zebra had given him back then. The Third Shinobi World War was the battle that changed because the fourth-generation Naruto, Namikaze Mizukado, blew up the Kamimubi Bridge. So the joy of watching Namikaze Suikato actually be killed by his own disciple was really rare. After the Nine-Tails Rebellion, Iwakamura also took advantage of the death of Namikaze Mizukado and had a short conflict with Kiba, only because both Jiraiya and Orochimaru of the three ninjas were still around at that time. The Iwatobi didn't have much of an advantage, and Iwatobi has a lot of people missing from the battlefield. Now in Kiba village, with all three ninjas gone, and Kakashi's eyes gouged out, there are very few people in the Naruto line. The strongest fighting force is the Uchiha clan. You have to realize that the strength of Kiba village with Uchiha and without Uchiha is completely different, especially since it was previously revealed that several of the Uchiha clansmen were masters of the kaleidoscope writer's eye. Anoki had felt the fear of being dominated by Susanoo back then. The Uchiha and Konoha village's seemingly united relationship in recent years has also been very intriguing to explore. Now as far as fame is concerned, the Uchiha clan still belongs to the number one clan in the shinobi world, and there is nothing wrong with inviting some more people to the ceremony. That's why when Anoki received the official invitation from the Uchiha clan, it was decided to send a man forward, nominally to observe the ceremony, but actually to probe. Have Yellow Earth and Black Earth make a trip. Anoki thought for a moment. Bring more guards, and make sure to scout out the existing situation in Kiba village. Chapter 148, The Invitation. Sandy Hidden Village, a village in northeast Japan. Sand Hidden Office. Rosa sat at his desk looking at the invitation sent by the Uchiha. Although they were nominally allies with Kiba, in reality, the relationship between the two sides wasn't too good. After all, there were a number of battles between Sand Hidden and Konoha village in the first three shinobi wars, but they all ended in defeat, and their nations are getting worse and worse, rather than being allies. How about having to be an ally? However, the Uchiha clan's relationship with Rosasha is much better. After all, they still have business sex above all. The business plan left behind by Natsuki before. Rosa's side is also considered to have spread out large and small stores. Although the Sand Hidden village was said to be poor, it had more or less made some money. Before the Sand Hidden village also no one had researched drinks. A lot of drinks were difficult to transport to the Sand Hidden village, and those that cooled and relieved the summer heat belonged to the category of medicines. The development of what Summerwood left behind has been welcomed by a number of people. Whether it's the sweet and sour plum soup or the bitter-tasting herbal tea, it's the holy grail to quench the summer heat. There are also foods such as roasted sencha, which are very popular among young people. The key is that the ingredients are all dry and easy to transport. Ingredients that are not available on this side of the wind country. They were all imported on the Uchiha side, shipped to the village and made themselves. Plus Natsuki had helped reinforce the seal on my arrow earlier, so it was a favor of sorts. With something as big as Uchiha Natsuki taking over as clan leader, it was only logical to send a representative to see it. And then there's that bandito. Is he part of the organization that Natsuki said? That covets the ninjutsu. Roxa quickly made a decision. Call the Yakuza Maru over here. Soon after, Yakashimaru arrived at the office. Nightjar Maru in the year did not die in the hands of my arrows, and now the heart disease is all gone. Under the short blonde hair, the eyes have a god. no longer the year that melancholy youth. He has spent most of his time over the years assisting Rosa and taking care of Ayara, and is considered Rosa's right-hand man. Rosasha told Yakashimaru about the invitations and information she had received. After hearing that, Yakashimaru said, "It would be nice if Aiello could go. His transformation over the past few years is entirely thanks to Natsuki. He also very much wants to see Natsuki again." Rosa shook his head. "Myero is still too young to stay inside the village right now. After all, Iero is a human pillar power, considered a strategic weapon of the Sand-Hidden Village, and Iero is too young to worry about any accidents." However, because of Natsuki's reinforcement of the seal, Shizuru no longer had any problems in the past few years, plus the Sand-Hidden Village was well governed. It also allowed Rosa to be complimented by the daimyo of the Wind Country, mentioning some funding to make life a little better for Sand-Hidden. "I sent you to observe the ceremony because you're with Myero every day, and you know his situation best." In addition to thanking Natsuki for helping Iero, the other thing is the question of whether or not the seal needs to be reinforced. Rosasha experienced too many Shizuru rampages when I was a child. Every time, they would stir up the village and end up losing large sums of money again. Now that my arrows are stabilized, it equates to one of the most money-consuming areas not being there, making Rosa be extraordinarily cherished and cautious. The second is to get a clear picture of how threatening that Bandicoot is. Is he the one from the organization that's trying to capture the tailed beasts? I see Lord Wind Shadow. Should I tell Irizumi? Yashimaru also wanted to see Natsuki again, the person who sort of completely changed my arrow's childhood and saved his life. A soft smile appeared on Rosa's face. After my arrow hadn't been harassed by Shoha in recent years, totally a normal kid already. All those injuries he once had seemed to be leaving him. A few years can change a lot of things. No more storming around, no more hurtful I love yous, and even made a few friends. After heeding Natsuki's advice, Rosasha had taken great care in educating I love you. To his surprise, he realized that Aiello was really very smart and responsible, and in the future, if he could control the tailed beasts, he would even be a very good choice for a successor. This child, my arrow, is starting to get good now, so tell him these things directly. I know. Yakashimaru nodded. I love you for remembering the time when Natsuki came to reinforce his seal, said many times that he would repay Natsuki when he grew up, even though it said that the current I love you can't leave the village yet. It's nice to be able to bring a message to Uchiha Natsuki. Also, take Handy and Kankuro with you, let them go see the world, and on my arrow's side, let Maki look after them. Land of Water, Misty Village, already seated in the position of the 5th generation Mizukage, Shumakata was the last to receive the news. After all, the sea voyage was so far away that the transmission ninja bird had to fly for days to reach it. Natsuki was aware of the mess on the water countryside, and he guessed that Shumi was now unconcerned with caring about the affairs of other countries, and informing the water countryside was just a courtesy. He also made it clear that there was no need to send anyone, knowing that the Land of Water was a long way away. Otherwise, a month is not enough time to travel on the misty road, and even longer if you accidentally hit the sea winds and waves. Terumi had also seen the bounty that the Uchiha clan had placed on Bandu, and even said that Misty Hidden had suffered a great loss under Bandu. Mist Hidden more than ate a big loss. If it is not Natsuki came that trip. Now the 4 generations of Mist Hidden Village Water Shadow are still under its control. The regression of the Swanoku nation in recent years has also been credited to Bandito. Misty Hidden Village, such a big melon was exposed by Natsuki. Misty Hidden is feeling ashamed. There wasn't much that could be done about it though. There were too many onlookers at the time, and Misty Hidden rebels were notorious for being numerous. It was only a matter of time before word got out. But right now, Terumi didn't have much time to think about that, because a bigger problem had arisen. The 4th generation Mizukage, Orange Yakura Berry, is dead, having died by suicide. Misty Hidden was basically all but destroyed at his hands, and his pride, too, wouldn't allow him to live any longer. He himself was living in the prison because of the 3-tail ISO inside his body, and this was a valuable asset of the Misty Hidden. Unfortunately, for several years, Yakura the Berry has been assassinated and verbally abused. There are people who go over guards, high walls, and into prisons, even just to spit on Yakura the Orange Berry. Even the people who looked after the prison turned a blind eye to this. After all, too many people had died during the reign of the 4th Mizukage. So many blood succession restriction clans have had their families broken up, and countless people have been implicated. As a result, Yakura Berry was in such poor mental health that he finally committed suicide sometime before. Along with the 3-tail ISO, they died together, and the next resurrection is unknown when and where. Miss Ao, lost. There were already many people who were not convinced by the fact that Terumi Moi was sitting in the position of Water Shadow, and the village's loss of the 3-tail ISO became even more of a reason to attack her. Terumi couldn't handle the mess, so of course she couldn't be bothered to send someone to Natsuki's succession ceremony. Still, Natsuki couldn't have enough face, and that big hole near the village hadn't even been filled in yet. Terumi had to write a reply, and used the summoning bird to explain that Misty Hidden had other important matters that she couldn't get away from on her side. Chapter 149. Fire Country. Kakuto has just done a job. His partner has been accidentally killed, and now he's alone with the body. In a remote location, he carried the body behind him, its skin ashen and only briefly treated, and a faint stench was already coming from it. But Kakuto didn't care. This corpse stench was the smell of money to him. A toilet appeared up ahead, and Kakuto carried the body inside and pressed next to the urinal, and a secret door appeared. A bald man with a scar on his eyebrow poked out from inside, and seeing that it was Kakuto coming, he hurriedly greeted, "Big brother Kakuto, inside please." Kakuto seemed to know the place well, and having gone in, dropped the body onto a plank sticking out. Baldhead took it and compared it. "That's right, big brother Kakuto. It's the rebel shinobi of the Iwakuni kingdom, 7 million. Kakuto wasn't too happy with the number, but this Iwakunin was of average strength, and it didn't take much time other than the effort it took to find someone. Taking the money box handed over by the bald man, he asked as he counted the money, "Any good bounties or news lately?" The bald head stood next to him, seemingly knowing from early on that Kakuto would inquire, so he immediately spoke up. "Big brother Kakuto has been too busy lately, hasn't he? A lot of big things have happened lately." Kakuto's hand paused for a moment as he counted the money, then he didn't say a word, and after carefully counting the money, he said, "There's no problem with the money, and just now you said, what's the big deal?" "Two things. The Uchiha have found out the mastermind of the Nine-Tail Rebellion back then. It's a traitor called Uchiha Bandu. The Uchiha clan has already expelled him from the clan tree and offered a reward of $300 million for his pursuit." "How much?" Horn was afraid he was hallucinating. "You know that the bounty for the six-tailed human pillar Hagoromo is only 50 million. Sarutobi Asma 35 million. The Hyuga clan chief, and the Uchiha clan chief, just 100 million. The shadows of the villages are the only ones with a bounty of $200 to $300 million. How can this bandito be worth so much money?" The bald head seemed to have known that Kakuto would ask from early on, and hurriedly repeated, "Big brother Kakuto, you heard correctly. It's 300 million. The Uchiha had been held in the black by this bandito some years ago, and had come to hate this bandito with a passion. Plus this bandito sometimes space jutsu, that's why the bounty is so high." Kakuto was moved for a moment and hurriedly took the information over. It was actually a time-space jutsu, inside the shinobi world, but anyone who knew the time and space ninjutsu was not a good match. When the 4th generation Naruto Namake's Mizumon, with a hand of flying thunder god art, can be said to be across the battlefield, in this mission-focused shinobi world, you are allowed to abandon your mission to escape when you see Namake's Mizukato. You can imagine how strong Wave Wind Swayman was at that time. If you can beat them, you can't chase them. If you can't escape. Where to fight is up to the 4th generation. The initiative of the battle was always in his hands, which is why Namake Suemon, at the time, was named the most promising Naruto. Unfortunately, he inexplicably died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, causing the other shinobi villages to gloat while investigating how the 4th generation died. The result, naturally, was nothing. After all, Bandu has always been hidden very deeply. Even now in the Dawn organization, only Nagato and Minami and Jedi know of his existence. I didn't realize that after so many years, the true culprit, who Kiba hadn't even found out, had been found by the Uchiha clan, and the witness is still Kakashi. But the eerie silence of Kiba's higher-ups has thrown everything into disarray. No wonder Bandit is worth so much money. Kakuto is not too concerned about the love-hate relationship between Kiba and Uchiha. He wants to get money now. After seeing how much money the belt is worth, he was also itching to find out. But after all, his opponents sometimes had space jutsu, and there wasn't a lot of information already available right now about where to look. But Kakuto still took this information to heart. The land of rain. Rainy hidden village. The sky is still raining. Minami swept across the sky, stopped in front of a tall tower that looked old and untouched. The wall cracked open into a man-sized opening, and Minami gathered her wings and dove in. After going inside, it was a vertical downward passage, and Minami respread her wings and descended all the way down, reach very deep underground. The place was crisscrossed with sewer pipes, and Minami was very familiar with the place, making 7 turns to a hidden basement. The basement was lined on the left and right with several barrels extending down with a bed sticking out of them. All 6 of Nagato's paths lay on top of such a bed. This is where Nagato maintains Rokudo's body. Minami turned a side door next to her, and inside was none other than Nagato standing on a wooden cart. Nagato fell asleep standing with his eyes closed and his breathing even. Minami didn't wake up Nagato, but started preparing food on the sidelines. Nagato nursed all of the 6 paths upon his return, and fell into a deep sleep himself was to regain his energy. After regarding the various information Natsuki revealed to him, although Nagato didn't dare to believe it completely, he believed 70% of it, and developed a huge sense of defense against both Bandito and Jedi. His physical condition was one of the biggest breaks, so he simply didn't fight as hard as he used to, and tried to regain as much energy as possible before thinking about the development of the Dawn organization. Minami waited here for a long time before Nagato awoke. Nagato looked up. "What's going on out there?" Minami flipped the meat in the pot while answering. "The inside of the village is still as it is. I left a paper detachment, so there won't be any problems." Bandito went to Uchiha and was almost left there, and Uchiha Futsuki was seriously injured. After that, Bandito took Kakashi's Sharingan eye and now he doesn't know where it is. Uchiha Natsuki announced that he would take over as clan leader in a month, sitting on the news that Uchiha Futsuki was seriously injured, and exposed Bandito as the true culprit of the Nine-Tail Rebellion. "Expel Bandito from the clan tree, and hunt him down permanently," Minami said, handing the lunchbox in her hand to Nagato, who pulled out her hand, picked it up and slowly ate it. So the Nine-Tail Rebellion was his doing, hiding really deep. Nagato's weak body had only gotten slightly better recently with daily recuperation, and he could now speak fluently. "The deeper I dug into the accident back then, the more details I got. It was as if he himself had suddenly slept for days at a time, and his eyes seemed different then. I was just too young to realize it then. But the day of his parents' death is fresh in Nagato's mind. This is because Nagato's father, ISE, was a healer who was in the battlefield of the Rain Ninja Village, performing medical activities, and his mother was a nurse. Doesn't he know how dangerous war is? But they are all people who know their lives are in danger and go to save them." From ISE's old battlefield experience is to be concluded, this battlefield-saving behavior of ISE is not only the first time, but quite experienced. But that time there was an extra Nagato on the side. "As a parent, don't you know that your son is timid and cowardly?" It was almost a given that Nagato would make a noise. And the first thing the Kiba ninja said after entering the house was, "What man?" That's when Father ISE suddenly rushed up and took hold of the Konoha ninja's hand. The Konoha ninja's second words were, "Damn it, is it an enemy?" Just, to the point of death. Not a word, not an enemy, we are physicians. While this approach seemed to be protecting Nagato, it was more like a way to send him to his death. Shouldn't surrendering to save one's life be routine for a physician who spends years on the battlefield saving lives? How did you save so many people on the battlefield when you can't tell the enemy forces from the enemy? Whether or not ISE was hit by the illusion Nagato at that time is also unknown. But as far as the logic of the behavior is concerned, ISE's behavior is strange. Chapter 150, Testing Each Other. The Land of Rain. Nagato slowly drank the broth, a warmth coming over his body. "It's a feeling I haven't had in years." It wasn't as if his chakra consumption was in overdraft anymore after he'd recently put away all 6 paths. The supply of Gato magical statues had also been reduced, and all he had to do now was to build up his strength and weight until he had the ability to turn the tables on Bandito. First, he flipped off Bandito. As for the nuclear weapons program, what Natsuki said kind of spoke to Nagato's heart. If what Natsuki said was true, then his chakra eyes were something that must have had a backhand from Zan. The known information now confirms that the chances are high that the masked man is indeed Bandito, especially since there is a Kakashi that has been completely identified as Bandito. Even though there was already a 99% chance that Natsuki's words were all true, Nagato still wanted answers from Kakashi. If Bandito's identity is true, then what Natsuki said is true, regardless of whether or not Otsutsuki will come. All of the Beltlands are objects that Nagato needs to remove. It's even possible to ask Jedi directly, without having to look for Kakashi, or to ask the bringer himself. Bandito now doesn't know that Nagato knows about the Eye of the Moon program, and when Bandito snubbed Nagato before, it was all about making weapons of war together. So, even if this identity of Bandito is exposed, there is still a high probability that he will continue to make false pretenses with Nagato. After all, the current Nagato is still a pawn in the eyes of Bandito. After Nagato figured that out, he said to Minami, "Minami, I'm going to contact Bandito." Minami frowned. Why? Nagato was sure of himself. Since Natsuki's side has already exposed Bandito's true identity, we can simply question him directly. He still needs me to control the chakra eyes right now, and won't turn his back on me, and will most likely just admit who he is. Bandito doesn't realize that his plan for the Eye of the Moon has been revealed to us by Natsuki. We can still fake working with Bandit and slowly build up our power. Minami wasn't in favor of it. That's too risky. You're in danger. Nagato's chakra eyes were filled with determination. Now that Bandito has gotten back the left eye from Kakashi's place, it's expected that the pupil power will improve again. So if we don't take a chance, maybe we won't have a chance at all. If this pair of reincarnation eyes isn't mine, then I'm sure I'll have a backhand on me that they prepared. So there's not much point in hiding. These days, a huge change had also occurred in Minami's heart. If anything, They used to just dedicate themselves to their dreams, but then Natsuki tells them that there is actually another way to go. If she could, Minami would like to be able to see Nagato less tired. God's mighty space. A greenish-blue Susanoo, standing atop a stone platform. A moment later, Bandito panted and collected his Sasori. That's good. The pupils are still enhanced. All this time, it had been testing various data of Susanoo, and he had absolutely no previous experience with Susanoo. And Suda needs to use a lot of pupil power, and if you don't calculate it, you won't even be able to get into Shin Megami Tensei at the end of the day. After resting a little, Bandito opened a vortex and instantly dove in. When he came out again, he was at the border of the fire country. Jedi stood in a tree, looking at the sky in boredom, having waited for a long time. What took you so long to come out? Do you know how long I've been waiting? Baijia's voice was a bit exasperated. Just make me. Lay yourself down in the god's mighty space. With a cold look on his face, Bandito said, didn't notice the time. What's the news from Konoha village? Bandito's attitude towards Jedi was even more different than before. Complex emotions flashed in the Black Jedi's eyes and he laughed in a low voice. You're afraid you're in trouble. Bandito frowned. What kind of trouble? The Uchiha made an announcement that exposed you, including the fact that you pushed for the Nine-Tail Rebellion right then and there, and declared that you were expelled from the clan's genealogy. Expulsion from the family tree. Bandito's expression turned ugly. This was completely setting aside his relationship with Bandito. He wasn't even allowed to use his last name anymore. Humph, snorted Bandit. I don't care. Many images flashed inside of Bandito's mind. Bits and pieces of what had once been in Uchiha's eldest university, all gradually shattered. Stiff upper lip. That's it? The Black Jedi cracked his mouth. Of course it's more than that. Natsuki sent the information that he spent $300 million to put a bounty on your head and that you know time-space ninjutsu and like to disguise yourself as an Uchiha Zanpakuto to the entire shinobi world. Sure enough, it was like this. Although Bandu had prepared for it, he didn't expect Natsuki to be the one to directly announce it to the entire shinobi world. In the beginning, Uchiha Zebra asked Bandu to succeed his will and take his place to complete the Eye of the Moon program. Belt Earth is actually not ready to resurrect Uchiha Spot. After all, the process he knows. He is the boss does not smell good. Have to be a wage earner. But the big banner that is Uchiha-zan is a good one. But he didn't expect to be dismantled directly by Natsuki when he recruited the Oni. Now it's come down to actually informing the entire shinobi world directly. This is very detrimental to acting in the future. The other thing is that Natsuki is about to take over the position of Uchiha clan leader in a month's time, and has invited a very large number of shinobi and shinobi village leaders to a banquet. Bandito looks grim, eyes glittering. That's when a fluctuation came. Nagato? Jedi and Bringer looked at each other and both felt that it should be a matter of Bringer's identity being revealed. After all, Bringer's vest had been spot before. The two cast their spells at the same time, their minds penetrating space and drifting off into the uncharted caverns. Inside the empty cave, there were only 4 figures: Minami, Pain, Bandito, and Jedi. In the darkness, a pair of lavender chakra eyes opened. So you're Bandu, not Uchiha Spot. The voice was unhurried, but there was a hint of derision hidden within. Bandito was silent for a moment. That doesn't matter. Our goals are the same. Does it make a difference if I'm Bandito or Spot? Ha 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 ha. There was a lot of emotion within Pain's tone, but Bandito could tell the sarcasm within. Reality cannot be experienced if it is not accompanied by pain, Bandito said lightly. Pain stopped his grin and looked fixedly at Bandito. There is no such thing as peace in this world. This is reality. Only by accomplishing our plan can we make this world real again. Bandu had now gathered a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes, and his pupil power was growing at a high rate. Time now didn't want to start a conflict with Nagato. After all, it wasn't that simple for him to find another person who was on the same frequency as the demonic statue of Gato. So saying all of these things is a complete test run. Pain was non-committal, now that he wasn't leaning on the belt as much as he used to, even a little contemptuous in attitude. This kind of doing was something that Bandito had been prepared for. In the past, when they worked with Nagato, they used each other as well as watched out for each other. But Pain was a bit more wary of Bandito. After all, Bandit used to be taught how to even manipulate the chakra eyes and how to control the outer demonic statues because of Shin Megami Tensei's ability to come and go without a trace. This made Nagato, in his mind, raise the danger of Bandito very high. Even if it wasn't Uchiha Zebra, it was still a very difficult person to deal with. But now the identity of the Belt Earth suddenly exposed. Natsuki even banished the Belt Earth genealogy. Bandu instantly became a savage who didn't even have a Uchiha family name. Compared to the former Vest Uchiha Spot is too big a difference. Even if the ability of the Belt Earth has not changed, but also cannot help but let Nagato have contempt. Bandito's mind was racing at this point, and he also wanted to test Nagato's current attitude towards him. When Natsuki succeeds the patriarch, he can test the waters. There's no need. Without hesitation, Pain interrupted Bandu. Right now the organization is at a time when it should be lurking. Going to Kiba rashly will only expose the information of our dawn. And how can we capture tailed beasts in the future? You went to Kiba this time, and you exposed your identity straight away, as well as Jedi, and you exposed quite a bit of information as well. Right now the organization is not strong enough and needs to hunker down, Jedi said in a low tone. I'm sorry, Bandito sneered in his heart. His pupil power is still improving now. When my metamorphosis is complete, I'll throw you off. Do you really think you're God? There was little expression on Bandito's face, but he backed off in his tone. I see. Chapter 151 Prelude. Rain Ninja Village. Pain opened his eyes. Minami asked, what does this look of Bandito mean? Pain said lightly, this is Bandito testing our attitude towards him. He's badly hurt right now, and if we're still polite to him, he'll get suspicious. Bandito just had his identity exposed. It just means that there are more people to defend against him in the future. But his strength hasn't been compromised. He's got his left eye back now, and he thought I didn't know the secret of the dual Sharpies, so he backed off on purpose. This kind of hibernation means exactly that he has a ghost in his heart. I'm still a little more inclined to trust Natsuki than Bandito. Minami said that with Bandito, he was always on edge, and working with him was like working with a tiger for its skin. Pain nodded. Try. His eyes closed and a thought wave passed out. Uchiha clan land. Natsuki looked puzzled. Nagato actually contacted me? He dismissed the others, lay down and changed to a comfortable position, then cast the spell and thoughts drifted off into the distance. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the middle of an unknown cave. Across the room was the figure of Pain. Natsuki visibly raised her hand to look down at her body as if she were videoconferencing, and occasionally there was a pulling wave on her body. The signal isn't too good on this thing, but it's impressive enough. Ultra long range, confidential communications. There's no other place like it. There you are. Pain's tone was not the same as when he was interacting with Bandito. It was normal to talk to Natsuki as if she were a normal friend. Was there any reaction from the belt? Natsuki's guess was that Bandito was going to choose to shrink now. Pain nodded. Bandito's identity was revealed, and he backed down when I purposely made a strong appearance. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Bandito's character had always been cautious and had always hidden in the shadows. All of this math is because he knows all of Bandito's information, and Bandito didn't realize that Natsuki knew everything about him. Even Futsuki was able to swing him when his information came to light. It's a matter of poor information. Now that Bandu had known that his abilities were completely exposed, he would naturally be more cautious in the future and would not show up again easily. After taking a few losses from me, and now that he's gotten his left eye back, Bandito's abilities will increase rapidly and he'll definitely be lurking. Your Shao organization also continues to hibernate and develop now. Your body, Natsuki mused. Now Nagato is clearly weaker than Bandito, and now that Bandito has his eyes back, that means he can also turn on his Susanoo, and with the dual Shin Megami Tensei Void, he can't be killed at all. Nagato's Shao organization had only just begun its activities, and there was no way that Kakuto could have saved up 600 billion starter charms for Minami. At this point in time, Nagato and Minami are still a ways off from Bandito in terms of hard power. Nagato's body itself is one of the biggest hard cases, and when a Jedi finds it, it's just gone. Natsuki suddenly had a flash of insight. You ask Nan to come over. I have something for you. I'll contact you with a paper crane when I come. Good. Thought disconnect. Natsuki opened her eyes, herself still lying in bed, stretching his back. Ouch. So tired. Being a clan leader is really a troublesome thing. Natsuki comes back and realizes that Tomoyuki has gotten his hands on the time-sealing spell of the Witch of the Oni no Kuni. It turns out that there really is something that restrains time-space ninjutsu. It seems that there's still some benefit to Tomoyuki not being dead, or else he didn't even know there was such a thing. If it wasn't for the fact that the time-sealing spell formation couldn't be opened continuously, Bandito would probably be dead right now. Natsuki had sent another person to the land of ghosts at the first opportunity. I wonder how the news is going over there. However, now that the clan still had a time-sealing spell, the safety of the clan was guaranteed. When Natsuki had agreed to take over as clan leader, Tomoyuki had already announced the news in the clan. Now all matters big and small come to Natsuki for reports. He had never known that the head of a clan cared about so many things. Snack Street proceeds, export materials from the sand-hidden village, rewards for the birth of the clan's children, and so on. All of these have to be reported. Although Natsuki had manipulated the Uchiha in the grand scheme of things before and brought the Uchiha a considerable amount of progress, the details above the specific operations never bothered him anymore. He'd never had much of a craving for power. After all, there was still an otogi on top of his head, and there wasn't much you could do with a craving for power. So Natsuki has spent the last few days searching for the right people to divide up these small and large matters. Kiba Village. Naruto's office. The three generations of Naruto, Shimura Tuzo, Mito Mengen, and Haru Tanabe are all gathered here, because the third Naruto had received a number of official communications. It was sent from another shinobi village, as the Uchiha, now, nominally belonged to the Konoha village. So the Uchiha Patriarch's succession ceremony invited people, have returned 2 copies of the letter. One to tell the Wooden Leaf village, we have to come to which people hello to do reception. The other is to avoid misunderstandings. The other one is a reply to the Uchiha, meaning that the invitation was received by us, and we come or we don't come as a reply. Take a look. The third Naruto dropped the official letter all there, gesturing for Tuanzo to come and see. The 3 of them, reunion, pick them up and read them one by one. Rock hidden, cloud hidden, sand hidden, all of them said they were coming. Mist hidden didn't have any news, so I guess they're not coming. These people have impure motives, Mito Mengen said with some sorrow. Michio took his pipe and tapped it on top of another document, also an official letter. This is the recently risen Sound Hidden Village, and their so-called Sound Shadow will be here as well. Reizo snorted. The leader of a small village dares to call himself a shadow? His contempt is not unreasonable. Now in addition to the 5 big countries, other small countries' small ninja villages are many, but most of the strength is not good. The most powerful is the elite upper ninja power, and it's still 2 or 3 kittens. It's not even close. If you don't have a bit of strength and call yourself a shadow, you'll immediately be laughed at when you go out, except in your own village. The third Naruto shook his head. This Sonic Shadow was only recently inaugurated, and there isn't much information on him yet, but Stopper and those 100 or so Uchiha, all of them are in the Sonic Hidden Village. Oof. It was a good thing that Gumiho had forgotten that the Uchiha still had over 100 elites out of the Uchiha, the evil Uchiha clan. I suspect that this Sonic Shadow is a puppet that the Uchiha clan has fostered. Michio shook his head. Uchiha Natsuki is pressuring us with this move. Our relationship with the Uchiha was already bad, and now there are so many people from the outer villages, blatantly spying on information. If we Kiba don't do something about it, I'm afraid that Natsuki will openly state that he's breaking away from our Konoha. The third Naruto had a point. After all, Natsuki had said earlier that he demanded that Kiba make public the arrangements for the actions of the Uchiha on the night of the 9 Tails, but the Kiba executives, concerned about face, have been dragging their feet and not giving a positive reply. Natsuki had invited so many people from other shinobi villages to come and watch the ceremony in the name of his taking over as clan leader. It's to put pressure on Kiba. If you don't announce it right, fine. I'll just tell the other powers that we don't know Kiba village well, and what activities you have nothing to do with us. And on top of the strength, Weasel has returned to the Uchiha. Stopper is back again, plus Natsuki, and Futsuki. Uchiha will have 4 pairs of kaleidoscopes, together with the 100 or so outgoing Uchiha elites who had returned and the Uchiha who had stayed behind. The Uchiha now even had the ability to set off a coup d'etat, especially since these 100 or so Uchiha's elites, all of them hawks, were well within the realm of possibility to set off a coup d'etat. Offhand, you can't keep people from coming back. After all, it was the third Naruto who signed off on it in the first place, saying they were running away. Since it's such a big deal to change the patriarch if you run away, wouldn't it make sense to go back to the village? Natsuki's move made the third Naruto feel nothing but mountain rain. Chapter 152. Kiba Village. Naruto's office. The third Naruto knocked on the table. Now inside the village, there are already very many rumors, and there is no point in us dragging it out. Several people were aware of the rumors that had recently surfaced in the village. It's the explanation that on the night of the 9 Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan was asked by the Konoha hierarchy to go and protect the non-combatants. It's not the same thing as not being in the fight. In the past, if there were such rumors, no one believed them. After all, you, Uchiha, are the police force, and you offend people every day. So how could anyone possibly speak up for you? The Uchiha of today is very different, and it's rare to even see the Uchiha clan's personnel lingering in the Konoha village these days. The current Uchiha clan, for one thing, is not a police force, and for another, they don't rely on you, Kiba, to do their missions, while others run their own catering business into the ground. Now that there are rumors like this out there, a lot of people just automatically brainstorm. Wasn't it because of all this aggravation that the Uchiha parted ways with the Konoha village? Hinata is really a wallflower, Tuanzu said in annoyance. The last time, originally Hinata should have turned against the Uchiha completely to Kiba village, but after taking the position of honorary elder, the Hyuga clan actually didn't start a head-on conflict with the Uchiha. Now it's obvious that he's doing the Uchiha's bidding again, much to the displeasure of Juzo. The rumors spread so quickly, and with the Dark Side's investigation, several people knew that it was coming from the Hyuga clan here. Unfortunately, a few people can't really do much about the Hyuga clan. The current situation was tough enough for Kiba. It didn't dare to turn on Hinata at all. They can only turn a blind eye to such things. Of course, compared to these things in the Hyuga clan, what they were more worried about was that the Uchiha would use this succession of the clan head to cause trouble. Hinata, I suspect this Uchiha will coup. Juzu suddenly spat out these words. The third Naruto heard it this time, but didn't reprimand Suzo like he did before, because he also had this concern. Turning to bed, Koharu said, "Why don't we hand out the arrangements for that year?" Mito Mengyan nodded. "Try to see if that calms Natsuki." Mishio took a drag on his cigarette and couldn't think of anything good to do for a while. It also seems, for now, that this is all there is to it. All three of them looked towards Junzo. After all, it was Junzo who had strongly opposed the intervention of the Uchiha clan back then. Later on, the public opinion above was also manipulated by Junzo, and now something has happened. It seems that only Tuanzo can take the potshot. Junzo looked annoyed when he saw all three of them staring at him. Hinata, you think this is going to be okay? The Uchiha clan are wolves. Even if they admit what happened back then, they'll rebel just the same. Mishio's thoughts turned 100 times. If the current Uchiha were to start a coup, how many people from the dark sect would be able to step up to the plate? And how many people would be left in the root sect? Junzo has never been one to hide from his roots. And this time if Junzo's roots press on and the Uchiha rebel, Kiba will likely be devastated. According to Junzo's personality, it is likely to stay put and come out to reap the benefits after the Kiba and Uchiha have been defeated in the end. Unless there's a landslide victory, reunion is also a big pain in the ass. The only thing that seems to be left now is to mobilize the major ninja clans. And if the Uchiha stage a coup when the time comes, just how many of them will contribute? The key kaleidoscope shuriken doesn't handle it well at all. One slip up and something big can happen. For a while a few people were a little silent. Knock knock. A knock on the door interrupted Naruto Miyabi's thoughts. There should be something important to report at this time. Mishio said, "Come in." A secret agent walked in and reported, "Mishio-sama, Jiraiya-sama is back." Mishio mentally shook. Jiraiya's back? Where did he go? If anything, Jiraiya should be able to suppress it. Jiraiya's abilities weren't too good when he was younger, and he was considered the most foolish of his three disciples. But it's only since he was inadvertently summoned to Mte Myogi that Jiraiya has found his own path. Strength by leaps and bounds, and were it not for too much laziness, this strength would be more than enough to be Naruto. Darky's scalp tingled at Mishio's burning gaze. Lord Jiraiya isn't far from Kiba anymore. He'll be there in about 10 minutes or so. Mishio said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, when he enters the village, tell him to come see me right away." Yes, the Dark One quickly retreated. Once the door to the room was closed, there were only 4 people left inside the room again. Mishio seemed to have a moment of strength because of Jiraiya's return. With Jiraiya around, the Uchiha shouldn't be dogged. One look at Sarutobi and he knew he was ready to back down again. Hinata, the Uchiha have long been different now. Do you expect Jiraiya to stay in the village? Mishio paced back and forth. At least get past the immediate difficulties first. Juzu's heart sank. Now that the Uchiha were powerful and the third generation had distanced themselves from him so much lately, maybe this was his last chance. Somewhat annoyed, Suzu said, "What if neither Weasel nor Stopper leave? I'll have Jiraiya step in." Mishio's mind was spinning with other thoughts inside. Humph, if the village and the Uchiha fight, is it hard to expect you to contribute? Jiraiya is still a little short by himself. Ryunzo grunted when he saw that Mishio had made up his mind. Only another chance, but Natsuki's request before. We can also arrange for it to go down. After all, the current Uchiha is still a part of our Konoha. The next words of the third Naruto made Suzu furious. Sarutobi, are you going to push me out? Tuanzo had a hard time climbing back up to honorary elder. I did not expect that the third generation Naruto, who used to be close to him, gradually guarded against him, not to mention that he is now even trying to push him out as a scapegoat. Juzu had realized that now the third Naruto was trying to suppress him. Now he's pulling him out to take the fall. But the situation is stronger than the situation. And Tuanzo is daring to say something. The third Naruto said, "Wasn't it you who advocated the arrangement back then?" "You, guys, the matter was advocated by Junzo. But the matter was agreed upon by all 4 at the time." "I disagree." Juzu's eyes were filled with anger. The third Naruto was annoyed at this point. "What's the time? Do you still care about that reputation? You're going to regret this." "Hinata, enough. I'm the Naruto." The third Naruto slammed the table. "What's going on? The old man is getting so mad." At that moment, a man tumbled in through the window. "It's exactly the same since." Junzo glanced at Jiraiya. "It's all you. It's not good to come back at this time." With a heavy grunt and a face full of anger, he walked away. "What the hell?" Jiraiya scratched his head. Had this reunion taken gun pills? Seeing that there was nothing for them to do, Koharu Chimikato and Mito Mengyan followed along and went out. Mishio had been a bit angry. but seeing Jiraiya made his whole mood quite a bit more comfortable. Usually, it's not reliable to see Jiraiya hanging around, but it's really dependable in a pinch. A hint of a smirk appeared on the third Naruto's face. You've come back just in time. If you hadn't come back this time, Kiba would have been in danger. Jiraiya's face was also serious. It's hard to believe that it's about Uchiha Natsuki succeeding the clan leader, isn't it? He hadn't gathered much information along the way, but the Uchiha were moving too much for even many civilians to know what was going on. Jiraiya obviously knew it too. The third Naruto nodded. You don't know anything about it. The Sound Hidden Village. He showed a few official letters to Jiraiya. A few other shinobi villages were coming with a few people, and there was nothing wrong with this, but the only one who will come is the Sound Hidden Village, and the Sound Shadow will come and bring back over 100 Uchihas. Inside there is also Stop Water, plus the skunk who sneaked back to the village before. Now Natsuki, the clan's Futsuki, full of 4 kaleidoscopes sharing will eyes already, even if Jiraiya and Natsuki fought back then, but who knows what kind of mindset Natsuki has now. Chapter 153 Reserves, Kiba Village, Naruto's office. Yonku? Where did the Sound Hidden Village get a sound shadow? They didn't have a shadow when I went over there before. Jiraiya wondered. The third generation took a drag on his cigarette. The inauguration ceremony was held only recently, so it's considered a village outside of the 5 major shinobi villages that openly claims to have a shadow. Jiraiya nodded, also finding nothing strange about it. I went over there earlier. Jiraiya told the third Naruto all about the prosperity from the Sound Hidden Village, and what he had seen and heard. The development on the side of the Sound Hidden Village is very rapid, almost monopolizing all the missions in the several small countries nearby. Together with those Uchiha catering, the Sound Concealment Village is no longer a small village now. I suspect that the Sonic Village is a puppet raised by the Uchiha. Michio guessed. Jiraiya laughed. Instead of guessing, old man, why don't you just ask Orochimaru? Michio looked puzzled. Then with a serious look on his face, he asked to Jiraiya, Jiraiya, let me ask you now, do you want to be Naruto or not? You answer me seriously. For Michio, he'd certainly be less tired if Jiraiya was willing to take over as Naruto, and it goes without saying that Jiraiya's loyalty to the village goes without saying. It is his own disciple, or the master of the 4th generation Wave Wind Watergate. A strength also belongs to the top, except for the fact that people don't have a straight face. There was no guarantee that the Uchiha could be contained, but the safety of Kiba should be assured. Jiraiya was startled at first, then looked at the seriousness of the third Naruto's face not like a joke, slowly frowning in thought as well, pacing back and forth a few times. His eyes swept over the pile of papers on top of his desk. Images of his usual drinking and enjoyment flashed inside his head for a moment, and then he was sitting at his desk, reviewing papers. Another flashback to Namake's Sailor Moon's sacrifice for the village. Jiraiya sighed. Sorry, old man. Although he had expected it, it was still a difficult moment for the third Naruto to hear such a positive rejection from Jiraiya. The power of the Kiba village's one village shadow is lost on people, and back then, he himself was ambitious enough to want to make something of himself and develop the Kiba village to its fullest potential, only to realize later in the day that I had done many things wrong. In the end, it turns out that this Naruto is really tired of being a Naruto. Good to know. Many images flashed through Michio's mind. Joma Noki, Kato Break, Tsukumo Hagi, Tsunade, Orochimaru. The final image was fixed on top of Orochimaru's image. The third Naruto's expression was no longer hesitant. Straight away, I've prepared what Orochimaru wants. How do I get it to him? I'd like to see him once. Jiraiya seemed to have guessed what the third Naruto was thinking. Have you thought about it, old man? Perhaps Tsunade would be good. The third Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya didn't fully understand what he meant, though he wanted to recall Orochimaru as an alternative to being the 5th Naruto. But for now, it's about having more raw power as a reserve against the Uchiha. After all, how many nails can a Jiraiya drive when he's covered in iron? With Orochimaru back, the Sandaime Naruto can feel a little more at ease. As for what Jiraiya said about Tsunade, Tsunade is supposed to be the most suitable candidate to be Naruto. Just look at the label on her. Granddaughter of the 1st Naruto. Unlike Naruto, who is a covered-up son of the 4th Naruto, it is completely publicized that Tsunade is the granddaughter of the 1st Naruto, the founder of Konoha village. This also means that she is of the purest Konoha blood. In terms of her roots, you can't find a better one than her if you turn over the entire Konoha. Also one of the 3 ninjas, also the disciple of the 3rd Naruto, a medical ninja renowned throughout the shinobi world. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu could be considered the best in the world. If Tsunade had succeeded Naruto, how many lives could her medical jutsu have saved in wartime? Unfortunately, that year, a thought acquiesced in what Tuanzu did, causing Tsunade to break down and run away from Kiba. This go on many years have not come back. The third generation of Naruto often regretted why he had indulged Junzo. or why he himself had coveted the little power in his hands. Back in the day, Kiba White Teeth was powerful and full of honor, but White Teeth was a representative of the clan faction. Don't look at the Flagstaff family as thin, but the Flagstaff family's appeal is not small. If Shiratsugu takes the Naruto throne, then surely he will have to support the clans that are on good terms with them. 3 generations of defamiliarization will fail. That's why Mishio acquiesced to Junzo's public outcry when Hakuba's mission was lost. Its purpose is to frustrate White Teeth and strike a blow. I didn't realize that White Teeth's sense of honor was so great that he actually killed himself outright. Making the 3rd Naruto was unexpected. If it weren't for the tacit approval of the 3rd generation, how could the success or failure of a single mission have caused a ruckus in the village? If it wasn't for the tacit approval of the 3rd generation, how could Junzo have done such a thing? The 3rd generation regretted it too. But luckily another Namikaze Suikato appeared in Konoha later on. Wave Wind Water Door is an orphan, neither born a famous family, nor any prominent background, rely on the strength of a hard fight up, and he's married to Maelstrom Jusina. Whirlpool Joexayan Nai is the orphan of the Whirlpool clan, and although the Whirlpool kingdom is gone, there is a lot of money left. Even a few streets in Kiba are owned by Joshinna. Such a high strength, no background, wife and rich or human pillar power, is the 3rd generation most optimistic Naruto candidate. Unfortunately, subsequent developments were beyond his control. The Nine Tails rebellion sure died unexpectedly, and Rinnegan died along with him, although the 9 tails were resealed to Naruto. But Naruto was too small to form a fight for a while. The Konoha village has also lost a large number of its elites, and at this point, Tuanzo suggests that the 9 tails are most likely under the control of the Uchiha clan, because it was the Uchiha who was the most suspicious at that time. And after the teachings of Kagemusha, the 3rd Naruto had always been prejudiced against Uchiha. It was only in the end that he acquiesced to a series of moves made by Junzo against the Uchiha clan. The weakening of the Uchiha has never stopped over the years. Then Uchiha Natsuki rose to prominence and the entire Uchiha grew at a high rate. Now, well, Kiba simply has no take on the great generals to contend with. Except for Jiraiya. It was simply impossible for the chiefs of the major shinobi clans to work wholeheartedly for the Konoha. There was a Kakashi available before, and he got his eyes gouged out by Bandito, and now the whole thing is demoralized. Contrast that with the Uchiha, the entire Kiba is green and yellow, and as far as scheming and wits go, Jiraiya Tsunade is completely incomparable to Orochimaru. Ability-wise Orochimaru is more than lacking, and Orochimaru is a versatile fighter with few shortcomings. However, in the eyes of the 3rd generation, Orochimaru is a person who has no such thing as good or evil, and has absolutely no bottom line. Mishio thought Orochimaru wouldn't be under his control, wouldn't even be swayed by him or fall back to Junzo, hence the choice of Namikaze Suikato. In this situation now, it seems that only Orochimaru is the right person for the job. Orochimaru returns to the village, and Mishio can examine whether Orochimaru can take over as Naruto while he still has some energy left. If Orochimaru can't do it either, we'll end up having to push Junzo out for what happened back then, in exchange for Tsunade's understanding. Let Tsunade be Naruto. After all, right now, Reunion was doing nothing but keeping him on his toes. In the eyes of the 3rd generation, Uchiha Natsuki was a very clever man, not so much clever as treacherous. Natsuki's outward appearance has not been right all day, but from the time of his appearance, every decision has been unexpected. But each time, they were either strengthening the Uchiha clan or weakening the Konoha. Against this kind of person, Jiraiya Tsunade, two tied together, are not Natsuki's opponent. Perhaps only Orochimaru's heart can compete with Natsuki. Of course, if things can't be done, he was comfortable with any one of Orochimaru, Tsunade, or Jiraiya in the Naruto position. If you're there, you can help yourself. If you're not, before he dies, he needs to pull the nail out of Junzo's coffin. Orochimaru and Tsunade had no hard feelings in their hearts, so they would naturally help each other, and the foundations of Konoha would hold. Chapter 154, Snake Immortal Technique 2 Directions. Tonkini's Village, ESP. In Japanese folklore, Yakuza Doodle, who was topless, with a patterned face, vertical pupils in his eyes, and a stark white body, was lying on a medical bed. Unlike the original world, Doodle doesn't have an extra tail. He also has an extra faceplate and doesn't even have horns either. Orochimaru communicated with Doodle as he collected data on him. Tell me about the situation over at the Dragon Earth Cave, and how you cultivated the immortal mode. Doodle replied while maintaining his immortal mode. I met the White Snake Immortal after I was taken there by Ichiju Shimaheim. Immortal White Snake said that I have a special physique that is perfect for practicing Snake Immortal technique. There are two types of practicing Snake Immortal technique. One is by the White Snake Immortal injecting natural energy through the snake's teeth. The other is to absorb natural energy on its own and form imprints. Orochimaru's hand stopped for a moment as Doodle spoke. What's the difference? The White Snake Immortal injects natural energies which are transformed by the White Snake Immortal, and one will involuntarily begin to serpentize. I heard from Ichiban Shimoheim that practitioners who can't resist this energy to turn into snakes will be swallowed by the White Snake Immortal. Absorbing natural energy on your own will be slow, and going into immortal mode won't last long. Taub looked down at his white skin and said, but the White Snake Immortal said that by him injecting natural energy, if you carry through the first hurdle, you can stay in immortal mode for a long time, and serpentization can even morph into a dragon in the end. Oh, Orochimaru wondered, so you chose to have the White Snake Immortal infused with natural energy? Bud shook his head. Although the White Snake Immortal infused me with natural energy and I had very little serpentization reaction, I changed my mind when white scales just appeared on my body and I realized my mind was being eroded. I gave up having natural energy injected by the White Snake Immortal and chose to absorb it myself. Absorbing natural energy on my own would have eroded my mind very little. Orochimaru looked at Doodle and realized how much Doodle had changed. There was clearly an immortal mode at his fingertips that he gave up on, choosing instead to take a harder path. It seems that leading the Sound Hidden Village over the years has made Doodle grow up quite a bit as well. Orochimaru asked with amusement, why did you choose that? Ability boosts are an add-on, and anything too strong comes with side effects. Pocket clenched his fist. The goal in life can be found slowly by myself, but it can't be imposed by someone else. As Lord Natsuki said, the most important thing about being a human being is to be happy. I'm happy to follow Orochimaru-sama. Tout's expression was serious, and there wasn't the same confusion in his eyes that he had back then. The look to Orochimaru was also full of admiration. Well, get up. Orochimaru's face was expressionless, but the corners of his mouth curved up. How did your serpentine state, which you infused with natural energy earlier, affect you? Pocket shook his head. I choose to absorb the natural energy on my own and the color of my skin will slowly change back. At this point, Doodle exited immortal mode and transformed back into the svelte young man he once was. Inside the Dragon Earth Cave, he chose to absorb the natural energy on his own to cultivate the Snake Immortal technique, and did not meet with any opposition from the White Snake Immortal, and was even very supportive of it. In his words, self-absorption of natural abilities is a rare candidate, as the human body is not a perfect match for snake immortality, and any absorption of natural energies by the human body would be slow, but serpentization can solve this problem. The increase is stronger than serpentization in the self-absorbing energy immortal mode, but the duration is too short. Immortal mode is constant after serpentization as long as you can maintain normal thinking. Unfortunately, most people can't maintain their hearts after serpentization. That's why all the Snake Immortal arts in Dragon Earth Cave would become more and more like the White Snake Immortal when they were practiced, and eventually they would simply turn into a snake. For thousands of years, the White Snake Immortal had also seen too many people who resembled him, but none of them ended up being him. He's tired of it and accepts that no more of his kind will be born. But this time, Ichiban Shimoheim brought back Tout. In an unparalleled fit for snake senjutsu, both self-absorption and rapid serpentization are quick. Absorbing natural energy on its own was slow, but the White Snake Immortal also wanted to see how far Tout could go. Although Tout didn't choose to serpentize, his entire physique had changed drastically since he had practiced senjutsu. Most visually, he is no longer nearsighted, but he still used to wear his glasses. It was a reminder of his memory of Dean and a mark of himself. Orochimaru looked at the data as he did so. You have doubled your physical enhancement and reached 5 times that underneath the immortal mode. Perception has far surpassed that of a perception ninja, and recovery is as good as being healed by palm immortality. The increase in ninjutsu will be tested another time when I have time. I was asked to do something else on Natsuki's end. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Doodle got up and dressed. Orochimaru opened his mouth on a rare occasion and asked, was there anything uncomfortable about letting you assume the position of Sonic Shadow? Doodle pushed up his glasses. There's really no difference. It's the same thing as what he used to do, just with an additional title. Natsuki-sama said that assuming the position of Sonic Shadow would make it easier to act, and I think that's feasible as well. Orochimaru was about to speak when a bell next to him let out a soft ring. Orochimaru froze for a moment before remembering what the bell was for. We'll talk about it another time. You go ahead and take care of things inside the village. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru walked over to a pool. A red toad was there waiting for him. It was the contact frog left by Jiraiya. This was the most comfortable time for Liaison Frog to be inside the Sound Hidden Village, which was very crowded. So summoned beasts were very common, and as the Toad of Myoga, it's a rare occasion when he doesn't have to go back every day. And lately Liaison Frog is running around and eating everywhere. But today Jiraiya finally contacted him to talk to Orochimaru. Since he is a Liaison Frog, he is naturally capable of simultaneous interpretation. Otherwise to and from the myriad woods to deliver a sentence is not just an ordinary delivery toad. What does Jiraiya want with me? Orochimaru vaguely guessed the reason why Jiraiya was looking for him. When Orochimaru arrived, Contact Frog contacted Jiraiya on his side, but a moment later, the Contact Frog came with Jiraiya's gruff voice. Orochimaru, the stuff you want is ready for you, old man. I'll bring it to you next time. Kiba Village, Naruto's office. Jiraiya also had a Contact Frog in front of him, only it was cyan in color. After Jiraiya had gotten his words past him, Orochimaru's side didn't say anything for a long time. Both Jiraiya and the third Naruto waited patiently for a long time to contact the frog before Orochimaru's voice came. Orochimaru's voice didn't have much emotion, just a very flat, got it, no need to send it over. Both Jiraiya and the third Naruto looked at each other before Jiraiya said, Orochimaru, the old man wants to talk to you. There was a slight silence on Orochimaru's end. Speak. The third Naruto's side of his thoughts turned 100 times, only opening his mouth to say, Orochimaru, is the Sound Hidden Village supported by the Uchiha? Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle. The Sonic Hidden Village and the Uchiha are just using each other, and working with me as well. So are you familiar with the sound shadow of the Sound Hidden Village? Jiraiya asked, quite curious as to who served as the sound shadow of this newly rising village. Orochimaru let out a mocking laugh from his side. Yonkou, who was originally from Konoha, but only fled because of Tushu's coercion. The third Naruto's eyebrow jumped. Why was it even related to Junzo? Who is it? Orochimaru didn't give a direct answer. This time when Uchiha Natsuki takes over, he'll come to Konoha? You'll know then. The third generation pondered for a moment. No, with all the enemies of Gumiho, he didn't really know who had the ability to start a shinobi village out of this. Orochimaru, you have a part to play in this Sound Hidden Village. Mishio's voice was filled with certainty within it. It's true that you can't hide anything from Sensei, Orochimaru said rightfully. After all, founding a shinobi village is not something that any cat or dog can do. It was normal for Mishio to guess straight away. No wonder the Uchiha didn't hollow out the Sound Hidden Village, so they had Orochimaru as backstage behind the Sound Shadow. Chapter 155, The God of Beware of the Heavens is broken. It's well known that both Uchiha Stopper and Weasel were previously active in the Sound Hidden Village. Even Mishio wondered if that so-called Yonkou had been controlled by Stopper's Beyblade. Or rather, this Sonic Shadow is a puppet of the Uchiha. Back then, Sesshomaru had introduced the role of the other heavenly gods to the third Naruto, but Mishio hadn't seen Stopper perform it, and didn't know just how strong the Betten Denjin was. Thinking this, Mishio asked with his mouth full, what kind of cooperation do you have with the Uchiha? Orochimaru had no intention of hiding it. All of the Uchiha's catering promotions are using my people, and only with my people will the Uchiha's catering recipes not leak out. It suddenly dawned on Mishio that it was no wonder there were so many stores in Tanakuni. It was logical that the loopholes should be easy to find, and that it would be easy to copy all those secret recipes for food and drink. However, over the years, many people have hit Tanakuni with these secret recipes for food and drink, but all to no avail. If it was one of Orochimaru's people, it would make sense. After all, Orochimaru was very good at all sorts of spells, forbidden spells, and aspects of them, and there were ways to keep a person from telling them off. And Orochimaru was good at raising dead soldiers when he defected. On the one hand, and on the other hand, the third Naruto didn't genuinely want to capture. On the other hand, it's also the fact that most of Orochimaru's people are fierce and fearless, and if they forcefully kill Orochimaru, the third generation will lose a lot of manpower as well. So that's how the Uchiha curved their way out. Orochimaru and now Tone Shadow have established the Tone Hidden Village at a time when they are short of people and money. He was approached by Uchiha Natsuki, who first had the runaway skunk and Stopper, along with the other Uchiha, hold up the class of the Sound Hidden Village. Orochimaru used his spell's forbidden techniques to train dead soldiers and then began catering to promote them. Eventually the Uchiha clan resettled the runaway clansmen and the catering was promoted with the assurance that the secret recipe would not be leaked. Both Uchiha and Orochimaru made enough money. The current development of Sound Hidden is also very successful. This partnership can be a win-win. Of course, in the beginning, when the Sound Concealment Village made its fortune, it was all because of the Uchiha's line of people. But over the years, because of the growth of the Sound Hidden Village, the number of ninja who went to join the Sound Hidden Village gradually increased, and the weight of the Uchiha had dropped. Whether or not there was any chance that Sonic would defect to the Uchiha, Mikado wasn't sure. Mishio considers whether Orochimaru could have been controlled by the other gods. Orochimaru suddenly hooking up with the Uchiha clan would be very weird. You know, Orochimaru never had anything to do with the Uchiha before. Mishio spun these inside his head. Orochimaru, have you met Uchiha Sesshomaru? I've seen it, not just seen it, but I see it every day. Orochimaru responded faintly. Seen? You don't realize that Stopper's Sharingan is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Orochimaru didn't understand what Mishiro was trying to say. The awakening of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes results in the creation of a special pupil technique, and Sesshomaru's pupil technique is called B-Tenjin. How do you know so much, old man? Hearing Michio's introduction, Orochimaru was really curious, because Stopper hadn't introduced his pupil technique. He had simply said it was an illusion. Michio chuckled. In the old days, Stopper was going to use the other heavenly gods to stop a possible coup in the clan, and then the eyes were gouged out by Sozu? The matter of Guanzo gouging out Stopper's eyes was now well known in the shinobi world. Michio choked. I was trying to tell you that Betsu Tenjin is the strongest illusion technique that can directly invade the opponent's brain and modify their will without being detected by them. The effects of the art are extremely powerful, allowing the opponent to be manipulated unconsciously. Orochimaru's face was stony. He hadn't really thought that the other sky god had such a strong ability. And what Michio revealed in his words. Old man, you mean? When did you hook up with the Uchiha? Why are you working with the Uchiha? Do you feel anything is wrong? I know, old man. Orochimaru's side went silent. Contact Frog states that Orochimaru has left. Jiraiya listened in amazement next to him. Old man, are you saying that Orochimaru was being controlled by the Uchiha? Michio picked up his pipe and took a drag. I wouldn't rule it out. After all, that's Stopper's Bayotena. Orochimaru, on his side, after hurrying back to his base, began to review why he had worked with the Uchiha in the first place. Uchiha is very reliable and Uchiha is a trustworthy partner. How does this subjective awareness of oneself arise? How logical Orochimaru is as a scientist. After throwing out the emotional bonuses, Orochimaru realized in a logical deduction that something was wrong. He had never dealt with the Uchiha before, so why did he suddenly trust the Uchiha clan? Even pushing the envelope with the Uchiha clan. Would someone as suspicious as himself trust anyone unconditionally? Orochimaru called Stopper straight over. Stopper comes in and gives Orochimaru a salute, even though he's controlling Orochimaru with his Dantention. But this control is more of a direct increase in Orochimaru's trust in the Uchiha, and Stopper has never had much respect for Orochimaru. Orochimaru grimaced a bit. Stopper, tell me about your kaleidoscope's pupils. Don't Tenjin's ability. Stopper froze for a moment. Orochimaru-sama, did you find out? My pupil technique is called Betsu Tenjin, and its ability is that it can directly invade an opponent's brain without being detected by them. So, you admit it? Orochimaru's eyes misted up, the inside of his vertical pupils full of danger signals. Stopper said calmly, Natsuki-sama said that controlling it with the other heavenly god will one day come to light. So when the time comes, let me just admit it. Chakra doesn't stay after Betenshins changes the opponent's will. The only time you can see chakra coiled in your brain is when you're casting a spell. But after the fact, the disturbance of consciousness is complete, and there will be no more chakra coiled. If the matter is dismantled and the person being controlled has a strong logical mind, he or she is able to find out what is wrong with him or her. On Orochimaru's side, Betenkin didn't change Orochimaru's perceptions or fictionalize a memory that didn't exist out of the blue. Instead, it takes Orochimaru and Natsuki's relationship and skips ahead to the stage of recognition to familiarity to trust. Orochimaru saw the picture of Stopper's complete lack of defense and turned his back with a forceful wave of his hand. Recall Natsuki. I'm going to ask him myself. If it weren't for the fact that both Weasel and Stopper had treated him with respect over the years, and Natsuki had always treated him as a collaborator, he would have flipped out long ago. Stopper didn't understand why Orochimaru had found out about the Beten Denjin, but Natsuki had told him before that if the day ever came, never get defensive against Orochimaru. You'll die if you do. That's why Stopper is so calm. Stopper wasn't sure what would follow, but Natsuki had to be recalled now. Stopper bit his finger. Psionics. Bang! A crow appeared on the ground. Stopper took out the one Natsuki had prepared for him long ago, the reverse psychic rune formation. Reverse psionics. Ah, the crows chirped. Bang! Natsuki's figure appeared. Whoa! What the hell? Stopper, why did you summon me here all of a sudden? Natsuki was still holding the Sand Hidden Village's reply in his hand. Stopper bowed his head. I'm sorry, senpai. It was Lord Orochimaru who told me to summon you to me. Natsuki watched as Orochimaru turned around and looked very bad. With a heartbeat, he waved his hand at Stopper, signaling him to go down. Stopper looked at Natsuki, then at Orochimaru, and went down with a complicated look on his face. Orochimaru didn't stop either. Chapter 156. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Orochimaru looked grim. You're the one who told Stopper to use Beten Denjin on me? Natsuki nodded naturally and said, yeah. Orochimaru laughed in exasperation at Natsuki's attitude. I can't believe you just admitted it. Natsuki said helplessly. It's going to take too long to gain your trust, and I think it's going to be very delayed if we're wary of each other. Although I used the other heavenly god on you, I only skipped the process of building trust. After all, I've been using you as a collaborator all these years. Orochimaru's expression cleared a little. And you're not worried about me finding out? Natsuki walked up and hooked Orochimaru's shoulder. There's a saying, on the trace regardless of the heart. On the heart there is no perfect person in the world. Can there be anyone else in the world besides you who can accomplish those subjects of mine? We're already in a hurry, and skipping the trust-building phase won't save us time. Orochimaru snorted coldly and shook off Natsuki's hand. So it's a lie that you can predict the future? Natsuki shook his head. This is true. Otherwise why would I trek all the way here to find you to work with? I can't find another scientist as pure as you in this world, and there's no one else whose scientific ability is comparable to yours. Natsuki isn't blowing rainbow farts, but that's really what he thinks. Other people spell pedigree, fatherhood, and power. Only Orochimaru relies on science. Although Orochimaru wasn't the type of person who floated off at a compliment, he felt Natsuki's genuine push towards himself. The little bit of resentment in Orochimaru's heart dissipated. This Natsuki still had a good eye, but Orochimaru would have to forgive Natsuki so directly. That wouldn't be a good way to save face. He had a cold face. What are you going to give me an explanation for this matter? This well. Natsuki's eyes gurgled. He could already tell that Orochimaru was over the other Tenjin thing. After all, the two sides had worked well together over the years, and Natsuki had brought topics and research directions that interested Orochimaru, and much of the knowledge had been revealed by Natsuki. But the face has to be given to Orochimaru. How about this wheel? Then make him your subordinate, as a way of making amends to you. Natsuki told Orochimaru what he was thinking. Orochimaru's eyes exploded with light as he listened. You're telling the truth. Natsuki shrugged. When would I ever make a joke like that? Is that one of your powers? Natsuki said. It only works once. If you can replicate it, that would be awesome. Orochimaru was used to the endless surprises that came out of Natsuki. I didn't expect a bigger one today. Good. I promise. If you can do it, then Stopper will be forgiven for using the other heavenly god on me. Orochimaru smirked. Natsuki hemmed and hawed. Don't worry. As long as you solve the problem I gave you last time, this matter will be completely fine. The old man's side has guessed that I've been alibied. What are you going to do about it? Orochimaru said. Natsuki rubbed her chin. It's a bit sudden, but what's done is done, so you can shake things up a bit. The third generation will still find the lure of the Naruto position overwhelming. Orochimaru smiled lightly at his words, though the Konoha Naruto position would indeed bring him many conveniences, but his ultimate goal was long past the satisfaction of a mere Naruto position. With Bandito's recent attack on the Uchiha and the retrieval of his Sharingan eye, we're going to have to pick up the pace after that. Naruto's office. Old man, why are you contacting Orochimaru when he's under control? Which is what you're worried about. Jiraiya couldn't figure out why the third Naruto was doing this for. Mishio gave Jiraiya a blank look. Do you want to guard Kiba village forever? Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. It was fine for a short period of time, but for a longer period of time, it would suffocate him. Jiraiya's face was a little hard to bear. If Orochimaru falls to the Uchiha, you're not stealing a chicken. Orochimaru is not that simple. As the third Naruto finished his sentence, Jiraiya's contact frog rang. Lord Mishio, it's Orochimaru. Contact frog said. Mishio nodded and let the side pick up. Old man, I'll take your word on this one. Orochimaru's voice came through, as if it had been investigated and dealt with over there. Orochimaru, what are you going to do? Mishio asked tentatively. Orochimaru's voice came through somewhat imploringly. The Uchiha can still be utilized. The first thing that came to Mishio's mind was the benefits of Natsuki's catering. As Mishio turned these thoughts around, his mouth asked, Orochimaru, can you return to the village? Jiraiya rolled his eyes beside him. Just wait, Orochimaru will be laughing at you soon. But the expected jeers didn't come. Orochimaru was just silent for a moment, then spoke. It's impossible. The villagers can't accept me after all the black marks that Suza put on me back then. That's all. Then there was no sound. The contact frog on this side says the connection has been disconnected on that side. Jiraiya spread his hands. Old man, you've lost your wish. The third Naruto, on the other hand, had a calm face without too much frustration, and didn't seem to be in any kind of mood over Orochimaru's refusal. Orochimaru was not a man who was willing to take a loss, and the Uchiha was afraid that a piece of flesh would be bitten off. Sanjo knows Orochimaru. Orochimaru is an extreme egoist. He doesn't care who his collaborators are as long as they provide benefits for him. It doesn't matter if you're a groupie, an Uchiha, a Kiba village. It's because of this bottomless behavior that Orochimaru has no control at all. That's why the fourth Naruto gave it to Namikaze Suemon. The situation is different again now. The Uchiha are powerful and the Kiba village doesn't even have anyone to fight against the Kaleidoscope Rider's Eye except for Jiraiya. Junzo's ambition can no longer be contained, and there must be other survivors of that experiment back then. The prestige of the Naruto lineage has been decreasing year after year over the years, and this time, Uchiha Natsuki's move to take over as the clan head is a sign of his ambition. Even if it survives the current hurdle, things won't look good after that. Orochimaru was able to return and Kiba was able to increase its capital against the Uchiha. The establishment of the Tone Hidden Village in the land of Tennessee would have fully emphasized Orochimaru's abilities. Orochimaru had been assassinated by an illusion before, a matter not so easily revealed. Take a step back. Even if Orochimaru and Uchiha have an ambiguous relationship, if Orochimaru is willing to return to the village, the Uchiha can give whatever the Konoha can give, and the Konoha village can give more. Then there is no worry about Orochimaru's position. The position of Kiba Naruto has rights and entitlements not comparable to an Uchiha collaborator. It didn't seem like a hard question to choose. The Sandaime is approaching 70 years old and his energy is not what it used to be. Now if a successor isn't elected, will Konoha have to take the name Uchiha? As long as Naruto doesn't fall to Uchiha, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or even Tsunade, whoever of them is Naruto is acceptable to the third generation. Chapter 157, The Reception Banquet, Kiba Village, Naruto's office. Instead of bringing up what had just happened, the third Naruto turned the conversation to Bandito. You've been away a lot. Have you gathered any information from the Suinoku side? Jiraiya sat with one leg crossed and a big grin on his face, sniffing and thinking for a moment. The last few years have been very full of mist-hidden rebel ninja, and there was news earlier that the fourth generation Mizukage, Orange Shikora Berry, was indeed being controlled. After being ousted, the Misty Hidden is now the fifth generation Mizukage. I heard it's called Shumikado, and it's quite pretty. Mishio pondered for a moment. So what Natsuki said was still true. It's a long way to the water countryside, so Mishio didn't intentionally gather information. Apart from some more fragmented information that Marino Ibiki, earlier, had brought back, there was no more complete information. After Natsuki said that earlier, the third Naruto rearranged it, and the information had to corroborate each other to ensure authenticity. It's kind of perfect timing for Jiraiya to be back at this time of year. After all, Jiraiya's intelligence network was also good. His books were selling well throughout the shinobi world, and many bookstores could help Jiraiya gather information. Is the information reliable? Mishio asked uneasily. Jiraiya nodded. This is information that was sold to the black market from the mist-hidden rebel ninja. Mishio paced back and forth. There was credibility in the truth of black market information. Otherwise who would buy it? It seems that this belt too is really a big tumor in the shinobi world, setting off the Nine Tails Rebellion years ago, and then retaliating against the Misty Hidden. The Nine Tails Rebellion killed and injured many people, and Misty Hidden was even worse, with many of the blood religion restriction clans all butchered, one after another. Famous blood relay limit boundaries have disappeared forever in the land of water. With the massive defection of the Misty Hidden, the overall power of the water country has declined, and although a new Mizukage has taken power, it is expected to be very difficult to clean up such a mess. Naruto was attacked earlier and had a chakra leak that formed a chakra coat. It may be necessary for you to tend to it. The third Naruto was a little annoyed that Naruto had been hanging out with Sasuke all these years, and there were a lot of things he wasn't talking to him about, especially the attack process. The 4 dark sections that died were taken to the secret arts department and some memory fragments were read out. Naruto had obviously learned the shadow divergence technique, but he hadn't told him. It's a shame that the image footage is fragmented, or it would reveal more of Naruto's secrets. Now it's just as well that Jiraiya is back, and with Jiraiya there's no problem sealing it. Jiraiya could have disciplined Naruto and tried to pass on the will of fire to him. Chakra tunic? Jiraiya's lazy demeanor was put away at the sound of that. The third Naruto waved his hand. Don't worry, the seal has been checked and is intact. Just in time for you to scrutinize why the Nine Tails chakra is leaking out. Zirai's face was also much more serious. Don't worry, I'll be in Kiba these days. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and Mishio was a little surprised at how so many important things were going on today. Come in. A shadowy figure walked through the door and saw that only the third Naruto and Jiraiya were there and went straight to it. Naruto-sama, Jiraiya-sama, and Tsunade-sama have returned. The third Naruto and Jiraiya both had surprised faces. Why is she back? Where did she go? Shadow swallowed when he saw both Naruto and Jiraiya looking at him with wide eyes. Tsunade-sama went to Uchiha. Uchiha clan lands. The skunk had received a summons from Natsuki after. Used another reverse psychic to pull Natsuki back from the Sound Hidden Village. Natsuki had just appeared in the clan when she heard the news that Tsunade was about to arrive. A labor of love. Natsuki sked, then called up some of the Uchiha and rehearsed briefly, though Natsuki wasn't exactly giving Tsunade face in the land of iron. Tsunade came to the clan as a medical advisor. With so many clansmen watching, it was always a good idea to show the importance of the situation. Soon, Tsunade arrived. Led by Natsuki, the group of Uchiha elites stood in 2 rows. When Tsunade arrived, both rows of Uchiha bent and bowed. Welcome, Tsunade-sama. Startled, Tsunade reacted despite the strange etiquette. After all, she had an honorable status and had never seen any scene before. I just didn't expect Natsuki this to give her face so much. Tsunade coughed and straightened her demeanor as she slowly walked towards Natsuki. Behind her, Shizune also involuntarily stood up straight. Tsunade made her way through the crowd to the Uchiha's gate, where Natsuki had been standing and waiting for quite some time. Natsuki put one hand behind her back and bent over, drawing 2 circles in front of her with the other. A salute that Tsunade couldn't understand was performed. Welcome, Tsunade-sama, to the Uchiha. Your arrival has made our Uchiha flourish. Tsunade pinched her brow. Okay Natsuki, I see your sincerity. Stop screwing around like that, I'm not used to it. Natsuki hemmed and hawed. Although it was said that he was the gold master, but after all, there were so many people in the Uchiha, people still had to give Tsunade face in front of them. Inside then, Tsunade-sama, the clan has prepared a reception for you. Natsuki let Chiming lead the way ahead and stood next to Shizune himself. Tsunade saw that the Uchiha's current clan lands were built with particular simplicity, with no extra landscaping at all. All the residences are, essentially, carved out of the same mold. It felt a bit new, as the bigger the shinobi clan, the more demanding they were in terms of the environment. A mountain view, a water view, a planted view, you can't have one without the other. That's how you show off a big family. The Uchiha's former clan lands, which Tsunade had visited, were built that way, but now in the Uchiha clan land, everything seems to be kept simple. Everything that is not practical, none of it. Just as Tsunade was looking at the layout of the Uchiha's clan lands, Natsuki quietly fell 2 lengths behind to Shizune's side. Shizune, did you run out of the money I gave you last time? Shizune's head shook like a rattle. The money disappeared 3 days after you left. Natsuki-sama. Natsuki's face darkened. Tsunade really is. Money doesn't gamble on light is not going anywhere, is it? How could Shizune's money be missing? It was obviously Tsunade who took it. But it's good that Tsunade likes to gamble so much, since the Uchiha, nowadays, have plenty of money anyway. Rather, it could be put to good use. Tsunade walked into the parlor and found a round table already set up inside. There is also a round piece of glass on top of the round table that can be turned. There was standing Uchiha Futsuki, Uchiha Makoto, and next to her was Skunk, with both grandeur and intimacy in mind. Futsuki looked to Tsunade in search of a voice. Tsunade's first reaction as a medical ninja was to look towards Tomoyuki's eyes. However, Tomoyuki's eyes were closed at this time and did not open them. Chiming brought a few people in and then backed out, and closed the door behind him. Tomoyuki, Tsunade-sama has arrived. Fuyue's perception was still good. Although his eyes were blinded, he still roughly knew the direction. He smiled over at Tsunade. Welcome Tsunade-sama to Uchiha. Please be seated. Tsunade was not polite and sat down very naturally. She also hadn't seen Tomoyuki in many years. Tomoyuki, what happened to your eyes? There was little emotion in Futsuki as he let out a light laugh. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Tsunade-sama. There was a traitor in the clan. They were attacked by a sneak attack, and now they can't see. It's not like Tsunade didn't do anything on the way back. And word of these big events on the Kiba village side basically spread. Many people were even discussing the amount of bounty on this bandito. 300 million. Boy, if it wasn't for the fact that he had no way of taking the time-space ninjutsu, I'm afraid that he would have wanted to go. Natsuki introduced Makoto, and Skunk on the side. Both Makoto and Skunk had met Tsunade years ago, and both were natural. Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't come. There was something to talk about in a moment that was not appropriate for a child to hear. Chapter 158 Seeking Cooperation. Uchiha Clan Land. Seeing that everyone was seated, Natsuki introduced the dishes for Tsunade. Tsunade, you've come a long way, so to do the honors of being a host, these are dishes I've specially prepared to make sure you've never had them before. And this one, it's called kaiju cabbage. Tsunade looked for the sound, but it was a clean white dish with a nest of the most common type of cabbage. Tsunade couldn't figure out what was so special about this one that it deserved a special introduction. Seeing the puzzled look on Tsunade's face, Natsuki let out a light laugh. Just taste it, Tsunade, and you'll know. Tsunade picked up this cabbage and put it into his mouth. A mellow flavor filled his lips and teeth, and the soup flavor thick taste refreshing, not oily and not greasy. Tsunade ate it in front of her eyes. She had traveled around the entire shinobi world, and had been to all the daimyo residences, but she had never really eaten any of these dishes. Well, good. Tsunade ate while Natsuki introduced him to a few other dishes. This is braised pigeon. Big boiled dried silk. Buddha jumps over the wall. In Natsuki's previous life, he was in the business of restaurant training, and he remembered all these things in his head. There were a few chefs in the Uchiha clan that he had taught by hand, although one's own craftsmanship inside the original world. The flavor of the cooking is just plain, but in this other world with no culinary heritage, it's a complete downgrade. Tsunade ate happily, and the atmosphere gradually melted away. As they all ate and chatted, Tsunade heard quite a bit from Natsuki about what happened to Bandito back in the day, as well as the injustices that the Uchiha have suffered over the years, and where the source of those injustices is, and who is condoning them. Tsunade was listening with a raised eyebrow. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Natsuki digressed and offered Tsunade a drink. Tsunade has enjoyed gambling and drinking ever since the events of that year. Now that he was here in Uchiha, there wasn't much alcohol on Natsuki if he was talking business. Everyone just meant it. Tsunade was a bit of a drinker, but after all, she was there for the feast. You can't drink like you normally do. When the meal was almost over, Tomoyuki was ready to say goodbye and leave first. The main reason for coming as a companion this time was to show that you valued Tsunade. After all, you can't be on your end if you're going to let someone else be the medical director. And Tsunade's status was honorable enough that there was no harm in giving enough face. Tomoyuki, wait, let me see your eyes. Since Tsunade had agreed to come, naturally she wouldn't hide it. Of course, with the Uchiha clan giving her face like this, she would naturally be more dedicated. Futsuki paused, although he knew his own family's business, but Tsunade had good intentions, so he wouldn't just refuse. Moreover, the news that Natsuki had invited Tsunade back, Natsuki had discussed it with Futsuki a long time ago, and the way to deal with it was set in stone. For someone of Tsunade's level, there was no need for any instruments to see the eyes. She motioned for Tomoyuki to sit down and then opened her eyes. Tsunade observed herself for a moment, a bright light coming on in her hand and testing it a few times over, then shook her head with some regret. Tomoyuki, that doesn't look like an injury. Your eyes are more like a result of natural aging. Tsunade examined it and found that Futsuki's eyes looked as if they had been used for 70 or 80 years, kind of naturally aging and going blind, not like they had been injured. Futsuki nodded and opened his mouth to reveal a secret. All of us Uchiha's kaleidoscope pupils go blind when we run out of pupil power. This time it was Tsunade's turn to be shocked. What do you mean? The secret of the kaleidoscope is coming straight to me? You know that Kakashi in this world had his eyes taken back by Bandito before he could experience the kaleidoscope. So, the information that the use of kaleidoscopes would cause a loss of eyesight was unknown to all. The Uchiha clan was all right now, and they didn't really have any need to share this secret with Tsunade, an outsider. But Tsunade wouldn't be stupid enough to think that the Uchiha was trusting her. Well, after all her years of living, Tsunade knew that the Uchiha must have a purpose. Natsuki smiled from the side and said, now that Tomoyuki's eyes have been examined, I'll trouble Tsunade-sama to examine the ferret again. Then he passed a wink to the skunk to come over. Tsunade was a bit confused as to what Natsuki's gourd was up to, but gave the skunk a check anyway. To Tsunade's surprise, the skunk's eyes were in an abnormal state for his young age, and his eyesight was showing a post-decline state. Keep in mind that the skunk is only 16 years old now, and his bodily functions should be developing upwards, and yet his eyes take on this posture. Natsuki's side let Tomoyuki and Weasel leave first. Tsunade-sama, as you have just seen, our Uchiha's kaleidoscope writer's eyes actually have a drawback, and after using them for a long time you can go blind. Tsunade nodded. What are you trying to say? Natsuki shrugged. Us Uchiha clan wandering away from Konoha is entirely due to the fact that Junzo forced us to do so. We've discussed the causes and consequences, and I just made some displays and additions at dinner today. Tsunade-sama also knows, through the examination just now, the drawbacks of our kaleidoscope writers, so our kaleidoscope writers will only be used for self-preservation. Since Tsunade-sama was able to come to Uchiha, she must have no preconceived notions about us Uchiha. I also trust Tsunade-sama very much. Since Tsunade-sama wants to investigate Tuzo, we can cooperate. Once we get rid of Junzo, we Uchiha can return to Konoha's embrace. Tsunade's brow furrowed. She didn't really want to get involved in Kiba and Uchihas right now, but Tsunade also knew that Kiba with Uchiha, and Kiba without Uchiha, it was a completely different thing. But Suzu she was definitely going to investigate, and it seemed like she could work with the Uchiha a bit too. After all, now that she was the Uchiha's medical advisor. Tsunade nodded. I'll think about this matter. Heal your people first. Natsuki responded and took Tsunade out. Natsuki walked across the courtyard and into the clan's healing room. Inside lay several injured clansmen, most not looking too good. Ordinary minor injuries have long since left, and those that are here are the more seriously injured. Shizen was already here, waiting for Tsunade to come and went up to interact with Tsunade. Everyone greeted Natsuki when they saw him arrive. Hello, matriarch. Natsuki nodded. A man who didn't even have a proper line, let alone a rack. This is Tsunade-sama. From now on she will be the medical advisor of our Uchiha clan. Next to Shizen-sama you've already met. There's absolutely no need to worry about the injuries on her body. What is the status of Tsunade-sama? Actually came to our Uchiha as a medical advisor. Several Uchiha are also with the honor. Shizen exchanged a few words with Tsunade. The treatment these people received was average, but the medicines used were all of the most expensive class. With some time to recuperate, you'll recover. Chapter 159 Medical Preparations. Uchiha clan lands. Medical room. Tsunade was basically fine with Shizun seeing to this kind of trauma and Tsunade doing the guiding because of her blood phobia. Shizun had followed Tsunade for many years, so naturally she knew exactly what her abilities were like, and saw several Uchiha looking at her with bated breath. Tsunade said in relief, "You don't need any special treatment for your injuries. The medicine you used is so good that it will heal with some rest. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Thank you, Tsunade-sama." Although Tsunade didn't get on board with the diagnosis and treatment, Tsunade was an authority in medical care, and what she said was the truth. Natsuki nodded beside her. It was not worth the Uchiha making so much money. Even Tsunade praised the medicine used as good, which meant it was really effective. "Tsunade-sama, this way, the heavy patients are in here." Natsuki led Tsunade and Shizun towards this house inside. Tsunade went in and saw Aura and Rakuto lying on the bed. The two had just heard voices outside. Both of them were a little excited to know that the matriarch had gotten Tsunade here. It had only been a few days since their injuries, but both men were afraid they'd be confined to lying around forever. Aura was fine, just a broken leg. The landman was much more terrified. He was completely unconscious down there except for his neck, and the clan's medical ninjas told them they had to be prepared. What psychological preparation can it be? Crippled. Of course. The two men were frustrated and terrified. The two had worked so hard for so many years, fighting their way up to elite upper shinobi. How much sweat and effort had they put in? How many times had they come close to death? Although they didn't regret being injured fighting for the clan, they still felt a pang of sadness at the thought that they were going to be crippled. Luckily, the sky was the limit, and the next day word came that Lord Natsuki had invited Tsunade back, so the two did not despair in their hearts. After waiting patiently for so long, Tsunade-sama had finally arrived, so how could the two not be excited? Natsuki entered to see Aura and Rakuto looking over with their necks stretched out. "All lie down. What's the excitement? From now on Tsunade-sama will be in the clan all the time. Are you still afraid that you won't have time to heal you?" Natsuki came in and saw the two mummies, dumbfounded. Tsunade had seen more than enough injuries to be able to understand the patient's feelings. However, these two were badly injured, and both were only temporarily treated on their bodies, depending on the affected area. Tsunade gave Shizun a wink and told Shizun to check it out. Shizun said as she walked towards the two, "This kind of small injury doesn't need Tsunade-sama at all. I'll just check it out." Tsunade clasped her hands to her chest. "That's fine. Shizun, report back to me when you've checked." The tone of voice was so relaxed that Aura and Rikako felt a sense of peace underneath. An injury this serious in their eyes was not even worth her hand in Tsunade's eyes. What does it mean to be confident? That's what it means to be confident. And Tsunade walked out of the room with Natsuki. Sure enough, it's a Kizuna wound. So, Bandito was both the driving force behind the Nine-Tail Rebellion and the one who attacked Futsuki? Natsuki added. Or the one who attacked Kakashi. He's the one who gouged out Kakashi's eyes and Kakashi saw his face. It's a bit of a mess. Tsunade pinched her brow. There are two people on Bandito's side, both of whom know Kizuna. How they know it is unknown. But on Kiba's side, there's one who knows Kizuna. Tenzo, who got it from the human experiments that Junzo and Orochimaru did together. The Kizuna that only Hatsune Mikoto used to know. Now three have popped up at once. It is known that Bando and his associates harbor ill will towards both Konoha and Uchiha. Unknown. Did Junzo have a personal deal with both of the Beltway? Tsunade couldn't care less about the Nine Tails Rebellion for the moment. After all, she had come back to investigate what had happened to Tuzo. Let the old man and the Uchiha worry about the Nine-Tail Rebellion. There were Tenzo who survived the experiment back then, so it's not impossible that there are others who survived. In terms of Suzu's position as Naruto's auxiliary in the previous Naruto, wouldn't it be simple to need some human material? Or even, was Tuanzu experimenting with Kizuna even earlier? And was Tuanzu involved with Bandito at that point? These will require Tsunade-sama to seek confirmation from the third Naruto. Natsuki's eyes were smiling, but the words that came out were heartbreaking. The Mishio actually knew about all sorts of things that Gumiho had done before, but because the Mishio was going to use Gumiho, he turned a blind eye to a lot of things. The more Junzo did whatever he wanted to, and if it wasn't for the things Junzo did, how the hell would Konoha be in this state right now? Although the Kizuna in Banda's body has nothing to do with Yunzo, in Tsunade's perception, Kizuna should all originate from his grandfather, Jubilee. Since there's a Kitsune in Bando, it's intriguing to see the relationship with Reizo. Or maybe even the Nine Tails Rebellion had Junzo behind it. I know, Tsunade's anger was suppressed by her, but from the way her eyes danced, she knew that a good show was about to begin. Tsunade-sama, Shizun turned out. It's been checked. Tsunade took a breath first, ready to take care of the matter at hand first. What's the situation? Shizun's expression was still relatively calm. There are varying degrees of nerve damage. The good news is that the nerves aren't completely severed and can be surgically spliced. Tsunade nodded. That would be best. Shizun had followed her for so many years and was very experienced in trauma management. Otherwise it would be a shame to come to Uchiha and have problems with the first treatment. You make a list of some of the problems they might have, and I'll give you some guidance before you proceed with the surgery. Yes, Shizun was used to this pattern. In the past, she used to do the examination first and list out some of the possible problems herself. Tsunade gives her all-around instruction before getting on herself. That's it. Any trauma that sees blood is basically treated silently. Just talk to Chiming about what equipment and herbs you need. Use the best. Natsuki added from the sidelines. He was aware of Tsunade's phobia of blood, and it wasn't very realistic to have Tsunade perform surgery, but that would be too much of a hassle. And with so many places to use Tsunade in the future, it wouldn't do to be constantly afraid of blood. Got to get her fixed up. The two seriously injured also require the preparation of relevant medical herbs and instruments. Natsuki had Kame follow Shizun to make arrangements for these things. That leaves the Uchiha clan, the medical ninja candidates. Before that, Natsuki had already chosen a group, but there were some problems on Orochimaru's side, and there was a possibility that the Uchiha who would be in the Sound Hidden village would come back later. So it's just about ready to count the Yonku village. The Uchiha over there, along with them again. Natsuki brought Tsunade to a 4-story building constructed next to the clan grounds, which Natsuki was going to use as a hospital within the Uchiha clan in the future. Tsunade-sama, there are 4 floors here, 20 rooms on each floor. All of them are for you to use. Exactly how to distribute them and what equipment you need, you can order. We Uchiha will definitely solve it in the fastest time. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem in Uchiha. Tsunade was prepared for Natsuki's bravado, seeing that every room before her was spacious and bright. Although it was still vacant inside, the terrain and orientation were great. Looking down from the upper floors, you could watch the practice field of the Uchiha clan. There are still a lot of Uchiha training in ninjutsu throwing. Chapter 160, Tatsuya's Visit. While Tsunade and Natsuki were discussing how the venue should be set up, Kame comes in and reports that Jiraiya is here. Ouch! Jiraiya is actually back. Natsuki was too busy going to receive Tsunade to be aware of the news from Kiba's side. Did this Jiraiya come over when he saw Tsunade coming? Tsunade didn't hide her whereabouts. After all, she was going to go to Mishio afterward. This came to Uchiha the first time. Kiba should have known. I just didn't expect Jiraiya to come back and join in the fun. Oh, Jiraiya, Minami's teacher. Natsuki narrowed slightly, ready to push Jiraiya into the line of striking at Junzo as well. What kind of wind blew Lord Jiraiya here today? Tomoyuki is blind in both eyes, and the ferret is sneaking back, so it's up to Natsuki herself to greet him. Jiraiya looked at Natsuki, who was lounging against the door, and there was really no way to connect him to the new Uchiha clan leader. Natsuki, Tsunade came to your place? Natsuki nodded. Yeah, before the Bandicoot attack, there were 2 seriously injured patients in the clan that only Tsunade could save. Oh, Jiraiya frowned and nodded, but inside his head he wondered if Tsunade's fear of blood could be fixed or not. The corners of Natsuki's mouth curved into an arc. You're here to see Tsunade, aren't you? Come on, I'll take you in. With that, Natsuki headed inside. Jiraiya rubbed his nose. Why was Natsuki smiling so strangely with this smile? Natsuki took Jiraiya to the room outside the treatment room where Tsunade and Shizun were discussing the treatment plan. Tsunade lifted her head when Jiraiya arrived and gave Jiraiya a nonchalant look, not greeting Jiraiya either. Continuing to discuss with Shizun there, what implements the medical clinic needs to be equipped with. Jiraiya is a bit puzzled. Should not be an old friend to see each other to talk to each other? Where did he provoke Tsunade? Alright, let's do this program. If all of these devices are matched, the surgeries for Aura and Rakuto will be a lot easier. Tsunade finally finalized the treatment plan with Shizun, and told Shizun to go to K-Mine to purchase the relevant medical equipment. The next thing he saw was Tsunade and Jiraiya staring wide-eyed. The atmosphere was very strange. Natsuki smacked her lips. Tsunade-sama, or I'll arrange a room for you. Tsunade nodded. With pleasure. Natsuki got up and took Tsunade and Jiraiya to a quiet room. Uchiha clan land. Natsuki took the 2 into the room and left knowingly. In the room, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya without a good look. What are you doing here? Jiraiya scratched his head. Ahahaha, it's not that I heard you were back and was a little happy so I came to find you. Cut the crap and say it. Why are you looking for me? Tsunade had never been one to bend her words. Jiraiya's face was also slightly more serious. You're back. Why don't you go back to Kiba to see the old man first? Tsunade crossed her arms. Naturally I would have gone back to see him, but there were 2 injured people over here that needed my help, so here I am. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. It's just healing 2 injuries. Wouldn't it be fine if Shizun was there? Tsunade grunted. Of course there's more. The Uchiha has hired me as a medical consultant, and I'll be staying in the Uchiha for a long time from now on. Jiraiya's heart sank. It really was a case of what you fear is what you get. Why so sudden? I thought you didn't like being restrained? Tsunade spread her hands. I can't help it. Natsuki gives too much. Jiraiya choked. It was now well known that the Uchiha had money, and Tsunade was known to love money. There's nothing wrong with it. What did you think of the recent Natsuki succession ceremony? Jiraiya had fought Natsuki before, and at that time he asserted to Michio that Natsuki was not ambitious, but now that a few years had passed, he didn't know if Natsuki had changed. It's just that Natsuki is now enlisting Tsunade again, making Jiraiya start to get anxious for Kiba as well. Tsunade snorted. She had just diagnosed Tomoyuki as well as Weasel and learned the fact that all kaleidoscopic sharing will eyes would eventually go blind. In her opinion, this kind of defensive maneuvering by Kiba was entirely in the mind of a small man. Uchiha is now completely out of Konoha, and wasn't forced to do so by the Konoha hierarchy. Don't worry, the Uchiha doesn't have the ambition to subvert Konoha. Instead of worrying about the Uchiha, why don't you worry about that asshat, Junzo? Tsunade seemed to be defending the Uchiha, but Tsunade herself realized that she was telling the truth. Gumiho. The most impressive thing that Jiraiya remembered about Gumiho right now was the baby experiment. In the past, Jiraiya had not persuaded Orochimaru to come back, and there had always been a lump in his heart. Then it's touch and go when it comes to capturing Orochimaru until things are turn around for the third Naruto and Orochimaru isn't as bad as he thought he was. It was only then that Jiraiya traveled back and forth between the Sound Hidden Village and Konoha. It's all about recruiting Orochimaru back. Tsunade is displeased for sure. After all, it was the body of her grandfather, the first Jumo, that was used by Junzo for his experiments. Did you know that someone survived the experiment back then? Tsunade asked sternly. What? Someone survived the experiment back then? Jiraiya was filled with amazement. The last time the third Naruto just said that the babies were all kidnapped by Junzo. Didn't even tell him there were survivors. Tsunade grunted when she saw that Jiraiya didn't look like he was faking. So you don't know either. Jiraiya was about to say something when Tsunade cut him off. Come on. I happen to be on my way to see the old man. I have something to ask him. Alright then. After all, this was the Uchiha's clan land, and there were many things that weren't convenient to talk about. The two linked arms and walked out as Shizune ran outside. Tsunade-sama, Aura and Rukuto are doing just fine. I'm going to get the medical room fully equipped before we start the surgery. Shizune was very opinionated and Tsunade nodded. You've done this kind of surgery many times. There's nothing wrong with it. Just decide. Tsunade discussed some details with Shizune while heading out of the clan grounds. Natsuki was leaning against the door at this point, and when he saw Tsunade and Jiraiya approaching, he asked Tsunade, Tsunade-sama, staying for dinner tonight? Tsunade froze for a moment, then smiled and said, stay, I'll have the open cabbage. Natsuki laughed. Okay, don't worry, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, there are many things going on in the clan, so I won't entertain you. Come back to play next time when you're free. Natsuki waved casually and left. Jiraiya had seen Natsuki in this style a few years ago and was not surprised, just from the aura on Natsuki's body. Natsuki is a lot stronger. Jiraiya and Tsunade walked out of the Uchiha's clan land. Tsunade traveled all the way and noticed that inside the Uchiha's clan land, there were eyes everywhere. Whether it's the ninja crows, the ninja cats, and the monitors, it basically guards the Uchiha like gold. Seeing that Tsunade was lamenting how much the Uchiha had changed, Jiraiya introduced to Tsunade from the side how the Uchiha had changed over the years. Though both are equally well-traveled, one gambles and drinks heavily and receives information passively. Even Tsunade doesn't know as much as Shizune. Not so with Jiraiya, who traveled all over the world and was more than attentive to intelligence gathering. He is also a standard Kiba guardian, so he doesn't spare any information related to Kiba. Chapter 161 Publication of Announcements. With an exchange with Zirai, Tsunade realized how much the Uchiha had changed over the years. All of it came about after Natsuki, the man, rose to prominence. Natsuki's various decisions were to keep the Uchiha involved with the Konoha power hierarchy as little as possible. Then self-development takes place. Although there are many other shinobi clans that have related industries, the Uchiha, like this, have made their industry so big. It was the first time she had seen it. Jiraiya also reveals that the Uchiha even made a deal with Orochimaru to be able to do business so well in the land of Tennessee. It was then that Tsunade realized what the partnership between the Uchiha and Orochimaru was. The combination is that Uchiha provides the secret recipe for the catering, Orochimaru provides the secret of dead soldiers, and both sides promote the catering together. At the end of the day, everyone shares the money. It was then that Tsunade realized that Natsuki's image suddenly blurred. Did Natsuki have that kind of brain with that kind of lack of integrity? The two also passed by the fragrant Uchiha snack street. Tsunade saw the crowds coming and going, and realized why the Uchiha clan, even if they didn't do missions, could still live, doing business inside the street. Even if they were civilians, they would make just as much money than ninjas. and they wouldn't even have to go sword to sword. The Uchiha clan land and Kiba village are not far away, and the two are good at fighting. So soon Tsunade arrived at Kiba village. The two of them made their way to the Naruto building, and Jiraiya had subconsciously wanted to go in through the upstairs window. Seeing Tsunade go through the front door and glaring at him, only snapping, he jumped down and followed Tsunade. Naruto's office. The third Naruto was already waiting for Tsunade inside his office. I didn't realize that after years of not seeing each other, Tsunade's first time coming back was to go directly to the Uchiha side, which didn't make the third generation's heart feel good. Bang! The door was violently pushed open. Tsunade breezed ahead and Jiraiya closed the door behind her ass. Old man, I came to ask something. Tsunade, ever the straight shooter, cut right to the chase without even saying hello. Seeing that Tsunade didn't look like she was catching up at all, the third Naruto had to say, what do you want to ask? Wasn't there a baby that survived the experiment back then? Called Tenzo. Naruto the third nodded helplessly. Yes, it's in the dark sector now. I can't admit it. It's obvious that Uchiha Natsuki told Tsunade. In the past, Uchiha Natsuki had directly intervened in this matter, and had even helped Tenzo. Tsunade grunted angrily and slapped the table. Boom! The entire table split down the middle. Why did you experiment on Grandpa's remains without my consent? Michio only shrugged it off at this point. I didn't know about this. I didn't know about it until I sent someone to capture Orochimaru after I received the news. Then why don't you hold Reunion accountable? Tsunade asked in a tone of voice. Michio sighed. Back then, when Orochimaru defected, it was thought that Orochimaru did it all. You're not even in the village, so I'll leave it to Jiraiya to look into the matter. Orochimaru was never captured, so there was a delay. Tsunade clasped her hands together. What are you going to do about the Uchiha? Natsuki came all the way to see me to testify for the Uchiha. I've written a personal letter back. Why hasn't the village clarified this for the Uchiha? Michio picked up his pipe and took a drag. So many years have passed since the incident. A lot of things need to be re-investigated, and that takes time. Now that the investigation has been completed, questions related to the Night of the Nine Tails that year will be distributed soon. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Now that the Uchiha were announcing the entire shinobi world, you've only just finished your investigation in Kiba, so I'm afraid you didn't have to announce it. Only one subject survived the experiment back then? Michio frowned. I think only Tenzo survived. Tsunade stared into Michio's eyes. Then why is it that Bandito and his associates also know Kazuna? The third Naruto was silent. He had approached Tuanzu before, and he had judged from his words and actions that Tuanzu must be hiding something from him. Old man, arrest Suzu at once now. We must find out just how many more secrets he's hiding. Tsunade snapped. Michio hesitated. It's not appropriate to suddenly arrest Suzu now. Tsunade stared intently at the third Naruto for a long time. Tsunade was disappointed. How did Sensei turn out to be the way he is now? When did this procrastination in decision-making begin? Or maybe he knew about the previous events and just didn't try to stop them? Tsunade was suddenly a bit disinterested and turned her head to open the door and head outside. Let's go. Back to dinner. Michio's bellyful of words were blocked before he could speak. Tsunade, where are you going? Tsunade didn't answer him and turned down the hallway. Where did Tsunade land? Michio still didn't know what Tsunade was doing in Uchiha at the moment. Jiraiya let out a bitter laugh. Tsunade has been asked by Natsuki to become a medical advisor for the Uchiha clan. What? Michio almost pulled his beard off. Even if Orochimaru got hit with a Betsunagami, how come Tsunade got snubbed by the Uchiha as well? I think, old man, that it's time for Reunion to do some investigating. The third Naruto frowned. Send out the arrangements for the Night of the Nine Tails Uchiha first. Let me think about the matter of Junzo. Natsuki had gotten Tsunade's personal letter back earlier, and Michio thought that was the end of the matter. But it turned out that even Tsunade herself had been invited back. Michio had every reason to wonder if next time Jiraiya would be pulled over by Natsuki as well. In fact, the third generation of Gumiho was ready to give it up, only now it was still being prepared. Now, things have gotten to this point of urgency. The voice of his teacher, Chibiusa, flashed through Michio's mind. The evil Uchiha clan. The third generation's eyes gradually glazed over. In that case, Kiba Bulletin Board. In the past, the bulletin board was not often updated, and only some major events were written on the bulletin board and widely publicized. But lately it's been one update after another. Last time it was Uchiha's people, but this time it's the dark side. There has been a misunderstanding among certain villagers about the Uchiha clan, and on the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha clan was not in hiding. Rather, it was under the command of Elder Junzo to protect the non-combatants for evacuation, for the Uchiha clan police force. In the Night of the Nine Tails did not do anything matter. Purely rumors. The Uchiha clan has always been an integral part of the village of Konoha, and for many years also dedicated to serve the villagers of Konoha. Please stop your unwarranted suspicion and prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Many of the villagers gathered around and looked the official document up and down. So the Uchiha clan was there to protect the non-combatants on the night of the Nine Tails? Why didn't anyone say anything? Not a single non-combatant ever came out to clarify. That's a funny announcement. Why didn't they put it out before? That's right. Wasn't there a rumor before that the Nine-Tail Rebellion was the work of the Uchiha clan? And someone else has to find their own evidence to prove themselves. It doesn't say in this announcement whether or not Bandito is actually the murderer. Do you think it will be in the announcement? If it's written, doesn't that mean that all those years of targeting the Uchiha were wrong? What's the targeting of the Uchiha? Ha? You don't even know this. After the Nine Tails Rebellion back then, the Uchiha's clan lands were forced to relocate to the edge of Konoha. The rest of the conversation is just the Hinata clan chatting on the bulletin board. Chapter 162, continuing to increase. Shortly after Kiba village made the announcement, Natsuki then received a transmission from the Hyuga clan. He looked at the transmission with disdain. It's at a time like this, and Kiba is still playing this word game. But it's only natural. Isn't that what the leadership of Konoha is like? Any mistakes must be disowned and admitted as evasive. Fake a word of condemnation and take your responsibility off to the side. This kind of operation, Natsuki had seen a lot of it in his previous life. It seems to be the same in any place. Natsuki wasn't in a hurry though. There were ways to raise the stakes for the third Naruto. Tell the third Naruto to give up on Junzo sooner. At that moment a paper crane on Natsuki's desk came to life, fluttering its paper wings and flying to Natsuki's eyes. Natsuki looked at the living, breathing paper crane and felt a little amazed. Minami's paper recluse is pretty amazing. Natsuki left a shadow doppelganger inside the room to take care of things. He himself followed the paper crane from the window all the way to the outside of the Uchiha clan land. Minami stood above the tree and had been waiting for some time. The paper crane drew circles in the air and slowly landed on Minami's head, turning into a paper flower. You're pretty funny with the paper flowers. Natsuki had followed it all the way here. Mr. Natsuki, if you like it, I'll give you two. Minami laughed. Ha? No, no, no. Natsuki politely declined. The white paper flowers didn't seem to have too good a meaning. Mr. Natsuki, what are you going to give me? Minami asked. Natsuki pulled out a bottle from her body and handed it to Minami. Minami took it, and inside the test tube was a crystalline green liquid. It's a cellular solution of Jumo. Minami subconsciously gripped it a little tighter. She wasn't sure of the exact utility of this, but it was tied to the pillar cell. All must be good. Natsuki explained to Minami. This cell solution can greatly strengthen the physical body, and if it survives the cell erosion, Nagato's leg will fully recover, and he might even be able to awaken the ability of Kizuna. So precious. Minami carefully picked up the test tube. This is expensive, isn't it? Natsuki shook her head. This isn't something that can be measured in money. I just said I need to survive the cellular erosion for this to work. What if it doesn't make it through? Minami asked. Natsuki patted the thick trunk next to her. It'll turn into this. Turn into a tree. Minami huffed backward. Natsuki nodded. You don't have to worry too much. The Uchiha clan's sharpening will eyes can suppress Juma's cellular erosion. And with Nagato's current pair of reincarnation eyes, he should have an 80% chance of surviving the cellular erosion. If Nagato survives the cellular erosion, then his body will no longer be a shortcoming. Nagato is a member of the Vortex clan, and the Vortex clan and the Senju clan are distant relatives. The effect of success may not be as simple as 1 plus 1. This is a big risk, but it's also a big reward. It's up to you and Nagato to decide if you want to use this. Confronted with such a sudden push from Natsuki, Minami was jittery in her heart, but she carefully put away the test tube. Sheet after sheet of paper flew out of her, then took the shape of a honeycomb, wrapping the test tube around it and melting into Minami's back. Natsuki pulled out 2 more scrolls and handed them to Minami. There's some money inside this storage scroll, so put it at your disposal. This scroll is a base card for you. You and Bandito have one and only one chance to fight. If you can't kill him, you must save yourselves as well. Shanan put away the storage scroll and pulled open the other scroll to take a look, and his pupils contracted heavily. This is for you to use as a base card, and practicing it early will help you guys even more. Minami put the scrolls away in a precious place. Thank you, Mr. Natsuki. This thank you from Minami was genuine. Minami and Nagato don't actually trust anyone. Under the previous exchange with Natsuki, he learned of Natsuki's plan. Natsuki is undoubtedly more trustworthy than Bandit, who got Hatsu killed. Now that so many more supplies had been sent, it certainly gave them a better chance of winning the fight with Bandito. Natsuki looked at Minami's sincere thanks and felt a little bad inside, because he felt that, in a fight between Bandito and Nagato, Nagato had little chance of winning. Nagato's chakra I recall was a given, but how much of Bandito's cards he could force out, Natsuki didn't know. Even Uchiha could have crawled out of his coffin early if Bandit was disadvantaged. Now there are 3 kaleidoscope riders in the Uchiha except for the blind Futsuki, but except for Natsuki who is an eternal eye plus various extras that can be fought. Weasel and Stopper can now fight a Kitsune split at best. This is still the case with the filth spot. Even if Orochimaru can filth out the first 2 generations, it's probably hard enough. After all, there's a dual Shin Megami Tensei Bandit next to him. The Black Jedi had been in hiding for so many years, it was impossible that he wouldn't be able to do a single filth transmutation. It's just a matter of whether or not Spot can still use Kizuna without Yukushi Doodle spicing it up, or if Spot had prepared a resurrection body for himself a long time ago. Why else would the Spot be the body in its heyday after the reincarnation birth, rather than in old age? Jiraiya went back to the village, Natsuki said to Minami as she gathered her thoughts. Minami froze a bit. Teacher? Natsuki nodded. All these years Jiraiya thought you were all dead, so he didn't come looking for you. Minami was silent. How were they not dead? When Yahiko died, they all died. Now all that's left is an empty shell, driven by Yahiko's dreams. Now there's a great opportunity to bring down Junzo. Natsuki knew that Minami and Nagato had a blood feud with Suza. What are the chances? Minami asked. It wasn't that she and Nagato hadn't thought about avenging Yahiko over the years, but they couldn't do anything about the fact that Tuanzu had never been a deep dweller, never leaving Kiba village. In fact, Tuanzo has done more than that one evil deed, and stirred up just as much trouble inside the Konoha village, but with the 3rd generation always protecting him, or using him as an executioner, no one has been able to touch him. As long as we get Mishio to voluntarily give up on Tuzo, then Tuzo is nothing. Minami nodded. How? Uchiha Snack Street. Naruto, who has been locked up for many days, is finally released, but behind him is someone he doesn't really want to see. Naruto, so much good food on this street. Nice. Jiraiya had a kebab in his hand and kept eating it with his mouth full while following Naruto at his feet. Uncle Jiraiya, are you annoying me? I don't like you. Please don't follow me, okay? Naruto was full of frustration. And today Naruto was told by the 3rd Naruto that the grounding order has been lifted and Naruto can finally come out. But as soon as he went out, he saw Jiraiya, who was crouching outside. Jiraiya states that he's here to see to Naruto's safety. Naruto has grown up quite a bit in the past few years. Back then he just hated Jiraiya's actions but didn't understand what those actions of Jiraiya meant. Later, when I got older, I gradually understood the affairs of men and women. It was only then that I realized that those behaviors of Jiraiya were even worse than I thought. So it's a heartfelt revulsion against this man. But Jiraiya is incredibly thick-skinned and sticks to Naruto like a dog's skin. He goes wherever Naruto goes. Even if Naruto doesn't talk to Jiraiya, Jiraiya can talk to himself and annoy Naruto. If the school's Daisy, Sakura, and Ino saw Jiraiya with him, how can he afford to lose that face? Chapter 163 Advance Notice. Jiraiya, who was disliked by Naruto, was a little bitter. Was the aftermath of what Natsuki got back then that big? How come Naruto remembers all that now? He was going to get in good with Naruto, so that he could smoothly become Naruto's teacher afterward. It's also convenient to monitor the seal of the 9 tails. As it turned out, Naruto was hating him with all his heart. Jiraiya is all very honest when he returns to the village. Either that or he goes to the custom street by himself. And don't dare engage in any voyeurism. But now Naruto's impression of him seemed so ingrained that disgust was written on his face. He hadn't come up with anything yet but to get Naruto used to his presence first. After all, he was the best person to teach Naruto. Naruto, long time no see. A voice came to Jiraiya's ears that he had heard only yesterday. Uchiha Natsuki. This asshole. Natsuki-senpai. Naruto was depressed when he suddenly saw Uchiha Natsuki appear across the street. Can't tell you how happy I am. Naruto lunged at him and Natsuki caught him in a big hug. Good guy. So heavy. The body has been working out well these past few years. Over the years because Uchiha Sasuke kept feeding Naruto, giving him clothes and food in various ways, causing Mashiro to have to inwardly roll up as well. The money given to Naruto is mentioned again and again, and the food is nutritious and plentiful every day. Naruto, who no longer goes messing around, along with regular exercise, has allowed Naruto to scoot up a notch in height and is now as tall as Sasuke. His face had also slimmed down a bit, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had cut his hair short earlier, a mini version of Namikaze Suikata would probably have been born. Senior Natsuki, why are you only coming to see me now? I heard that you've been back for several days. Naruto then realized that there was a pretty older sister with purple hair and black clothes standing next to Natsuki. Elder Natsuki, she is? Natsuki pulled Naruto aside while Jiraiya behind him saw Minami. Jiraiya's chewing stopped. You've grown up and grown into a good woman yet. Minami, where have you been all these years? Thought you were dead. We are indeed dead. Minami's face did not have the joy of seeing her deceased friend, and she was even very cold about seeing Zirai. Looks like Jiraiya-sama needs a place to catch up. doesn't it? Natsuki grinned from the sidelines. As soon as Jiraiya looked at Natsuki like this, he knew that Minami must have been invited by Natsuki. Why would Minami come here? Natsuki covered her mouth with a noblewoman's laugh. Oh ha ha ha, how can you say that? I took over as the clan leader, and Minami came to congratulate me as an envoy from the rain-hidden village. Natsuki, what the hell are you playing at? Jiraiya hasn't seen Minami in years, and at this point he's wondering where Yahiko and Nagato went. But Minami looked obviously very cold to him. Let Jiraiya puzzled. Back then Minami was the most gentle of those children, but now it seems to be a different person. Let Minami talk to you. I'll take Naruto. Jiraiya lowered his eyes. Not that he was as tightly guarded against Natsuki as the third Naruto was. Anyway, his own people were here, and there was no way Natsuki was going to abduct Naruto anywhere. Naruto was beside him with a big question mark in his tiny head. Did Jiraiya and this big sister named Minami know each other? Why don't they seem to be getting along too well? Come on, Naruto. Oh. Seeing that Natsuki was already walking away, Naruto rushed after him. With Jiraiya accompanying Naruto, it's only natural that the dark side that Mashiro had previously assigned to Naruto rested. Now that Jiraiya and Minami had gone off to chat, Naruto's side was just about vacant. Natsuki led Naruto along the way and saw a store selling tofu dumplings. Ordered a bowl of tofu brains for Naruto and himself. The most important ingredient in this tofu brain is the red oil. Natsuki also found many kinds of chili peppers in this world and gave them to the chef to try before finally reproducing this spicy red oil. Without this red oil, this tofu brain is simply not that appealing. Natsuki was a Sichuanese in her previous life, and tofu brain was non-existent in terms of sweetness. Of course, you can put whatever flavor you want in yourself. It's just that Naruto has already been taken into the salty party pit by Natsuki. Naruto, how have you been getting along with the Nine Tails all these years? Natsuki asked as she ate. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Sometimes Nine Tails will talk to me, but not much. Natsuki nodded. The current Naruto hadn't even graduated from ninjutsu school yet, and it was good enough to be able to communicate with the Nine Tails now and then. Just saying that with Bandito getting his Shin Megami Tensei back, Naruto's training over here could be sped up a bit. Naruto, remember the deal I made with you when I left? Naruto, who was happily eating the spicy tofu brain that Natsuki had just bought him in his hand, sniffed and poured 2 bites into his mouth. Remember. Naruto's mouth bulged several times before he swallowed the somewhat hot tofu brain. Natsuki on the side to see Naruto was still so furtive, cannot help but smile. This character is afraid of not inherited Joshinite. Natsuki pulled some paper towels and wiped Naruto's mouth. Eat slowly, talk slowly. Naruto accepted the tissue with some embarrassment, a giggle escaping his lips. I wasn't in a hurry to answer Natsuki-senpai's words. Natsuki saw that there were too many people around and Naruto over here had already wiped his mouth clean. One hand pressed into Naruto's head. Naruto blacked out and reappeared in the same place he was back then. Natsuki looked around at her surroundings. Naruto's mind world was different. Gone are the soggy floors and endless corridors as there were back then. The sky is blue now and the ground is an endless prairie. This is all a direct mapping of Naruto's spiritual health. And what remains the same is the great cage that touches the sky and touches the earth in the distance. Natsuki stomped on the ground twice, similar to the touch of a real lawn. Naruto, the shinobi world is expected to be uneventful from now on, so today Sensei is going to honor his promise with you early. Naruto was watching the nearby grasslands with a curious look on his face when he didn't realize that Natsuki-senpai suddenly said that he was going to redeem his promise early. Really, Natsuki-sensei? Naruto has spent the last few years looking forward to the graduation of ninjutsu school, because by the time he graduates from ninja school, he'll know who his real parents are. Every time he sent Sasuke home, Naruto was so envious that Sasuke had parents. Luckily, Uncle Tomoichi and Aunt Mikan were both very kind to him. It's given him a little more solace over the years. Natsuki led Naruto all the way to the direction of the Nine Tails. Really? But just don't be surprised later. Naruto looked confused as he followed Natsuki to the Nine Tails cage. Nine Tails' big fiery red eyes surveyed Natsuki. Natsuki, you've gotten stronger again. Nine Tails' voice was huge, and his searing breath carried a great wind pressure. Natsuki shook her head. You've gotten along okay with your landlord over the years. It's just that you're so cold. Futsuki had acted as a Naruto's training supervisor for the past few years, though Futsuki wasn't familiar with the sealing arts. But at least it was clear that Naruto hadn't been affected by the Nine Tails chakra all these years, while Naruto and Nine Tails haven't been able to speak often enough. Nine Tails at least isn't messing things up. Nine Tails, hello again. Naruto wasn't scared at all to see Nine Tails. After all, they had sort of known each other for years. Humph, brat. Nine Tails grunted, not really wanting to bother with Naruto. Natsuki ignored them. Instead, he yelled at the cage, Wave Wind Sutman, come out now. Nine Tails stood up all of a sudden, and his eyes emitted a ferocious light. Fourth generation Naruto. Where is it? Naruto was also baffled. Natsuki-senpai, did he just yell out Shikamo Naruto? Natsuki saw that Shirdai still hadn't come out, and the corner of her mouth ticked. If you don't come out again, I'll take the seal off. Oh. With that, Natsuki flew up and stood next to the huge ceiling word sticker. Said Natsuki and actually put her hand on it. Stop it, Natsuki. A gentle voice rang in his ears. Chapter 164, Father and Son Meet. Naruto Mind World. The blonde-haired, sunny, handsome, and gentle fourth-generation Naruto appeared, clad in his own Naruto robes, lined with a green vest and blue tights. Finally, you're willing to come out, Mizuto. Natsuki looked a little derisive. This Watergate is still really calm. He had to tear the seal by himself before he could come out. Natsuki, I shouldn't be out at this time. This chakra of mine won't last long. When Naruto suffered some years ago, the fourth Naruto was inside Naruto's body to see it clearly. Then Natsuki shows up and shines right into Naruto's life like a beam of light. It made Naruto's life better after that. Although Natsuki and Mizuki had only met a few times, Mizuki had already felt acquainted with Natsuki for a long time, and was especially grateful to Natsuki. Natsuki's Sharingan eyes rotated. This chakra of Mizumon's indeed couldn't last much longer. He waved his hand. Don't worry so much. I've already learned filth transmutation from Orochimaru and dug up your grave as well. So turn around and filth transmute you for as long as you want to see Naruto. Next to him, Nine Tails let out a ferocious roar. Fourth generation. Roar. Natsuki's Sharingan eyes instantly changed into a kaleidoscope. Raging pupil power was released, and the Nine Tails stiffened, being suppressed and unable to move. Sorry Nine Tails, had to hold you down for a while so they could catch up. Natsuki slapped his hand towards the top of the ceiling door, and the four elephants sealing technique, which had the same root and origin, rotated out along the seal on the door, and the entire inside of the cell door let out a rumbling sound. Countless more cell doors fell from the sky, grating the Nine Tails layer by layer. The cell doors grating further and further away from the Nine Tails. It's just a seal. I'll take care of that. The chakra you left here is useless. Naruto has been an orphan for so many years, so don't hurry up and identify yourself with Naruto. With a bitter smile on his face, Namikaze Suikato wasn't angry to hear that his grave had been dug up, and Natsuki was right. Natsuki had both a sealing technique and Sharingan eyes. The Nine Tails weren't a problem at all. Naruto was looking dumbfounded next to him, listening to Natsuki-senpai. The fourth Naruto is my father? Natsuki and Namikaze Suitman both fell out of the air. Here, Naruto, this is your deadbeat old man. Fourth generation Naruto. Namikaze Suikato. Naruto stared dumbfounded, a little in disbelief. Fourth Naruto, it's my father? Namikaze Mizuki looked at Naruto in disbelief as well. Ah, Naruto, I'm your father. Naruto suddenly burst into tears. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you make me an orphan for so long? And why did you pick me to be a ninjutsu? Do you know how much I've suffered? Everyone has been giving me the cold shoulder, and if it weren't for Senior Natsuki, I'd still be all alone. Naruto was in the middle of a tearful accusation when suddenly he was hugged by Mizuki. I'm sorry Naruto, you've really suffered a lot. Naruto's body stiffened for a moment before he fell into Shikamone's arms and lost his voice. All I've put you through are painful memories, and it's good to know that you've made many friends over the years and are no longer alone. Though as a father, I really don't have the face to come and apologize to you. Naruto's emotions had stabilized and he wiped the tears from his eyes. It's okay now. It's over. Dad, why did you pick me as a human pillar power? After Naruto cried, his heart felt better, and he naturally called out Dad. Mizuto opened his mouth to reply, only for his figure to suddenly begin to fade. Natsuki, please. Naruto's hands lightened as Mizukato's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. Dad! Naruto broke down and cried. He had only just met his father, and before he could even say a few words, he had disappeared again. Ahem! Natsuki coughed twice beside her, crying my ass off. I'll just see you next time. I didn't realize that Mizukato's chakra would last for such a short while. At least say a few more words. Really? Ha! A bubble popped up inside Naruto's nose, with a tear still hanging on his face, which was particularly comical. Can I still see Dad? Natsuki rolled her eyes. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Naruto looked dumbfounded. But didn't Dad die? Natsuki nodded. It's dead, but there are some brilliant jutsu that can temporarily revive the dead. Naruto said incredulously. There's actually such a jutsu? This technique is soul draining and can't be resurrected for a long period of time, but if you see it once every few months, you should be fine. Naruto was shocked. It's okay to see them once every few months. That's a loved one who passed away. Ah yes. Natsuki continued from the sidelines. About why your father sealed the Nine Tails into you. Let me tell you why. Naruto put away his sadness and stopped being sad at the thought of seeing his dad again in the future. Curiosity about his birth began. Just now you met your father, Wave Wind Suikato, and your mother is called Whirlpool Jasuna, and your last name is derived from your mother. Your mother left chakra in your mind world as well, and can talk to you, but not much. I'll tell you what I can. For now, and then I'll have Jasuna come out to see you later. Naruto was stupefied by this one happiness. Not only would he get to know information about his parents today, but he would even get to meet them. A traitor has appeared in our Uchiha, called Bando, who chose to take revenge on the entire shinobi world because of the painful loss of the love of his life. Your mother, Whirlpool Jasuna, was a former nine-tailed human pillar, and because the seal weakened when she gave birth to you, Bandicoot took advantage of the situation, took your mother and unsealed the nine tails, channeled the nine tails into the village, started wreaking havoc, and the nine-tail rebellion as you know it happened. Your father, Mizukato, and Bandito had a great battle and eventually released Bandito's hold on the nine tails. Bandito retreated when he saw the situation. Mizukato considered that if he lost his Rinpoche, the village would have one less very powerful weapon. That's why Mizukato chose to sacrifice himself and seal the nine tails onto your body using the ghoul seal exhaustion technique. Mizukato is confident that you will, one day, be able to control this power. This way, even if the village is invaded again in the future, you can help the village. So remember, your enemy's name is Bandito, and he killed your parents. Naruto nodded vigorously, taking the name to heart. There's a high-ranking person within the village called Shimuratuso, who is a martial artist, or someone who will do whatever it takes to get what he wants. He thinks you are very dangerous and proposes to imprison you. Instead of using the strategy of imprisoning you, Michio chose to spy on you in secret. All of your parents' money is being hijacked by Michio, who just gives you a small amount of money every month to live on. The ordinary villagers don't know about your Rinpoche identity, and they don't know anything about it at all. Just knowing that you were related to the nine tails led to a childhood of bullying. And I'm telling you this today because, after the last time you were attacked, Kakashi was also attacked. After that, Bandito's powers will grow stronger, and the nine tails inside of you has always been his target. You must be strong as soon as possible and learn how to use the power of the nine tails. Only then can you protect yourself. Remember, Natsuki emphasized, the so-called will of fire of the third Naruto is just a way for you to dedicate yourself to sacrifice for nothing. Learn to use the power of the nine tails, not to protect everyone, but to protect yourself, and those who are important to you. Chapter 165 Anticipated Resurrection. After Naruto heard this, he realized that his life was so convoluted. He said firmly, "Don't worry, Senior Summerwood. I know." Over the years Naruto had been defensive towards Mishiro, but Sasuke, and the Uchiha clan, treated him with genuine care. So the so-called will of fire that Michio instilled in Naruto was not heard by Naruto. Then Naruto said with some trepidation, "Natsuki-senpai, can I really? All these years, I couldn't communicate properly with the nine tails, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to control the nine tails properly in the future." Natsuki smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I've already found a good teacher for you, so you can come and teach you how to control the nine tails after a while. Don't worry, I'll watch you." Naruto nodded heavily. "Aha, I'll try." Natsuki pondered. Just now Mizuki had maintained it for too short a time. I forgot to ask him what his attitude is towards Bandito. Never mind, it's the same thing to ask Jasuna. Natsuki lifted her head and glanced at the seal above her head. "So next, it's time for you to meet your mother." Naruto's eyes were glowing, his heart about to overflow with anticipation. The key to the seal is still with Toad Toru, and the seal of the nine tails can't be opened. But Jyo Shinna's chakra should be able to conjure it up. Natsuki beckoned Naruto over. Natsuki lifted Naruto's shirt. The runes of the four elements seal lit up on his hand, and he slammed his palm on it. A wave of chakra overflowed as Naruto realized the same runes had surfaced on his stomach. A figure appeared in the air. She had long beautiful red hair. She wore a white short-sleeved blouse and a long green skirt with a hairpin in the left bun. "Long time no see, Jasuna-chan." "Natsuki, long time no see." And Naruto has learned the identity of Joexei and Nai from Natsuki here. Seeing Joexei and Nai appeared, the inside of the eyes have unconsciously stored up tears. Natsuki waved her hand. "You guys talk first, leave some time for me. I'll go check on Ninetails first." Jasuna chuckled softly. "Go ahead." Natsuki's figure drifted toward the distant cell door. Jasuna saw her sobbing son and took him into her arms. Silly boy. In the original owner's memory, many years ago Natsuki had protected the pregnant Uchiha Makoto. It was because of Uchiha Mikan that Natsuki met Joshinna. It's been a little while, but it's certainly an old acquaintance. What he said to Kakashi back then wasn't exactly a lie to Kakashi. Natsuki's figure floated inside the cell doors, and the extra cell doors disappeared one after another. Natsuki appeared in front of Ninetails. Ninetails stood up and took a step back when he saw Natsuki coming. "Roar! Natsuki, what do you want?" Ninetails roared in anger, but there was absolutely nothing he could do to Natsuki. he couldn't fight, and he couldn't run. Natsuki's sharpening will eyes would be able to control him. Not to mention that Natsuki was particularly good at the four elements seal as well. Nine Tails couldn't make waves at all in Natsuki's hands. Nine Llama don't get excited. Other people father and son to catch up, mother and son to catch up what you go to get involved in. Don't you forget. The fourth generation of the eye couple or you killed it. Poof. Then plopped down heavily, eyes closed, and sulked with himself. He was annoyed that Shikamaru Naruto had sealed him away. All those years of only being able to see the world from inside Naruto's stomach. But Natsuki was right. After all, he's the one who killed the fourth Naruto couple. So 1-to-1 it's even. The Natsuki in front of him was another ruthless person, and he didn't have the slightest chance to spill his guts, so he could only sulk with himself. Natsuki plopped her legs together and sat down on the ground. I say 9 llamas. Why haven't you grown at all over the years? I've told you to get along with Naruto, and you're still acting like this. The 9 llamas didn't say a word, obviously not wanting to pay attention to Natsuki. As I told you last time, there will be a fourth shinobi war in a few years, and the man who attacked Naruto the other day was with them. I forgot to tell you last time that the Uchiha who manipulated you is called Bandito. I've expelled him from the clan's genealogy. Bandit? Nine Tails raised his head. Exactly. Bandito will be back in a few years, and then it's just a matter of grabbing you straight away. I don't need to tell you how important you are to the Gato demon statues. You're staying in Naruto's stomach right now even though you can't get out, but you're being devoured by the demonic statue of the outer path. Then you're gone forever. If you still don't communicate with Naruto, the only thing waiting for you is to disappear. Nine Tails snorted. That brat has no powers of his own right now. Why would I want to communicate with him? Hey, is this Nine Tails arrogant or realistic? So it's because Naruto beat him into submission in his last life that they had a meeting of the minds. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. Alright then, I know. I'll ask someone to train Naruto properly, and when he's strong enough, I'll let him come to you. Nine Tails grinned. Okay, I'll wait, said plopping down. After Natsuki finished communicating with the Nine Tails, the person floated outside. Naruto had already been sent out, leaving Gyoshinna floating in place. Juzin-chan, I can't believe you're going to be the head of the Uchiha clan after all these years. Natsuki. Jasuna smiled as she looked at Natsuki. The little kid who protected Mikan back then had grown to this point now. Natsuki smiled. His memories of what it was like back then were fuzzy. Jasuna-chan, I've already learned the second generation Naruto's Filth Earth transmutation, so if I have the chance in the future, I can summon you to meet Naruto again. This jutsu, as I recall, requires a living person as a sacrifice, right? Jasuna was still a bit repulsed by this kind of jutsu. Natsuki shrugged. There are plenty of damned people in this world. They're all going to die anyway. Isn't it good to do something meaningful with their lives? Don't you want to see Naruto again? Jasuna stopped insisting. She really couldn't let go of Naruto as a child. Juzin-chan, I left you behind to ask you something. What is it? The impetus for the Nine Tails rebellion was Bandito. You know. Joexei clenched her fists and was filled with anger. I know. I didn't expect it to be that kid. I wasn't thin on him in the past, but I didn't think he would do something like this, making my Naruto suffer for so many years. If I catch him in the act, see if I don't beat him to death. Jasuna clenched her fists, her bones clicking and her fiery red hair dancing about. This look directly breaks the illusion of tenderness just now. Natsuki's mouth grinned. It was quite the blood red pepper. Ahem. Natsuki coughed, and the opposite side of Joexei also hurriedly came with an expression management, returning to a gentle big sister image. In the future, Bandito will definitely become our enemy, so I hope that sure die won't show any mercy when the time comes. Joexei laughed. How can that be? Although Bandu was once a disciple of Mizumon, but he has already rebelled against the village. He killed me and Mizumon, and also killed so many villagers. Natsuki was relieved to hear that. Thankfully neither Shippo nor Jasuna had been infected with the Madonna disease. Natsuki stated what he had been planning to do all along. I'm going to resurrect the fourth Naruto. Namake Suikato. Jasuna froze for a moment. Filthy earth transmutation? Natsuki shook her head. It's a true resurrection. Jasuna covered her mouth in surprise. How is that possible? Natsuki said, I'll have my way. The shinobi world will be very dangerous after that. And Naruto's near captivity this time was a foretaste of things to come. The fourth shinobi world war will surely occur in a few years, and the Nine Tails in Naruto's body will surely become a target for the other side by then. In order for Naruto to be capable enough, I want to have him taught by the fourth generation. The fourth generation would be the best candidate. 2. Jasuna said worriedly, but Mizuki's soul is still with the Shinigami. Natsuki nodded. I know, I'll figure it out. It's just that you're going to have to wait a while longer. Alone, in Jayatsuka? Jayatsuka-san. Jasuna let out a breath. It's okay, it's all for Naruto. Natsuki, I'm counting on you for everything. Natsuki stared at Jasuna and said, when I have the power, I'll also find a way to revive you as well. Jasuna spread a smile and her figure faded away. Don't push it too hard. Natsuki. Chapter 166. Natsuki opened her eyes. Across the room, Naruto's eyes opened as well. What just happened? Keep it a secret. Natsuki chuckled. Naruto's eyes shone with an unseen brilliance. Don't worry, Natsuki-senpai. Natsuki waved to the side. Immediately, one of the Uchiha's clan members came over. What is the order of the clan leader, Sama? Although Natsuki hadn't officially taken over yet, but Futsuki had long since announced the news in the clan, and now everyone had started calling Natsuki Patriarch. Go get Sasuke. Tell him Naruto is here waiting for him. Yes. The Uchiha's clan quickly left. Has Sasuke's hand recovered? Naruto remembered that Sasuke was still injured. Natsuki grinned. Don't worry. I invited Tsunade-sama to come to the clan as a medical advisor. Sasuke's hand has been healed for a long time. Oh, is it Tsunade-sama, the granddaughter of the first Naruto? Naruto rushed to answer. Thanks to a long and steady pattern of life, Naruto is no schoolboy now. Futake was supervising the two as they practiced every day, occasionally taking tests to teach some knowledge, and Naruto had been studying diligently so as not to disappoint his caring elder. It wasn't as good as his physical and ninjutsu skills, but the cultural classes were good. The woods outside the snack bar. Minami, where have you been all these years? How are Yahiko and Nagato doing? Jiraiya followed Minami out asking somewhat anxiously. Jiraiya had just started teaching the trio jutsu because of Toad Sennin's prophecy and seeing Nagato's chakra eyes. Even he felt that Nagato was the hero of the shinobi world, the future change agent of the shinobi world. But shortly after Jiraiya leaves the three, he receives the information that the three are dead, and Jiraiya is very distressed. 3 years of affection is not fake. I did not expect that this goodbye is the separation of heaven and earth, but in this knife-edge world of shinobi, maybe that's where everyone belongs. Jiraiya, though, always couldn't help but think how nice it would be to have the three with him. Now, Minami, who was thought to be dead, suddenly appears, but looking at him was like looking at a stranger, makes Jiraiya impatient, wanting to know what's going on. Minami was silent for a long time before she spoke. Yahiko is dead. Nagato is crippled. This fire danced in Jiraiya's eyes. How did this happen? Minami said lightly. Hanzo and Junzo did it. Hanzo? Back then, Jiraiya had been beaten enough by Hanzo. All three of them. Not even one of them had beaten Hanzo. If it wasn't for the fact that the Kiba village was on the verge of victory in the main battlefield at the time and Hanzo didn't want to go too far, otherwise he wouldn't have lifted the three with one hand and bestowed the name of a Sannin. Back then, Hanzo and Junzo. Minami lowered her eyes and began to slowly explain about how they established Shao, then were designed by both Hanzo and Junzo, and Yahiko took the initiative to commit suicide in order to save her. Nagato was crippled and insane. And the Dawn that Yahiko founded has now become a mercenary organization. It's all thanks to Tuanzo, bastard Suza. Ka. Jiraiya hammered his fist hard into a nearby tree, which took a direct dent. Jiraiya was in deep self-blame. If he hadn't left, Yahiko wouldn't have died and Nagato wouldn't be the way he was now. Nagato's descent into darkness was completely unacceptable to him. Yahiko was such a good boy that he founded Hiroshi in order to realize the ideal of world peace. Now that Yahiko is dead, Nagato has turned Dawn into a dark mercenary organization. Back then, Jiraiya was very optimistic about Nagato and told him all about his philosophy and outlook on life. It was so that one day, Nagato could become the son of prophecy, as Toad Sennin had predicted. I didn't realize that it was all ruined by Tuanzu. This person, Junzo. Jiraiya historically hated him, hated that he would do anything to achieve his goal, hated his various behaviors without any bottom line. I didn't realize that in addition to secretly experimenting, I actually did something like this. Dozens of Kiba's men were killed and wounded. Yahiko died tragically, and Nagato was crippled and insane, just for the sake of Junzo's heart to root out dissenters. This time Natsuki asked me to come over, and it was an invitation to deal with Junzo together. He advised me not to rush and to tell you first, and Natsuki said, you'll find a way, sensei, won't you? Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Don't worry, Minami. I'll make sure that the third Naruto throws Junzo in jail. Minami pulled a tired smile. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long, Jiraiya-sensei, or I'll take care of Suza, in my own way. Jiraiya looked up. What are you going to do, Minami? As hateful as the whole Junzo thing was, Jiraiya was more worried about Minami messing up. He wasn't worried about whether or not Gumiho was dead or alive. He was just afraid that Minami would do something stupid. Minami's body spread out like a piece of paper. Don't let me down, Jiraiya-sensei. Minami. Jiraiya fished with his hands, but only caught some paper. Jiraiya frowned tightly. He was not wanting any conflict between Minami and the village. Jiraiya himself is a Konoha guardian. As he warned Tsunade in the original world when he went to her and admonished her, Jiraiya would still strike as long as he had crooked thoughts about Kiba village. But in the current situation, the fault all lies with reunion. Is he going to kill Minami and Nagato because of Suza's fault? No way. I need to pull Nagato and Minami back. Couldn't care less about Naruto, who was still in the food court. Hurriedly, he headed towards Kiba village. Uchiha Snack Street. Sasuke was brought over by the clan. As soon as he arrives, he sees Naruto, led by Natsuki, eating soy sauce pancakes on the street. Naruto was also extraordinarily happy to see Sasuke arrive and greeted him. Sasuke, come quickly, Natsuki-senpai's treat. Sasuke couldn't help but pull a smile from the corners of his mouth at the sight of Naruto's sunny, cheerful grin, and quickly hid it again. Putting on a cool face, he first saluted Natsuki-sensei, then say hello to Naruto. Naruto had already picked up a piece of miso pancake and shoved it right into Sasuke's mouth. Fresh out of the oven, still hot and warm, try it. Ah, Sasuke was caught off guard and stuffed. Well, you're being gentle, your fingers are in my mouth. Natsuki couldn't help but laugh beside him as he saw Sasuke roll his eyes at the choking, chewing and cursing Naruto at the same time. How nice for two children to be just like that, both without a miserable childhood, to be able to play and eat together like normal children. Both had happy childhoods. Isn't that exactly what one was trying to do in the first place? Natsuki looked at this simple joy of the two children and also felt that what she was doing made sense. It doesn't matter if both kids can't grow up to keep up. I'm not down yet and can always think of more. The paper crane in his arms fluttered, pulling Natsuki's thoughts back. I have some things to take care of. You two go have fun by yourselves. Naruto, come back with Sasuke for dinner tonight, okay? Can I go? Naruto was pleasantly surprised. He usually went to the Uchiha's clan lands, but he left his shadow doppelganger and left. Is no chance to eat there. And after hearing Natsuki's explanation in the mind worlds, he was even more aware that as a human pillar power, the third Naruto was sure to keep an eye on him. Don't worry, Naruto. Tsunade is in the clan grounds right now. I'll just say hello on the Sanjo side. Oh, long live senpai. Naruto cheered happily. Sasuke couldn't help but punch Naruto in the face when he saw him in this stupid state. Stop dancing. Let's go get something else to eat. As I said last time, it's on me. Natsuki waved at the two and disappeared down the street in an instant. Chapter 167, Making Enemies. The woods. Natsuki followed the paper crane's directions and found Minami. Well, did you get all the lines? Natsuki asked. Minami nodded. Did it work? The conversation Minami just had with Jiraiya was all taught by Natsuki. Jiraiya's person Natsuki knew very well, and after learning that the Son of Prophecy was heading towards darkness, he would have been distraught to go to Mishio. The current Dawn organization is a mercenary organization still in hibernation, accumulating money. For Jiraiya, it's still acceptable to wait until the Dawn organization continues to grow. It will be hard to save later. This organization has become what it is, though it's because of Bandit Tuzo, but Jiraiya would surely take the blame. At times like this it's just a matter of waiting for Jiraiya and pressuring Mishio. Reunion will eventually be abandoned by the third Naruto. Didn't Junzo always boast that everything he did was for Kiba? So how will he feel one day when Kiba gives him up? Natsuki took out a map of Kiba and handed it to Minami, and pointing to some points on the top of the chart to show Minami. Here. This place should have a detonation charm. And there's not much of it. You go blow this place up. Minami looked at the Konoha map in confusion. These places? Buried with detonation charms? Natsuki nodded. Well, a spy from a small village that used to fight Kiba buried it, and no one has found it in all these years. You'll be needed to take care of Nagato's side. You blow up this place and you're gone. I'll just do the rest. You blow up the place and leave a note. I'll make sure that Suza gets sent to jail. It was only after Natsuki received Minami that she remembered that many parts of Kiba village had been filled with detonation charms 30 years ago. Since those were not in the downtown area, there was no Hinata Ichis purposely checking them out with their white eyes. Although many of the detonation charms had lost their effectiveness, if the remaining ones exploded, it would cause no small amount of panic, but it could be utilized. Kiba village. Naruto's office. Jiraiya tumbled through the window in a flash. The third generation Naruto was frowning straight away as he watched. How many times have I told you to go through the door? To go through the door. Are you unable to remember what's going on? Jiraiya, however, didn't pick up on the third Naruto's words. Instead, his face was hard. Old man, we must arrest Tuanzu at once. Sanjo frowned and took a drag on his cigarette. It was really what you think about. It was Tsunade in front of him, and now even Jiraiya had joined the ranks of those who were vocalizing against Suzu. It's a must for Gunzo to die. And for what reason are you? Jiraiya came prepared to report some hidden information to Mishio to know. I took on 3 disciples in the last shinobi war. Jiraiya began to narrate. Back then in Hoenn Nagato Yahiko Minami 3 people know. To the back to take care of them. Found Nagato's reincarnation eye. The eye of reincarnation. The third Naruto's pipe nearly fell off the table. Isn't that the eyes of the legendary Rokudo immortal? Sanjo slammed the table. Why didn't you tell me earlier about such important information? Jiraiya laughed bitterly. I received word later that the three of them were dead, which is why I didn't say anything about it. The third Naruto's expression cleared up a bit. So you now? I just received information that after I left back then, Yahiko created an organization to realize the ideal of world peace called Dawn. Michio wondered, wouldn't that be nice? Although this ideal was unrealistic, it didn't seem like a bad thing. Of course it would be nice if Yahiko was around, but Yahiko was set up to be killed. Nagato's philosophy has shifted now, and now Dawn has become a mercenary organization. Michio pinched his brow. This person is Gumiho, right? The first thing that came to Michio's mind when he heard being set up to be killed was that it had to be Junzo. Jiraiya nodded. Junzo engineered Yahiko's death, and now Nagato and Minami have amassed their power in preparation for their revenge on our Konoha. Bang! Michio hammered his fist on the table. He hadn't been this angry in years. Kiba was already in a state of turmoil, and Tuanzu had invited such a great enemy for Kiba. The Eye of Reincarnation, although I don't know what the ability is certainly not a good match. Obviously it could have been pulled in as an ally, or introduced to Kiba. Such a good opportunity, but it was actually ruined by Suza. Pig brain. The third Naruto let out a breath. Where did you get the news? And is there any room to turn it around? Minami is right there in the Uchiha, nominally representing the rain-hidden village to congratulate Natsuki on his assumption of office, but actually preparing to retaliate against Juso along with Natsuki. Natsuki again. Michio was annoyed, but now was not the time to get into it with Natsuki. I'll get reunion over here now. You stay here for now. Michio was ready to give up on Gunzo 2 days ago. Manpower has been arranged, and although the route base is now in place, the route has not yet been restored. All of the people in the group's collection had to hide and could not gather in plain sight. The reason for keeping Jiraiya here was in case Gumiho jumped over the wall in a hurry. Jiraiya opened the door and let in the dark part outside. Invite Junzo here. Yes. The soundproofing of the room was excellent. The dark side outside had no idea what Naruto and Jiraiya had discussed. Tuanzu has been shrinking away from roots lately, and the announcement just made Tuanzu another hard-hitting wave of fame. Well, it's negative though. Lord Juzu. There was no reply from the third dark line. They have no intention of buying information. The members of the Roots are doing a debriefing down there. Juzu frowned. Not buying information and preparing to send over his own people to probe? Natsuki had directly invited so many people, and Gumiho was aware that his previous calculations had fallen through. With such a good opportunity, Cloud Hidden would surely send someone over on their own to probe the Konoha's realities. I knew Natsuki wasn't easy, making such a big deal out of it as soon as he came back. Roots development was now at a standstill, and he himself had only gotten back an honorary eldership. It's a far cry from the old Naruto auxiliary. He no longer had the name to recruit new people from the clans. Now Negi is left with just a few newcomers who have been forced to discontinue their training. Except for the two of them, Yamanike's an oil girl fetch Negi. The slightly more capable person in there is Saki. But right now, Saki is not trained enough to be useful. And the other message? Reunion's last few times have been so deflated that he's short on funds and is now waiting for his chance. That lord recently contacted us again, wanting us to test the Uchiha clan. Junzo lowered his eyes. The Jedi had only just come and attacked Naruto. Now what did he want? Natsuki is back. The Uchiha clan can't be easy to get into. It's only before that Bandito suffered such a big loss. And the skunk is still hiding inside the family. Juzo looked at his arm, all of which had seals placed on it just in case. Jedi's sight is much better at cell fusion for Jumo than his own team. But Jedi is not reliable, and the only way to use him is to use him. Preferably. Lord Junzo, Lord Michio invites you over. Negi, who had come in from outside, interrupted Raizo's thoughts. Ryunzo mused for a moment that it was supposed to be Hinata who was going to talk to him about dealing with Natsuki. After all, he's always done these jobs. Instead of bringing someone with him, Ryunzo went to Naruto's office as he usually did. Chapter 168, Bombing Naruto Rock, Kiba Village, Naruto Building Office. What if you're not with Naruto in danger? Suddenly, Michio remembered that Jiraiya was assigned to look after Naruto. Jiraiya said indifferently, Tsunade is in Uchiha clanland. Natsuki won't do anything. I say old man you are also, so many years, every day to monitor Naruto, and never heard of Naruto to get into any trouble. Why are you so nervous? The third generation said in a deep voice. Isn't it also for his safety to keep an eye on him? Last time, if it wasn't for the few dark sections that followed him, Naruto would have been taken captive by now. Jiraiya bristled. You're right. Can't argue with you. There was nothing Michio could do about Jiraiya's scattered and slow appearance. After all, he had always been like this. Knock knock, come in. The door opened and it was two squads of darkies standing in the doorway. Michio nodded. and the 8 dark sections fishtailed into the room. The third Naruto gestured, and several of the dark sectors instantly blended inside the office. At a glance, it was impossible to tell that there were 8 extra people hiding here. The door was open and Michio was sitting in the innermost desk waiting for Tuanzo. It wasn't long before Reunion walked in alone, but as soon as he entered, Zirai closed the door behind him, and stood in the doorway. With a grimace, Suzu looked across the room at Michio. "Hinata, what are you doing?" The third generation took an unhurried drag on his cigarette. "Guzu, did you send someone to the Hidden Village during the Third Shinobi World War?" Reunion grimaced and looked around. Michio clapped his hands, and all 8 of the dark sections stepped out from their hiding places, blocking off all sides of the group. Raizo was silent for a moment. "So what if it is?" Jiraiya couldn't help but say. "Why did you frame Yahiko and drive him to his death?" Raizo held his head slightly high. "What does an old man do that he needs to explain to you?" "You," said Jiraiya, enraged. Michio held out a hand to stop the furious Jiraiya. Michio sighed. "Why would you do something like that when you and Yahiko have no grudges?" Juzo looked at Michio, then at Jiraiya, and then around the circle of dark sectors, scoffed. "Foolish, do you know what Yahiko's Hiroshi organization does?" "Preach peace," Jiraiya replied. Junzo narrowed his eyes. "At that time, our Konoha village was the strongest of the 5 major shinobi villages. Hinata, you 3 ninja, and Suikoto, all were in the village, and there was a great possibility of unifying the shinobi world." The third generation Naruto looked at Junzo in surprise. He had only thought that Junzo was ambitious before. He had never thought that he had once moved to unify the shinobi world. Ignoring Mishiro's look, Suzu continued, "But the Shao organization has made a big deal about peace, causing a great obstacle to our Konoha unification plan. Just because of that?" Jiraiya was a bit surprised. Ryunzo snorted coldly. "What do you know? If the Dawn organization was merely negotiating, then they wouldn't be able to do much of anything. But the Shao organization has the power to stop a war. One of the services of the Dawn organization is that when a war between 2 sides cannot be resolved through negotiation, the Dawn organization will join whichever side is weaker, so that the stronger side will know what to do. So, the Dawn organization is becoming more and more famous in the shinobi world, and many small countries have invited the Dawn organization will be their intermediary. If the Dawn organization keeps growing like this, it will gain the trust of most of the small villages in the shinobi world, and in the future, the ninja will think that only the Dawn organization will bring peace to the shinobi world. When it comes to whether or not to start a war in the future, we'll have to get permission from the Dawn organization first. We, Kiba, clearly have the ability to unify the shinobi world. So why are we sitting around waiting for the Dawn organization to grow up and come to pose a threat to us?" A passel of words full of holes. Froze to say logical, self-consistent. The people in the office were stunned. Not to mention that the ideals of the Dawn organization are destined to be the ideals of a small group of people, and it is unlikely that too many people will recognize them. Such organizations, driven purely by ideals, are not destined to last. Reunion is clearly nipping anyone who is a threat in the bud. Jiraiya was listening to the nameless fire. According to the theory of Junzo, the entire shinobi world, as long as they fought, they should be eliminated. Michio also sank down and was just about to speak. Boom! Boom! A loud explosion and roar interrupted Michio. Mitsuyo looked out the window and realized that there was a huge explosion over at Naruto Rock, and his own statue. It seems to have been blown up. A surge of air and blood went up to Michio, and he became dizzy, looking at the group of people in the room still looking at him. Michio pointed at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, go see what's going on. I'll wait here until you get back." Jiraiya had just been standing in the doorway, still not knowing where the explosion was again. He heard the third Naruto say that, calling one of the dark side over to stand in the doorway. He himself jumped out of the window. Before he left, he gave a hard stare to Reunion. After jumping off the ledge, Jiraiya realizes that the explosion was directed towards Naruto Rock. Looking over here, the stone carving of the third Naruto has had half of its face fall off the stone. No wonder the third Naruto was pissed off. Jiraiya looked at the blown up Naruto Rock over there, and somehow the first thought in his mind was that this was Manami's doing. With such a big commotion, there were already very many people along the street looking that way. Jiraiya had to use his instantaneous jutsu and speed up to get there. It wasn't long before Self arrived on the scene. There are many Hyuga Ichiban standing here right now, all of them from the vigilantes. When there's an accident over here, it's natural for people to come over. And what about the fact that Jiraiya was still here, seeing someone he really didn't want to see? Uchiha Natsuki. Natsuki was below the collapsed Naruto Rock. Looking up, Jiraiya got close enough to realize how badly Shadow Rock had been damaged. A huge hole had been blown there in the third Naruto's nose. It was hollowed out on the inside because when the Naruto Rock was first constructed, it was feared that it would be too heavy to fall off. As a result, the entire right half of the face now fell off after the nose blew out there. you can still see the hollow structure inside. The Hyuga clan had already fenced in below, cordoning off any areas where rocks might fall down. No one else is allowed near. When Jiraiya saw Natsuki, he thought it was bound to be bad. Natsuki, what's going on? Why is Naruto Rock being messed up like this? Natsuki pulled out her ears. Keep your voice down. I can hear you. I've only just gotten here too. Asked the Hinata Ichi on duty next to me. Jiraiya casually pointed. You, what's your name? What's happening over here? The Hinata, who was pointed at, flashed a smile. Lord Jiraiya, I'm Isato. Don't you remember? I used to hand out your flyers. It was only then that Jiraiya saw that it wasn't the same kid who had been handing out his flyers around back in the day. No wonder it was standing next to Natsuki. Jiraiya grunted. It's you. Well then, Isamu, who's in charge of patrols over here and what's going on? Chapter 169, Imprisonment of Suza. Brave man shrugged. This side of town isn't downtown, and there's hardly anyone here, so there's very few people patrolling this side of town. I just happened to be in the neighborhood and heard the rattling over before I came over. I came over and saw a man with a pair of white wings on his back flying through here. Not really sure about the rest. Wings? Then, it's Minami, Captain Braveman. A clue has been found. The Hyuga Ichi, who had gone up to investigate, rolled over and jumped down. A note was held in his hand. This was found on top of Naruto Rock. Also, it has been identified that this place was detonated with a detonation charm. Before Isato could get to the note, Jiraiya grabbed it. The note reads in Minami's beautiful handwriting. Just the beginning. Natsuki poked her head over at this point. Just the beginning? Lord Jiraiya. It looks like our Konoha is being retaliated against by someone else. The voice was eerie. Jiraiya gasped at the thought of Natsuki being in this place. Immediately, he yelled at Natsuki. Natsuki, was it you who gave Minami the bad idea? Natsuki played dumb and said, what are you talking about? Jiraiya-sama, why can't I understand? Jiraiya lifted Natsuki's shirt and whispered into Natsuki's ear. Just now, the old man and I have been arresting Guanzo, so contact Minami right away and tell her not to be impulsive. Natsuki's eyes rolled back and she pressed Self's hand down. This Naruto Rock is rather old too, I think. How about this? We Uchiha donate $10 million to refurbish this piece of the third Naruto. Natsuki leaned close to Jiraiya's ear again. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. I'll contact Minami's side. I'll send the money for refurbishing Naruto Rock as soon as the third Naruto throws Junzo in the dungeon. Yeah, Natsuki, it's really you. Jiraiya was furious. Why does this Natsuki think of crooked tricks all day long? Natsumi said. Gee, it seems to me that Naruto Rock doesn't need to be repaired either. So donate. Jiraiya freezes up. With a heavy grunt, he turned his head and walked away. He had just noticed that there wasn't even a single person on this side of the Shadow Rock, so it was just a matter of blowing up the Shadow Rock and losing no more than a little bit of money. There were no casualties at all. This kind of thing is obviously Natsuki's idea of a ghost to put pressure on Nishio. Since it didn't cause any human damage and Natsuki was willing to spend money on repairing Naruto Rock, Jiraiya didn't bother with Natsuki. Natsuki waved her hand behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I forgot to tell you, Tsunade wants to meet Naruto, and Naruto is going to my place for dinner tonight. Jiraiya paused and waved his hand. Got it. Natsuki beckoned Yuto over. Isato, you mobilize your Hyuga's police force. Drop what you're doing for now, and turn this circle. Natsuki said, taking the map and drawing a circle on it. Scout them all with your white eyes. There are detonation charms hidden in many places here. A detonation charm. Brave man was taken aback. Although most of the places where Natsuki drew were not much populated, there were parts of the area that still had a lot of people. If there are detonation charms in all these places, it's not going to be easy to detonate. I won't go into the specifics of why, but you send all of your men to line up the detonation charms in all of these places, then make a record of the explosion points and give it to me. Natsuki-sama. Natsuki is already the one who was going to succeed the clan leader soon and has a good relationship with Hibiki. And back then, Natsuki had favored Yonjin. It's also easy to instruct the Hyuga clan. Kiba Village. Dungeon. Under the watchful eyes of the many dark sectors, the lone Tuanzu walked helplessly into the prison cell. The entire jail cell was filled with jutsu that suppressed ninjutsu, and the cell doors were made of special materials. It's not good to go out there at Tuzo's advanced age of over 60. In particular, there were many masters of the Hyuga clan, patrolling back and forth, completely eliminating any means by which they could break out of the prison. Once the cell door was locked, Nishio waved all the dark sectors away. A few moments later, there were only 2 people left in the place, Suzu and the third Naruto. Junzo's face was flat, as if this was an office, not a prison cell. It was only the occasional flashes of volatility in his eyes that revealed his inner emotions. Hinata, what do you want? The third Naruto looked at Junzo for a long time before speaking. Junzo, your ambition is too great. Reizo snorted at his words. Hinata, You didn't use me much when you first became Naruto. What? Now you're unloading on me? The third generation wasn't angry. In his first 20 years as Naruto, he did work well with Jusos, keeping the clans down one way or the other. Right now, Kiba's ninja clan, aside from the Uchiha and Hyuga, are basically down to hardcore Naruto line supporters. None of this would have been possible without Tuanzo, who did the black work. But then everything changed, starting with the Nine Tails Rebellion, and Junzo's ambition couldn't be contained. For so many years, Reunion had quietly developed its roots, and now it was either using it or not using it. But now that pressure was coming down from many sides, Michio had made up his mind. If I had restricted you earlier, things might not have gotten to this point. Humph, less catcalling there. Restrictions? Wasn't it you who hinted at getting rid of the 1,000 hands back then? Would Lao Fu have engineered the death of Jomonoki? If Jomonoki had lived until now, the entire Konoha would still be Chiba's. Michio sighed. Then you can't spill the beans on Kato Break's whereabouts. Tuenzo smiled grimly. Back then, Kato Break possessed the art of spiritualization, and he's already found out. So if we don't kill him, we'll wait for him to find out? Michio didn't say anything as he took a drag on his cigarette, a lot of emotions flashing through his eyes in the smoke. Besides, so what if it leaked? You didn't help me hide it afterward. You're locking me up now because Tsunade is back, aren't you? Do you want to make amends to Tsunade with me? Don't forget, you were part of what got Jomonoki killed. Michio lowered his eyes, hiding his emotions. Jomonoki and Broken have been dead for so many years. They've been dead for a long time now, and I'm not going to hand you over to Tsunade. Raizo snorted coldly. So what do you want? The third generation raised his head, his face changing little, now that the Uchiha are in power. Natsuki has gathered so many people from outside the village this time just to force me to make concessions. You offended Natsuki so badly with the crackdown on the Uchiha in the first place that he's pressuring me not only from Tsunade, but from Jiraiya. You'll stay in jail for a while, and I'll find a chance to let you out when the wind dies down. Juzu's eyes twinkled. Hinata, how do you expect me to trust you? Michio spread his hands. We've worked together for so many years. Don't you still trust me? Without you, there are some things that I'm not comfortable doing. Kunsai stared into the eyes of the third Naruto. And my roots? Naruto the third said with a straight face. Your roots are completely intact, and I'll release you when Natsuki takes over as clan leader. Okay, Hinata, I'll believe you for once. Commiserate here for a while, and if you need anything, just tell the guards and I'll fulfill it. Reunion walked over to the prison bed and sat down. Call my healer from Root over here. I still have wounds that need to be treated next. Michio mused for a moment, then nodded and left the dungeon. Seeing Michio's distant back, Juzu raised his right hand. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then lowered it again. As for Sanjio, who walked out of the dungeon, the ball of peace in his eyes was gradually replaced by fortitude, and his expression slowly became serious. Chapter 170, Can't Afford to Lose. Uchiha Clan Land. Practice Field. Chidori. A bright light lit up on Sasuke's assistant and he quickly charged towards Naruto. Naruto, with the help of his doppelganger, rolled out a pill as well. Spiral Maru. Boom. The two moves clashed ferociously. A rumbling sound rang out, and grass splattered on the ground. After a moment of stalemate, both of them flew backwards. Naruto landed on the ground as a shadow doppelganger behind him caught him. Sasuke backed up, but crashed into someone's arms. Sasuke looked up to see that it was actually his brother. Okay, Sasuke, the contest is over. Sasuke was furious. Naruto and I haven't split yet. The skunk looked to Sasuke's bloodied arm. Yeah? There was no ripple in the skunk's tone before he violently grabbed Sasuke's left hand. And can you still move your left arm? Ah. Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his left hand. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto quickly ran over as he stood up and stabilized. I'm sorry Sasuke, Naruto said as he saw Sasuke's left hand and was a bit overwhelmed. Sasuke turned his head very angrily when he saw that Naruto's hands were basically unharmed. None of your business. Before the skunk could say anything else, a figure suddenly appeared next to Sasuke and hit him over the head with a violent chestnut. It knocked Sasuke's head around so much that he barely fell to the ground. What? Can't accept that you lost? Natsuki's voice rang out. Natsuki looked down at Sasuke from his perch, his face blocked in the shadows so that he couldn't see his expression. Sasuke whimpered. Sensei. Naruto scratched his head next to him. Natsuki-senpai. Naruto, hold your tongue for a moment. Natsuki stopped Naruto's words. It was fine when I left this afternoon. Why are we fighting now? Sasuke squeezed his aching left hand and inclined his head away. I noticed that last time. Naruto has given in to me in past matches. So you've evolved your Sharingan eyes and you want to try again? Hearing Natsuki's question, Sasuke didn't answer, just pouted. Natsuki pinched her brow, not realizing that Naruto now had the emotional intelligence to pick up on things and deliberately lose to Sasuke. He beckoned and called Naruto to his side. Naruto, do you realize you're wrong? Well, Naruto stammered, wondering if Natsuki was there because he had injured Sasuke, or if it was because of something else. Naruto had given in to Sasuke before to take care of Sasuke's pride. He was afraid that if he won the fight, Sasuke would be angry with him. As a result, today Sasuke wanted to fight himself all over again no matter what, and said that if he stayed his hand this time, he'd ignore him forever. That's why Sasuke was injured. Naruto felt a little aggravated as well, and there were tears welling up in his eyes. Natsuki sighed, probably guessing what Naruto was thinking. Touching Naruto's head, he said, "Naruto, partners can't hide or lie to each other. If you're better than Sasuke now, will you always be better than Sasuke? You deceiving Sasuke and keeping him basking in a false victory will only make him delusional." Look, Natsuki pointed away from Sasuke, who was secretly straining his ears to listen again. Sasuke beat you too many times before, and now that he's lost, he can't afford to lose. Sasuke's little face turned red as he listened, and he couldn't help but shout, "Who said I couldn't afford to lose?" Natsuki gave Sasuke another hard chestnut. "You can afford to lose. Who are you standing there with your head twisted over for? Do I have to teach you what to do when you've won or lost?" Sasuke put his right hand out somewhat reluctantly. Naruto also extended his hand to make a seal of reconciliation with Sasuke. Natsuki gave Naruto a wink and Naruto nodded, sincerely apologizing to Sasuke. "I'm sorry, Sasuke. I won't let you get away next time." Sasuke finished the seal of reconciliation and grunted, "Who wants you to let up? Next time, I'll beat you." Okay. You too. You're always making heart. Both of you go get me a checkup and treatment from Shizune. Natsuki rubbed the two's heads and left them to find Shizune on their own. "I know, teacher, brother, I'll go ahead and heal." Sasuke struggled twice, still getting his hair messed up by Natsuki rubbing it. Naruto showed his closeness by wrapping his arms around Sasuke. "Sasuke, next time the loser of our match is buying." "Okay, humph, I'll win next time." Well, then next time it's on me. Don't make me." Again, seeing the two little ones far away, the ferret looked at Sasuke's dangling left hand while Naruto was not hurt at all. Couldn't help but ask Natsuki, "Matriarch, is the gap between Sasuke and Naruto that big?" Natsuki's face was relatively calm. "What the hell with me? No calling me patriarch, rah." The skunk gave a rare smile. "Yes, senpai." Natsuki heard the skunk change his name to something else before a small smile rose to his face. Sasuke is going to be weaker than Naruto right now because Naruto's shadow fracture cultivation method is improving very rapidly. It's a gift, there's nothing to it. After all, it wasn't like anyone who could squander chakra to split a bunch of shadow doppelgangers like Naruto, the ones that can still carry shadow splits fatigue. But, Natsuki said with a twist, Sasuke isn't too far behind Naruto. The reason you see no injuries on Naruto's hands is because the 9 tails in Naruto's body have healed Naruto's wounds. You used to coddle Sasuke too much, making him think highly of himself all the time. Futsuki's teaching in ninjutsu was pretty good, not paying attention to other aspects. Sasuke is too small of an instrument. It's good to take a hit. The skunk nodded, as he had found out the last time he and Sasuke had competed. Although Sasuke had made some progress in terms of strength, he still lacked a lot in terms of battle sense and heart. Although at Sasuke's age, he was already considered very good, but against Naruto, he was still a lot worse. And now that the shinobi world is not peaceful, Sasuke's early growth will be a guarantee for his own safety. You don't have to worry about Sasuke's growth. If I'm right, he'll probably come to you tonight to give him extra training. Just don't get heartbroken when you aim hard. Tsunade is all over the clan, so it's not a big deal if she's not dead. The skunk nodded. It was time to give Sasuke some training. Natsuki was now in the habit of putting a shadow doppelgangers in the clan office when she went out. Walking into the office now, he disengaged the shadow doppelganger. A great deal of information rushed into the mind. Natsuki pinched her brow. That's a lot of information to process for one shadow doppelganger. I don't know how Naruto split that much off. He picked up the 2 more important documents on his desk. The first was a message back from the Uchiha sent to the land of the demons that the sorceress Mithraea was dead, leaving only an orphan girl. Aster didn't learn the time-sealing spell. Natsuki thought for a moment. Now Mithraea would be dead, putting to bed Natsuki's plan to seal the time spell. Remember that this Aster seal power is very strong, but you can't use it now. You'll have to wait until she grows up, but by then the yellow flowers are cold. It looks like we won't get any help from the Oni no Kuni side. Chapter 171, Chain Reaction. The other document, a letter of reply from Misty Shomei of the Water Country, stated that she had another important matter and could not come to the ceremony. Natsuki paced back and forth, a sudden flash of light in his head. Yukura is dead, because that's how Yukura turned out in his original world. If Yukura had survived, there was no reason for Natsuki to not receive the destiny-changing reward from the system. Since Yukura was dead, that meant that Misao was also dead. It was important to realize that it wasn't the first time the 3 tails had died. it had died once the one time it was sealed to Rin. Later, after being reborn in the wild, he was captured by Yakura. Now that Yakura is dead, Isafuji has naturally disappeared. It won't take long for Isabu to be resurrected, as evidenced by the death of Rin Noara and Yakura's rediscovery of Isabu. Exactly how long Natsuki wasn't quite sure, but before Mitsuo Isafuji is resurrected, Bandito can take a breather. Oops, Natsuki brain thought of something deeper. When Yakura dies, there's a serious ripple effect. The news of Yakura's death must have been sealed by Terumi now, and it's top secret level, but because Natsuki released information about Bandicoot, it also said that Misty Hidden was also retaliated against. This means that there will be many scouts who will go to the Land of Water and spy on Misty Hidden. There's a good chance that Yakura won't be able to keep the news of his death from him. At this point in the game, Yakura's death is a very big problem, because Cloud Crypt, it just so happens to be the time when the soldiers are strong, and Yunin is closer to Misty Hidden than any other country. What's most critical, Cloud Cucullander's technology is advanced. They have boats, not paddle boats or sailing ships, but large steamships and even electrically powered wheeled vessels. The Land of Thunder has them all. This is the time period when, if Cloud Crypt knows about Yagura's death and that Konoha and Uchiha are in a state of flames, Cloud Cloak is likely to hit Misty Hidden. The Misty Hidden's heritage is actually very deep. There are many blood succession limit boundary families, and while the infighting is powerful, the Misty Hidden's practical combat ability is also very strong, and Yakura Berry is a perfect human pillar. And under the elite army, Misty Hidden has always been very strong, and has never invaded from the outside. Kiba is then constantly harassed by the Misty Hidden, and even Ao has gained a white eye. The last few years were suddenly closed down, and then Yakura the Berry started purging the Blood Clan to the outside world. It's just an old mist situation. The Blood Mist. What's a blood mist without infighting? But the inner workings of it were unknown to outsiders, and no one thought to visit Misty Hidden. After all, the inside of the mist is like a compulsion field, and it's all about you killing me and me killing you between the mist. Not to mention the fact that you, an outsider, are totally looking for death if you want to go over there to spy on the news, but not anymore. Natsuki exposed the news. It was estimated that many forces would risk going over to scout for news. If we find out Yakura is dead and Miss Ao is gone, igniting the war was the nail in the coffin. Why Mizuno will be beaten. Right now, the 5th generation Mizukage, Terumi Shimizu, can't afford to pick up the slack yet. Without the perfect human pillar, Yakura's Misty Hidden is in disarray and is weaker than ever. The Kingdom of Thunder went to attack, and the top end of the battlefield was completely crushed above. And, don't worry about going belly up, because Kiba is locked up by the Uchiha. If Kiba sends troops, then Uchiha can just coup and turn Kiba village into Uchihas. According to the old age of the 3rd Naruto, there was no way he would take any chances. It was also unlikely that Iwashin would come to fight Cloud Crypt, since the fire country of Konoha was in between, and Konoha wouldn't even agree to lend a hand. Who knows if you're not just a fake ally? Crossing the borders of the smaller nations would not be agreeable to the smaller nations, and there is a newly risen village of Sound hidden in the land of the Tenno on the way. The older Iwashin Anaji gets, the more conservative he becomes, and he won't move until he finds a suitable successor. Sand Hidden is even further away from Cloud Hidden. Cloud Kane didn't have to think about Sand Kane at all. As long as there was some time ahead and the other countries didn't react, Cloud Crypt could make a long run. It's even possible to take over Mizuno Kuni. In the last life, Cloud Hidden didn't hit Misty Hidden for 2 reasons. The current point in time, Yakura's death was top secret, and no one was going to probe. By the time word got out afterward, Dawn was already active, and Yakito had been captured even earlier. Cloud Crypt naturally didn't dare to move, but right now, Yakito was still around. The 8-tailed Kairabi was at his peak, and the 4th generation Reikage AI was also at his peak. Fighting a Misty Hidden that didn't even have a tailed beast, Misty Hidden would have a hard time resisting. Natsuki scratched his head, not realizing that his side of the plan had actually pushed Misty Hidden into the fire. But according to Yun Yin's nature, Yun Yin would definitely not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's just that I don't know whether Cloud Crypt will, when the time comes, send its elite troops to break in or make a large-scale invasion. There's no telling when Cloud Cuculander will strike. It's a little passive. If Cloud Crypt drove in and took over a portion of the water country, the rest of the other countries would definitely not be able to sit still, especially Rock Cane. Cloud Cane just started to fight. Rock Cane is not good to go over there. It might be a wait and see, but after Cloud Cane took advantage of it, Rock Cane couldn't sit still. The hatred between the Iwagakure and the Cloud Hidden could only be described as a blood feud. Iwashin is definitely not going to sit back and watch Cloud Crypt grow. Even if they were to take a detour or make an alliance, the Iwagakure would surely go to the battlefield of the water country, or just steal the old Cloud Crawler home. This could easily trigger the 4th Shinobi World War early. After all, After letting Yunin finish digesting Misty Hidden, Yunin would be unprecedentedly powerful, which was something the other countries were completely unwilling to see. With this kind of chaos, Bandito would not be happy. The most useful place for ninjutsu is none other than the battlefield. With the ability of the Belt Earth and the battlefield to catch people, is not it simple? The more Natsuki thought about it, the more she realized that all these possibilities were objective. No, that would take everything out of control. Reactivity must be turned into initiative. There was certainly no way that he himself would be close to Kiba right away. Then rather than gamble, Yakura's death is concealed, solely selling the news that 4th generation Mizukage Mitsuru is dead to Cloud Crypt. Cloud Cuculander will definitely sit this one out. Natsuki could start by working with Cloud Crypt and baiting Cloud Crypt to attack Misty Hidden, then wait for an opportunity to set up an ambush and give Yunin a heavy blow, or at least make them subside for a while. If Cloud Cloak didn't have the idea of attacking Misty Hidden, all the better. Big deal. Natsuki was a clown. Natsuki was now following the example of Dawn during Yahiko's time, working for peace in the shinobi world. Although it is limited to forces and time, it's also best not to fight for a few years now. Natsuki repeated the deduction a few times in his mind, after calculating it almost. First, he wrote a letter to Orochimaru, telling him to inform Yakashido that after coming to Konoha, he was going to cross-examine Sanjo in front of all the powers, and that the Uchiha would stand up for him, so that the scouts from the Cloud Hidden side could know that the Uchiha and the Kiba village were already on the same page. The Kiba village's troops would definitely be held back. The other thing was to write a letter to the 5th generation's Mizukage, Terumi Shimi, subtly mentioning twice that if the situation was bad, the Uchiha could accept hiring to intervene in any battlefield. It didn't matter if Terumi could read this or not, there was no problem if the meaning was expressed. After getting everything done, Natsuki thought about it over and over again before letting go of the matter with a sigh of relief. Chapter 172, Call Sister. Uchiha Clan lands. Shizun looked at Uchiha Natsuki as if she didn't lack money, and directly reported many high-end medical equipment to Kai Ming, and when Natsuki saw them, he signed them all straight away. Medical items were expensive. Natsuki was prepared, but spending $400 million out in the blink of an eye made Natsuki still a bit staggered. As far as Newt is concerned, these are some basic medical devices for treating injuries and illnesses. For scientific level, the number must be multiplied by at least 10. Natsuki kind of knew why Orochimaru's side burned so much money. Keep in mind that Orochimaru has always been high in the top 3 in terms of missions completed in Konoha back in the day, usually in second place behind Jiraiya. He could have accomplished more if Orochimaru Otaku hadn't come along later. As far as Orochimaru, who had done more than 100 S-rank quests, was always in a state of lack of money, one could imagine how much money scientific research cost. Luckily both the Uchiha Snack Street and the Tanakuni's chain of stores were constantly generating profits for Orochimaru. It was only then that Orochimaru's research could be continued. It's a rare day when Naruto eats at the clan. Natsuki was going to introduce the 2 little ones to Tsunade. That's why they purposely got everyone together at mealtime. Tsunade hadn't arrived yet when Natsuki brought Naruto there. Naruto even cried hard when he found out that Futsuki was blind in both eyes. These past few years, Futsuki's teachings to him could be remembered, and he didn't realize that when he was attacked, Uncle Futsuki also fought with Bandu. Don't worry Uncle Futsuki, I will definitely avenge you. Now Naruto has a deep-seated hatred for Bandito. For him, Bandito killed his parents, and the Nine-Tail Rebellion he started killed so many villagers, keeping his childhood in a dim light, and now blinding Uncle Tomoikiake. So many people close to him had been hurt by Bandito, and Naruto was definitely not going to let him go. Futsuki closed his eyes and smiled at his words. Good oh Naruto, then you'll have to work hard from now on. Bandito is not a good person to deal with. Don't worry, Uncle Futsuki, I'll try my best. Sasuke was beside himself when he saw his father complimenting Naruto and couldn't help but say, Bandito is my target. I will avenge my father's death. I don't need you. Even if Uncle Futsuki wasn't hurt, I'd be looking for bandits all the same. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Natsuki left and right a hand, grabbed the ears of the two. Almost dinner. What are you guys arguing about? Do you really think that Bandito is a cabbage? The two of you together right now aren't enough to beat someone with one hand. Big talk. Sasuke and Naruto covered their heads. Ouch. 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 Master/Senpai let go. Still arguing or not? Natsuki asked in a nonchalant manner. No more arguments. No more arguments. That's when Tsunade walked in. Tsunade-sama is here. Have a seat. Natsuki hurriedly greeted Tsunade and sat down. Then introduced Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. This is Sasuke. And this is Naruto. Tsunade watched Naruto look like he was in a trance for a moment, then snapped back to his senses. You're Naruto? Not bad, not bad. Not sure what Tsunade is saying is good. Naruto, this is Tsunade-sama. One of the 3 ninjas. Just call Natsuki said with a twinkle in her eye. Just call your sister. Naruto was a bit dumbfounded. He wasn't sure about the approximate age of the Sannin. He was certain it was going to be older than Uncle Tomoyuki, but seeing how Tsunade-sama looks, it's obvious that she's much younger than Uncle Tomoyuki. There was no shortage of emotional intelligence in Naruto now, and Natsuki had told him to call his sister. Naruto immediately genuflected and called out, Tsunade-san. Next to him, Sasuke glared at Naruto and saluted Tsunade in a regular manner. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade waved her hand at Sasuke, but kept her eyes on Naruto. Really like. Tsunade couldn't help a soft smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Cough. Tsunade put her smile away and coughed. You're not supposed to call me sister, but I like to hear it, so that's what you'll call me from now on. Natsuki kicked Naruto under the table and Naruto immediately said happily, Thank you Tsunade-san. Tsunade's face burst with joy. Tomoyuki and Mikan knew the reason for this, and Mikan even gave Natsuki an angry look. This Natsuki, he really thinks out of the box. Weasel and Sasuke weren't so sure about the reason for this, and neither said anything, except that Weasel had a calm expression and Sasuke looked odd. Natsuki greeted, Don't all freeze. We'll see each other more often in the future. Let's eat. Natsuki didn't have any rules about eating, happily gorging herself, and Tsunade wasn't particularly big on etiquette, and the chef at Natsuki's house makes really good food. Natsuki said to Tsunade as she ate, The third generation side has already taken Tushu inside the prison, and there will be a trial in a few days. As he said this, he chucked a piece of red meat into Naruto's bowl. Tsunade nodded at her words. Her heart's resentment towards the third Naruto finally lessened. Let's eat and not talk about that. Tsunade smiled as she ate and offered Naruto his food. Here, Naruto, eat this. Tsunade picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into Naruto's bowl as well. Naruto was very respectful of his food, and when Natsuki pins it over for him, Naruto just starts building it. At that moment Tsunade chucked another chicken leg over, and Naruto hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth as well, his mouth bulging with a particularly happy meal. Sister. Well, you eat too. Tsunade's face softened as she heard Naruto's name. Naruto had actually had very few opportunities to eat with so many people over the years. At most, he'd eat out with a few of his school friends, or Sasuke. The atmosphere of such family dinners was one he rarely got to experience, especially since Natsuki and Tsunade were taking turns giving him food. This was the first time in Naruto's life that he had been treated like this. As he ate, his eyes reddened a bit. Tsunade wiped Naruto with a paper towel. What's wrong, Naruto? Is it spicy? Naruto wiped his eyes. No, it's just that I used to be the only one eating. Natsuki shook her head. Such were the days of an orphan. You can come over every day from now on if you like to eat here. Surprise surfaced in Naruto's eyes. May I? Natsuki-senpai. Natsuki laughed. Your sister is right here. Why can't she come over for dinner? Naruto looked at Tsunade with anticipation. Tsunade smiled dotingly at the sight of Naruto's starry eyes. I'm here and you can come over for dinner whenever you want. Yeah, that's nice sis. Naruto let out a cheer. Sasuke muttered, no big deal. Tsunade-sama is. Hiss. Sasuke just felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Turning his head, he saw Uchiha Mitsuru, twisting his hand around the soft flesh of his waist, turning it viciously. On his face was a smile, and in a very low voice he said, Sasuke, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Sasuke was sucking in air from the pain, and he was too afraid to speak, so he had to keep his mouth shut. The skunk ate with regularity sitting right next to him, not saying a word. Natsuki narrowed her eyes and glanced at Sasuke and Weasel, the corner of her mouth pulling out into an arc. Chapter 173, Where is Home? After eating, Tomoyuki was assisted by Mikan to recuperate. Tsunade went to take care of the Uchiha hospital. Sasuke pestered Weasel to train with him, and Sasuke and Weasel went to the practice field together. Natsuki had been gone for years, and had missed Naruto. For him, Natsuki was the closest person in the world. It was because of Natsuki-senpai's appearance that his world had light from then on. Naruto couldn't wait to share with Natsuki what had happened over the years. I send Sasuke home every day and then leave my shadow doppelganger over here as practice. Natsuki-senpai is really good. I can't learn any other jutsu fast enough, but I learned the shadow divergence technique in a flash. And spiral maruo. Naruto jabbered on, first complaining about climbing trees then starting to tread water. It wasn't until Uncle Futsuki taught him to use the art of shadow diversion and then began practicing spiral maru. Needless to say, Naruto's vortex physique progressed very quickly in the early stages, just from his superb physical abilities and abundant chakra. Just let his cultivation speed increase rapidly, and split a bunch of shadow doppelgangers to cultivate like Naruto did. Even more so, he raised his speed again and again, and by Naruto's current standards, it had long surpassed that of a normal shinobi. Aside from not having much real-world experience, it's already so much better than this time period in his previous life. After all, Naruto is still young and can't use shadow divergence or spiral pills inside the school, and only Sasuke is his match above physical arts. Real-world experience would be just enough to get by with Sasuke. Naruto rambled on for a long time, and Natsuki kept looking at Naruto with a smile on her face. Occasionally, he petted Naruto's head and complimented him. With the cultivation stuff out of the way, Naruto moved on to the life stuff, which things he often goes to the snack bar with Sasuke and which students in his class would like to be friends with him. Naruto's mouth hadn't stopped. He just wanted to tell Natsuki everything about his life. This will make him happy in his heart, and he will be happy. Natsuki rubbed Naruto's head. Okay, it's okay, from now on Tsunade's here. You can come over every day, but you still have to go home early after you eat, okay? Naruto muttered. Where there's Natsuki-senpai, there's my home. Natsuki looked at Naruto, his head thinking for a moment. Do as you're told, go back first, you'll get your chance later. There's a chance? Naruto winced, then looked at Natsuki with expectant eyes. Natsuki smiled. Not yet, after a while. You have classes tomorrow, so go back early. It was good to have hope, and Naruto was happy. Okay Natsuki-senpai, I'll go back then. Natsuki beckoned. Kenichi, you four are in charge of getting Naruto home, and if you run into the Dark Sect or Jiraiya on the way, you'll have to get them home and back as well. Several Uchiha answered in the affirmative. Naruto knows better than to say he doesn't want a gift from anyone now. After a few people left, Tsunade stepped out of the shadows. Natsuki turned her back to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, do you like this gift of mine? Naruto's pretty cute. Tsunade could feel that longing for affection in Naruto. She also longed to have family, but unfortunately after Jomonoki's death, she had no family left. Even though it was Natsuki who made Naruto call her sister at first, Naruto did so genuinely afterward. Naruto especially longs for family, friends, and companionship. It's been so many years since her brother Jomonoki died, and it's the first time Tsunade has met someone who looks so much like Jomonoki. Tsunade was happy, but after hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade was a little confused. What are you training Naruto like this for? Tsunade had arrived shortly after Naruto and Natsuki had started talking from just a few moments ago. It wasn't hard to hear from Naruto's words that he was already training steadily every day now that he hadn't graduated from shinobi school. Natsuki grinned. The shinobi world today is much more dangerous than Lord Tsunade thought, and Naruto, too, has more potential than Tsunade-sama thought. Tsunade waved her hand. Don't be an adult. Call me Tsunade when you're so familiar. Okay Tsunade. No problem Tsunade, said Natsuki with a proof of laughter. Tsunade didn't understand the stunt. She just thought it was a little strange. Natsuki stopped her smile and continued. In a few years there might be a huge change in the shinobi world. I just want Naruto to have more ability to defend himself. A huge change? Tsunade chewed on a word. What do you mean Natsuki? Later, Natsuki sighed. There were a lot of things that no one would necessarily believe even if they said them. After all, not everyone can accept that. In this world, there is an alien who is preparing to be resurrected, and a group of aliens who are preparing to invade the planet. Hey, Natsuki. Tsunade was a grumpy person who hated nothing more than saying half of what she was going to say and leaving half of what she was going to say. Said he was about to hammer Natsuki. Scared, Natsuki hurriedly changed the subject. Do you know what Naruto was like as a child? Knowing that Natsuki was deliberately digressing, Tsunade was really piqued by his curiosity. Naruto as a child. Naruto and the others made their way out of the Uchiha's mansion. Naruto sees Kenichi Uchiha and is still impressed with him. Kenichi-san, it's been a long time. Kenichi Uchiha was staying in the clan, but usually Naruto came to Uchiha to go to Tomoyuki's place, released his shadow doppelganger and left, so he hadn't seen much of Kenichi either, and the memory of the last time he'd seen him was still a few years ago, when he'd first met Natsuki-senpai. Kenichi was long and tall, with a serious face. At this point in the Uchiha's clanland, he opened his mouth in a rare response. It's been a long time, Naruto, you've grown so tall. Naruto hemmed and hawed. I've been eating and exercising properly all these years, so I'm growing fast. Really? That's pretty good. Normally Kenichi talked less, so he wasn't even very good at picking up on things. Naruto was chirpy though, and was excitedly talking to Kenichi along the way. Even if Kenichi doesn't return much, Naruto is still giddy. Back in the confines of Kiba village, four masked darkies suddenly jumped down from the trees. The Uchiha warily surrounded Naruto, and no words were spoken on either side. Naruto stopped as well and waved his hands back and forth. Are you the dark side sent by Grandpa Third Naruto? Uncle Kenichi is protecting me from going home. The Dark One looked the Uchiha's men up and down and silently jumped back into the tree. A few Uchiha didn't say a word and slowly Naruto surrounded them and sent Naruto back to his home. See you, Kenichi-san. Naruto, as always, says goodbye to Kenichi. Only this time Kenichi turned his back on Naruto and waved his hand. signaling that he knew. Naruto entered the house and turned on the light. Looking at the room he had cleaned, familiar places are flooded with a hint of coldness. Go for it, Naruto. Naruto gave himself a little pep talk, then quickly washed up and lay down on the bed. Inside my head, I think I'll be able to go over there tomorrow after school. Chapter 174, Raid on the Roots. Outside the root base, Jiraiya was heavily armed, and he advanced silently, followed by a dense crowd of dark sections. Kid, how dare you summon us? Is the other party that difficult? Keep your voice down. Kid's mum. Little Jiraiya, this isn't a surprise attack. Don't get caught. Jiraiya has a heavily scowled face, with many small particles appearing on his nose, and his eyes have become cross-pupiled like the two Fukasaku couples. Jiraiya whispered, in order to minimize casualties, I had to use the immortal mode. I'm so sorry for bothering you guys. I owe you a favor. Big sister, Jiraiya said, already in range of the root. There were no obstacles around to hide behind. After all, Jiraiya was followed by so many people. Jiraiya stopped talking at that point and started running forward quickly. The dark sections behind him also quickly followed close. A huge spiral maru coalesced in Jiraiya's hand. Senjutsu, Otama spiral maru. There was a loud boom, and a huge hole was opened up in the base of the root. What a guy! There's been an invasion. Jiraiya took the lead and quickly burst in. There was a cacophony of noise inside the root base, and countless people surged outside. This is the first time the root has been attacked since it was built. In one of the wards at root, a gray-haired teenager wearing only half a top was lying on a hospital bed. Ahem. He coughed a few times and got up from the hospital bed. Looking out at the crowds running around, the heart felt bad. Inside the Kiba village, the one that can take on the roots, it seems that only. The answer is self-evident. He, who had not the slightest loyalty to Suzu at all, did not have the slightest idea of going out to fight. Besides, one's days are numbered. Shin stepped out quietly, and luckily there was a flurry of confusion outside and no one even noticed him as a patient. Noboro had scouted from long ago, and the roots had a secret passage to the outside. At that time it was to tell his brother Saki before he died, but now Saki isn't here. Root, who was no longer in this large back room, turned to a room and pushed open the cupboards here and there, and a hole the size of a man appeared inside. Shin walked a short distance toward the inside, made sure that this was the secret passage, then turned back and put 2 detonation charms directly above his head. Thumb, thumb, sound, boom, with an explosion. The entrance to the secret cave has been collapsed. Jiraiya led a burst of darkness with a burst of momentum. The 2 dark sections followed closely beside Zirai. Despite the mask, the silver broomstick head had marked him outright. Kakashi. Kakashi has been very depressed lately, and the 3rd generations meant for Jiraiya to take Kakashi with him. Showing him the darkness of Negi would hopefully galvanize Kakashi. Next to Kakashi is the original root member, Tenzo. What's next? After encountering a fork in the road, Jiraiya asked. Though Tenzo hadn't been in the roots for several years, and the roots had been sealed for a few years, the structure inside is not much different now than it was a few years ago. Jiraiya-sama. To the left is the research room. To the right is the medical and rest room. Jiraiya thought about it briefly. Take the left first. Half the men who are coming, follow me, and the rest of you hold here for now. Little Jiraiya, I'd say you're really being overly cautious. There weren't any major threats along the way, and you still have to ask for help from both of us, Shima said with some displeasure. Big sister, there's nothing wrong with being careful. No casualties in this purge is the best. It was also a very smooth trip, making Zirai a bit lax. After entering through the door on the left, I saw a number of humanoid creatures soaking inside the nutrient tanks along the way. Next to it was the deconstruction table with a dissected body. Kakashi was looking at his head. What the hell was Negi doing? There was a small door inside, and with a hidden anger, Jiraiya kicked it open and burst inside, along with the dark side. Once inside and over, it's a lot of bitterness shot head-on. So it's all here. Jiraiya clasped his hands together. Shinobu, Needle Jizo. The white hair that had been strengthened by Senjutsu instantly wrapped Jiraiya up. Bitterness is also bounced off. Across the room, a burly man with orange hair framed his hands. The secret art, the art of heart-turning. A mental wave came directly towards Zirai, and by this time a figure covered in purple had lunged out next to him. The target is aimed straight at Jiraiya. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya's immortal mode was too strong, and the mental fluctuation of the heart-turning technique was like hitting a wall. No way! Fukasaku posted with both hands. That mental fluctuation was instantly bounced off. Kakashi made a forward dash, and with a flash of his blade, he plunged it directly into Yamanake's chest. Kakashi had seen these inhumane human experiments along the way, and his heart had been filled with anger for a long time. It's ruthless and unforgiving. And behind him, Jiraiya jumped to the side after the bouncing happy turning jutsu had passed. The oil girl takes the root and grazes Self's body and falls to the ground. The oil woman, fetch root. saw that Yamanake's secret technique wasn't working and knew that the jig was up, smoothly rolled on the ground. The hand ran into one of the darkies who came in after him. The dark sections, who hadn't suffered the slightest casualty along the way, were also a bit lax, and accidentally brushed against the body by the hand of the oil woman. Fetch Negi. A purple color instantly spread to the dark side. This dark part let out a miserable howl and collapsed. Get out of the way. Don't get touched. That's a nanoscale poisonous insect. Tenzo hastily voiced a warning. The oil girl took root is also greatly famous inside the root department, and the two of them work well together with the wind in the mountains. Belonging to the close guards of Tuanzu, the dark part behind him backed away in a hurry. There's no way to antidote nanoscale poisonous insects, and the dark side won't be able to do it anytime soon. The good thing is that this poisonous bug can only exist in the cells of living creatures, reproducing by destroying the cells, and once the host dies, the bug dies with it. When Dark died, all these bugs died out as well. Seeing the sudden loss of a dark part, Jiraiya was furious. All of you back away. With a puff of his mouth, chakra practiced into oil and ignited as he sprayed it. Fire escape. The great flame bomb. Boom. Huge flames erupted out and slammed directly into Oil Girl taken root's body, who let out a huge scream of misery, wailing and burned to a crisp. Shima had just said that Jiraiya was making a big deal out of it, and immediately lost a dark part of his face. There are still a lot of roots in the corners that are holding back. Kid's dad, use that. Fukasaku responded with a heart-to-heart, and the two frogs, Shima and Shima, both puckered their mouths. Fairy magic. Frog song. A loud froggy sound echoed inside this room. All of the dark sectors, except for Jiraiya, went into a stalemate. The places where the roots are gathered are being focused on, all caught in the middle of a powerful illusion. This technique ended before the dark side outside rushed in, tied up all the roots combatants, as well as some of the researchers. Jiraiya saw that this side of the room had been completely cleared, just immediately backed out and headed to the room on the right. Searching from room to room inside, there was not the slightest hint of human presence, until you get to a room with obvious signs of an explosion. Jiraiya probed. There was a secret passage here, but unfortunately it was blown down. Chapter 175, Changes in the Third Generation. Naruto Building. Naruto's office. The third Naruto was already in his office at a very early hour, wondering if he hadn't slept. But the third Naruto looked stern, and his whole body looked refreshed. Jiraiya tumbled right in through the window. Jiraiya was covered in dirt and even a fair amount of blood. Old man, it's done. Accidentally lost a man. Jiraiya apologized a bit. It was a bit humiliating to be so well prepared and still lose a man. Last night's raid was a secret order from the third Naruto himself, and just in case word leaked out, the third recalled all the dark sectors to their bases. The third Naruto personally selected the candidate, and anyone else who had a hint of suspicion, whether it was related to Junzo, or Mito Mengyan or Turner Koharu, all of them were excluded by the third generation Naruto, and they were not even allowed to go out of the base, in order to ensure the secrecy of the raid. In order to avoid any more casualties in the dark sect, Michio explained that he must use his full strength. That's why Jiraiya went straight into immortal mode when he went over and acted as a vanguard front-runner. Negi was supposed to be the home base of Junzo, and there were countless people who had been brainwashed by Junzo, and there's no way these people brainwashed by Tuanzo could have been turned. Right now, Kiba seems to be calm, but it's in danger. Now that he had made up his mind, the order given by Michio was to kill without mercy. As expected, even if the root establishment was not restored, but there were still quite a few of the original roots that were hidden inside the base of Tuanzu. These people were all die-hard fans of Suzu, even as Jiraiya broke through the door first, followed by 30 dark sectors surrounding him. These men also refused to surrender. Jiraiya also went straight for it, killing heads. More than 30 people died at the hands of Zirai alone, and at first it was fine, with the immortal mode Zirai as the front line. None of the front was killed in action. As a result, they end up running into Yamanaka Wind and Oil Woman taking Negi, and the dark side accidentally loses one of their men to nanoscale poisonous insects. Only 16 others were injured to varying degrees. The raid was a huge success and ended with the capture of 11 roots researchers. These are the ones who have been following Tuanzu for a long time, and on them they were able to extract quite a lot of incriminating evidence from Tuanzu. Jiraiya reported the details of the battle to the third Naruto. I also found a secret passage inside, but unfortunately it was blown down, so someone should have taken advantage of the chaos and run away. Michio nodded. Hard work. The results are good enough this time. Leave the rest to me. You go and rest first. The rest will come afterward. Okay, old man. I'm going to take a nap. Jiraiya yawned and slowly walked out. The third Naruto then sat quietly in his office and waited. It's actually very difficult to keep a secret a dark mobilization of this magnitude. At least Turner Haru and Mito Mengyan couldn't hide it. That's why the third Naruto chose the evening time. There was even a Shimura clan behind Shimura Tuzu, but over the years Shimura Tuzu had never drawn blood from within the clan. It made the Shimura clan a bit light with him, but it still might be a bit of a problem for the Shimura clan to learn that Mashiro was determined to eradicate Gumiho. Bang! The door was pushed open in one fell swoop, and Mito Mengyan and Turner Koharu had indeed arrived. Both of their faces were bad, and Mito Mengyan spoke up. Hinata, why did you make such a big decision without consulting us? That's right. The Dark Ministry informed us early this morning that you actually sent Jiraiya to raid the Negi base. Didn't we agree that we were just going to lock up Suzu for a while? Some grumbling came out of Turner Koharu's mouth. Of course, even though she and Suzu were teammates. But the reason she was uncomfortable was that the third Naruto had crossed them. A direct order was given. The position of advisor elder was actually created to check and balance Naruto's power. In recent years, the third Naruto had also consulted with them on everything. It was previously agreed that it was just for show, to catch reunion going to lock up for a while. When the Uchiha succession ceremony is over, we'll release Junzo. As a result, it's now straight up rooting out Tuanzu. And it's not so much a demobilization as it is a straight up killing of all the diehard Tuanzu loyalists inside. Even if there is an exodus, it's only 2 or 3 kittens. The people inside the Dark Ministry were all given a ban and gathered at the Dark Ministry base. No one is allowed to leave. And the ban must be lifted only when the Jiraiya's return. That's why the 2 advisor elders have dark lines, and both of them can't get the word out until after the fact. What's in there is just terrifying. That's why the 2 advisor elders came over in a hurry and asked what exactly the third Naruto meant. The third Naruto didn't have any explanation, but instead said lightly, "Do I need your permission to give any orders?" Both Turner Koharu and Mito Mengyan were shocked at how the third Naruto had suddenly become so unfamiliar. Now that the situation in Kiba is in jeopardy, whatever I have to do for a while after that will be by direct order. Watch your men as well. I don't want any misunderstandings. And as for your opinions, let's put them aside for now. Michio's voice wasn't loud, but his attitude was unusually strong. These words plainly told Mito Mengyan and Turner Koharu, in the future, you will only be notified of anything you do, rather than being consulted. Go down if there's nothing else. Michio gave a direct expulsion order. Looking at the different look of the third Naruto, Turner Koharu pulled back Mito Mengyan who wanted to speak. Got it. Hinata, we're on our way. Mito Mengyan was unsure, but allowed Turner Haru to pull him out. Upon exiting the door Mito Mengyan whispered, "What's wrong Haru?" Turning the bed Koharu looked towards the back and then said with an ugly expression, "Hinata's appearance now is the same as it was back then. Aren't you looking for death by touching his brow now?" Mito Mengyan froze for a moment at his words, then seemed to remember something and shivered. Sarutobi Hizuru had become more and more easygoing in recent years, making Mito Menzane almost forget about it. When Sarutobi Hizuru took over as the third Naruto, the amazing vigor he showed in the face of oppression from various clans, the promotion of various civilian talents and the vigorous selection of potentials for the dark side, the heirs of various large families suddenly have all sorts of accidents. In particular, the strongest clan in Konoha, the Senju clan, had an accident after Jomanoki's accident, and Tsunade's boyfriend, Kato Break, also had an accident. Tsunade is demoralized and runs away from Konoha. The village began recruiting young, strong men of the Chitos clan to volunteer for experiments under the pretext of researching Kazuna. The final result of the experiment was that none of them were successful, and instead, they lost a number of the young and strong members of the Chitos clan. Since then the Thousand Hands have disappeared. The representative of the clan faction, Sakumo Flagi, is plagued by public opinion because of the failure of his mission. The most unbelievable thing is that the person who was rescued actually came out and blamed Sakuma Flagstaff as well. The whole village was in an uproar of opinion, and Sarutobi Hizuru, who was the shadow of a village, kept silent about it and listened without doing anything to stop it. In the end, Sakumo Flagstaff commits suicide. The third Naruto completed a high degree of centralization of the Naruto lineage. The remaining shinobi clans, with the exception of the Uchiha and the Hyuga, have almost all become subservient to the Naruto line. The Sarutobi clan of the third Naruto, on the other hand, has been notorious over the years. But Haru turned Bedford knows that the Sarutobi clan has quietly developed out many ninja. Even the third generation Naruto also let her in Mito Mengyan too. Private operation. Each other got a lot of benefits. Sarutobi Hizuru is undoubtedly looking the same now as he did back then. And to strike is to get rid of all the disobedient ones with a thunderous force. The news received by Haru Turner in Mito Mengyan. The person leading the team was still one of the 3 ninjas, Zuraya. And even Zuraya had even used the immortal mode. The entire battle had been virtually devastating, with minimal casualties to the dark side. Thinking of these, Mito Mengyan also frowned. Sarutobi Hizuru suddenly strong. In the end for what? In the woods a long way from Kiba village, a coughing sound came from a hidden cave. Cough, cough, The letter came out of the secret passage at the root. He used his hand to lean on a long knife as he coughed his way outside from inside the secret passage. Every time I coughed, there was still blood spilling out of my fingers. Looking back at the ruins of the distant roots, brother, don't ever come back. Chapter 176 can be drawn in. Next day, Uchiha clan lands. Early in the morning, Shimin came to report. Matriarch, Hinata Isato requests an audience. Natsuki yawned. He had only just gotten up. It's so early. Let him come over. Natsuki washed her face very casually and was brushing her teeth when Isato Hyuga arrived. Gollum, Yanjin, coming over so early. Hyuga Isato looked a little tired, with many bloodshot eyes inside. It was especially noticeable against his white eyes. The brave man took out a map and handed it to Natsuki. Lord Natsuki, last night we had the entire area lined up. These are all the blast sites, nothing left out. Natsuki pulled out her toothbrush. No way, young Jin. Did you stay up all night? The brave man grinned reluctantly. How can I sleep with such a big hidden danger inside the village? Natsuki wiped her hands and patted Isato on the shoulder. Alright, you've worked hard. Go back and rest. I'll have the day messenger give you a reward later. Natsuki-sama is polite. It's all my part, so I'll go first. Natsuki waved his hand before Isamu left. Natsuki picked up the booklet and took a look at the dense red dots that covered an entire area. If not for the fact that the economic center of Kiba village shifted 30 years later today, these starter explosions can really cause a lot of casualties. I can only say that old man Xianwang is really powerful, actually able to set up so many detonation charms, and still manage to go so many years without anyone noticing. With this, you should be able to turn in with Jiraiya. Natsuki left a shadow doppelganger inside the clan and went to Kiba village alone. He wasn't in the habit of being front and center, still used to being alone. When he entered Kiba village, the first thing he noticed was the bulletin board. The announcement here should have been posted by the Kiba party, otherwise Hinata Isato would have informed him. Natsuki looked closer, but was taken aback. It has now been established that Shimura Tuzo, former honorary elder, used his power for personal gain and put the roots entirely at his own private disposal. He openly eradicated dissenters and quietly kidnapped and murdered infants and children in over 60 cases to satisfy his own ambitions, stealing the body of the first Naruto for private human experimentation and planting evidence to frame Orochimaru, the disciple of the third generation, causing Orochimaru to leave and causing Konoha to suffer a major loss. Now Tuanzu has been dismissed and put in a prison cell to be dealt with after a detailed investigation. Natsuki had thought that Mashiro was just making a show of it. After all, Mashiro and Junzo had worked together for so many years. Now all of a sudden an announcement is being made. It's ready to crucify Gumiho. Why is Mayo so decisive all of a sudden? Natsuki couldn't figure it out a bit, but it was always a good thing. But isn't it a little late to think about pleasing the Uchiha clan? Natsuki went straight to the Naruto building, looking for Jiraiya. Naruto's office. Knock knock. Naruto-sama. Natsuki seeks an audience. Naruto the third raised an eyebrow that Natsuki would actually knock on the door and ask for an audience. Let him in. Natsuki quickly walked in after the dark part went out. Third Naruto-sama. I've come to see Jiraiya. The third Naruto looked up and surveyed Natsuki. It's just as well to tell me what's going on. Natsuki beamed. There are two things, one of which is a personal matter for Lord Jiraiya, and the other is something that could be reported to the third Naruto-sama instead. Naruto the third knocked on the table and a shadowy figure came in from outside. Tell Jiraiya to come over here and tell him that Natsuki is here waiting for him. Well, say it. Natsuki put a hand to his chest and gave Mishio a bow. Thank you, Mishio-sama, for putting Junzo in the dungeon and removing a great evil from the entire Konoha. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I would like to give you my most heartfelt thanks. The third Naruto frowned. Naruto rock. What's going on? When Jiraiya returned from his scouting trip yesterday, he just said that Natsuki had messed up, but didn't go into detail about what exactly was going on. Because of the raid on Negi, the third Naruto didn't have much time to deal with it. Now that the rightful owner had arrived, it was natural to ask Natsuki. Natsuki laughed in her heart. Jiraiya was really protective of Minami. Back to the third generation Sama. Because your Naruto rock has fallen into disrepair over the years, there are already rocks falling downwards. It will be dangerous in the long run. So on behalf of the Uchiha clan, I'm donating $10 million for the renovation of Naruto rock. The third generation Naruto saw Natsuki shut up about what happened with the explosion yesterday. The third generation did not dig deeper. After all, Natsuki had already expressed a donation to retake it. It's irrelevant who blew up Naruto rock. Squeaky. The door was pushed open and Jiraiya walked in wearing a bathrobe and yawning. It was obvious that he had just taken a bath, and there was still quite a bit of moisture on his body. What Natsuki sensed, though, was the smell of more blood. Looks like Jiraiya didn't visit Naruto yesterday. He went to do something else. Natsuki, what did you want to see me about? Jiraiya yawned. He had taken a bath and was ready to sleep. Again, he was pulled over by the dark side. Natsuki handed the map in his hand to Jiraiya, tapped his hand twice on Jiraiya's shoulder, and then spoke quietly. This is the place where Minami put the explosive charms. Minami gave this to me yesterday after Tuanzu was released from prison. I've already asked the Hyuga clan to dismantle all of the explosive charms overnight. It's up to you to decide how you want to report it to the third generation. Jiraiya winced, instantly coming to his senses. He unfolded the map, which was just densely packed with little red dots. All of them, from old deserted neighborhoods to Kiba schools. If those detonation charms exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. When did Minami set up so many detonation charms? Or, she has other accomplices? Mishio-sama, Jiraiya-sama, I have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Natsuki snorted, gave Jiraiya "you are watching" look, and left the office. After Natsuki left, the entire office was left with Jiraiya and the third Naruto. Naruto the third smoked a cigarette. Tell me, what's going on? Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment. If Minami's bombing of Naruto Rock yesterday could have been covered up, then such a large arrangement of detonation charms wouldn't be able to hide it from the third Naruto at all. The third Naruto hadn't gotten the message simply because all of yesterday's dark sections were on lockdown. Not being allowed to go out resulted in just not receiving information yesterday. After all, the Hyuga clan must have used quite a few people to scout such a wide range of places. How could the third Naruto not know about such a big personnel move? Now that there was a time gap, Jiraiya had to answer honestly. Yesterday your Naruto Rock was blown up by Minami, Jiraiya said carefully looking at the third Naruto's face, which turned out to be as normal. Only then did he continue. In fact, Minami didn't just set the detonation charms on top of Naruto Rock, she set them elsewhere as well. The third Naruto looked to the map in Jiraiya's hand. Show me. Jiraiya handed over the map somewhat uncomfortably. The third Naruto picked it up and also drew a breath of cold air. So much. A closer look. The third Naruto then realized something was wrong. Why are all of them in sparsely populated areas? A small smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. I know that kid, man. She's just a gentle kid. Setting up the detonation charms in these places is just for show. After all, there wasn't anyone near the Naruto Rock she blew up, so even if it had exploded it wouldn't have caused any casualties. After we imprisoned Tuanzo, Minami informed Natsuki of the information about the buried detonation charms in these areas. Naruto the third picked up his pipe and took a drag on it. It seems that Minami isn't a bad person. Jiraiya, do you think it's possible for Nagato to pull some strings? The third Naruto always remembered Nagato's chakra eyes. It would be a waste to have such a large warforce and not be able to use it for himself. Jiraiya was delighted at his words. Are you willing to accept Nagato, old man? The third Naruto waved his hand. After all, it's your disciple, so you can't just stand by and watch Nagato fall into darkness. Since everything was done by Suza, we all still have a chance now. At least with Minami, it's possible to fight for it. Jiraiya was already feeling guilty for not being able to take care of several people over the years. If Kiba was willing to accept Nagato and Minami, it would undoubtedly be a win-win situation. On the one hand, Jiraiya can be taught close by, and on the other hand, it strengthens the Kiba village. Then I'll try now. Jiraiya spoke up. The third Naruto saw Jiraiya's giddy look, and if he nodded his head, he guessed that Jiraiya would immediately go back out of the village. Be at ease. Wait until Natsuki takes over the patriarch position. Jiraiya sniffed and calmed down a little. He also knew that there might be a bit of a storm with Summerwood taking over as patriarch. Chapter 177. Kiba Village. The usually calm Kiba village has been having one big event after another lately. First Uchiha was attacked, then Kakashi was attacked. Immediately after that, the Uchiha clan sent out an announcement announcing that Uchiha Futsuki had been seriously injured and that Uchiha Natsuki had taken over as the new clan leader. Reveal the true identity of the pusher of the Nine Tails Rebellion, and then banish Bandito from the clan's genealogy and hunt him down permanently. Then the third Naruto's Naruto Rock had an accident and half of his face fell off. The village released a statement saying that the Naruto Rock of the third Naruto needed to be refurbished in order to avoid accidents due to its age. The other thing is that Elder Junzo, who only just appeared on top of the announcement, is honored to be on the list again. This time, the incident can be much more serious than the previous Nine-Tail Rebellion Uchiha deployment. Murdering villagers, kidnapping babies for human experimentation, framing Orochimaru, stealing the body of Hatsune Ojuma. Each of these is a capital offense. Junzo's Negi base was also breached by one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya, and a great deal of information and evidence was obtained inside. The charges against Tuanzu have been fully established. It even lists the complete chain of evidence for reunion at the urging of the third Naruto. How to plant Orochimaru, how to make Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, have no choice but to leave the village. It's all clearly written. The villagers looked at each other with some disbelief. If reunion had disgusted all the villagers before, they were all heartbroken now. I didn't realize how much mischief Gunzo had actually done. Under the manipulation of someone, ordinary villagers learned of Orochimaru's wrongdoing, and all the ninja clans stayed eerily silent, not saying a single word. As soon as Naruto stepped out of shinobi school after school today, he saw the one person he didn't want to see, self coming too. Yo Naruto, wanna go get something to eat? Jiraiya greeted himself. Sasuke, let's go. Naruto got a pang of boredom at the sight of Jiraiya. Naruto, who had been warned by Natsuki since a few years ago, had a deep-seated dislike for Jiraiya. Sasuke was expressionless and didn't look at Jiraiya with any disdain or respect. It was as if he didn't see Jiraiya. He was pulled away by Naruto. Jiraiya scratched his head. There really wasn't much he could do right now, only to follow the Naruto-Sasuke duo all the way. Naruto, being followed, gave up on the idea of going to the snack bar and just dragged Sasuke back to the Uchiha's clanland. He met Tsunade at the door, where Tsunade was inspecting the medical equipment that had been delivered. Tsunade-san. Naruto saw Tsunade as if he had seen his savior, shouted as she ran towards Tsunade. A smile spread across Tsunade's face when she heard Naruto's janky-filled shout. Waving his hand for Shizen to handle this, he turned his own head, spotting Naruto with Sasuke and Jiraiya behind him. Coming over so early Naruto. Naruto took Tsunade's hand as soon as he arrived, then hid behind Tsunade. What's wrong Naruto? Naruto said, somewhat helplessly. Jiraiya always wants to follow me, and I don't like him at all. Tsunade-san, I know you guys used to be teammates, so can you tell him to stop following me? I'm safe at school and I'm safe here. Tsunade wasn't surprised that Jiraiya would follow Naruto, but she was curious about the reason Naruto hated Jiraiya so much. Naruto, can you tell me why you don't like him? Naruto had a disgusted look on his face. Because Jiraiya likes to snoop. That's what I hate the most. People who don't respect women. Tsunade heard is greatly surprised. Naruto, this kid is only 11 years old. 3 views are so correct? Tsunade stroked Naruto's hair. Don't worry, leave this to me and Jiraiya will never bother you again. Naruto said in surprise. Really? Thank you Tsunade-san. Since Naruto had ignored Jiraiya all the way there, Jiraiya was ready to curve and nag Sasuke. I didn't expect Sasuke to say a single word along the way. Not a single word back. Not even a hint of expression. Screwing with self is a huge frustration. Naturally, Jiraiya didn't know that Sasuke had already been educated by his old mom, Mikan. Yesterday. Don't talk too much about anything you don't know or understand. Let him learn more about skunks, and don't say a word more when he's not told to. If you say more, you're more wrong. If you say less, you're less wrong. And if you don't say anything, then you're not wrong. Sasuke walked up to Tsunade and saluted. Hello Tsunade-sama. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling Sasuke to go in first. Tsunade faced Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you don't follow my brother around all day. The Jiraiya were dumbfounded. What's your brother? Tsunade patted Naruto's head who was hiding behind her. Naruto is my brother. Jiraiya's face hardened. Tsunade, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you're saying? Naruto, you go in first. Tsunade commanded. Okay, Tsunade-san, it's almost time to eat, so hurry up and come in. Naruto commanded and went inside with Sasuke. Naruto called me a sister, so that makes him my brother. Jiraiya's face was serious. This is the Uchiha clan, and he's a human pillar. Tsunade wrapped her arms around her chest. Don't try to bluff me with that old man stuff. The Uchiha clan isn't in the state it's in now because of you guys. The current Uchiha has 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes, and soon if Stopper comes back, it'll be 4 pairs of kaleidoscopes. Naruto is too dangerous here. Tsunade snorted. He's a Rinpoche, but he's also Mizuki's son, and he stays wherever he likes. It's not like he's your slave. Hearing the word Mizumon, Jiraiya's face softened considerably. Tsunade took out her finger and shook it. You don't know how Naruto lived as a child, do you? Curious, Jiraiya asked. What's the difference? The last time Jiraiya returned, Naruto had been saved by Natsuki, and Jiraiya had been defeated by Natsuki's schemes. So quickly leaving, Jiraiya doesn't realize that Naruto suffered as a child. After this return, Naruto's family has no shortage of food or clothing. Naruto follows Sasuke around every day for food and has friends at school. That's why Jiraiya thought that the third Naruto was okay with Naruto. Tsunade gave a mocking laugh. Naruto as a child. And so it went until he was 5. And with Natsuki's help, Naruto's life got better. Jiraiya blushed a bit. After all, Mizukato was his apprentice, and he couldn't believe that this was the kind of life Naruto had lived as a child. Drinking expired milk, eating bento with sand in it. All the merchants did not sell anything to him, treating him with cold eyes and either beating or scolding him. No one plays with him and all the kids bully him. Jiraiya was a bit incredulous to hear it, but it was very easy to ask for proof of such things. Tsunade couldn't have lied either. Jiraiya really didn't know how Naruto had lived his childhood. Jiraiya fell silent. It seemed that Naruto didn't like Mashiro for a reason. Plus, with me here, You're still afraid of what's wrong with Naruto. Seeing Jiraiya's expression loosen, Tsunade added. She didn't want to get into a confrontation with Jiraiya either. It's not that he's afraid of Jiraiya. It's just that Jiraiya is, after all, Mizumon's teacher, so it's not good to make it look too bad. Jiraiya nodded. Alright then, Naruto's safety over here is all yours. Tsunade said. Don't worry, Naruto the boy is just like his father. Suikoden, as smart as Mizuto? Jiraiya exulted. Tsunade looked Jiraiya up and down twice. No, it's as decent as Mizukage. Jiraiya's whole awkwardness took hold. From now on Naruto isn't allowed to follow him from school either. Switch to the dark side for transportation. Tsunade's tone was strong. Not waiting for Jiraiya to retort, Tsunade's fingers clenched into fists, his threat overflowing, glancing at Jiraiya with oblique contempt. It's a good thing Naruto doesn't like you. Otherwise you'd have brought Naruto down, and how would you explain it to Suikoden and Gyoshinna? Jiraiya was greatly embarrassed, but he wouldn't dare retort anything. After all, Tsunade had broken several of his ribs and ruptured several internal organs in the past because of his peeping Tom, and he'd almost been hiccuped. Seeing Tsunade's fists now made Jiraiya's heart flinch. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. Alright then, I'll head back, and tell Naruto to go home early in the evening. Tsunade waved her hand and walked away without looking back. Chapter 178, Confused Red Bean. Kiba Village. Naruto's office. Jiraiya was talking to Orochimaru with a contact frog. Orochimaru, Junzo has been put in the dungeon by the old man and his entire root has been uprooted. You were also cleared by the old man, and now the villagers know that you were wrongly accused. Tsunade has returned to the village as well, so why don't you come back and visit as well? Once again, Jiraiya reached out to Orochimaru. This time Mishio didn't speak. It was entirely Jiraiya talking to Orochimaru. Jiraiya recounted all the recent movements of the third generation to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's side replied, I owe the old man a favor from last time. I'll come back for a visit, and after that, we'll talk. Then the communication frog indicated that Orochimaru's side had left. After sending the communication frog back this way, Jiraiya asked the third Naruto, Old man, Orochimaru only said he came back to visit. What to do? The third Naruto's expression was calm. It doesn't matter. If he can come back, he'll find that the village can provide him with more facilities. Jiraiya shrugged. The recent Mishio felt a little strange to him. Still, this feeling of not having to use his own brain was nice. Where did Naruto go? Mishio asked. He went to Uchiha. Jiraiya scratched his head as Mishiro told him to keep an eye on Naruto and try to get on good terms with him to be able to watch over the Nine Tails better and also pass on the will of fire to Naruto. As a result, now Naruto is extremely repulsed by Jiraiya, not to mention being a master and disciple. Even as a normal friend cannot be done. Tsunade protected Naruto from me and she recognized him as her brother. Hearing that Tsunade had actually recognized Naruto as her brother, Mishio wondered what had come to mind, and a flicker flashed inside his eyes. Mishio took a drag on his cigarette. For now then, I'm relieved to have Tsunade watching over me. As for Tsunade being able to get closer to Naruto, it wouldn't hurt. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Naruto-sama. Makoto Koto seeks an audience. The third Naruto nodded after a little thought. Let her in. Red Bean pushed open the door and ran in, inquiring anxiously, Mishio-sama, I just returned to the village when I saw the announcement from the village. Orochimaru-sensei, is everything true about Orochimaru? Sherry was wearing a khaki-colored trench coat with a short skirt underneath, lined with fishnets, and a pendant around her neck. The whole person's face was red from excitement. The third Naruto nodded. That's right, the Orochimaru matter was indeed maliciously planted by Junzo, who has now been arrested and locked up in the middle of a dungeon. As for Orochimaru, Orochimaru will return to the village this time when Uchiha Natsuki succeeds the clan head. Orochimaru is returning to the village? Red Bean staggered, disoriented, toward the outside. The third Naruto took a drag on his cigarette, not counting on Ridu's rudeness. Red Bean has suffered a lot over the years because of Orochimaru's rebellion against the village. Orochimaru had once fought on the battlefield, so naturally he couldn't be a loner. Orochimaru has a decent number of followers, and part of this group of followers chose to leave Konoha with Orochimaru when he rebelled against the village, and the other part chose the village to stay. This part of the population that stayed behind has not actually had a good time. If they are highly competent, they will be monitored by the dark sections on a daily basis, and if they are of average competence, they will have to report to the dark sections on a regular basis. It's kind of a personal insult to these people, but there's no way around it. Who made these people have followed Orochimaru? And Red Bean is one of the more special ones. She followed Orochimaru for a long time back in the day and was his disciple. But in the end, when Orochimaru defected, he didn't take Red Bean with him. Even Red Bean lost part of her memory, believing that Orochimaru had abandoned her. From there, he has a love-hate relationship with Orochimaru. It was no wonder that after Orochimaru's vindication, Red Bean had come to the third Naruto for confirmation at the first sign of news. It can be said that Red Bean is just a representative of Orochimaru's old division, and the others who used to follow Orochimaru. Now wonder what kind of feelings they have towards Orochimaru. Now, after all, some of them were abandoned by Orochimaru, and some of the abandoned ones chose the village. Now that Orochimaru is vindicated, it's messing with these people inside and out. Red Bean's thoughts were a bit confused. Suddenly hearing the news of Orochimaru's return to the village, she didn't even know how she should face Orochimaru. Missing your teacher? Resentment of being abandoned? Or something else? Having lost her memories, she doesn't even realize that it was her choice to stay in Konoha village, not Orochimaru's to abandon her. She didn't really know what kind of stance she should take to face Orochimaru, but she had a feeling that Orochimaru would be coming for her. She stroked the spell mark on her neck. Definitely. Late night. The Hyuga clan. In the mansion of the fourth elder of the clan, Hyuga Keidu. Hyuga Keidu is in the middle of a deep sleep. Little did he realize that there was something that had been eating its way into the interior of his body, from his left leg after he had recovered from his injuries. This erosion is very, very slow. Progress is essentially measured in months, with deep assimilation taking place every moment of every day. So even though Keidu was in possession of white eyes, he was just as unaware of his body's condition. In this silent late night, Hinata Keidu's body, starting from his left leg, it was as if there were earthworms drumming underneath the skin, as if there were earthworms drumming inside, the dermal membrane slightly undulating, and then following the meridians all the way up. Now these raised meridians have spread above the neck. It's just that the higher you go, the slower the speed of the raised meridian gets. A night had passed and the final position still rested near the neck. If you don't look closely, you'd think it was the same as yesterday. Unchanged. Dawn broke, and the abnormalities in Keidu's body, once again, completely disappeared. After Haidu woke up, he didn't find any physical discomfort and stayed inside the family as usual, although he had recovered physically, because of what he had done earlier, before Uchiha Natsuki had returned. Haidu has been under house arrest. Now Natsuki is finally back and picking it up heavily and putting it down gently. It's just a little something for the Hyuga clan to do. Then the sins of Haidu are completely forgiven, much to the gratitude of the entire Hyuga clan. Now, although the ban on Keidu is lifted, the form of the village is treacherous. Keidu doesn't want to go out right now for fear of getting Hinata into any trouble, but Heidu's habit of lifting up his juniors was still the same as always, especially now that he had recovered his body. He even put down his status and joined his sons and nephews inside the practice field for practical drills. Being a genius back in the day, Heidu's real-world ability was still good, and Keidu was retired from the battlefield. Compared to a fledgling who hits the stake every day, Haidu this kind of scene blood, real combat experiences even more belonged to Crush. It was rare to have such a good companion, and Elder Heidu was a big hit, regardless of whether it was a clan family or a subfamily. As long as a Sea-Dew elder was present, there was always no shortage of opponents. Heidu also came to the rescue, having thought that he would have to wait for a slow death in a wheelchair, not realizing that there would still be a time when he could show off his skills. Heidu felt incredibly lucky. The people close to him, such as Daisuke Hazaki, were the ones he had been feeding moves to for a long time, and several of them were climbing in strength. Gradually, he became a stalwart of the family. Chapter 179. Uchiha Clan Land. Everything had been completely planned inside the Uchiha hospital. Medical equipment is also gradually being replenished. A handful of medical ninjas from the clan began to move in on this side, and Natsuki, within the clan, chose 13 people to send to Tsunade, and within the Uchiha that went out, 7 were chosen, but those 7 haven't returned yet. Natsuki is all about the medically gifted people who are selected according to the power template above. These people were both men and women, and 2 of them were even the elite of the 3 hooks, but they are completely unaware that they have this gift. The elite of the clan's 3 hooks. The growth and strength has slowed down unless one breaks through to the kaleidoscope writer's eye, otherwise it would take many years to reach the shadow level. Now learn a little more about the other skills and maybe you can touch them, but medical ninjutsu can take a lot of effort, and Natsuki had communicated with them in advance. I didn't realize that everyone was happy to learn medical jutsu. Some of them were already mediocre in terms of combat talent, and they had never been able to get up and down within the clan, and they couldn't compare to the others even if they practiced desperately. Being a medical ninja is the best place to be. The other ones who were good with their hands were the ones who needed to go back to the clan to get healed by someone else every time because they needed to fight a lot. Sometimes it is easy to delay the condition. If you can know medical jutsu by yourself now, then you can treat yourself. It's much more convenient for sustained combat or lurking in the rear. Once the people were chosen, Natsuki was going to start having Tsunade teach once the runaways returned. The entire Uchiha has been undergoing intense preparations in recent times, since Natsuki said to make it a celebration. That's a lot of busy people down there. From decorations, to carpets, from salutes to baskets, all aspects need to be considered. After all, a few other shinobi villages would be coming as well. It's always a loss of face for the Uchiha if they do too poorly. Natsuki knew absolutely nothing about the flow of the ceremony or anything like that, but Natsuki had come up with new ideas about what to do after the ceremony. Buffet gourmet reception. Just buffet style. People take as much as they want, eat and drink as much as they want. Now with Natsuki's status, all he needed to do was to propose an idea, and naturally the people under him would go about their business. The men under his command were busy, but Natsuki was idle instead. Moreover, these days he had already parceled out some of the authority of the patriarch. No longer does he care about everything like Uchiha Futsuki. Everything in Uchiha is on track now, and there's no problem if there's no deviation above the general direction. In the Konoha village, Michio has begun to vindicate Orochimaru, as he expected. With Orochimaru returning this time, it's expected that Michio will try to keep Orochimaru in the village. When Orochimaru comes over, Doodle and Stopper along with Onimusha, June Mare, and White, they all come together, including the Uchiha clan who have been out and about. For the few who stayed in the sound-hidden village, Natsuki was ready for Orochimaru to launch them into the ring with the Uchiha clan. At the very least, Orochimaru would have to have a couple of right-hand men to set off one of the three ninjas. After all, it was unknown how many of Orochimaru's old minions from back then were left. Natsuki could rest for a few days for the time being until the representatives of the other few shinobi villages had arrived. These days it's all about bringing Naruto. School is out and Naruto runs over for dinner. School is not in session, so Naruto stays over here. Every day is just a real battle with Sasuke. Natsuki also rules that Naruto must use his full power or else he won't be allowed to eat here. That was something that made Naruto not dare to let go at all. Unlike his previous life where he was a hangman, Naruto is in high gear, and Sasuke has to learn Chidori, as well as do other training, much earlier than in his previous life. But as far as training speed is concerned, Sasuke, who doesn't have his kaleidoscope open, is currently slightly inferior to Naruto, who doesn't have the 9 tails to mess with. It led to Sasuke losing many battles, many times, but with Sasuke's mindset, he can lose to anyone, just not Naruto. Now Sasuke followed the ferret every day, constantly giving himself extra training. The classes inside the school were no longer much of a problem for Sasuke and Naruto. However, Natsuki didn't let the two graduate early, but remained in school. It's almost graduation anyway, so it's good for the two of them to have a full campus day. The skunk had been gone for years, and had missed Sasuke a great deal in those years. Being able to teach Sasuke made the ferret very happy as well, except that according to Natsuki's theory, it was that Sasuke was high-minded and easily inflated. Instead of spoiling him, you should hit him every day. The results of any decision Summerwood has made from before to now have been excellent. For the sake of Sasuke's safety in the future, the ferret decided to do what Natsuki said, so Sasuke was miserable. The skunk had given in to his favorite older brother from before and everything. It turned into a devilish brother who struck him every day. Sasuke, why are you throwing this rapier? A poorly aimed rapier is tantamount to wasting a ninjutsu. Sasuke, where's the whole fireball spewing towards that can't block my position nor obscure my vision? Do you have a lot of chakra? Moving so slow, how are you physically learning? Have you really been training properly all these years while I was away and father coddled you too much? Sasuke broke down a bit and said with red eyes, I really tried hard, brother. The ferret's heart was in the right place, but his face was still cold as ice. When will you be able to beat Naruto if you go on like this? Come back tomorrow if you can't continue. Sasuke wiped his face fiercely when he heard this. I'll beat Naruto for sure. Brother, let's continue. Naruto has learned Shadow Divergence and Spiral Maru on top of ninjutsu. For him now, his body is just starting to develop. It's too early to teach him Spiral Shuriken. An unfinished Spiral Shuriken can't be thrown. It's a double-edged sword, and Naruto will probably get crippled. Natsuki wasn't going to teach for a while. Sasuke's growth is one day at a time as he undergoes the skunk's hellish training every day. Natsuki then chooses to come and have a real battle with Naruto himself. Naruto, you're so bad in real life right now. There may be more dangers in the future, so it's up to me to be your opponent, and remember, it's a real battle. This night after Naruto had eaten, Natsuki took him to the training grounds and spoke to Naruto. Naruto Genkade, don't worry, Natsuki-senpai, I'll try my best. Natsuki drew the knife directly from his body and draped it over his right side. Natsuki's expression changed and his left hand came out and flexed, signaling Naruto to attack. Natsuki's serious demeanor caused Naruto to instantly feel a powerful sense of oppression. Naruto crossed his arms. Multiple shadow split technique. Bang, 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 bang. More than a dozen of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers immediately appeared on the scene. Natsuki had charged towards Naruto. Charge! Let's Senior Natsuki see how powerful we are. Oh, charge. And when Natsuki got serious, it was like a tiger in a pack of wolves. Naruto's shadow doppelgangers are almost always destroyed at the touch of a button. Natsuki dodged Naruto's kick and grabbed it with his left hand and slammed it to the ground. Bang! The shadow doppelganger instantly disappeared. A right hand slashed diagonally across the room and a jumping Naruto was cut into smoke. Drawing his sword to the back, another Naruto turned to smoke. With his eyes half closed and swinging casually, Naruto slammed into the blade as if he had lost his mind. With a thumping sound, Naruto's shadow doppelganger quickly thinned out. At the same time that Natsuki slashed the Naruto shadow doppelganger in front of him, Naruto had rushed out from behind the shadow doppelganger holding a spiral pill. Natsuki sidestepped Naruto's spiral pill. A slash on Naruto's arm. Bang! This Naruto disappeared as well, and he was also a shadow doppelganger. Natsuki turned around and instantly bridged the bitterless in Naruto's hand. With a forceful push, Naruto only felt a huge force coming from him, and the bitterless in his hand involuntarily flew out. Chapter 180 Rescue. Natsuki glanced over to the Uchiha hospital next to her, where Tsunade was clasping her hands and looking over. He brought the blade across, and it instantly sliced through Naruto's arm. A long bloody gash appeared instantly. Ah! Naruto just felt a sharp pain hit him. You lost, oh Naruto, Natsuki said softly. Naruto squeezed his hand. His own ploy seemed too simple. Elder Natsuki, we'll come back when my hand is better. Seeing that Naruto wasn't taking the injury on his hand seriously, Natsuki thought to himself, how can this be? Sugar is for children who can cry. Natsuki coughed twice. With you Tsunade-san, what do you care about this little injury? Hurry and go to your Tsunade sister for treatment. She's right over there. Natsuki pointed behind him in a smooth gesture. Naruto just knew that Tsunade was one of the three who specialized in medical jutsu, but he hadn't even been in the habit of relying on others before. When you hurt yourself, you bandage yourself and you're soon healed. No need. It'll be fine soon. Natsuki's face darkened. How can you waste time waiting for him to heal on his own when you can continue training after recovering earlier? Naruto scratched his head. May I? Natsuki-senpai. Not yet. Natsuki pushed him. This bloody gash on Naruto's arm wasn't bleeding much anymore. If Naruto didn't go any further, the wound was about to heal itself under the influence of Nine Tails. Naruto ran towards Tsunade with his arms wrapped around him. Tsunade-san, Natsuki-senpai said you're good at medical jutsu and told me to come over and treat you, Naruto said stupidly. Tsunade had been very uncomfortable looking at the bloodstains on Naruto's arm, her heart beating like a drum and some cold sweat seeping out of her body. But hearing Naruto's voice, she stiffened and pushed down all the symptoms of discomfort. Here, give me your hand. Naruto took his arm out as he was told, and Tsunade closed her eyes slightly, trying to keep her attention off the wound. A bright light flooded Tsunade's hand and pressed into Naruto's arm. Naruto was already backed up by the nine-tail chakra. Once Tsunade's palm senjutsu was released, the wound on his arm then closed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a matter of moments, though, the bloody gash on Naruto's arm had disappeared. Naruto wiggled his arm. It doesn't hurt at all, hey. Thanks Tsunade-san. Tsunade had reacted particularly strongly to the sight of blood and the fear of blood, but saw Naruto's smiling face. All the negativity quickly dissipated down under Naruto's smiling face. I'll keep training then. Naruto jumped a few times, feeling relaxed, immediately winded up again. Tsunade watched Naruto's back as he went out, a small smile on her face. Natsuki stood inside the training ground and saw that Naruto was back with full energy and the wound on his arm was healed. Sure enough, oh Naruto is so good. Natsuki grinned and waved at Naruto. Come on Naruto, let's continue. Other side, Sasuke and Weasel's training ground. Sasuke was once again kicked to the ground by the skunk. He didn't realize until today that his brother's physical skills were also so strong. The good news is that the skunk is finally using his Sharingan eyes. The bad news is that he still hasn't fought back. After the Sharingan double-hooked eye, Sasuke's progress was so fast that he was able to release Chidori 3 times alone. However, the skunk had told him a harsh truth with actual combat. According to Sasuke's current physical skills, Chidori can't hit anyone at all. It just so happened that Natsuki had already given Sasuke the sword of Kusanagi. Seeing Sasuke lying on the ground no longer able to get up, it was a rare occasion when the skunk didn't hit Sasuke anymore. That's enough for today. I probably understand your physical skills. If you don't want to live up to this Kusanagi sword in your hand, strengthen and practice your physical skills first. Come on, let's go out and see how Senpai trains Naruto. The training ground was a large ring with the newly renovated Uchiha's hospital in the center. Sasuke had purposely bypassed where Naruto was training for some reason. He was all out of energy, so when he heard that he was going to see how Naruto trained, he gritted his teeth and climbed up anyway. Sasuke and Weasel turned a corner along the training field, just in time to watch Naruto hold up a spiral pill and press it towards Natsuki. Natsuki appeared behind Naruto in an instant and raised his sword in a slash. With a stabbing sound, Naruto's clothes behind him were immediately sliced through a huge gash. Blood spilled instantly. Ah! Naruto let out a scream and fell to the ground. Sasuke was dumbfounded as he watched, and the skunk's eyebrows were raised as he watched. The Naruto who fell to the ground wasn't a doppelganger. It was Naruto himself. Natsuki-senpai, get real. Is it that hard? The skunk looked over at the snotty Sasuke. It seemed that he had gone easy on him after all. Sasuke also looked at the bruises on his body and instantly felt like he wasn't hurting at all. Yo, how's your training going? Natsuki had a smirk on her face as she reached out and pulled Naruto to his feet, tugging at the wound. Naruto was squealing in pain. Natsuki-senpai, it hurts, scream my ass, how big of a deal? Skunks were already killing people on the battlefield when they were your age. If you don't get hurt, you won't be able to take it at all later. Natsuki hands are very measured. Looking at the wound is scary, also bubbled a lot of blood out. In fact, just a long cut, and not deep, even with continued blood loss, with proper treatment. According to Naruto's physique, he'd make up for it in 2 days by gorging himself. Take it easy on yourselves. I'll take Naruto to treatment first. Natsuki instructed Sasuke and Weasel before pulling Naruto over to the hospital next door. As he passed by Sasuke and the others, Sasuke also heard Natsuki talking. At that time, 7 enemies surrounded the skunk. All of the opponents were good fighters, and the skunk froze and fought 7 of them with his superior physical skills, wiped out the entire enemy, was stabbed 8 times, and didn't cry out in pain even when he fell inside a pool of blood. How big a wound are you? What face do you have to call? Sasuke looked at Weasel with a very worshipful look as he listened. Brother, why didn't you ever tell me about this? The skunk's face almost strained. Where did that come from? When did I hit 7 out of 10? Ahem. The skunk coughed. Things on the battlefield are far more brutal than you can imagine, and your daily training right now is no different from going through the motions. Sasuke's face grew resolute. Brother, why don't we train like Natsuki-sensei tomorrow? The skunk's expression flickered and he gave a soft Natsuki had just dragged Naruto into the room, not a long distance away, and Naruto's back was already red with blood. Naruto, who had just been full of energy, was now absent. Natsuki called out just as she came in. Tsunade, come quickly. Naruto's hurt bad. What's wrong with Naruto? Tsunade udina'd as she saw Naruto's back was blood red. Heal first, the rest in a moment. Tsunade took Naruto and put him on the hospital bed before undressing him. A slash in Naruto's back ran from his shoulder blade to his waist. The entire skin was completely sliced open, and all that could be seen underneath the wound was a blood-red color, with a constant flow of blood seeping out. Tsunade's scalp tingled, her heart pounded like a drum, and her entire body was too stiff to move. It was as if the whole person was caught in a great illusion, and countless fantasies came and went. Natsuki squinted beside her at Tsunade's dynamics and grabbed Naruto's shoulder with her hand and pulled gently. Ah! Naruto let out an unconscious scream. Tsunade snapped out of her fantasy instantly. Knock knock, knock knock, paging, 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 paging. Tsunade could clearly hear her heart beating and gasping for breath. Can't. Absolutely not. A determined light erupted in Tsunade's eyes. The eyes snapped open and the stiffened whole body instantly moved. Her hand cupped over the bloody wound, adjusting the torn incision, and her other palm quickly lit up with a bright light. Seeing that Tsunade had begun to give Naruto surgical treatment, Natsuki's mind was made up and he gave up on getting Naruto ready to bite him. As Naruto's screams became smaller, the huge wound contracted rapidly. After a few minutes of this, Tsunade gasped and looked up. It wasn't so much that this treatment had tired her out. She's just a little incredulous that she's actually done surgery on her own. Tsunade picked up her hands and looked at them. They were covered in blood, but the hands were steady, not trembling in the slightest. She wasn't scared at all now. Tsunade checked on Naruto's condition, not realizing that Naruto was asleep. Looking at Naruto's peaceful sleeping face, Jomanoki's appearance in his mind gradually overlapped with Naruto's. Tsunade suddenly dropped to the ground. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried. She saved her brother. She saved, in her heart. Chapter 181. Natsuki looked at Tsunade, who had fallen to the ground. The man quietly slipped outside. Tsunade that was concerned. If Tsunade had reacted, she would have known that the wound wasn't deep at all, and although it looked horrible, it definitely wouldn't have hurt her life. And it's still a human pillar physique like Naruto's. It's true that you lose a little bit of blood, but Natsuki will just make up for it afterward. Tsunade snapped back. Hadn't Naruto just been training with Natsuki? So this was Natsuki's doing. Natsuki! Tsunade roared. A punch hit the wall and a hole was made right through it, and the man rushed out like a human tank. Scared Natsuki was scattering. Ah! Tsunade-sama. Naruto is injured, let him sleep in the clan today. I'll go out and say hello to the dark side. Naruto was a little groggy and he was jolted awake when he heard Tsunade's roar. Tsunade-san, What's wrong? Tsunade gave Natsuki a hateful look and shouted to Natsuki outside. Natsuki, don't come back if you can. She looked back and saw Naruto's pale face from the loss of blood. Another fire started. Tsunade suppressed her anger. Naruto, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt? Naruto shook his head. Sis, I'm not in pain anymore. I'm just a little dizzy and want to sleep. Tsunade sniffed and nodded gently. Sleep if you want. You can sleep here today. Can I? Can I stay here? Naruto said in a daze. Yes, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Tsunade coaxed twice, and Naruto's head lulled as he drifted off to sleep. Inside the Uchiha hospital was a room for Tsunade and Shizune. Tsunade looked at the large hole in the side that had been punched through and seemed to be leaking a bit. Along with the hospital bed Naruto was lying on, he lifted it up, headed for his lounge. Halfway there, he met Shizune, who had come over to check on the situation. What is it, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade raised the bed with one hand and reached up to put a hand over her mouth, signaling Shizune not to speak. Taking Naruto's hospital bed to her restroom, she tucked Naruto in. Only then did she walk out. Shizune was still standing outside waiting for her. Tsunade went out and said with some exasperation, posed by Natsuki. Shizune opened her mouth, wanting to ask but not daring to. Tsunade had lived with Shizune for so long that she naturally knew what Shizune meant. Tsunade sighed. Natsuki purposely hurt Naruto to heal me, Tsunade said as she brought her hand up. There was still a lot of Naruto's blood on her hand. Tsunade looked at the blood on her hands, but didn't react at all to the fear of blood. Shizune's heart shook. Tsunade-sama, you're sick. Healed? Tsunade grunted. Thanks to Natsuki, he really is a healer. It took Shizune a moment to realize what was going on. One has to admire Natsuki's boldness and his brains. It's Naruto who is the most pathetic and becomes a victim. Where did Natsuki-sama go? Tsunade grunted. He's already the patriarch of the Uchiha. Can he not come back? How are the preparations for Aura and Rakuto's surgeries coming along? Tsunade suddenly had some itchy hands. Shizune said, it's all set for surgery tomorrow. Tsunade moved her wrist. No need to wait for tomorrow. Just now. Of course Natsuki wouldn't not go back. Just how horrible. Tsunade was in a rage. Some old pervert had already learned. In order to avoid having his ribs broken, Natsuki was still prepared to come out of the wind. The other thing is about Naruto staying over, and it really needs to be communicated to Jiraiya. Natsuki entered the confines of Kiba village. Sure enough, there were a couple of dark sectors nearby waiting for Naruto. Natsuki snorted at the dark one in the tree. Naruto isn't going back today. Go get Jiraiya to meet me. A few dark sections looked at each other in dismay. Naruto's identity as a human pillar was certainly clear to them. Usually there was nothing wrong with the dark side monitoring. Naruto usually came out after eating something in the Uchiha clan land and practicing for a while at night. Then he allowed the dark side to take him home. I didn't realize it had only been a few days and Naruto wasn't going back, and it just so happened that they were meeting themselves on duty. So of course a few people couldn't do it. Wait a moment, Natsuki-sama. I'll go and call Jiraiya-sama to come. With the sound of clogs hitting the ground, Jiraiya quickly arrived on the scene. Jiraiya waved his hand and the rest of the dark sect went down. Natsuki, thank you for Minami. Jiraiya opened his mouth to thank him. One size does not fit all. And although Natsuki was particularly annoying, Natsuki had contributed quite a bit in the matter of Minami. At least Kiba didn't have anything to lose. And the third Naruto didn't hesitate to withhold a large portion of it up when he learned that Natsuki had donated $10 million to him to repair Naruto Rock. In his words, the Naruto Rock is repaired almost on the line, completely refurbished. The money spent is not worth it. Jiraiya and Minami also have room to turn the tables. If Minami's detonation charm did cause casualties in Kiba village, Jiraiya is the one who will be in a dilemma. Natsuki smiled down, but the deeper meaning under his smile was probably only known to him. Seeing the Kiba village set up an enemy for itself out of thin air is something I see and feel pain in my heart, and it's an honor to be a Kiba person to make some insignificant contribution to the Kiba village. Jiraiya's head was full of black lines as he listened. It's true that if you give some sunshine, it will shine, and if you give some colors, it will turn into a rainbow. Natsuki is back to talking with his mouth full. Jiraiya squared his shoulders and said, I heard reports from the dark side that Naruto is resting within the Uchiha clan tonight? Natsuki corrected. Resting at Tsunade's to be exact. He trained a bit too much today and was hurt pretty bad. He's passed out now. Really? Jiraiya looked at Natsuki skeptically. How many injuries can you get from training? And besides, Tsunade is still around. Natsuki bristled. And really, if I can lie to you, can Tsunade lie to you? Alright then, I'll leave the old man's side uninformed to save him from any confusion. Natsuki shrugged, fearing that the dark side had just sent the message. Jiraiya had probably thought of that too. Never mind, I'll get scolded again anyway. Natsuki, this time when you took over as clan leader and invited so many people, what exactly do you want? Jiraiya just took this opportunity to set Natsuki up. Natsuki rubbed her chin. It's not as complicated as you think, is it? It's just a simple celebration. But well, it's hard for us Uchiha to have peace of mind now that Suzu isn't dead. Maybe Juso will resurrect himself at some point and then come back to target us Uchiha. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. Root has been completely destroyed. I lead the team. Natsuki hadn't really expected Jiraiya to tell him that. Is this ready to open up? Natsuki thought for a moment and said to Jiraiya, there is not a single Uchiha in the leadership of Kiba village. So Kiba village, there are no Uchiha. Jiraiya lowered his eyes at that. I see. And I hope nothing goes wrong when you take over as Uchiha clan leader. Natsuki laughed a little. As long as Suzu is dead, the Uchiha will only be busy with themselves. After all, it's better to hook up all day long than to make money in business. Chapter 182, Meeting Ninji for the first time. Kiba village. After saying goodbye to Jiraiya, Natsuki found running out in the middle of the night. There really isn't much of a place to go. He didn't dare go back now for the time being. He didn't want to get his ribs broken by Tsunade. Let's wait until Tsunade's anger subsides later. Natsuki took 2 leisurely laps around Kiba, realizing that civilian life was still relatively peaceful. Michio is better at treating civilians, but otherwise, unconsciously, Natsuki walked to the entrance of the Hinata clan, a high gate and a large yard, covering an extremely large area. There were still guards on duty at the door, and the guards saw a figure approaching from a great distance. After having seen it in advance with their white eyes, they were all amazed for a moment. What was the Uchiha's patriarch doing here in the middle of the night? Natsuki-sama, what can I do for you at this late hour? Just in time to come to the Hinata clan. Find Hinata for a chat and check on little Ninji. Is the Hinata around? Natsuki asked. Speaking up, Lord Hinata is here. Follow me. You go and pass the word. The guard spoke to his companion next to him and guided Natsuki inside. With a status like Natsuki's, it was certainly impossible to leave someone else hanging at the door. Although Natsuki didn't place a buy in advance, it was well known that Natsuki and Hijikata were on good terms. There's nothing wrong with guards doing this. As the guards led Natsuki inside, the Hinata had gotten up to greet Natsuki. The Hinata waved his hand, and the other guards went down, leaving silence all around. Just the 2 of them. Hinata led Natsuki to the study. What's so important about Natsuki coming to my place this late? Hinata's understanding, being the head of a clan, alone, and coming to him at night, must be something particularly important and secretive. Natsuki was immediately made whole wouldn't be, now embarrassed that Hinata was so solemn. It's hard for Natsuki to say that she's just here to talk to you and check on Ninji in the meantime. It was better to make an alliance. After all, one might intervene in the cloud-hidden battlefield afterwards. Natsuki coughed. Hinata, Orochimaru is coming back. Hinata wasn't surprised when he sniffed. I was prepared for those recent announcements from the 3rd Narutos. Now that Jiraiya is in the village, Tsunade is at my place, and Orochimaru is back again. The 3 shinobi are even gathered. Hinata didn't know why Tsunade was in the Uchiha clan, but with Orochimaru back and the 3 ninjas all together, the 3rd Naruto's power reserves would increase dramatically. Although Jiraiya and Tsunade are both alone, Orochimaru has never lacked followers, and there are even quite a few of his old men who are idle at home in the Konoha village. These people became no longer trusted by the Konoha village because of Orochimaru's defection back then. Being watched for long periods of time, not to mention the fear of Kiba's hand behind their backs, they basically resigned and went back to staying at home. If one is willing to be under surveillance for a long period of time, it will only be for positions that are not too important. We, the Uchiha, have been plucked out and now have the right to pull out and leave at any time. And now you, the Hyuga clan, are the only ones left in all of Konoha? You and your brother need to plan ahead. The reason why Natsuki didn't approach Hibiki for advice was because Hibiki, more often than not, would be a bit more old-fashioned and conservative in his thinking. And the day difference will look at many things from a wider perspective because of the caged bird. Hinata hadn't thought of that level. He just thought that Natsuki had come to deliver this message, so he should have meant it. Natsuki, what are you planning? After all, if Orochimaru comes back and the Naruto lineage gains strength again, it's unknown if it will oppress the Uchiha again. Hinata was unaware that the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru were working together. Natsuki said, I just met with Jiraiya. Our Uchiha might be coming back. Hinata was amazed. Is the whole clan moving back? Natsuki shook her head. How can that be? What exactly the 3rd generation side is planning to do? I'm still not clear in my mind. At most, I'm seeking a position within the Elder Council. Be a titular elder. If the Naruto line is strong, we may need to support each other. Hinako nodded as Natsuki spoke. The ability of the 3 ninjas is enough for Natsuki to draw attention to. After all, the struggle for power is not a game of chess against a child, and it is easy not to go to war, or after both are defeated. It can only be picked up by others. No wonder Natsuki wanted to make a personal trip. Natsuki meant to make an alliance. It's something that can really only be said by him alone. Now the various ninja clans of Kiba, if they are not close to the third Naruto, are gradually falling apart, or only 2 or 3 kittens are left. All these years down the line, Hinata was having seen too many shinobi clans disappear for various reasons. Because of the unique ability of the white eyes, the Hyuga clan has always been regarded by Kiba as a forbidden domain, not allowing other forces to get their hands on it. But the Hinata system of divided clan families and caged birds can completely prevent Kiba from getting their hands on the Hinata clan. It caused Kiba to always love and hate Hinata. The estrangement of the Uchiha and the village over the years has resulted in the absence of the Hinata clan's shield. The Hyuga clan has also taken over the Uchiha clan's police force in full. Now the Hyuga clan is a bit tougher than expected. The police force is like a quagmire that can't be wrenched away from how it's handled. And not to mention the huge amount of manpower pressed up against it out there. It's always being held accountable when things go wrong. Hinata had very little time to even practice now, and mostly had a bunch of chores to attend to. If the Uchiha could come back, albeit only as a titular elder, it would be a good start for the Hyuga clan. That culprit of the Nine Tails rebellion that recently broke out, Bandito, is yet to be followed up with any action. As the first line of Kiba guards, the vigilantes, Hinata is under the most pressure. Time-space jutsu, it's easy to catch a loophole in your patrol. Natsuki spoke up and turned the conversation around. Well, is Ninji in the clan now? Hinata froze for a moment, thinking that probably Natsuki was saying that this was as far as it went. Relaxing casually, he said, I happen to be home tonight, and at this time of night, I should still be training. Natsuki looked up at the sky. The bright moon was high in the sky and it was almost midnight. Still training at this hour. Ninji is really hardworking. The corners of Hinata's mouth also pulled out a smile as he sniffed. Ninji's talent was indeed very good, and his character was also very good. Some years ago he struck up a relationship with Naruto Sasuke and would occasionally eat something together after school. This year Ninji had graduated and was now a shinobi, though the tasks he did every day were relatively simple things, but Ninji accomplished it all with great composure. Come on, look at your son, Natsuki said generally on a whim. Hinata was self-effacing and marched Natsuki all the way to the outside of the practice field. Before he even went inside, he heard the constant sound of applause from inside. Ninji was spinning around a wooden man over and over, hitting each red dot on top of the wooden man with each palm strike. The strikes were decisive and precisely placed, and the palms were dull. Even when it came to training, Ninji was very serious. Seeing his father enter, Ninji immediately stopped to salute him. Father-sama. Ninji kept his head down, not looking away. And even though there was someone next to Hinata, Ninji still didn't ask or look around much. Natsuki frowned slightly. Although this approach by Ninji was very thorough above etiquette, but Ninji's current age was only 12 years old, and to be this archaic at such a young age made Natsuki sigh in her heart. The Hyuga clan. The family rules are too strict. Ninji, this is the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Natsuki. Hinata introduced herself to Ninji. Ninji bowed to Natsuki in a very disciplined manner. Natsuki-sama. In his last life, Ninji didn't wait for Naruto's promise until he died, and he wonders how this life will end for Ninji. Have you learned to return to the sky yet? Natsuki said mildly. Kaitenban is the secret code of the Hyuga clan, and ordinary branch family members are not allowed to learn it. Of course, many split families are not talented enough to learn to return to the sky. The fact that Ninji was able to learn Kaiten itself represented his exceptional natural talent. He looked up at Hinata. It was still recent that he had learned to return to the sky, but he hadn't expected Natsuki to know. Hinata nodded toward Ninji even though she didn't understand what Natsuki meant. Ninji replied, back to Lord Natsuki, it already will be. Cast it for me. Ninji took 2 steps back, his hands spread out, and all the chakra points in his body released a large amount of chakra. With a smooth turn of his feet, his entire body spun rapidly, a chakra forming a semicircular chakra. Natsuki made sure that the cuttings jutsu couldn't break Ninji's Kaiten. That's what the plot kills, so there's no value at all in Ninji's death. At the time Natsuki was sickened when she saw this. Even if she could cuttings jutsu could break the Kaiten, or if Ninji couldn't open the Kaiten. Naruto at that point had the Nine Tails powering him up, an immortal mode underpinning him, the ability to sense good and evil, the ability to split to fight all the mini-bosses, and the chakra to milk the entire battlefield. Can this AoE kill him? Natsuki didn't believe it. So all the other rookies didn't die, but Ninji did, right? The tiest thing is that it hasn't even been 24 hours since Ninji died, and Naruto was there to brag that Bandito is the most handsome. At the time, Natsuki hated to strangle Naruto. Gotta fix Naruto's mind at all times now. This tripe is better than drowning on the spot. Natsuki looked a little lost in thought as she watched Ninji. He had so many regrets in his previous life, and Ninji was considered one of them. Ninji's death puts fatalism in its place for good. The son of a Naruto became a Naruto, The son of a staff officer became a staff officer, and the son of a man who died for a man, died for a man. How ironic. In this life, you will never be allowed to die. If I let you die again, I'm a ing asshole. Chapter 183, A Bad Start. Hyuga Prefecture in central Japan. Ninji waited for Natsuki to speak after he finished using his kaiten, but for a long time, Natsuki was silent. Hinata noticed that Natsuki seemed to be lost in thought, and he coughed softly. It was as if Natsuki had suddenly woken up. There was so much inside the gaze he was looking at Ninji. Ninji couldn't read it, and neither could Hinata. This life's Ninji's father isn't dead, although it still hadn't escaped the treatment of a caged bird. With the day difference still there were more resources gained above life and above cultivation. As far as kaiten is concerned, Ninji comprehended it on his own in his last life, and in this one, he had Hijikata to teach him. With his father not dead, Ninji doesn't have a clear understanding of the cruelty of a caged bird, and there is no deeper level of hatred. Also betrayed by the third Naruto, the Hyuga clan was forced to change the course of the Hyuga clan by Natsuki's strong presence. Aside from submitting to Naruto, Hinata found another way to be an ally with the Uchiha, though there were the Great Elders and the Fourth Elder who tried to defect to Kiba because of their unsteady stance. The end result, however, was that Hinata was given a position as an honorary elder and did not fall back on Kiba village, because Uchiha Natsuki pressed for this to happen. For him, with the strength of the Uchiha clan, the Konoha would surely have all sorts of calculations to find ways to add allies for themselves, and making the Uchiha lose allies would be the best way to do that. Since Kiba made a move, the Uchiha watched to dismantle the move and it was over. Hinata had damaged the Uchiha, so let Hinata make up for it in other ways. Create hatred with the Hyuga? It doesn't exist. As long as the Uchiha are strong, the Hyuga clan will always wave the flag behind the Uchiha clan. Kiba would simply not be able to free up their hands to deal with the Hyuga clan. Kiba wouldn't dare. And it's not bad if the Hyuga clan stays neutral and doesn't completely fall to the Uchiha clan. The Hinata clan's white eyes also need to be opened, but in contrast to the Uchiha clan's sharpening eye opening, it's basically a no-brainer. And the Hinata clan's ability to specialize is that it's best as a village's middle class without top combatants. Good to use, good to control. That's what Natsuki said about the Hyuga clan. It's too bad that the Hyuga clan's genius died as cannon fodder. Ninji is a pretty good kid, Natsuki suddenly said without a word. Much to Hijikata's surprise, Natsuki seems to be inexplicably very fond of Ninji. But Ninji usually had some interactions with Sasuke inside the school, but today was also the first time he met Natsuki. I'm going to go and raise this child well from now on. Natsuki abruptly excused herself, her last words leaving Hinata pondering. The Hinata personally walked Natsuki to the door before walking back. Seeing that Ninji was still waiting for him at the training ground, Nika's usual serious face softened considerably. Ninji, what problems are you having with your training? I took a trip to the Hyuga clan on a whim. Natsuki had been mingling for a while now as well, figuring that Tsunade should be demoralized. It was only then that Natsuki quietly walked back to the clan. Just as he stepped through the door, a figure stepped out of the shadows behind him. Natsuki, you're still willing to come back? Natsuki stopped and turned her head a little stiffly. Tsunade-sama, not resting this late. Tsunade's eyes flashed dangerously. Aren't you going to explain? Tsunade squeezed her hands together. Natsuki laughed awkwardly. It's not. Knowing that Tsunade-sama has a blood phobia, it's a cure for Tsunade. Is that why you're using Naruto? Tsunade's temples were sinewy, and her eyes looked as if she wanted to choose someone to eat. Natsuki sighed. It looked like there was no escaping this beating. Natsuki said with resignation, Naruto is the nine-tailed human pillar. The chances of danger in the future are high. You, the strongest medical ninja, cannot be used. What to do? Watch Naruto die out? Violent wind surges. Tsunade hits Natsuki with a volley of punches to the stomach. Uft. Vomit. Natsuki gets hit with dry heaves. Tsunade actually stayed her hand. Tsunade grunted. Next time, it won't be so cheap. Natsuki grunted and exhaled, holding back the pain in her stomach. Don't worry, it won't happen. I'm doing it for Naruto's sake too. Poof. Although Tsunade accepted Natsuki's reasoning, there was always a lump in her heart. You're going to apologize to Naruto? Tsunade said as she stared at Natsuki. Natsuki grinned. Don't worry, I'll tell him myself tomorrow. Tsunade turned around. Aura and Rakuto's surgeries are done, and they'll be on their feet after some recovery time. Natsuki froze. Thank you, Tsunade. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes. He found himself tripping on the hospital bed with no one inside the room. Naruto walked out somewhat bewildered. It was only then that I realized I was in the Uchiha's hospital. Tsunade was already inside her office organizing her future textbooks. Natsuki had spent so much money to invite her over, and there were so many people, she couldn't just tell them off the top of her head. Still have to prepare some textbooks. How did I sleep here, sis? Naruto was a little confused, not remembering much about last night. Tsunade looked up and saw that Naruto's face had recovered inside inwardly, worthy of being a human pillar. You've lost so much blood. You'll be fine after a night's sleep. Naruto, you were injured yesterday, so you slept here. Ah, really? Naruto had a goofy grin on his face. His happiness wasn't without reason. He'd learned, as soon as he understood, that his old home, for him, was a prison. Naruto had never let up on his surveillance over the years, and anything Naruto did had to be done under the watchful eye of the dark side. The only place where Natsuki was, where Tsunade was his home. Although he had spent last night here because of his injuries, it had been the first time for him to be out of the control of the third Naruto. Crap, it's almost noon already. Late for school. Naruto was suddenly alarmed when he saw the clock on the wall. Tsunade shook her head. It's a vacation day. Did you forget? Naruto giggled, as if he did have the day off oh so much. Naruto, you're awake. Natsuki came over at that moment. Tsunade was staring intently at Natsuki from the side. The meaning in her eyes was for Natsuki to give an account of what happened yesterday. Natsuki slapped Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto, I was a little heavy-handed yesterday. I apologize. Naruto panicked and waved his hand in a hurry. Why did Natsuki-senpai suddenly say that? Ah, surely you will get hurt in a real battle. Ah. Natsuki gave Tsunade a wink. Meaning, see, I told you Naruto wouldn't count. Tsunade gasped at the somewhat smug look on Natsuki's face, but she couldn't tell Naruto about her suffering from hemophobia. No, next time, Tsunade said helplessly. Natsuki snorted. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Guaranteed. Naruto, next time don't be so reckless. Aha, got it Tsunade-sama. Naruto scratched his head. He thought he had gotten Natsuki-senpai blamed for his injury. As he was talking, Sasuke walked in, helped by Skunk. Sasuke had several slashes on him, none of them deep, but his body was still bloody. Natsuki was shocked. Wow, Sasuke, how did you get into this mess? Tsunade frowned. Weasel, why don't you have a light touch? Sasuke said somewhat weakly. It's none of my brother's business. I'm the one who told him not to keep his hand in. Tsunade turned her head at that moment and gave Natsuki a hard stare. Natsuki rubbed his nose as if he had gotten a bad start. Chapter 184, The Arrival of the Saints. Uchiha Clan Land. Over time, the Uchiha had the ceremonial flowers, the red carpet, the decorations, all gradually ready. The representatives of the sand-hidden village, the closest to Kiba, had also arrived. The one who came was Rosasha's brother-in-law, Yakashimaru, followed by a man and a woman. It was none other than Teiju and Kankuro. After all, they were old acquaintances, and Natsuki even ran to the door to receive them personally. Yakashimaru's body was still very frail-looking, skinny and small, but underneath his blonde hair, he looked a lot better. Now that I love you after I won't storm off. Yakashimaru doesn't have to look so worried. The whole thing has opened up a lot. Seeing the three Yakashimaru coming over, Natsuki came over and slapped Yakashimaru on the shoulder. Still so thin after all these years. Yakashimaru stumbled on his feet for a moment. He was genuinely surprised that Natsuki would come to meet him at the door. After all, Natsuki was already the head of a clan. Next to the face painted with a purple flower pattern face paint, Kankuro, some surprise. I have not heard of Uncle and the Uchiha still have friends. Ah, Kankuro interjected. Nightshade Maru has always been like this. His body is so bad even with how much he eats. Who are you that you don't know that Yakashimaru has an Uchiha friend? Not recognizable at all. Next to the blonde hair, carrying a large fan, already long and elegant handbow is a little more stable. She has a vague guess in her heart. Do not dare to speak. Yakashimaru stood startled and blushed. Do not be impolite. Kankuro, this is Uchiha Natsuki, the new head of the Uchiha clan. It gave the self-possessed Kankuro a jolt of fear that the matriarch was so young and had come to greet them in person. Kankuro hurriedly stood and saluted Natsuki. I'm sorry for being rude, Natsuki-sama. Beside her, Teiju's heart jumped. Sure enough, this young man in his 20s was the new head of the Uchiha clan, the one who had saved my arrows. Hello Natsuki-sama. I'm Teiju. Teiju used to take care of the lonely Aiera every day and needed to keep a stern face all day, all the time. The sand boys in this life had the seal resolved early with Natsuki's intervention. It made Tezuka free of all that stress as well, and the whole thing exuded a vibrant life. Natsuki smiled and nodded. Come in with me. Natsuki hooked one hand on Yakashimaru's shoulder while greeting both Kankuro and Tekken. The Uchiha had arranged for guest rooms early in these times, and a few people weren't in too much of a hurry to get here. After all, the Konoha side was pretty close. After dropping off some of the carry-on luggage, Natsuki told the clan to show the siblings around the snack bar while Yakumara followed Natsuki to the office. How's my arrow been doing all these years? Natsuki still remembers the child who was once caught by fate, and since he's here and has the power, he naturally wants to change some unnecessary tragedies. A gentle smile appeared on Yakashimaru's face. Thanks to your blessing, My arrow seal has been very strong for the past few years, and I've never gone on a rampage again. He is now able to live a normal life and has even made a few friends. Oh, Natsuki was a little surprised. Time was a good thing. A few years have passed and already some kids have forgotten the horrors of my arrow and made friends with him. Before I came over here, Iroh asked me to bring a message. He said thank you very much for everything Natsuki-sama did for me. I'm living a good life now. Shizuru is still cranky but doesn't dare to affect me anymore. When I grow up later, I'll come visit you. Yakashimaru had brought a message from Irizumi, and Natsuki was deeply relieved. Aiello was a very good kid, or else he wouldn't have been pushed by Maki and Yura to become the 5th Kazekage afterward. Now that Yakashimaru isn't dead and Rosa is still around, the position of the 5th Kazekage of my arrows is almost a foregone conclusion. According to its growth, it will also be a major combatant in the Shinobi War in a few years. The other thing is whether or not my arrow seal, which has been so many years in the past, needs to be reinforced. Nightshade Maru voiced his concerns. Natsuki rubbed her chin. The 4-elephant seal is very strong, and Shizuru can only rely on prolonged attempts if he wants to break free of the seal. There is no such thing as an instantaneous failure of the 4-elephant seal. He would start with the seal loosening and chakra leaking out, and then end with the seal breaking and a large amount of chakra leaking out, and then finally the seal shattering. And that time is very long. It takes at least a couple years from when the chakra starts leaking to when it's completely broken. Actually, above the cultivation of the human pillars, communicating with the tailed beasts is an essential process. It would be a huge boost for Aichan if Aichan could communicate with Shizuru. If in the end, Aiello can communicate with Shohei, then it doesn't really matter if it's sealed or not. Yakashimaru listened to Natsuki's words and was greatly impressed. In itself, Saints Hidden had started out stockpiling Rinpoche as a strategic weapon, but there was no way the sealing technique would work. The thing that San Hidden thought about the most was how to suppress Shohei. Communication? It doesn't exist. The previous Shizuru was released, basically injuring the enemy by 1,000, and damaging himself, probably by 1,000 as well. Totally a double-edged sword. Shoha has become a difficult problem. Do not use it. Waste. If you don't use it, it's a waste. If you use it, it's no good. It's like a bomb that could explode at any time. Since Aiello is now able to live in peace with Shohei, that's a great start. Natsuki was, in fact, not very good at how to get along with tailed beasts. After all, Naruto was all still half-assed at this point. If you want experience, Kairabi's side is the way to go. I can only make one offer. After all, getting along with the tailed beasts has always been a problem that every shinobi village has had to deal with. It's not that simple. Yakashimaru thought deeply, and all villages knew the increase in their battle prowess that a perfect human pillar power could have. But not every pillar can communicate well with the tailed beasts. The reason the Sand Hidden village couldn't communicate in the past was because the sealing technique was so poor that Shizuru was prone to escaping. Now that it's better, with Morizuru trapped to death and a platform for basic conversation set up, how to get along with Morizuru in the future needs to be left up to Aiello to work on. After this topic ended, Yakashimaru inquired to Natsuki, "Is that Bandito, the one who coveted the tailed beast organization, as Natsuki said?" Natsuki smiled. "The other thing I invited you here is about Bandito, who does covet the tailed beasts in my arrow's body, but that information is top secret and cannot be leaked. Just keep my arrow safe by yourselves. Stay after the ceremony, I have something else for you." Nightshade Maru nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 185 Arriving one after another. Kiba Village. As the date of Uchiha Natsuki's inauguration as patriarch approaches, very many unfamiliar faces have been coming to Konoha lately. Most of these people had come to Konoha to spy on the Uchiha clan by using the change of the Uchiha clan leader to hold a celebration. The third generation gave a direct order that all those who did not receive an invitation from the Uchiha were to be considered spies. It raised the defense level of Kiba village by several notches at once. It also denied many strangers access to Kiba. And today, the people from Cloud Hidden have arrived. At the head of the group was none other than the blonde, big-breasted beauty, Samui, followed by the black-skinned hottie, Karui, who wore a hood and had golden pupils. Next to her was an omoi with a lollipop in her mouth and short white hair that she kept shredding. Instead of going straight to the Uchiha clan, as the Sand Hidden usually do, the trio arrived at the Konoha village and, after reporting for duty, made a tour of the village. In reality, it was more of a test of the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village. A few people all shopped around for a few things and then regrouped. They actually had shadowy eyes on them nearby, so a few people didn't dare to be too blatant, but they took note of what was on the top of the bulletin board. And in terms of conversations with ordinary villagers, several people have noticed that the Uchiha clan seems to be cut off from the Konoha village in a big way right now. The vigilantes that used to be the sole responsibility of the Uchiha are now in the hands of the Hyuga clan. Most of the Uchiha don't appear inside the Konoha village anymore, The ones the villagers are talking about more right now are the Uchiha's traitor, Bandito, and Shimura Guanzo. In particular, the Konoha village's maneuver to vindicate Orochimaru had given the calmly disposed Samui an ominous feeling in his heart. Let's go to Uchiha. Samui didn't realize until after they arrived that the Uchiha had moved that far away from Konoha village. Samui, would it be too hasty if we just left? Maybe there is crucial information we missed and our trip here would have been in vain. Maybe the Uchiha have gone out of Konoha independently, and we've angered the Uchiha by coming to this side of Konoha village first. Omoi panicked himself as he spoke, even as beads of sweat oozed from the corners of his forehead. Karui kicked Omoi's leg. Annoying, will you shut up? We were originally invited by the Uchiha. What's the problem with coming to Kiba to report first? I'm so tired of being with you guys. Let's get going and go to Uchiha to see what's going on, Samui said with some reluctance. She rubbed her somewhat sore shoulders and headed towards the Uchiha. Samui, as the three of them headed towards the Uchiha clan, the people of Iwashin, because Yellow Earth's height was already considered a giant in Konoha, could only let Black Earth go and briefly gather some information before heading to the Uchiha's clan lands. After arriving at the Uchiha, the people of Cloud Hidden and Rock Hidden were received by Chiming. The reason Natsuki didn't come was that, for one thing, she wasn't all that familiar with the Cloud Kukulander Iwami relationship. Secondly, Yakashido and Stopper, with more than 100 Uchiha, swept back to the village. Doodle has a play to make when he meets the third Naruto, and Natsuki can't do it without him. With a group of over 100 people, it was a very big target along the way. Almost everyone got the message, whether it was Cloud Hidden, Rock Hidden, or Sand Hidden. After a few of them hurriedly dropped off their things, they made their way to the gates of Kiba village and blended into the crowd. Earthen even used a transformation spell, otherwise his target was too massive. Natsuki also appeared at the entrance of Kiba village with the skunk, bright and early. All personnel upon arrival. All of the Uchiha clan members inside the Sonic Hidden Village team greeted Natsuki, led by Stopper. Greetings, matriarch. The sound was deafening. It made Natsuki almost wave her hand and say, good job comrades. Well, go home in a little while. Now do your business first, Natsuki commanded. The people from the other villages looked at each other in disbelief. Which side were these Uchiha clansmen from? Natsuki's? Yumichika's? Or maybe Natsuki and Yumichika are in cahoots? Doodle's current status specs are the highest leader of Ichimura, so it was in a palanquin, carried together by the four members of the Sound Ninja. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and nodded to Natsuki first. Natsuki nodded and didn't say anything. This was Kiba after all. Natsuki raised her eyes and looked around, realizing that there was no Orochimaru inside the group. That Orochimaru is either delayed, or it is divided into two ways to come. After all, Orochimaru isn't nominally part of the Sonic Village, being a behind-the-scenes supporter sort of thing. The Sound Hidden Village party, which was large in number, naturally did not hide their whereabouts. Thus, the third Naruto had gotten the message before they returned. As all the Uchiha greeted Natsuki, the third Naruto had already arrived nearby. There were even many dark sections within the surrounding villagers, just in case. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was leading the rest of the dark sect, monitoring the vicinity of the Uchiha's clan lands. The Sound Hidden Village is the only shinobi village whose supreme leader comes to Konoha. On top of diplomatic etiquette, it was required for the third Naruto to receive it. But how many people feel that the so-called sound and vision is a put-on or not self-evident is unknown. But there's something wrong with what's going on right now, because as far as Sonic's personal strength was concerned, not to mention the fact that there were over 100 Uchiha clansmen standing behind him, even the famous Instant Stopper was standing in the ranks of the Sound Hidden Village. What's most embarrassing is that the Uchiha hadn't declared a rebellion against the village, so these Uchiha clansmen were still, nominally, Konoha ninjas. Even the Uchiha ones wore Kiba's forehead protector. Not sure if it was intentional or not. The picture was particularly interesting now. Inside the ranks of the Sound Hidden Village, the Uchiha made up 4/5 of the total. All of them wore the Konoha's protector, but stood behind Ton Kage, who led them to meet the leadership of the Konoha. The third Naruto took one look at this scene and saw it. The scene was awkward for a while, and the surrounding villagers were talking. Isn't that Uchiha Sesshomaru? He's back too? Why is he standing in the ranks of the Sound Hidden Village? Isn't it normal for them to come back when there's a change in the Uchiha clan leader? Why are they from the Uchiha standing inside the ranks of the Yanku village? You don't even know this. Back then, when Junzo plotted to take Stabilizer's eyes and was discovered, Stabilizer and Weasel left Kiba with a large group of disgruntled Uchiha. Then I heard that it went to the Sonic Village, but they didn't publicly announce that they were joining the Sonic Village. It's another thing that Tuanzu did. How many enemies has this Tuanzu made for Konoha? Who is the one standing at the front of the Sound Hidden Village? Why are you wearing a shadow costume? Shoo, keep your voice down. You're looking for death. That's the sound shadow of the Sound Hidden Village. Is there a shadow in a small village like this? Funny. Ah, his companion hastened to cover his mouth. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Right now, besides the 5 major ninja villages, the Sound Hidden Village is the best developed. It's strong right now. In short, don't talk nonsense. Chapter 186, Public Questioning. Kiba Village Entrance. The third Naruto stepped forward, surrounded by a group of dark sectors. On this side, the palanquin of Sonic Shadow was lowered, surrounded by the 4 of Sonic Ninja. A figure came down from it. He wore a shadow hat with the word tone written in purple and white. Reaching down, he removed his shadow hat, and beneath it was an unusually young face. Look at the age, less than 20. There was an uproar from the crowd of onlookers. Sonic Shadow was actually so young. Farewell, third Naruto-sama. Yakashido pushed up his glasses with a familiar look. You are? The third Naruto saw that something seemed familiar about Hood, but couldn't for the life of him remember who he was. Yakushi Doodle, Red Bean, who was searching fruitlessly for Orochimaru next to him, was shocked at the sight of Doodle. Michio was taken aback. A teenager who was brought back from the Battle of Mtei, Rustoma, and adopted by a medical class shinobi? The third Naruto was vaguely impressed. You became the head of the Sound Hidden Village? Reddit asked in surprise. Yakashido smiled faintly and stretched out his hands. As fake as it gets. It seems like a lot has happened over the years. The third Naruto then recalled Yakashido's profile. Since when did Yakashido defect to Orochimaru? Doodle pushed up his glasses. Thanks to Lord Junzo's blessing, I was allowed to work as an undercover agent, and I worked diligently to gather countless pieces of information for Konoha. In the end, because he didn't trust me, he engineered my adoptive mother and I to kill each other. In the end I survived, and now I'm well on my way. So, what is this matter that Michio-sama is going to give me an explanation for? Everyone behind Tout, including Stopper and the Uchiha clan, took a half step forward. It was silent, but the meaning was clear. To stand up for Yakashinboku, Natsuki, on the other hand, had her arms wrapped around her and was looking on from the sidelines. Tout very calmly recounted the black history of that year in front of a large crowd. The voice wasn't high or low, but it was clearly heard by everyone around. There was an uproar from the people around them, not realizing that Sonic Shadow had actually been a Konoha at one point in time, and it's still because of persecution from the Konoha hierarchy that he fled. Now this time, when you come back, I'm afraid you're not here to raise hell. It's Gumiho again. How is it that all the people he forced out are talented? That's right. How good was it when Uchiha used to be a vigilante? If it wasn't for Tuanzo gouging out Stopper's eyes, would Uchiha have resigned? Suzo's targeting of the Uchiha began many years ago. Remember the previous announcement of the Nine Tails Rebellion? Hiss. Started so early. What's the grudge? Didn't this Yonku used to be a Konoha man? And from what he's saying, it seems as if Tushu unloaded on him and wanted him and his adoptive mother to kill each other. What's his foster mom? I'm not sure. I think it's one of us Kiba people too? There was a great deal of noise from the side talking. The third Naruto's heart sank, not realizing that the other party was actually one of those who had been persecuted by Junzo. Just how many stupid things has Gunzo done over the years? And Stopper is actually standing up for Yakashido, and these Uchiha are standing up for Yakashido as well. Orochimaru wasn't inside the group. Looks like Orochimaru hasn't flipped on the Uchiha just yet. The Uchiha are still in a state of cooperation with the Sound Hidden Village. This situation of being roasted on a fire seems very familiar. Was it Natsuki's idea again? Well, Lord Sonic, in front of a large crowd, the third Naruto must take a stand. Though now Yakashido was less than 20 years old, but the proper etiquette is still not missing. Without anyone else acknowledging it or not, the third Naruto lifted his pocket first, meaning, I acknowledge you as the shadow of a village. This is a critical time for Kiba and Uchiha, and the third generation has already taken down Tuanzu, so naturally they won't be able to absolve Tuanzu anymore. Besides, there was an Uchiha Natsuki standing right next to him. That's why the speech was also half ambiguous. Guzu has done a lot of evil things over the years. He was already caught and imprisoned some time ago, and recently he's being investigated piece by piece for the things he's done. I, as Naruto, apologize for the persecution that Tuzo has done to you. You'll definitely get a satisfactory answer afterward. The third Naruto's gesture was well done. After all, face wasn't worth a penny at a time like this. It doesn't matter if you admit you're the shadow of a village, apologize or not. As long as the Uchiha were stabilized, everything would be fine. Yakashido nodded expressionlessly. Don't keep me waiting too long. Yakashido waved his hand towards the back, and the Sound Hidden group crossed over to the third Naruto and traveled towards the Uchiha clan lands. Tout. After searching for Orochimaru for a long time to no avail, Red Bean still tries to go over after Yakashido, but is stopped by Michio. Reddit. Orochimaru isn't on the team. Reddit paused, a little frustrated. The villagers, who were onlookers, were talking. I didn't realize that. That Gumiho had done so many evil things. Yeah, and it was exposed earlier that he framed Orochimaru? This Yukushido actually managed to be the shadow of a village. His ability must be extraordinary. It's a pity that he was forced out by Tuanzu. The third Naruto-sama is really taking charge. He's not at all ambivalent about Suzu's mistake. I think your brain capacity might be a little low. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything, just be happy. Both Yellow Earth and Black Earth of Iwakuto looked at each other in dismay. Having just arrived at Konoha village today, they had picked up such a great piece of information for nothing. The leader of the newly risen Inin village, the first person outside of the 5 major ninja villages to call himself a shadow to the outside world, was actually a young man of less than 20 years of age, and it is still Kiba's group of Tibetan persecution and runaway. And this young man Huang Tu think look particularly familiar, as if they have seen before. The bottom line is that the Uchiha who left before were doing more than just working at the Sound Concealment Village. They were literally standing up for the Sound Shadows. These were Uchiha clansmen, and to stand up for someone from a foreign village was a travesty. Or is this Sonic Shadow actually a puppet of the Uchiha clan? This Tuanzu was simply superb. And from the information gathered today, almost all of what Tuanzu has done has come from weakening Konoha, pushing capable people away and framing the powerful Uchiha. Concentrate on prying the walls of Kiba village. How did such a person become a Konoha elder? And for so many years? It seems that the relationship between the Uchiha and the Kiba village is not good, and it's even already a watertight situation. It's basically a break, except on the surface where it's not torn apart. Samui Squad was given essentially the same information. Several people made eye contact. It seemed that the environment on Kiba's side was much more complicated than they had thought. But the bottom line is that the Uchiha and the Konoha are not of one mind, and it's basically sitting there. They were all good. So naturally, they were able to find out that there were quite a few dark sections among the villagers. So that means that Kiba village defends against the Uchiha. This is greatly favorable to Cloud Crypt. The few people from the Sand Hidden village were also unaware that the form on the Kiba village side was so complicated. Nightshade Maru's stance is closer to the Uchihas, and as far as the Uchiha Natsuki's style of doing things, this Sound Hidden village is supposed to be a puppet that the Uchiha put up. A few of the outer village people over here made eye contact, and the third Naruto was looking on, anxious. Originally, the relationship between Kiba village and Uchiha was not good. Now that the Uchiha had also exposed such a large and powerful reinforcement, Kiba had been very passive. Tomorrow is Natsuki's succession ceremony. It seemed that the message that Jiraiya had brought back earlier had to be taken into consideration. Chapter 187 Raizo escapes from prison. Kiba village. A bird, somewhat distorted, glides through the sky, and below that is the Kiba jail cell. A young man with cold eyes jumped down at in the distance. The bird turned to ink as well, and the ink all spread out and landed on the scroll. Sakis looked to the jail cell and frowned. Since the Hyuga clans became the police force, the people in the prison have been replaced with Hyuga clan members. The white eyes of the Hyuga clan are simply unbeatable in a place like this. All by themselves, they could only use the overhead view to simply look down. Closer is easier to spot. Where the hell did Junzo hide his brother? In the Kiba prison cell. How many days is it today? Reunion hadn't deliberately memorized it, but 20 days had passed. Sarutobi Hizuru's promise to bring him a root healer didn't come through. Juzu knew that Sarutobi had gone back on his word. Even himself is very much in danger. With no news coming from Root now, the biggest possibility is that it's being controlled by the third Naruto. Reunion was uneasy in his mind. He looked to his right arm. The seal on it had been completely undone by him. The sealing jutsu in this prison has a great weakening effect on jutsu. You spew a ho-hum fireball out and it's probably the size of a teacup. And the cell that imprisoned Tuanzu was a partition made of sturdy ironwood. It takes a tremendous amount of power to destroy. Junzo wasn't a physical ninja, and in his 60s, he obviously couldn't break the cell to escape. That's what Michio thought, and so did the Hyuga clan guarding the prison. These days, Michio was busy purging the remnants of the Root Ministry and lining up hidden stakes inside the Dark Ministry. There's no time to deal with Reunion, but Tuzo has also been very honest in his prison cell in recent times, except for the first few days when he shouted for Sarutobi to come and see him. The days after that have been quiet in the cell, seemingly resigned to their fate. They stayed silent every day. The guards were also happy to be free, and weren't monitoring Tuzo as strictly. The cells here are sturdy, and as long as you don't have the key, it's hard for Reunion to get out. With the special status of Junzo, all the cells on this floor were cleared except for the one cell he lived in. The Hyuga are all about guarding the entrance. After all, who could have known that there would be such a thing as mayfly magic? You're not in a very good position, Mr. Gumiho. From inside the wall protruded a black and white figure. It seemed like Juzu had expected this. You were in my arm. Tampering with it? It's just simple localization. How else could I find you so easily? Jedi said in a raspy voice. Raizo was silent for a moment, not refuting anything, not commenting. Reunion raised his head and looked out the window. What's going on out there now? How's my root doing? The third Naruto has made an announcement about your theft of Hatsuneo's body, kidnapping of a baby, and framing of Orochimaru. Today Yakashido returned. He is now the head of the Sound Hidden Village, and he demanded that you be liquidated. Mishio apologized in public and is going to line you up gradually. Raizo's eyes were slightly lowered, not moving in anger. All of this from Mishio was expected of him, and this is just the beginning. In time there will be other charges all planted on him. The Black Jedi continued. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade have returned to the village, though Tsunade is now an Uchiha. As for your roots, they have been cleared by the Sanjo. Jiraiya moved. Reunion didn't say anything, but his tense arms showed that he wasn't at peace inside. What price will allow you to get me out of here? Tuanza said in a deep voice. Since Jedi had come here, he must have wanted to make a deal with himself. Jedi let out a low voice. Your roots are gone. Now you're just alone. What price can you pay? Junzo narrowed his one eye. What do you want? Jedi made a flirty noise. The current Konoha is too scary. With Jiraiya and Tsunade both returning to the village, the Naruto line has grown quite a bit in power. Our organization needs to weaken Kiba. Weaken Kiba? No way. I will never betray Kiba. Rizo's words were loud and very firm. Jedi hemmed and hawed. His voice lowered. The current Konoha is Sarutobi Hinata's Konoha, not your Tuanzo's Konoha. If you don't weaken Sarutobi Hinata, then when will you ever be able to turn around? Reunion closed his eyes as many images flashed through his mind. That's it. Think about it for a long time. Jedi wasn't in a hurry, and took her time waiting in the cell. Ryunzo slowly opened his eyes. Since Sarutobi unloaded, you'll have to pay the price. No problem. I'm holding quite a bit of Sarutobi Hazura's black material in my hand, and after I throw it out it's guaranteed that Kiba will fall apart. The inside of Junzo's exposed one eye was filled with ice. Then let's go now. From the ground crawled another white Jedi. This white Jedi jumped straight up and quickly merged into the right arm of Junzo. All Junzo could feel was a sharp pain in his heart, and he couldn't help but howl loudly and miserably. The sound immediately echoed through the jail cell. TSK, how useless. Jedi shook his head and sank to the ground. What's going on? It's the group of soldiers. Hurry up and check it out. Two guards rushed in, both of them from the Hyuga clan. Instead, he saw that Junzo was rolling on the ground holding his right arm. Tears and snot all flowed out, and an old face was twisted horribly. White eyes. One of them immediately used his white eyes and looked at Reunion. All that could be seen was that the chakra of Junzo's right arm was running wild, as if it wasn't his own arm. It's not pretend. He nodded to his companion. The guard next to him immediately fumbled for the key and opened the cell door. By this time, Junzo had blurred his consciousness from the pain, and lay on the ground with his one eye open and rolled back in white. The two immediately crouched down to check on Tuanzo. At that moment, Gunzo felt a coolness in his right arm, and a foreign chakra that was suddenly injected inside his body. Reunion felt a surge of power from inside the aging body. Reunion's eyes widened and his right arm flung out. There was a loud boom. A giant tree appeared in the prison cell, and the two Hyuga clansmen were instantly torn apart by the eruption of Kitsune. Blood was smeared all over the place. Junzo's right hand was withdrawn, and he was shocked that it was so strong. What was this Jedi? Really? Jedi emerged from the wall. The guards are coming this way now. You can't use the front door. The sealing jutsu in here can't seal Kazuna, so use Kazuna to get out from here. Juzu had heard the shouts from outside. Something's wrong. Quick! Block the exit of the prison cell. Absolutely do not let the prisoners escape. Juzo's right arm aimed at the solid wall and his chakra erupted. Saki, who was wandering around the prison cell, suddenly saw a large hole in the ground crack open in the distance, with countless branches sticking out. Immediately after that, Gumiho came out of it. Saki had been on the defensive about Tuzo for a long time, and before returning to the village he had to probe to see if anything had happened. This time when he returns he gets news that surprises him. Fort Tuanzo has been captured. He made his way to the root base, where all that remained was an empty shell. There are basically no living people left inside the base, and the research equipment has been emptied, and there's a constant stream of shadowy ministries probing for leaks. Saki could only probe around as he looked at the situation. Luckily, his ability was good for scouting, and after a long time of checking there was one good and one bad news. The good news is that his brother, Shin, didn't die inside the siege. The bad news is that Noboru has disappeared and there is no sign of him in Kiba village. Saki isn't sure if it's Gonzo hiding the letter, so he has to come to the prison cell and take his chances. I didn't expect to actually find out that Souza had escaped from prison. The direction of the prison was particularly noisy, and Saki didn't dare make a move. He's also worried about being taken back. Ninjutsu Super Beast Pseudo Painting. Saki's scroll was pulled and the brush swung. A large bird flew out from inside the scroll, and Saki jumped directly on top of it, quickly ascending into the air. there were still relatively few inside the shinobi world that could fly, and although the current Saki was only 11 years old, as long as he could be in the air, he's just safe. Chapter 188 Natsuki's Succession. Bang! 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 A salute was fired. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Countless fireworks rose into the air. The entire Uchiha clanland became a sea of joy. The ceremony for the succession of the new Uchiha clan leader officially begins. All of the Uchiha's faces were filled with happy smiles as some of their sons who had been away for years returned home. Some of them are the return of husbands who have been gone for years. Some of the clan came home to find they had a brother a few years old. The situation back then was so precarious that many Uchiha clansmen and their families actually had an ominous feeling in their hearts. If the Hawks staged a coup at that time, whether it was successful or not, the Uchiha would end up dying quite a few people. Fortunately, Natsuki-sama was resourceful enough to defuse this great crisis. Not only did it make these hawkish Uchiha, who were regarded as thorns in the flesh by the Kiba village, shift their positions, also worked hard to develop business and make enough money for the Uchiha. In the last 2 years, the Uchiha who stayed in the village, other than those who wanted to improve their strength, few others had gone on quests. The clan was clothed and fed by the catering store. It's all thanks to Natsuki-sama. After Patriarch Fuyue was injured earlier, everyone had a premonition in their hearts. Sure enough, shortly afterward, word spread that the Tamagotake Patriarch was stepping down and abdicating. Now Uchiha Natsuki had finally ascended to the position of Patriarch. All the Uchiha clansmen were convinced that the Uchiha would be stronger if Lord Natsuki succeeded them. At that moment the Uchiha on the periphery, a slight commotion occurred. Soon the crowd parted. It turned out to be the third Naruto leading Jiraiya and a few darkies to the Uchiha. Uchiha Natsuki, dressed in a gorgeous gown, walked out surrounded by the crowd. It's a great honor for Lord Sanjo to come to the Uchiha to observe the ceremony when he's so busy. The third Naruto's eyes swept behind Natsuki, where stood Stopper and Weasel, and beside Weasel was Sasuke. Standing on the left side of the face were Tsunade and Naruto. Tsunade saw the third Naruto and nodded. Naruto instead waved and greeted the third Naruto. On Natsuki's right-hand side was Yakushido, and behind him, the 4 members of the Sound Ninja. Inside Kiba, Natsuki had only invited Hinata over, and none of the other Kibas were invited. There were a few probing gazes cast from the side, those of the rock hidden, cloud hidden, as well as the sand hidden. The relationship between the Uchiha and the Konoha was all they wanted to explore. The third Naruto did not see Orochimaru in the entire arena, leaving him a bit disappointed. But Orochimaru has always been like that, and it's not unusual for him not to appear in front of people. The third generation had a kind face, as if an elder. Natsuki, I didn't expect that you actually succeeded the Uchiha clan head one. How come I didn't see Futsuki? Natsuki said naturally. Grand Elder Fuyue is still injured and it's only natural that he hasn't come over. Within the shinobi clan, if the clan leader changes, the outgoing leader usually becomes an elder automatically. The Uchiha's first and second elders were from Futsuki's previous generation and had long since passed away. The reason why there were only the third elder and the fourth elder was because when the third elder and the fourth elder became elders, the first elder and the second elder were still around. Because the authority of all elders is the same, there is no implication of moving up the ladder. There hadn't been any elders produced over the years, so the positions of the first elder and second elder were left vacant. When he first rescued Stopper, Futsuki had casually invented the identity of a vice clan chief in order to give Natsuki more weight. In fact, where did the Uchiha get the position of vice clan chief after all these years? And everyone knows that Futsuki is just standing up for Natsuki. Originally, Vice Patriarch was just a vanity name, but Natsuki's performance afterward was so amazing that he kept this Vice Patriarch title. Nishio also felt quite dreamy when he recalled Natsuki's rise to power along the way, and that all of Natsuki's moves were nothing short of ghostly. Jiraiya had said that Natsuki had indicated that the Uchiha needed a chance to get into the higher echelons of Konoha. The curveball that Natsuki wanted, as expected by the third Naruto before, was now fully accomplished. With the many shinobi villages looking around him, he had to back down, and even in time for Natsuki's succession. In case there are any changes, Nishio spoke up. Natsuki, we've been investigating lately after we arrested Suzu, discovered the many places where Suzu used to target the Uchiha. Even Suzu released many statements that slandered the Uchiha, causing the Uchiha to suffer greatly over the years. I am guilty of gross negligence as Naruto. Here, I, Sarutobi Hinata, solemnly apologize to the Uchiha clan as the third Naruto of the Konoha village. With that said, the third Naruto took off his shadow hat and solemnly bowed to Uchiha Natsuki. Natsuki didn't avoid it, but accepted the salute openly and practically. Natsuki's expression was as normal, but the many Uchiha behind him were not calm. Did you see that? The third Naruto apologized. I saw it. I heard it. The third Naruto has apologized to us. Ha, 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 ha. the Uchiha were instantly thrilled, and some even cried and laughed. For so many years, they had endured so much suspicion, misunderstanding, and targeting in Kiba village. They have too many grievances, too much resentment, and nowhere to express them. That's why they want a coup. They don't want power, they want a fairness. Over the years it has come and gone, and many people have come to understand it in their hearts. If Natsuki hadn't come out of nowhere, their Uchiha might have been wiped out by the Konoha village long ago. Natsuki's various actions finally forced one of the 5 major ninja villages, Kiba village, to apologize. One Uchiha clan member even had such a powerful mind swing that he didn't even realize that his eyes directly changed from double hook jade to triple hook jade. One can only imagine how strong the inner throbbing really is. Long live the matriarch! A man began to shout in a frenzied voice. Long live the matriarch! There were more people joining in the wild roar. Long live the patriarch! The many voices came together, and many of the Uchiha spontaneously gathered around Natsuki and began to shout. The third Naruto didn't even have time to say what he said after that. It was then crowded to the side. Among the shouting Uchiha clansmen, Mikan stood at the edge holding up Tomoyuki. Tomoyuki, did you hear that? Mikan was also excited inside. Tomoyuki closed his eyes and nodded. Heard that. The palm of his hand holding Makoto trembled slightly, obviously fluctuating greatly inside as well. Natsuki did it. Natsuki made Kiba apologize. Weasel and Stopper stood off to the side, glancing at each other, seeing celebration and relief in their eyes. Sasuke and Naruto, who were even younger, didn't know much about the situation and were a bit confused by the frenzy they saw. Hinata looked at the Uchiha with some envy. If only the clan could be so united. Tsunade clasped her hands to her chest, and it was in this moment that Tsunade realized just how much the Uchiha had been treated unfairly in Kiba. Kame picked up the group fan, symbolizing the Uchiha clan, and handed it to Natsuki amidst a mountain of shouts. Natsuki was taken aback by the sight of the fan. Where did this contraption come from? The moment he shook his hand, Natsuki knew. Oh, a fake. Doesn't matter, it's symbolic anyway, since the atmosphere was all the way here. Natsuki raised her fan in response. Natsuki threw up his arms. I declare, today, by me, Uchiha Natsuki, officially succeeding to the position of clan leader. Who? Cheers! Bang! 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 The salute sounded. It resounded throughout the Uchiha. Ding! The sound of a long-forgotten system by your ear. Chapter 189, Kakashi's Request. Uchiha clan lands. After Natsuki announced his own succession to the patriarch's position, the crowd cheered hard. All of the previously prepared succession processes were rendered useless, but the atmosphere is there, and it's impossible to say that you won't succeed yourself. As far as etiquette and whatnot, it doesn't matter. Just make the clan happy anyway. The process went awry, but everything else was ready. The whole thing was run as a buffet reception, as Natsuki had suggested. So inside the entire venue, there were tables everywhere with all kinds of food and drinks. Let everyone take as much as they want. Once everyone's mood had recovered a bit, Natsuki let everyone eat, drink and enjoy themselves. It was then that the third Naruto and the others, who had been left out to dry, had a chance to come back up. A few other people from the shinobi village, who had not seen this kind of reception before, found it a bit surprising and took some food in their hands. Still, their attention was on the third Naruto. Seeing that the third Naruto was ready to talk to Uchiha Natsuki again, everyone came together. Just now, the third generation Naruto did not expect the Uchiha clan. This side would have this kind of reaction, and was left out to dry for half a day. But it was all the sins of Kiba village that had to be swallowed. The third Naruto took out a scroll and held it out to Jiraiya. Jiraiya knew what this scroll was, and it was forwarded by him to Natsuki. Natsuki had a guess in her mind and pulled the scroll straight open. The third Naruto said, Natsuki, this is the honorary elder's warrant of the Konoha village, which is some compensation from Konoha to Uchiha. I hope we can live in peace. Natsuki laughed in her heart when she saw that the appointee on the scroll was written Futsuki. It's because he looked at Tomoyuki as silly and easy to bully, so he wrote Tomoyuki's name, right? But it didn't matter. He was going to put Tomoyuki on it himself anyway. The third Naruto is not saying anything. We Uchiha have always been a part of Konoha. It's just that there are some people with bad intentions that have been targeting us Uchiha. It is what causes us Uchiha to only retreat to protect ourselves. And if such villains are brought to justice, we Uchiha will take it upon ourselves to rejoin Kiba's embrace. Natsuki opened her hands, and the words came out very officially and beautifully. Jiraiya stood next to him for a moment of discomfort. This Natsuki was disgusting at all times. The third Naruto had seen a lot of big waves, and his eyebrows jumped slightly when he saw Natsuki's gesture. The roots of the Tuanzu have been pretty much cleared, and the Tuanzu can be arraigned in a matter of days, at which time the Natsuki clan chief can come over and watch. And welcome, Your Excellency, Sonic Shadow. Michio hadn't forgotten this Orochimaru person. Of course there's no problem. After all, we Uchiha and Suza have a deep-seated grudge. Natsuki replied with a smirk. Yakashido also nodded and said that he would definitely be there. This was the arrival of a masked shadowy figure outside, who came to Michio's ear and said a few words. The third Naruto's face changed drastically. Matsuki clan chief, I have another important matter, so I won't accompany you. Natsuki nodded. Be my guest. In this situation, Michio actually left in a hurry. So what went wrong? After Michio left in a hurry with Jiraiya, the two dark sectors stayed behind. The two darkies unmasked. Natsuki, congratulations on succeeding the clan leader. Thank you, Natsuki-sama, for your assistance that year. I didn't realize it was the two Kakashi and Tenzo. Yoo-hoo, is this Kakashi resurrected? Kakashi's eye was still protected by a forehead protector on one side now, and he still looked disheveled. But it's good to be able to get up and talk at least. The one next to him was Tenzo, who Natsuki had helped out in passing back then. No one gave him the name Yamato this time. I guess we'll have to call it Tenzo from now on. What? Not decadent anymore? Natsuki's opening gave Kakashi a hard time. Kakashi touched his empty left eye. Still have to face it anyway. There are still so many enemies in Kiba village. I can't go on like this. Natsuki looked at Kakashi, now recovering only barely. Always a good start though. You're here to see Tsunade, aren't you? Natsuki instantly guessed the two men's intentions. The third Naruto had brought Kakashi over. He should be trying to solve the matter of Kakashi's eyes, but it was delayed by something. Kakashi nodded. Now that Tsunade was based in Uchiha, Kakashi couldn't bypass Natsuki if he wanted to come to Tsunade for help. Kakashi had learned 2 days ago that some villagers had taken the opportunity to vandalize Rin's grave while visiting the comforting monument to pay their respects to their loved ones. But there were so many villagers going in and out of the comfort monument that it wasn't possible to pinpoint who it was. Besides, there's no point in checking that one out. The reason why there was a move to destroy Rin's grave was also known to Kakashi. There's no way to talk about this kind of thing. Lin's body wasn't there though. Natsuki had given Kakashi Lin's coffin earlier, and after Kakashi went to bury it, he went back to the comfort monument to make a fake one. On top of this matter, Kakashi was still obliged to Natsuki's favor. After all, the sins were made by the bandito. You guys come with me. Naruto and Sasuke hadn't been to this kind of drinking party. To be precise, most people have never been to such a buffet reception. Inside the venue were many tables with a variety of food at your disposal. Of the younger generation, it was Naruto who was the most active. Sasuke, try this cold noodle. Sasuke, try this sugared fruit. Alright, stop yelling. It's embarrassing. At first Sasuke was endowed. After that he was brought into the atmosphere by Naruto. The two ate from one end of the venue to the other, and both little ones were happy. Tsunade was holding a cup of yakisoba, stirring it slowly with a spoon. Eyes watched as Naruto pulled Sasuke around. Energized. Couldn't help but smile on my face. Tsunade, came Natsuki's voice. Natsuki approached with two men dressed as the dark side. Kakashi's hairstyle and mask were basically standard. Tsunade swept it off her feet. The other dark one was average looking, with little character except for a pair of lifeless dead fish eyes. Natsuki came over and introduced herself to Tsunade. Tsunade, this is Tenzo. Oh, Tsunade looked Tenzo up and down a few times. This is the baby that survived the experiment? It's so big already. Tsunade basically guessed what Kakashi was up to as well. Happy today. Let's not talk about those things. You come over to me in 7 days. Your eyes, I can only say try. You have to be prepared. Tsunade waved her hand. Flesh regeneration wasn't that simple, especially regarding delicate organs like the eyes. It takes 7 days as Tsunade has to do something too. After all, Tsunade's Hyakuho no Jutsu to create regeneration was all about herself. So in the end it was just a prosthetic leg for Naruto. A situation like Kakashi's can't be explained in a sentence or two. Kakashi and Tenzo both smiled. Thank you Tsunade-sama. Kakashi had also been suffering from blindness for a while now, and having a dead spot in his vision was a very easy way to get killed in a ninja fight. Coming to Tsunade was also about taking a chance. After all, the relationship between Kakashi and Tsunade was not too close to say that it was not too far. Kakashi's master was Mizumon, and Mizumon's master was Jiraiya, who was in the same school as Tsunade. But Mizumon has been dead for so many years. After all, it's not like Kakashi Hagi and Tsunade have crossed paths much over the years. If Tsunade wasn't willing to help, Kakashi would have to find another way, and it was good that Tsunade agreed to try. After Tsunade agreed, Kakashi and Tenzo didn't stay long. After all, this was a gathering of the Uchiha clan. He had already had people recognize him and start whispering about him after he took off his mask. Kakashi was also worried about the third Naruto side, so he hurriedly left the venue. Chapter 190, Pursuit of Junzo. The Uchiha are holding a ceremony. One of the Hyuga came in hurriedly. It's none other than Isato Hyuga. The Uchiha knew that the patriarch was close to him, so there was no stopping. Natsuki-sama, something's wrong. The brave man ran, panting. Sweat stains were faintly visible on his body. Natsuki looked at brave man like this and pulled him aside. Isato whispered in Natsuki's ear. Junzo broke out of prison, and 2 of our clan members died. Natsuki's eyebrow jumped. Tuanzo escaped? Did Sarutobi Hizuru let it go? With so many sealing jutsu in the prison, and the ninjutsu weakened so much, and with Gumiho being almost 70 years old, how did he escape? Hinata Isato's voice lowered. There are traces of Kitsune at the scene. It was Kitsune that dug a big hole towards the outside. Natsuki glanced at Tsunade without a trace. Tuanzu was really a cockroach that can't be beaten, and almost everyone in the scene has a grudge against Tuanzu. Everyone wanted him dead, but someone saved him. With the previous gesture of the third Naruto, he had basically intended to nail Gumiho on top of the pillar of shame. Now that Junzo has escaped from prison, it's like a direct slap in the face of the third Naruto, and it also makes it impossible to fulfill all the promises that the third Naruto made to Yakashido, Minami, Uchiha, Tsunade, and the others. No wonder the third generation Naruto ran away with his butt on fire, probably dying of heartburn now. I'm afraid I'm not going to let Jiraiya go after it right away. I just don't know if Jedi came alone, or with Bandito. It's just as well. Now that Junzo has escaped, we can make the Uchiha dissatisfied with Konoha again. For Natsuki, although Gumiho is a great enemy, Gumiho's loss would be just as much of a blow to Mishio's reputation. It would also naturally be better if Mishio could bring back Suzo. Of course, Natsuki was worried about whether or not Bandito was going to raid the clan. However, it would be a good idea to send a shadow doppelganger to see what's going on. Natsuki crosses her arms and bang, split a shadow doppelganger. Isato, I'm going to go along for the ride. What's the tracking mark of your Hyuga? Isato hurriedly told Natsuki about Hinata's tracking direction and tracking marks. The woods outside of Kiba village. Gumiho was hurrying towards the distance. He felt a steady stream of energy being added to his body, making his almost 70-year-old body radiate vitality. Jedi popped up from the trees or the ground every now and then. If you don't hurry up, the Hyuga chasers behind you are going to catch up with you. Yo! Reunion glanced back, but the woods were thick and all view was blocked, so he couldn't see anything. In the forest in the distance, 3 clansmen of the Hyuga clan were in pursuit. The 3 were Daisuke, Kaizaki, and Hayato. A few people were on duty today. I didn't expect to run into a prison break for Junzo, and 2 clansmen are dead. This was a strange shame for the Hyuga clan. When everyone went in to check it out, they realized that a big hole had been dug in the prison. Luckily, it was with the Hinata clan's white eyes that they were able to lock onto the direction of Junzo's escape. The people in the prison jail hurriedly blocked off the main road and blocked the entrance of the cave to prevent other criminals from rioting. And on the other hand, they sent someone to notify the third generation Naruto, the Hinata. The 3 of them just needed to hang behind them as they waited for support from Suza. It's reasonable to say that it's impossible for Suza to have such good physical strength when he's almost 70 years old, but by now it had been an hour of running after them, and still there was no slowing down from Suza. It couldn't help but make the Hyuga clan feel strange. How is it that Reunion's stamina is so good? And as far as their white eyes were concerned, they also saw a yin-yang face, in the vicinity of Tuanzu. This is the man who took Naruto captive earlier. Several people were careful. I'm afraid that Bandito is also nearby. Kaisaki, there's someone in the sky. A few people were in pursuit when Daisuke realized that there was another person in the sky above Gumiho. Daisuke had seen with his white eyes that it was a teenager riding a large bird, and the bird was not a living thing. Kaisaki responded, I spotted it earlier. It's a teenager. I don't know which force it is, but it's also following Tuanzo. Ignore him for now. We have to wait for reinforcements. Yes, Daisuke responded, using the blank stare again. Careful. Tuanzo stopped. Going on? Daisuke asked. Kaisaki's heart was not in the right place. The means by which Junzo had broken through the prison cell had been by using Kizuna. If he had left behind a wooden doppelganger and he had run away, then a few of them could hardly be blamed. Go over there and check it out. Kaisaki decided to go up and check it out. Just the fact that Tuanzo had escaped from prison had already gotten to Hinata. They can't afford to take the blame if they lose someone again. Just as they were about to advance. Watch out. This weirdo is proficient in Kizuna. The 3 Haizaki men were instantly on guard. Jedi looked to Kaisaki and Daisuke. The mouth murmured, quite a lot. The Jedi's hand lifted and the huge roots of the tree struck towards Hayato. The roots of the tree became thicker and stronger when they were detached from the Jedi's arm. The speed was very fast and plugged away. The 3 Hinatas scattered in a hurry. Suddenly, clumps of white stuff emerged from Haizaki and Daisuke. A wave of soreness ran through the 2 men's bodies. What is this? Kaisaki and Daisuke's chakra was being rapidly absorbed by the white spores. The spores gradually grew into the shape of the white Jedi. Haizaki, Daisuke, Hayato wondered when his companion had been hit by the jutsu. Hurriedly, he prepared to go over and save each other. Ha 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 ha. Jedi let out a low chuckle. Spore no Jutsu quickly absorbed a large amount of chakra from both men. A full 6 white Jedi molded over them and jumped out. And Hazaki and Daisuke had been sucked into unconsciousness. Bagua empty palm. Hayato compressed the air and pushed out a palm. Bang! Just one strike sent 2 white Jedi flying. Several white Jedi over here jumped on top of the Jedi and channeled their chakra. Jedi stomped on the ground. Suddenly countless roots rushed out from the ground. And Hayato spread his hands wide and kept breaking the roots. Bang! 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 Hayato kept slapping away the roots with soft punches. But there were so many tree roots that it seemed endless. Hayato's hands were light. And the roots broke right through Hayato's hands and plunged right into his body. Jedi squeezed a seal with both hands. Pust! The roots blossomed directly into Hayato's chest. Hayato couldn't even let out a scream as a large amount of blood erupted from his chest. It fell straight to the ground. Jedi looked to Daisuke and Kaisaki next to him. 2 roots shot out of the ground next to them as well. It was inserted directly into them. Daisuke and Kaisaki both stifled grunts in their stupor. Jedi cupped his hands to seal. The 2 men's bodies also broke through many branches out. Blood and guts flowing all over the place. The Jedi watched this coldly and sank into the ground with the other white Jedi. The mayfly technique is very fast. A moment. Reaching up from Reunion's side again. Done. Reunion's heart stared at such a short period of time. Hyuga's pursuers are dead? A vortex suddenly rose in midair. Bandito stepped out of the center. Bandito didn't wear a mask, leaving his face completely exposed. What bubbled up inside of Junzo's heart at the sight of this bizarre appearance was not vigilance, but great greed. That's Bandito. What a weird kaleidoscope shuriken eyes. If only I had those eyes. A single glance from Bandito rolled his eyes. Boom! It was as if thunder had struck the mental world of Reunion. A huge mental wave crashed into his brain. Reunion instantly lost his own consciousness and stood dumbfounded. Why did you come to Konoha without my permission? Bandito asked without a trace of emotion. Jedi's voice trailed off. There was some investment in Tuanzu last time, and it would be a bit of a loss if Tuanza died just like that. There's some value in keeping this old thing. Bandito looked to Junzo's right arm and shook his head. Boring. Then Bandito looked up into the distant sky. Saki in the sky was shocked. Could he spot it from so far away? Hastily, the big bird continued to ascend. Bandito's eyes narrowed slightly at such a high distance. Forget it, let you off the hook. Jedi had stirred up a hornet's nest this time, and had hijacked Reunion, so it was expected that the third Naruto would come after him right away. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both in the village, and now was not the time to go up against them. A vortex came out of midair and Bandito disappeared into the ground with Jedi and Tuanzo. Chapter 191. The Woods. Jiraiya led the way, followed by 10 Dark Ones. 2 Hyuga clan members. Follow the markings left by the Hyuga clan. Searching towards the outskirts of the village. The 2 of the Hyuga clan take turns using their white eyes. Constant course correction. Up front, it's Kaizaki and the others. The crowd went forward and found the 3 Hazaki men in a pool of blood. Branches above the body stuck several people as hedgehogs. Blood dripped down the punctured entrails. Damn it! Hinata's clan clenched their fists hard. Jiraiya frowned and stepped forward to investigate. Kazuna again. All 3 Hyuga clansmen are split, and the caged bird seal destroys brain tissue when the split dies. Now the trail is broken. Jiraiya waved his hand. Carpet search. 3 of Hyuga's men died here. So why didn't the enemy make a move? The 10 darkies spread out completely, searching toward the front. A few moments later, what man? After a short huff and puff, a shadowy figure came over carrying a teenager. Jiraiya-sama. This man was spotted ahead. Saki's face was pale as he tracked Tuanzu all the way, not daring to stop and rest, not daring to get too close. Maintaining the big bird in constant flight had long exhausted himself physically and mentally. After realizing that a few people on the ground were missing, he landed and looked around the area, only to find that there was not the slightest trace of it at all. The dark side arrived immediately afterward. How could he be a match for the dark side? A neggy teenager whose chi was empty. It was brought back alive in a few moments. What are you? Saki was silent. Toad Senin Jiraiya was someone he recognized. He was a member of the Roots before, and the Roots had been destroyed, and a lot of people had died. He hasn't found his brother yet. He can't die. Natsuki's shadow doppelganger followed the mark left by the Hyuga clan, tracked all the way to the place where the Hyuga clan died. What man? There was a holler from the dark side, who was searching for clues in the neighborhood. Natsuki walked straight out. Jiraiya frowned. Natsuki, what are you doing here? Natsuki stepped out. Gumiho ran away. I came to see what the problem is. The prison broke open with such a big hole, and 5 of the Hyuga clan died. It's such a big deal that you can't hide it even if you want to. Natsuki came as he came, presumably to get information. Jiraiya guessed that Natsuki's visit might have been a shadow doppelganger. After all, the Uchiha clan was still celebrating. Jiraiya closed his eyes in distraction and waved his hand, telling the dark sect to spread out and get to work. It's been so long and there's not even the slightest clue other than the capture of a teenager. Leaving Jiraiya clueless, the teenager was suddenly paralyzed just as they were questioning him. It was only then that the dark side realized that the teenager had the seal of the tongue scourge roots of extinction in his mouth. The only way to bring it back now is to bring it back. Natsuki walked up and saw the teenager in front of him. It always looked a little familiar, but didn't remember who he was. Seeing that he was only half dressed, his entire waist was exposed and he was carrying a pen. It dawned on Natsuki that this guy, it couldn't be Saki, could it? Why is he here? Natsuki walked over to Jiraiya and asked, where did Tuanzo escape to? Any clues? Jiraiya shook his head. There are no clues at the moment. All 5 of Hinata's men were killed by Kazuna. The other thing is that this teenager was captured here, but unfortunately he has the seal of tongue scourge and root extinction. Can't ask anything. The seal of the eradication of tongue trouble? You who? Don't you have any torture experts here? Can't this thing just go around? Jiraiya froze for a moment. How do we get around it? Natsuki was a bit speechless. It seems you really don't interrogate prisoners much. Rise and shine. Rise and shine. Jiraiya didn't really care about Natsuki's attitude. He was a little curious instead. There were technologies in this world for reading memories in the brain, and even for torturing souls, but he didn't know too much about it and didn't bother to learn. So Natsuki can even torture? Natsuki wouldn't torture. Of course, but this kind of spell seal where you can't say specific things was something Natsuki had discussed with a friend before. He also wanted to try to see if he could get around it logically. Natsuki said to Saki, I know which organization you belong to, and now that you can't say this word inside this organization, then I'll ask you in a different way. Saki hadn't been mistreated in any way, except that he'd been paralyzed for a while when he'd accidentally violated the seal of the tongue scourge root Jedi when he'd been questioned earlier, and he'd recovered from that now. He was a little curious as to what way Natsuki was going to ask him. Is it a good day? Without waiting for Saki to speak, Natsuki continued. If you see the one you can't talk about in this place, then you don't talk. If you don't see it, you say it's a nice day. Saki really didn't say anything. Natsuki turned her head. Here, this is the method. The seal of tongue scourge and root extinction restricts the other person from speaking, but it doesn't restrict them from speaking. The Jiraiya were dumbfounded to have gotten around that way. Natsuki used to think that this thing was a waste of time, only limited to not saying anything, so changing the basis of judgment to not saying anything wouldn't be the end of it. In fact, there were many methods of torture within this world, and everyone had gone to study the art side of it, and no one had paid attention to the logic side instead. This kind of question was just an elementary school logic problem in Natsuki's original world. Everyone here focuses on how to break the art and doesn't think about how to bypass it, i.e., the card bug. But there was one person who went into it, and that was Orochimaru. His obscene transmutation solution is the logical loophole to look for. This stuff isn't really that advanced, it's just a matter of opening up your mind, with Natsuki proofing the dark side. The rest was left to the dark side to come up with their own questions for Saki to answer. For example, what are you doing here? If it's a deliberate attempt to track down the one person you can't talk to, then you don't talk. If it's not, you say it's going to rain today. For example, now there are several numbers in front of you, and you read whichever one I point to. The number of people you see here, you don't read. In less than 10 minutes, the following conclusions were reached. 2 people had appeared here in addition to Suza. Then one was the shadowy face that attacked Naruto the other day, and the other appeared out of nowhere with Sharingan eyes. Bandito didn't run away. After all, he's the only one who's that wavy with his time-space ninjutsu. Go wherever you want. And Saki was looking for someone. That's why he followed Gumiho. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Is Shin still alive? If you look at the time, it seems as if Noboru is indeed still alive, but he should be very sick by now. Is your brother's name Shin? Natsuki voiced. This Saki could have answered. Yes, my brother's name is Shin. Jiraiya, did your raid on Negi catch any kids his age? Jiraiya shook his head. The raid on Negi that night didn't go towards a kid his age, but inside the rest area on the right side. There's a blown up and collapsed cul-de-sac behind one of the cabinets. Someone should have escaped down the culvert. Jiraiya patted Saki's shoulder. Then don't worry, that person you can't talk about shouldn't have taken your brother, because he didn't have the time or the opportunity, and he didn't even know he was going to get caught. Saki said obstinately, I want to find my brother. Jiraiya spread his hands. Your brother should have escaped on his own. You're just training at root. If you want to search for your brother in the future with honor, then you'll have to come back with me to be examined first. Don't worry, trainers like you won't be embarrassed. Natsuki interjected from the side. Not to mention that the current Saki is not yet grown up, and even a few years later Saki is still recruited into the dark side. There's no more useful information to be lined up here. and knowing that it was Bandito who intervened, it would be difficult to find any other clues at that point under the space ninjutsu, so Hinata collected the body, Darky took Saki, and everyone went back. Jiraiya was in the back with Natsuki. Natsuki asked with an expressionless face, "What is the third Naruto going to give us?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes, "Don't ask me, I'm most annoyed by these things. I don't know what the old man thinks, go ask the old man yourself." Natsuki nodded and disappeared with a thud. Chapter 192, New Programs. Uchiha Clan Land. Ding! Become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host, Power Template Upgrade. Congratulations to the host, Change Destiny Reward Optimization. Congratulations to the host, the threshold for solicitation has been raised and the rewards optimized. Congratulations to the host, Dream Simulation Upgrade. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Cultivation Quest. Ding! New quest to become the strongest force. After Natsuki's shadow doppelganger was released, Natsuki hid inside the clan. Study up on the new things the system unlocks after completing a mission. Change the Destiny bonus optimization to +1 to a skill of your choice or a pre-existing skill of the same family. The threshold for solicitation is raised, and those with low potential are not rewarded for solicitation. Rewards optimized with the option to change existing talent traits. Dream Simulation upgraded with an additional environment simulation. And there are multiple people exercising. Yeah, it's the one you're thinking of. Natsuki beating up a bunch of guys by himself. But simulated environments or multiplayer matches can only be played once a night. Cultivation tasks would be interesting. There's a box where you can select the avatar of the person you want to train and drop it in. The training is successful when the native Uchiha has surpassed its limits. An alien is considered to have been successfully trained when he or she has more than doubled his or her original strength. After each successful cultivation of a personnel, you can get one chance to designate a trait. It took Natsuki half a day to read it, so that means Naruto has to be excluded first. Naruto's highest strength in his original world was already at the 6th path level. How do you double that? This clan's beyond the limit. Isn't just opening a kaleidoscope? It's coming back around again, isn't it? Do I have to be allowed to activate the Earth's chorus? Natsuki was giddy and brainy, ready to find one that was particularly weak in his past life. Wouldn't it be simple to double your strength that way? So what's the point of this box? Drag it in? Natsuki's eyes searched the list for half a day, and only the people from the Sound Hidden Village were the most suitable. Let's go with Anadamaru. Then, Natsuki dragged Anadamaru's avatar inside the frame. Ding! The character does not have training value. Step with the foot in mouth. So it's a test to see if the character has any developmental value? Natsuki tried to throw in the Uchiha Sinner. Now 20-something years old. 3 hooked elite. Most of them are, and have nurturing value. So, having a bloodline and not having a bloodline are two completely different things. There are too few people with natural talent without the blood succession limit, and there are still some unnamed Orochimaru followers in the Sound Hidden Village that dragged into the box have no training value. Also, if it was worth cultivating, it wouldn't have been nameless in a previous life. Those who have cultivation value will also show the direction of cultivation, as well as some detailed information, like, for example, Uchiha Katsumi, an Uchiha in the Sound Hidden Village, whose recommended direction of training is illusionism. But the ones Natsuki brought back were all geniuses. They just didn't have much room to show it in their last life. After all, in a previous life you either died young or were marginalized. Junmalu, White, all died young. In addition to these existing people, Natsuki remembered that there were still some people with good talent in the shinobi world, but spend the effort to go out and recruit someone. And in the end that person may not have much to offer Natsuki in terms of talent. Inside the Sonic Ninja Quartet, there were just 2 people who were useless, and one can probably guess what talent one offers. But if the talent can be replaced now, it can still be recruited later if you see one that can be recruited. And the power template upgrade is to be able to view directly on top of the template, to the real-time information of the people in their power. Natsuki didn't bother flipping through the power template. After all, there were too many people on this one, especially after he had become the patriarch himself. The Uchiha clan, all of them, were categorized in it. Luckily it is possible to arrange your own position and retrieve people. Otherwise, with thousands of people, Natsuki's eyes would have to be dazzled. Earlier Orochimaru don't tension broke and his loyalty fell off. Then he was snubbed back by Natsuki. He obviously said he would be back early, but he hasn't arrived yet. Natsuki saw that Orochimaru's avatar had actually turned red. The status column says, souls and bodies repel. Hiss. Natsuki's teeth were a little sore. He forgets that Orochimaru chose to improve his undead transmutation after his previous transmutation because he read his subject, as well as making yourself the perfect container too. So now it's the last body that's going to reach its limit? Counting the time, it really should have reached its limit. And it should be said that Orochimaru also used certain methods to prolong the use of this physical body. Why didn't Tout say anything about something so important? The new mission is a bit of a departure, with the strongest forces being judged. It's the need to overpower the Big Five that's not going to happen anytime soon, but nation building, if you will, is a necessary process. Natsuki had almost finished studying the system, and the shadow doppelganger side had disappeared to send the message back. He freshened up and came outside. The happy Uchiha gradually began to disperse after a long day. Those who go home, and those who pack up the scene, and one by one, all the people Natsuki had invited came over to say goodbye. They've got the intel they want, but instead of letting them go, Natsuki invited them all to the parlor alone, indicating that he had something else to tell them. First, there was Sand Hidden, which had been pretty much talked about last time, and Natsuki now wanted to train some new Uchiha recruits, and his head was spinning with a new idea. There was only one person inside the parlor, Yaka Shimaru. After all, he was the one in charge. The other two were juniors and belonged to make up the numbers. We Uchiha are ready to form an elite squad that will accept any shinobi village, any mission. Yaka Shimaru was amazed. Wasn't the Uchiha rich now? How could they be in this kind of knife-edge business? Although each ninja village accepts quests based only on money and not on the quests, there are some quests that capitalize on the enemy or on quests that target the village that are still not accepted. Private quests are discovered by the villages, and the problems are both big and small, a light reprimand, or, if you damage the village's interests, you may be classified as a traitorous ninja. Individuals or organizations like this that take on any mission are usually doing black jobs, so renegade ninjas are predominant. Of course, there was already such an organization within the shinobi world now, and that was Dawn. But right now Dawn hasn't shown her strength and surfaced, or the ones that have seen their strength have either been corralled or are dead. There are still some similar bounty organizations throughout the shinobi world. I just don't know why Uchiha is doing this. Natsuki smirked. We have to plan for ourselves too since Suza escaped from prison. Natsuki said the words. Plausible. Yaka Shimaru some floating. It seems that Kiba's trying to pull the Uchiha failed. Is this Uchiha's plan for himself? There's a piece of information in here, and a collaboration. Natsuki took out a letter and handed it over to Yaka Shimaru. You go back and give it to Rosa, and see if Rosa is interested in the information above. If it wants to cooperate, just get back to me. Yaka Shimaru nodded. Since it was written in a letter, it was something he couldn't read. He gathered it all up and kept it close. Then he excused himself and left. Natsuki had gone to pick up Yakoshido earlier, not Cloud Cuculander or Iwagakure. The meeting was a bit more chaotic, and the more formal meeting was still today. The first person Natsuki saw was Cloud Cuculander. It's reasonable to say that Cloud Crypt and Uchiha don't have a good relationship, and back then it was entirely Natsuki who destroyed Cloud Crypt's plans with the power of one man, killing Cloud Cuculander's pawns, not to mention the fact that he made Kairabi gray. But as far as the power level is concerned, there is no eternal hatred, only eternal interests. Moreover, Natsuki had defeated Kairabi head-on, and for this Cloud Kane, who came from a martial arts school where big fists were hard, the hatred towards Natsuki wasn't considered big. As long as the Uchiha could bring enough benefits, Cloud Hidden wouldn't mind re-cooperating with the Uchiha. Chapter 193, The Gene of Aggression. Uchiha Clan Land. Parlor. There was only one Samui alone after Natsuki entered. The other two of Samui's squad weren't very reliable, so Samui didn't bring either of them in. Natsuki nodded towards Samui and then sat down on top of the main seat. This person, by the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow AI's appreciation and trust, is considered in addition to the hempcloth in addition to another close friend. Samui was also considered a famous beauty, and Natsuki looked up and down towards Samui. Samui has a very tall and voluptuous figure, with beautiful curves and delicate features. The short, straight, shoulder-length light blonde hair on her head is very sharp, looking glamorous in a low-cut light gray bodice with netting and a matching black skirt. Natsuki was more curious. Wasn't it all black skin on the Cloud Cuculander side? And was this white-skinned blonde a special bloodline or what? After a few bright glances at Samui, Natsuki withdrew her eyes. Just look twice at nice human things. Samui also noticed Natsuki's sight, but Natsuki quickly withdrew her eyes after a couple glances. The sight was considerably more generous and did not cause Samui to recoil. We Uchiha are ready to form an elite squad that will accept any shinobi village, any mission. Natsuki's words to Samui were still the same as those of the Sand Cane, and Samui didn't understand what Natsuki was up to though. But keep listening anyway. Natsuki said, I have a piece of information here I want to sell to Cloud Crypt. I can vouch for the truth of this information in the name of the Uchiha, only it will require you to pay some money for it. Oh, Samui got curious. What price? Natsuki laughed. I can tell you this information first. How much do you think it's worth? And if I think it's appropriate, you can take the information back. If we don't come to terms, I can put a ban on you so you can't tell this information. Samui pondered for a moment. Although she didn't know what information Natsuki was talking about, Natsuki's mannerisms indicated that this information must be useful to Cloud Crypt. Okay, I promise. Samui agreed. Natsuki nodded. The fourth generation of mist hidden in the land of water, Mizukage, is dead, and the three-tailed Isebu is likewise dead, and, Natsuki pondered the timeline. Six-tailed Hidaka has also defected. Sammy's pupils slammed shut, but she managed to hold steady without losing her temper. The major bloodline clans of Misty Hidden have all been pretty much cleaned up by the fourth Mizukage, Orange Yukura Berry. The current Misty Hidden is weakened as never before. Natsuki's voice was like a demon's whisper, full of incitement. He resumed his volume. How much do you think this intel is worth? Samui calmly asked. Can you guarantee the veracity of this information? Sure. Then Natsuki laughed softly. We, the Uchiha, have entered a bottleneck and need a bigger place. Natsuki was rather blunt in that statement. Samui took Natsuki's words and strung them back and forth, looking at Natsuki with incredulity. Uchiha, the new clan leader, wants to fight Misty Hidden. They even wanted to cooperate with them and attack Misty Hidden together. What, forming an elite squad? This is clearly an expeditionary force for the Uchiha. Cloud Hidden has always been the most aggressive ninja village. Even the daimyo was inside the Cloud Hidden village, regardless of whether it was a Cloud Cloak shinobi or an ordinary civilian. The gene for aggression was engraved in the bones. Naturally, Samui guessed straight away what Natsuki's intentions were as the new matriarch. I used to think that the Uchiha clan was just a big clan in Konoha. I didn't realize that Uchiha Natsuki was so ambitious. There aren't many Uchiha, but the Uchiha are strong at the top end of the battlefield. Once upon a time, Kairabi had fought with the fourth Naruto, Namikaze Suikato. He ended up being subdued by Natsuki in one move a few years ago, and the old patriarch, Futsuki, as well as the skunk, are both known to be masters of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It's even likely that there are still, hidden within the Uchiha clan, other Kaleidoscope Sharingan masters, such as Stopper is likely to be as well. Wouldn't it be a waste for a kaleidoscope to stay in the clan every day and not be used? And it's not a problem at all for Natsuki to have that ambition. Natsuki propped her hand on her chin and tapped her fingers on the table. How much do you think this information is worth, Samui? Knock, 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 knock. Natsuki tapped softly on the table, but it put a lot of pressure on Samui. Samui looked at the grinning Uchiha Natsuki before she really felt like looking at him. The new Uchiha patriarch. Samui forced himself to calm down. Just name your price, Lord Natsuki. We Cloud Crypts will never bargain back. Natsuki raised an eyebrow, not realizing that Samui was quite bold. He held up a finger. Samui frowned. $10 million? Natsuki wagged her finger. 100 million? Natsuki still shook his finger, but instead of letting Samui guess next, he spoke. Neither. Just 100 taels. Samui instantly understood Natsuki's intentions. I understand, Lord Natsuki. This is 100 taels. Samui fished out, from his body, the change after spending it in Kiba village and put it on Natsuki's table. Natsuki tapped the one coin. Say hello to M and Kairabi for me. I'll be waiting to hear back from you. Samui bowed respectfully and left. When she went out, Omoi and Karui gathered around. Karui winds up and asks, Samui, what is it? Omoi crumbled beside him with some concern. Crap. Is the Uchiha going to fight the Konoha village? Who are we helping then? Will we die on this side of the battlefield? Samui might have lectured Omoi a bit if she were in a normal situation, but right now she had absolutely no desire to deal with Omoi. She had a heavy face. It's too important to tell you. We'll go back to the village right away. I'll report it to Reikage. Both of them were alarmed. For someone as calm as Samui to say that, things must be very serious. Omoi didn't know what came to mind, and a cold sweat broke out on his head. Samui waved his hand. Go now. Natsuki flicked her fingers up the coin on the table and picked it up. Tails. It's my Uchiha's turn to be the villain next. Is Natsuki going to invade Misty Hidden? Of course, isn't. While Natsuki's statement that the Uchiha had reached a bottleneck was true, it wasn't always necessary to fight in order to acquire territory. It could have been done another way is all. Natsuki was more than prepared. People are most prone to self-righteousness. Natsuki just gave some plausible conditions. Yunyan's automatically substituting for the Uchiha wanting to open up territory. After all, with Cloud Crypt's mindset, with so many high-end warriors in the clan, it was immediately possible to organize people and ignite a war. Leveling a shinobi village was a breeze. And in fact, it's not surprising that Cloud Crypt has this kind of thinking. Several times in the Shinobi World War, Cloud Crypt was the big contributor. The reason Cloud Cuculander didn't invade Misty Hidden in the original time period was because Cloud Cuculander had just made a truce with the Konoha and pulled off an operation to kidnap Daisy, and the Misty side would have been closed. Cloud Cuculander doesn't know that Yukura committed suicide and that Isebu is dead. Yukura is recognized as the perfect human pillar force. and there is no doubt about the shocking power of this kind of combatant on the battlefield. The information about the defection of Rokuroku Hidaka was also unknown to the outside world. Thought Misty was 2 human pillars. Of course, there were human pillars in Cloud hidden as well, but the attention was on Kiba. Cloud Kane, who had just finished the war with Konoha, was fearful of Konoha's retaliation. Misty Hidden had only regained some strength after a few years of Terumi's management, and that's when Yakura's death came to light. The Dawn organization was already up to no good by then. With Cloud Cuculander Yakido already captured and the 8 Tails targeted, it's only natural that he can't be distracted from invading another country.